In order to prove that beginner gear is the strongest, I directly squandered my fortune and purchased 100,000 pieces of beginner outfits. Others laughed at me for being a fool, not knowing that I was the #1 strongman on the heavenly list in my previous life, but was backstabbed and killed by my girlfriend during the battle for the ultimate artifact. However, what I didn't expect was that the ultimate artifact had actually been reborn with me. I thought that binding the ultimate artifact at the start would allow me to dominate the world with a wave of my hand, but the artifact had no skills at all, and even its attributes showed no growth. Only one unique effect: unlimited fusion. It can fuse equipment infinitely, ignoring level and quantity, and the new equipment after fusion inherits all the attributes of the fused equipment. As the number of fusions increases, it can also unlock artifact characteristics. Seeing this, I let out a long sigh. It truly is the ultimate artifact. According to the description of this effect, this equipment is simply invincible. Each fusion of a beginner longsword adds 5 attack power. So if I can fuse 100,000 beginner longswords, wouldn't my attack power increase by 500,000? You must know that in the late game, the biggest pain point is having to discard old equipment, and new equipment may not even have attributes that suit you. But now with the ultimate artifact, I don't have to worry about these at all. At this time, the Divine Map had been online for several days, and many players had upgraded their equipment to green normal gear. The plain beginner equipment had long been eliminated, and even a few copper coins would have people fighting to sell. I walked towards the trading market and soon arrived in front of the market administrator. I said, "I need a stall." The administrator was a blind monk, and all players liked to call him the blind monk. The blind monk did not look up but coldly extended his hand. 9 gold coins. There are a total of 7 NPCs in the novice village, each with their own hidden story, and this blind monk is one of them. Thinking of the blind monk's background setting, I smiled slightly and said, "Master, I have a question to ask." 2 people fell into a trap at the same time. The one who died is called the dead person. What do we call the one who is alive? After a moment of silence, the blind monk replied, "Called the living person." I smiled slightly and said, "The living person is called for help." The players lining up behind me felt a bit awkward. Someone said, "I say, buddy, your joke is too cold. You must be the first person since the dawn of time to tell a cold joke to an NPC." But unfortunately, he definitely can't understand it. Just as the players were complaining, a hearty laugh rang out. After a long time, the blind monk, who had finally stopped laughing, tossed a wooden sign and said, "I haven't laughed in 3 years. Young man, I have high hopes for you. I'll waive your stall fee. Go to stall number 9527. At this moment, the players lining up behind were stunned. What was going on? Directly giving away a stall for free. 9 gold coins is a significant amount of wealth in the novice village, and ordinary green equipment only sells for 2 or 3 gold coins. Players who set up stalls here, who hasn't worked hard for a long time to afford a stall? The hidden method to get a free stall was actually to tell cold jokes to NPCs. Although the players complained verbally, their bodies were very honest, and they confidently approached the blind monk one after another to tell cold jokes, but they were all sent back to the fountain for rebirth with a stick by the blind monk. I couldn't help but secretly chuckle. This blind monk has had a tragic life, suffering from depression for years, and no one has ever uncovered his hidden attributes. In his past life, he was my good brother, and it was only because of the dead fat guy's sharp tongue that the blind monk's hidden storyline was revealed. Just as I was looking for my stall, someone called out to me. Since the game characters are based on scanned real body data, they look almost identical to their real-life appearances, so it's normal to be recognized by acquaintances. I turned around, and a chill suddenly rose in my heart. Lu Ruoyan, the woman who betrayed me in the final battle. Lu Ruoyan was dressed in a luxurious green French suit, her expression cold, and said, "Have you finally gathered enough money to buy me equipment as a gift? I do indeed lack a blue quality staff." Lu Ruoyan looked at me, rarely showing a hint of a smile, and said, "This counts as a task for you. If you can complete it, I will consider agreeing to have a meal with you." I scoffed. At this stage, players who could gather a complete set of green ordinary gear could be counted on one hand, and a blue quality main weapon was worth at least 10 gold coins. In my previous life, I worked hard for 10 days, only to receive a simple thank you from her, and she didn't even fulfill her promise to have a meal together. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but curse. "Stay away from me, don't block the way." Lu Ruoyan was taken aback, not expecting me to treat her this way. Just when Lu Ruoyan was filled with doubt, I saw the figure I had most wanted to see since my rebirth. I directly pushed Lu Ruoyan aside and walked firmly towards that graceful silhouette. "Youwei." I placed my hand on the girl's shoulder. Shen Youwei turned around, and upon seeing me, her watery eyes widened in surprise as she said, "Baichuan, you also started playing this game?" Looking at the girl in front of me, I was filled with mixed emotions. Looking back at my previous life, I suddenly realized that the person who had always loved me the most was this pure and kind girl. Youwei saw that I had chosen the warrior profession and immediately offered to give me 3 pieces of newly dropped green equipment, but she clearly only had 4 pieces of green equipment on her. If her main weapon, the longbow, had been useful to me, she probably would have given that to me as well. However, I refused her on the grounds that the equipment was too ugly and invited her to go hunt monsters in the wild together later. The most important thing right now is to acquire equipment. Soon I found my stall and wrote a sign, high price for purchasing new beginner whiteboard equipment for warriors. Pre-sale, hurry. As soon as the sign was up, many people stopped to watch. After playing games for so many years, it was the first time I saw someone buying worthless beginner equipment. Something unusual must be going on, and many people thought there must be a catch. So everyone was watching. At that moment, an uncle came up and asked, "Are you really going to buy whiteboard equipment?" I said, "Honest business, no deception. I am a conscientious merchant." However, the uncle quoted a price of 5 silver coins, probably thinking I was a newbie and planning to take advantage of me. So I immediately shouted, "Is there a lower price?" Seeing that I really wanted to buy, someone nearby immediately said, "Give me 3 silver coins, and I'll trade." After a lot of commotion, I figured out their bottom line, 1 silver coin to acquire a set of warrior whiteboard equipment, and 3 copper coins for a single item. Those who want to trade should hurry. Everyone immediately rushed to grab, throwing one piece of equipment after another at me, afraid they wouldn't get a good deal. Fortunately, the backpack capacity in the game is very large and can hold everything. Looking at the densely packed beginner equipment in my backpack, I felt a surge of joy. With these items, I could gain a wave of super enhancement and even unlock the first feature of the ultimate artifact. I immediately found a secluded spot, stacked the 2 beginner long swords in my hands together, and began the fusion. Half a minute later, the 2 rusty long swords in my hand fused into one. I immediately opened the equipment details, and the rusty long sword had a base effect of +10 attack. As I expected, one rusty long sword had an attribute of +5 attack, and after fusion, it became +10 attack. One by one, the beginner long swords in my hand were fused, and when the 10th sword was completed, the equipment panel underwent a dramatic change. The sharp long sword had a base attack of +50, with the feature sharp, which added 10 points of armor penetration. This is a feature that only blue quality equipment has a chance to possess, and now it unexpectedly appeared on a base weapon. Even though I was once the number 1 powerhouse on the leaderboard, I had never heard of such a situation. If I fused 100 long swords, this attribute would be absolutely incredible. Thinking of this, I felt a bit excited. Of course, what I looked forward to the most was the first feature of the ultimate artifact. I saw the light on my hand continuously shining, as 100 rusty long swords fused together. With a flash of white light, the 100 refinements sword appeared. It had a base attack increase of 500, a sharpness feature, and an additional 100 points of armor penetration. The 100 refinement steel had a 1% chance to cut through high-quality weapons, a 10% chance to cut through ordinary quality weapons, and a 100% chance to cut through base quality weapons. Looking at the attributes of the 100 refinement sword, I swallowed hard. These attributes were simply incredible. Managing to fuse into a base weapon with 500 points of attack and 100 points of armor penetration. My health was only a total of 100 points. Just a scratch from this sword would be fatal. Moreover, the newly added characteristics of the forged steel are extremely abnormal. Even high-quality weapons have a chance to be severed. It's worth noting that there are only a handful of players who currently possess high-quality weapons. I have now fused 100 pieces of equipment, and the first characteristic of the ultimate artifact should have appeared. I couldn't wait to open the equipment interface of the ultimate artifact, recalling that the unique effect of the ultimate artifact is the infinite fusion of equipment. With the first tier characteristic, for every 100 pieces of equipment fused, it permanently increases armor value by 1 point. Seeing this, I gasped in shock. The ultimate artifact is indeed terrifying, and the first unlocked characteristic is ridiculously powerful. It is important to know that in the early stages of the Divine Path world, armor value is more important than health. To deal damage to the enemy, you must first break down their armor, and recovering health is quite troublesome. Whether through potions or healing skills, both methods of recovery are costly or time-consuming. Armor, on the other hand, only requires you to exit combat mode to recover quickly. Therefore, during outdoor adventures, armor can be even more useful than health. I was excited and continued to merge. Amidst the constant flickering of light, a super strong equipment made from 100 pieces of coarse cloth pants and coarse cloth tops appeared. I excitedly clicked on the details of the 2 pieces of equipment. Golden silk armor, with a base armor value of 900, characteristic of being lightweight, does not affect agility when worn. Silk, reduces the enemy's attack speed by 10% when attacked. Golden silk pants, with a base armor value of 900, characteristic of being lightweight, Silk, reduces the enemy's attack speed by 10%. Lin Yan grinned. Once the equipment is fused, it binds the ultimate artifact and also inherits its unique attributes. Once equipped, the soul is bound, non-transferable, non-discardable, non-replaceable, non-destructible, and will not fall off. In the future, as they continue to fuse and evolve, these pieces of equipment will all grow to an unrivaled level. Even, each of them surpasses a divine artifact. Just right now, his one outfit gave him 800 points of armor, 500 points of attack, 100 points of armor breaking and 4 traits. It's already primed to be invincible. This feeling of becoming stronger at breakneck speed was mesmerizing, and he couldn't wait to go to the wilderness to frantically brush monsters and explode gold coins. Get online and fight the monsters. Lin Yan sent a group invitation to the list's only friend, the girl who loved salt. Swish! Shen Youwei quickly appeared in front of Lin Yan, her little mouth bulging. I've eaten 2 boxes of bread, and if you don't invite me I'm going to burst. Lin Yan cried and laughed. This girl, she was also too brain dead. I didn't realize before that you're still a big eater. And I'm also I'd never gain weight no matter how I eat body. Envious, right? Shen Youwei crossed her arms and proudly said, it's dangerous to make flags indiscriminately. Lin Yan joked as he walked towards the outside of the village. Shen Youwei quickly caught up. Lin Yan, did you buy enough potions? It's troublesome to return blood in this game. I've saved up quite a few blood restoration potions, so I'll share half of them with you first. And be sure to stay behind me in a moment. As good as you are at playing the game, this game really isn't like any of the previous ones, and it's easy to die if you haven't gotten started. But Lin Yan, you're so smart. Surely you'll soon be better than me. Shen Youwei nodded her chin, her little brain flying, afraid that she had missed something. Even if it was just a game, she didn't want to see her favorite person die. The corners of Lin Yan's mouth involuntarily softened as he looked at this girl whose eyes were full of himself. He patted Shen Youwei's head. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. Chapter 5, a one-shot second kill. Stunned Shen Youwei. 1 kilometer away from the novice village is the wild monster zone, where all kinds of monsters lurk, hiding deadly dangers. Shen Youwei held her longbow tightly and walked in front of Lin Yan, her small face full of vigilance. Lin Yan looked at her level 4. This upgrade speed wasn't considered slow amongst players. God's Earth is inherently difficult, and dying once drops you a level, undoing previous efforts. Whoosh! A python leapt out swiftly from the corner and opened its bloody mouth to bite at the 2 men's heads. Shen Youwei was caught off guard and let out a loud cry. The first monster encountered was the level 5 green-scaled python. That's too much luck. Lin Yan, retreat quickly. This is a level 5 monster. We can't handle it. Shen Youwei's eyes were firm. Even if she died, she would still stall for Lin Yan. Tier 1 players are penalized by not being able to come online for 12 hours if they die. She hitched her bow and fired in one fluid motion. Snort! The arrow hits the green-scaled python squarely, causing -16 to emerge from its head. Level 5 green-scaled python has a full 223 points of blood. Once I get close, I can't deal with it at all. Shen Youwei eyes show despair. Now she only hopes to be able to buy more time for Lin Yan, even if 1 more second is good. Moments before she was struck, a force pulled her to her feet, dodging the attack. Lin Yan! Shen Youwei realized that she was being protected in Lin Yan's arms, and her little face swished red, but she immediately reacted. Why didn't you? Thumbs up! Before the words fell, there was a flash of cold light, only to hear the long roar of sword chi in his ears. The expected damage of being knocked away did not appear. Shen Youwei turned her head in confusion, and her soft body instantly stiffened. The terrifying green-scaled python had actually been decapitated with a single slash, and his body was on the spot. The experience orb merged into Lin Yan's body, causing him to rise directly to level 2. My god! Shen Youwei was flabbergasted in Lin Yan's arms, momentarily wondering if she was in a dream. Level 5 monsters, synonymous with power in the novice village, were actually killed in a single slash. Although she didn't see exactly, Lin Yan's damage from this slash was at least over 200 points. Over 200 points of damage at level 1. Shen Youwei's eyes showed confusion, and her little brain couldn't figure out how Lin Yan actually did it. Lin Yan, you don't have a hang-up, do you? After holding her tongue for half a day, Shen Youwei drummed her little face and asked suspiciously. Ahem. Lin Yan rubbed his nose. Was this a woman's sixth sense? That's a good guess. What are you thinking? It's clearly my skill. Really? Shen Youwei blinked her big eyes in thought, then came to a realization. I know, brother Lin Yan. You're experienced and it's only natural that you're more powerful. Not bad for a man who can be the president of an online gaming club. Lin Yan cried and laughed as he shook his head. This silly girl was also too good at brainstorming, but now that she'd figured it out on her own, he wasn't going to add to it. Thought I'd be able to fly you this time, but it turns out I'm still a rookie. Woohoo! Shen Youwei thought, saddened. her small face filled with frustration. Lin Yan laughed out loud and somewhat reluctantly let go of the girl in his arms. You're already very good. Next just follow me and try to rise to level 9 together in less than 3 hours. 3 hours together to level 9. Youwei was so surprised that she even forgot to be shy, her eyes glaring round. 9th level is the level limit before obtaining a career template. It didn't sound high, but so far in the entire novice village, there were only a handful of people who had reached level 9. Professional online gamers are taking days to get to level 9 in 3 hours. However, when she thought of Lin Yan's exaggerated slash just now, she was filled with confidence again. Next, it's hunting time. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth quirked. Walking through the jungle, all the monsters he saw were killed with a single slash. The highest level of the novice village wild monsters was also level 9. And even if a level 9 normal monster, its blood quantity was only about 400. It simply couldn't withstand a single slash from Lin Yan. Exploding equipment. Youwei's eyes lit up. After taking out more than 20 monsters, she finally exploded her equipment. Lin Yan swept a glance at the equipment that had burst out. Short sword, normal, plus 10 attack power. Instantly disinterested, it was casually stowed away in a backpack. It's too slow to upgrade like this. He's not happy about it. The level of the nearby monsters was not high, and the density was also low, so the efficiency of brushing them was too slow, and it took 20 minutes to brush them to level 4. The key thing is that he needs to attack in order to stack armor. These monsters were too weak. None of them could resist a single slash from him. It doesn't stack up at all. Follow me. Lin Yan led Youwei towards the depths at breakneck speed. The further we went the more desolate it became, and the more withered the trees became, with eerie graves and dismal cries surrounding them. Gollum. Youwei's palms were sweating with fear. For a girl, this scene was too scary. She couldn't help but follow closely behind Lin Yan, almost on the verge of sticking to his back. There should be a swipe point around here. Lin Yan recalled carefully, and in passing, he slashed a rank 8 sword-wielding skeleton to pieces. Run! 3 wretched players rolled out of the jungle, all leveled at 6 or 7, which was considered impressive in a novice village. It's horrible. I'll never play games again. Mom, I'm going to study hard. So many monsters. They looked horrified and screamed at the 2 men. It'll be too late if we don't run. The monsters hidden here are too scary. They're probably bosses. They're not something we can deal with at all. Lin Yan almost laughed out loud. If they really encountered a novice village boss, these 3 people were afraid that they wouldn't even have a chance to escape, and they would be sent back to the spring in a single glance. It seems to be heading in the right direction. Lin Yan lowered his heart, turned his head, and smiled at Youwei. Afraid? As long as I follow you, Lin Yan, I'm not afraid of going anywhere. Youwei was obviously scared, but still a puffy chest, firmly said, follow me. Soon, a large collapsed grave appeared in front of Lin Yan. The grave exuded an eerie black aura, attracting many undead monsters to gather here. Sensing the scent of a living person, these skeletons and zombies looked at them in unison, and their eerie, empty eyes were filled with horrifying killing intent. So many monsters. Youwei gulped and tightly grasped her bow and arrow. There were at least 100 monsters here, and although the highest level of those zombies was also level 9, they were obviously much stronger than the skeletons. As soon as she probed, she immediately blanched. Graveyard zombie, elite, grade, 9, blood, 900, armor, 80, attack power, 40, physical resistance, 15, legal resistance, 8, skills, necrotic poison, passive, bite, frenzy, more than twice as powerful as the monsters we encountered before. Youwei looked at the dozen or so zombies in the group of undead with great pressure. Lin Yan shook his head and lost his smile. The 3 players who had just fled were clearly treating the elite monsters as bosses. Should we retreat? With so many monsters, it's safer to come with the crusade team. Youwei held her bow and arrow, even though she was only level 5. As long as Lin Yan said fight, she would never hesitate. Retreat? These are our experienced babies. Lin Yan's eyes looked warmly at the densely packed undead creatures in front of him, the corners of his mouth bringing up an excited smile, only to see him carry his long sword upside down. He rushed towards the zombie group head-on. Chapter 6 Ruler Level First Kill Notice. Are you hiding your ID? Roar. The undead swarm was clearly enraged by Lin Yan and hissed as they rushed towards him. The charge of hundreds of undead creatures was incomparably terrifying in its aura. Youwei's face was pale, but her hands didn't stop. Arrows were shot one after another, to help Lin Yan reduce the pressure. Unfortunately, with only level 5, even if her archery skills weren't bad, the damage caused couldn't even be talked about as a scrape for these high-level skeletons and zombies. Snort! Lin Yan's stance was athletic, and with a single slash, he chopped up the level 9 bone lance skeleton that had rushed at the front and had a blood level of 409. The momentum of the undead creature's charge visibly stalled. The blast damage from the slash stunned the walkers. That's enough chopping. Lin Yan slashed one by one, and in no time, he had cut down a dozen skeletons. Snort! In the distance, a number of arrows from the skeleton archers came, and a wave of them knocked off close to 200 points of his armor. Finish you off first. Lin Yan's eyes were cold and sharp. These archers were the only existences that could pose a threat to him, so naturally, he had to prioritize getting rid of them. Immersed in the state of killing, his brain was incredibly calm. In the next moment, Lin Yan displayed a perfect grade stance, and with a slight movement of his body, he avoided most of the arrows. It also causes a visual dead zone with the help of the enemies around you, causing the skeleton archers to lose their target. Just like that, he killed all the way to the skeleton archers, and surprisingly, apart from the first wave of arrows, he didn't get hit by a single arrow again. Youwei looked dumbfounded, and the speed of shooting arrows in her hand slowed down. This stance, this sword technique, is also too handsome. Although she had teamed up with Lin Yan before to play other online games and knew that Lin Yan was highly skilled, but it's not at all on the same level as what was shown today. I see. It must have been those online games before that limited him. The battles in God's Earth were closer to real wrestling, so he was able to utilize his full strength. This is his true strength. The young girl was completely mesmerized. Lin Yan's set of sword and stance techniques that had been honed through blood and fire could be called the art of killing. At this current point in time, it was a complete descending blow. Snort! Even if it was an elite monster, a graveyard walker, it simply couldn't hold him back, and he would surely die within 2 slashes. Lin Yan seemed like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, lifting his sword to kill into the skeleton archer squad, slashing one by one. In a matter of moments, the skeleton archer was hacked into a pile of broken skeletons. With the frantic killing, his level continued to rise, and he soon broke through level 5. After level 5, the amount of experience needed rises dramatically, and the experience bar advances slows down for the naked eye. Roar! The earth trembled for a moment. The number of undead creatures plummeted, alerting the terrifying presence in the collapsed great tomb. A stiff white hand suddenly broke out of the grave. The black gas was disturbed, and all of a sudden the electricity flashed and the rain flowed. Gulp! Youwei gulped. This scene was too weird. It's finally out. Instead of being afraid, Lin Yan's eyes flashed with joy. He came here for the guy in the grave. The collapsed mass grave trembled as another hand broke through the ground. Then, a black shadow rose from the grave at first glance and jumped more than 3 meters high. It was pale, dressed in birthday suits, with fingernails a foot long, and exuding a creepy, necrophilic aura. Zombies! Youwei exclaimed. There are actually zombies in this game. She turned on her scrying skill. Graveyard Whitestiffs, Commander. Grade, 9. Blood, 2999. Armor, 260. Attack power, 77. Physical resistance, 25. Legal resistance, 20. Skills, necrotic poison, passive. Necrotic corrosion. Undead summoning, bite, frenzy. More than 5 times more powerful than a skeleton of the same level. Youwei's face went completely pale. Although Lin Yan was very strong, dealing with so many undead monsters while having to fight such a terrifying white stiff. Can it really be done? She gritted her teeth and gave her full output, trying to do her small part. Lin Yan looked at the data of the white stiffs in the graveyard, but froze. I remembered it wrong? Was it so weak? Back when the graveyard white stiffs first appeared, it was known as the nightmare of a novice village. He practiced his technique for quite some time before he managed to kill it. Commander is the strongest monster class in the novice village besides boss. Was hoping you'd let me stack a few more points of armor. Lin Yan shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that with his current explosive output, he could only go to the novice village boss if he wanted to stack his armor. Without waiting for him to think too much, the white stiff had already killed at extreme speed, clearly much faster than the other undead creatures. Corpse chi filled the air and invaded Lin Yan, slowing him down. Roar! The white stiff erupted with black aura, and his blood and attack speed rose by 20%. It was very cautious and came up with its berserk and corpse aura corrosion skills on, so it could be said that it was giving its all. Let's see how many slashes you can catch from me. Although Lin Yan didn't have skills, he had a top-notch combat knife technique. The figure retreated in order to advance, chopping out 2 slashes in a second. The legendary stacked blade technique? Youwei's small mouth opened in shock. The stacked blade technique removes the backswing and enables the user to achieve an instant doubling of attack speed. There are only a handful of such techniques that even the top online gaming gods can use. Snort! As the 2 slashes went down, -585 and -588 numbers immediately appeared above the white stiff's head. The white stiff panicked. How strong it is in blood. Even a level 9 player would only have 400 points of blood, while in its berserk state, it was more than 3,500 points of blood. Counting armor, the blood armor total is close to 4,000. Nearly a third of them were knocked out in one shot. It was even more furious, its sharp nails flying like knives. Unfortunately, before Lin Yan's subtle stance, the white stiff couldn't even touch him. Snort! Lin Yan seemed like a cat playing with a mouse, prancing around. The slashes were quick and precise, each one dealing close to 600 points of damage to the white stiff. The white stiff at the bottom of his blood was in a hurry and started chanting, preparing to unleash the skill, undead summoning. But, before he could cast the spell successfully, the chanting came to an abrupt end, because it's been hacked to death in a messy way. Lin Yan, you're so handsome. Youwei couldn't help but wave her pink fist. Such a terrifying white stiff was put to death without even having the time to release his summoning skill. Gathering up the equipment that the white stiffs had popped out, Lin Yan turned his head and began to harvest the remaining undead monsters. What had been a ghastly graveyard quickly became silent. Is it only level 8? Still seems like too few kills. Lin Yan spat in a less than satisfied manner. Due to the opening of the 50-50 experience sharing group rule, Youwei had also reached level 8. Lin Yan, you're too strong. I thought it would take at least 10 days to reach level 8. Youwei excitedly hugged Lin Yan, unable to hide her happiness. Ding! You have completed the Commander level Monster Single First Kill achievement. A service-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you want to hide your ID? The game prompt appeared in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan's eyes lit up and his tone was firm. No! The next moment, the magnificent announcement resounded in everyone's ears. Announcement! Congratulations to player Yen D for reaching the first single kill, Commander class, Monster Achievement. Reward Skill Book *1. Fine Weapon *2. Free Attribute Points *10. Blood Restoration Potion *50. We hope that players will be aware of this and continue to work hard to create their own legend in the world of God's Earth. Chapter 7, Mu Qingwan? A knife to the head. What? This game actually has a hidden achievement system? Getting a skill book, 2 fine weapons, 10 points of free attributes, and dozens of potions all at once. How can this splash of riches not be my turn? Commander class monsters? Never seen it before. But since it can be killed alone, it means it's not strong. This Yen D is really lucky. If I had come across it first, this reward would have been mine. As soon as the announcement dropped, the novice village exploded with discussions, and the ID Yen D was memorized by many people who had the heart to remember it. In the forest graveyard, a crusade team of over 50 players marched in aggressively. Yen D? Humph. Just a guy who got lucky. The leader of the crusade frowned and snorted coldly. Beside him, Mu Qingwan had trouble calming her heart. That guy's ID seems to be called Yen D as well? Nope. He's clearly level 1 in the morning. There's no way it's him. I'm probably misremembering. Don't dawdle. According to the brothers who scouted the map, the gathering of monsters to be crusade this time has at least 100 high-level undead. It's very hard to chew on. The old man beside the chief bellowed. The purpose of this mission is to brush the young chairman and also Miss Mu with equipment. As soon as you get the equipment, retreat immediately. Do you hear me? Got it, Steward Lee. The crusade players were talking and laughing and not nervous. The leading youth was none other than the young president of the White Wolf Guild, one of the 9 major gaming guilds in the Summer Kingdom, the Poison Duke. The members of the crusade team were also all experts of the White Wolf chapter. They were all level 7 at the weakest and were confident in their skills, completely disregarding the undead gathering. Here we are. Watch out everyone. The old man looked cautiously, but froze outright. The graveyard, which should have been filled with undead creatures, was now empty, with only 2 players standing there. Inferno Emperor. Seeing the ID above Lin Yan's head, the youth's eyes narrowed. What a coincidence. Lin Yan. Mu Qingwan couldn't believe that Yen D was actually really him, but he was still only level 1 in the morning. Obviously, it's incredible. She quickly suppressed her surprise and began to calculate in her mind. No matter how Lin Yan did it, she would have to rethink Lin Yan's utilization. Rather a worthy fellow. Perhaps I should really consider rewarding him with a meal and giving him a little hope to hang on to. Did you just complete the hidden achievement? Young President Poison Duke swept a glance at Lin Yan. Which guild are you from? I didn't expect to be preempted by you guys. He didn't think that Lin Yan could exterminate monster gatherings on his own, and subconsciously assumed that he had the support of a large guild behind him. As for why there were only 2 Lin Yan left here, the odds are that all the guild members who came with them were killed by the monsters. He's a classmate of mine, not some guildie. Mu Qingwan opened her mouth, her voice clear and cold. Oh, Duke Poison was a bit surprised. Qingwan, you know him? Mu Qingwan nodded and walked straight up. Lin Yan, I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Maybe you picked up something, but luck is part of strength. Congratulations. Lin Yan swept a glance at Duke Poison and Mu Qingwan, his heart chilling with coldness. In the starry battlefield of his previous life, all the races fought for supremacy, and even if an individual was strong, he could not reverse the starry sky. The final divine battle, in particular, requires a team of 5 people who trust each other to raid. Mu Qingwan was his girlfriend, so naturally, she was trained by him as a core teammate. As for Duke Poison, as Mu Qingwan's male best friend, and with a high level of talent, Lin Yan had likewise cultivated him as his right-hand man for the final divine battles considerations. However, when Mu Qingwan backstabbed him, the poisonous Duke even made a move to stop his other teammates from coming to his rescue as well. This pair of dogs, obviously in cahoots. Not only did he betray himself, but he also betrayed Blue Star and the entire human race. You don't have to worry, I don't blame you, Mu Qingwan said to herself. Lin Yan all froze. I haven't even made a move to take revenge yet. What are you blaming me for? I know that you ignored me to go to this girl this morning to purposely piss me off and try to justify your existence. Mu Qingwan tilted her swan-like noble white neck with confidence. She'd seen this kind of play before, commonly used by high-class licking dogs. She continued with what she thought was sincerity. As long as you give me the achievement reward you just got as a gift and join the White Wolf Guild. Tomorrow. No, tonight I'll go out for dinner with you and allow you to treat me. How about it? Lin Yan grinned out. He was truly exasperated and laughed at how he had been mesmerized by such a woman in his previous life. It was clear that she was the one who had asked for it, and she was making a stinky face as if she was giving it to her. Sure enough, it's still the same thing. Yuck, lickspittle shall not die. Shen Youwei lowered her head a little sadly when she saw Lin Yan smile. Is it true that Lin Yan just wants to use her as a tool person to fight with school sister Mu? It's rare for Qingwan to reward her face by agreeing to have dinner with another man, so you have to cherish it. The Poison Duke spoke falsely, saying, by the way, if you join the White Wolf Labor Union, this Gongzi won't treat you poorly. Here's the deal, $2,000 a month. That's a good salary for a college student. Consider it? He read the private chat Mu Qingwan had given him and knew Lin Yan's details. After realizing that he was just a poor student who had no power and earned his living by playing games, the Poison Duke couldn't help but sneer out. If it wasn't for the fact that his father saw the potential of the divine soil and ordered him to recruit more experts, he wouldn't even bother talking to Lin Yan. Give me the gear first. Mu Qingwan looked at Lin Yan's face full of smiles and thought that he had agreed. A proud look appeared in her eyes and she rightfully extended her hand. Poor is really good at holding it. However, the response to her was a biting knifelight. What? Mu Qingwan was completely unable to react. It happened too suddenly, and Lin Yan's strike was too decisive. You, without even spitting out half a word, he saw a -330 emerge from the top of Mu Qingwan's head. With a flash of cold light, its head was thrown high into the air. A knife to the head. Ouch. The anger that had been pent up in Lin Yan's chest since he was reborn finally dispersed a little, and his thoughts were much more enlightened. And everyone but him was dumbfounded. No one uttered a word for a long time. You, how dare you? The Poison Duke was shocked and angry. A poor student. How dare he kill his sweetheart, the daughter of a $10 billion conglomerate? Where did he get the reason? Where did he get the nerve? It's just a matter of killing if you want to. Lin Yan sneered and looked at the Poison Duke. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you away with me. Asterisk. You've got a big mouth. Duke Poison's anger was sky high. He and Mu Qingwan had been a bit arrogant just now, but it wasn't as if they were saying that they were moving killers. Most importantly, it was always him who bullied others. When had he ever been bullied? Sir, calm down. Next to him, Butler Lee was in a cold sweat. He just killed Miss Mu with a single stab. So what? Dozens of our experts are still afraid of one of him. The Poison Duke gritted his teeth. He's only level 8 right now and he's doing at least 330 points of damage with a single slash. If the boss knows that we're messing with such a top expert, he'll be upset, Steward Lee advised. He was clear that 330 points was only the upper limit of Mu Qingwan's blood volume, and was by no means the upper limit of this Inferno Emperor's damage. Chapter 8, One man must fight against 1,000 horses. Ha, breaking up? I'll kill him once, then dump him with a $5 million signing fee. I don't believe he won't come and kneel to me. Kill him, Duke Poison bellowed. Holler. Behind the Poison Duke, the White Wolf Guild's experts all sneered as they walked forward. In online gaming, numbers are truth. Otherwise the player wouldn't have been labeled the fourth natural disaster. Even if you were a god, as long as you dared to light up the blood bar, you would have to be slowly drained to death in the face of endless players. A crusade team of 50 people would be qualified to challenge a boss in any other online game. Still can't beat a player. Lin Yan let out a cold smile and protected Shen Youwei behind him. Don't get involved in the fight. It will be over soon. Aha! Shen Youwei nodded her head obediently. The moment Mu Qingwan was decapitated she realized that Lin Yan didn't take her as a tool person, and at this moment her heart was sweet and honeyed. As for Lin Yan being in danger? Not at all. That's the man who wiped out an entire monster colony with one man. It could be said that at this point, her confidence in Lin Yan had reached a point of no return. These people might not even be able to crusade against the White Stiffs, let alone Lin Yan. Since you're begging for death, I'll fulfill you. Lin Yan held his sword and walked slowly towards the White Wolf Guild. God's Earth does not encourage private fights between players, and the experience gained from killing players is minimal, and the probability of dropping equipment is low, and killing a player will also increase the infamy value. Killing a person needs to kill 10 wild monsters of the same level to wash away, but with his monster killing speed, this penalty is completely equivalent to non-existence. Die. The two White Wolf Union players launched a joint attack with one on the left and one on the right. Lin Yan simply sidestepped, the 100 refined treasure blade in his hand slashing horizontally. -258, -292, a cold light flashed, and 2 damage values floated out from the tops of their heads. Pom-pom. Before the two could react, they fell to the ground one after another, their blood-stained bodies quickly shattering and dissipating. One slash to kill 2 people. These experts chilled inwardly. This tactic was horrifying. There was only one explanation for this: the damage of this slash was higher than the blood of the 2 players combined. Snort! Lin Yan was like walking idly, killing 10 people in 10 steps as one figure after another fell at his feet. In the blink of an eye, the White Wolf Union was decimated by more than 30 people. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? Poison Duke subconsciously took 2 steps backward. You're afraid you're not a head humanoid boss. Not bad. It doesn't provide much experience, but it allowed me to stack over 30 points of armor. Lin Yan nodded. This was an unexpected gain. Stop. Duke Poison waved his hand repeatedly. We're sort of not fighting. The White Wolf Union is recruiting experts like you. I'll make the call and pay you $300,000 a year. Be my little brother. If your brain is not working well, go and get it cured. Don't show up in front of me again. I'll kill you every time you show up. Lin Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense and walked up to the Poison Duke as if he was in no man's land, slashing him in half horizontally with a single slash. Gollum. You killed our young chairman. The White Wolf Guild experts were sweating and shivering as they spoke. This man in front of me is simply an unreasonable killing god. Lin Yan looked askance at the White Wolf Guild's group of experts. Roll yourselves or shall I send you back to the spring? How dare these people talk back? They were all scared less and fled. White Wolf Guild building. The poisonous Duke was furious. Mu Qingwan sat across from him, and her chest also rose and fell violently. She was actually struck down by a lickspittle who didn't give a damn. You classmates are simply too arrogant. The poisonous Duke was so angry that he slapped the table. And didn't you say that he's a poor student who lacks money? I rewarded him with a $300,000 annual salary and he called me sick in the head? I also wonder. Obviously as a weak character poor licking dog is right. How with a change of person? Mu Qingwan couldn't figure it out either, shaking her head straight. But soon she didn't care. This kind of character of his is destined to only fight alone, without joining a guild. He won't go far. Humph. That's also true. With the support of the entire guild, I'm going to surpass him with no effort at all. The poisonous Duke said viciously. When his rank goes up in a few days, I will definitely kill him a few times to relieve my anger. Not that he ever thought of retaliating in reality. It's just a game to play. And if he has to beat the crap out of someone because he got shot in a game, then he can't retaliate. What's more, once something like offline retaliation was exposed, the White Wolf Guild and even the Mu Consortium behind it would be affected. And it simply wasn't worth it. Forget about him for now. The most important thing right now is still the boss first kill. Mu Qingwan said gruffly. This game of God's Earth has amazing insides. Once we grab the first kill, the significance will be immeasurable. Not bad. The Poison Duke nodded his head as well. One step at a time. As long as we grab the first kill of the boss, we might be able to make the White Wolf Guild sit in the top 3 of the 9 guilds. Being of the powerful class, they naturally knew some inside information in advance. This game, God's Earth, is a big deal. Ha ha, say what you will. The announcement of the Novice Village boss copy will open soon has been released, and the 9 major guilds have all begun to act. Duke Poison checked the message and said excitedly, "Oh, what action?" Mu Qingwan raised her eyebrows. My old man has put his blood on the line this time. He's formed a 1,000 member crusade team and vowed to take the first kill of the boss. Poison Duke was arrogant. This is the power of the guild. A poor student who fights alone. What can he compare? Novice Village. Trading Bazaar. What a great harvest this time. Youwei looked at her level 9 experience bar and marveled. Lin Yan, you're so strong. It hasn't even been 3 hours and we're both level 9. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Surprised by this? Don't worry. There will be many more things that will surprise you in the future. Because of the announcement of boss copy about to open, the Novice Village was obviously more lively than when he left. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Lin Yan mused. Killing the White Stiff was the hidden condition for the opening of the boss copy in the Novice Village, and originally the boss copy was to be opened at least 10 days later. His return clearly changed the timeline that was supposed to be there. based on the butterfly effect, this may affect the direction of many things in the future. And I wonder how big a storm I can fan with this butterfly. Lin Yan shook his head and smiled, no longer thinking about it. The most important thing today is still the boss' first kill. The first kill of the boss in the novice village was a part of his layout that he must not miss. He had to get it. The exact opening time of the boss copy was 0:00 a.m. He had to grab all the time he could to strengthen himself, or else he was likely to fail in grabbing the first kill, because his opponent is never a certain person. But 9 guilds. Once the boss replica was opened, each of the 9 guilds' 1,000-man level crusade teams would immediately start. That is to say, he, alone, is worth 1,000 armies. It's a tough task. Although the pressure was quite high, Lin Yan was confident. The gains he got from this fielding were enough to make a qualitative change in his strength again. Hungry? Get offline for a meal first, and brother will take you to brush the boss at night. Lin Yan smiled at Shen Youwei. I just nibbled on 2 boxes of bread and I'm not hungry at all. Shen Youwei shook her head dully. Ahem. Then go get some sleep. The boss copy won't open until 0 in the morning. By the way, if you wake up from sleep and it's not yet 0:00, go around the blacksmith store first. There might be an unexpected harvest. Lin Yan smiled mysteriously. A blacksmith store? Well, I'll keep that in mind. And you need to get some rest too. Although Shen Youwei was very reluctant, she obediently went offline. The blacksmith store was one of the 7 special NPCs in the novice village, and it would be great if Shen Youwei could trigger his hidden quest. Lin Yan swept a glance at his loot. First are the free attribute points. Free attribute points can be used to enhance a certain attribute at will. It's hard to get, and only appears on special quests or by completing hidden achievements. It can be invaluable to other players. However, he didn't care. With the ultimate artifact in place, as long as he fused equipment that could add the appropriate attributes, it would be a complete substitute for free attribute points. Add some. He adds all of his free attributes to attack speed, which is currently the most needed. It's really hard to raise a high-level attribute like attack speed. It's only gone up by 0.1. He shook his head. If you want to grab the first kill with the 1,000-man crusade, you need faster and stronger violent output. The blood returning potion isn't much use to me, but it can be used for young Vivi. As for this 1-star skill book, Lin Yan mused. Skill books are difficult to obtain in the early stages. Normally, there are only 3 ways to get it: killing commander-level monsters, worshipping NPCs, and special achievements. Therefore, even the lowest 1-star skill book was more expensive than the fine weapons sold. Fine weapons were priced between 5 to 10 gold coins, and 1-star skill books, which could now be sold for at least 20 gold coins. Let's see the exact effect of the skill first. After checking the skill description of the skill book, he immediately dismissed the idea of selling it and decided to learn it. A 1-star skill has been acquired. You have gained the skill, Stacked Waves 3 Blades. Lin Yan looked at the introduction of the Stacked Waves 3 Blades. Swings 3 slashes in 1 second. Each slash increases damage by 20%, and attack speed is increased by 10% for 30 seconds after casting. Mana consumption, 10. Cooldown, 1 minute. So strong at only 1 star. Its potential is high. As long as there is enough proficiency, the skill will be able to ascend to the next star. It's enough to become one of my killer skills in the future. Lin Yan's gaze was venomous, so he could naturally see the potential of this skill. The high burst also comes with an attack speed bonus, which is equal to a god skill for warriors. Phew, that's basically all taken care of. Lin Yan turned his gaze to the most important gain for him: monster popped equipment. Chapter 9, You're surrounded by me. This time, a total of 39 pieces of green normal equipment and 3 pieces of blue refined equipment were brushed out. 1 of the fine and 2 of the general armor are bows and arrows. Lin Yan put away these 3 pieces of equipment first, preparing to replace all of them with white plate bows and arrows in a while. For each type of equipment, the ultimate artifact can fuse 1. Helmet class, sword class, upper body armor class, lower body armor class, and naturally, bow and arrow class. In the future, all the bow and arrow equipment you hit will be used to create an exclusive divine bow for Youwei. Lin Yan's gaze burned. This time, lay out for the final divine war early. The first thing to do is to develop 4 trustworthy teammates. In his previous life, cultivating the poisonous Duke and Mu Qingwan was also a helpless move. They were backed by large guilds and consortia, and their resources were extremely large. When the Starry Sky battlefield opened, they were also the strongest group in terms of strength. And at that time, when all the clans were fighting for supremacy and the human race was in danger, it was simply too late to train new people. Now, everything is different. I can build a core squad from scratch that truly trusts each other and is absolutely invincible. He looked to the rest of this equipment with an expectant smile. The attribute bonus that green equipment can provide is roughly 2 times that of white plate equipment, so it's too much of a loss if you directly fuse it. Lin Yan shook his head. The price of normal equipment ranged from 2 to 3 gold coins, and selling it for white plate equipment would be a much bigger boost to his strength. Take this green short sword for example. It only has plus 10 attack power, but it sells for 2 gold coins. 2 gold coins can be exchanged for 20 sets of white plate warrior equipment, with plus 100 attack power after fusion, and 360 armor. So, these green gears definitely need to be replaced with white plate gears as soon as possible. After a while, when players are all advanced, they will need more gold. No one will waste their time selling whiteboard gear then. As for fine gear, Lin Yan looked at the 2 pieces of refined equipment in his hands. Starting with fine quality, weapons will have traits or attribute bonuses. With these 2 pieces, one provides an additional 10 points of broken armor and one provides plus 0.1 attack speed. 10 points of armor breaking isn't much use to me, but the attack speed attribute is important to me. The attack speed suit just melts, and the other armor breaking suit is sold for white plate gear. Lin Yan made up his mind. In later stages, attributes are much more important than just damage values. Returning from rebirth, he naturally had a long-term vision. After arriving at the bazaar, he skillfully made his way to stall 9527 and began selling equipment. As the boss copy is about to open, the trading bazaar is also on fire. He was snapped up just as soon as he set out his gear. It's still crazy. Lin Yan spat with his mouth, but his hands were counting the money. No more, no less. Exactly 100 gold coins in hand. He then put up that acquiring whiteboard equipment. Buy it now sign. With the previous credibility, no one questioned it this time, and it drew a crowd of players right after it was listed. Come on honey, that little cutie, here we go again. It's a great chance to trade in useless blank equipment for money. Older brother, don't ink. Hurry up and get online, it'll be too late. In the trading bazaar, player nicknames were hidden, and no one recognized Lin Yan as Yen Di. Selling high-level equipment and then acquiring whiteboard equipment is a laugh. It's probably a professional equipment dealer. Anyway, we're taking advantage of it, so it's not worth selling. Although they laughed at Lin Yan's stupidity on their lips, their hand speed was unaffected and they all rushed to sell. For 1 silver coin, you can buy a bottle of blood restoration potion. In their opinion, Lin Yan was purely being charitable and handing out potions here. Soon, the 100 gold coins that Lin Yan hadn't even warmed up in his hands were spent. Looking at the densely packed white plate equipment in his backpack, he grinned. This was a complete development. You're Emperor Yen, aren't you? Lin Yan looked up to see a competent short-haired man. To be able to recognize himself in a trading bazaar that hid his nickname, he was obviously prepared. He didn't bother playing dumb and nodded. Not bad. You got something? The blacksmith in the novice village is taking orders for customized equipment. If you pay him 100 gold coins, it's perfectly fine for a few pieces of customized equipment. But you chose to come and acquire whiteboard gear. This is really confusing. The dry, short-haired man smiled slightly, and as the first player in the world to unlock a hidden achievement, Mr. Yen Di is clearly not a stupid person. What the hell are you going to say? Lin Yan frowned and swept a glance at the man's attire. Upon seeing the red star symbol on his clothes, his heart stirred and he probably guessed the identity of the other party. I'm from the fledgling Eastern Guild, in case you haven't heard of it. Although it's a newly built guild, our strength and background is definitely stronger than all 9 major guilds. The dry man's expression was serious. If you're willing to join us, in addition to the $1 million signing fee, you'll also get $500,000 a year in annual salary, with additional benefits guaranteed. Lin Yan waved his hand. Not interested for now. The background of the Eastern Guild was indeed frighteningly large, and it was even fully qualified to say that it was the largest in the Summer Kingdom. This was because he knew that the background of the Eastern Guild was the official Xia state itself. In his layout, the Eastern Guild was an important part, but for some reasons, he didn't want to have too much contact with it before he had absolute strength. It's okay, Mr. Yen Di can add me as a friend first. When you see the strength of the Eastern Guild and are interested in joining, feel free to contact me. The able-bodied man was not disappointed. The higher-ups of the Eastern Guild also wanted to observe Yen Di's potential again. Could be. Lin Yan friended the other party and looked at the nickname of the inch-haired man, Cold Front. After saying goodbye, he walked out of the bazaar and prepared to go fuse his equipment. Boss, I can see that this kid took out dozens of pieces of equipment in one breath. He's rich as hell. Let's do it for him. Outside the bazaar, the crouching thief player said with sharp eyes. He's actually Emperor Yen? This time, the thief boss rubbed his chin. He still has at least 50 bottles of blood-returning potions on him, so it's really worth a job. The vice-commander on the side was stupid. The big guilds they didn't dare to rob, but Lin Yan, a solo traveler, still dared to take so much equipment out to sell. It was pure big fat sheep. Without robbing them, they felt ashamed of their professional ethics as thieves. Follow. The thief boss was completely heartened, waving his hand and leading the thief players to quietly follow him. Lin Yan's awareness was very sharp, and he immediately noticed that he was being followed. His mind wandered, and he had a plan. Because of their stealth skills, the thieves were confident beyond belief that it was unlikely that any player would notice them following them. He went into the alley. Great time. It's now. Do it. At the command of the thief boss, the thieves were incredibly excited and surged into the alley with a brain. No one? How can that be? I saw him go in there with my own eyes. He's not a ghost. I'm afraid. The thieves were in a cold sweat. Looking for me? At the entrance of the alley, Lin Yan stepped in and blocked these thieves in the courtyard. He wore a faint smile, his eyes cold and sharp. You are surrounded by me, so quickly bind your hands. Chapter 10 Main Weapon Evolution. The second characteristic. What are you talking about, crazy? The leader of the thieves' impossible part-time job laughed in exasperation. To be able to detect our tracking, you do have a couple of tricks up your sleeve, but there are more than a dozen of us, and you're just one person. How dare you say you've got us surrounded? I think you're out of your mind. Finish him off. Instead of surrendering, you dare to return fire on me? Then go take a dip in the spring. Lin Yan stepped forward and casually slashed out, killing the sharp-eyed thief standing at the front with a single slash. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This slash turned the thief leader's face white with fear. The one who was killed just now was his right-hand man, already a level 8 thief with a blood volume of more than 300, and he was actually killed by a single slash. What the hell kind of damage is this? No wonder he was able to take out so much equipment for a solo traveler. It was so sick. Brother, no. Great God. This is all a misunderstanding. The leader of the thieves, it's impossible to work part-time, waved his hands and begged for forgiveness. Misunderstanding? Lin Yan sneered. A bunch of professional thieves with infamy values on their heads. What's there to misunderstand? Hand over all the equipment you've stolen so far, or I'll block you in the spring and kill you until you all drop back to level 1. Holy, so you're trying to rob us in turn. Impossible part-time job instantly realized, and was speechless. We're thieves by profession, and you're a gangster by profession, aren't you? Cut the crap. I'm going to count to 3. Hand it over or kill it. Lin Yan's blade flashed. Don't. Impossible to work part-time wants to cry. If you drop back to level 1, it will take at least a couple days to brush up again. Moreover, thieves are not protected by security, and if they are killed, the equipment drop rate is much higher than normal players. If Lin Yan really clogged the spring and killed them to level 1, then all this equipment on his body would have pretty much fallen off. Clap clap clap. The thieves emptied their backpacks and offered them to Lin Yan along with the equipment on their bodies. Lin Yan didn't even leave them with white plate equipment, and by the end of the day, all that was left on these guys was their pants. Exempt. You guys really didn't steal much. Lin Yan was satisfied. The theft skill allows you to directly steal items out of a player's backpack. The group of thieves had stolen hundreds of pieces of white plate equipment alone in just a few days, plus various potions, trinkets, and even 2 pieces of fine equipment. In addition, dozens of gold coins were also popped out. TSK, it can almost match my total income from this field trip. No wonder you guys chose to become thieves. It's so easy to make money. Lin Yan looked at impossible part-time job and gave a belly laugh. If you regularly brush the bandits as wildlife, it can be much more cost-effective than playing wildlife. That's all. We make really hard money. Impossible to work part-time, bemoaned. His creed in life was to never work part-time. That was why he chose the profession of a thief. As a result, I'm actually being hoarded out and working for free today. It's just a strange shame. You guys can get this kind of stuff? Lin Yan looked at the potion in his hand with some surprise. Uncontrol potion. Reduces control time by 10 seconds once. Special potions are very rare in the early stages, and he doesn't have the means to uncontrol them now. So this potion makes up for this shortcoming. Robbing the first kill with the crusade teams of the 9 guilds and even the eastern guilds was essentially robbing time. If the uncontrol potion is used properly, it might work wonders. He was getting more and more excited about regularly cracking down on a dark force like the bandits. Okay, you guys can off. Lin Yan waved his hand. Thank you. Great spirit. Impossible to work part-time ran away with his men in disarray, just out of the alley. They turned on their stealth skills to hide the fact that they were only wearing pants. Lin Yan didn't take the stolen goods he got from knocking around and sell them again, because these equipments are carrying the thief tag. Going to the trade bazaar to sell them will be mistaken for thieves, and novice village players can be said to hate thieves. In case he attracted a few thousand players to swarm him, he was exhausted. Although the earnings from being a thief are high, the things you steal can only be sold at a low price in the black market, so the gold earnings aren't as exaggerated as one might think. Lin Yan found a deserted place and began to fuse equipment, and after calculating, he fell into silence. Now there were only 8 hours left before the boss copy opened. whereas it took him 20 seconds to fuse a blank piece of equipment, half a minute for a normal piece of equipment, and 1 minute for a fine piece of equipment. Even if all 8 hours were used to fuse white plate equipment, it would only be able to fuse over 400 pieces, and he had 1,000 sets of newbie equipment today, plus swag, totaling over 3,000 pieces of white plate equipment. Even if you don't rest for a second, you can't finish fusing. Sure enough, Ma Shofu was right. Too much wealth is a worry. Lin Yan smiled to himself. Armor or attack boost first? How much does each lift? What a luxury of worry. Lin Yan engaged in thought as he fused. The first kill of the novice village boss is a very important achievement, and the nicer it is done, the higher the reward you will get. He intended to take Shen Youwei with him to brush, but did not intend to let Shen Youwei participate in the output. As long as the output is all he hits, it will count as a single kill. The achievement reward will be doubled when you kill the boss solo. Also, there are 4 difficulties for the copies: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. With each difficulty level, the rewards increase accordingly. I have to get the single first kill achievement on hell difficulty. Lin Yan's gaze was grave. Only then could he explode the strongest equipment outside of the hidden plot of the novice village. Most importantly, this achievement is also a prerequisite for perfecting the hidden storyline. Since we're fighting for time, the output has to be stacked. As for armor, can only try to make up for the shortcoming by walking. Lin Yan made up his mind. Fuse all the attack power first. Fusion successful. 100 refined treasure blade attack power plus 10. Fusion successful. 100 refined treasure blade attack power plus 20. Attack speed plus 0.1. The light from his hand flickered continuously, and the value of the 100 refined treasure blade was also soaring. Finally, after fusing another 900 blade-type weapons, the weapon luster of the 100 refined treasure blade became even more fiery. Has it evolved again? Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he clicked on the equipment details in succession. Magic sword 1000 blades, white attack plus 5210, attack speed plus 0.1. Characteristics: sharpens iron like clay, comes with 300 points of armor breaking. Blow off the hair, 1% probability to cut off a rare quality weapon, 10% probability to cut off a fine quality weapon, 100% probability to cut off a weapon of less than normal quality. 1000 blades, can be broken down into shattered blades, which can fly at the user's will, or can be turned into a hole at any time. Note, consumes 1 point of mana per second. What a demonic blade. 1000 blades. Lin Yan was overwhelmed with emotion and excitement. This weapon, not to mention level 9, even if his level 50 self from his last life saw it, he would have to smile. Just this, white? He frowned. He had never heard of a weapon with a white class suffix, but after all, it was a strange weapon from the fusion of the ultimate divine artifacts, so it was normal for it to be somewhat special. There's also the newly appeared 1000 blades trait, which is also extremely strong. The more Lin Yan looked at it, the more he liked it. A warrior's biggest dilemma was that they could only engage in melee combat, and only after advancing to the 3rd rank, elite professional, would they have the opportunity to unlock long-range damage skills. However, with the 1000 blades trait, his sword could completely transform into thousands of flying blades, moving with his mind, and his melee blades instantly turned into long-range weapons. With this sword in hand, even if you have 1,000 crusaders, so what? Lin Yan was in a good mood and turned to the ultimate artifact page. The 1000 pieces of equipment required for the second stage of the fusion effect have been achieved, and the second characteristic of the ultimate artifact should have been unlocked. What could it be? With immense anticipation, he clicked on the equipment detail page of the ultimate artifact. Chapter 11, Thousands of Crusaders. Boss battle opens. Ultimate artifact, unique. Unique effect, unlimited fusion equipment, 3rd level. Current progress, 1200/10,000. First level trait, attacks permanently increase armor value by 1 point, plus. Second level trait, permanently increases counter damage by 1 point when attacked, plus. Is it another growable trait? Lin Yan was a bit surprised. Being attacked increases the counter damage, and if the stack of counter damage is high enough, then it will bounce back as much damage as someone else hits him with later. It's also almost equal to invincibility when combined with high blood absorption or fast armor recovery skills. Lin Yan lamented that it was worthy of being an ultimate artifact, and that any of its characteristics could be invincible when developed to the later stages. He, on the other hand, had so many invincible traits at the same time. How can I lose this time? He was in a good mood and grabbed the time to continue fusing his equipment. Nowadays, although the attack power has exceeded the limit of the current level by an unknown amount, the blood and armor are not very high. If you go to fight a copy of hell, you'll probably fail. Prioritize the fusion of defensive equipment with physical and legal resistance attributes. Lin Yan is thinking clearly. Physical resistance and normal resistance are much more precious than consumable attributes like blood and armor, and their importance is not less important than attack speed and move speed at all. because physical resistance and legal resistance are fixed attributes. For example, if one's physical resistance is high enough, one is immune to physical attacks. It's a pity that items that can increase physical resistance and legal resistance are extremely rare in the Divine Earthworld, and there are only 2 of them out of so many. Ding! Fusion successful. Gold silk armor physical defense +2. Armor +10. Ding! Fusion successful. Golden silk armor +1 legal defense. Armor +20. He didn't stop with his hands, fusing his equipment frantically. 8 hours went by in a flash. After the magic blade 1000 blades evolved, he fused another 500 pieces of equipment into the golden silk armor. He looked at the attributes of the equipment after fusion. Golden silk armor, white plate, armor +5550. Physical defense +2. Legal defense +1. Characteristics, lightweight, does not affect dexterity when worn. Tangled silk, reduces enemy attack speed by 10% when attacked. Sure enough, it didn't evolve. Lin Yan was not surprised. Judging from the evolution requirements of the main weapon, to evolve the upper body armor, one would also need to fuse a cumulative total of 1000 pieces of equipment to do so. Time is running out. It's time to head to the boss copy entrance. Lin Yan had some regrets. If he had enough time to fuse all of the equipment in his backpack, his grasp would be even greater. He glanced at his attribute panel. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Profession, warrior. Grade, 9. Life, 400. Armor, 7049. Attack, 5235. Armor break, 300. Physical resistance, 10. Mana resistance, 6. Move speed, 1. Attack speed, 1. 2. Mana, 40. Equipment. Gold silk armor, white plate, armor +5550. Gold silk pants, white plate, armor +900. Magic sword 1000 blades, white, +5210 attack. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 3rd order. Skills, stacked waves and 3 daggers, 1 star. Ability, not yet available. Armor breaks 7000, and attack power breaks 5000. With the current strength to grab the first kill, it should barely be enough. Lin Yan took a long breath. Even though he had been the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, he had never attempted to solo a hell-level copy. This was seen as something that could never be done in the world of God's Earth. Here to brush the boss, Lin Yan sent Shen Youwei a group invitation. Soon, Shen Youwei came to him bouncing, a happy smile on her small face. Yo, so happy? Lin Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Lin Yan, you're amazing. I just chatted with that blacksmith NPC for a while and he gave me a super powerful equipment. Shen Youwei raised the handsome bow and arrow in her hand. Lin Yan scanned the attributes of the bow and arrow. Lian Yun bow, fine, attack +25. Attack speed +0. 3. Trait, armor break, 20 extra points of damage to armor. Nice guy. Lin Yan sked. The attributes of this Lian Yun bow were top of the top even among refined weapons. It seems my suspicions were correct. Lin Yan became more and more confident in his layout. Guess. Shen Youwei scratched her head in confusion. Ha ha, let's go raid the boss first, and I'll give you a big gift when we come back. Lin Yan laughed. Yes. Shen Youwei was very happy when she heard that Lin Yan wanted to give her a gift. The two came to the boss copy. It was already 23:59, and there was still a minute left before the boss copy would open. At this moment, the entrance to the boss copy was overcrowded. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with players. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a capacity cap on the novice village, as the first boss copy of the God's Earth, there would be at least a few 100 million players coming around tonight. A huge countdown was displayed in the sky, and as the time approached second by second, the atmosphere became more and more agitated. The 1,000-member crusade teams of the 9 guilds entered one after another, their momentum soaring to the sky, becoming the most eye-catching presence in the room. The underworld village was just a mediocre one among many novice villages, but the 9 guilds were able to gather a 1,000-man crusade team within a few hours, and their calling power and heritage could be seen. This means that they have likely placed thousands of members in every novice village. It seems that these big guilds are determined to win this boss first kill. After all, it's the first kill of the first boss. It's significant, and the guild that gets it will inevitably increase its influence. The players are talking. It'll be fun if some absolute dark horse steals this first kill from the 9 guilds tonight. It's simply impossible. The difference in strength between the other guilds and the 9 guilds is too great, and at most they've organized a 100-man crusade. It's not even on the same level. Vocally it loses. Let's just say, what if? I'll just put the word out. Never. I've been studying the online gaming scene for more than 10 years. If there really is such a dark horse, I'll live stream the show and eat. Okay, I'll remember you. The guy with the ID of online gaming know-it-all. The lively square grew quiet, because the countdown has begun. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The novice village boss copy opened on time and on schedule, and players were thrown into a state of ecstasy as everyone chose to enter at the same moment. There were crusade teams from all the major guilds, and there were also free player squads that had joined together to form a replica brigade. Players disappeared into the square in batches. Lin Yan looked at the copy difficulty selection page in front of him: normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and decisively chose hell. Swish! In the next moment, he and Shen Youwei arrived at a huge underground burial space. Brother Lin Yan, is it just the two of us? Shen Youwei, because of her natural dullness, only reacted when she arrived at the copy and asked in surprise. She had seen that all the other copy crusade teams had at least hundreds of people. Don't worry, there are two of us enough. A moment to kill the boss when you do not take action. On the sidelines to watch on the line, Lin Yan instructed. Aha! Shen Youwei now had complete trust in Lin Yan and nodded without hesitation. Lin Yan looked at the group of zombie monsters that pounced towards him just after entering the copy. A sharp smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next, it's killing time. Chapter 12, The Players Who Were Hard to Cry. Hell's copy of King Ru's palace. Why are the attributes of these monsters so high? Shen Youwei's eyes shook. Lin Yan swept a glance at the value of the monster in front of him. Zombies in the underground palace, elite, grade, 9. Blood, 4,500. Armor, 400. Attack power, 60. Physical resistance, 15. Legal resistance, 15. Skills, necrotic poison, passive, self-destruct, bloodlust, bite, frenzy, poisonous gas infestation. Lin Yan wasn't surprised. The weakest of the hell copies were elite monsters and would receive a 5-fold increase in their combined strength. It could be said that an elite monster here could beat at least 10 level 9 players at this stage. Don't panic, just keep your distance and output. Lin Yan gave Shen Youwei a reassuring smile. The girl nodded and began to draw her bow and shoot. Beginning level 9 to level 9 full experience. Need 1 to 9 levels of experience total. In the field to brush monsters to increase the speed of experience is very slow, so Lin Yan decided to bring Shen Youwei to the hell copy to speed brush her experience. Snort! Lin Yan quickly stepped forward and slashed. The head of the imposing zombie at the head was directly chopped off by this knife, with a large minus 4,900 coming out of its head. The entire room fell silent and the zombies stopped screaming in fear. Gulp! The elite monster of the hell copy was killed in a single slash. Shen Youwei looked dumbfounded. No one would believe the scene even if they said it. They would only think she was bragging. Although Lin Yan's attack power in the morning was terrifying, it was still at a level she could barely comprehend. But, this slash of 5,000 damage, even if she was stupid, it was clear that this was not something that could be done with skill. Die! The light of the blade was bitterly cold, and Lin Yan cut down all of these zombies one by one. The zombies' movement and attack speeds were relatively low, and with a dozen zombies surrounding him, they couldn't even touch the corner of his coat. Soon, more than a dozen zombies with more than 4,000 blood, all died miserably and collapsed to the ground, and a huge number of experience beads flew out and merged into Lin Yan and Shen Youwei's bodies. Go on! Lin Yan looked at the bronze gate in front of him and blasted it up with his fist. The majestic bronze gate vibrated, then slowly caved in. Densely packed monster figure in its wake revealed. The rich dead gas into black fog gushed out, horrible like a hell scroll. Same moment, a copy of the free player crusade team that the online gaming know-it-all is a part of. Because Brother Knowles had good connections, the crusade team that joined was very strong, amounting to more than 300 people. It was considered to be the strongest batch among the crusade teams formed by free players. But at this moment, the face of the online gaming know-it-all was twisted and distorted from being dominated by fear. What kind of goddamned horrible copy is this? The game plan is unconscionable. How can the first boss copy be this difficult? Opening a dozen heads of physical defense up to 15,800 blood elite monsters guarding the door. Siege half a day. It is not easy to solve these monsters. Who knows? The bronze door opened. Hundreds of elite monsters actually emerged from inside, and the deadly aura was suffocating. And what the is that? He was trembling as he looked at the white zombies that were killing among the players like nobody's business. Blood plus armor more than 3,000, attack power close to 80, and physical resistance is still as high as 25. This is still a fart. The attacks falling on him are completely tickling him. The online gaming know-it-all spits madness. White stiffs, overlord, level. I remember. This is the commander monster that was single-killed by Yen D in the announcement. The captain of the crusade exclaimed. What? This kind of horrible monster he can kill single-handedly. There's a bug in the system, isn't there? The online gaming know-it-all completely froze. He had previously analyzed that a monster that could be killed alone must be very weak. From this, it could be seen that the commander level should be a level sandwiched between normal and elite monsters, only that the number was scarce. Now look, it's a slap in the face. With 3 white stiffs holding down the fort, plus hundreds of elite zombies, the players were wildly harvested like wheat, falling in pieces. Soon enough, The online gaming know-it-all was stomped to death by the white stiff and respawned back in the replica plaza. The players here were densely packed. Obviously all of them had returned reborn after failing to break into a copy. The square was full of curses and resentment. Apparently the difficulty of the replica was such that they couldn't help but curse. This was not surprising, as Lin Yan killing the white stiff caused the boss copy to descend at least 10 days earlier. Aside from Lin Yan, no player had even seen a white stiff, let alone could accurately judge the strength of the boss copy's raid. I'm going to write a post crusading against the production team. It's simply too unreasonable. I want to complain about this injustice. The online gaming know-it-all was furious. A large crusade of 300 players was cut down by all the monsters that rushed out before they even entered the door of the replica. It's still playing a snakeskin. Same moment. A copy of the White Wolf Guild Crusade. The thousands of White Wolf Guild members were clearly divided. Meat shields were at the front to stop the monsters from rushing the line, while mages and archers prioritized surrounding the most threatening white stiffs. Warriors charge into the monsters, and when they are injured, they fall back to the defense line to be healed by priests. Everything is in order. From the time the zombie horde and the white stiffs rushed out to now, it hadn't even been 3 minutes before most of them had been exterminated, while the White Wolf Guild had only lost a few dozen people. Poison Duke and Mu Qingwan stood in the center of the White Wolf Guild's team, not contributing anything at all, but sharing most of the experience beads from killing monsters. This copy is indeed a bit difficult, but it's still not enough to look at in front of my White Wolf Guild's 1,000-man crusade team. The poisonous Duke shook his fan and smiled blandly. Indeed, if we can keep up this pace, the first kill will be ours 80% of the time. Mu Qingwan also nodded. It was only a figure looming in her mind that gave her a bad feeling. The moment. In front of Ling Yan, hundreds of zombie limbs were broken, and he was fighting the last white stiff. The white stiffs of the Hell copies are really powerful. He sank his eyebrows. The elite monsters of the Hell replica were a 5-fold increase in combined attributes, while the commander monsters, a 10-fold increase. The white stiffs of the dungeon, commander-in-chief, grade, 9, blood, 29,999, armor, 2,600, attack power, 150, physical resistance, 30, legal resistance, 25, skills, necrotic poison, passive, self-destruct, bloodlust, necrotic corrosion, undead summoning, biting, frenzy, zombie fingerblade, sudden flight, 30,000 blood, almost comparable to a normal copy boss. Lin Yan's eyes also stared. Just after entering, there are heavy guards. Inside this underground palace, it is bound to be not simple. Snort! The final blade fell, splitting the white stiff vertically in half. Into the dungeon. He knew there was no time to hesitate. He was fighting a 1,000-man crusade for the first kill, and he was fighting a copy of Hell. Shen Youwei nodded her head in confusion. Lin Yan's bravery really caught her by surprise. Touché. After entering the underground palace, Lin Yan brought Shen Youwei to explore in it. The layout of the underground palace is designed according to the tomb of King Lu, with countless organs and hidden weapons on the way, as well as a new monster, the corpse cache. Although the attributes of the corpse cubes were not high, their numbers were extremely high, and if one was not careful, one would die in the tide of corpse cubes. Snort! He swung his sword like rain, and he didn't know how many monsters he had cut down along the way. By the time he came to the depths of King Lu's palace, his armor, which was originally 7,000 out, had stacked up to over 9,000. After this copy is finished, I'm afraid that it will make my armor directly break 10,000. Lin Yan's heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. Chapter 13, The 8 Armored Generals. King of the Seal-Wielding Ru. Snort! Lin Yan shifted his body and his sword flashed, dodging the hidden weapons while also chopping down the hidden arrows that were shot at Shen Youwei. The handsome walker looked at the girl with adoration in her eyes. Snort! With one slash, he killed the last 10 corpse crappers, and Lin Yan brought the girl to the deepest part of the underground palace. The place was empty, as if a mountain had been hollowed out internally. Underground culverts converge here to form a lake. On the island in the center of the lake, a coffin was confined by chains and lay there quietly, and around this coffin, 8 figures stood silently. The miserable white body emitted an eerie green light. 8 white stiffs with armor guarding? Lin Yan's heart was heavy. These 8 armored white stiffs were even more difficult to deal with than ordinary white stiffs, and were said to be the 8 generals under King Lu, with almost equal amounts of blood and armor. Jigong White Stiff Armor General, Commander, Grade, 9, Blood, 29,999, Armor, 26,000, Attack Power, 180, Physical Resistance, 35, Legal Resistance, 30, Skills, Necrotic Poison, Passive, Armor Hardening, Self-Destruct, Bloodlust, Necrotic Corrosion, Undead Summoning, Biting, Frenzy, Zombie Fingerblade, Sudden Flight. Out of the water, a ghastly white human head emerged, its black eyes full of greed. Water Ghost in the Underground Palace, Elite, Grade, 9, Blood, 5400, Armor, 2400, Attack Power, 70, Physical Resistance, 20, Legal Resistance, 18, Skills, Necrotic Poison, Passive, Strangulation, Water Swimming, Biting, Frenzy, Poisonous Gas Infestation. Lin Yan. Shen Youwei squeezed the bow and arrow in her hand. Just the monster guarding the boss was so terrifying. How terrifying must the boss be? There's no need to panic. Watch me decapitate them. Lin Yan's voice was reassuring. Don't enter the battle to pull hatred for the time being. I'll just be the next one. With that, he revived his sword and charged along the path leading to the lake island. The vicious water ghosts in the lake leapt out of the water at the same time, pouncing towards Lin Yan densely. The scene was horrifying to the extreme. Die! Lin Yan's blade flashed and his positioning was subtle, always finding the station that faced the least number of enemies. But even so, under the siege of so many enemies, he still could not avoid being injured with his limited movement speed. Armor started to cut down constantly. Stacked waves 3 blades. Lin Yan no longer hesitated and used his skills. The stacked wave triple blade with the stacked blade technique instantly decimated the 2 water ghosts in front of them. Utilizing the attack speed bonus after the stacked wave's 3 blades were cast, his forward speed instantly increased by quite a bit. Attack Potion. He had planned to rush up to the center of the lake and then use the attack potion, but these ferocious water spirits broke his plan. The attack speed potion was seized from the thieves, and there were only 3 bottles in total, which was very precious. Snort! The demonic blade 1000 blades in his hand transformed into thousands of shattered blades, constantly changing form and even transforming into a shield to ward off attacks. With that, he pounded his way through the near-constant stream of water spirits and finally rushed to the island in the center of the lake. What had been over 9,000 armor had dropped to less than 7,000. Together, after coming to the island in the center of the lake, the water ghosts, which could only survive in the water, could not harass him. He looked sharply at the 8 armored generals, his battle intent boiling over. Roar! The 8 armored generals roared loudly, all clearly enraged. The chains on the center coffin also trembled crazily, and then one after another broke, and a terrifying death aura rushed out from it. Seeing that the boss was about to come out, the Great War, it's on the verge of happening. Same moment, White Wolf Guild copy. Poison Duke's face was ugly. There was only one path leading to the island in the center of the lake, and it was only wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. There was no way for the White Wolf Guild's battle formation to be set up. It could only rely on the number of people to keep piling up. One after another White Wolf Guild experts were pushed into the water by the water ghosts to be strangled. For almost every meter they advanced forward, they lost a dozen or so members of the crusade. The short 50 meters of road had caused the White Wolf Crusade to lose nearly half of them. Report and count. After getting on the island, the White Wolf Guild Crusade team immediately turned into a circular defense formation. Only 350 people left? How can this copy be so terrible? The Poison Duke was a bit flustered. I was talking about grabbing the first kill, but now it's hard to say if I can take out the boss or not. An unprecedented 1,000 crusade lost 2/3 of it without even seeing the face of the boss. Young President, these 8 guys are too scary. Their attacks are frighteningly high. Even meat shields can't withstand 4 or 5 of their attacks, and the defense line is probably going to be broken soon, the captain exclaimed. Poison Duke clenched his teeth. Hang in there, as long as we finish off a few of them, we can kill the boss. Mu Qingwan shook her head and said in a deep voice, Boss, has revived. It hadn't even been 30 seconds since they'd been on the island before all the chains on the center coffin snapped. A terrifying figure 3 meters tall slowly climbed out of the coffin. It had talisman paper attached to its head and was dressed in ancient noble princely attire, with death aura transformed into substance wrapped around it, and a large seal held high in its hand. Roar! With a wave of his great seal, the ground of the lake island shook, and hundreds of zombies broke out of the ground, following the 8A generals as they stormed the defense line. The poisonous Duke's face turned pale and he screamed that it was not good. Subsequently, the terrifying figure as tall as 3 meters stepped in front of the defense line. The corpse chi in his eyes transformed into green flames, and the large seal in his hand slammed downward. In just an instant, the dozen or so meat shield players in front of it were all smashed into meat paste. Holy! The Poison Duke screamed. Even Mu Qingwan couldn't remain calm, and panic appeared on her face for the first time. This boss, it's too strong. Boom! The great seal slammed down and Lin Yan rolled to avoid it, but the shockwave still shook over 200 points off his armor. It's worthy of being the novice village boss that dissuaded countless people. Lin Yan's gaze was heavy as he looked at the attributes of the tall zombie in front of him. Lord of the Palace of the King of Ru, Boss, Inferno. Blood, 303,066. Armor, 56,000. Attack power, 275. Physical resistance, 45. Legal resistance, 45. Skills, necrotic poison, passive, Deadpool summoning, seal of life and death shock, tearing bite, necrotic aura infestation, human king shock, death trample, poison arrows, necrotic fire, armor increase, life eating. The combined increase of the hell copies to the bosses is also tenfold. Lin Yan was dodging King Lu's pursuit while battling the 8 armor generals. Only by killing the 8 armor generals first could he focus on this terrifying hell boss. Snort! Lin Yan took all of the attack speed potion and instantly reached an attack speed of 2. Stack the knives. Utilizing the stacked blade technique, he could now make 3 slashes a second, with a staggering 16,000 second damage. If the cooldown of stacked waves 3 blades ended, he could even have 4 blades in a second, with second damage surpassing 21,000. Therefore, although the 8 armor generals were extremely terrifying, they quickly fell one by one under his terrifying output. However, it wasn't without a price. As he had been avoiding fighting, he had taken a number of skill hits from King Lu. Armor had dropped to over 4,000. He only had 400 blood today, and once his armor fell off, King Lu could take him away with a single skill. Chapter 14 The Real Opponent. Boss First Kill. The effect of the attack speed potion is over. Lin Yan watched the last armored white stiff fall and sighed in relief. Roar! The 3-meter-high King Lu zombie saw all 8 armor generals die, roared angrily, and the big seal was raised, and on the center island, hundreds of zombies crawled out from the ground. Deadpool summoning skills. Lin Yan didn't panic. These zombies together were not as high a threat as the 8 armor generals. He could kill it with a casual slash. With the stacked armor trait, these zombies were nothing more than his armor-charged treasures. Snort! After casually clearing the zombies around him, he fought with zombie Lu Wang. Buzz! He dodged King Lu's great seal smash with a single walk, and backhanded a vicious slash at the crook of his leg. Palm! Taking advantage of King Lu's leg bend being injured and kneeling on the ground, Lin Yan turned around and viciously chopped at its neck, which hit the vitals and triggered a bludgeon. Minus 11,200. Breaking 10,000 damage made the zombie Lu King hiss in pain. Its eyes turned into green flames, and with a large mouth, green poison arrows rushed out. Lin Yan's magic blade 1,000 blades turned into a shield, blocking the poison arrow and only taking 30 points of impact damage. Hoo-hoo! The green flames in King Lu's eyes spewed out, hitting Lin Yan squarely in the torso. This flame was like a maggot attached to the bone. There was no way to avoid it. Minus 50. Minus 20. Corpse fire burning body comes with double damage of flame and poison, burning away 70 points of Lin Yan's armor per second. Die! Lin Yan took advantage of King Lu's skill backswing to rush up and burst out in a murderous manner. Snort! The stacking wave triple slash landed on it, and with the stacking slash technique, it instantly knocked out over 21,000 points of damage from the King Lu zombie. King Lu's zombie wielded his great seal and fought with Lin Yan. The God Earth game has a blocking mechanic, so as long as you can block an attack, then you only take very minor impact damage. That's why sword and stance skills are important in combat, and in the later stages, almost everyone is a master of sword and archery. In a battle between masters, attacking 10 times might not even be able to inflict effective damage on the opponent once. Of course, Lin Yan's rebirth as the #1 strongest person on the heavenly ranking was technically a complete descending blow at the current point in time. Even the hell boss was powerless to fight back. Snort! After another slash to exchange wounds for wounds, Lin Yan predicted in advance, and with a backward displacement plus roll, he dodged the seal of life and death shock skill. After getting up, the magic blade 1,000 blades transformed into a hole, traversed a distance of 5 meters, and slashed at King Lu's neck, scoring another 10,000 bludgeoning points. Between the life and death struggle, King Lu's blood level was quickly beaten down to only 100,000 blood left. Lin Yan, on the other hand, only had over 2,000 armor left. Right now, the attack speed and movement speed are too low and too restrictive. There's no way to perform many swords and techniques. Lin Yan shook his head, but where his attack speed and move speed were both at 2, he was confident in killing zombie Lu Wan without injury. At the same moment, the White Wolf Guild copy, Gollum, quickly, fight to the death to finish him off. If you're about to die, drink the self-destruct potion and blow him the hell up. The Poison Duke was frantic, his eyes bloodshot. The crusade was down to less than 100 men, and was still attritioning like crazy. Unlike the tactics taken by Lin Yan, they were all focusing their fire on the boss and completely ignoring the rest, using meat shields to die blocking. Grandma, is there any justice in heaven? A novice village boss with 30,000 blood and over 5,000 armor. The Poison Duke was desperate. Even if everyone focused on attacking the boss, it still had 10,000 blood today, and as the White Wolf Guild members around him continued to fall, their attacks getting weaker and weaker in efficiency, it was clear to him that this crusade was bound to end in failure. Fruity. 10 seconds later, The captain of the White Wolf Guild's crusade team was smashed in the head by King Lu's seal of life and death in order to protect the Poison Duke. The Poison Duke yelled, "I'm not willing to do this." How? Mu Qingwan also didn't want to believe that the 1,000-man crusade actually failed to crusade. The two men's faces were pale, and in the end they were both unwillingly trampled into mincemeat by the death trampling. Doggone it, this goddamned planning. Who can beat this sick boss? The reborn and returned Poisonous Duke ran to the square and cursed. It was then that he realized that 3 Grand Guild Crusades had already declared defeat, and White Wolf Guild was the 4th top guild to be eliminated. The square was filled with resentment. I don't believe anyone can brush this boss. If anyone can make it, I'll take his last name. The Poison Duke's eyes reddened with anger, and at the moment, Eastern Guild copy. Beside Long Feng, a crusade team consisting of thousands of well-trained special forces calmly surrounded the boss. The boss blood level has dropped below 10,000. The first kill should be secure. Long Feng calmly said. Hunting down a monster was just a matter of time for the battle-hardened special forces. It wasn't a difficult task to kill this boss. Another half-minute and we should have our first kill, an adjutant to the side reported. Long Feng nodded his head. It was only natural for the official to make a move and get the first place. He never even thought that someone could snatch the first kill from their hands. The 9 guilds aren't even close. You won't live more than half a minute. Lin Yan fought hard, his battle intent surging. He knew from the start that his greatest opponent was not the 9 guilds, but the Eastern Guild. Behind it, it's the official Xia state. Faster. Be faster. Lin Yan kept swinging his sword to fight King Lu. When King Lu only had 30,000 blood left, the epileptic it directly crushed the great seal in its hand. The terrifying power of deterrence was declared, as if it could command life and death. One-time control technique, Human King Shock. Lin Yan's body was instantly suppressed by a huge force of life and death, and he couldn't move a single step. Oh no! Lin Yan is being controlled. Youwei's heart jumped as she watched, her nails gouging tightly into her palms and sweating. Unchain me! Lin Yan didn't hesitate at all and directly crushed the uncontrol potion that had long been prepared in his hand. The Human King's shock could control him for 9 seconds, and if he didn't uncontrol him in time, not to mention grabbing the first kill, with the only 2,000 armor he had left, 9 seconds would be enough for the King Lu zombie to shock him to death. The uncontrol potion could immunize him from control for 10 seconds at a time, and his body instantly regained its freedom. King Lu froze, clearly surprised at how the guy he was controlling could move in an instant. Snort! Stacked Waves 3 blades. Lin Yan's blue level instantly bottomed out after using Stacking Waves 3 blades. Stack the knives. 4 slashes a second. 21,000 plus damage. Die for me. Lin Yan roared as he swung out his stacked knives, the light of the knives chilling through the entire belly of the mountain. The 3-meter-tall King Lu zombie was actually directly chopped into 2 by this knife. Pong! Zombie King Lu falls heavily to the ground, splattering high dust. Same moment, the system beeps followed suit. Congratulations on completing the Novice Village Boss First Kill Achievement. Congratulations on completing the Hell Copy Boss First Kill Achievement. Congratulations for completing the Hell's Copy Boss Solo First Kill Achievement. Your feed is about to have a service-wide announcement. Is it hiding the nickname? No. Lin Yan completely put his heart down after seeing the words first kill, exhaled a long breath, and confirmed in a firm and incomparable tone. Chapter 15 The Seal of Life and Death. Hidden Plot. The square was abuzz with chatter, almost all of it spewing about the game's outrageous difficulty. After the White Wolf Guild and other top guilds were eliminated, the curses became even louder. Online Game Understander took the opportunity to write a God's Earthboss copy is so counterintuitively difficult that it's impossible for anyone to get through it post, which was bursting with likes and was extremely hot. 5 top guilds have already been eliminated, and at this rate, I'm afraid there won't be a single passer tonight. Oh, pass? If my White Wolf Guild can't get through a copy, no one in this world can ever get through it, Duke Poison said with a cold face. Mu Qingwan also nodded slightly. Tonight's first kill determined the ranking of the top guilds in the future, and with the Mu Consortium being the boss behind the White Wolf Guild, she naturally didn't want to see other guilds succeed in their crusade. Just then, the square's canopy shook. All eyes were drawn to it. The magnificent voice resounded everywhere. Congratulations to player Inferno Emperor for completing the Inferno Replica Boss Single First Kill Achievement. It is hereby rewarded. Boss First Kill. Fine Equipment *5. Rare Equipment *1. Free Attribute Points, 10. Skill Book, 1. Blood Restoration Potion, 100. Silver Advancement Template, 1. Hellboss First Kill Additional Reward. Fine Equipment *15. Rare Equipment *3. Epic Equipment *1. Free Attribute Points, 50. Skill Book, 3. Decontrol Potion, 5. Experience Potion, 5. Blue Restoration. Blood Restoration. Defense. Attack. agility potion asterisk 100 each, silver advancement template, 3, additional bonus for single kills, fine equipment asterisk 15, rare equipment asterisk 3, epic equipment asterisk 1, free attribute points, 50, skill books, 4, decontrol potions, 5, experience potions, 10, blue return, blood return, defense, attack, agility potions asterisk 100 each, silver advancement templates, 3. We hope that players will be aware of this and continue to work hard to create their own legend in the world of God's Earth. After the magnificent voice fell, the square fell into extreme silence. Every player who has crusade for a copy is baffled. Could it be that you are crusading for a fake copy? That's just not possible. Poison Duke's veins rippled. 1,000 people went on a crusade to conquer a normal difficulty copy and all of them folded. What makes him kill a hell difficulty boss alone? Unbelievable indeed. Mu Qinwan looked at the large word Yen D out of her mind. Feeling dreamy. It's outrageous to single-handedly brush the boss alone. A normal difficulty boss has tens of thousands of blood. How terrifying must a hell copy be? Is he really playing the same game as us? This reward is so rich that it takes half a day to read it. It dazzles me. Epic equipment, skill books, and advancement templates. Just about any of them are treasures that money can't buy, let alone epic equipment. I've never even seen what rare equipment looks like. Yeah, after a long silence, the square exploded. The original atmosphere of despair turned into shock, vibration, envy, and excitement. Lin Yan's success showed one thing: boss copies were not impenetrable. How on earth did he succeed? Everyone was thinking. As long as they found the trick to Lin Yan's success, they believed that they could succeed as well. I got it. Online game understanding slapped his head. The mechanism of this copy. We thought wrong from the start. Oh, a lot of people looked over. The online gaming know-it-all puffed out his chest and said proudly. Simply put, the mechanism of God's Earth is, most likely, the more people that crusade for a copy, the more difficult it will be, and the stronger the monsters inside will be. Right, there's a lot of games out there like that. We did overlook that. No wonder his crusade was successful. Maybe if one person goes in, the boss will only have a few hundred points of blood. It must be. Immediately, there were many players frantically rushing towards the entrance of the replica. As a result, not even 10 seconds. These players are full of white faces climbed out of the spring water. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother, understand. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The monster values haven't decreased at all. I just went in and was torn to pieces by a bunch of zombies. This, impossible. If one person and 1,000 people face a copy with the same difficulty, then him. Knowles paled down, players in deep self-doubt. At this point in time, there seems to be only one explanation left. He's open. While players scratch their heads, Lin Yan and Shen Youwei are caught up in a hidden plot. Brother Lin Yan, that coffin moved. Shen Youwei face white. Is there a moth? Obviously remind the first kill. Lin Yan's eyes were excited. Finally, gulp. Blood gurgled out of the coffin in the center of the lake, dyeing the entire underground lake red. A bloody shadow rose from the coffin, his body entwined with countless grievous souls, and his horrible aura was suffocating. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the already dead King Lu. Relief at last. King Lu released a smile, his eyes vocified as he looked at Lin Yan. It was you who killed my zombie body so that my soul could break free from the sea of blood. As a reward, this seal of life and death is entrusted to you. He opened his hand, and a large seal floated out from the blood coffin, which emanated the two chi of life and death, and eventually landed in Lin Yan's hands. Incredulity flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he took the seal of life and death. Surprisingly, it's the seal of life and death, known as King Lu's most legendary treasure. Treasures are different from equipment in that each treasure has its own unique function. This square seal of life and death was of extremely high grade. Even if you look at the entire pre-mid and even post-mid period, its power is self-evident. He opened the introduction to the seal of life and death. Seal of life and death, unique treasure. Attribute, Een. Formation, Supreme Hell. Effect, you can transform the undead into Een soldiers and summon them to fight for you. In the fully awakened state, you can summon 100,000 Een soldiers. When the Een soldiers cross the border, the living will retreat and no grass will grow. Current state, awakened, for the first time. It seems that the only way to get it is to fulfill the three conditions of single, inferno, and first kill. Lin Yan staggered. This triggered difficulty was outrageous. In the previous life, no one was able to pass the level perfectly in the novice village, so the seal of life and death appeared for the first time, more than a year from now. It seems that my return has indeed caused great changes. Lin Yan put away the seal of life and death. The seal of life and death was an unexpected blessing, but not what he had waited for. It will definitely appear within 3 days after I'm relieved. Escape from the novice village, or you will die. King Lu's voice was low. This is a directional teleportation talisman. When you are strong enough, you can return by crushing it. At that time, perhaps you will receive unexpected benefits. Remember, you only get one chance. I came here to kill it, and will not go away. Lin Yan smiled faintly. The pupils of King Lu, who was about to dissipate, shrunk, and the blood shadow re-solidified. You actually know who it is. It seems that you are no ordinary descender. King Lu's eyes were deep, wanting to see through Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't deny it. Normally, the plot of the first stage of the novice village ends here. These words from King Lu were forcing the players to leave the novice village within 3 days of clearing the copy. When you advance and reach the level 30 professional limit, and then come back with the teleportation talisman, you will encounter the hidden boss of the novice village here. 1,000-year-old blood corpses. Chapter 16. The secret is, I'm strong enough, but whatever secrets you harbor are no longer my concern. The King of Lu flicked his long sleeve. The way that should be traveled I have traveled. The way that should be kept I have kept, and henceforth there will be a crown of righteousness reserved for me. Goodbye, world. He wore a sprightly smile as his bloody shadow faded away. Lin Yan frowned. Whether it was the gift of the seal of life and death or King Lu's farewell, both were hidden plots that he hadn't heard of in his previous life, completely beyond his expectations. Could these two hidden plots be related to the legendary God-given templates? Lin Yan mused. After reaching level 9, if you want to go further to reach level 10, you need to obtain an advancement template to become a professional. The progression templates are categorized into 3 grades: bronze, silver, and gold. The higher the level of the template, the higher the boost in growth potential you get when you level up. Above the gold steps, the legendary Divine Providence template also existed. The Divine Providence template is of great importance. Only by using the Divine Providence template every time you advance can you become a true god. Lin Yan's gaze was deep. This was top secret information that he had obtained in the Starry Sky battlefield, and he was the only one in the world today who knew about it. The novice village does have a Divine Providence template, but I'm not sure exactly how to get it. Previously I deduced that it's related to the 7 special NPCs of the novice village, but now it seems that perhaps it's related to these 2 hidden plots. Lin Yan kept thinking. The Divine Providence template was his biggest plot in the novice village. This is the first son of my layout. Only success. No failure. He took a deep breath and collected his thoughts. This battle was treacherous, and I almost died. Hidden bosses aren't something I can challenge right now. I'll have to go back and strengthen a wave before I can do that. There is only one chance to kill the hidden boss, and the teleportation talisman will be consumed when you use it. Fortunately, this first kill reward is very generous. He took stock of his backpack. Together with the equipment that exploded from brushing the copy monsters, I got a total of 180 pieces of normal equipment, 55 pieces of refined equipment, 9 pieces of rare equipment, and 2 pieces of epic equipment. Lin Yan looked at the 2 purple epic equipment, rewarding 2 pieces of epic equipment at once. Exploding profit. He grinned. The burst rate of epic equipment is extremely low. Kill 10 times boss. There is a burst epic even if the luck is good. Epic in one go. Should be a bonus for the hell copy. This epic arrow can be used as the main body of young Vivian's weapon, and the rest of the equipment. You can actually form a blast set. Lin Yan was pleasantly surprised. The blast set is a god set for shooters in the early stages of the game, with a direct +2 to attack speed. 2 newbie god sets were actually put together from these rewarded equipment. A blaster archer set and a white armor meat shield set. The suit is yours. Lin Yan threw the blast wind set to Shen Youwei. Lin Yan, was all about you taking me flying just now. I can't have this set. Shen Youwei didn't want to accept it. Take it. You're going to be doing me a big favor in the future. Lin Yan smiled and patted her head. Seriously, Shen Youwei was a bit skeptical. The difference in strength between her and Lin Yan was too great. She really didn't think she could help much. However, since Lin Yan had said so, she firmly chose to believe it. She didn't want Lin Yan to be disappointed in her. Lin Yan didn't explain much and continued to look at his loot. 110 free attribute points, all on attack speed. With such a high attack value today, adding attack speed gain is clearly the highest. Phew! He breathed a long sigh of relief as he reached 2 points of attack speed after this wave of additions. Warriors' attack speed boosts cost attribute points. These attribute points, if given to a shooter, will increase attack speed by at least 2 points, but he knew it was worth it. From the instant, his damage rate doubled. 8 skill books? Lin Yan looked at them all and left 4 of them, then tossed a skill book to Shen Youwei. The rest, sell them. Skill books are precious in novice days and are expected to fetch a good price. Study. He took out a skill called Inferno Blade and studied it. A few moments later, the Inferno Blade skill was acquired. He tapped on the skill details. Inferno Blade, 1 star. Swing a flaming blade aura with an attack range of 5 meters that comes with flame damage, 1/10 of the attack value. After dealing effective damage, You can inflict 10 seconds of burn on the target at 10 points per second. Mana cost, 9. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Flame Blade Breath, Handsome Bomb. Must choose. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth quirked. Attack distance is a pain point for warriors in the early stages, but the Magic Blade Thousand Blades trait combined with the Inferno Blade skill pretty much makes up for it. Next up are the potions. Lin Yan looked at the sea of potions in his backpack and stuffed them all to Shen Youwei except for the blue restoration potion, uncontrol potion and experience potion. A normal blood restoration potion could only return 100 points of blood. It couldn't be called a panacea for the battle he was going to face next. It could only be described as eggless. I'm already level 9 full. Just missing the Divine Gift template. The next step is to get the Divine Providence template as soon as possible and advance to Professional. After Lin Yan made up his mind, he took Shen Youwei and left the boss copy. Just as we arrived at the square, countless gazes swept in, blazing, worshipful, jealous and suspicious. Congratulations Lin Yan, got the first boss first kill of God's Earth. Mu Qingwan walked in a graceful manner, with a smile on her face, and compared to her indifference in the morning when she first met, she was simply a different person. Nowadays, besides you, only the Eastern Guild has taken the second kill, and the third kill has been slow to appear. Lin Yan nodded, not surprised. The novice village boss was originally supposed to appear 10 days later, and now most players couldn't even put together a normal set. If you want to raid the boss, with the same number of people, you need at least a full body of fine equipment to have a chance. You are calm. Tell me, how did you do it? As long as you're willing to tell me the secret, I'm willing to pay $1 million to buy it out. The poisonous Duke walked in with a rocking fan and a confident chest. As soon as the first kill announcement came out, he went to investigate Lin Yan. Both parents have disappeared, leaving him and his crippled brother at home. A poor college student who earns money by playing online games to support his family is afraid that he has never seen what $1 million looks like in his dreams. The players looked over, their eyes blazing. Secret? Lin Yan smiled. You really want to know? Fine, then I'll tell you. The poisoned Duke snorted inwardly. What's the point of pretending? You'll fall under my money in a heartbeat. Hoo. Everyone's breathing was ragged with anticipation. The top 3 kills of the boss get announcements and tons of rewards. And now that the third place has yet to appear, everyone wants the third kill. The secret is, I'm strong enough. Lin Yan swept towards the poisoned Duke whose face instantly turned cold. You dare to fool me. The poisoned Duke's fists clenched and crunched. And I warned you, I'll kill you every time I see you. Lin Yan slashed out with a blade, and a terrifying flame blade chi swept out. You. The poisoned Duke's eyes widened as he was instantly chopped in half by the blade chi, and his body was burned clean by the flames. Ooh, the strong tactics scared everyone silly, and no more unintelligent players dared to come forward to talk more. Mu Qingwan wanted to speak out to teach Lin Yan a lesson, but when she saw his cold look, she couldn't even say a word. Her eyes were incredibly complicated as she watched Lin Yan's back until he left the square with Shen Youwei. Hiss, this Yan Di, what a ruthless man. The young chairman of the White Wolf Guild, killed when he said so. Cleanly and without the slightest bit of face. I've never heard of the character Yan Di before, and it doesn't seem to be a veteran online gaming expert on the heavenly or earthly rankings. In any case, he's made a big name for himself today, and all the guilds probably can't sit still. Chapter 17, The King of Blogs and the Demonic Schoolmaster. Just after walking out of the square, Lin Yan was forced offline and his consciousness was kicked back to reality. Did you trigger the helmet's forced exit function because you were too hungry? Lin Yan's stomach rumbled and his head was dizzy. Looking at the time, it was 1 in the morning. I haven't eaten for a day, and if I don't force myself to quit, I'm afraid I'm going to pass out from hunger in a while. Running to the refrigerator, Lin Yan ate 3 chocolate croissants in a row and cooked himself 2 packs of instant noodles. Phew, much more comfortable. He took a bite of ham hock and shivered his bubbly. It looks like we'll have to get a nutrient pod to make it work, and if we use it to play the game, we won't have to go offline to eat as often. Nutritional pods are claimed to be toys reserved for the rich and sell for up to $300,000. He, a poor student who earned money to support his family by playing online games, naturally couldn't afford it. Ding! Lin Yan opened QQ and explained to the anxious Shen Youwei the reason why he suddenly went offline. Boss, are you the Inferno Emperor who will be the first to kill the boss tonight? It was a message from Fatty. The fat man's name was Duan De. He was his hairdresser and had been playing online games together since childhood, so he was familiar with his ID and it wasn't surprising that he recognized him. Yes, Lin Yan had no intention of hiding it. Fatty was also one of the core teammates he was preparing to train, and as a hairy kid, he knew Duanda's character very well. As much as the fat little man likes to tell bad cold jokes, he's very righteous. Before my brother broke his leg and needed money for an operation, my parents disappeared, or Fatty took $300,000 to save the day. Holy, boss, you're really an old cow on a plane. Awesome to the heavens. I heard that the 9 Guilds 1,000 member crusade teams all hiccuped. Fatty voiced in shock. Is this the first day you know I'm good? Lin Yan snickered. That's true. I just registered my account today. Boss, you must take me flying. Fatty was excited. This game has been so hot lately. If we can hit a few good pieces of equipment, we can casually make a fortune. Lin Yan sighed with emotion. Fatty's family is also very average, and like him they are still students who have to think about supporting their families. Don't worry, if you hang out with brother, you'll be guaranteed a good meal and a hot drink. Lin Yan's voice came down seriously. You go to the trade bazaar after you go online, and the bazaar manager is a blind monk. He likes to listen to cold jokes, so brush up his favorability to 2 stars and you can pay your respects. Worship? An NPC from a novice village? Fatty was a little confused. Trust me, Lin Yan replied succinctly. God's Earth is different from most games. The water in the newbie village is very deep. It has many hidden plots, and players can unlock new plots every time they level up and return to the novice village. The 7 special NPCs, including the blind monk, are just the guardians of the novice village, but each one is a big shot. Okay Lou boss, promise to finish the job. Dwayne grinned. Someone was actually willing to listen to his cold jokes? He'd be willing to do such a good thing even without a reward. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Yan turned off his computer and went to bed. Early the next morning, Lin Yan came to the living room. His younger brother Lin Feng had already gotten up and made a table for breakfast. No more breakfast I'll make. Lin Yan sighed as he looked at the sickly teenager in the wheelchair. This brother of his is so strong that even though he is in a wheelchair, he will never let anyone else do what he can do. Lin Feng grinned. Brother, I'm also a part of the family. I can't not do any chores, right? Do you have class today? Lin Yan asked helplessly. Despite his disability, Lin Feng never gave up his studies. With his current grades, it's easy to get into Qingbei. I don't have class on Sunday, but I'm going to do a few math papers to relax. Lin Feng said. Oh, Lin Yan waved his hand. Since there's no class then don't study. Ha! Lin Feng was baffled. If I don't study, then what do I do? Playing games? Of course. Lin Yan rightfully said. Lin Feng had perfect scores in math, science, and chemistry, and could be considered a born mage. After the game descended into reality in his last life, he, who had never played a game before, had comprehended forbidden spell level spells in just 3 days. If it wasn't for starting too late and being too low leveled, Lin Feng could definitely be his core teammate. Such a demonic genius must not be buried. Playing games, Lin Feng suspected he was hallucinating. Brother, is our family short of money again? I made some money as a part-time tutor, and I'll get paid next week. Lin Yan shook his head. What I mean is that you don't have to put the college entrance exams on your mind anymore, and play the game with me wholeheartedly. Ha! Lin Feng blinked, unable to react for a moment. Brother, I can definitely go to Tsinghua with my grades, only then can I really change our family's fate. No college entrance exams. Lin Yan's face was serious. What I tell you next, you must not mention to anyone else. Lin Feng saw this and calmed down. My brother had never been a trustworthy person to rely on, and he must have had his reasons for doing what he did. Next, Lin Yan spoke briefly about the upcoming arrival of the game. I've never lied to you before, and this time is no different. You digest the information I've given you and come back to me when you've made your decision. After Lin Yan finished speaking, he returned to his computer room. He believed that with Lin Feng's superior intelligence and trust in himself, he could definitely make the right choice. Consciousness returned to the divine earth. Lin Yan had just arrived at the trading bazaar to set up his stall and collect equipment when he was recognized. Emperor Yen. He's Yen Di. Someone's mouth dropped open. The ruthless man who is the world's first boss killer is actually setting up a stall here to acquire white plate equipment. Players quickly surrounded the place. Yen Di, big brother, take a picture with me. Brother Yen Di, how on earth did you manage to make the first kill? Players are talking all over the place. Lin Yan's face darkened into a pot. Are you guys selling white plate equipment or not? I've seen Yen Di constantly acquiring white plate equipment before. The fact that he's so strong might have something to do with it. Is there some secret hidden in the white plate equipment? Someone led a rhythmic uproar, and once this speculation came out, players' attitudes towards the white plate equipment in their hands instantly became cautious. Yen Di, big brother, if you don't honestly tell us the secrets here, we won't dare to easily sell our only set of white plate equipment. The hooded man in the lead grimaced. Lin Yan recognized the hooded man as the White Wolf Guild expert beside the Poison Duke. He immediately understood that with the White Wolf Guild making trouble out of it, he was afraid that it would be difficult to buy white plate equipment in the future. With that clear, he turned straight away. He was going to grab every second to get stronger, and was in no mood for bull asterisk. It's not impossible to sell. If you're willing to buy a piece of white plate equipment for 10 gold coins, I'm still willing to do so. Yen Di, the hooded man continued to provoke, his face filled with mockery. It was both provoking and testing. If Lin Yan was really willing to buy white plate equipment for 10 gold coins, it proved that there was indeed a big secret inside. You're dead. Lin Yan gave him a cold look and turned to leave. Chapter 18, A Village in the Darkness. Yan Di really knows how to joke. This is a trading bazaar. How dare you take a shot at me? The hood is crazy for death. His mission was to test and enrage Lin Yan. And if Lin Yan killed him, the blind monk would naturally step in to kill Lin Yan at that time. If Lin Yan was killed, it would be the same as indirectly avenging the poison duke. As for Lin Yan anti-killing NPCs, should not exist this possibility. Why don't you dare? Lin Yan slashed out with a knife. The flame blade chi swept out, instantly cutting the hooded man into ashes, the ashes floating in the air. What a handsome slash. There's also a nifty flame blade chi special effect. It feels like he's not even playing the same game as me. Yan Di is also too impulsive. He's finished, although very strong. He doesn't know how to hold back and can't become a great man. Does he still want to fight with NPCs? Many people were amazed at Lin Yan's slash, but there were also many who sneered, thinking that Lin Yan was going to have bad luck. Lin Yan just calmly walked towards the outside of the trading bazaar, and the players all followed behind him to watch the fun. At the exit, the blind monk leisurely sat there collecting tickets, sensing that Lin Yan had come out and only slightly raised his eyelids without any reaction. Asterisk. What's going on? There's a bug. Administrator. He just killed someone in the fairgrounds. You sanction him. The people who wanted to see Lin Yan's jokes were anxious. We paid our money to figure out the safety of the trading bazaar, and now you don't care if this kid kills people. What's the point of having you? I won't dare to come to the trading bazaar from now on anyway. The White Wolf Guild's people took the opportunity to bring up the tempo. Noisy. Blind monk frowned as the bamboo battle swept by. Terrible storm instantly descended. The players who brought the rhythm were all hit by the thunder precision, directly killed in one blow. The soul returned to the spring water. Everyone is confused. What the is going on? Lin Yan laughed coldly inwardly. Trying to scheme against him in the divine soil? Go play for another 20 years. He had long ago brushed up his blind monk favorability to 1 star. With 1 star of goodwill, he just killed someone who messed with him first in the bazaar. And the blind monk would never do anything to him. He's just killing the people who deserve it. The blind monk took a sip of his tea and said lightly, a punk who took the initiative to provoke a strong man resulting in being killed is also worthy of crying foul? Gollum. The players were dumbfounded. This NPC was clearly favoring Lin Yan. Yan Di is too scary. His strength is unfathomable. Even the NPCs are all toward him. Can't afford to mess with him. Slipped and slipped. The trade fair crowd dispersed. Lin Yan nodded his thanks to the blind monk before leaving. He had just found a secluded place where he intended to fuse his equipment when his danger sense alerted him, and he looked to the grass in front of him. Come out. The inch-haired man stepped out from behind the bushes. It was Lung Feng from the Eastern Guild. He was surprised. Worthy of being an Inferno Emperor? His perception ability is indeed powerful. Something wrong with you? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Purchasing white plate equipment in the future would become tough, making him a bit upset. As a talent for the first solo kill of a hellboss, the above has recognized your potential. As long as you join the Oriental Guild, you'll get $1 million annual salary contract plus a 100 square foot finely decorated house in the second ring road of the capital. Lang Feng paused for a moment. And we can contact the national doctors at the national hospital to connect your brother's broken leg. Lin Yan's heart stirred when he heard the end. $1 million annual salary plus a suite in the capital is enough to completely change his family's financial situation. Fixing my brother's broken leg is a rare opportunity. Eventually, though, he shook his head. At the rate he's growing today, it's easy to make money. As for his brother's broken leg, he had his own way of attaching it. It was far from the best time to deepen contact with the Eastern Guild. Well, Lang Feng revealed a look of pity. He was very optimistic about Lin Yan. It's a shame I can't say what the power behind me is, or you would have agreed. Lin Yan revealed a subtle smile. Really? Lang Feng smiled with a confident smile. Since you don't agree, Yan Di, let's not talk about the signing of the contract. I'm looking for you to discuss another important matter. Go ahead. Lin Yan nodded. I know you've been acquiring whiteboard gear, but after your first kill, with the news of the secrets hidden in the white plate equipment, no one wants to sell it anymore. Lang Feng smiled, but you can consider buying it from our Eastern Guild here. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Very good proposal. I wonder how much you're acquiring. Lang Feng was very confident. Behind him was the official Xia state, and his stash of white plate equipment was frighteningly high. You have as much as I need. Lin Yan grinned. Lang Feng froze, clearly taken aback. What an appetite. It seems like there is indeed a secret in this white plate equipment. Lin Yan didn't avoid it and directly said, there is a secret, but it's only useful to me. Lang Feng nodded. Indeed, but since we are here to do business, We won't pry into your secrets, but we won't do business at a loss either. 2 gold coins for a set of white plate equipment. That's our offer. 2 sets for 1 gold coin. Lin Yan pressed the price. You only have us as a channel now. Lung Feng shook his head and refused to cut the price. A gold coin can only be exchanged for a set of white plate equipment, which means absolutely nothing to me. Lin Yan shook his head and turned around to leave. 2 gold coins is the price of a green attack suit with plus 10 attack after fusion. If you change a set of white plate equipment, it is equivalent to 3 novice long knives with plus 15 attack after fusion. The fusion time will also double or triple, and the math even loses money, so it would be better to just use the green equipment to fuse. Wait, it's not like we can't discuss it again. Cold front is loose. After a tug of war, Lin Yan finally negotiated a price of 2 gold coins for 3 sets of novice equipment. 2 gold coins for a green suit with plus 10 attack. Changing 3 novice suits equates to plus 45 attack, which is still a popping profit. Lin Yan smiled faintly and showed the equipment he was selling to Lang Feng. I can't believe there are so many. Lang Feng was startled. Guessed that Lin Yan had more equipment, but it was still a billion points more than he thought. These equipments are worth roughly 600 gold coins when accounting for the market price. I'll be here tomorrow with 900 sets of warrior novice equipment to trade with you, and these 4 skill books. Sell you 50 gold coins and exchange them all for novice bows and arrows. Lin Yan displayed 4 skill books. It couldn't be better. Lang Feng paused for a moment and said with some embarrassment, I don't know the silver advancement template you got. I'm not going to sell this one yet. Lin Yan balked. He had his own plans and layouts for the silver template. Well, Lang Feng sighed. The advancement templates were now on the market without a price. In the entire divine soil, the only 2 people with advancement templates in their hands were just him and Lin Yan. It's so significant that whoever has the template is 1 step ahead of the progression. What's more, what Lin Yan had in his hands was a silver template that was extremely difficult to obtain. If he was willing to sell, the Eastern Guild was even willing to buy it for $1,000. Then I'll go back and resume my duties. Farewell. Lang Feng waved goodbye and disappeared after a few moves. When the car gets to the mountain, there will be a mountain in the dark. Lin Yan was in a good mood. He sat down and prepared to further fuse his equipment. Rare and epic equipment came with attribute bonuses or words, and he wasn't going to replace them with white plate equipment, so he left them all. This is the first time I've fused epic equipment. A look of anticipation appeared in Lin Yan's eyes. Begin the fusion. Chapter 19, Learning? Learn my ass. 2 pieces of epic equipment in Lin Yan's hands. One is a hard armor and one is a bow and arrow, and the bow and arrow are left to Shen Youwei to melt the main weapon. Since he could only fuse 1 final artifact for each type of equipment, he could no longer fuse defensive equipment for Shen Youwei. Buzz. It was a full 10 minutes before the fusion of the epic equipment was completed. He tapped on the details of the golden silk armor. Golden silk armor, white plate, armor plus 6,550, physical defense plus 10, legal defense plus 10, counter damage plus 181. Characteristics, lightweight, wearing does not affect dexterity, tangled silk, when attacked. Reduces the enemy's attack speed by 10%, heart protector, 30% immunity to physical attacks on the vitals of the heart, armor restoration, when the armor value is less than 20%, restores 20% of armor, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Sure enough, the words of epic equipment can be inherited in their entirety. Lin Yan was thrilled. The heart protector and armor restoration phrases of the epic heart protector armor were inherited in their entirety. In addition, it gave him an additional 1,000 armor and all 10 points of physical and legal defense. Knowing that his overall armor was now breaking 10,000, just 1 word of armor regain was equivalent to an extra 2,000 points of armor when he fought. It gives him a huge boost in defense and range. Keep fusing. The previous robbery of the thieves plus the acquired white plate equipment totaled 3,000 pieces, and after fusing more than 1,000 pieces, there were less than 2,000 pieces left. He was going to spend the rest of the day fusing. Sunrise and sunset. Soon the day passed. Except for going offline to eat, Lin Yan spent all his time fusing equipment. Finally, I finished fusing all the defense equipment. Lin Yan let out a long breath. Gold silk armor and gold silk pants all evolved. He tapped on the equipment details. Soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 11,950, physical defense plus 13, legal defense plus 13, counter injury plus 200. Characteristics, lightweight, wearing does not affect flexibility, entanglement, when attacked. Reduce the enemy's attack speed by 20%, protection of the heart vitals physical attack immunity by 50%, armor recovery, when the armor value is less than 30%, restores 30% of armor, cooldown time of 1 hour, poison armor, within a range of 3 meters. The chance of poisoning enemy units are reduced by 15%. Poison armor, armor with poison attribute. Enemy units within a range of 3 meters have a chance to be poisoned. Once poisoned, movement speed is reduced by 15%. and 50 points of blood are deducted per second. Soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 10,200. Physical defense plus 2. Legal defense plus 2. Anti-injury plus 110. Characteristics, lightweight, wearing does not affect flexibility, entanglement, when attacked. Reduces the enemy's attack speed by 20%. Poison armor, the armor comes with a poisonous attribute. Enemy units within a range of 5 meters have a chance to be poisoned. Once poisoned, the movement speed will be reduced by 15%, and the blood volume will be deducted by 50 points per second. All traits upgraded. Defense and armor increased dramatically. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth lifted into a smile. Work overtime and fuse the remaining attack weapons before dinner. Soon, he incorporated the only remaining 100 warrior weapons into the magic blade 1000 blades, and then helped Shen Youwei start fusing her main weapon. This hustle brought us back to just after 10 at night. Finally it's all fused. Lin Yan let out a long breath. He opened his property page. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Profession, warrior. Grade, 9. Life, 400. Armor, 28,470. Attack, 5735. Armor break, 300. Physical resistance, 23. Mana resistance, 17. Move speed, 1. Attack speed, 2. Mana, 40. Equipment, soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 11,950. Physical defense plus 13. Legal defense plus 13. Anti-damage plus 200. Soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 10,200. Physical defense plus 2. Legal defense plus 2. Counter damage plus 110. Magic sword 1000 blades, white, plus 5,710 attack. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 3rd order. Skills, stacked waves and 3 daggers, 1 star. Inferno blade, 1 star. Ability, not yet available. Treasure, seal of life and death. This value, in a previous life, wouldn't even dare to think about it. Lin Yan was refreshed and secure. However, you have to be cautious when fighting the hidden boss. Wait until tomorrow to melt all of the Eastern Guild's equipment before challenging it. Just after taking off his helmet, he saw his younger brother Lin Feng sitting across from him. Brother, hungry? Lin Feng handed over the prepared dinner. Aha! Lin Yan took the dinner and started eating it. How's the consideration going? Think about it. I trust your choice, brother. Lin Feng nodded. I've already placed my order. I'll start playing as soon as the game helmet arrives tomorrow. Not bad for my oldest brother. Lin Yan patted Lin Feng's shoulder. What's the point of taking Tsinghua? Playing games is the future. Lin Feng and Lin Yan glanced at each other and both burst out laughing, exclaiming with unparalleled tacit understanding. Learning? Learn my ass. One more thing. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed. What? Lin Yan raised his eyebrows. Don't I tutor part-time online at? My students want to come visit me at home. Lin Feng scratched his head. What's there to be ashamed of? Let her have it. Lin Yan instantly remembered the appearance of a girl and laughed out loud. But she's a girl. I've seen her and I just video online. Come straight to the house, isn't she? Lin Feng was a bit embarrassed. Although he was a science major, he knew nothing about children. What's wrong with a warm welcome? Lin Yan patted his oldest brother's shoulder, and after cleaning up the dinner plates, he stood up. Eat and sleepy, go to bed. Hey, brother, I haven't told you her name yet. Her name is Chu Qingxian. Got it. Lin Yan naturally knew her name. After all, that was the future younger sibling. Back in his bedroom, he tapped on the game's message list. There were many friend requests. Upon closer inspection, they were all the heads of various guilds. After thinking about it, he put those friend requests through, then logged out and fell back to sleep. The next morning, he scanned the list of messages. Brother Yendi, you're very hot right now. As long as you agree to sign with my Starry Sky Guild, you'll receive a $3 million signing fee plus a 37 live share contract. Big brother Yendi, the Chill Ice Guild is willing to pay a signing fee of $5 million to sign with you. Our Green Dragon Guild is the top of the 9 guilds. As long as you join us, $10 million in signing fees will be delivered with both hands. They were all messages from various guilds soliciting him, and the brightest one had to be the last one. Big brother Yendi, join our Vermilion Bird Guild. All beautiful girls. You'll be issued objects when you enter the guild, and you'll be given a $5 million signing fee. It's not even cheap, but unfortunately, I can't see any of this. Lin Yan shook his head. His pattern and ambition were not something these guilds could accommodate. Otherwise he would have chosen the Eastern Guild long ago. After all, even the 10 million signing bonus given by the highest bidder, the Green Dragon Guild, could not match the value of the second ring of the capital's finely furnished houses given by the Eastern Guild. Looks like I'm totally on fire. Lin Yan swiped the webpage. The heat of the single first kill of the Hell Boss was only fully displayed at this moment, and even rushed to the headlines and hot searches. Many players are buzzing about him. After all, He had suppressed the 9 guilds' 1,000-man crusade team with just one person. And with this kind of unparalleled performance, who wouldn't be curious as to how he had done it? But that's exactly one part of my layout. I need fame. The hotter the better. After watching for a while longer, Lin Yan began to log into the Divine Earth. It's time to go get the gear from Cold Front. Chapter 20. There are some things that must be done. Novice Village Grove Plaza. Here's all the gear you want, Lung Feng said. Happy cooperation. Lin Yan cleared his head and smiled in satisfaction. The deal is done, so I'll take my leave. If you want to join the Eastern Guild, be sure to contact me as soon as possible, Lung Feng said. Now that we've finished crusading the boss, we'll be heading to the main city to develop as well. Lin Yan revealed a subtle smile. Going to the main city after crushing the boss? That would be underestimating the plotting of God's Earth. Although he knew what was going to happen behind him, Lin Yan didn't remind him. He just collected his equipment and left. 900 sets of warrior equipment plus hundreds of bows and arrows. Lin Yan went out of his way and spent a whole day fusing it all together. Strength sword again. He tapped on the attribute panel. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Profession, warrior. Grade, 9. Life, 400. Armor, 44,670. Attack, 9325. Armor break, 300. Physical resistance, 23. Mana resistance, 17. Move speed, 1. Attack speed, 2. Mana, 40. Equipment. Soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 20,050. Physical defense plus 13. Legal defense plus 13. Counter damage plus 200. Soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 18. 300. Physical defense plus 2. Legal defense plus 2. Anti-damage plus 110. Magic sword 1000 blades, white, plus 9,300 attack. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 3rd order. Skills, stacked waves and 3 daggers, 1 star. Inferno blade, 1 star. Ability, not yet available. Treasure, seal of life and death. Armor is about to reach 50,000 and attack power is nearly 10,000. Lin Yan estimated. Nowadays, the attack power is definitely overpowered, but the armor and blood volume are really not optimistic. The copy of the hidden boss in the novice village. Normally you have to wait until you advance to professional and reach close to level 30 before you have a chance to raid in a group. With just under 50,000 blood armor, it's still a little shaky. Lin Yan pondered. While he could keep brushing up on monsters and relying on time to stack his armor up, he was actually pressed for time. Because, only by defeating the hidden boss can you open the hidden mainline of the novice village. The only way to get the legendary divine template is to clear the hidden mainline. Without being able to get the divine providence template, he would be stuck at level 9 unable to advance. Sure enough, is it still too much of a stretch to have to use the divine providence template for the first advancement? Lin Yan was silent. After a long time, the confusion in his eyes gradually dispersed, and his gaze became completely firm. There are things that must be done. The ultimate goal of the divine soil was ultimately to become a god. Once you slow down the rate of advancement, when the starry sky battlefield opens he is not strong enough. Shen Youwei's tragedy is bound to repeat itself again. He couldn't accept losing Shen Youwei again. Only by becoming a true god can one hope to turn the starry sky battlefield around with one's own strength. If one still ends up only being a god of faith or god of bits, the phrase of changing the fate of mankind is tantamount to a fool's errand. Lin Yan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with a blazing flame. In this life, he didn't want to see anyone he cared about die again. He wants to guard Shen Youwei and his brother, guard the dead fat man, and guard the summer country and even the civilization of the earth. With his mind clear, he also made up his mind. Raid the hidden copies tonight. After thinking about it, he sent a group message to Shen Youwei. Which copy to brush this time? I'm ready. Shen Youwei was excited and jumped at the chance. Remember what I said about getting you a present? Lin Yan smiled faintly. Of course. I've been looking forward to it for 2 days. Shen Youwei blinked her bright eyes. The two of them always teamed up to play online games before, and they also gave each other gifts. And every time she received a gift from Lin Yan, she was very happy. This bow and arrow is for you. Lin Yan gifted the fused bow and arrow to Shen Youwei. What a beautiful bow. Shen Youwei loved it at first sight. Although this bow emitted white light and should only be a whiteboard weapon, as long as it was given to her by Lin Yan, she treated it like a treasure. Just gear up. Lin Yan laughed. Ha, my current weapon should be better than this, right? Shen Youwei was a bit puzzled, but still carried out the equipment. This is the only equipment? You can't take it off if you equip it. Lin Yan nodded. Yes. Shen Youwei became more and more suspicious, but she still chose to equip herself. My god. After opening the attribute panel, she let out a gasp of surprise and her small mouth turned into an O shape. This, moonlight bow, is so powerful. The attack power alone has been increased by over 5,000. Shen Youwei couldn't believe it. This kind of weapon, at the current stage, could be called a supreme divine weapon. No one can stop an arrow like it. Lin Yan smiled faintly. He had put together a total of thousands of bows and arrows before and after, allowing Shen Youwei's bow and arrow to complete its secondary evolution as well. No worse than his magic blade thousand blades. You can take the seal of life and death first. Lin Yan tossed the seal of life and death to Shen Youwei. You're a long-range archer, and you have the dead spirit guardian summoned by the seal of life and death to make up for the shortcomings of melee combat. Combined with this moonlight bow, the combined battle power is quite impressive. What a strong treasure. Shen Youwei was pleasantly surprised after checking out the functions of the seal of life and death. It can actually summon hundreds of elite zombies at once. With the addition of the moonlight bow, I doubt I can solo a boss copy. Lin Yan would smile. That's exactly what I want you to do. Ha! Shen Youwei froze. I'll be going to brush the hidden copies next, so you use this time to brush the boss copies and get the triple kill rewards. Lin Yan stated his plan. Together with the seal of life and death, it must be easy for Shen Youwei to brush the Lu Wang Palace on normal difficulty. After all, in a normal copy, King Lu only had 30,000 blood armor value, and couldn't stand up to 5,000 damage from an arrow. But the hidden copy he is going to go to is an advanced nightmare copy, which is extremely dangerous for Shen Youwei. He'll be too busy to take care of himself, so how will he have the energy to take care of Shen Youwei? So, he made this battle plan of double opening copies and taking the most rewards. Didn't King Lu tell us to challenge the hidden boss after we advance to professional? Shen Youwei curled the green silk around her ears. Going now is probably going to be dangerous. Don't worry, I'm sure. Lin Yan patted Shen Youwei's little brain. According to the plan, split up. Yes, sir. Shen Youwei saluted, her small face full of seriousness. Guarantee to complete the mission. After sending Shen Youwei into the copy of Lu Wang Palace, Lin Yan's eyes also became serious. He took out the teleportation talisman and without hesitation, directly excited it. Buzz! The body was wrapped by the power of space and instantly returned to the lake island of King Lu's palace. But this time, another path appeared in the center of the lake. The path that led to a huge bronze door hundreds of meters in size. He walked up to the bronze door, behind which miserable wailing could be faintly heard. Blood gushed outward through the cracks in the bronze door, giving off a pungent, oozing odor. Turn it on, he slashed out, and his blade energy blasted the hidden bronze door open. Blood rushed out from behind the door in a torrent, as if it were a river. The underground lake was instantly colored red, and the hissing of the water spirits in ecstasy echoed through the belly of the mountain. Lin Yan's gaze was firm as he took a step into the bronze door. The moment he stepped in, the bronze door closed with a bang. Looking around, there was a yellow spring road in front of him, and both sides of the road were filled with graves. And while the bronze door closed, these burial mounds cracked open, and a ghastly figure slowly crawled out of them. Chapter 21 Green Stiff, the mysterious ferryman, sure is powerful. Lin Yan's eyes were heavy as he probed the monster crawling out of the grave mound. These skeletons in mottled battle armor had blood mists churning on their bodies, and their eyes flickered with crimson ghost fire. Buried Bone Demon, 2nd Order Elite, Grade, 29, Blood Volume, 18, 600, Armor, 1900, Attack Power, 200, Physical Resistance, 50, Legal Resistance, 30, Skills, Necrotic Poison, Passive, Bloodlust, Necrotic Corrosion, Biting, Frenzy, Bone Demon Blade Dance, White Bone Thrust, Blood Mist Demon Fire, Bone Demon Spells. Come on! Lin Yan's battle spirit boiled over as he rushed towards the bone demons. The bone demons let out grim jeers, seemingly mocking Lin Yan for only being at the 9th level of the district. A bone demon coldly stretched out his hand as blood mist demonic fire burned and spewed out. If a normal level 9 player were to be tainted by this demonic fire, they would be burned to ashes in less than 5 seconds. Die! Lin Yan's positioning was subtle, avoiding the blood mist demon flame at extreme distances. Snort! With 2 slashes a second and the stacking technique, he chopped 3 slashes a second and dealt over 20,000 points of explosive damage. The strong bone demon was unexpectedly killed in a single shot. The bone demons were clearly stunned, and all of them paid attention to this human who seemed weak but was actually extremely terrifying. These bone demons swarmed up and launched the bone demon blade dance and white bone sudden stab at the same time. Lin Yan executed his into the subtle grade steps and killed the bone demon group. Wildly dancing bone blades filled every inch of space around him, but he always danced on the tips of the blades, perfectly avoiding all attacks. How is this possible? The ghostly flames blazed in the eyes of the bone demons, not daring to believe it. Death to those who stand in my way. The magic sword thousand blades transformed into sword umbrellas at times, and at other times, the many bone demons that surrounded and killed him were all killed under his sword. A large amount of experience beads surged towards Lin Yan, and since they could not be absorbed, they could only eventually turn into entities and be taken into his backpack. Touché! he walked on the path of the Yellow Springs, his feet stepping on the bones of the Bone Demon as he made his way. Leave your soul here in peace. At the end of the Yellow Spring Road, a withered zombie 3 meters tall stepped in. On its body, green necrotic poison rose up to the sky, and the yellow spring flowers within a 10-meter radius withered, clearly extremely toxic. Behind it, 3 floating dead spirits surrounded it, emitting a frosty aura that froze the soul. Lin Yan gazed and probed. Burying ground green stiffs, 2nd Order, Commander. Grade, 29. Blood volume, 150,600. Armor, 16,000. Attack power, 350. Physical resistance, 80. Legal resistance, 50. Skills, necrotic poison, passive, poisonous stream explosion, necrotic corrosion, tearing, frenzy, copper skin and iron bones, bathing in poison armor, poisonous fog chaos, green stiff spell, poisonous stream burst, necrotic assimilation, burial ground necromancer, 2nd Order elite, grade, 29, blood volume, 24,000, armor, 15,000, attack power, 250, physical resistance, 30, legal resistance, 60, skills, frost soullessness, soul freeze, necrotic mist, frost ray, vision sharing, homunculus devouring, death blast, undead tearing, green stiffs. Lin Yan's heart fluttered. Green stiffs are already considered a rare type of zombie in the ancient legends of Xia. Its strength is immense and its evil nature is so strong that it has almost no weaknesses except sunlight. There are 3 more necromancers to go along with it, so it looks like it's going to have to be taken seriously. Lin Yan's eyes gazed up. This green stiff leading 3 dead spirits was definitely comparable to King Lu in terms of combat power. Whoosh! The 3 necromancers rushed in unison, spewing frost and mist at him. Reduced vision, weakened reflexes, attack speed reduced to 1.5. Lin Yan unleashed his inferno blade, the flaming blade light instantly illuminating the front, cleaving through the mist and frost. The moment his vision returned, the green stiff's knife-like palm poked him head-on. Clang! Too late to dodge. He instantly swung his sword to block. Touché! The immense force coming from the blade shook him back more than 10 steps. Sure is a lot of power. Lin Yan looked at the blood level. He completely blocked the attack, but the impact damage alone made him drop a full 100 points of armor. -100. -100. Not good. It's tainted with corpse poison. Lin Yan frowned. The corpse poison of the green stiffs was so heavy that if they approached within 10 meters, they would definitely be contaminated. It has to be quick. His gaze was grave as he chopped out with his long blade. The stacked wave triple blade matched the stacked blade, and the explosive output poured down on the green stiff's head, instantly cutting out several openings in its brain. -9,100, -8,900, -9,300, -8,999. Huge damage numbers popped up one after another above the green stiff's head. Roar! The green stiff was shocked and furious, and opened his mouth to spray out a spell symbol to hit Lin Yan's chest. Burst! It hissed. The toxins on Lin Yan's body were detonated along with the spell talisman, instantly blowing away over 1,000 points of his armor. Damn it! Lin Yan's eyes went completely cold. You think you're the only one who can play with poison? He bullied his way up and fought with the green stiff. The 3 necromancers kept spewing frost and mist to interfere with his fight. Snort! Lin Yan's human saber united. His saber chi chopped out, and flames shot up to the sky. The green stiff's attack could only cause impact damage on him, while he could precisely find a tricky angle, and his blade broke through the green stiff's block and chopped at its vital points. The poison armor properties of both the soft hedgehog armor and soft hedgehog pants were activated, causing the green stiff to fall into a poisoned state as well. The continuous blood drop combined with Lin Yan's explosive to the extreme output lifted the green stiff's skull off the ground. Put! The green zombie body collapsed to the ground, its green brains dripping all over the place. The 3 dead spirits dispersed in a flurry and soon disappeared from view. Lin Yan did not go after him, because this place is already the end of the Yellow Spring Road. Beyond the end was a river of blood hundreds of meters wide. Now that he hadn't unlocked his flight skill, there was no way for him to chase after it. Just as he was contemplating how to cross the river, the hoarse old voice came. Young man, are you the only one crossing the river? Lin Yan's gaze turned and saw a lone boat slowly leaning towards the riverbank. The old man clad in a straw raincoat propped up the pulp with a kind smile and cloudy eyes. Nice. Lin Yan nodded. It seems the only way to get to the other side is to take this boat. If you want to take my boat to the other side, you need to agree to one condition first. The old man with the boat said hoarsely. You say? Lin Yan calmly inquired. The hidden copy is extremely difficult to pass, and almost not many people have succeeded, so there have been no related strategies circulating since the beginning. He came to challenge just after his advancement back then and died directly in the Yellow Springs Road, not triggering the plot of the ferryman. There is only one chance to raid a hidden copy, so be careful with any decisions you make. Lin Yan said in his heart, I've been stuck here for many years. If you can kill the blood corpse, you need to give me its complete skull. I can only get out of here if I get its skull. The old man of the ferry said in a deep voice. Additional tasks? Lin Yan frowned and guessed. Many of the duplicates have additional requirements that grant more rewards if they are completed. The blood corpse's head is likely its weak point. If you want to keep the head intact, you can't attack the head of the blood corpse during the battle, making it more difficult to pass the level. Could be. Lin Yan nodded. This additional condition was not difficult for him. So, get on board. The old ferryman grinned. Lin Yan probed the old man's information out of caution. Ferryman at the burial ground. What? Probing for information? He looked deeply at the old man ferryman. This old man, he's not simple. Although he didn't know how the other party managed to shield their probes, it was always right to keep an eye out when seeing such a mysterious existence in a hidden copy. With his hand on the hilt of his sword, he stepped onto the lone boat. Chapter 22, I have a third option. Why are you stuck here? Lin Yan asked tentatively. The divine earth is the real world, with many hidden mechanisms that need to be actively discovered before they can be uncovered. Ha! The old man paled, then sighed. It's a long story. The river is wide enough that I think I have time to hear the story. Lin Yan calmly said. The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a patient young man, so I'll tell you about it. The world knows that true gods exist in this world. Thousands of years ago, King Lu was given the greatest treasure, the seal of life and death, because he believed in the heavenly son of hell. The seal of life and death can reverse life and death, and once a dead creature obtains it, its strength will skyrocket. The necromancer king of the year, the zombie king, Evil Chi, was one of the strongest people who coveted the seal of life and death. It commands the legions of the dead and invades the country of Lu. King Lu, in order to fight against the Necromonger Legion, traveled to the underground palace to activate the seal of life and death with 9 of his inner circle. But while activating the seal of life and death, King Lu was betrayed by a shameful traitor. The traitor contaminated the seal of life and death with the blood of the zombie king. The tainted seal of life and death rioted, constantly transforming the living into the dead. Countless people died as a result, and the country of Lu was plunged into a necropolis. The traitors spread rumors again, saying that King Lu intentionally started the corpse disaster in order to resist the evil Qi, with the purpose of sucking in death Qi to use to enhance the power of the seal of life and death. Oh, Lin Yan drifted off. No wonder King Lu would say that when he handed him the seal of life and death. The way that should be done I have done, the way that should be kept I have kept. Henceforth there is a crown of righteousness reserved for me. So there is a grievance. Lin Yan nodded, gradually clearing his thoughts, but then he slowly frowned down, always feeling that there was some key point he hadn't noticed. And then, later, under the internal and external troubles, King Lu had no choice. For the sake of the people and the righteousness of the people, he decided to join the 8 beloved ones and sacrifice his life. The old man continued his story. They cut open their hearts and washed the tainted seals of life and death with their essence blood. Before he died, King Lu used his last power to kill all his enemies with the seal of life and death. And those enemies who were too late to kill were sealed in this place. Lin Yan was silent. The 8 heartthrobs should be the armored white stiffs at the bottom of the boss level, guarding King Lu's bronze coffin. But the old man must be hiding something. He frowned. The stories before King Lu's sacrifice are detailed, but the story after King Lu's sacrifice is a sweeping one-sentence ending. What does that have to do with you being trapped after the story? Lin Yan was cool-headed and asked directly. The old man ho 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 ho. I am King Lu's brother, and have volunteered to help him guard this sealed world. My mission is to wait for adventurers strong enough to descend and help them slay the sealed dead. After completing my mission, I can walk out of here. That makes sense. Lin Yan nodded slightly. The identity of the old man is the biggest mystery and the key to solving the case. But whether he was or was not the brother of King Lu is not at all clear. He held the hilt of his blade in his hand and kept running through his thoughts, to the center of the river. The old man's face was grave and his expression was full of remembrance. This is the junction of life and death, and my brother placed the seal of life and death here to balance yin and yang. He glanced at Lin Yan, realizing that Lin Yan was unmoved. A look of great righteousness suddenly appeared on his face. Adventurers, if you want to defeat the blood corpse, the seal of life and death is an indispensable force. The seal of life and death is at the bottom of the lake, and only you can take it out. For the sake of life and righteousness, everything is on you. Lin Yan had no waves in his heart at this time, and even wanted to laugh. Act, you keep acting. The seal of life and death King Lu had already given it to him as the only treasure, and there would not be a second seal of life and death in the divine lands. The old man was clearly lying to trick him into going down to the lake. If you want to see through the lies, the key is pressed not to find holes in this old man's logic, but to pass the copy of the Ru Wang Palace perfectly. Lin Yan completely understood everything. No wonder almost no one could beat the hidden copy in the previous life. Adventurer, Do you think you're strong enough to defeat the terrifying 1,000-year-old blood corpse without relying on the seal of life and death? The old man exclaimed, his face eager. Seeing that Lin Yan still didn't respond, the old man sighed. Oh, arrogant adventurer. You only have two choices here. One is to go down to the lake to get the seal of life and death, and the other is to go to the other side of the lake to face the 1,000-year-old blood corpse alone. It seems that you have made your choice and I will send you to the other side. No, I have a third option. Lin Yan instantly drew out his demonic blade 1,000 blades and pointed it straight at the old man. That would be to kill you. Why are you doing this? The old man was alarmed, terrified and helpless. However, when Lin Yan's attack approached, extreme malice instantly surged in his eyes. It seems that you are an accomplice of the evil demon, so turn into blood and melt in this river of blood. With a swing of the oar in his hand, he clashed with Lin Yan's long sword. Palm! The terrifying force exploded, and the shockwave blew up a man-high wave of blood-colored water around the ship. Still pretending when it's all over, Lin Yan sneered. You're not King Lu's brother at all. You're the traitor who contaminated the seal of life and death with zombie blood among those 9 heartthrobs. How did you guess my identity? The old man was alarmed and snapped. Even if he was attacked, he wasn't afraid. What he was afraid of was being guessed as to his identity. Once he was guessed, the blindfold he had used to shield himself from probing was broken. Dead people don't have to know so much. Lin Yan indifferently swung his sword. In his eyes, the old man's information panel also changed drastically. Lu's 6th Commander, Wu Chou, 2nd Order, Commander. Grade, 29. Blood volume, 180. 600. Armor, 150. 000. Attack power, 400. Physical resistance, 90. Legal resistance, 80. Special item, Cloak of Water Avoidance. Skills, Cross Chop. Blood Control. Close and Surge. Hypnotic Pupil Technique. Blindfold Technique. Corpse Blood Infestation. Blood Arrow Technique. Soul Devouring Tombstone. 6 difficulties of Cultivation Chop. Special items. Excitement flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and his attacks became stronger and stronger. How can it be so strong? Noodle Clown was scared pale. He had only just exchanged blows, and he had dropped nearly 100. 000 armor. His oars were cracked. This attack is beyond comprehension. Escape. The idea came to him, and all at once he jumped overboard and popped into the water. Your attack power is indeed heaven-defying, but it's impossible for your blood quantity to be so heaven-defying as well. He sneered. Lin Yan chased after him, and just moments after he entered the lake, the armor deduction prompt popped out of his head. Armor, -1,000, -1,000, -1,000. Damn it, no wonder you old things keep tricking me into going under. Seething anger flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and he chased after Wu Chou with a burst of output. He had over 40,000 armor today, and counting the armor regain trait, he had over 50,000 armor. That amount of blood was counterintuitive enough, but it still didn't last a minute. If it was a normal level 29 player, he would be dead in 3 or 5 seconds. Snort! Lin Yan was frantically chopping away, spamming all his output. If you couldn't kill this Wu Chou in a minute, your only chance to raid the hidden level would be gone. The Divine Providence template will also be lost to him. It was a loss he could never accept. Chapter 23, Water Sheltering Cloak. 1,000-year blood corpse. It's been over 10 seconds. Why aren't you dead? Noon Joker's mind exploded as he was chased. What the hell are you? Not only are the attacks ridiculously high, but the blood is also deep. You won't get away with it. Lin Yan shouted angrily. Wu Joker was in a hurry. With less than 30,000 blood left, if Lin Yan caught up again, he would be able to take himself away with a set of moves. You're crazy. Even if you kill me, you won't make it back to the ship. The afternoon clown yells. Your blood bar didn't lower because you entered the blood river. You must have a special treasure on you that resists the erosion of the blood river, right? Lin Yan smiled morosely and nailed it with a single word. Wu Chou's face suddenly stiffened, and he cursed in his heart. Damn, obviously a young man. How come he's so old and cunning? Die. Lin Yan once again chased after Morning Ugly and swung his sword down. Seeing that Lin Yan was about to kill him, Wu Chou roared. Lord Blood Corpse, for the sake of me paying so much for you, step in and save me. The entire blood river, at this moment, boiled up. Lin Yan's rate of armor drop was getting faster and faster. Die. He struck out coldly, his sword fluttering. Stacking Wave's 3 blades with the stacking blade technique instantly hit over 30,000 output and decimated Nu Chou. Collect. With a single thought, he collected all the equipment that Noon Clown had exploded. Special item Water Sheltering Cloak. Lin Yan didn't care about the other items and directly clicked on the cloak details. Waterproof cloak, treasure. Attributes, water. Formation, Supreme Heaven. Functions, 1. Fully awakened can be 100% immune to damage caused by the aquatic environment. 2. can allow the wearer to be free from the negative effects of the aquatic environment, in the water as if walking on the ground. Current status, 50% water-based environmental damage reduction. Negative impact, initial awakening. Note, in the Blood Corpse copy, this treasure is unconditionally immune to 100% Blood River damage. Indeed, Lin Yan had a look of excitement in his eyes. That's where the hidden copy breaks the ice. He immediately equipped the water avoidance cloak, and the armor deduction of over 1,000 points per second immediately stopped. That was close. This copy is a dog. Lin Yan cursed. The Blood Corpse copy is too difficult. He had been cautious enough and superbly strong, and even then he had nearly flipped. No wonder there wasn't even a guide online in my previous life. He was skeptical that there were any players who had cleared the hidden copies at all. There's only 20,000 armor left, and even with the 30% armor recovery, there's only 30,000 blood armor value left today. Lin Yan frowned and swam upstream. First, return to the ship, disengage from combat, and return your armor to full value before going to battle with the boss. Just as he was swimming upwards, the Blood River's turbulence intensified and even a huge whirlpool appeared. Even with the 50% negative effect reduction, Lin Yan was still swept to the bottom of the river under the huge suction force. Bottom of the Blood River. Countless skeletons were densely covered, half buried in the river sand, a light of the Thule hell. It seems that these skeletons are the forerunners who were tricked into coming down and dying by old six of the noon ugly earlier. Lin Yan's heart was incredibly heavy. Judging from the data of the various monsters from before, the difficulty of the Blood Corpse copy was probably second order * nightmare difficulty. To rate a nightmare second level copy, you generally need a crusade of second level players, or a small group of third level regular players. Want to raid alone? It would take at least a third ranked top player to do it. It's still a bit difficult for the current me to rival a top level third order combatant. Lin Yan pondered. His attack is overpowered, but his blood armor is just too low. If each rank gets a gold template, by the time you reach the third rank, Elite Professional, Extreme, that's level 49, the blood volume could reach 150,000 completely, and with the armor weapon, it could easily break 200,000 blood armor value. As for each rank being a Divine Providence template, that's not to mention the amount of blood, which is at least a few 100,000 big ones. If he had such a strong blood armor value, this raid would have been far too easy. Ha! Lin Yan stopped and looked towards the center of the vortex. The withered and evil figure, bound by huge chains, was suppressed at the bottom of the Blood River. The figure's entire body was devoid of skin, with muscles and bones oozing out into the open. It spewed blood all over its body and merged into the Blood River, while at the same time sucking energy from the Blood River. 1,000-year-old blood corpse. Lin Yan's eyes stared, and he immediately struck out, his long knife cutting out sharp edges. Clang! Before he could kill the 1,000-year-old blood corpse, several ghostly creatures blocked him. Spirit of the Blood River, Second Order Elite, Grade, 29, Blood Volume, 25,000, Armor, 18,000, Attack Power, 270, Physical Resistance, 40, Legal Resistance, 50, Skills, Death Roll, Blood River Shock, Water Vortex, Blood Burst, Vision Sharing, Homunculus Devouring, Death Blast, Undead Tearing, click click click. The blood corpse's chains continued to crumble and were about to shatter. Lin Yan immediately struck out. If he waited for the blood corpses to be released and join forces with these Blood River spirits, he would be in trouble. Buzz! Inferno Blade starts with stacked wave triple blade plus stacked blade, instantly securing a Blood River spirit. Seeing this, the other Blood River spirits immediately began to tear each other apart. Asterisk. Lin Yan let out a low curse. These Blood River spirits unleashed Origin Devouring. The dozen or so Blood River spirits devoured each other and transformed into a strong figure that guarded the blood corpse. Die! Lin Yan and the spirit of the Blood River were caught in a fight. The spirit of the Blood River moved faster than him in the Blood River, and he couldn't get around it. The spirit of the Blood River spun crazily, bringing a terrifying whirlpool impact. Death tumble with water vortex. Lin Yan flew into the vortex. This is because it relies on the Blood River environment to deal skill damage to him, which is completely immunized by the cloak of water avoidance. The spirit of the Blood River also saw this and had no choice but to fight with his body. Death Blast, Undead Rip. Lin Yan dodged the impact with a single walk, and hardened himself against the Undead Tier's frantic output. Snort! He was calm and frantic, and his shots were all vital. As the former number 1 on the heavenly ranking, he knew exactly where the key points of almost all types of monsters were. The powerful Blood River spirit was defeated under his frantic attack, and was quickly killed in an explosion. Phew! With a wave of his hand, he put away the equipment exploded by the spirit of Blood River. Lin Yan arrived in front of the blood corpse at breakneck speed and swung his sword. 1,000 years of blood corpse, boss nightmare. Blood, 150-3066. Armor, 560-000. Attack power, 810. Physical resistance, 120. Legal resistance, 100. Skills, 1, 000. Your corpse poison, passive. Imperial skin art, blood witch curse, tear bite, corpse chi infestation, soul trap, flying bone spike, 18 blood and airstrikes, corpse blood bathing, armor increase, life eating, Dan corpse stream explosion. While the blood corpses hadn't gotten out of the trap, Lin Yan kept chopping away. Minus 9,588, minus 9,100, minus 9,491. He slashed furiously dozens of times and chopped off most of the 1,000-year-old blood corpse's armor. That's cool. It would have been nice to have been able to stand still and just cut him down. Lin Yan's heart was refreshed. The hundreds of thousands of points of damage were purely for nothing. But of course it could have been the time difference he earned by pointing out the identity of Noon Joker. Click click click. The chains finally broke all the way through. The 1,000-year-old blood corpse got out of the trap. Instantly, the river of blood boiled, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Lin Yan in death. Chapter 24 Blood Battle. First pass hidden copy. The real fight. It's on. Lin Yan's expression also became serious. He still had 18,000 armor value today. What he was facing was a terrifying blood corpse with more than 1.5 million blood and more than 100,000 points of armor remaining. Although the opponent's attack power was only 1/10 of his own, the blood difference was dozens of times. The only way to make up for it is with fighting skills. Lin Yan is thinking clearly. Whoosh! The moment the 1,000-year-old blood corpse got out of its trap, the bones in its body transformed into flying spikes and madly stabbed at Lin Yan, dense as a rain of arrows. Get in position. Although he didn't have the stance skill yet today, Lin Yan's pace that had been honed between life and death was still sufficient to deal with the densely packed bone spikes. Snort! Killing from the dense bone arrows, he was attacked just twice, dropping over 1,000 points of armor. If it's combined with a stance skill, it's completely harmless. Lin Yan stared at the blood corpse. You must explode a stance skill book that suits me. The 1,000-year blood corpse froze, obviously a little surprised. Extreme killing intent surged out of its eyes as it rushed out with a roar. Starting with a big move, the 18 blood airstrikes. The blood fiend power around the blood corpse surged, and every part of his body was transformed into a sharp weapon for attack. Bang bang bang. The 18 attacks were as continuous as a monstrous river, and each of them carried more than 1,000 points of attack power. If they all hit, even if they had 20,000 points of blood, they would be killed in seconds. Lin Yan wielded his magic sword 1,000 blades, skillfully defusing attack after attack, but after all, the attack speed was limited, and he was still hit a few times. Buzz! The blood corpse's bite tore into Lin Yan's soft hedgehog armor. The armor value fell below 30%, and the armor restoration trait was activated. Lin Yan's armor instantly returned to nearly 30,000. You're at the end of your blue, aren't you? My turn. With his blade skills, Lin Yan began to stick to the blood corpses and fight. Minus 9,300, minus 18,500, minus 9,199. The blood corpse's blood bar fell crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of dollars were knocked out. In the next moment, Lin Yan felt that his soul had fallen into stagnation and his body couldn't move. Blood witch curse paired with soul trap. He reacted instantly, crushing 2 vials of uncontrolled potion and breaking free from the controlled state. Roar! The blood corpse's obligatory kills follow. It opened its mouth and spat out a blood dan, which exploded in front of Lin Yan, and countless blood souls surged out, tearing at Lin Yan. Dan corpse stream explosion. Lin Yan immediately retreated violently, his water-avoiding cloak causing him to walk on water as if he were on the ground, while constantly attacking to counteract the impact. Even so, this Dan corpse stream explosion still caused him to drop over 3,000 points of armor. It was conceivable that if he didn't have an uncontrolled potion, he would have to lose at least 30,000 armor if he was hit by this sure kill in a controlled state. Roar! The blood corpse went completely berserk. This set is its chain of surefire kills, and it didn't even knock off the opponent's armor skin. Buzz! The light of the armor on its body skyrocketed as the armor increased. After the armor had increased by 50,000 points, the blood corpse's blue amount completely bottomed out, and it was at its wit's end, so it could only fall into a bloody melee with Lin Yan. This seat still has over 1 million blood armor values left. I don't believe I can't exhaust you. It hissed and roared. A man and a corpse, killing each other. There are no more fancy skills in this moment, and no more battles of wits. It's all about the barest, bloodiest physical combat. The blood corpse's attack speed attribute was a bit higher than Lin Yan's, and even though Lin Yan's blade technique was at an extremely high level, he was unable to defend against it perfectly. Huge damage numbers kept popping up on the blood corpse's head. Lin Yan's armor value was also decreasing. In the blink of an eye, One person and one corpse wrestled for dozens of rounds. Lin Yan also struck out his true fire chi, his eyes cold and crazy. Looking at the eyes alone, it was no longer possible to tell which side was human and which side was a bloody corpse. -888, -9178, -779, -8999, -1600, -18,100. Damage tip after damage tip kept popping up from both sides of his head, killing him from the bottom of the river all the way to the surface. Pom! The two fought all the way out of the water of the blood river, and the moment they broke through the water, the terrifying power churned up terrifying blood waves several meters high. Die! In the hearts of the two, only the obsession of decapitating the other remained. Snort! Under this situation, Lin Yan utilized his Supreme Blade technique to kill off a huge advantage in a situation where there was a difference of dozens of times in blood armor value. The blood corpse's blood level was cut down to just over 80,000, and his blood armor value fell below 10,000 as well. Corpse blood bathing, devour life. The blood corpse popped and shattered its lower half, the blood and water continuously washing the remnants, while the body withered extremely quickly. Its attack power skyrocketed under this change, unexpectedly doubling directly. With a single claw, it cut down more than 1,500 points of Lin Yan's armor. Kill! Lin Yan continuously drank blue recovery potions, and the Inferno Blade, Stacked Wave Triple Blade, and Stacked Blade techniques were offered together. In his last wave of explosive output, the blood corpse's blood trough is finally emptied. Pom! The corpse of the blood corpse fell onto Noon Clown's lone boat, its eyes full of resignation. Lord Zombie King, I have waited 1,000 years for you, and it seems that I can no longer serve you. Touché! Lin Yan walked up to him without the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes. He wasn't a person who liked nonsense. A knife cut down. The head of the blood corpse hard sound and fell. Completely fell. Ding! Congratulations on completing your solo first pass hidden copy, the Yellow Spring Blood Corpse achievement. A service-wide announcement will be made soon. Is your ID hidden? The system beep answered. Lin Yan took a long breath before slowly exhaling it and firmly said, no. With a level 9 body, soloing through a second-order nightmare copy was simply a mythical achievement in the previous world, and now he has created this myth himself. This dreamy feeling made his heart pound. At this moment, the divine soil world, as long as there was a place where players existed, a magnificent announcement resounded in unison. Congratulations to player Yen D for soloing the first pass of the hidden copy and first killing the 1,000-year blood corpse boss. It is hereby rewarded. Advanced Fine Equipment *10, Advanced Rare Equipment *2, Free Attribute Points, 100, 2-star Skill Book, 6, Advanced Decontrol Potion, 5, Advanced Experience Potion, 20, Advanced Blue Restoration, Blood Restoration, Defense, Attack, and Agility Potion *100 each, Second Order *Silver Advancement Template, 3, Perfect Pass Hidden Reward, Relic *Blood Corpse Head, Skill Evolution Book *1, Storm Reward, Legendary Equipment *Swordsman's Helmet. We hope that players will be aware of this and continue to work hard to create their own legend in the world of God's Earth. A hidden copy? What's that? After hearing the voice, the players were dumbfounded. Nowadays, the vast majority of players have not even cleared the copy of the Lu Wang Palace. Naturally, they do not know the existence of the hidden copy. However, the rewards are all advancement rewards. Does that prove that this is an advancement copy? Grandma, we haven't even beaten the novice village boss, and Yen D has already cleared the advanced copy? He's going against the heavens. Chapter 25, The whole service shook. The first piece of legendary equipment. This Yen D, his skills are really great. On the way to the main city, Leng Feng gazed at the hints in the sky with a serious face. It seems we underestimated his potential before. It must be reported to the top, so that they give a better deal to recruit Yen D. Beside Long Feng, the leaders of the Eastern Guild were frantically heartbroken. Moreover, the pass rewards given by raiding hidden copies are too generous. Especially the second order silver advancement template. Let's see. Let's go raid the hidden copy now. If Yen D can do it alone, we can definitely take it as well. Don't be impulsive. As good as the advancement template is, we still have to wait for the leaders to decide. Long Feng persuaded. Okay. Several of the leaders nodded and did not object. With the silver template that Long Feng had gotten from the boss to kill, he had advanced to professional. In the past 2 days, he had also absorbed the extra experience beads that the guild had stockpiled, and his level had long exceeded level 10, far ahead of the entire service. Let's hope that the higher-ups approve us to raid the hidden copies soon. Yeah, as long as we can get the second order advancement template, with our cultivation ability, we can completely create a third order top-tier powerhouse in a short period of time, and boast the entire preliminary stage. The members of the Oriental Guild were dumbfounded. Soon after, Lang Feng received a reply. The order came down. Send 2 people to explore the hidden copies first. Let's go. The 2 leaders beside Long Feng volunteered. The light flashed and they were teleported into the hidden copy. I also don't know about the hidden. Lang Feng did not even finish a sentence. He received a message from the 2 leaders in the spring water. It's over. Past the level? Hidden levels are so easy. Lang Feng was a bit confused. Ahem. We're out. The 2 leaders quickly came to Lang Feng's side through group teleportation. Their faces pale and pale. That Yen D is definitely open. A small monster in a hidden copy with over 200 blood in one slash. How dare you believe that? I couldn't even get through their full data panel before I was hacked to death. The blood armor of a normal small monster is nearly 20,000. The boss blood armor value must have broken through the sky. If Yen D really passes the barrier on his own strength, then to what extent must his strength be terrifying? Both men said, feeling shaky. Yen D, it's horrible. Lung Feng lapsed into silence, then without further hesitation and with firm eyes, he sent a message to the top. As long as I can secure Yen D to join the Eastern Guild, I think all the costs are worth it. How can the gap be so big? White Wolf Guild. Duke Poison was so angry that he dropped his teacup. Mu Qingwan's eyes were complicated and she just nodded, not knowing what she was thinking inside. Notify all guild members to come online with me. I'm going to crusade for another copy of King Lu's palace. This time, I vow to raid it. The Poison Duke immediately got up and entered the virtual game bin. The boss replica square was abuzz with people at the moment. Lin Yan's solo fight through the hidden copies had spurred on many experts and guilds. They didn't want to admit that they were actually being left further and further behind by a lone traveler. It was too humiliating. The big guilds have reorganized their crusades to get a clean slate. A copy of the Blood Corpse, on a lone boat on the Blood River. Lin Yan's eyes grew brighter as he counted the rewards he received. 100 free attribute points. Add them to shift speed first. He made up his mind. This time, when he chased after Wu Jiao, he almost couldn't catch up, causing the copy raid to fail. If there's a similar chase in the future, movement speed is the most important attribute. Add some. 100 free attribute points went down, and movement speed increased to 3. The speed tripled straight away. Weapons and potions will be put away for now, and organized when we get out. Lin Yan landed his gaze on the skill book. After his speed increased, he was in dire need of a stance skill. If he had a body technique skill for this raiding Blood Corpse, then there was no way it could have been such a grueling fight. Flipping through the rewarded 6 2-star skill books, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. It was really found by me. 9 thunderbolts of lightning, 2 stars. A quick burst of 9 displacements, each with a limit distance of 2 meters, each of which leaves a thundering shadow and deals a layer of thunder damage to enemies in its path. Mana cost, 30, cooldown, 30 seconds. This mana consumption is quite something. Lin Yan sucked in a breath of cool air, then looked at the skill evolution book in his hand. Skill evolution books are valuable and can be assigned to skills to make them star higher. 1 star to 2 stars is not a big improvement. Since we're going to use the skill evolution book, we have to make the most out of it. Lin Yan's eyes were firm. 9 thunder flashes. Rising star. Buzz. Soon. The 9-fold thunder flash upgrade was complete. 9 thunderbolts of lightning, 3 stars. A quick burst of 9 displacements, each with a limit distance of 10 meters, and 3 levels of thunder damage to enemies in its path. Each displacement leaves behind a thunderous shadow, and at the end of the skill, the shadow explodes, inflicting explosive group damage to enemies within 3 meters at attack power asterisk 10%. Mana cost, 40. Cooldown, 30 seconds. The burst distance went from 18 meters to 90 meters directly. There are also 2 more layers of thunder damage. There's also an additional residual shadow explosion group damage. Lin Yan nodded. The boost was obvious, but the blue consumption was also truly horrific, and using it once would empty his current blue bar. However, the good thing is that he is not short of potions. Use up immediately knock a bottle of blue pill back to full on the line. Next up, the 2 most important takeaways from this time. Lin Yan looked at the 2 items in his hands. Blood Corpse Head, and, legendary equipment, Swordsman's Helmet. I can't believe I actually obtained legendary equipment at level 9. Lin Yan checked the panel of the Swordsman Helmet that spewed orange light. Broken Swordsman's Helmet, legendary. Level, 2nd order. Armor plus 9,999. Physical defense plus 18. Legal defense plus 18. Characteristics, Heart of Swordmaster, 30% immunity to physical attacks on the vitals of the heart. Swordmaster's Guard, active. Costs 40 points of mana and restores 20% of armor to the entire body. Purification, immunity to 1 psychic attack that deals less damage than the armor value of the helmet. Cooldown, 1 hour. Note, a novice village blacksmith seems to be able to fix this equipment. Gulp. Lin Yan's eyes were glowing. The helmet is nearly 10,000 just for the armor additions. And the Heart of the Sword Magnate trait, combined with the Heart Protection trait of my soft hedgehog armor, can already achieve 80% immunity to physical attacks on the heart. Lin Yan was incredibly excited. Maybe if you get a blacksmith to fix the helmet intact, you can get immunity to physical attacks on the heart. This kind of rule-level trait, as long as it rounded up to 100%, would be a god-level trait. There is no longer any need to worry about physical damage to the heart, and this part of the body is henceforth equivalent to invincibility. What this means to a master operator is naturally self-evident. Make sure to fix the swordmaster helmet. There was anticipation in his eyes. Kada. He puts on the swordsman's helmet. Weapons higher than one's own rank could not be equipped normally, but ultimate artifacts were just so unreasonable. Straight up ignoring equipoise gear, he tapped on his property page. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Profession, warrior. Grade, 9. Life, 400. Armor, 55,999. Attack, 9325. Armor break, 300. Physical resistance, 41. Mana resistance, 35. Move speed, 3. Attack speed, 2. Mana, 40. Equipment. Soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 20,050. Physical defense plus 13. Legal defense plus 13. Counter damage plus 299. Soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 18. 300. Physical defense plus 2. Legal defense plus 2. Anti-damage plus 139. Broken swordsman helmet, legendary, armor plus 9,999. Physical defense plus 9. Legal defense plus 9. Magic sword 1000 blades, white, plus 9,300 attack. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 3rd order. Skills, stacked waves and 3 daggers, 1 star. Inferno blade, 1 star. 9 thunderbolts of lightning, 3 stars. Ability, not yet available. Treasure, seal of life and death. Cloak of water avoidance. The armor value has officially exceeded 50,000. Lin Yan's heart was pounding. Counting armor Regan and sword magnate guard, he now had a total hidden armor value of over 80,000. Finally, there's this bloody corpse head. Lin Yan's expression had never been more serious. This, then, is the real key to unlocking the hidden plot of the novice village. Chapter 26, A Difficult Choice. Shen Youwei was surrounded and killed. Who? The only hidden quest, related to the Divine Providence template? Let me see your true colors. Lin Yan exhaled a long breath, his gaze growing more and more grave. The information gathered in his previous life broke off here at the Blood Corpse Core. All he knew was that perfectly clearing the hidden copy would trigger the only hidden plot of the novice village. And by perfectly clearing the hidden storyline, you can obtain the God's Gift template. Unlock the plot first. He slapped his palm at the bloody corpse's head. Buzz. 2 projections emerged from the bloody corpse's head. One of them Lin Yan was familiar with. It was the village chief of the novice village. He was all business and his face was serious. Years ago, the zombie king made a comeback to capture the seal of life and death. Strong men from the Long Xia Empire fought to the death to seal it, and our village was established precisely to guard the zombie king's sealing ground. But recently, a cult called the Truth Cult has appeared around the village, and they will stop at nothing to open the seal and release the zombie king. I desperately need the blood corpse head to reinforce the seal. Young man, quickly give me the head of the bloody corpse in your hand. The other figure was a black-robed man sitting on a high chair. His gaze was firm, his voice full of vicissitudes. We originally guarded the seal with the village chief and others until 3 years ago, when I crashed through the chief's secret. He's trying to break the zombie king's seal. There was no doubt that the village chief had been contaminated by the will of the zombie king. I led the villagers who stood firm on justice into an outbreak of fighting with the village chief's gang, but the strength of the village chief, infested with evil powers, was so terrifying that we eventually fled in defeat and founded the Truth Cult just to guard the secret. Never give the blood corpse head to the village chief. Once he gets it, he will use it to unseal the zombie king evil chi. Handing over the blood corpse head to the Truth Cult is the only way to stop the Showa from coming again. When the two finished speaking, the projections each disappeared. Make a choice? Lin Yan frowned. Both of these parties claim to be righteous and are very logical in their words. He couldn't really tell which side he was going to give the blood corpse head to for a while. Just as he was contemplating, the magnificent system beep once again spread throughout the divine lands. Congratulations to player girl who loves salt for soloing through a copy of King Lu's Palace. Hereby rewarded, skill book *1. We hope that players will be aware of this and continue to work hard to create their own legend in the world of God's Earth. In the square, the gathered players were dumbfounded. They'd been spurred on by Lin Yan clearing the hidden copy, and just as they were about to crusade through the monster copy again, someone else had soloed through the boss copy. Perverts come and go every year, but this year is particularly eventful. Are they really playing the same game as me? A copy that couldn't be beaten by hundreds of people was beaten by one person. The gap between man and man is greater than between man and dog. The players were all struck by the blow, and the square was awash with discussion. The girl who loves salt? Poison Duke frowned. This idea is a bit familiar. It's the girl who's been following Lin Yan around, also from the same university as me, Mu Qingwan said with an ugly face. What? The Poison Duke's pupils shrunk, and he was even more furious when he reacted. Could it be that our White Wolf Guild is even inferior to a pendant following him around? Soon, Shen Youwei appeared in the square, her little face full of leaps and bounds. Although the one she cleared was on normal difficulty, it couldn't be compared to Lin Yan. But in the end, it's a great sense of accomplishment to clear a boss copy solo. Hey, is brother Lin Yan still in the copy? Shen Youwei looked at Lin Yan's status in her friends list and murmured, Sister Salt Eater, you're too strong too. How did you manage to pass the level alone? Teach us the secret? Bug, come on, say it and share it with everyone. Instantly, a group of people surrounded them, and their enthusiasm was so excessive that they startled Shen Youwei. I just killed all the monsters and passed the level. Shen Youwei scratched her head and said frankly, the players were hurt by Shen Youwei's inadvertent Versailles, and for a while they cried and laughed. That's where you're wrong. Duke Poison stepped forward. It's selfish of you not to share something good. Telling the secret out is for the benefit of all. Do you understand the meaning of unity? That's right, we are all Xia people. You share the secret, we all pass to get the benefits. That is to enhance the national strength. For the glory of the country. When the national war opens, if you can't beat the foreigners, it will definitely be because there are too many selfish people like you. Seeing that there was a male son of a great guild leading the way, many people began to follow the trend of angry spewing. They talk a good game, but they all do it for the sake of their dirty and sinister thoughts inside. Seeing that Shen Youwei is a silly white sweet that is easy to bully, she puts all hats on her head. What makes you guys think I must have stolen the opportunity? Shen Youwei was aggrieved as she explained. I really passed the level by myself. The boss copy has been open for such a long time, and the only ones who can manage to clear it solo are you and Yendi. The Poison Duke smiled grimly. And you two are inseparable. Who would believe it when you say you didn't find the bug that passes the level? That's it. Stop talking tough and talk. Many people helped out, trying to force Shen Youwei to reveal the secret. There is so much difference in the benefits you get from a one-person pass and a group pass. Shen Youwei was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth. Too lazy to talk to you. If she didn't have to wait for Lin Yan, she would have wanted to just go offline. Meddlesome. Selfish guys like you who don't know how to think for the group need to be taught a lesson before they learn. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Poison Duke. Having been killed twice in a row and not being able to dry out Lin Yan, he had long been holding his breath inside. At this time, in addition to wanting to know Shen Youwei's secret, he also incidentally wanted to kill Shen Youwei for revenge. Little girl, I advise you to speak up. The White Wolf Guild experts all came together. After 2 days of upgrading and fighting monsters, many of them had reached level 9, and were much stronger than before. You stay back. Although Shen Youwei was silly and sweet, she was not one to be messed with. And at this time, sensing the crisis, she drew her bow and aimed it at the approaching enemy. If I can pass the copy, I naturally have the ability to kill you as well. Ha ha ha. The high rollers laughed, and Shen Youwei's milky fierce look was really no deterrent to speak of. Many players also came up to try to make a move. This is too much bullying. The Vermilion Bird Guild's beautiful captain had a fiery temper and wanted to step in to help. Don't do anything rash. The red-clothed beautiful captain stopped her. There is indeed something odd about her and that Yen Di. Let's wait and see what happens first. At least don't make a move until that Yen Emperor shows his face. Several other big guilds were also watching with cold eyes. You guys are too much. Although Shen Youwei had a nerdy appearance, she was decisive in her actions. And after realizing that things were irreversible, she immediately began to shoot arrows to return fire. Whoosh! 3 arrows were fired in quick succession, and the 3 rank 9 experts closest to her were killed in response, all with an arrow through the throat. Chapter 27. After today, there will be no more White Wolf Guild in the novice village. What? Many people subconsciously rubbed their eyes. That was a rank 9 expert, and it was a rank 9 expert of the Grand Guild. Counting the equipment armor, a level 9 expert of the Grand Guild would have a blood armor value of at least 500. It's amazing that all of them were sealed with an arrow. Her attack power is so outrageous. Onlookers suddenly some believe Shen Youwei is by themselves to pass the copy. Finish her off at all costs. The poisonous Duke felt his face burning. It's just that Lin Yan can't be killed. Even the stupid white sweetness beside him can't be killed. The White Wolf Guild doesn't need to mix in the future. Mu Qingwan, on the other hand, frowned as her mind raced. Lin Yan and this girl have both displayed an appalling attack power that surpasses understanding. There must be a great secret in these two. She narrowed her dandelion eyes. According to the investigation, this girl was just an ordinary player before. There's been such a terrifying boost in a short period of time, all because of Lin Yan. It seems that the value judgment of Lin Yan has to be taken to the next level. This man, not simple. Previously, Lin Yan was just barely worthy of the level of eating with her in her mind. And now, she began to consider whether to use Lin Yan as a spare tire. Whoosh! Shen Youwei's arrows kept coming, and one arrow was bound to kill one person, but there were too many people from the White Wolf Guild to kill. The cooldown of the Seal of Life and Death wasn't ready yet, and her own blood armor value was only 500, so once she was approached, it was dangerous. Kill the copy square first, then go straight offline. Shen Youwei made plans. Within the confines of the duplicate square, you cannot voluntarily go offline except for being killed and device warnings. This little girl is so strong. I didn't realize that she hid such a murderous and decisive heart under her milky fierce exterior, but she is afraid that she can't rush out. White Wolf Guild has too many people. It won't last unless her blood is as sick as her attack. Players commented, clearly all in the mindset of watching. This kind of big guild is so powerful that ordinary players wouldn't dare to mess with it. Blood Corpse copy. Lin Yan had just made his plans when the lone boat docked. Without Noodler to hold the boat, he had to wait for the lone boat to dock before he could reach the other side. Across the river is the exit from the copy. What a good calculation. Lin Yan was once again afraid afterward. The two paths that Wucho said, go down to the lake to get the treasure, and you will be corrupted and die by the river of blood. And if you don't get off the lake and go straight to the other side, you'll be teleported right out of the copy. It's simply impossible to pass the hidden copy if you don't pass the Ruwang Palace perfectly. Lin Yan took a step and the light flashed as he returned to the replica square. So hilarious? He frowned, sensing a hint of abnormality. Peeling through the crowd, he was seeing Shen Youwei, who was struggling to break out of the White Wolf Guild siege. In a flash, Lin Yan only felt angry. How dare you? A violent shout shook the room, and the player beside him was directly shaken by the roar and spat out blood. His bloodstain instantly went to 0, and he fell to the ground and died. Nearly 10,000 attack powerhouses roared with extreme killing intent, inflicting equally horrendous damage. Many people looked over and upon recognizing Lin Yan, they exclaimed, Emperor Yan has appeared. The siege all came to a standstill, and the Poison Duke followed the sound, and the moment he saw Lin Yan, his eyes turned red. Kill him with me, the Poison Duke shouted angrily. The first time he only had 50 men with him, and the second time he was taken out just after the meeting, and this time, he was surrounded by thousands of people, and 30% of them had reached the 9th level. A sea of men will drown you, the White Wolf Guild, right? After today, there will be no more White Wolf Guild in Underworld Village. Lin Yan's killing machine boiled over, his eyes icy cold to the extreme. Shen Youwei was his scales, and he would not allow anyone to pose a threat to her. Ha! It's just a weak man's fantasy dream. Duke Poison shook his head in mockery. He couldn't even imagine how Lin Yan could manage to make the White Wolf Guild disappear in the Underworld Village. Yan Di is too uptight. As strong as he is, it's hard to think that he'd want to fight a big guild all by himself. Humph. I've long seen him as displeased. Today his arrogance is at an end. Admitting defeat is the smart choice. TSK, at first glance, you're still a student. You haven't experienced the social beatings. Many players who were jealous of Lin Yan shook their heads. In particular, the online game understanding brother, who had been indirectly punched in the face several times by Lin Yan, was jumping to his feet. Big talk. Let's see how he gets kicked out of the Underworld Village by the White Wolf Guild. With a sweep of his gaze, Lin Yan recorded all of these shady players on his death list. Without any nonsense, he moved instantly, disappeared. Poison Duke's eyes almost glazed over. He's a warrior who actually knows stealth skills. However, the next moment, a rumble of thunder resounded throughout the square. Boom 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 boom. It was as if the thunder of heavenly punishment had sounded 9 times in a row. And Lin Yan, who had been 100 meters away a few seconds ago, had appeared directly in front of him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hell no. His legs shook with fear. Die. Lin Yan slashed down. The Poison Duke was chopped into pieces in an instant, and his blood and plasma shattered body exploded into pieces, splattering out more than a dozen meters. The young president is dead again. The White Wolf Guild's experts' minds were blank. Unlike last time, this time, the Poison Duke was killed in a strong second under the layers of protection of thousands of people. This means is like a ghost. He really doesn't play the same game as us, does he? This stance. Before the players could finish spitting, the 9 residual shadows left behind by Lin Yan exploded. Although the explosion damage was only 1/10 of his attack power, it was still far beyond the White Wolf Society's experts who only had 400 or 500 blood now. Pom 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 pom. 9 residual shadows exploded one after another. Within 3 meters of the explosion, one White Wolf Guild expert after another was blown to pieces, charred and blackened limbs flying across the room in a spectacular scene. Subsequently, more than 100 experts on the path also died violently one after another due to the 3 layers of thunder damage constantly dropping their blood. Gollum. This shocking scene confused everyone. The battle power displayed by Lin Yan was simply a descending blow to all players at this stage. Even the strongest of the 9 guilds, the leader of the Green Dragon Guild, had a pale face. How in the world did this happen? Lin Yan, you calm down. As a man, don't be so impulsive. Mu Qingwan frowned and spoke out to stop it. Making a scene is not going to end well today, and if you expect to go any further with me, this is the end of the line. Shut up. Lin Yan turned his head angrily, his eyes icy cold. What? Mu Qingwan completely froze. How dare you? How dare you? Who the hell are you to be pointing fingers here? Lin Yan sneered, ignoring the stagnant Mu Qingwan, and turned to look around the scene. Don't you guys just want to know why I got through? Good. I'll be merciful and teach you today. It's just a shame that I need to borrow one more teaching aid. Falsehoods. What are you going to borrow? The online gaming know-it-all exclaimed in displeasure. Your lives. Lin Yan's long knife chopped, knife chi across the sky, directly splitting the online game know-it-all alive through the air. What do you mean? We didn't participate in the siege just now. We just watched. Although you're powerful, Yan Emperor, don't be too overbearing. That's right. Do you want to make enemies of everyone? Many weak-minded players shouted angrily. Lin Yan is too lazy to talk nonsense. Crossed the sword to kill into the crowd of people who surrounded and attacked. Chapter 28. This killing is destined to go down in history. Inferno Blade. Lin Yan slashed out, and the flaming blade light flew out in one sweep. Those who were cut by the blade light were all burned to black charcoal. He killed into the crowd, and blood flowers instantly exploded. Shift speed, attack power, skills, armor, all-round crushing situation, completely fierce tiger into the flock, kill to their heart's content. Nowadays, his physical resistance was as high as 41, even a level 9 expert couldn't even break his defense without a high-level weapon. Only 1 point of force damage can be inflicted. Looking at the -1 that popped up above Lin Yan's head, the powerhouses that surrounded him were all confused. How, in the world, did this happen? The Green Dragon Guild leader completely paled. Yen Di didn't seem to have any weaknesses, just pure strength. Strong enough to be invincible, strong enough to be incomprehensible. The gathered guild leaders were stunned. It wasn't until this moment that they woke up to the fact that Yen Di hadn't lied at all. He was just strong enough. And a strong one that is completely beyond comprehension. Report to the president immediately. All of these leaders immediately went back to their presidents and uploaded the video. Copy Square is allowed to record gameplay videos. A lot of players watching the blood boiling, but also have video. Grabbed posted in the quiver. Slow hand. 1000 Degrees and other platforms. With the heat of God's earth today, such a wild and cool video would definitely be able to rush onto the hot search. We just don't believe it. We're going to grind you to death even by forced blood deduction today. Not bad, although you are powerful. Yen Di, you may not be able to kill all of us before you run out of blood. The White Wolf Guild's experts had also been killed out of their fire, and had just resurrected from the springs before coming back to support. Anyway, no matter if it's level 9 or level 1, it won't be able to break Inferno's defense. They were only there to use their lives to forcefully withhold a drop of Lin Yan's blood. Batch after batch of strong people rushed up and were then mercilessly executed. Just after killing a batch of experts who had just resurrected from the spring arrived to continue the siege. Bodies quickly spread across the square, breaking and filling as they went. Blood is flowing. Damn, why do I feel that the Inferno Emperor is the boss? You fart. He's more than 10,000 times scarier than a boss. If he's a copy boss, we won't be able to leave the novice village for the rest of our lives. The players looked dumbfounded. Kill. Lin Yan's killing chance was sky high, and as soon as the skill cooldown ended, he immediately zoomed in. In this seemingly endless sea of people surrounding him, he was strong and unrelenting. Between charging back and forth, he had already killed thousands of people without knowing it. Gradually, the average level of the people besieging him went from level 8 to 9 and was killed to only level 4 to 5. Gollum. The onlookers looked numb. He's at least been forced to deduct a few thousand points of armor, right? How high is his blood armor value? It's hard not to have tens of thousands of points. The beautiful vice-captain of the Vermilion Bird Guild was staggered. It's unlikely to have tens of thousands of points. Then he's really invincible. The beautiful leader of the Vermilion Bird Guild shook her head. It feels outrageous, but he's really handsome. All of the female players present were pollinated by Lin Yan's domineering demeanor. I'm going to go with you, even though there are millions of people in the world. What pregnant girl hasn't dreamed of such a scenario? It's so dominating. Go Yendi. Many female fans began to beat the drums for Lin Yan. Is he really an invincible killing god? How surprised the passers-by were. How desperate the people involved in the siege of Lin Yan were. From the initial contempt, to anger, to horror, to now, they were in utter despair. Lin Yan is like an insurmountable mountain, giving them an insurmountable psychological shadow. Young eunuch, why don't we admit our weakness? If we continue to kill, all of us in the underworld village will be killed to the first level. The butler was on the verge of tears. Admit it to him? I'll admit it to his mom. Poisonous Duke was already completely on top of his game and became even more furious when he heard this kind of admonition. His blood level will surely bottom out soon. Keep brushing for me. Put out a bounty. I'll send 10 gold coins for each death of those who participate in this siege. 10 gold coins, equivalent to thousands of dollars in reality. Giving away so much money for nothing and only needing to participate in a siege. This kind of deal naturally had many people grabbing for it. Seeing the poisonous sun so on the head, a housekeeper knows that he cannot persuade, can only silently leave to find the poisonous sun old man. As the players attracted by the bounty entered, the sound of the siege became more and more terrifying. The huge replica plaza was transformed into a battlefield, with the sound of killing shaking the sky. It's horrible. The more they looked, the more frightened the onlookers players became. Cool it. Shen Youwei paused her archery, took out the seal of life and death, and activated it. Roar! Hundreds of elite zombies joined the battlefield, instantly flattening a large swath of the encircling enemies and greatly accelerating the speed of plundering. Ouch! Lin Yan killed until he was excited, and the more he swung the long sword in his hand, the faster it accelerated. His attributes, enhanced by the two main characteristics of the ultimate divine artifact, were increasing by leaps and bounds. Trait 1, increases armor by 1 point for each attack. Killing so far had increased his armor by 5,000 points. The funniest thing is that they don't do as much damage to him as the trait increases his armor. If the Poison Duke knew that he was helping Lin Yan paint his armor in disguise, he would probably be pissed off and spit out blood. Trait 2, increases the counter damage cap by 1 point just by being attacked. The anti-injury cap has been swiped to almost 5,000. It's a pity that the counter damage can only return at most the damage that the opponent has inflicted to the damage cap, or else even if you stand here and let them hack, you can wear them out. Lin Yan felt some pity. Go on. If in the beginning, he killed these people out of anger, now his heart was blossoming with joy and he couldn't wait for more enemies. It would be best if all the players in the entire novice village came to cut him down, so that he would stack his armor faster. Keep up this rate of killing. He took Shen Youwei and killed her from night to the early morning of the next day. He kills until everyone's heart trembles with fear, until no one dares to come near him. This battle is destined to be recorded in the history of online gaming. Indeed, I suspected I was dreaming. The leaders of the major guilds murmured. The sun breaks through. The onlookers were numb, and many of the people who surrounded Lin Yan had dropped from level 9, directly to level 1. Can't be killed at all. He is death itself. Some people murmured, completely losing the will to fight, their spirits crumbling. Big brother Yendi, stop it now. It's a misunderstanding this time. This conflict is all because the young president is bent on having his own way, and the president has already taught him a lesson. The Lord President has sent me to reconcile with you. The White Wolf Guild steward's voice trembled. Regretting it now? Lin Yan sneered. It's too late. He's all about establishing authority and making a name for himself. If the president of the White Wolf Guild really didn't support the Poison Duke, he would have called off the battle long ago. It will not come to be forced to beg for peace only now when the losses are unacceptably high. I'm here to make a deal, the White Wolf Guild steward said repeatedly. Yen D big brother, the president is willing to offer 1,000 gold coins to resolve this misunderstanding. 1,000 gold coins? Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Think it's less? Then Yendi you make your conditions, the butler asked directly. I said, after today, there will be no more White Wolf Guild in Underworld Village. Lin Yan's eyes were cold. Oh, that's the bottom line that's not going to be accepted. The butler shook his head. Yendi you might as well be sensible. You're a single player after all, while we're a large guild. With all due respect, I really can't think of any way you can make one of our big guilds completely disappear into the novice village. You may be strong, but unless you're clogging up the springs every day to guard our members, otherwise, it would be impossible for you to do this on your own. Oh, yeah? Lin Yan grinned, his eyes calm and full of mockery. Chapter 29 Gambling. The mage who vowed not to take on an apprentice. How about we make a bet? Lin Yan laughed. Bet? The butler was a bit surprised, but then he shook his head and smiled. Mr. Yendi, it's useless to make a pretense. Just say what you want to bet. Just bet on whether I can fulfill my promise by the end of the day. Lin Yan's voice was icy cold. For the bet, just a piece of legendary equipment. Legendary equipment. The butler looked embarrassed. Since the opening of the service, the White Wolf Guild didn't even have a single piece of epic equipment, let alone legendary equipment. I know you don't have it yet, and when you do, I will naturally come to your door to collect the debt. Lin Yan knew that the White Wolf Guild would be getting a very powerful legendary equipment soon, although he didn't expect a white-eyed wolf like the Poison Duke to keep his bet. But the big deal was that he would come to his door to rob him at that time. There's a bet in place, and robbing is in the name of the game. He was going to create power in the future, so he naturally had to love his reputation. Ha! The butler sneered. This kind of good thing of giving away legendary equipment for nothing, he naturally wouldn't not agree to it. If you lose, Yen D, that sword magnate helmet from the announcement can go to our White Wolf Guild. The bet has been made. You wait for the good news. Lin Yan waved his hand. He dared to make this bet, so naturally he was 100% sure. Afterward, he took Shen Youwei and left. The players couldn't help but follow along, wanting to see how Lin Yan could manage to make the White Wolf Guild disappear from the novice village. But to everyone's surprise, just out of the replica square, the two people directly went offline. Nima, what kind of operation is this? I thought he would go to block the spring water this directly offline. Is he going to use his power in reality? What? In addition to being explosively handsome, Brother Yen D is also a real-life superstar. Female fans automatically brainstorm. Does Brother Yen D still need a girlfriend? Don't be so stuck on gender. Many male gamers are also heartened. Ha! The housekeeper was well aware of Lin Yan's background. A poor student is just a poor student, who can have a load of energy in reality. Just a self-absorbed, middle-aged teenager. He'll recognize reality tomorrow. At home, Lin Yan took down the VR device and fell asleep. After fighting all night, even an Iron Man can't stand it. It's really time to get a virtual playpen. After waking up from his sleep, Lin Yan rubbed his head. The virtual gaming silo allows for both nutritional sustenance so that players don't have to eat, and also puts players into a state of hibernation in lieu of sleep while playing games. Theoretically, you can play a game with a virtual gaming silo for 24 hours without going offline. Time to get some money. He took out his cell phone and swiped the open screen to a video of his heroic kill. Good lord. So hot? Even he hadn't expected that his video of yesterday's fight would be so hot that some bloggers had even started naming the fight. They all called the Battle of the Square. All the major apps. This matter has dominated the hot search. Various forums were discussing why he was so strong, as well as predicting the outcome of his bet with the White Wolf Guild. His fans think it's a must-win, but the vast majority think it's impossible, because they couldn't think through their brains to figure out how Lin Yan could do it and make the novice village free of the White Wolf Guild again. Brother, you're awake? Lunch is ready. Have some. Lin Feng said. Well, Lin Yan suddenly remembered something. When will that female student of yours arrive? Come to dinner tonight. Lin Feng said. Well, that's not urgent. Your helmet arrived, right? Come into the game with me once first. Lin Yan got up and walked towards the gaming room. Ha, okay. Lin Feng pushed his wheelchair and followed him in. The two put on their helmets and descended into the village of sticks. You've absorbed all these experience beads. Lin Yan directly dumped a bunch of experience beads on his brother. It's all extra from when he played his copy, especially the Blood Corpse copies. The ones that came out of the fight were second-order experience beads, which was a huge amount for a level 1 munchkin. Buzz. In less than a few dozen seconds, Lin Feng had upgraded to level 9. He was a bit confused. I've gathered information, and the posts all say that Divine Earth upgrades are slow. So there is such an operation? Lin Yan smiled faintly. Let's go. I'll take you to see your teacher. My teacher? Lin Feng was confused. Teaching what? Math, science and chemistry all-around teacher. Lin Yan mysteriously said. Ha? Lin Feng was speechless. Brother, it's not that you're not studying? Since you're just asking me to study in a different environment, come with me and it's over. Lin Yan slapped the back of Lin Feng's head and led him forward through the novice village. Brother, you seem to be famous. Lin Feng looked at the gazes of either enthusiasm, awe, or hatred on the road and immediately understood. His own brother is definitely a man of the moment in the novice village. Sort of. Lin Yan didn't explain too much. With Lin Feng's intelligence, a few more glances and he'd understand everything. There was no need for him to waste his saliva. This is it. Lin Yan looked at the stone and brick hut in front of him, with the sign, Mage Grass Hut, affixed to the door. He knocked on the door, and it was opened by a long-bearded old man with a pedant's hat, who, with a black face, opened the door and complained. How many times have I told you? Buy potions from an apothecary. Old man, I study spells, not selling any damn potions or scrolls. Looks like I'm going to have to write another wooden sign on the door. Don't be angry. We just came to pay our respects to you, old sir. Lin Yan smiled faintly. The old mage froze, looked at Lin Yan twice more, and laughed out. Oh, so it's Emperor Yen. Come in if you want to. Lin Feng scratched his head. Were NPCs intelligent to this extent now? I'm just a spell researcher. I don't know anything about people or hospitality. You guys feel free to sit down. The old mage sat down, grabbed a book and read it, not paying any attention to the two Lin Yan brothers. Lin Yan surveyed the interior of the old mage's stone house. The conditions could only be described as simple. There was nothing but stacks of books, not even a decent set of furniture. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought about the old mage's character background. It's amazing how someone who is obviously so rich can live such a simple life. And Lin Feng was shocked when he just came in, constantly rummaging through the scrolls, his eyes glowing. Lin Yan was not surprised and allowed his brother to immerse himself in his own world while he himself sat across from the old mage Qing Daozi. After a long time had passed, the old mage finished reading a book and looked up to find that Lin Yan and the two of them were actually still there. So he couldn't help but wonder. "You're a warrior, aren't you, Inferno? What are you doing here with me?" Lin Yan went straight to the point. "I want my brother to worship you." "Ha ha ha." Qing Daozi couldn't help but laugh. "Yan Di, you can really joke. As far as I know, you players don't even look down on newbie village NPCs like us, do you?" Lin Yan wasn't surprised. The inhabitants of the world of God's Earth have a set of self-referential logic. They called players adventurers, children sent by the outer gods to train so that they could be constantly reborn. They also know that these Adventists call each other players and call the natives NPCs. It's because of. Lin Yan just wanted to say what he had prepared to say. "Forget it, who cares what your reasons are? To tell you the truth, I've long since broken the idea of taking on a disciple, and it's impossible for me to take on any more disciples." Qing Daozi waved his hand. "If you're running for this, return the way you came. No farewell." Chapter 32 Faces. Lin Yan's conditions. Lin Yan was speechless. This Qing Daozi's attitude was actually so determined. Several special NPCs in the novice village are the best candidates to worship in the early stages. If he was unable to worship Qing Daozi, the golden advancement template he had planned for his younger brother would go down the drain. Advancement templates are divided into bronze, silver, gold, and divine gifts. Silver templates are difficult enough to obtain as it is, and are currently only available to the top 3 boss kills. In the early days, there were only a handful of people out of 100 who had a chance to get a silver template. Gold templates, moreover, are 1 in a million and extremely difficult to obtain. Just as Qing Daozi was about to get up to see off his guests, Lin Feng, who was immersed in his books, suddenly lamented. "What a surprise! This is the true application of numerology to the rules of the world. Enlightening, enlightening." His hands continued to push and his mana flowed, directly constructing a spatial bubble. Then, the space bubble disillusioned in his hands, and turned into fireballs, cold ice, earth thorns, black mist, poisonous gas. "This is the truth of the world," Lin Feng murmured, his eyes growing brighter. "Earth is the end world. The rules are not apparent. However, in the divine earth, traces of rules existed, and it was only necessary to calculate these traces of rules in order to cast spells. This? Qing Daozi looked dumbfounded. How did you do that?" Switching elemental forms at will was clearly a manifestation of having comprehended the origin of mana. That's what it says in the book. So I just did it. Except that all these formulas are unfamiliar, so it took a little more time to do the math. When I familiarize myself with it more, I should be able to improve and innovate, and then it won't take so much time to cast spells. Lin Feng dispersed his mana and scratched his head with a smile. "What? You're going to improve the spells? Even have the idea of creating your own spells already?" Saiduzi's tongue was in knots and his mind went blank. "Genius? No, just calling him a genius is an insult." This was clearly a supreme demon that would be hard to come by in 1,000 years. His hands were shaking with excitement. This talent was too unbelievable. Just by reading some disorganized manuscripts, he directly comprehended the essence of laws, and even had the urge to create his own spells. Checking the canonical books, this kind of talent in ancient times is also difficult to have a few. Just anyone is the magnificent, unique saint-level powerhouse. Lin Yan wasn't surprised by Qing Daozi's reaction. After all, he was an absolute demon who had realized the forbidden spell in 3 days. If it wasn't for the fact that his brother in his previous life had entered the game too late, and his level was too low to use the forbidden spells at all, where would that pair of dogs still be involved in the final divine battle? Qing Daozi's eyes were glued to Lin Feng like he was seeing a rare diamond. His mouth was watering. Lin Yan gave a belly laugh. Thinking of Qing Daozi's smelly face just now, he pretended to be sorry. "I didn't realize that old Mr. Qing Daozi no longer accepts disciples. What a pity. It seems that my brother and you are not destined to go, old brother." "Oh, okay." Lin Feng nodded his head and was about to leave. Although there was some reluctance, his trust in Lin Yan was absolute. After all, his life was saved by his brother. Hey, don't! Qing Daozi was instantly anxious. Who said anything about not accepting disciples? Lao Fu didn't say that. It was clearly the dog that said it just now. Lin Yan's eyes are wide. This old man can be really ruthless. Anxious to scold himself. Ahem, how about this? Let's have a master worship ceremony right away, and I'll impart my life's knowledge tonight. Qing Daozi looked at Lin Yan's face. The careful look was a far cry from just a moment ago. TCH, I didn't realize you little old man had 2 faces. Lin Yan laughed in his heart, then pretended to ponder. But this brother of mine, he's a beginner. He doesn't have any treasures. He had already made up his mind to trust the village chief's faction for the time being, handing over the blood corpse head to the other side. after doing them such a big favor. It's not too much to ask for a little interest, right? Harm, isn't it just treasure? I have plenty of them. Don't look at my humble house, but I'm considered a rich man in the Long Xia Empire. Qing Daozi was filled with the idea of taking Lin Feng as his disciple. Where would he think about that much? He directly took out 3 treasures and stuffed them in his head to Lin Feng. Good disciple. These will be regarded as a meet and greet gift for you from your master. You must accept them. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth tugged. It was said that mages were the richest profession. The name was true. Taking out 3 treasures at once, he fought to the death. All sorts of perfect passes, and so far only got 2 treasures only. But what he didn't know was that Qing Daozi did indeed pour out his heart. A total of 4 treasures in his body, in addition to the life-preserving one all sent out. Lin Feng was still student-minded and a bit hesitant. Since the old gentleman is so kind, let's take it. Lin Yan gave Lin Feng a wink. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. The gifts had been received, so naturally he had to change his words. Thank you, teacher. Ha ha ha. Yes, good. I'll do my best to train you to be a future giant in the mage world. With your talent, as long as you learn well, you will definitely be a generation of Dharma saints who will start a sect. Qing Daozi's eyebrows were wide and his hands were dancing. He has spent his life pursuing the truth of spells, not being humane, and his personality is that of an old codger. Lin Yan also nodded in relief. Mages make up a very small percentage of God's Earth players, because the way God Earth fights is so real. When it comes to any profession, you have to really understand the fundamental principles of that profession to be able to do it. Those who can become high-ranking mages are basically science bullies. Unfortunately, these schoolboys rarely play the game full-time. This led to the fact that on the Starry Sky battlefield, Xia simply didn't have a few mage bigwigs who could hold down the fort. In large-scale battles, Xia had suffered an unknown number of bloody losses due to the lack of top-tier mages. Then you study well with the master, and I'll go sit with the village chief. Lin Yan smiled and excused himself. Qing Daozi goodness was extremely difficult to obtain, but now he had actually brushed straight to 2 stars. His younger brother, Lin Feng, had directly soared to 3 stars. Meet the village chief? The originally smiling Qing Daozi's face instantly turned serious. He looked Lin Yan up and down, his eyes deep, and finally said, the village chief is fishing in the back of the mountain today, so you'll have to go there to find him. Lin Yan thanked him. Qing Daozi had been a great help, otherwise he wouldn't have known how long it would have taken him to find the village chief. It's a blessing in disguise for the brother. Backwoods Pond. Yuan Tianren, the head of the underworld village, is fishing. You're finally here. The village chief's old, decrepit voice came. Lin Yan looked at the other party's back and lifted his eyebrows. You know I passed the hidden copy? The village chief shook his head. I sensed the blood corpse head the moment it came out, but didn't know who had obtained it. Lin Yan naturally sat down next to the village chief, grabbed a fishing rod and started fishing. You made the right choice. Village chief Yuan smiled in relief. Lin Yan's gaze was calm and he didn't speak up. His purpose was a divine template, and in reality he wasn't sure if making the choice was right or wrong. After a few moments of silence, village chief Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled as he looked at Lin Yan. It seems that you didn't choose me out of justice. Say, what's the offer? Lin Yan nodded. Dealing with a smart person is a time saver. He didn't say a word and the other person guessed what he was thinking. I have 3 conditions, Lin Yan said. First, give me a piece of legendary equipment. Second, provide clues to the God-given template. Third, expel the White Wolf Guild from the underworld village completely. When the words fell, Yuan village chief's pupils shrank and his eyes became deep and dangerous as he looked at Lin Yan. Chapter 31 The Village Chief's Mission. The Eviction Order. How do you know about the Divine Providence template? Yuan village chief's tone was cold. Everyone has their own chance. Lin Yan smiled faintly and did not reply. Well, village chief Yuan pondered for a long time before the dangerous color in his eyes gradually dissipated. The Divine Providence template is only a legend to me as well, and I don't know exactly how to obtain it. As for legendary weapons, it's hard to find 2 in the entire underworld village, and it's impossible to use them for exchange. Village chief Yuan shook his head. I can trade epic equipment with you. As for expelling the White Wolf Guild, it's just a matter of words. I can promise you that now. Lin Yan's face was calm. He was just trying to swindle village chief Yuan, pressing on really expecting to get such a great deal, at least advance to epic equipment to do so. Lin Yan shook his head and firmly said. Village chief Yuan rubbed his chin and sized up Lin Yan. It's not impossible if you have to advance your epic equipment. I happen to have a task here, and I can give it to you if you can accomplish it, but there's no harm in saying it. Lin Yan nodded his head. Village chief Yuan said in a deep voice. This is an advanced quest that is extremely difficult. If it wasn't for the fact that you were able to cause havoc in the newbie village and obtain the head of a blood corpse, I wouldn't have mentioned it to you. Do you want to think about it? Do you want to go to the main city to practice for a while and come back to take this quest after advancing to professional? Or do it now? Lin Yan decisively said. Ha ha, good. Have gusto. Village Chief Yuan nodded and directly released the quest. Underworld Village Chief Yuan Tianrun has issued a quest to you. Will you take it? Mission details: destroy the Truth Cult stronghold outside the village. Time frame of the mandate: 1 week. Mission requirement: kill more than 80% of the cultists in the Truth Cult stronghold and bring back the head of the stronghold leader. Quest reward: Advanced Silver Template *1. Advanced Epic Equipment *1. Are there hidden rewards? Yes. Pick up. Lin Yan accepted the mission, got up and left. With a week to go, he was in no hurry, and now it was time to meet his future sister-in-law. Looking at Lin Yan's departing back, Yuan Tianrun's eyes deepened as he revealed an inexplicable smile. It's a smart guy. I just don't know who you'll choose in the end. Back to the novice village. Many players were talking when they saw Lin Yan. Mr. Yen D. It's already almost sunset. I wonder if your promise to make the White Wolf Guild disappear into the novice village is still true. The White Wolf Guild steward walked up with a smile and a look of concern. Why don't you just hand over your legendary equipment early first, so that our White Wolf Guild can still recruit you? Mr. Yen D. Regardless of previous suspicions, today is going to pass. What are you still holding out for? Several experts of the White Wolf Guild sneered. Many players had gathered over. Most of them felt that Lin Yan was bragging, and now that the cow's skin was about to break, they all wanted to come and watch the joke. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Before he could speak, the NPC enforcement team from the Underworld Village rushed up. All players from the White Wolf Guild have 1 hour to exit the Underworld Village or they will be forcibly expelled. This injunction is permanent and shall not be delayed. Such cries echoed everywhere in the novice village, and the entire novice village seemed to fall silent. The players' heads were spinning. Did I hear you right? It's the novice village NPCs who want to expel the White Wolf Guild. My mom. Yendi's tactics are too heaven-defying, making NPCs listen to him. How did that happen? I told you guys earlier. My Yendi brother is not an ordinary person. He will definitely do what he says. The murmur of voices rushed up to the sky. Only after a long time did the White Wolf Guild steward, who was staggered in place, react and looked at Lin Yan with a pale face, as if he was looking at a monster. The White Wolf Guild's experts were unconvinced and rushed up to question them. On what grounds? Some NPCs in your district are worthy of expelling us players. Who gave you the guts? Who are you to expel us? The guards of the novice village were all at the lowest of the second rank, and they sniffed out a cold laugh. This is an order from Lord Village Chief. If you dare to make trouble, I will expel you now. I still don't believe this. You expel a try. Before he could finish his words, the White Wolf Guild expert was slashed to death by the head of the guard. Just try it. The novice village guard bristled and sheathed his sword. A weakling of the 9th level dared to speak out against himself. Seeing that these NPCs were really trying to evict, the butler felt bad and went straight offline before the knife slashed at his body. That was a fast run. Lin Yan smiled contemptuously. White Wolf Guild building. The housekeeper's face was pale. That Yen D. still really did it. He didn't know what means he used to make the novice village chief issue an expulsion order. The poisoned duke's face was cloudy. A cold aura erupted in his eyes, and he didn't dare to believe it for a long time. What is this kid's origin? That he has so much energy? Could it be that he is not just a poor family's boy? The poisonous male rubbed his chin. Lin Yan had killed all of the White Wolf Guild's experts to below level 3, and that was a heavy enough loss. After this bet was lost, the White Wolf Guild's fame and reputation would be in tatters. The stock and the support behind it will plummet. The damage is too great. It looks like it's going to have to hit hard to make up for our losses. Ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the poisoned duke. After making the White Wolf Guild lose so much, if they could still remain unscathed, then they really didn't need to be in the business. Since you can't mess with it in the game, you'll strike out in reality. He was just about to lay it out when he got a call from Pops. Are you trying to lay a hand on Lin Yan in reality? A cold voice came over the phone. Yes. Duke Poison nodded. Father, this is the wisest choice at the moment. Ha! The cold voice laughed out. Just now I received a call from the military district. They won't allow the grudges of the God's Earth world to carry over into reality. Give up your unrealistic fantasies early. What? What's the military got to do with this? It's just a game. Duke Poison was confused. Can it be that Lin Yan is the illegitimate son of some military region bigwig? To think that even the military region is harboring him. What nonsense! Shut up! The cold voice paused for a moment. According to my estimation, it shouldn't have anything to do with Lin Yan as a person, but rather, the divine soil is too special. Dad, what do you mean? The poison duke was shocked and his back was dripping with cold sweat. Exit the novice village. Head towards the main city. We've already delayed too much. The cold voice was incomparably cold. Don't make any more mistakes. The divine soil is too involved. We can't afford to lose. Yes. Duke Poison hung up the phone and gritted his teeth. Damn it, count yourself lucky. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay. Although Lin Yan was perverted, the guild's advantage became more obvious the later it got. There were thousands of people playing experience beads for him, and as long as he kept getting advancement templates, the level gap would widen. I don't believe you can have the last laugh. Within an hour, the White Wolf Guild had indeed all withdrawn from the novice village. This seemingly impossible bet had unexpectedly ended with Lin Yan soundly winning. The players' circle was shocked. Lin Yan could be considered to have become famous in one battle. The one who started it all, on the other hand, had already prepared a sumptuous dinner with his brother. Ding ding ding, the doorbell rang. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Siblings are here. Chapter 32 Hot Shenjin Chu Qingxian. The attack power broke 10,000. Lin Yan had just opened the door when his hot body and long burgundy wavy hair burst into his eyes. Hello, two brothers. Chu Qingxian greeted herself familiarly, not at all like it was her first time. Brother homeschooler, I finally see the living you. When Chu Qingxian saw Lin Feng behind Lin Yan, she immediately gave Lin Feng a big bear hug, giving this science guy a hug that made his face blush. You, hello. Lin Feng was worried that the other party was afraid of life, but it turned out that when he came up, Chu Qingxian wouldn't be able to straighten him out. Sit down. Lin Yan greeted the two men as they took their seats. Tutor brother, you teach so well. Why did you suddenly quit? Is my mom paying you too little? Chu Qingxian patted her proud breasts. Don't worry, I told her that I'll give you $10,000 a lesson from now on. Lin Feng almost choked. Know that Chu Qingxuan's family is rich, or else they can't afford to hire a tutor. But I didn't expect the other party to be so rich. I'm going to play online games full-time. Lin Feng honestly said. Is it the Divine Earth? Chu Qingxuan's eyes lit up. I also came here this time with the intention of persuading you to play this game. I was wondering how I could convince you, but I didn't realize you figured it out on your own first. Her family's background wasn't small, so she naturally heard the inside information in advance. Then we can play games together later? Chu Qingxuan's pretty eyes looked at Lin Feng. Very proactive. This? Lin Feng looked at Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded. Quite good. You two youngsters. It's just right to cultivate more tacit understanding together. In the future we will inevitably have to team up together. Lin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of soup. Brother, you're just 3 years older than me. Why do you speak in an old-fashioned manner? Is this the legendary elder brother like a father? See, that's what our brother said. Chu Qingxian climbed up the pole and smiled cheekily. I see we don't have a virtual gaming silo at home yet, do we? It's convenient to play games with that. I'll have the driver pull two over. How bad is this? Lin Feng was just about to refuse when Lin Yan smiled and nodded. Great. It'll be easier for us to team up and fight monsters in the future. I'll convert the money for the virtual warehouse to you with experience beads or gold coins. Harm. No need. It's just a toy to play games with. Just to make friends. Chu Qingxian waved her hand in a bold manner. Magnificent. Lin Yan gave a thumbs up. A rich family's daughter is generous. He was just thinking about whether or not to convert his equipment into gold coins and sell it to buy a virtual warehouse. A meal in exchange for 2 virtual gaming silos worth $600,000 to $700,000 is so worth it. Lin Feng looked at his brother and then at Chu Qingxian, then buried his head to eat. After eating, Chu Qingxian was very happy. Then it's a deal. We'll see you in the game. Good. Lin Yan sent Chu Qingxian away and squeezed and touched Lin Feng. See? People are so interested in you. Don't let them down. Lin Feng shook his head inside, but our family is poor, and I'm physically disabled. So how can I dare to mistake a good woman? Lin Yan's tone lurched, then assured. Don't worry, your leg brother has a way to cure it. It's just going to take some time. You don't have to take it to heart. Really? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Well, it's not that hard to get a random high priest to heal you after the game Advent World. Lin Yan patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Be sure to express your emotions bravely. Such a good girl. Don't miss out. In life, you shouldn't leave yourself with regrets. Lin Feng fell into silence. Lin Yan then returned to the gaming room. Found out that the game's message lists are blowing up. The major guilds are full of recruitment information. Those who offered $30 million, $50 million, and even the Green Dragon Guild was willing to offer $80 million. Various giant gaming consortiums have also made direct offers to him. Even the richest man in Xia, Mark King, sent an offer to sign him for a super sky-high price of $300 million. Oh, is really giving up money. Lin Yan shook his head. He had indeed killed a heck of a lot of people in this battle by himself, completely expelling the White Wolf Guild with his own strength. He displayed his terrifying energy in the divine soil. That's why these guilds and consortiums are willing to drop money on him. Unfortunately, money doesn't mean much to me anymore. Lin Yan shook his head. The future starry sky battlefield descends. 10,000 races fight in blood. and the chaotic world opens. At that time money was no different from waste paper, and whoever held the power, held the truth. Therefore, one must cultivate one's own forces and must not attach oneself to anyone. His gaze was sharp and determined. After returning to the game, Lin Yan began to organize his thoughts. The time limit for the mission to wipe out the strongholds of the truth cult is 1 week. As an advanced quest, the difficulty would not be lower than a hidden copy, and the Blood Corpse copy fought so ferociously that it almost lost. One must augment another wave of one's strength to do so. Lang Feng is now no longer in the novice village. There is no way to change the white plate equipment. The second order equipment novice village players cannot afford to buy. Looks like we'll just have to go to the blacksmith. Lin Yan shook his head, somewhat helpless. Compared to a fair trade between players, the blacksmiths pressured the price so hard that the equipment could only be sold cheaply at a low price. When he came to the blacksmith store, Blacksmith Wang was working on the iron. "Brat, what are you doing here with me?" The blacksmith raised his eyebrows and shot a glance at Lin Yan, obviously having heard of him earlier. "Looking for you to trade weapons?" "Of course." Lin Yan smiled. "Aren't there trading bazaars open for you to buy and sell little toys like novice weapons?" Blacksmith Wang frowned. "These advanced equipment can't be sold in the trading bazaar," Lin Yan said honestly. Wang Blacksmith was a bit surprised and his face became a bit more serious. "Advanced equipment? Show me." Lin Yan displayed the weapons in his backpack. 35 pieces of second-order common equipment, 15 pieces of second-order fine equipment, 3 pieces of second-order rare equipment. Blacksmith Wang casually did some math and spoke. 1,000 gold coins. "I'll take it all." Lin Yan frowned, inwardly cursing the money grubber. "As far as I know, these weapons are worth at least 3,000 gold coins. Ha ha ha. You could have gone to the main city to sell that brat. Why are you looking for me?" "Looking for me on this price. Want to sell you sell." With a wave of his hand, Blacksmith Wang didn't pay any attention to Lin Yan's bargaining. Lin Yan was speechless for a while. This Wang Blacksmith was really too dark. "If you can't, you'll have to start the main city storyline early." "Lin Yan, you're here too," Shen Youwei shouted in surprise. "Young Vivian, you're here too?" Lin Yan was a bit surprised. "Uncle Blacksmith is very nice. He lets me do small favors, but pays me well." Shen Youwei blushed a little when she was discovered. She actually wanted to save up to buy a high-level weapon to give to Lin Yan as a surprise. "Is he a friend of yours?" Wang Blacksmith looked to be over 50, with a strong muscular body and a smelly face to anyone. Only after seeing Shen Youwei did a few more moments of fatherly softness appear on her face. "Yes, Uncle Blacksmith, he's my best friend." Shen Youwei nodded proudly. "Well," the blacksmith nodded, his face more relaxed. "Alright, since it's the little girl's friend, then naturally, it's a different matter. But I'm acquiring gear. I can't possibly buy it at the original price, or I wouldn't be able to sell it without a profit margin. How about this? I'll give you the maximum purchase price, 20% off the original price, 2,400 gold coins. How about that? It's a deal." Lin Yan nodded. With such a high purchase price, even if you went to the weapon acquisition store in the main city, you wouldn't be able to negotiate. That attitude is getting too fast. Lin Yan felt something was wrong and checked his opponent's panel. He was pleasantly surprised to find that Wang Blacksmith's favorability towards himself had actually reached 1 star. Sure enough, he smiled slightly. The novice village NPCs all have their own methods of cheating, and in order to unlock the plot, you'll need to boost their favorability in order to do so. Shen Youwei's wave directly allowed him to earn an additional 1,400 gold coins. "Old Wang, do you have any white plate equipment here? The 1 silver coin set kind?" Lin Yan's mind came alive again and he smiled badly to get close. "You think I'm a rag collector?" Wang Blacksmith waved his hand in a good-natured manner. "The worst equipment I have here is also a first-order blue refined equipment." "Okay," Lin Yan sighed. It seemed that this bug could not be utilized. "Show me your goods then." He intended to use the gold coins he sold to procure first-rank equipment. It's the same logic as trading first-order gear for white plate gear. A second-ranked normal longsword is worth 30 gold coins and only adds 40 attack power. However, a first-rank normal long knife is at most 3 gold coins, but adds 10 attack power. 30 gold coins all for first-rank equipment would allow him to increase his attack power by at least 100. Sell second-order equipment and then buy first-order equipment in bulk? Blacksmith Wang looked deeply at Lin Yan. "You're really keeping people guessing. But since you're a friend of the little girl, I'll naturally sell it to you at a fair price." Soon, Lin Yan purchased hundreds of first-order fine equipment in one go from Wang Blacksmith and asked for Shen Youwei's bright moon bow. In a secluded place in the novice village, he began a new round of fusion. "In addition to my own equipment, I'm going to give my oldest brother and young Vivian's primary weapons a good reinforcement wave." Lin Yan pondered. If there are copies that require teammates to raid together in the future, at least make sure their output keeps up. Youwei is a long-range bow and arrow, and Lao Di is an AoE mage. both of which can provide explosive output from the rear under the protection of the seal of life and death. That's why equipping them with a powerful enough primary weapon as soon as possible is the primary goal. After a wave of fusion, all the equipment gets a big wave of enhancement. Young Vivian and Old Man's primary weapons are also taking shape. After Lin Yan put the Moonlight Bow and Forbidden Staff into his backpack, he tapped on his attribute page. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Profession, warrior. Grade, 9. Life, 400. Armor, 81,519. Attack, 10025. Armor break, 300. Physical resistance, 45. Mana resistance, 40. Move speed, 3. Attack speed, 2. Mana, 40. Equipment. Soft Hedgehog Armor, White, Armor plus 26,050. Physical Defense plus 13. Legal Defense plus 13. Counter Damage plus 4,099. Soft Hedgehog Pants, White, Armor plus 24. 500. Physical Defense plus 2. Legal Defense plus 2. Counterattack plus 4. 267. Broken Swordsman Helmet, Legendary, Armor plus 9,999. Physical Defense plus 18. Legal Defense plus 18. Magic Sword 1000 Blades, White, plus 10,000 attack. Ultimate Artifact, Unique, Effect Infinite Fusion Equipment, 3rd Order. Skills, Stacked Waves and 3 Daggers, 1 star. Inferno Blade, 1 star. 9 Thunderbolts of Lightning, 3 stars. Ability, not yet available. Treasure, Seal of Life and Death. Cloak of Water Avoidance. The previous wave of bloodshed coupled with this fusion has resulted in a wave of huge increases in values. Base armor breaks 80,000. Lin Yan looked at the magic knife 1000 blades in his hand. His eyes blazed, and most importantly, his attack power had finally broken 10,000. Chapter 33, Mu Qingwan's Transformation. It was Emperor Yan again. Prepare the raiders. Lin Yan stood up and handed his equipment to Shen Youwei and his oldest brother before walking out of the novice village alone. Let's hope I can stack more armor this time, he muttered. Meanwhile, the Mu group. I've heard about the events of the past 2 days. If it's really as you say, you need to get closer to this Lin Yan. The elegantly dressed woman said lazily as she sipped her red wine. Close to him? He's just a poor student. I don't see his value, even if he is now highly powerful. But in the end, it is only in the novice village. And now the Qiankuan has not yet been determined. Mu Qingwan frowned and analyzed. You don't understand. The noblewoman shook her head. This game, God's Earth, will set off world-class changes in the future. Lin Yan's performance today was enough to be worth pulling in. Wasn't he your lickspill before? Seduce him. If you don't even know how to play with a man's heart, how can the Mu group be trusted to you? Mu Qingwan's face went white as she nodded her head somberly. I understand. Just understand. Even if you have to lick him in return. I just want to know the secret of him getting stronger. And after getting this secret, the Mu group will become incredibly powerful. When the time comes, is it not up to you whether you abandon him or play with him in retaliation? The noblewoman exuded a cold smile. Everything in this world is nothing but the word profit. Only by doing whatever it takes can you get everything you want. Mu Qingwan's eyes shook as her mind completely changed. I understand, mother. Qingwan will definitely do it. Go to the exit of the village of Hades. Lin Yan had just walked out when he saw a group of people banging gongs and drums. Boss, are you going to play the field too? Fatty Duande came over. What are you doing at the entrance of the village if you're not going to tell cold jokes to the blind monk? Lin Yan snickered. Hey, you know what we're capable of, boss. The king of sneers is no bragging rights. Tell that old man a few random stories and you'll give him a good laugh. Duanda was proud beyond words. You don't know. That old man begged to take me as his disciple. Then you didn't take the opportunity to extort 2 of his treasures? Lin Yan smiled faintly. These big brother NPCs of the newbie village. Each and every one of them is rich. There's this kind of operation? Careless. In terms of having a black heart, it has to be you, boss. Dwayne hemmed and hawed. Q. Lin Yan rolled his eyes and casually spilled out a bunch of experience beads. Really? As you said, you can still be level 1 now? Use up those experience beads. It's enough to get you to full level 9. Holy, boss atmosphere. Duande accepted the experience beads in a beautiful manner. I was the one who was bragging about the calf just now. In fact, these days he was digging into his mind to figure out cold jokes for the blind monk, and had no time to practice. It was hard to worship the blind monk, so it's still level 1 to this day. What's going on here? Lin Yan pointed to the crowd of people banging on gongs and drums in front of him. Oh, them, the White Wolf Guild. The fat man hemmed and hawed. Wasn't that Poison Duke expelled from the underworld village? He took the White Wolf Guild with him and joined a truth cult of some sort halfway through. They came back to preach on behalf of the truth. The truth says that the village chief and his gang are bad people and are going to release the big boss to poison the living. As long as you join the truth cult and help them overthrow the novice village, you'll be rewarded with a silver template. And those who get the first credit will be directly rewarded with a gold template. Oh, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. This plot, it's a bit different from the previous life. It stands to reason that truth is not recruiting players right now. That's a pretty mind-blowing reward. If I hadn't already worshipped the blind monk as my master, I'd be tempted to cheat on a silver template before I said anything. Fatty shook his head in regret. What are you lamenting? Lin Yan shook his head. Go back and honestly brush the blind monk to 3-star goodness, and you'll be guaranteed to get the gold template. Holy, really? Dwayne ghosted. Players now know what the progression template means. Bronze template progression doubles the combined strength. Silver template that triples the combined strength. And with the gold template progression, the strength is directly quintupled. Its preciousness is naturally self-evident. If each order is advanced with a gold template, and bronze advanced players will soon open an insurmountable gap. It's said that the golden template is 1 in a million, and it takes a tremendous amount of chance to get it. Boss, you are so far-sighted and wise. It's paved such a thoroughfare for old me from the start. Dwayne danced around happily. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. The NPC's 3-star goodwill was extremely difficult to brush. Even he wasn't sure about it, so he could only look at the fat man's own ability. Brothers, see? We joined the Cult of Truth and were directly bestowed with many experience beads and advancement templates. The White Wolf Guild's expert flaunted. Dude, I'm a real, professional, now. Yesterday he had been brutally beaten by Lin Yan and forlornly expelled from the novice village. But today he had advanced and returned. This upgrade speed and the heavenly chance represented behind it. Who wouldn't be red-eyed at the sight of it? How do I join Truth? I'm going to. Handing out progression templates? This is too fragrant. It's not even possible to hit a silver template after going through the pain of fighting a boss, is it? The players were envious beyond belief, although in the past few days, one after another, some big guilds had beaten the copy of King Lu's palace and obtained the silver advancement template, but for the vast majority of ordinary players, the silver advancement template has always been a luxury. Many people have no choice but to go to the main city to join the army, take the bronze advancement template, and perform the lowest level of transfer. All follow me, I'll lead the way. The White Wolf Guild's professional beckoned with a haughty demeanor. Lin Yan sneered. Silver templates are precious, and the Truth Cult doesn't stock too many of them. They're just holding out a few progressives to fool players first. There's no way they're going to hand out silver templates to everyone. I was worried that I didn't know the location of the Truth Cult's stronghold, and then he came running over to lead the way. It's really a pillow for a sleepy head. In a sense, the White Wolf Guild is also considered a blessing to me. He shook his head and lost his smile. You go back and keep brushing up on the blind monk's favor. I'll follow up and take a look. Lin Yan instructed Fatty. Yes, Duande had come out this time just to brush wild monsters to upgrade, and now that he was relying on Lin Yan's experience beads to rise to full level, he was naturally in no hurry. Lin Yan trailed the White Wolf Guild all the way, and with his strength, it was naturally easy for him to not be noticed. Soon he tracked him to a camp. It seems that this is the stronghold of the Truth Cult. Lin Yan concealed his breath and walked into the stronghold in a low-profile manner. Just as he entered the stronghold, he heard the black-clad priests of the Truth Church preaching their teachings. From the corpse disaster of King Lu 1,000 years ago to the present evil conspiracy of village chief Yuan and his entourage. So it is. Many players enlightened, exclaiming that this is the correct way to open the plot. No wonder it's so hard to play in the underworld village. It turns out that you need to leave the village to trigger the real plot. The truth turns out to be like this. Yuan village chief is really not a thing. Players are spitting. I promise that as long as you help our Truth Cult crusade against village chief Yuan and make your own contribution to justice, the Truth Cult will definitely not treat you poorly. The black-robed priest pulled the poisoned duke onto the stage, just as this profoundly righteous male was the first to choose to join the truth. As our first friend, he got an epic weapon, and a silver progression template. I hereby promise that if you can drag 100 of your friends and family to join our Truth Cult, you'll get the silver template. Seriously, holy, atmosphere. The Church of Truth shall prevail. Overthrow the tyranny of the old village chief. The people from the White Wolf Guild were scattered among the crowd, bringing the rhythm at the right time and setting the atmosphere in place. Lin Yan was speechless. Wasn't this just a pyramid scheme? Fool people into pulling new people into the organization. Pull in enough people and get rewarded accordingly. Looks like a cult without a doubt. He sneered and then began to walk around the camp. That's quite a stronghold. We'll have to find out what's going on before we do anything. Lin Yan pondered. As the members of the Truth Cult looked around, there were at least 1,000 of them, and the weakest ones were all second-order professionals. That black-robed priest was even a third-ranked elite professional. He probed his opponent's data. Black-robed priests of truth, Smythe. Race, human, white. Profession, flame priest. Grade, 35. Life, 67. 300. Armor, 31. 519. Attack, 1750. Armor break, 300. Physical resistance, 45. Mana resistance, 40. Mana, 6000. Equipment, Spirit Fire Ritual Instrument. Leather Armor of Truth. Priest's Cloak. Skills, Cold Flame of the Bone Spirit, Curse of the Fire. He could only see part of the other party's information due to the large level difference. I wonder how many other masters like him there are in the stronghold. He's cautious. This priest was clearly an elite professional, with full gold template progression. The stats were magnificent, with a whopping 1750 attack, more than double the threat of a blood corpse. Also, is the truth race actually white? Lin Yan captured this important information. Inferno Emperor. The poisonous duke standing on the high platform unintentionally glanced at Lin Yan, and his eyes bristled with blood. He hated Lin Yan so much that even if Lin Yan turned into ashes, he could recognize him at a glance. Lord Priest. He is the village chief's minion. If we want to kill the village chief, we must kill him first, the poison duke said in a chilling voice to the black-robed priest. Oh, the black-robed priest gazed at Lin Yan. They couldn't beat the old village chief's gang, but if they could cut down the village chief's minions, in the truth religion, it would be a great achievement. Immediately blockade the walled gate and summon all members to return. Don't let him escape, the black-robed priest ordered immediately. In the next moment, the doors of the stronghold all fell down, and black-robed people with powerful auras rushed out from all directions, surrounding Lin Yan. Discovered? Lin Yan wasn't surprised. He had come here to uproot the stronghold, although he hadn't figured out the enemy's strength yet. With his current strength, a single stronghold in the district couldn't threaten him. Tackle the thief. His goal was clear, his eyes coldly looking at the black-robed priest. 9 thunder flash. Boom boom boom. He instantly spanned 100 meters, and those who blocked him along the way were killed with a single slash. There were only a handful of these second-order truthseekers, even if they were silver advancement, and with the addition of their weapon armor, there were only a handful of blood armor values that broke 10,000. As the killing robberies came together, the players present cried out in shock. It's him! It's Yen Di again. Chapter 34. 5 against 1 and you're still being countered? Don't let him get away. The black-robed priest was shocked in his heart. The battle power Lin Yan had displayed was simply too heaven-defying. Which of these, professional, congregants didn't have a blood armor value of a few thousand? 1/ kills in seconds. How high must the attack power be? Boom boom boom. Shadow blast, with triple lightning wound. Wherever Lin Yan passed, densely packed blood deduction prompts popped out from the heads of these religious people, making everyone's hearts skip a beat as they watched. Damn, looks like I'm going to have to do this myself. The black-robed priest waved the ritual instrument in his hand, and the black power of the curse formed a huge rune seal behind him. Go! The black rune mark blasted onto Lin Yan, causing his attack speed and movement speed to all halve, and he lost 100 points of armor every second. Damn! Lin Yan frowned. This was the first time since being reborn that he had faced a third-order powerhouse, and coming up as a long-range priest, it was very difficult to deal with. He must be taken out in a hurry. Lin Yan chopped his way through, unhindered. Occasionally, when they encountered an expert, they would be resolved in 2 or 3 cuts at most. Although NPCs were not as high in numerical value as replica monsters, their combat techniques and skill strengths were, in general, higher than those of replica monsters. Why is it that an expert player count can put to death dozens of wild monsters with higher values than him? It is because of his intelligence and fighting skills. So even though these truthers are on the low side of the value scale, they are more deadly and harder to crusade against. Unfortunately, in terms of combat experience, you guys are still too tender. Lin Yan's killing intent was like a frenzy as he hacked and slashed his way through more than 300 truthseekers, straight to the bottom of the altar. He glanced at his status. Armor dropped over 3,000 points, mostly from being cursed. Gollum. The poison duke was drenched in cold sweat. He had thought that after ascending in rank he would be able to break bread with Lin Yan in terms of battle power, but now it seemed that the gap was still chillingly large. It's not even on the same level. Mr. Poison, it's time for you to show your loyalty. Lead your men into battle at once. The black-robed priest was scared into a cold sweat. He was just a sacrifice, and once he was approached, with Yen Di's terrifying output, he was afraid that he wouldn't survive more than 10 slashes. Yes, without those words, the poison duke wanted revenge. Follow me. He rushed down to the altar with his White Wolf Guild subordinates to block Lin Yan. Unfortunately, they are just too weak. There were still occasional experts in the truth religion who could withstand 2 or 3 slashes from Lin Yan. They, on the other hand, were taken several in one slash and killed in less than a minute. I'll see if you die this time. Duke Poison laughed madly before he died. He didn't believe that Lin Yan could escape from the truth sect stronghold. Snort! The blade flashed, and the White Wolf Guild was once again destroyed. Lin Yan stepped on the high platform built of corpses and bones and killed his way to the top of the altar. It's time for you to die. He looked coldly at the black-robed priest. Ha 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 ha. The black-robed priest laughed. You're too late. My ritual. It's done. With black blood bubbling out of his body, he shouted, Your Holiness, coronation, show up and get rid of the enemy. Black mist rushed out from the altar, and one by one, the truth seekers and players were attacked by the black mist, and then exploded to death, with all the essence and blood from the explosion being absorbed by the altar. The black fog became thicker and thicker, and huge skulls emerged from it, spewing out evil spirit breath. At the same time, the altar array was activated. 4 black-robed men appeared at the same time and stood at the 4 corners of the altar. All of them were actually third-ranked powerhouses. Yen Di, been waiting for you for a long time. The faces of the 4 men were shrouded in black robes and blurred. Lin Yan's pupils contracted and his heart sank. These 4 people, all of them were higher leveled than the black-clothed priest. 1 level 39 mage and 3 level 36 warriors. Tricked, he frowned. In his current state, facing 5 third-order powerhouses, plus an evil spirit formation, is too bad. This can't even be considered a progression quest anymore. He grimaced and glanced at the mission panel. The advanced quest that was originally displayed had temporarily become a third-order elite quest. The pit. He took a deep breath and his mind raced, instantly thinking of many possibilities. Maybe there's a mole in the village hierarchy. Maybe it's someone who doesn't want to see him finish the job and thus gain the trust of the old village chief. Maybe even the old village chief and truth were originally in cahoots. But whatever the truth is behind this ambush, it has to be gotten through first. The only way is to fight. His eyes were bright and his battle spirit boiled. Roar! The black skeleton roared towards Lin Yan and devoured him, wanting to swallow him in one gulp. Lin Yan rolled and shifted to avoid it, and in passing, he slashed up with a stacked waves triple slash, cutting cracks out of the black skull. Die! Before he could stand still, the weapons of the 3 black-robed third-ranked warriors killed in front of him. Inferno blade! With a furious cry, his flaming blade chi slashed out, knocking the 3 back in unison. What a brave killing billet! The black-robed mage with the highest rank praised. He mouthed the words and pointed his staff, and the poisonous mist transformed into a 3-meter huge black hand out of thin air, controlling Lin Yan. Kill him while you're at it, the mage yelled. Die! The 3 black-robed warriors killed in unison. Break! Lin Yan drank the uncontrol potion and got out of the control of the big hand. A turn in the air, the limit to avoid 3 attacks, and in the process, a kick in the face of the sword-wielding samurai, using the force to fly towards the sacrifice. What a terrifying battle instinct! The black-robed mage was in a cold sweat, and his mouth recited the words faster. Die! Lin Yan matched his stacked blade technique and chopped out 2 slashes a second while in the cursed state. Minus 9,880. Minus 10,239. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 1 slash breaks 10,000 damage? What kind of monster are you? The black-robed priest retreated violently in terror, but Lin Yan didn't leave him alone. Sticking to him and slashing, the skeleton behind him had caught up and blasted onto Lin Yan's back. Minus 1999. The sacrifice must be taken care of first. Lin Yan's eyes were as cold as knives. The evil fire ritual could constantly summon evil spirits with the help of the formation. And this one evil spirit was a greater threat than even 2 black-robed warriors. If he didn't hurry to finish off the evil flame ritual, he would have no choice but to flee when his opponent stacked up 4 more evil spirits. Minus 1888. Minus 1789. Minus 2333. The evil spirits kept bombarding his back, causing his armor value to fall crazily. But Lin Yan bit the bullet and didn't relax, and with a frantic output, he cut the evil fire sacrifice into pieces. Phew! The cursed debuff on him that was constantly deducting blood and also attack speed and movement speed directly dissipated. More than 20,000 armor has been dropped so far in the battle, and at least 20,000 points are because of this black-robed priest. Lin Yan summarized as he fought. We have to hurry up and find a weapon that has the trait of restraining curses to fuse. He turned around and stacked wave triple slash with stacked blade, slashing the skeleton that had lost its summoning master and had fallen into a stupor. Come and fight if you want to die. Lin Yan's battle spirit boiled over as he pointed his long sword at the 3 black-robed warriors who were catching up. The 3 of them were shocked by Lin Yan's domineering killing machine, and their footsteps all came to a standstill. 5 great experts surrounded and even laid out a sacrificial formation in advance, and all of them were actually countered with a sacrifice. Yen Di's battle power is truly chilling. The surviving players hid in the corners shivering as they watched this high-level battle that they could not understand at all. I can't believe you have that many uncontrol potions. The black-robed mage spell cools down and casts again. Large black hands appeared out of thin air, controlling Lin Yan before the 3 black-robed warriors dared to rush up. Ha! Lin Yan let out a cold smile as the unwind potion in his hand was directly crushed. Unwinding potions are really hard to come by in the early stages. However, he has several times achieved rare achievements that are enough for full service announcements, has a sizable amount of uncontrol potions, and is hardly afraid of control skills. Ice cross chop, frost and snow long thrust, open the mountain and split. The three black-robed warriors all used their crushing must-have techniques, and their terrifying power transformed into a hurricane that blew away all the surrounding black mist. Meh. Lin Yan lifted the corner of his mouth, a bottle of blue medicine down. The figure actually in the eyes of everyone, directly disappeared. Chapter 35, Old Village Chief. I'm here to make a deal. Boom boom boom. Like thunder descending. Thunder fell every 10 meters. There's that move again. The three black-robed warriors were shocked. By the time they reacted, Lin Yan had already forcefully killed the black-robed mage. Come and get me. The black-robed mage let out a mournful and miserable howl and raised his staff, continuously adding defensive spells to himself. Several spell scrolls were also pulled out and ripped open with a fleshy look on his face. Lin Yan's attacks were so terrifying that he had to do everything he could to survive. Buzz off! Various shields opened up from the black-robed mage. A mage's blood armor value was the lowest except for the assassin profession, so every mage would do everything they could to gather means of staying alive. At this moment, he desperately sacrificed all of his life-preserving means, and even Lin Yan had difficulty breaking through for a while. Bang bang bang! Even though he was able to cut through 2 or 3 shields with a single slash, but nay, this old 6 black-robed mage had applied dozens of layers to himself, especially the last earrings that were so gorgeous that they evolved 20 layers of protection in a single drip. The colorful nesting of rain shields made the black-robed mage's defense stronger than a king's shell. Here we go. The three black-robed warriors arrived with everything they had. If they lost the mage as a long-range output again, they wouldn't be able to save their lives. To save the mage is to save yourself. Count on your turtle shell being thick. Lin Yan had to turn his head to fight with the 3 major black-robed warriors. All 3 of them had high attack power, and letting them deal damage to themselves, tens of thousands of armor wouldn't be enough to cut them down. He fought 1 against 3, getting more and more courageous the more he killed, and even vaguely gaining the upper hand. This guy is horrible. The 4 black-robed powerhouses were all terrified. Lin Yan's power surpassed their expectations. Obviously just a descender who hasn't been descending for long. How could he be this strong? Looks like the old village chief underestimated his judgment after all. Lin Yan's gaze was fixed and was not affected by these words. While sparring with the 3 black-robed warriors, there was still room to shatter the mage's turtle shell. Swords and swords. Shi energy. Because of old 6th mage's sneak attack regardless of the cost, Lin Yan's armor value kept decreasing. However, the black-robed mage's protective shield was also pretty much decimated by him. It's now. He drank the blue pill and unleashed the 9 thunderbolts flash again. This time, he directly broke through the last layer of the black-robed mage's defense shield, holding him in his arms in the process. Before the black-robed mage's brain could react, he had already been carried by Lin Yan and flown out nearly 100 meters. No good. The 3 black-robed warriors were dumbfounded. Yan Di, you're simply not being martial. They ran frantically towards the mage. But time is running out. I purposely overlapped the cooldowns of all my skills just for this moment. Lin Yan sneered and once again knocked several bottles of blue pill. Stacked waves 3 blades. Stacked wave triple blade, stacked blade technique, and inferno blade. The 3 main skills came out in unison, plus the explosive damage of the 9 thunder flashes and the triple thunder damage. Minus 10,399, minus 12,899, minus 14,299, minus 10,387, minus 13,330, minus 1,340. In just one breath, all of Lin Yan's skills soared wildly, hitting the most explosive output so far. A wave of damage that exceeded 60,000 directly slashed the black-robed mage and exploded, crumbling into a mass of flesh. Phew! Lin Yan let out a long breath. Solving this remote control old 6 would make the next battle easier. He snatched the gorgeous earring in his hand. This was 80% a defensive treasure. Just don't know if it was disposable. No! The 3 black-robed warriors had chills running down their spines. Once the mage was dead, they knew that they couldn't resist Lin Yan at all. Escape! The 3 of them made a snap decision and turned to flee. Lin Yan grinned a cold smile. Want to leave? You won't be able to leave. Oh my god. This is a win. Level 9 kill through level 39 elite NPC. Yan Di is simply invincible. The shivering players chattered. The black-robed protectors have escaped. Brothers, run. The truthers are in a complete state of mind. With a salary of a few dozen gold coins a month, they weren't so bad as to put their lives on the line. The stronghold was thrown into chaos, and the truth cult stronghold where thousands of people gathered was killed by Lin Yan alone. Lin Yan chased after the 3 black-robed warriors without letting go. They were all 3rd-ranked, elite professionals, and they were also all gold template advancement, proving that they were treated extremely well in the truth religion. As long as I can burst out a piece of 3rd-rank equipment, Even if it's just a fine outfit, it's enough to drastically strengthen my current strength. The more Lin Yan thought about it, the more excited he became. Hand over all the equipment you have on you. His smile fell in the eyes of the three, like a demon's sardonic smile. It's simply uglier than a copy boss. The black-robed sword warrior spat. You're the one who talks too much. Lin Yan took a cooldown reduction potion, and 9 lightning flashes instantly caught up to the blade warrior. The sword warrior whose battle spirit collapsed was put to death by him in less than 10 seconds. In this way, he was alone, chasing thousands of truthers, running through the mountains, on the way to hunt down the black-robed protector. The truthers they encountered were also cleaned up in passing. The mountain road quickly turned into a bloodbath with bodies everywhere. It's bloody brutal. He shouldn't be called Yendi. He should be called Demon. The players watched the scene in a daze, all dumbfounded. After a long time, only then did Lin Yan return covered in blood, carrying 3 black-robed warriors dripping heads in his hands. Gollum. The players are weak in the knees. Although he knew it was a game, Lin Yan was a bit too brutal, and the kills were all humanoid NPCs. What are you looking at? All waiting to grab my loot? Lin Yan swept his gaze around and asked in a cold voice. No, don't dare. Players are afraid that they will get a knife from the god of murder and return to the spring. They all knowingly dispersed. Phew. Lin Yan put the heads of all 5 black-robed men into his backpack, scoured the stronghold again, and took a final look at his status. Dropped nearly 50,000 armor. Almost triggered the armor return cordon. Armor shortage phobia strikes again. He glanced at the mission status bar. Task name, destroy the truth cult stronghold outside the village. Task status, completed. Mission requirement, kill more than 80% of the cultists in the truth cult stronghold and bring back the head of the stronghold leader. Quest reward, advanced silver template *1. Advanced epic equipment *1. Mission rating, perfect pass. Hidden rewards activated. Well, you can go back to old man Yuan and ask him about it. Lin Yan's eyes were cold. How did the truthers know when they came to exterminate the stronghold themselves? The news leaked out, and it must have had something to do with the higher-ups in the underworld village. When he returned to the novice village, he saw his oldest brother and Chu Qingshan wandering around the village side by side. Lin Feng's expression was relaxed and happy. It was only in the game that he could get back the feeling of having his legs again. Brother, Lin Feng beckoned. Well, did you bring Qingshan to meet that bully? This was something Lin Yan had instructed Lin Feng to do before he left. Brother, you're so divine. That female martial arts nerd was so happy with Qingshan at first sight that she gained 1 star of favorability without much effort. Lin Feng said. Lin Yan nodded. Keep up the good work. Strive for 2-star goodwill, then worship the master. The female martial arts nerd is also one of the 7 special NPCs known as the Stygian village bullyflowers. If Chu Qingshan could learn the core skills from her, she would definitely be among the top experts in the future as well. You guys hang out first then. After waving his hand, Lin Yan arrived at the village chief's house. It was found that Yuan Tianrun was not there again. Damn touchy-feely mayor. He's not going fishing again, is he? Lin Yan found the fish pond in the back of the mountain, and Yuan Tianrun was indeed here. Why are you here again? Village Chief Yuan was a bit surprised to see Lin Yan. Is it because you think the advancement quest is too difficult, so you're planning to give up? I've come to submit the mission. Lin Yan lit up the mission settlement application. Ha! Yuan Tianrun's pupils shrank, and he glanced deeply at Lin Yan as he tapped to confirm the settlement. You're really out of my league. He threw over the silver template and advanced epic equipment. You overthrew one of the truth cult's strongholds, so even if you've handed in your pitch, I can trust you completely. Yuan Tianrun smiled faintly. He stood up and looked at Lin Yan with eyes full of appreciation. You can worship me. I will impart to you core vocational skills that are sufficient to be called first-rate when looking at the entire Longxia Empire. The bottom of Lin Yan's eyes were ancient. He knew that Yuan Tianrun wasn't bragging, and that each of these hidden bigwigs in the novice village was a top-tier combatant of the Longxia Empire. Yuan Tianrun is fully qualified to say so, but alas, I refuse. Lin Yan calmly said. Oh, think I'm too weak for just a small village chief? Yuan Tianrun smiled and raised an eyebrow. With a wave of his robe sleeve, he pointed his finger at the bamboo forest in front of him. Using his finger as a sword, the sword energy transited like a hurricane. Snort! The lush bamboo forests all over the mountain, surprisingly, were all destroyed under the sword chi of this finger. I may be old, but I'm still somewhat qualified to teach you. Yuan Tianrun carried his hands behind his back, and a touch of prideful color bubbled up in the bottom of his pale eyes for the first time in a long time. Village Chief Yuan is powerful, but I aspire to the Divine Providence template. The Divine Providence template comes with its own occupational core skills, so I can't accept any other occupational core skills. Lin Yan explained frankly. Yuan Tianrun's eyes grew deeper as he looked at Lin Yan. You actually know so much about the Divine Providence template? Even he had only heard about the Divine Providence template and had never actually seen it. If it's the core skill of a God-given template, it's naturally much more powerful than my bad old man's. Yuan Tianrun also smiled frankly and did not force it. Unfortunately, to get the divine gift template, with your current strength, is not enough. I won't trouble village chief Yuan with that. Lin Yan smiled faintly. I prove my sincerity. It's time for village chief Yuan to prove yours. My sincerity? Yuan Tianrun froze. Since village chief Yuan knows that the underworld village has a divine template, he should know some clues, and I need that information. Lin Yan said quietly. Ha! Yuan Tianrun's face completely sank. Or, you find and kill the traitor who betrayed me this time and give me all his equipment. Lin Yan had a firm attitude. You're reckless. Yuan Tianrun droned down in a deep voice, his terrifying aura penetrating his body. Chapter 36 7 Heroes of Aurora. Lin Yan schemes. There will never be a traitor in my Plutonian village. Yuan Tianrun was decisive. Lin Yan frowned and sneered. I was ambushed at the stronghold and killed 5 third-ranked experts in a row before I broke through. Just look at the mission ratings for the truth of what I'm saying. Yuan Tianrun's heart trembled. Just now he had only focused on wanting to take Lin Yan as his disciple and hadn't paid attention. At the moment, he couldn't help but frown after reading it, and his anger was internalized. The truthers had said during the battle that it was you who gave them the information. Lin Yan sized up Yuan Tianrun. It's stirring up trouble. Yuan Tianrun shook his head. I don't even need to go around in such a big circle if I want to kill you. I can just do it to you directly. Who knows if you are trying to maintain a positive image of the village chief, so you assigned your men to set up a cult outside, specializing in unseemly scandals for you? Lin Yan was aggressive. And how do you want me to prove it? Yuan Tianrun had a hard time justifying his question and snapped in a depressed manner. Clues to the God-given template, or the execution of the traitor. Lin Yan holds the chips and justifies it. All he wanted was the divine providence template, and he didn't care what the facts were. Cackling, Yuan Tianrun's fists clenched tightly. Then he let out a long disheveled sigh. It's not that I'm not willing to tell you. It's just that the divine providence template involves old events from back then. Talking about it reopens the scars, so I don't want to mention it. Lin Yan also sighed inwardly with relief. Finally, I'm going to say it. The reason he was so tough was to force Yuan Tianrun to tell the hidden story and advance the hidden plot. As long as he kept on the path of advancing the plot, that God-given template would be getting closer to him as well. Back then, when the zombie king Evil Chi made a comeback, the Longxia Empire responded with full force, vowing to eliminate this hidden danger completely. Yuan Tianrun fell into reminiscence. The final duel was between me and the other 6 brothers along with the Empire's Princess Shaki against Evil Chi. After a bloody battle, it was finally sealed here. And of our 7 brothers, 1 was killed in battle, 1 is missing, and the rest are all seriously injured. Yuan Tianrun's eyes sank and sighed tersely. After this battle, we were crowned the 7 Heroes of Aurora for our war service. However, Princess Shaki was falsely imprisoned due to palace infighting. The 5 of us were so disheartened that in order to protect the princess we could only retire to our hometowns and promise to guard the village for the rest of our lives and not to step out of it, in exchange for the princess regaining her freedom. Lin Yan was silent. The experience of the old village head is indeed tragic. Since ancient times, few meritorious officials have a good end. I only told these oldest brothers within the village who I trust the most about you going to raid the truth cult stronghold. Yuan Tianrun said in a deep voice. It's impossible for them to betray the underworld village. After all, whether they want to glorify their friends or sell them out, they simply don't have to wait until today to do it. Do you understand? But it is true that my message has gone astray. Lin Yan shook his head, not satisfied with this statement. Nice. Yuan Tianrun frowned. Then a flash of horror flashed in his eyes. Could it be that she has returned? Who? Lin Yan's gaze flickered. The teammate who went missing in that battle? You're sharp. Yuan Tianrun nodded, both surprise and confusion in his eyes. She is the daughter of a blacksmith and is a mind mage. Lost her memory from mind overload during that battle and went into a rampage. We searched for her for years without finding any trace of her. She has a psychic contract with us, so if it's her, she does have a way of knowing what we're planning. But, if she regained her senses, why didn't she go back to the underworld village to find us, instead of defecting to the truth cult? Yuan Tianrun shook his head, completely unable to figure it out. But for a moment I couldn't think of any other leak. It's something I'll have to think about, but it's really my responsibility for leaking information and putting you in danger. Yuan Tianrun once again took out a piece of advanced epic equipment. This is my compensation. Lin Yan nodded and picked it up. I do have a guess. Tell me about it. Village Chief Yuan frowned. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you my guess. You just have to do what I say. Lin Yan whispered his inner ponderings confidentially to the village chief. Yuan Tianrun's face changed. Then he nodded. As you say. After that was said and done, Lin Yan returned to the underworld village. Since it's related to Wang Blacksmith, let's go to the blacksmith store and see if we can get any clues. It's just as well that I'm converting the supplies from the stronghold into weapons. Lin Yan walked all the way to the blacksmith store. He was keenly aware that there were a lot fewer players in the novice village, and the players he encountered looked at him with a wary and hateful gaze. He didn't pay much attention and made his way to the smithy. Lin Yan. Shen Youwei looked at him with immense worry. Are you alright? What can I do? Lin Yan was a little puzzled and asked in tears. Shen Youwei said evenly, you haven't been online for a long time, have you? Take a quick look at this post. Lin Yan frowned and looked over. This is a post titled Truthocracy is the right plot. Yandere has ruined our way forward. The author right off the post is none other than online game understanding. I'm sure you all know about the existence of the truth cult and know the truth of the plot. The old village chief's gang is the real villainous boss. It's easy to see that in terms of the game's difficulty design. While we have no hope of silver progression in the novice village, there are plenty of rewards, gold, and even silver templates that can be easily obtained in the truth cult. So there was no doubt that the only way to upgrade quickly was to join the truth cult. Instead, Emperor Yan did the opposite, and one person annihilated the truth cult stronghold in order to prevent everyone from getting stronger. This puts a direct break in our plot and makes it very difficult to get back in touch with the truth cult. He's a sinner to our summer players. That's right, this Yan D is a self-serving villain. Daigo. I said how I've been unable to beat the bosses and get the advancement templates. Are there any brothers looking for other doors to see how they can join the truth? The following followers also agree with the online game understand brother. Mostly players who have been brushing for many days simply cannot beat the boss copy. Full of grievances, they took their fire out on Lin Yan, although they dare not go on the game to play against him, but on the internet each of them is disguised as a judge, and their mouths are unforgiving. No need to mind him. Lin Yan waved his hand. Let brother understanding how to bring the rhythm. Follow the shouting or also some weak. After all, the dog that bites does not bark. Even if they swarmed around, they wouldn't be enough to slash themselves. The elephant never cares about the ant's clamor, because the difference in strength is too great. Chapter 37, Armor Surge. Turn on the storm attribute. You should have saved up quite a bit of Wang Blacksmith's goodwill from working at the blacksmith store, right? Lin Yan asked with a smile. Aha! 3 stars already today. Shen Youwei divinely showed Lin Yan the battle armor on her body, gold templates, and an advanced epic set, all from Uncle Blacksmith. Well, Lin Yan nodded. He knew that the blacksmith had lost his daughter, so he would take extra care of the kind and simple little girl when he saw her. Worthy of a blacksmith, it is indeed generous. In the entire village, apart from Mage Qing Daozi, it was Blacksmith Wang who was the richest, flinging his hands at a set of advanced epic equipment. He had fought a bloody battle, destroying 1,000 strongholds, and had only gotten 2 pieces of Yuan Tianrun's epic equipment. In contrast, the old village chief was really stingy. Bastard, you've done it again. Blacksmith Wang walked out, looking at Lin Yan with an unkind gaze, probably similar to an old father seeing yellow hairs digging up his cabbages. Fortunately, Lin Yan showed great strength, and only then did he gain the recognition of Wang Blacksmith's heart. I'll change my gear. Lin Yan directly stated his intentions. This wave of attacking strongholds is a profitable one. While the NPC pop rate is not as good as the wildlife, the supplies from the stronghold are very valuable. This time, he had replaced a full 3,000 pieces of fine equipment. Okay, I'm getting hollowed out by you. Wang Blacksmith waved his hand in disgust. He had prepared thousands of fine weapons, enough for the novice village players to change anyway. Who knew that he'd run into Lin Yan, the old six, and a wave had emptied his inventory. I do have a pretty high demand. Lin Yan smiled faintly. A few thousand weapons, enough for him to fuse for a while. After he fused it, it was estimated that Wang Tai's weapon inventory was refreshed. Right, Lin Yan? Uncle Blacksmith said he's going to treat me to a feast tonight. Do you want to come too? Shen Youwei said evenly. Yeah. Lin Yan was moved inwardly and immediately agreed. God's earth is the real world, so of course you can eat. Some of the top dishes can even increase attributes after eating them. After reaching 3 stars of goodwill with these special NPCs, you can indeed dabble in an attribute meal, which is much more precious than free attribute points. Free attribute points only increase existing attributes, but attribute meals will likely open up unknown attributes. Moreover, he was going to investigate the blacksmith as well, and Shen Youwei helped him again. You really do think of this brat when you have something good to do. Wang Blacksmith shook his head with some meaty pain. Attribute delicacies, extremely valuable. Even for him, hiring one more person hurts his heart. Lin Yan, however, was at peace with himself. The business he did with Wang Blacksmith was enough to make the other party a fortune. It makes sense to eat him yourself to get your blood back, doesn't it? Afterwards, he found a secluded place to start fusing his equipment. If I'm right, there's going to be a clash or even a fight with Wang Blacksmith tonight. Lin Yan organized his thoughts. With my current battle power, it's impossible for me to win. one can only fight to survive a little longer. So, this fusion must all be used to enhance the armor to make it work. Buzz. Making up his mind, he began to fuse. Now that he could fuse 3 pieces of fine equipment a minute, he hoofed it, and his armor kept accumulating. 10 hours had passed, and he had fused a full 1800 pieces of fine armor. The total armor value has surpassed 190,000. Lin Yan calculated, counting the 50% armor recovery. It's still less than 300,000 blood armor value. Still have to add. He took out the 2 pieces of advanced epic equipment rewarded by Yuan Tianrun's quest. Fusion. Buzz. Lin Yan let out a long breath and clicked on the equipment page. Soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 90,050. Physical defense plus 18. Legal defense plus 18. Counter damage plus 4,599. Characteristics, lightweight, wearing does not affect dexterity, tangled silk, when attacked. Reduces the enemy's attack speed by 20%. Yuan armor shield, the armor comes with an anti-injury shield of 10% of the total armor, which can be activated again when out of combat. Soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 76. 300. Physical defense plus 2. Legal defense plus 2. Anti-damage plus 4,867. Characteristics, lightweight, worn without affecting dexterity. Yuan armor shield, armor comes with a 10% anti-damage shield of total armor, which can be reactivated again when out of combat. Both pieces of equipment have the additional meta armor shield trait after fusing the epic equipment. Lin Yan smiled in relief. It was the equivalent of another 20% anti-damage shield for yourself. Combined with the shield provided by these earrings, it should be enough. Lin Yan took out the gorgeous earrings that the black-robed mage had exploded. This earring can inspire a shield of 200,000 armor value, but unfortunately it can only be activated once a day. It's done its best. Whether it's a success or a failure depends on how much strength Wang Blacksmith still has left. He tapped on his attribute panel. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Profession, warrior. Grade, 9. Life, 400. Armor, 200,019. Attack, 10025. Armor break, 300. Physical resistance, 45. Mana resistance, 40. Move speed, 3. Attack speed, 2. Mana, 40. Equipment. Soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 90,050. Physical defense plus 13. Legal defense plus 13. Counter damage plus 4,599. Soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 76. 300. Physical defense plus 2. Legal defense plus 2. Anti-damage plus 4,867. Broken swordsman helmet, legendary, armor plus 9,999. Physical defense plus 18. Legal defense plus 18. Magic sword 1000 blades, white, plus 10,000 attack. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 3rd order. Skills, stacked waves and 3 daggers, 1 star. Inferno blade, 1 star. 9 thunderbolts of lightning, 3 stars. Ability, not yet available. Treasure, seal of life and death. Cloak of water avoidance. Who can believe that this is the attribute panel of a level 9 player? Lin Yan grinned. He glanced at the panel of the ultimate artifact. The cumulative number of fused weapons has already exceeded 9,600, and we're about to unlock the 3rd divine weapon trait. He stood up. Secure. The 7 heroes of Aurora were all severely injured after their bloody battle with the evil Qi. Their battle power is far from their peak, but they were all once hero-ranked powerhouses. The skinny camel is bigger than the horse, so you have to be on your guard. Lin Yan returned to the blacksmith store. The meal is ready, just waiting for you brats. Wang Blacksmith was rubbed with a property meal for nothing, and looked at Lin Yan with even more nose not nose, eyes not eyes. Thanks. Lin Yan grinned and settled down with Shen Youwei. Gollum. He drank a glass of spirits and felt soothed. Ding. Your blood draw has increased by 0.1%. Lin Yan didn't care. He relies mostly on armor now, and blood draw doesn't help him much. Uncle Blacksmith, you drink more. Shen Youwei didn't know Lin Yan's plan, but Lin Yan asked her to persuade the blacksmith to drink more wine. The blacksmith was also very happy, and kept drinking wine, and had an excellent meal. Ding. Your blood draw has increased by 0.1%. Ding. Your blood recovery rate has increased by 0.1%. Ding. The corners of Lin Yan's mouth straightened as he inwardly cursed. Can you give me something useful? You're targeting me, aren't you, Blacksmith Wang? Ding. Your blitz rate increased by 0.1%. It was only at the end of a meal that Lin Yan triggered a useful attribute value. 0.1% strike rate. What's the difference between that and nothing? Lin Yan was speechless, but something was better than nothing, and there was no way he could have triggered the blast without hitting the enemy's core vitals before. Nowadays there are at least probabilities. He soothed himself with this. Uncle Blacksmith, did you have a daughter before? Shen Youwei asked according to the words Lin Yan had taught her. The originally drunken Wang Blacksmith's eyes suddenly flashed as he looked sternly at Lin Yan. You're the one investigating me. Chapter 38 Furious Wang Blacksmith, terrifying heroic level. Lin Yan's eyes stared. As expected of one of the former 7 heroes of the Aurora, he was indeed alert and sharp. However, he had no illusions that he could get a hero-level powerhouse drunk with just wine. Don't get me wrong. I was just chatting with Village Chief Yuan about all this. Lin Yan smiled faintly. And he was willing to tell you all this? Blacksmith Wang shook his head. It seems that he really recognizes you. The aura on his body gradually weakened, as if he were an old father who had lost his orphan, instantly growing much older. He sighed, tears in his eyes. Indeed, I had a daughter. I just didn't protect her and lost her. Speaking of which, Bauer and the little girl look a bit alike. Wang Blacksmith took out a set of leftovers from the box. Staying in the picture is a lovely young girl chasing butterflies. Wang Blacksmith stood behind her with a smile. The sun is warm. Flowers and plants are in full bloom. Lin Yan keenly noticed the earrings of the girl in the lingering shadow, and his pupils instantly shrunk. These earrings were the very same ones used by the black-robed mage, the treasures that exploded over 20 layers of defense shields at once. If his previous thoughts were just guesses, he's about 80% sure now. Those are beautiful earrings. He intentionally complimented. Well, this is what I built for her. Myself. Wang Blacksmith was proud. These 2 earrings are a pair. Activating them at the same time can stimulate the defense shield of 1,000,000 armor. It's kind of my masterpiece. Bauer is a mind mage and his defense is too weak, so I built him quite a few defensive treasures. Unfortunately, it wasn't the external injuries that finally broke through her, but the weight of her mind. Lin Yan was stunned and felt grateful. If the black-robed mage had gotten the complete pair of earrings, the battle would have been vicious. The single earring seized from his backpack could only inspire 200,000 shields. Since you made it yourself, it should be the only one of its kind in the world, right? Lin Yan continued to condescend. That's for sure. Blacksmith Wang nodded. The materials consumed in making treasures are too expensive. I can't even afford to make them for myself. Well, Lin Yan nodded, his eyes gradually cold. So, you betrayed the village for your daughter. Wang Blacksmith's heart shook as he angrily shouted. What madness are you talking about all of a sudden? Shen Youwei, who was immersed in the sad atmosphere, was also startled and pulled Lin Yan's sleeve. Lin Yan brother, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Lin Yan calmly said, the truth cult controlled your daughter by some unknown means, and you had to sell out information about the village for the sake of your daughter's safety. Am I right? You fart. Blacksmith Wang rose with a boom, his tone cold. I didn't betray the village. Lin Yan smiled faintly. The fact that you weren't surprised that your daughter was under the control of the truth, but that you were the first to try to prove that you hadn't betrayed the village, already says something. You knew from the beginning that your daughter was in the hands of truth. Gollum. Wang Blacksmith's aura became more and more dangerous, and the entire blacksmith store was a solemn aura. My daughter disappeared a long time ago, so what makes you say she's being controlled by the truth? If you dare to believe anything else, I can only put you to death. Uncle Blacksmith. Shen Youwei stopped in front of Lin Yan. You can't do anything to him. Lin Yan pulled Shen Youwei behind him, and with his other hand, he took out the earring from his backpack. This is the loot I captured from my attack on the Truth Cult stronghold. You just admitted that this is the only treasure and that you handcrafted it for your daughter, didn't you? You! Wang Blacksmith's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he looked at the earrings. What the hell are they doing? He roared in anger, on the verge of going berserk. Terrifying power erupted from his body, and the entire wall of the blacksmith store was cracked by the chi. Lin Yan shouted down to Shen Youwei. You go quickly. I can handle it here. Good. Shen Youwei gritted her teeth and left. She knew very well that she would only add to Lin Yan's chaos by staying here. After knowing so much, there is no more room for you in the underworld village. Wang Blacksmith's face turned cold. You are smart, but not too smart. Whether you leave the underworld village on your own, or be killed by me until you can never be resurrected again, the choice is yours. Are you that confident you can eat me? Lin Yan smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. Ha 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 ha, I know you have a few skills, but compared to the old man, you're still far behind. Wang Blacksmith's confidence came from absolute strength. Killing you will only take one move. After that, I blocked the spring and took advantage of the dead of night to exterminate you a few times, killing you until you couldn't descend anymore, and the whole thing went unnoticed. Are you going to kill the little girl along with you? Lin Yan paused for a moment and asked seriously. Wang Blacksmith hesitated. Then he sneered. No one will believe her words. Nonsense. Give me your choice. Lin Yan shook his head. You can't kill me. Humph. Wang Blacksmith was so angry that he laughed out loud. You really don't know how to be respectful. He blasted out, fast out of the stump. Almost instantly, he killed in front of Lin Yan. Boom! Thunder descended, and Lin Yan instantly unleashed the 9 lightning flashes. Wang Blacksmith was also so fast that Lin Yan's residual shadow would be struck down just as soon as it manifested. This short chase made Lin Yan's heart skip a beat. Blacksmith Wang was the first person who was able to not fall behind in explosive speed after he unlocked the 9 lightning flashes. Die! Wang Blacksmith lands a jab. Lin Yan directly sacrificed his earrings, and 20 layers of defense shields appeared. Click, 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 click. As Wang Blacksmith slammed his heavy fists down, the defense shield unexpectedly shattered one after another. With just one punch, a dozen layers were shattered. This punch has an attack power of over 100,000. Lin Yan's pupils shrunk. It was fortunate that he was fully prepared, or else the punch would have sent him to his death. The kind that doesn't even have time to trigger armor regen. Oh, it doesn't work at all. With a roar of rage, Wang Blacksmith once again threw a heavy punch, breaking through all the remaining defense shields. Lin Yan once again took a few steps back, relying on his subtle stance to make up for the lack of shifting speed, and perfectly dodged this strike. Even so, just the wind from this punch had scraped off over 1,000 points of his armor. What a stretch! Lin Yan sweated coldly. With his current strength, it was still too much of a struggle to face the top tier of the Longxia Empire's battle force, although Wang Blacksmith's peak was not there. But after all, he was once a hero-level powerhouse who could fight with the Zombie King. Actually managed to dodge one of my punches. Wang Blacksmith all froze for a moment. Between him and Lin Yan, there was an unknown number of levels of difference in attack speed and movement speed alone. Although the other party had fought for some reaction time with the help of the defense shield, being able to dodge his punch proved that his fighting instincts and stance level were high to an extremely terrifying level. At least, it's going to be several realms higher than him. A hero-level powerhouse. What the hell are you from? Wang Blacksmith's eyes grew deeper and deeper. But no matter what, you're bound to die today. He flashed out a long-handled giant hammer and slashed at Lin Yan with a loud bang. Before the giant hammer was even close, the wind of the hammer lifted all of the floor of the blacksmith store. Chapter 39 Extreme Blood Battle. Yuan Tianrun struck out. So fast, Lin Yan knew he couldn't hide. His combat skills crushed the current era, but the difference in movement speed and attack speed was here. In the face of absolute strength, skill loses its meaning. If you want to gnaw on this bone of mine, you'll have to pop a few teeth too. Lin Yan went crazy. Various potions were taken by him, and the control effects caused by the powerful wind pressure were instantly undone. All of his skills were sacrificed in one fell swoop, and the blue restoration potion kept replenishing the emptied blue bar. Wang Blacksmith's hammer and Lin Yan's attack landed on each other at the same time. Boom! Lin Yan's figure instantly shot backwards, and the golden light Yuan armor shield on his armor instantly shattered. At the same time, a blood-red value floated out of his head. Minus 148,980. Touché. Dozens of meters away, Lin Yan stopped his stance, his battle spirit still boiling. Wang Blacksmith's eyes widened. Not dead. How is that possible? He got hit with a hammer and didn't die. After hammering away my meta armor shield with a single hammer, and then dealing such a huge amount of damage, is worthy of your hero's name. Lin Yan triggered armor recovery, and at this moment, his armor had returned to nearly 160,000 levels. No way! Wang Blacksmith roared angrily. He knew that Lin Yan was heaven-defying, but this was too heaven-defying. He was a heroic-level powerhouse, and he used his skills to hammer down head-on, but he actually failed to kill a mere level 9 warrior in seconds. Tick! A drop of blood slid down the side of his face. He touched his cheek as an afterthought. I can't believe I'm hurt. A hero-level powerhouse, fighting a 9th-level junior actually got injured. Good. You're good. Wang Blacksmith was shocked and kept nodding his head. It's really a heavenly talent. It's a pity. It's a pity. The scarier you are, the less you can be allowed to threaten my daughter. Wang Blacksmith's eyes completely iced down. Containing anger, a hammer smashed down. Boom! Lin Yan's figure instantly disappeared. Rumble! Wang Blacksmith's hammer was empty and landed on the ground, immediately smashing out a huge pit 3 meters in diameter. And the earth shook. Dust and smoke erupted and flying rocks rained down. Relying on the 9 lightning flashes, and his extreme fighting skills, Lin Yan constantly tangled with Wang Blacksmith. Surprisingly, he spelled off another 100,000 or so of his opponent's blood. Yes. Wang Blacksmith also killed his anger, fighting for several rounds without being able to help Lin Yan, simply slapping his own face. Boom! The terrifying hammer fell with extreme speed. The extreme offensive speed crushed Lin Yan, leaving him completely helpless, and once again he was hammered flying nearly 100 meters before standing still. He looked at his blood armor value. Even by relying on his top-notch disarming skills, he was still smashed down by 120,000 armor. Boom boom boom. Wang Blacksmith transformed into a stump and approached at great speed. Yuan Tianren, how much longer do you have to wait? Get your ass out here. Lin Yan was forced to curse. Ahem. An awkward coughing sound came out, and a terrifying sword intent descended at once. Yuan Tianren's figure appeared in front of Lin Yan like a ghost, so fast that not even the remnants were visible. With a big hand, he unexpectedly blocked the hammer that smashed down angrily in midair with his empty hand. Boom! The chi spread out, sinking the ground. When Wang Blacksmith saw Yuan Tianren, his pupils shrank and he immediately took his hammer back, respectfully saluting Yuan Tianren. Big brother Yuan. Yuan Tianren looked at Blacksmith Wang with complicated eyes. This kid defected to the truth cult and came back to sow discord between us, which is why I had to step in. Wang Blacksmith is still trying to struggle. There's no need to talk about it. I've just been listening on the sidelines. Yuan Tianren shook his head. Ha! Blacksmith Wang froze. You were just there the whole time. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. Otherwise you think I'm a cutie. What? The reason why he dared to go to war with Wang Taifang of course had something to rely on. Yuan Tianren was the rescuer he had arranged here early on. You're a bad old man. Lin Yan looked at Yuan Tianren. If I hadn't shouted just now, would you still not have planned to make a move? Yuan Tianren laughed and wisped his beard, knowing that he was in the wrong and not defending himself. It's really my little friend's strength that shocked me. To be able to go through so many moves with old Wang at full strength, I can't help but be curious to see where your limits are. Meh. Knowing that Yuan Tianren had the confidence of being able to control the scene, Lin Yan didn't pursue the matter much and looked at Wang Blacksmith. You promised me that you would put the spy to death when you caught him. Blacksmith Wang sighed and hung his head. Brother Yuan, do it. I won't resist. It's just my daughter. You must save her out. Yuan Tianren waved his hand before Wang Blacksmith could finish. We're like brothers, and you were forced to sell information because of your daughter, so I won't kill you. Lin Yan's eyes were calm. He didn't even think that Yuan Tian would kill Wang Taijian. After all, Wang Taijian was his born and bred brother and the top combatant of the underworld village. The only reason for mentioning this is to take advantage of the opportunity to knock on the door. Little friend, sell my face and let him go. If you want the divine gift template, Wang Blacksmith really can't die. Yuan Tianren sincerely persuaded. Are you threatening me? Lin Yan asked rhetorically. No, we sealed the zombie king back then with the help of some God-given templates, and to restart that power, Pa is the key. Yuan Tianren continued. Bauer should be under control right now, if we rescue her after that. Instead, she found out that we killed her father, and surely she won't be willing to help us find the Divine Providence template. Meh, Lin Yan sneered. The old man's mouth was really strict, forcing him to this point before he was willing to tell a bit of solid information about the Divine Providence template. However, a capital offense can be waived, but a living offense cannot be escaped. Yuan Tianren's face flushed. Wang Hao, don't you have a piece of legendary equipment in your hand? Take it out. Wang Blacksmith honestly took it out, his heart dripping blood. He simmered countless heart and soul, consuming decades, only to polish this legendary equipment that he desperately got to the 4th rank, but now he has to give it away. But he was a self-made man, and he recognized the punishment. Lin Yan put the legendary equipment into his backpack, and a smile sprang up on his face. Oops, on second thought, Uncle Blacksmith is indeed eager to save his daughter. It's completely understandable. Yuan Tianren is speechless. Can you change your face any faster? But well, I understand you so well. You have to understand me some too. It's only fair, right? It's just a piece of legendary equipment. It can't be worth the suffering of my near death. Lin Yan's words changed. Yuan Tianren cried and laughed. You're a descender. You can be resurrected when you die. Talking like everything is empty when their native NPC dies. However, he knew that Lin Yan just wanted more favors. So tell me, how can you be satisfied? Lin Yan immediately removed the swordsman's helmet, which instantly returned to its initial appearance. I want you to fix this legendary weapon. This is Brother Swordsman's helmet. The moment Wang Blacksmith and Yuan Tianren saw the helmet, all of them were unable to stabilize their emotions. Their energies rippled and their bodies trembled violently. Chapter 40, Rescuing Bauer. Old Village Chief's Bureau within a bureau. Hey, Swordsman Big Brother's helmet was lost for so many years. I didn't expect it to end up being obtained by you. Yuan Tianren shook his head. Swordsman is the head of the 7 heroes of Aurora, killed in battle in a duel with Wicked Key, and an eternal pain in the hearts of those who survived. I will do everything in my power to have it repaired. Wang Blacksmith's eyes were red and his tone was firm. What's going on? So much noise. The female martial idiot Overlord Flower, Mage Qing Daozi, and Blind Monk all rushed over. After knowing the former situation, they all had mixed feelings. The most important thing at the moment is still to rescue Bauer's niece. Blacksmith Wang nodded. I was also faking my defection before, and gave them some painless information in exchange for their trust. that's all. Lin Yan laughed. Your painless intelligence almost pitched me over the edge. Blacksmith Wang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Lin Yan knew that Wang Blacksmith was thinking that he was a descendant and that it wouldn't hurt to die once. Well, so you've been in contact with them for so long. Have you found any clues about Bao's niece? Mayor Yuan asked. Blacksmith Wang nodded slightly. Yes, but it's not certain. Oh, Yuan Tianren said evenly. Quickly tell me. Blacksmith Wang nodded. He should be in the secret base of the Truth Sect, except that it is guarded by quite a few strong people. With a strong attack, they can totally hold Bauer hostage and put her in danger. It does seem to be more trouble than it's worth. Yuan Tianren frowned. However, they have been forcing me to poison you, presumably to take advantage of the opportunity to launch an attack on the village. Blacksmith Wang glanced meaningfully at Lin Yan. Originally, I was still caught in a tangle, and thanks to little friend Yen Di, I was able to spit everything out painfully. Hey, it's indeed thanks to Yen Di. Yuan Tianren also lamented. It had always been a pity in his heart that Lin Yan hadn't chosen him to be his teacher. That's tough. Xing Daozi rubbed his chin. If you don't poison, you will be suspected. If we go directly to the strong attack, instead, we will even involve the treasure niece. Lin Yan looked at the contemplative crowd, always feeling that they were intentionally or unintentionally sizing themselves up, feeling more and more strange. Yuan Tianren finally couldn't hold his tongue. I wonder if little friend Yen Di has any brilliant plans? There is a plan, but it's not exactly a brilliant plan, Lin Yan casually said. Oh, come on, let's hear it. Xing Daozi's few people all asked in succession, turning a tiger into a tiger's den. Then, the tiger's den to seize the sun. Lin Yan explained. We first spread the news that all the village executives were poisoned to lure the truth cult to attack. While their base is empty, I'll go to the truth sect's secret base to save Wang Bauer. Yes, wonderful idea. Several people praised them in succession. Their expressions exaggerated. Worthy of being Adventists, their brains are just smart. Lin Yan frowned. The conversation between these people always made him feel that something was wrong. The reaction of the trio of mages upon hearing the truth was too bland. Moreover, as the top heroic powerhouse of the Dragon Summer Empire, he must be both wise and brave. How can you even brag about such a simple ploy? Everything tonight seems like a deliberate drama. Yuan Tianren seemed to see Lin Yan's caution and explained. In order to prevent the truth cult from suspecting us, none of us can leave the village. But it's too dangerous to let you rescue your precious niece on your own. We were too embarrassed to mention the ploy, so we had to wait for you to speak up yourself. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. This group of old sixes really had a good face and a black heart. You have to be more careful when dealing with them. Ahem. Don't worry. You won't suffer. I can promise you that as long as you can get Bauer back, just ask for whatever you want and we'll do our best to get it back for you. Xing Daozi patted his chest and assured him. That's right. Buster also gave a dominant wave. Blind Monk, Village Chief Yuan, and Blacksmith Wang all looked over expectantly. Ha! Lin Yan shook his head. If he wanted to obtain the Divine Providence template, he had to save Wang Bauer, and he had no other choice. Show me your sincerity first. Village Chief Yuan laughed. I knew you boys wouldn't be able to see a rabbit without a hawk. Saying that he threw out a direct quest. Task name, Rescue Bauer. Quest details, bring back the missing daughter of Blacksmith Wang, Mind Mage Wang Bauer. Quest reward, legendary weapon, Sword of the Swordsman. Free attribute points * 100 points. Third order silver advancement template * 1. Advanced potions * 1000. Gold coins * 10,000. Lin Yan was already very moved as he looked at these rewards, but his face was motionless and silent. You've got a lot of stamina, kid. Yuan Village Chief shook his head helplessly. Just as well. Blind Monk, bring out that treasure. The blind monk nodded and took out a transparent cloak and gave it to Lin Yan. Lin Yan tapped on the treasure details. Cloak of invisibility, treasure, attributes, space, camp, freedom. Function, completely shield your breath and enter a state of invisibility. Coming without a shadow and going without a trace. Clad in invisibility. The three worlds are self-sustaining immortals. Current status, invisible for 1 hour. Will be revealed when attacked. Initial awakening. Good. Since you guys are sincere, then I'll naturally do it with all my might. Lin Yan nodded and gladly accepted the stealth cloak and took the quest. We'll make our move when the helmet is repaired. So I'll take my leave. Lin Yan turned around and left, ready to go ahead and melt the legendary weapon he had obtained. He still felt that there was something odd about Yuan Village Chief's few people, but his aim was powerful equipment and divine providence templates. As long as he could obtain these two items, no matter what schemes and thoughts these few people from the underworld village had, it was none of his business. After Lin Yan completely disappeared, the smile on Yuan Village Chief's face gradually converged. This son is truly terrifying. Descending for only a few days, he was able to engage old Wang and fight for several rounds undefeated. It even left me hanging. The old king touched the bloody scabs on his face and laughed. You can't do it, old Wang. It seems you are indeed getting old. Venerable joked. The good thing is that everything is going according to our plan. As long as we are careful and prudent, great things will happen. Village Chief Yuan waved his hand and said seriously, the fact that this brat was able to complete the stronghold mission already proves that he has the ability to save Bauer, so why is he still putting on this show tonight? Wang Blacksmith spat, and caused my only legendary weapon to be pitched away by this kid, and my cloak of invisibility. Blind Monk interjected, screw you, the cloak of invisibility was supposed to go to him according to the plan. Wang Blacksmith spurted angrily, you didn't say you were going to give him my legendary weapon beforehand. Told you beforehand. Can you still spare to accompany us in this drama? Yuan Tianran glanced at Blacksmith Wang. Saving Bauer is a matter of great importance. Without thoroughly figuring out this kid's strength, I think you'll be the first to object to letting him go to the rescue. Blacksmith Wang coughed awkwardly. Alright, if one piece of equipment can get Bauer back, it's already a mortal blessing. Qing Daozi patted Yuan Tianran's shoulder. The 7 heroes of the Aurora live and die by the same breath and will never betray each other. The moment Wang Blacksmith knew that his daughter was still alive, he had already discussed the matter with Village Chief Yuan and the others. This was all just a game within a game to test Lin Yan's extreme strength. Of course, the most important thing, we need the trust of the Inferno Emperor. Yuan Tianren's eyes were deep. In order to make him think that we don't know, this black pot can only be taken by you. Ha ha ha, if he can really save Bauer, it's worth it to make me take another 100 black pots. Blacksmith Wang laughed miserably and shook his head. It's just a shame we're too caught up in the truth to do it ourselves. Although we have tested the real strength of the Yendi, but not our own personal attack, in the end, we still feel that it is not safe. After all, the truth cult base is still considered a dragon's den to the current him. Chapter 41, Epic Enhancement. Armor breaks 1,000,000. Begin fusion. Lin Yan moodily looked at the 4th order legendary equipment in his hands, the snow-treading windwalking boots. 1st order whiteboard, 2nd order professional, 3rd order elite professional, and the 4th order is master. A 4th-ranked master, described as a mainstay of the Longxia Empire, was an absolute expert anywhere. Legendary equipment adapted to a 4th-ranked master. This wave is a big profit. Lin Yan was incredibly excited. He opened the equipment details of the snow-treading wind-walking boots. Snowshoeing boots, legendary, level, 4th order. Armor plus 666, 666, 666. Physical defense plus 200. Legal defense plus 200. Movement speed plus 5. Characteristics. Treading the wind, active, movement speed doubled, consumes 40 points of blue per second, singing in the snow, stance skill effect doubled. Cooldown, 3 minutes, avoiding the heavenly law, wind and snow dual attribute attack evasion plus 10%. 1 out of 100. Straight up rich. Lin Yan equipped and bound the ultimate artifact to the snow-treading windwalking boots. He then proceeded to continue fusing the equipment in his hands. The secret base of the Truth Sect was many times more dangerous than the stronghold, even if the experts inside were expected to come out of their nests this time. But it was still possible to run into a true 4th order master powerhouse. He had to be careful. Buzz. As Lin Yan continued to fuse them, after more than 400 pieces, the ultimate divine artifact once again emitted a luster. The ultimate divine artifact has awakened to the 4th rank. He looked at the ultimate artifact page. Ultimate artifact, unique. Unique effect, unlimited fusion equipment, 4th level. Current progress, 10,000/100, 000. First level trait, attacks permanently increase armor value by 1 point, plus. Second level trait, permanently increases counter damage by 1 point when attacked, plus. Third level trait, killing an enemy unit permanently increases armor regeneration by 1 point, plus. You get a point of armor back for every kill? Lin Yan's eyes lit up. He's short on means of recovery these days, and here it comes. If he could stack his armor rep, no one could kill him later while standing still. The plus sign after the characteristic finally lights up. Lin Yan tapped the plus number behind the 1st order trait in succession. Sure enough, it's been upgraded. His eyes lit up. First level trait, attacks permanently increase armor value by 100 points, plus. A direct boost of 100 times. Is it so fierce? Lin Yan gulped. In other words, he could now permanently increase his armor by 100 just by swinging his sword once. Keep fusing. He was bright-eyed. The feeling of constantly getting stronger by leaps and bounds is just so addictive. Soon, he finished fusing all the equipment in his hands. Yes, Lin Yan swung his fist in excitement. With this wave of fusion, his attack power directly doubled from 10,000 to 30,000, and his armor reached over 800,000. Combined with armor restore and meta armor shield, the total armor was approaching 1.5 million. Even if we do encounter a Grandmaster ranked powerhouse, we'll have nothing to fear. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth quirked. Now that the truth cult is flourishing, many of the players have been promoted to the second rank. Even for a silver second rank full, level 29 warrior, the attack power was just over 200. And now that his physical and legal defenses had reached over 200, players couldn't even break his defenses and could only inflict a little bit of mandatory damage after he kills another random enemy, triggering the armor return. With the countered damage, he can achieve true invincibility. Phew, he stood up. This wave could be considered an epic enhancement. The helmet should be almost repaired as well. Lin Yan returned to the novice village. Many players on the road were talking about it. I've heard that the top brass of the underworld village have all been poisoned, so it looks like there's going to be a big change in the plot soon. Yeah, it does seem like truth is the right choice. My friend joined the truth cult and is now level 20. I don't think we should waste our time here, counting on the Raider Lu Wang Palace to upgrade. I don't know how long it will take. That's right. Man, you've got to tell us the way to join the religion. Hush, that plague god Yin Di is here. Let's not discuss this. If he rushes over and ends the truth cult base again, we won't have a chance to silver advance. Yeah, Lin Yan didn't pay attention to the players' comments and went straight to the blacksmith store. Old Wang, have you fixed your helmet yet? Lin Yan bellowed. Fixed. Blacksmith Wang nodded with a regretful expression. AI, it's a pity that the deadly battle with Wicked Chi was too intense. All of our weapons have been wounded to their very foundations, and even I will have trouble restoring this helmet to its peak splendor. But I did my best. Lin Yan nodded and took the swordsman's helmet. Check it out. Swordsman's helmet, legendary. Level, 4th order. Armor plus 100W. Physical defense plus 100. Legal defense plus 100. Characteristics, Heart of the Swordsman, 50% immunity to physical attacks on the vitals of the heart. Swordsman's Guard, active. Costs 40 points of mana. Restores 20% of armor to the entire body. Purification, immunity to a single psychic attack that deals less damage than the armor value of the helmet. Cooldown, 1 hour. Great. Lin Yan was in an excited mood. The Sword Hero helmet was originally a 5th rank legend, although because of that battle, it was forced to downgrade. However, its stats and characteristics were also far superior to unusual 4th rank legendary equipment. He opened the properties panel. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Profession, warrior. Grade, 9. Life, 400. Armor, 186-7401. Attack, 30025. Armor break, 300. Physical resistance, 345. Normal resistance, 340. Movement speed, 8. Attack speed, 2. Mana, 40. Blood recovery speed, 0. 5%. Blood suck, 0. 1%. Blitz, 0. 1%. Equipment. Soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 90,050. Physical defense plus 13. Legal defense plus 13. Counter damage plus 4,599. Soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 77. 000. Physical defense plus 2. Legal defense plus 2. Anti-damage plus 4,870. Helmet of the Swordsman, legendary, armor plus 100W. Physical defense plus 118. Legal defense plus 118. Treading snow and wind boots, legend, armor plus 6666666. Physical defense plus 200. Legal defense plus 200. Movement speed plus 5. Magic sword 1000 blades, white, plus 30,000 attack. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 4th order. Skills, stacked waves and 3 daggers, 1 star. Inferno blade, 1 star. 9 thunderbolts of lightning, 3 stars. Ability, not yet available. Treasure, seal of life and death. Cloak of water avoidance. Cloak of invisibility. Basic armor. Officially breaking 1,000,000. Flames flickered in Lin Yan's eyes. It's time to go. Anyone who reads this, please leave a comment. *******. Chapter 42, I came to save you, and now you've become a cult elder? Although Blacksmith Wang has scouted out the approximate route, the exact location still needs me to find it. Lin Yan arrived at the deep mountain that Blacksmith Wang had mentioned. The truth cult was large in scale, and the forces behind it were terrifying, and the hidden bases it had created were extremely difficult to find. Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he saw 2 familiar figures on the road. It was none other than Lord Poison and Mu Qingwan. What a blessing. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Following these 2, one can definitely search for the headquarters of the truth cult. He kept his distance, stalking behind. What? Auntie Mu even let us get close to that poor? Duke Poison waved his hand. Absolutely impossible. According to my mother's speculation, his strength is already no less than those strongest of the heaven and earth rankings from the internal tests. The potential is at the very least at the top of the heaven and earth ranking. Mu Qingwan calmly said. Oh, Auntie Mu thinks too highly of him too. The Poison Duke shook his head. The heavenly ranking represents the 100 strongest experts the Summer Kingdom has ever seen. With him being a poor person, he is still at the top of the heavenly list? Laugh me to death. My mother has never had an error in judgment. Mu Qingwan's eyes went cold. The latest internal news is that the divine soil is likely to affect reality in the future. If the news was true, then all the forces would now face a major reshuffle. The Mu Consortium needs to hug the thighs of a strong man to be able to do so in those times as well. Changwon, we're in control of the White Wolf Guild. With such a huge power behind us, upgrading and becoming stronger is like drinking water. Duke Poison was arrogant. It's not that I'm arrogant. Even if those heavenly ranking powerhouses are, so what? It's only a matter of time before we overtake us in the future. We, ourselves, are our own greatest support. There's no need to find another person at all. Mu Qingwan laughed at the Poison Duke's stupidity. Don't be too naive. The strongest of the heaven and earth rankings are all as strong as demons. It's not something you or I can imagine. Not even with the support of the guild. This is my mother's decision. You need say no more. Cackle. The Poison Duke's teeth were clenched and his eyes were bloodshot. However, Mu Qingwan's mother was the gold master of the White Wolf Guild, and he did not dare to disobey. Mu Qingwan looked at the Poison Duke's expression and said in relief, besides, we're just fooling him for the time being and taking advantage of the opportunity to take his favors. As long as we find the secret to him being so perverted, and then find a chance to join forces to kill him, that great world in the future will still be ours to say? Only then did the Poison Duke's face ease up, nodding slightly. That's true. Mu Qingwan smiled faintly. The Poison Duke was the most stable pawn in her hand and must not be discarded. She wasn't going to do that stupid thing of breaking her own dog's leg before she could embrace the lap of a heavenly ranking powerhouse. Lin Yan followed behind and heard these conversations clearly. What a pair of dogs. It turns out that in their last life they had originally planned it that way. It's just that I'm too powerful and they've never had a chance to kill me. That's why in the final divine battle, I took advantage of my weakest state to do a sneak attack. The killing intent in his heart was even stronger. It was clear to him, however, that it wouldn't be that simple, but he had now figured out the initial motives of the pair of dogs. Soon, they arrived in a cave. The guards of the cave were all second-order full-ranked professionals, and the leader was even a third-order elite professional. Token, the leader bellowed. Only after the Poison Duke took out his token did the leader open the energy spell. Lin Yan also immediately equipped himself with an invisibility cloak and strutted in through the spell portal. It is indeed prudent enough to have this spell to confuse one's vision as well as serve as a defense. Lin Yan celebrated. It was fortunate that he had paid more attention. Otherwise, even if he knew where the base was, he would have run headlong into this spell that could not be seen by the naked eye and triggered the alarm. Entering the cave, there were 3 more consecutive passes and 4 more organs. It was only then that Lin Yan followed Prince Poison and Mu Qingwan to the underground base of the Truth Sect. Why do I always feel a chill down my back? The Poison Duke frowned. Maybe the underground yin qi is heavy. I also feel a chill down my spine, Mu Qingwan said in relief. Lin Yan followed the 2 a step away and couldn't help but sniff. He casually made a trip and tripped the 2 men, then floated away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You can get dropped on your ass even playing a game. I'm really impressed. The Poison Duke was impotent and furious. Turning his head, he saw Mu Qingwan, who had fallen with messy hair and a crooked mouth and eyes, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore. The poisonous mist was coming out of their heads and their blood levels were constantly dwindling. Inexplicably poisoned. This underground base is haunted. We're afraid we're not possessed, the Poison Duke wailed. Lin Yan, who had already walked away, glanced behind him and sneered. These 2 people are really unlucky. Just being touched by him inspired the poison armor attribute of the soft hedgehog armor. Time to find the blacksmith's daughter. He kept looking around the underground base. The more he looked, the more he was shocked. This underground base space was extremely large and could at least accommodate tens of thousands of people. The upper limit of players that the underworld village could accommodate was only 100,000 people, and this one underground base could almost catch up with the size of a newbie village. The villages that could be chosen as novice villages were not ordinary villages. They were all very large in size. Boom boom boom. The largest center hall of the space, where countless people were busy and there was the roar of machinery. What is this building? Lin Yan stared intently as these large machines continued to operate under the support of the mana crystals. Ghostly and dark and foggy, it seemed to be building some giant creation. Hundreds of summoners were summoning undead moment by moment, feeding them into these large machines. Once a summoner runs out of mana, a blue potion is sent over to replenish it. The slightest bit of laziness would result in a brutal beating from the third order elites supervising the work. It looks like these players were tricked into coming here to work in the black. Lin Yan almost laughed out loud. It's not true that progression templates are posted here, but you need to sign a drudgery contract with Truth first. The players couldn't read the text on the contract and were so intent on the silver template that they signed it in confusion. This kind of contract is in effect as long as you are online unless you delete your number and stop playing. It can only be terminated by meeting the contract time, or successfully escaping the base for a certain amount of time. Playing a game can be a telecom scam. It's just perfect. He shook his head, leaving the large machines in shadow before resuming his search. I had thought an hour would be enough time. Lin Yan was full of pressure, but the underground base was just too big and intricately structured. Trying to find out where Wang Bauer was being held within an hour was a bit difficult. Hurry up, Lord Elder is going to preach. Everyone gather at the preaching altar immediately. All move. The Third Order elite congregants kept shouting. Lin Yan frowned and followed. There's a lot of people, so you might be able to get some useful information. However, the moment he stepped into the evangelistic arena, he was instantly confused. The so-called elder above the altar, with a red sarong, stood in a sea of black-robed men. There is a gorgeous earring on the ear, and the eyes are like rubies, evil and elegant. It's none other than Paul Wong. Lin Yan was completely taut. Nima, I came to rescue you, but you ended up mixing into a cult elder? Chapter 43, Sister, I advise you to play Spy Kids. What the hell is going on? Lin Yan sank his eyebrows. Didn't we agree that Wang Peiyi was under control? But now it seems that not only has she not been restricted in her freedom, but she has also become an elder of the Truth Church. She defected? Lin Yan frowned. Could it be that the blacksmith's father and daughter had all gone rogue in the first place, and that everything last night had been a setup for him? He rubbed his chin and shook his head. It is also possible that they are pretending to be submissive to deceive the truth. These people are all old sixes, one blacker than the other. You can't just look at the surface. He pondered, ready to wait and see what happened. Soon he noticed, Wang Bauer's body movements and facial expressions, all seemed very stiff. Not quite right. Lin Yan frowned, but not much can be discerned from just Paul Wong's speech. Gotta wait for a moment. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. He also thought of sneaking Wang Bauer to carry him out while he was sleeping, but nay, the cloak of invisibility could only make him invisible alone. Either way, the difficulty of the task has increased abruptly. He was practically throwing up. Originally, it was just a matter of finding Wang Bauer and then secretly bringing her out, but now she also had to be knocked out to do so. He wouldn't dare to bet that the other side must have surrendered fraudulently, in case the other party started a war with him right after he showed up. He didn't think he had the ability to break through this heavy blockade. Although the Truth Sect was very empty now that all the strongest people were out, it was not to be underestimated. Under the heavy barrier trying to forcefully captivate an enemy with no weak strength to rush out from here, it would require at least a hero-level battle power. How is it that this kind of thing is always encountered by me? I'm afraid that old man Yuan isn't deliberately trying to trap me every time. He glanced at the quest level, and sure enough, it had changed from a Third Order Elite quest to a Fourth Order Master quest. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. I'm going to have to fill up my lucky points when I get a chance. He muttered. Items that could raise the luck value were rare and precious. In the world of immortal cultivation it would be called the treasure of luck, and the difficulty of obtaining it could be imagined. Soon, the sermon was finished, and the seductive and bewitching Wang Bauer walked down the altar in style. Lin Yan followed all the way. Wang Bauer led him to turn left and right in the underground base for more than 20 minutes before arriving in a secret room. Lin Yan could only follow him in. Wang Bauer sat down in front of the tea case, and the scarlet pupil light slowly faded into green pupils. She filled both glasses on the table. Come out, I know you followed me in. Lin Yan froze, and his killing chance instantly erupted. This father and daughter were indeed conspiring to lure him into a jar. He didn't move though. The invisibility cloak would only reveal itself if it was attacked, and he didn't want to expose himself early. I'm a mind mage, and although my strength is damaged for the most part, I was once a hero-level powerhouse after all. You can mask your scent, but you can't mask the power of your mind. Paul Wong sighed. I don't have much time. I'm not your enemy, and please trust me enough to show up and talk. Just say it. Lin Yan didn't show himself. He spoke as he moved at high speed, letting his voice echo evenly through the house, making it impossible to judge his exact location. Good. Wang Bauer spoke faster. You should have been sent by father and the others, and by default I think you know all the previous information. What I should know. Lin Yan was speechless and spat. Wang Bauer, on the other hand, pressed him and said in an urgent tone, after that battle I lost my memory and became an idiot, and truth got to me first. Their mind mages took advantage of me becoming an idiot and refined me into a mind blood servant. Then my main consciousness revived, but nothing could be undone. I'd been hibernating for so many years, waiting for this moment. She took out a few magic treasures and laid them on the ground, her tone getting more and more urgent. The power of the mind accumulated over the years is only enough to awaken my main consciousness for an hour. There's plenty of time for you to escape with me. Lin Yan calmly said. Not enough. I spent most of that time preparing these mantras. Wang Bauer spoke sharply. Now, I only have 10 minutes left. The mind mage controlling me is constantly monitoring my location, and he will notice if I leave his range of 1,000 meters. so there's no way I can escape from here without killing her. This magic treasure can be in the process of fainting my blood servant grid. Wang Bao threw a vial to Lin Yan. The second mana, which can be used to awaken my main consciousness at any time, has only 8 minutes remaining. The third piece is a map of the underground base, with which you can find that mind mage's practice room. Wake me up as soon as you find him. I'll use my mind power to block off the space so that your engagement with him won't be noticed by outsiders. But you only have 7 minutes at most. Everything is in your hands. And any more questions? Wait until I get out. Wang Bao's green pupils were sincere and eager. I'm trusting you with everything. And the opportunity only comes this once. Please, stranger. When she said that, her eyes once again turned from green to red. In the next moment, she coldly rebuked with a murderous intent. Who's here? I've sensed you. If you don't come out, I'll release a ranged spell to put you to death. Lin Yan cursed, his scalp tingling. This performance is literally weirder than schizophrenia. He struck extremely decisively, directly splashing a few drops of liquid from the vial on Wang Bao's face. Put! Wang Bao instantly fainted, her body softening as she was cradled in Lin Yan's arms. TCH, you're quite the calculator. Lin Yan shook his head helplessly. He had a lot of questions he wanted to be sure of, but there were only 7 minutes left for Wang Bao to be awake, and he didn't dare to waste them at will. Being able to find a way out for yourself in this desperate situation, with that temperament and intellect, living in God's earth is a waste of time. You really should be playing Dishonored. Lin Yan sighed. And big sister, you don't know my strength either. Do you conclude that I can kill the mind mage controlling you? The more Lin Yan thought about it, the more speechless he became. If that mind mage is a hero-level powerhouse, he'll be lucky to get out of here today. Still, it's true that her plan is the only chance for survival in this current deadly situation as well. Lin Yan organized his thoughts. Carrying away Wang Bao directly would alert the mind mage, leading to a halfway interception, and he still wouldn't be able to escape. The only way to leave is to kill the mind mage first, and if you want to take him out silently, you'll have to do it before Wang Bao's 7 minutes run out. Let's hope that mind mage isn't too strong. Lin Yan sighed, his eyes firming up. After looking at the map and confirming the location, he stayed close to Wang Bao's body and controlled her to walk out of the secret room. Elder. The truthers who saw Wang Bao all bowed their heads. Touché. Wang Poyer schlepped past them. Do you feel that Elder Wang is a bit strange today? A member of the congregation asked. What day isn't she weird? Every time I see her walk and talk, it's like seeing a zombie. Stiff and scary. The other congregants' words trembled. Indeed. Let's get on with the plan. The key to bring back the king will soon be cast. The congregation rushed to the foundry hall. Lin Yan brought Wang Bao with him all the way to the mind mage's cultivation chamber. The cultivation of a mind mage was very jealous of loud noises around them, so the place was empty, and that mind mage was the only one in the secret room. Mind mages can sense stealth and must be awakened now. Wake up! Lin Yan hit Wang Bao's buttocks with his second folding fan magic weapon. Not to mention, it feels pretty good. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I'm looking forward to some free gifts. Asterisk Omega. Chapter 44. Strength is useless. You have to rely on your acting skills if you want to kill someone. Wang Bao felt a pain in her but right after she awoke, and she glared at Lin Yan, but now that time was precious. She cast Mind Shield at the first opportunity. 6.5 minutes to go. Only one chance. Lin Yan nodded and entered the meditation room. Buzz. Inside the retreat room, incense was lit in the furnace, smoke curling up. Just standing in it made people feel calm. A figure with his back to the door, wearing a black robe but tattooed with red lines. It should also be an elder of the truth cult. Lin Yan frowned, although he wasn't sure about the other party's strength, but things had already come to this point, so he definitely couldn't back down. The black-robed man let out a hint of a questioning hum, as if sensing something, but the next moment, thunderous sounds exploded inside the cave. 9 thunder flashes. Boom boom boom. Thunder echoed in the retreat room, and before the black-robed man could react, he was already hit by several knives. The black-robed man's vestments were all splintered, revealing the face of a loathsome blonde crone. So it's an old lady. Lin Yan sneered and put a scrying spell out in passing. Truthfulness spiritualist, now. Race, human, white. Profession, mind mage. Rating, 55. Life, 937. 000. Armor, 301. 519. Attack, 21700. Equipment, Staff of the Mind. Skills, Mind Poison Nightmare. Treasure. The level gap is too large and there is too little information that can be probed. Lin Yan frowned. Because of the ultimate artifact, he didn't need to upgrade to keep getting stronger, so he wasn't in a hurry to upgrade at all, and just patiently put together a full-ranked divine gift template. In the future, this kind of sparring across a large number of levels is expected to be quite a lot. We have to hurry up and get the skill book of advanced scrying technique before we can do that, or else we'll have too little information about the enemy, and we'll be at too much of a disadvantage against them. Know your enemy and know yourself. Old thing, you're not very strong. Lin Yan smiled faintly. At the same time he was relieved. Fortunately this old thing wasn't hero level. However, this was normal. The hero level was considered the strongest batch of top existences in the Longxia Empire, and the truth cult probably didn't have a few of them. I'm sure they're all going to deal with Village Chief Yuan and the others this time. Kill. He hacked and slashed incessantly in his hands. Such mage-type professions knew that they had low defense and armor, and they were desperately trying to collect life-saving treasures and scrolls for themselves. And it just so happens that mages are rich, and a mind mage this old definitely has tons of defense treasures. If he wanted a quick battle, he had to keep suppressing his opponent so that he didn't have time to cast his protective spells. In just over 10 seconds of work, the dazed mind mage was cut down to his full armor and lost over 200,000 blood. No! A strong fear flashed in Nao's eyes. At this rate, she would be cut down in a minute or two. Die! She started with a surefire move. Heartstream explosion. The enormous mind power turned into substance, turning into a huge vortex that wrapped Lin Yan in it. In the vortex, terrifying spiritual arrows continued to shoot towards Lin Yan, each one carrying terrifying damage before exploding in Lin Yan's mind. Boom 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 boom. Nao's eyes glittered with madness. It was her specialty, and as long as she had mana left, Heartstream explosion wouldn't stop. If the opponent didn't have a means to restrain spirit-based attacks, they could only passively withstand them and take a complete beating, and before her mana dried up, it was enough to deal nearly 1,000,000 points of damage. Even a warrior of the same rank would be directly killed by this move. Snort snort snort. The mind storm devoured Lin Yan crazily. However, there was never any hint of blood deduction coming out from Lin Yan's head. Nao was confused and finally felt something was wrong and immediately terminated the Heartstream explosion skill. You didn't even take any damage? How is that possible? Lin Yan's eyes flickered as he planned. He grinned, his expression confident. I'm mentally immune, so don't struggle. In fact, it's a credit to the third feature of the swordsman's helmet, purification. He gains immunity to psychic attacks that do less damage than the helmet's armor value once per hour. The swordmaster's helmet had exactly 1,000,000 armor value, and the opponent's Heartstream explosion had just hit 1,000,000 armor value before it dried up. That's why there's not a single drop of blood. No, this will never happen. In all these years, I've never heard of anyone in the Longxia Empire being completely immune to spirit-based attacks. Nao was shaken, her eyes bloodshot, shaking her head in disbelief. Means of defense against mental attacks were already scarce, which was why mind mages were scorned. Not to mention being completely immune to mental attacks. She kept backing up, obviously scared out of her wits by Lin Yan. What an unfortunate coincidence that you ran into my natural enemy. Lin Yan is full of conviction and is a proper golden horse movie star. He had to shock Nao completely with this clever misunderstanding. Because of the mind mage's weird tactics, if the other party had the will to survive to deliberately circle him, it was easy to drag out quite a bit of time. And there's no time for that. Oh, so what? Nao's face was twisted and frantic. This is a truth cult base. Although the sect master and the others are not here, there are at least a few dozen elders. When they hear the commotion here, they will surely come. You're dead. Lin Yan shrugged. I've already killed them all long ago. You fart. Nao's shrill roar grew louder, but the will to fight grew weaker. She frantically started summoning blood servants, trying to get Wang Bauer to come over for reinforcements. The blood servant's personality is constantly fighting me. The time I can be awake is shortening in no time. Please hurry. Wang Bauer's mind transmission came. She couldn't hold out much longer as she maintained the mind barrier while fending off the blood servant lattice backlash. Lin Yan's heart sank, but his face remained confident. Old woman, tell me then, why has no one come to your rescue until now? Cackling, Nao's mental pressure grew. Her mind power began to riot, and her demeanor twisted. No, that's not it. Lin Yan approached Nao while devilishly baiting. If you don't believe me, just bang on the door and go out to take a look. But don't blame me for not warning you. My men have taken control of the entire truth base, and you've been stolen from home. You won't even get out of this door. Nao completely tensed up and turned around frantically about to bang on the door. However, the door of the retreat room was sealed by Wang Bauer's mind barrier and could not be crashed through. No, 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 how? Nao's old face was filled with despair, and the mental pressure was even greater. The whole person was on the verge of falling into a state of madness. You have no way out. Lin Yan walked up to Nao. Be a good boy and lead your neck to death. Nao completely broke down and she yelled, even if I die, I will take you with me. Aren't you immune to mental attacks? Oh, then let's die together. Her eyes were bloodshot, her mind power swelled, and her entire body was propped up into a leather ball before exploding. Boom! The terrifying impact blew Lin Yan away, and although his protective armor was madly being chipped away, a hearty smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Damn old woman. Finally got you. Chapter 45 Charge for Love. Hold the beauty. The old lady's power to self-destruct is quite strong. Lin Yan spat out ash. The retreat room was completely destroyed by it, and he was also blown off 800,000 armor. Ichinen collected Una's loot, and after checking it out he was thankful. If he really let Una use these life preservation scrolls out, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill his opponent in 5 minutes. Retreat outdoors. What's all the commotion? Wang Bauer trembled inwardly. After such a big commotion, there was a calm that made people think twice. What's going on? I only have a minute left now. Do you need me to go in and help you? If I help you, I guess I can only last 30 seconds at most. Wang Bauer is anxious. So many years of hibernation. Is it going to be a lost cause? What's the rush? This old lady killed herself. The chamber door opens. Lin Yan cleaned the dust from his body and walked out with a gray head. What? Wang Bauer was overjoyed. You're really a hero-level powerhouse. She herself was just taking a gamble. There were so many ways for a mind mage to save her life, and Lin Yan's entire journey from going in to coming out was just over 2 minutes. Trying to kill a master mind mage so quickly must be a gold advanced heroic level powerhouse. How much do I look like a hero class to you? Lin Yan spread his hands. Now that he had killed now and the momentum was settled, he had time to joke around. Wang Bauer let out a pout and directly used her probing technique. Then she was directly confused, her large eyes glaring. Holy yo, a 9th level whiteboard warrior? What kind of high-level shielding spell are you using? Ha ha, it's true that I'm only level 9. Lin Yan shrugged. And how did you manage to take care of that guy so quickly in 2 minutes? Wang Bauer couldn't believe it. A mage can be so precious about his life. Lin Yan replied, instead taking out the few high-level scrolls he had harvested and shaking them. It would have taken me at least several minutes longer to break these things alone. Wang Bauer became more and more confused. That's why I knew from the beginning that I couldn't force it. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Alright, don't sell me short. I don't have much time. Just say it so I can die in peace. Wang Bauer pouted. Lin Yan was a bit surprised. The person who cursed you is dead, and your blood servant contract is still there. Wang Bauer nodded. I did all of this just so that the truth cult could not use me as a bargaining chip to threaten Father and Uncle Yuan and the others. And having lost my own indentured master, I will soon fall into a coma, and within 10 days, I shall wither and die. Lin Yan was somewhat moved. This girl planned from the start to die gracefully. The blood servant curse is almost insoluble, so I'm afraid that after I pass out this time, you and I won't have the chance to be able to talk again. There was a hint of despondency and sadness on Wang Bauer's face. So, satisfy my curiosity. Lin Yan nodded. With all due respect, I've summarized the Achilles heel of your mind mages. What is it? Wang Bauer was puzzled. That is, mind mages generally have weak minds. Lin Yan spread his hands. Wang Bauer directly turned into an idiot because of her mind overload, and now directly blew herself up because she couldn't take the mental pressure. Both proved this. Well, that's because our mind power is so strong that the slightest emotional fluctuation can make the mind power go out of control. We're already the best at controlling our emotions in the world, but eventually they come back to bite us. Those who play with the spirit and the mind also suffer from it at the same time. You're really smart to have realized that. Wang Bauer spread a smile. Thank you, stranger. Her body began to shake and she was about to fall into a coma. Finally, can you tell me your name? Lin Yan. Remember. Wang Bauer completely fainted and fell into Lin Yan's arms once again. You won't die. I promise. Lin Yan said softly. He wasn't seeing the color, but the key core of the opening of the Divine Providence template was Wang Bauer, and she must not die. Turning on the cloak of invisibility once again, he led Wang Bauer all the way out of the underground base to the cave on the ground. Token. The elite leader of the barrier reached out and said in a cold voice. Lin Yan controlled Wang Bauer's body and gave Now's token out. Well, the elite leader inserted the token into the spell. Then his eyes shook. This is not your token. Lin Yan froze and instantly knew that he had been exposed. Damn, you're a cultist. What kind of black technology are you playing with? The token can even bind identities, but it was already on the ground, and these few hurdles were enough to break out with his current strength. He didn't bother to cover up, and as soon as he carried Wang Bauer on his back, he then slashed out. This elite leader was obviously not an important person like the black-robed priest, advanced by the silver template, with a total of just over 20,000 blood plus armor, and was killed in a single slash. Enemy attack. The professional religious next to him exclaimed, and immediately had to sound the alarm, but Lin Yan was too fast. Snort! He moved at speed. Now a whopping 8 points of movement speed made him as fast as a phantom in the eyes of these religious people. Snort, snort, snort! These miscellaneous soldiers guarding the gate were all bronze template advancement filler cannon fodder, with a blood count of just 2,000 or 3,000. and he could kill 10 of them with a single slash. Boom boom boom. He made his way through the barriers and killed his way through 3 barriers and 4 hurdles before the alarm was finally successfully sounded. Just one last hurdle to go. Lin Yan looked at the blackened pursuers behind him, none of which could catch up with him. Are you snails? He couldn't help but taunt. Holy, what do I see? Elder Wang is floating in the air. Ghosts in the void are killing people. The congregants were scared and weak in the knees. It's invisible. You punk snacks. Give chase. Wang Bauer absolutely cannot be lost. Otherwise we'll lose the killer weapon to suppress the underworld village. The master-level powerhouses of the truth cult went crazy. Ha! Lin Yan looked at the outer layer of the Guardian formation that had just closed. This is the weakest layer of the energy shield, with its greatest function being to cloak and trigger alarms. He threw out all of Una's several heavy treasures and blasted them on the energy shield. He then exploded all of his means and crazily blasted on it. Boom 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 boom. A furious bombardment. In a short period of time, millions of points of damage hit with a point, directly shaking out a small hole in the energy shield. Lin Yan carried Wang Bauer on his back and leapt out. He was in a good mood as he looked at the sunrise in the distance. After breaking the formation, he would be considered to have successfully gotten out of the trap. You guys take your time to chase after me. I'll go back to the village with a pretty girl in my arms first. Lin Yan still had the time to turn back and wave a taunting hand at his pursuers. Then with a few jumps, he disappeared into the Dawn's mountains and forests. Chapter 46. I wonder if this is the thing you are talking about? The masters of the truth sect hated their teeth, but they couldn't do anything about Lin Yan. Lin Yan carried Wang Bauer on his back all the way back to the underworld village. Before he even entered the village, he heard the sounds of violent engagements. The ground trembled slightly, and dust and smoke flickered in the distance. Leave the king's blood behind. A roar came out, and Lin Yan could hear that it was Yuan Tianrun's roar. He, you fueled Ingbi designed to try to trap and kill us, but unbeknownst to us, we've also been tricked into doing the same. The black-robed masked man sneered. The purpose of this visit to the underworld village is this item. Now that the king's blood is in our hands, we won't stay much longer. Jia. As Lin Yan looked on from afar, he instantly recognized this black-robed masked man as the spokesperson for the truth sect that he had seen after he had obtained the blood corpse head trigger choice. He's the godfather of truth. Now that we have the king's blood in our hands and the undercard of Wang Bauer, you guys have already lost. Surrender before it's too late. The masked man flung his cape. He held the king's blood in his hand and spoke in an arrogant tone, looking out of the corner of his eye. Humph. If nothing else, Wang Bauer should have already been rescued by my people. And this time it's nothing more than an undercard for an undercard. Yuan Tianrun said indifferently. Ha. Do you really think that kid can save Wang Bauer from my heavily defended underground base? The masked man looked up to the sky and laughed. To tell you guys the truth, Wang Bauer wasn't imprisoned by us at all, but was practiced as a mind blood servant by a mind mage. Even if you send out that brat, even if he's more heaven-defying, there's absolutely no way he can bring back Wang Bauer. What did you say? Cheng Daozi's face turned white. He was a mage and knew best the troublesome nature of this situation. Yuan Tianrun was also silent, understanding in his heart that Lin Yan's mission this time would be a 9 deaths. Wang Blacksmith was even more grieved that his daughter had been practiced as a blood servant. What are you doing with your head hanging down? It's a disgrace to our 7 heroes of Aurora. A domineering voice descended as the female martial arts nerd, Wu Baihua, stepped forward. Hasn't that kid been reborn in the spring yet? The fix is not yet in, and the desperate situation is far from over. A few people's spirits were shaken and their eyes were firm. What's more, so what if we fail? We were once able to pacify even the zombie king, and we're still afraid of a tiny truth cult? Wu Baihua's fist pointed at the man with the iron face. Big deal. Fighting to the last drop of blood. Nice. Yuan Tianrun nodded slightly. And, somehow, I still have confidence in that kid. Ha. The mighty 7 heroes of Aurora that shook the dragon summer can now only rely on fantasies to comfort themselves. The man in the iron mask bristled. If that brat can really bring back Wang Bauer under such circumstances, what if I even throw myself into the sword and recognize my surrender right away? It's a deal. No backing out. Lin Yan's frivolous words appeared, piercing through the atmosphere of saber rattling and causing the scene to fall silent. What? The man with the iron face looked at Lin Yan in horror, and his body trembled when he saw Wang Bauer behind him. This is impossible. Heroic level powerhouses will trigger the alarm as soon as they touch the formation. If you're not hero level, it's impossible to escape from the underground base. Bauer, Emperor Yan. The moment the few Yuan Tianrun saw Lin Yan appear, even with their determination, they couldn't help their eyes from flushing red. Blacksmith Wang instantly rushed in and protected Lin Yan from sneak attacks from the Iron Masked Man and the others. Ha. Yuan Tianrun looked up to the sky and laughed. How? Big Dipper. The way of heaven helps the righteous but not the wicked. Return from the lost path. The man with the iron face suppressed the anger and horror in his heart, his eyes bloodshot. It's just a matter of exchanging undercards, and since Wang Bauer is dying, we'll still win this time. Just which one of us will have the last laugh will be seen soon enough. Retreat! He let out a low gulp, and the several black-robed men behind him transformed into black mist with him, leaving the underworld village in the twinkling of an eye. Yuan Tianrun's eyes were deep as he looked at the disappearing iron-masked man. Yeah, we'll see soon enough. You actually did it. Cheng Daozi walked up and sked. The moment he originally heard that Wang Bauer had been practiced as a blood servant, he had all but completely despaired. Amitabha Buddha. Yendi Shir is truly an incredible being. The blind monk also folded his arms and lamented. You guys just love all this hocus pocus. Wu Baihua walked up and peeled the blind monk and Cheng Daozi away, her fiery figure hugging Lin Yan in one hand. Brother, you're so handsome. Sister loves it so much. Ahem. Lin Yan was suffocated by his large chest and struggled out. Now is not the time to celebrate. Bauer's sister coming back is a big victory. How come it's not a time to celebrate? Wu Baihua froze. Bauer, why is she unconscious? Blacksmith Wang said eagerly. Psychic blood servants are different from ordinary blood servants in that the contract is much deeper. If the contract is not broken from the soul within 10 days, the treasure will wither and die. Cheng Daozi had known everything for a long time, so he didn't show any joy from the beginning to the end, and said with a somewhat sad face, No. Wang Blacksmith's eyes were bloodshot. I haven't searched for Bauer for so many years just to see her hastily and then say goodbye to her forever. Isn't there a solution? Yuan Tianrun also asked in succession, his expression heavy. Although Wang Bauer was the weakest in terms of battle power and the lowest rank among the 7 heroes, her importance was the undisputed number 1. If she really died, it would be a great loss to both the Longxia Empire. Most importantly, that would also completely cut off the connection between the underworld village and the Divine Providence template. And Yan Di is afraid that he won't stay in the underworld village anymore. He had realized that Lin Yan was the key variable in breaking the game and must not be lost. There are no absolutes in all things. Cheng Daozi shook his head. Old Cheng, think of something. Aren't you the strongest mage in the Longxia Empire? Please, save my daughter. Wang Blacksmith grabbed Cheng Daozi as if he was grasping a life-saving straw. Cheng Daozi shook his head and smiled ruefully. You think I don't want to save Bauer's niece? It's just that the way to do it, it's harder than reaching the sky. If I speak of it, it will only add to the despair. It is much more cruel to a father to know the solution and not be able to do it, than to feel it is a dead end from the beginning. How do you know it's a dead end if you don't say it? Lin Yan spoke out. Although the 7 heroes were the strongest of the Longxia Empire, their eyesight still couldn't be compared to his. What they find desperate, they may not be unable to do themselves. Even if you don't believe in us, you have to believe in little brother Yan Di. He's the one who can perform miracles. Wu Baihua patted Lin Yan's shoulder, still optimistic and determined. This? Okay. Cheng Daozi spoke out. First of all, various auxiliary medicines, such as flame spirit wood ash, clear heart crystal pendant, stalactite liquid, and so on. It's precious, but we can still get it. The rarest of all were the 2 main medicines, the 10,000-year willow heart and the remnants of the Book of Truth. These 2 treasures are just names I've heard, but even I've never seen them before. Lastly, and most difficult of all, the medium of application. It needs the state-supporting treasure of the state of Lu from 1,000 years ago, which has been lost for an unknown number of years. In Tianzi seal of life and death. The crowd breathed a stagnation. If the 2 main medicine is the world of rare, that life and death seal is pure legend. Where to look for it if you don't know if it exists or not? I don't know if the seal of life and death you are talking about is this item? Lin Yan's calm voice came out as he held the seal of life and death in his hand and asked with a smile. Chapter 47, How certain is this trip? You actually obtained the legendary seal of life and death. Cheng Daozi's eyes went wide. This is a supreme treasure that only exists in legends. Fluke. Lin Yan smiled slightly and said modestly, worthy of a man who performs miracles. Wu Baihua was so happy that she couldn't help herself and hugged Lin Yan deeply once again. Now, there are 2 things left, the 10,000-year willow heart and the remnants of the Book of Truth. Saiduko rubbed his chin. I have some clues about the 10,000 years willowwood heart, but the remnants of the Book of Truth don't have any eyebrows for the time being. I'm going to ask around for information. The blind monk stepped forward. It couldn't be better. Yuan Tianrun nodded. The intelligence skill is fully lit and is one of the hidden attributes of the blind monk. Though he could not see with his eyes, everything under the sun went into his ears. This 10,000-year-old willow heart. Cheng Daozi was about to continue. Lin Yan interrupted. I think it's better for us to settle this mission before we talk about the future. According to the belabored character of these old 6s, if they didn't mention it themselves, they were afraid that they would really be able to forget about their rewards. Don't worry, you've done us a great favor, so naturally we won't be petty. This is your mission reward. Yuan Tianrun gave his equipment to Lin Yan. Lin Yan saw the backpack prompt. You have obtained the Sword of the Sword Hero. Free attribute points * 100 points. Third order silver advancement template * 1. Various types of advanced potions * 1000. And gold coins * 10,000. What's with all these rewards that have been talked about? Where is the promised gratitude? This mission is another midway increase in difficulty. Old Village Chief. I wonder if you're targeting me specifically. Lin Yan opens up the traditional art skill, knockout. Ahem. Yuan Tianrun's old face blushed. It was my miscalculation. What compensation do you want? Skill books for control-free skills. Lin Yan asked for a lion's share of the money. Control-free skills are extremely rare. As long as the word control-free is in the skill effect, it is at least a 5-star skill. Yuan Tianrun shook his head. Skill books for control-free skills are too rare, and the underworld village doesn't have any. You'd better change your request. Lin Yan shrugged. It was only when he asked for something that he could pay for it. He didn't expect to really extort the control-free skill from the old village chief. Then give me an advanced scrying skill book. Lin Yan stretched out his hand. Give me a few hundred more random free attribute points, and a few tens of thousands of gold coins as compensation would be more than fine. How dare you? Yuan Tianrun smiled helplessly, then gifted Lin Yan the skill book of advanced scrying technique and 100 free attribute points. Thanks. Lin Yan grinned. One has to be a bit thick-skinned, and if he had been honest, he would surely have gotten nothing out of today. Never expect someone to be thick. Elder brother Wang, I've saved your daughter. I should always sell my equipment cheaper next time, right? Lin Yan snickered. Don't worry. Wang Blacksmith directly transferred the entire inventory in his hands to Lin Yan. These won't cost anything. In the future, if you trade with me, all of them will be at cost too. Lin Yan nodded and swept a glance. The goodwill between himself and all 5 Aurora heroes had risen to 3 stars. Yendi little brother, do you have any more requests? Yuan Tianrun politely said. Of course I have. Lin Yan nodded, pretending not to understand the fake politeness in Yuan Tianrun's tone. Yuan Tianrun's face stiffened. He should have known not to ask. Those new disciples you've taken in are all close friends of mine. I hope you'll cultivate them with dedication on their cultivation path. Lin Yan arched his hand, his tone sincere. Don't worry, those are our own disciples. We'll definitely do our best to cultivate them. Qing Daozi was the first to agree. The first time he met Lin Feng, his favorability was 3 stars. Well, I'll raise my little girl as if she were my own daughter. Wang Blacksmith also nodded. If not for Shen Youwei, he would not be able to retrieve his daughter, and his heart was grateful. Blind Monk and Wu Baihua both nodded their heads to reassure Lin Yan as well. Okay, I'm done with my requests. Now let's talk about the 10,000 years Willowwood heart. Lin Yan said. He placed equal importance on saving Wang Bauer, and after saving her, he should be able to obtain the Divine Providence template. Well, in my early years of traveling the continent, I once obtained a teleportation scroll in a cave. Xing Daozi said in a deep voice. According to the cave relics, the place where the scrolls are linked is the secret realm where the Willowwood demon race is entrenched. Perhaps a 10,000-year-old Willow heart will exist in the hands of this clan. Then let's go get it. Wu Baihua said evenly. Xing Daozi shook his head. The teleportation scroll has been tattered, and no one strong enough to teleport by it above the Grandmaster rank can do so. And here's the worst part. Once the 10,000 years Willow heart leaves the body, it loses its essence quickly. Only a few secret techniques can preserve its essence. For example, Blind Monk's oldest brother's spell for the afterlife. The Blind Monk nodded. The spell of the past life was his core skill, the best trick in the box. The only way nowadays is to pass this move to my disciple, but his battle power is really not high. The crowd looked at Lin Yan in unison again. Below the Grandmaster rank, the existence of the battle power and against the sky. This teleportation scroll was practically made for this person. Ahem, little friend Yen Di. It seems like I have to trouble you again before I can do that. Yuan Tianrun was a little embarrassed, his old face reddening. Hall of the mighty Dragon Xia Empire's Dawn 7 heroes, each god's power, but when it comes to things but cannot do anything, and finally all demanded to the head of a descendant. Harm, I, for one, love to help people. Lin Yan smiled faintly and rubbed his fingers together. This is it. Don't worry. I understand. Yuan Tianrun patted his chest. As long as you can bring back the 10,000 years Willowwood heart, I'll give you another piece of legendary equipment. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. A few days ago this awful old man said that the underworld village only had 1 or 2 legendary weapons at most. Now it's 3 pieces just from the ones he got his hands on. Here's another one. None of these old black-hearted things are honest. Then it's a deal. I'll go and cultivate a bit first, and then I'll set off with Fatty afterward. Lin Yan said a spontaneous goodbye after breathlessly accepting the mission. I'll also take this time to go and properly temper my inferior disciple. Blind Monk knew that time was running out and turned away as well. After everyone has dispersed, What are his chances of success on this trip? Yuan Tianren asked Xing Daozi. Xing Daozi shook his head. The Willowwood clan. It has a fierce reputation. I'm afraid it's no better than the truth cult base to break into. This time, it's going to capture the treasure again. Even if the organs are exhausted, I am afraid that there is only a ray of hope. Soon, Lin Yan found a secluded spot, took out the newly arrived legendary weapon, the Sword of the Swordsman, called the main weapon of the strongest hero of the Longxia Empire in 100 years. Lin Yan's anticipation was incomparable. With this fusion, I'll be able to at least touch the threshold of a golden hero in terms of battle power. From here on out, there aren't many places in Longxia that can stand in my way. Chapter 48? Advanced Scrying Skill Book. Use it. Lin Yan's thoughts moved. Congratulations on gaining Advanced Scrying. Advanced Scrying, 3 stars. All enemies up to the 3rd rank receive full panel data. Maximum level gap limit, 60 levels. Anything below the king's rank is enough for now. Lin Yan's heart settled down. The most important thing about sparring was to know oneself and one's enemy. If you can get all the information about your opponent, you can strategize on the spot. The further back you go, the more important the means of anticipating the enemy becomes. Then there are the free attribute points. Lin Yan used all of his attribute points to raise his stats by a wave on all fronts, especially with the amount of blue he desperately needs these days. Although he didn't lack a blue recovery potion, his current blue limit was only 40 points, and the better skills take hundreds of blue points to release at a time, so you can't use them at all. There are a lot of gold coins saved up, but they can't be used. Lin Yan shook his head. The blacksmith had already given himself all of his inventory, and even if he had the money, there were no more large quantities of cost-effective weapons that he could not buy in the novice village. Still, just these weapons in my hands right now are enough to fortify me for a while. Lin Yan pondered. He kept fusing, and his attack and defense were improving by leaps and bounds. He had also heard of the Willow Demon Clan, and if he wanted to break into the Demon Clan's secret realm, he would have to have at least a heroic level battle power. But now he only had 10 days at most, so of course he had to hurry. There's still a need to melt a primary weapon for Fatty to do it. Lin Yan pondered. This time, Fatty was the centerpiece of completing the mission, and he couldn't be killed just after stepping into the Willow Demon Clan's secret realm. Just make him an anti-damage shield. Lin Yan settled down. The core skill that Fatty is going to inherit from Blind Monk is the Milkman plus Meat Shield route, and combining this with a main combat weapon with a counter shield is most appropriate. Combat style can go the Shield Warrior route, able to fight and resist, absolutely tough. In a flash, 3 days passed. Lin Yan's strength had improved tremendously again. After fusing this sword again, this time it will be a success. Lin Yan's heart was pounding. He likes to save the good stuff for last. Buzz. The light flickered, and the weapon fusion was complete. Lin Yan opened the attribute page of the Magic Blade 1000 Blades. Magic Blade 1000 Blades, white, plus 10 W attack, plus 0, 3 attack speed, plus 5% bludgeon rate. Trait, Sharpen Iron plus, comes with 300 points of armor break. Blow off plus, 1% chance to cut off a rare quality weapon, 10% chance to cut off a fine quality weapon, and 100% chance to cut off a weapon of less than normal quality. 1% probability of breaking rare quality weapons, 10% probability of breaking fine quality weapons, 100% probability of breaking weapons below normal quality. 1000 blades can be broken down into shattered blades, which can fly at the user's will, or can be turned into a hole at any time. Note, consumes 2 mana points per second. Muddled, armor absorption increases by 1% for each piece of armor equipment in the swordsman set. Kensho secret skill, activates the power of the sword soul sealed in the sword of Kensho, doubling the damage dealt by the next attack. Sword Hero Battle Spirit, summons the Sword Hero Battle Spirit. The battle spirit's existence time increases with level, and the battle power changes with the user's battle will. It's a pity that this sword was also broken by that battle. Otherwise, the main weapon of the so-called first hero of Dragon Summer would certainly be terrifying. Lin Yan shook his head with some regret, but even if it was compromised, the characteristics it offered were horrifying to the extreme. First, there's the armor absorption. This was equivalent to the blood absorption trait corresponding to blood, and now that he had equipped the sword magnate helmet, he was able to regain 10 WX 1% equals 1000 armor with every general attack. Before, he could only get some very little armor absorption by killing the enemy. It's a qualitative leap. If I can put together the swordsman set, the speed of armor recovery will reach a very terrifying level. Lin Yan had another expectation in his heart. How come the first 2 characteristics are followed by the plus number? Lin Yan tapped on it and looked at it, realizing that from then on, if the newly added traits were unsatisfactory, he could fuse the new traits and use them to enhance sharpening iron like clay and blowing hair. Nice! Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. A bunch of weak traits were no match for a top-tier trait, just like the difference between an ordinary word entry and a god-tier word entry. A complete difference between clouds and mud. For example, when blow hair off is fully utilized, even legendary weapons can be chopped off 100%. Lin Yan's anticipation was incomparable. He took some of the useless trait phrases, exhausted them all, and upgraded sharpening iron and blowing hair to level 2. Upgrade some of the armor's characteristics as well. He upgraded both the tangled wire and poison armor traits. Now that you're engaging me, you're going to be reduced by 50% of your attack speed first. Even a heroic level can't afford it. Lin Yan grinned. The entanglement upgrade reduces the opponent's attack speed by 25% for both upper and lower body armor, and his ability to sustain damage has increased. The poison armor attribute of the upper and lower armor deals a total of 40% slow and 600 points of sustained damage. He glanced at his attribute panel. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Profession, warrior. Grade, 9. Life, 400. Armor, 285-0450. Attack, 100025. Armor break, 1000. Physical resistance, 543. Normal resistance, 538. Movement speed, 8. Attack speed, 2. 5. Mana, 400. Blood recovery speed, 0. 5%. Blood drain, 0. 5%. Strike, 6. Equipment. Soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 60W. Physical defense plus 113. Legal defense plus 113. Counterattack plus 4600. Soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 55W. Physical defense plus 100. Legal defense plus 100. Anti-damage plus 4900. Tattered swordsman's helmet, legendary, armor plus 100W. Physical defense plus 118. Legal defense plus 118. Treading snow and wind boots, legend, armor plus 6666666. Physical defense plus 200. Legal defense plus 200. Movement speed plus 5. Magic sword 1000 blades, white, plus 100,000 attack, plus 5% blitz, plus 0.3% attack speed. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 4th order. Skills. Stacked waves 3 blades, 1 star, Inferno blade, 1 star, 9 thunder flash, 3 stars, advanced scrying technique, 3 stars. Ability, not yet available. Treasure, seal of life and death. Cloak of water, cloak of invisibility. Fan of awakening heart. With many means, even if I really fight against the golden hero, I still have a chance to win. Lin Yan was full of confidence and his battle spirit was boiling. To be able to achieve so much in such a short period of time, one had to marvel that the ultimate artifact was simply too powerful. After everything is ready, Lin Yan saw the snotty, swollen fat man at the entrance of the underworld village. What's wrong? So bad? Lin Yan asked jokingly. Don't mention it, that unlucky master. Once he came back he didn't know what kind of medicine he took wrong. Suddenly gave me devilish training and forced me to inherit his core skills for 3 days hard. And it's like he's had a sex change. He can't even listen to a sneer anymore. As soon as Duan saw Lin Yan, he complained with tears in his eyes. Boss, your fat brother, I've had a bad time these days. Ha ha, Lin Yan laughed out immorally. And you're laughing at me. Boss, you have no conscience. Duan's already round body was puffed up even more with anger. Give you a nice outfit to make up for it. Lin Yan threw the shield of thorns he had given to Duan Long. Without hesitation, Duan bound the shield of thorns. White grade. What kind of grade is this? Chapter 49, Death to All Brothers? This? Fatty was dumbfounded. What grade is this weapon? How can I be so virtuous as to own it? Increase armor by over 200. 000 and also increase attack power by over 10. 000. And the first trait is, an attack immediately returns 1% damage to armor value with no counter damage cap. The second trait is even more unorthodox. Attacks can be attached with 1% of the total value of armor damage. Aha! Lin Yan nodded and smiled slightly. Well, this equipment doesn't aggravate you, right? This is too expensive. Such a powerful equipment. I guess if we let the tycoons offer $10 million to buy it, they would be willing to do so. Duan shook his head. I can't have it. Ha ha ha. Anyway, this equipment is not removable or replaceable as long as you bind it. So there's no use trying to reverse it. Lin Yan shrugged and said with a show of hands. Ah, this. Duan cried and laughed. Boss, we don't need to talk about so much nonsense between us. From now on, follow me to do my job. Brother will take you to fly. Lin Yan patted Duan's shoulder. Boss, I love you so much. Duan carnally hugged up, and Lin Yan flew out of the way. I don't like males. You don't want me to be male on male. Fatty scratched his head. This trait simply matches me too well. I'm a little too excited. Oh, Lin Yan was a bit puzzled. 200. 000 armor. Your attack only comes with 2,000 points of damage. Fatty's head shook like a rattle. Not really. If you know how sick my master's core skills are, you'll understand why I'm so excited. tell me about it? Lin Yan came to be interested. There are 3 songs in the past life mantra. One for transcendence, one to stay alive, and one for the same life. Fatty's face turned serious. This song, same life, can share half of the armor value of friendly units within a certain range. Up to 6 teammates can be shared. If I'm surrounded by a few meat shields with super high armor values, then I'll be bursting at the seams with armor and attack power. Both. Lin Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. It was said that the 7 heroes of Aurora were perhaps the strongest group of heroes that the Dragon Summer Empire had ever seen, and were even feared by the King of Men for their feats. Now that I look at it, it's true what I said. Imagine a battle where the blind monk has 1 song and 1 life, and the armor of the 7 heroes of Aurora are all shared. How terrifyingly stacked would everyone's armor be? In the face of such 7 monsters, the zombie king Evil Chi, who had been fighting for thousands of years, was crushed. Earlier he was wondering how a king-ranked creature could be defeated by a hero. Now it seemed that Lin Yan could only sigh. The zombie king Evil Chi was really powerful. Try binding me for a moment? Lin Yan laughed. Good. The fat man put his hand on Lin Yan's shoulder, and in the next moment his eyes glazed over. Too shocked to speak. Holy. It took a long time for Dwayne to respond. My armor directly increased by over 1,040,000. Attack power and anti-damage cap have both skyrocketed by 14,000. Boss, you're hiding too much. He knew that Lin Yan was strong, but he really didn't expect it to be this strong. He could only share half of his armor. That means that the armor of the boss is close to 3 million. Ha ha ha, invincible boss. If we brothers join hands, we're invincible. Fatty's hands were dancing with excitement. The two of them, he and Lin Yan, were almost $5 million in armor alone. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Fatty had at most seen the current players and the novice village bosses. His eyesight was very low, and there was no excuse for having this illusion. This late in the game, there are a lot of various stat monsters. 5 million is also worth calling a sentence horrible as hell just in the early going. Well, it's time to hit the road, Lin Yan said seriously. Boss, you talk properly, you talk like this. I'm afraid. The fat man was startled. Lin Yan grinned and led the fat man to find Sheng Daozi. You must think carefully. This trip is dangerous. The Willow Demon clan has a means to restrain the descendants. If the worst happens, you will likely be trapped in the secret realm and unable to return. Sheng Daozi said in a deep voice. This is the 1,000-mile shift charm. Activated if the worst does happen. It can ignore spatial confinement and force the user to move thousands of miles away. Don't worry. Lin Yan received the movement talisman, and then he grinned. That said, Fatty, you're so heavy. Will I shorten the distance to move if I take you along with me? Boss, you don't have such a bad mouth. Fatty rolled his eyes. You've spoiled all the sadness of the wind and the water. Put your heart in your stomach. If I dare to take you, I will bring you back. Lin Yan's voice was reassuring. The Willow Demon clan he had dealt with a little bit in his previous life, and he had some certainty before he dared to take on this task. Otherwise, he wouldn't engage in speculation with his own well-being, not even with a God-given template. Buzz. Lin Yan triggered the teleportation scroll in his hand and brought Fatty along with him into the teleportation channel. Little friend Yen Di, it's all up to you. The venerable master arched his hand in farewell. After the teleportation channel closed, Yuan Tianrun's figure also appeared. Don't worry, this kid will never agree to this without a few certainties. Brother Yuan, Kayatoko says hello. The first and foremost thing to do today is to guard the treasure. This time the truth cult got the king's blood, and that creation will soon awaken. Yuan Tianrun's eyes were deep. With the character of the Big Dipper, even if he knows that Bauer won't wake up, he'll still pour out all his means to assassinate to increase his chances of winning. Well, Sheng Daozi nodded his head gravely. That kid Yen Di has his battlefield, and we have our own. Yuan Tianrun waved his robe sleeve. All we can do now is to fight to the best of our ability. After he said that, he stepped out of the door of the house, and with a wave of his sword finger, he chopped off the heads of 3 religious people who were hidden on the roof. Touché. Lin Yan took Fatty and stepped out of the teleportation channel. Boss, why do I feel gloomy here? The fat man cringed. It was a bleak forest with a thick black and purple demonic aura, and the range of vision was greatly reduced. It was full of dead, black and decaying willows, with thick green sap bubbling up from the trees, giving off a putrid odor. The Willow Demon clan isn't like that. There's been a change here. Lin Yan's eyes stared. Then he drank. Not good. Try not to breathe the air here. Boss, can you say that earlier next time? The fat man had turned purple and his eyes rolled over. Tips of -500. -500 started popping up on his head. Alas, Lin Yan helplessly pulled out the awakening fan. A treasure given to him by Wang Bauer that could awaken the mind. Pop. A fan glued to the fat man's face, giving him a mark on his fat face. Goo. It hurts Master Fatty. Boss, you're killing your brothers. The fat man glared. Hey, Without saying a word, Lin Yan kicked over again, sending the fat man flying hard. Palm! The moment Fatty flew out, a vine with bloody thorns ghostly descended from the sky and stabbed into the ground. The whole piece of earth, or hit by this strike, chapped open, dust collapsed. Chapter 50, Is there a 10,000-year-old willow heart? Fatty climbed up with a gray head and muttered, Boss, this kick of yours is more or less with a personal grudge. Lin Yan slashed out, dealing 100,000 points of damage to the blood thorn vines in front of him. Let's finish off these troublesome things first. Okay. Duande held up his anti-injury shield, and with a Tarzan press, he crushed the vines underneath him. The vines struggled frantically, but they were continuously countered by the injuries, and their injuries became heavier and heavier. In the end, it wasn't even necessary for Lin Yan to make a move, and the blood thorn vines were crushed alive by Duande. Good lord, this thing has so much experience. I'm upgrading straight away. Duande was surprised. He had advanced into a professional by relying on the gold template given by the blind monk. Don't worry, this trip to the Willow Demon Clan will allow you to have a full second rank if you're lucky. Lin Yan spoke casually, detailed endings of the blood-bearing vines, then frowned. This is not a creature of the Willow Demon Clan. It seems that some changes have occurred in the Willow Demon Clan. He stood up and led Fatty towards the depths of the purple mist. There were dead and charred willows all along the way, and several sneak attacks from bloodied vines. Lin Yan casually killed it, and the experience beads were given to the Fatty. It was awesome. Duande grinned as he had risen several levels along the way. These vines are all leveled at 30 or 40. They're third-order creatures. Killing just a few of them will be enough for you to upgrade. Lin Yan smiled faintly. After a long walk, the purple mist gradually dissipated. Finally walked out. It was just too depressing there just now. Fatty spat. Stop. Who are you people? Several slender figures blocked the way. Although these figures were in human form, their hair was willow branches, swaying in the wind, graceful and demonic. We're just two mediocre adventurers. Lin Yan casually said. An adventurer? You're lying. Whether you're lying or not, outsiders are not welcome in the Willow Demon territory right now. Leave quickly or we'll have to attack you. The female captain of the Willow Demon clan shouted angrily. We're not going in either. We're just asking if you have any 10,000-year Willowwood hearts for sale. Duande asked bluntly. So you are also thieves who have been colluded by the Bloodvine Demon clan to plot my clan's greatest treasure. Don't say anything, just finish them off. A few Willowwood Demon clansmen said angrily. Hey, look what we've come across. The princess of the Willowwood Demon clan? If we capture her alive, Chief Willowwood will definitely agree to hand over Willowwood Heart. Nice. Just as the Willowwood Demon clan was about to make their move, a group of humanoid creatures wrapped in blood-colored vines appeared, their eyes excited and bloodthirsty. The female captain's eyes panicked. They were completely outnumbered. She shielded Princess Willowwood behind her, her eyes on guard. In a moment, when the fight breaks out, prioritize escorting the princess away. I'll break the back. Anya. Princess Willowwood's eyes were anxious. Choosing to break the back at this moment was no different from sending her to her death. How about we make a deal? Lin Yan suggested in a good-natured manner from the side. You're in league with them. What else is there to say? Captain Anya glared at Lin Yan. I talked to you? Lin Yan looked directly at the princess. I'll take you out. You take me to see the Willow Demon clan chief. How about it? Stranger, why should I trust you? Anya frowned. Talk less if you don't have a brain. Duande couldn't even look at him anymore. My boss is talking business. Don't yak there. You. Anya's face turned white with anger. Princess, you can't trust them. They are just trying to trick you away. Princess Willowwood pondered for a moment and spread her face with a smile. Yes, I believe you, as long as you do what you say. Aha. Lin Yan nodded and directly pulled Princess Willowwood to his side, then led the fat man to strut towards the outside of the bar encirclement. The leader of the Bloodvine clan looked dumbfounded, and when he saw that Lin Yan was really going to leave with the princess, he couldn't help but burst into a rage. You take us for granted that we don't exist? This contempt is so humiliating. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. All of you aren't worth my hand yet, Lin Yan said indifferently. Cackling, the leader of the Bloodvine clan instantly killed over, the blood vines on his body turning into blood shadows as he killed Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked at it indifferently. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. He instantly threw out his sword. The stacked wave triple blade combined with the inferno blade and stacked blade, instantly dealing hundreds of thousands of points of damage. The Bloodvine leader was instantly chopped into several pieces and lay in a pool of blood. Gulp! This terrifying scene caused everyone to look dumbfounded. So strong. The Bloodvine clan soldiers were all in a cold sweat. The captain was a full-ranked elite, and he was actually killed in a single glance. Touché. Lin Yan took the princess with him and walked faithfully towards the outside of the encirclement. Surprisingly, no one dared to stop them for a while. Why are you still standing here? All want to die? Lin Yan looked around the circle. his eyes cold and sharp. The captain is dead. We'd better retreat first. Yeah. The warriors of the Bloodvine clan lost all will to fight and turned around to flee back into the purple mist. Anya looked stunned. Had he just yelled at such a scary bigot? Her face flushed wryly as she bowed her head and left in shame with her men following closely behind Linyan. The princess's eyes surveyed Linyan curiously, as if she was thinking about something. Touché. Soon, they arrived at the core hall of the Willow Demon clan. The patriarch of the Willow Demon clan anxiously looked at the battle report with a worried frown. Matriarch, the princess is back. Someone is reporting. The Willow Demon patriarch's eyes shook as he stood up. My daughter, you finally returned. Have you brought back good news? Princess Willowwood shook her head. Neither the Peony clan nor the Poplar clan are willing to lend a helping hand. They are both sitting back and watching the tigers fight. Oomph, what a way to raise two white-eyed wolves, usually eating so many of our favors, but constantly shirking when it comes time to use them. Although the Willow Demon patriarch was angry, he was helpless. The patriarch of the Bloodvine clan has broken through to the heroic rank, and although it's only a silver advancement, he has finally stepped into the realm of the heroic. My Willow Demon clan. It's dangerous this time. Lin Yan was listening on the sidelines and had already realized the inside story. The patriarchs of the Willow Demon clan and the Bloodvine clan were both originally full-ranked gold masters. However, now that the Bloodvine clan's clan chief had obtained the silver heroic advancement template first and had become heroic, that was why he was ambitious enough to annex the Willowwood Demon clan. And these two are? The Willow Demon patriarch noticed Lin Yan and Fatty. They are adventurers and my saviors. If it wasn't for them this time, my daughter, I wouldn't have made it back. The princess graciously introduced herself. Oh, the Willow Demon clan chief was grateful beyond words. Two adventurers, a great favor is not appreciated. Do you have any treasures you want? I, the Willowwood clan, will do my best to fulfill them all. Old patriarch, you're weirdly good. We happen to want a 10,000-year-old willow heart. Do you have one? Fatty asked directly. At this moment, the old patriarch's face froze, and the whole room fell silent. Chapter 51 Father and Daughter? A family of filial piety. The Willowwood heart is made from the essence knotted within my clan, so if it's 100 or 1,000-year-old portion, it's still negotiable. The Willow Demon clan chief shook his head. 10,000-year willow hearts. Even with all the years of inheritance of the Willow Demon clan, there are only 3 of them, all of which are treasures of the clan, and are not exchangeable for 1,000 pieces of gold. You guys might as well change one of your treasures. Lin Yan's eyes flashed. It really wasn't that easy. Hey, old man, didn't you just say that the Willow Demon clan was going to be exterminated? Why do you still keep the treasure of the clan when it's about to be destroyed? Still not all taken by the enemy? I love to tell the truth. The fat man is straightforward and does not hide what is in his heart. Unbridled. Who are you to dare say that? The tiny Bloodvine clan. We can make them go up in smoke in a matter of moments. Several Willow Demon clan war generals were incomparably angry, their eyes spitting fire. You guys are so powerful, and you're still being beaten by people going out to ask for help? The princess was even almost taken? The fat man bristled with disdain. You? The Willow Demon clan war generals all drew their weapons, itching to fight Fatty right away. All calm down. The Willow Demon patriarch coughed, calming the atmosphere. His eyes were deep as he looked towards Lin Yan. If you really want the 10,000 years willow heart, it's not impossible. As long as you can help my clan repel the Bloodvine clan and avoid the scourge of extinction this time, I can naturally gift it to you. He, clan chief. You don't think you can repel the Bloodvine clan by just popping up a few cats and dogs? That's right. The Bloodvine clan is filled with strong people. Just by him? Several of the Willow Demon race war generals sneered. My mind is made up. You need not say anything. The Willow Demon clan chief waved his hand. Then he smiled and looked at Lin Yan. I just received a secret report, which recorded the whereabouts of the Bloodvine clan chief. If you can kill him on the way, you will be considered successful and will be able to take away the 10,000 years Willowwood heart. How about it? It's a deal. Lin Yan nodded. However, you need to show your sincerity. The Willow Demon patriarch nodded and released the quest. The mission was just like the heavenly oath in the immortal cultivation world, and there would be a terrible punishment once it was broken. Lin Yan looked at the message. Quest name, intercept and kill the Bloodvine patriarch. Mission rating, Silver 5th Order. Mission criteria, successfully kill the Bloodvine patriarch and bring back his head. Quest reward, 10,000 years willow heart. Time frame of the mandate, 1 day. Lin Yan nodded. If you still don't feel like you trust me enough, I can send my dear daughter, as well as my Willow Demon clan's #1 general, Anya, to accompany you on your mission. The Willow Demon patriarch said atmospherically. Just do it. Lin Yan nodded and then led Duan De out of the great hall. Princess Lu Fu glanced at the Willow Demon patriarch, smiled wanly, and then brought Anya out of the hall with her. In the middle of the great hall, matriarch, why did you give him such an important secret report? and regardless of whether he's capable or not, it's still uncertain whether we can truly trust him. Several Willow Demon generals asked in confusion. The Willow Demon Patriarch smiled mysteriously. Wait until tomorrow, and you will know everything. Outside the Willow Demon clan lands, Princess Lu Fu walked alongside Lin Yan. You're really going to intercept the Bloodvine Patriarch? Lin Yan nodded. Not bad, don't you think it's strange? Liu Fu clenched her silver teeth and asked after a long time of agonizing. What's weird? Lin Yan asked with a raised eyebrow and a smile. First my father sends me to risk my life for help, and now he sends me and you on this dangerous mission. Liu Fu's eyes were firm, and since she had made up her mind to say it, she couldn't afford to hesitate. Oh, so you saw it coming. I thought you were stupid, Lin Yan said with a faint smile. Liu Fu was confused. Please make it clear. Lin Yan nodded. This was originally your family matter. There is no benefit to it, and I don't care to say anything more. But now that you've said it, let me remind you, you'll end up dead by your father's hand. In his previous life, he had learned some information about the Willow Demon race. The head of the Willow Demon clan would become the Willow Demon King in the future, and his most famous deed was sweeping away the 8 demonic clan's secret realms and claiming the title of king in a domain. After claiming the title of king, he also executed the biggest contributors, his own daughter and female General Anya. Its early acting style is all cowardly and inactive. Once the fangs are shown, it is cruel and swift, so it is evaluated as the most treacherous demon king who can hide his clumsiness. Liu Fu remained silent for a long time, then laughed out bitterly. I thought I was the only one who saw my father's disguise. I didn't expect his ambition to be known by the road already? Lin Yan didn't explain much and just shrugged his shoulders. Even if he didn't know the future, several times asking his daughter to go on a mission that was no different from sending her to her death. This Willow Demon Patriarch definitely didn't have a good heart. Since you know his ambitions, you should understand that this time, when he asked us to assassinate the Bloodvine King, he must have wanted to use a knife to kill someone. Liu Fu said eagerly. Aha, I know. Lin Yan nodded. You knew and you still went. Anya spat from the sidelines, finally unable to hold her tongue. The boss has his own plan. Don't talk too much, you dumbass. Although Duwanda was also listening to the clouds, he subconsciously wanted to dislike Anya. Lin Yan smiled slightly. Could it be that you have some brilliant plan? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Fu's eyes. Since you even have the courage to kill the silver heroic Bloodvine clan chief, do you have the courage to kill my father? Lin Yan froze. Good lord, this is really a great filial daughter. This family, with a kind father and a filial daughter, is simply a good model for families in the new era. Don't blame me for his unkindness. Lu Fu's always calm eyes surged with viciousness. He wants to kill me. Why can't I kill him? Do you dare to with me? If it comes to pass, I will naturally give you the 10,000 years Willowwood heart as well. Lin Yan sighed. Helping you is obviously not as big a win as helping your father. Wouldn't you say? There's no way to impress me with the same chips. Lu Fu clenched her teeth and released the mission directly to Lin Yan. Lin Yan read the message with good grace. Quest name, kill the Willow Demon Matriarch. Mission rating, Gold 4. Mission criteria, successfully kill the Willow Demon Patriarch and ensure the safety of Willow Fu's life before she takes over the position of Patriarch. Quest reward, 10,000 years Willow Heart plus 100 attribute points plus 1 W gold coins. Time frame of the mandate, 1 day. Well, consider it done. I'll take it. Lin Yan had his own plans, and at this moment, he smiled faintly and took the task next. Good. Now come back with me and finish the job. Liu Fu turned around and was about to head back to the clan lands. What's the rush? Lin Yan smiled faintly. Well, do you have to do anything else to get ready? Lia frowned. Of course I'm going to kill the Bloodvine clan chief first. Lin Yan rightfully said. You're playing me. Liu Fu was furious. There's always a first come, first served in business, and without taking back the head of the Bloodvine clan chief, will your father trust me completely enough to let me assassinate? Lin Yan made up a random reason. He has his own calculations. Lu Fu sank her eyebrows, feeling that what Lin Yan said had some truth to it. Alright, but, are you really sure you can kill the Bloodvine? Listen to me if you want to live. Lin Yan stopped talking nonsense and headed toward the Bloodvine Patriarch's secret route. Chapter 52 Bottom card all out. Most splendid strike. It's close. Lin Yan's eyes were heavy as he walked through the purple mist. Now that the Bloodvine clan had fully invaded the Willow Demon clan, the Willow Demon clan's secret realm had been invaded for the most part, so it was easy to run into the soldiers of the Bloodvine clan, and as soon as they did, they just went straight for it, leaving no survivors. Killing these monsters is so profitable. Another couple levels up. The fat man grinned. What's this? This time when you go out from the secret realm, you'll be guaranteed to rise to full rank at the second stage. Lin Yan let out a cold smile. He had already predicted a lot about what was going to happen next. Stop, he beckoned, and all four stopped in their tracks. They peeled back the grass in front of them and came upon a traveling camp. This was a temporary garrison camp with high specifications, and the ones patrolling and watching the gate outside were all third-rank elite-level warriors. It seems that this is the location of the Bloodvine Chief. Lin Yan pondered. You guys don't go out yet. I'll go in and explore. Ha! Liufu was a little surprised. You? Before he could finish asking, Lin Yan had already turned on his cloak of invisibility and disappeared from sight. Stealth. Liufu was in a cold sweat. This adventurer. The bottom card is really scary. Both stealth skills and stealth treasures were extremely difficult to obtain. His identity, it's not simple. Liufu became more and more convinced that she had gotten the right help. Touché. Lin Yan walked through the enemy camp like nobody's business. The probability of the Bloodvine clan having a mind mage was not high. The demon clans all liked to play reckless warriors, and did not like technical work like mental spells. Soon, he saw the figure of the Bloodvine clan chief in the center of the camp. He was looking at the map, analyzing the situation of the battlefield, and there was no one beside him. Ha, true enough. Lin Yan smiled faintly and returned behind the grass, revealing his form. How about that? Duan De asked evenly. Other than these few elite warriors guarding the gate, there is only the Bloodvine leader in the tent. Lin Yan said truthfully. This Bloodvine, after advancing to the heroic level, he has no one in his sight and thinks that he is invincible in the world. The line guard dares to be so empty. It's simply arrogant, Liufu said in a cold voice. Nonetheless, Lin Yan shook his head. It seemed that this Lu Fu didn't have a high IQ attribute other than being very filial. In the midst of marching, how can a party leader's whereabouts be easily detected? Bloodvine is clearly deliberately leaking his whereabouts, wanting to lure the enemy in to kill him. Lin Yan analyzed. The ones who came to assassinate him are bound to be the top experts of the Willowwood clan, so he can easily get rid of a lot of scourges. Liufu said with a little bit of clarity, drifting off. Nice. Lin Yan nodded. Assassin completes a stealthy assassination for X10 damage, and can double the damage again rounded down if it bludgeons again. Therefore, the top assassins trained by the clans had a chance to kill the enemy leader by assassination. Even if they couldn't be assassinated, they could still inflict serious injuries that would cause them to lose their best condition in subsequent battles. After all, this is a game where getting blood back is extremely difficult. So what now? Liufu was a little alarmed. She hadn't thought of that level. If he had recklessly killed his way in just now, he was afraid that he would have fallen directly into the Bloodvine Patriarch's trap. First, find the experts he's ambushed around and clear them all out before making a move. Lin Yan directly said. You two follow Fatty. Let's split into 2 teams and clean up along the arc from both directions. We'll be able to clean up exactly 1 circle when we converge. Yes, Lu Fu was now very convinced of Lin Yan. After all, just now Lin Yan had saved her life equivalent. Say it and do it. Lin Yan moved straight away, and with his experience and intuition, he could easily spot the ambush. Fatty and the others would probably have a hard time doing a perfect cleanup, but this time it was just to weaken Bloodvine's ambush force. Ha! Sure enough there was an ambush. Lin Yan crouched in the branches of the tree, looking down at the Bloodvine generals sitting on their knees, waiting to be killed out, and let out a cold smile. A level 60 silver master? Not worth mentioning. He flew straight down. The Inferno blade started, and the stacked wave triple blade combined with the stacked blade, instantly hitting out 500, 000 or 600, 000 output. Who? The Bloodvine master who was waiting on his knees had not even waited to stand up, and had just opened his eyes in horror before he was directly killed in seconds. It is a heavenly thing to do, sitting chopped into 5 or 6 pieces, blood pouring out. Lin Yan didn't stop at all and continued to clear the ambush. Along the way, a full dozen silver masters were taken out. That's quite an ambush. Lin Yan frowned. He cleared most of the circle by himself, and although Fatty's team had 3 people, they weren't as efficient as he was alone. Gold Master? Lin Yan looked at the demonic man in front of him. The blood vines on his body were swinging like tentacles and were draining the blood of a young girl from the Willow Demon clan. Only level 50, just advanced to Gold Master. He sneered. For a race like the Bloodvine Demon clan, master level gold templates were extremely rare, so it was assumed that this person was the son of the Bloodvine clan chief. It's a little hard to take him out in seconds. Lin Yan frowned. Even a gold master who had just advanced had 1,000,000 blood, and with the armor, the blood armor value was basically approaching 2 million. Boss, what to do? Fatty also led the team to clean up at this time and rejoined Lin Yan. Let's go together and see if we can kill him in seconds. Lin Yan said in a deep voice. Seconds off him. It's simply impossible. You must know that he is the son of the Bloodvine Patriarch, the Golden Master. Even though it just advanced, the blood armor value alone is nearly 2 million. Anya felt incredible. The value was even more terrifying than her. If it could be killed in seconds, wouldn't it mean that she could be killed in seconds as well? You're talking too much again. Big boobs and no brain. Dwayne has always looked at Anya with displeasure. I can provide a magic scroll that will instantly deal 600,000 points of damage after the explosion. For her part, Liufu was calm and started putting together damage values. My past life can cause a control effect for 1 second, Fatty said in a deep voice, and can probably hit 100,000 outputs by pouring his best efforts during this period. I can only provide 50,000 output. Anya blushed. She, the Willow Demon clan's #1 battle general, has a too shabby attack value in comparison. I wish I could find a crack in the ground. Since we have control skills, it's a good thing I'll fill in the rest of the damage gap. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Holy, boss, really? Fatty's eyes widened. Now that's 1,200,000 damage shortfall. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Yan waved his hand. Do it. In the next moment, the four of them had no more hesitation and exploded. Fatty mouthed the past life mantra and controlled the Bloodvine Duke. Liufu threw a scroll over, and the venom spewed out, directly corroding away at 600,000 armor. Fatty and Anya arrived and poured their best efforts into bombarding the Bloodvine Duke, knocking off another 160,000 of his armor. Who are you people? The Bloodvine Duke's eyes were bloodshot and close to violent rage, but he had just broken free of his hold when he threw a punch. An incomparably strong figure then descended. Attack speed potion, poison potion, flame potion, ice potion, potion of blue return, cold shrink potion, stacking knives, stacked wave 3 blades, inferno blade, 9 lightning flashes, poison armor, counter injury, tread the wind, song in the snow, sharpening iron like clay, sword hero secret skill, sword hero battle spirit. At this moment, Lin Yan's bottom card was fully opened and he struck the most splendid wave of combos since he was reborn. Chapter 53, one is more heavenly than the other. Die. The attribute gain and damage gain of a single bottle of potion was small, but it couldn't help that Lin Yan had a lot of potions. Together with the damage doubling of the sword hero secret skill phrase, Lin Yan had directly dealt over 1,000,000 damage with this wave. No! The Bloodvine Duke was sent flying in midair and took out his summoning jade tablet, about to crush it. You don't stand a chance. Lin Yan leapt up and slashed down with his long sword. Put! The Bloodvine Duke, who was already only a bloody skin, was instantly chopped into two under the slash. Snap! The two bodies fell to the ground. Red and green blood flowed straight, and a large number of experience beads and treasures exploded all over the place. What a sound spike! The fat man shook his head in awe. The boss's burst damage is simply terrifying. Lu Fu and Anya also looked at Lin Yan as if they were looking at a monster. That wave of operation just now, in their opinion, was tantamount to a god descending from the heavens. The real battle has just begun. Don't fret. Lin Yan knocked on Liu Fu's head to bring her back to her senses. He gazed towards the center camp. Just now, he had executed the 9 Thunder Flash, which must have startled the Bloodvine clan chief. As expected, in the next moment, around the camp, the formation turned, and the entire sky suddenly turned into a blood-red color. Thick blood vines grew from the ground of the formation. Dancing with bloodlust, the lanky body stepped out of the tent, the twisted blood vines behind him emitting a ghastly bloodlight. His gaze was sharp as he looked around. Come out to me. What answered him was a talisman. Boom! The talisman exploded in front of him and flames erupted, burning his face into black carbon. On his head, a -40W prompt slowly floated out. Laugh your ass off. What's the point of pretending? You can't be handsome for more than 3 seconds. Toxic Fatty's filler came through. Boom! Thunder resounded again. Lin Yan appeared in front of the blood vine in an instant. The yen blade slashed down, and under the flame damage, the upper half of the blood vine patriarch's body became black carbon. Roar! The blood vine patriarch was enraged, and the blood vines behind him blasted out with extreme speed. Snort! Lin Yan's next attack was defended by the dense blood vines, and he could only draw back. Facing a heroic rank powerhouse, although he was strong enough nowadays, he still had to be cautious. This is because after advancing a hero, he or she will have their own core skills, which are enough to turn the battle around once they are cast. No hero should be underestimated. He threw out an advanced scrying spell. Chief of the Blood Vine Clan, Vine Scourge. Race, Demon, Wood. Profession, Lawfare Hero. Grade, 70. Life, 813W. Armor, 725W. Attack, 127,000. Physical resistance, 300. Legal resistance, 300. Equipment, Enchanted Sword. Vine Blood Armor. 1000-Year Vine Boots. Skills, Rattan Shield. Life Seizure. Rattan Iron Whip. Kitsune Jutsu. Earth Escape Jutsu. Wood Wing Glide. Blood Sea Mist. Air Armor Blast. Blood Rattan Domination. Deadly Entanglement. Rattan Dragon Blood Killing Jutsu. Core Skill, Wooden Transformation Dragon. Treasure. With a 4-step difference in rank and a level difference of more than 60 levels, is it difficult for even an advanced scrying technique to fully access its information? Lin Yan's eyes were heavy. He was going to take the omniscience route, and this small price had to be borne. Above the advanced scrying technique is the Eye of Scrying, a 5-star skill that a novice village shouldn't be able to get. Just as he was thinking about it, the Bloodvine clan chief, Vine Disaster, sneered, "The Willow Demon clan chief is still that stupid. Would I let him know my whereabouts so easily? You guys have been tricked. Today, none of you will leave." Lin Yan smiled coldly. This kind of carving skill is just enough to fool a 3-year-old toddler. It's good for you demon race to honestly be Mang warriors. Don't learn from humans to hook up and fight in vain. Still talking tough at the end of your life. Fuji Plague yelled, "My warriors, come out all. Come out, come on." Bar. There was an awkward, long silence, and no one answered. A flash of shock appeared on Vine Plague's face as he looked at Lin Yan incredulously. "What have you all done? Stop struggling. We killed all your ambushers." Dwayne bristled. "What about my son? My son, come out and fight alongside my father." Fuji Plague panicked a bit. That was the only candidate for the next generation of Vine clan chiefs. Something must not happen. "Are you looking for him?" Lin Yan sneered and threw out the head of Vine Plague's son, rolling it down at Vine Plague's feet. "No, my son." Fuji Plague's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. "Do you realize that you are provoking a true hero? Just a silver hero." Lin Yan set up his sword. He had long wanted to fight the hero. "Die for me," Vine Disaster roared. "Since that old devil Willow Demon's people killed my son, I want his daughter to die as well." His figure rushed straight at Liufu. Liufu blanched. She had also just advanced to Gold Master, and being close to a hero would quickly finish her off. "Humph, it's too much to look down on me as a meat shield, isn't it?" Fatty held up the shield of thorns and blocked in front of Liufu. "Humph, what kind of nameless junior is worthy of coming to block me?" Fuji Disaster gasped and laughed. He probed Fatty's level and it was actually just over 20. It was a laugh. How dare a second-ranked professional stand in the way of his 70-level hero? This was not the way to find death. His confidence was immense, confident that this blade was enough to take the fat man's name. Palm. The sword of Guan Dao chopped on the shield of thorns, and the shockwave overturned the surrounding land, but the fat man surprisingly did not move at all. Minus 30,000. Fatty only took block damage because he blocked perfectly. "Eat my shield you." Fatty slammed his shield into Bloodvine's face. The counter damage combined with Fatty's attack caused Bloodvine to plummet 50,000 armor. How is that possible? Vine Disaster was smashed blind, as if in a dream. Nowadays, adventurers of level 20-something are powerful to this extent. This is outrageous. Nima's just against the odds. There's something even more outrageous. Do you want to see it? Lin Yan had already killed behind the Vine Plague and slashed down. Hoo! The Vine Plague was terrified, and the blood vines behind him swung, blocking Lin Yan's strike. He looked scornfully at Lin Yan. This brat was clearly the most terrifying one. As soon as Vine Disaster scanned Lin Yan's message, he almost fell to his knees right then and there. 9th grade? One is more anticlimactic than the other. His mind, which had been swept away by anger, cleared up. These two adventurers, they're so evil. He had to be cautious, or else he was afraid that he would be in the gutter today. Looks like you've cleared your head quite a bit. Lin Yan nodded. Since that's the case, today's good show is going to make its official debut. What are you talking about? Bloodvine Tower frowned and droned. Willow Demon Clan Chief, are you still hiding in the shadows preparing to snipe and fish? Get the hell out. Lin Yan bellowed, his voice shaking the entire purple mist forest. Chapter 54 Willow Demon Clan Chief? No, old Inbi. What? Elder Willow Demon himself has come. My father followed me. Fuji Disaster and Liufu were both shocked. Thumbs up. The wind and clouds stirred. The purple mist was blown away, and the pale figure came stepping on the demonic wind. Jia. Really thanks to you can guess the old man's mind. You adventurers really have come prepared. Willow Demon Clan Chief Willow Guileziri laughter came out. You're really here. Fuji Disaster sneered. Your character has always been mediocre and cautious. Why are you suddenly so brave? Knowing that I've already broken through to the heroic rank, how dare you risk your life? Not afraid that I'll kill you along with you. Kill me? With you? Youwei stood with his hands behind his back. His domineering aura was overflowing, and his aura was completely different from the one he had in the daytime. He smiled morosely. I was counting on using you to get rid of my daughter, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to be fooled by a tiny adventurer. In that case, you'll all die here together. Youwei's eyes were cold and his aura was sky-high. What? What the hell is going on here? Liufu was baffled. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth quirked. Obviously, in the beginning, it was the Vine Plague that designed to ambush the Willow Demon Clan, and your father will be prepared to use the Vine Plague's hand to get rid of you. Now that he's seen the plan go down the drain, he's just had to take care of all the trouble himself. He had anticipated that today's battlefield would evolve into this situation, and the real battle had only just begun. Humph. This variation of yours is indeed something I didn't expect. Originally this was this seat's seamless plan. Lu Guei looked at Lin Yan angrily. If Lin Yan hadn't ruined his plan, he would have been able to use Lu Fu's death to inspire the unity of the Willow Demon clan, and rightfully lead all of the Willow Demon clan in a frenzy of vengeance. Solve all the scourges in one fell swoop. Such a perfect plan was all ruined by this Yen Di. So what? Vine Plague let out a cold laugh full of concern. You're just a mere gold master, and you dare to hit me. I can crush you with one hand. Lin Yan shook his head helplessly. This Vine disaster was indeed a bit stupid. Lu Guei was so good at holding back and even ended up becoming a generation king. It was natural for him to hide his strength. If he expected well, Lu Guei must have been at the heroic rank by now. Crush me with one hand? Lu Guei let out a fierce laugh and grabbed with his big hand. Green willow strips swept out like a sea, carrying a terrifying momentum to slap on the Vine Plague. 25W. Vine Plague's armor was broken by the blow. The higher the level, the stronger the ability to hide one's information, and although Lin Yan had an advanced scrying technique, it could only be successfully scryed after the hero had turned on the combat state. Willow Demon Clan Chief, Willow Guei. Race, Demon, Wood. Profession, Demon Law Hero. Grade, 70. Life, 1305W. Armor, 1100W. Attack, 207,000. Physical resistance, 600. Legal resistance, 600. Equipment, Willow Demon Scepter. Treading Willow Boots. Skills, Willow Spring. Life Extraction. Kazuna Technique. Earth Escape Technique. Willow Binding Kill. Hero Spear. Poisonous Bud Parasitism. Willow Demon Domination. Demonic Willow Relay Realm. Grass and Wood Silence. Core Skills. Treasure. Sure enough, it's a heroic rank, and it's still a golden hero. Lin Yan's gaze was grave to the extreme. Although he had just advanced, the golden hero's battle power, when looking at the Long Xia Empire, could be called a terrifying existence. Vine Plague's face was white. He just broke through and couldn't wait to kill. Compared to the sophisticated and calm Lu Guei, it was really too much of a slap in the face. People have advanced to gold heroes and are still keeping quiet and sulking. Fuji disaster. Now that you've seen the situation clearly, you should be clear about who our common enemy is. Lin Yan spoke out indifferently. First join forces to kill Lu Guei, then we'll count the other grudges. The reason why he had to come to kill Vine Plague first was because he had anticipated that Lu Jiwei had hidden a hand. If Ryu Guei is truly the golden hero, a new force will have to be brought in. Three-way checks and balances make it possible to reach the ultimate goal. So that's what you hit on. Lu Guei sneered. Unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, everything is futile. He became one with the ground, his body like the breeze, and instantly killed in front of Vine Plague, his staff smashing down. Terrifying light erupted as countless willows extended out from the staff, binding Vine Plague directly. Willow kept locking up, and Vine Plague's armor kept crumbling. Afterwards, Lu Guei instantly turned around and killed in front of Lin Yan like the wind. Bad boy, I'm going to make you regret being born in this world. Willow Guile roared angrily. It was true that Lin Yan's attack power was superb, but he didn't believe that a level 9 adventurer's blood could be as thick as it was. He goes down hundreds of thousands of damage with one skill and kills casually. Humph. Lin Yan's figure instantly disappeared as the 9 lightning flashes were unleashed. Compete with me in stance. Lu Guei coldly laughed. The Earth Escape technique was launched, the body like a willow wind. Surprisingly not the slightest bit slower than Lin Yan's 9 thunder flash speed, and even vaguely beyond. Inferno Blade. Lin Yan swung his sword and chopped out, dueling with Lu Guei while moving at high speed. Willow Guei's willow was simply too much, and to break through its defense, with his current attack speed, he could only exchange injuries for injuries. Snort! A few willows broke through Lin Yan's defense, and if they were hit, it would be hundreds of thousands of damage to say the least. Lin Yan directly threw out Wang Bao's earrings. This time, when he came to do the quest, Blacksmith Wang gifted Wang Bao's earrings to him. Bang 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 bang. Dozens of layers of defense shields were generated from in front of Lin Yan, but they were constantly poked and shattered by these willows. Just one attack broke nearly half of the defense shield. Roar! Old Ghost Willow Demon, you deserve to die. The Vine Plague broke free from the willow binding kill, and the blood vines around his body danced wildly as he chased after them, directly offering a masterstroke. Vine Dragon Blood Killing Technique. The many blood vines of his body twisted and turned into a wooden dragon. The blood mist was voluminous and ferocious, wanting to kill Lu Guei with a single bite. Willow Demon Protection. The demonic aura on Lu Guei's body steamed and transformed into a set of demonic armor. Ka-ching! The instant the blood vine would dragon bit on it, the demonic chi armor popped and shattered, and Lu Guei's chest cavity was bitten through, red and green blood bursting out, causing him to stifle a grunt. 77W. Even after protecting his body with his demonic chi armor, Youwei was still bitten off by 700,000 to 800,000 armor by the devouring bite. Bah! Youwei spat out a mouthful of blood and grimly grinned. Vine Dragon blood killing technique. Nothing more than that. Lin Yan was not surprised. A future king must have a firm and strong heart. Fatty, you protect the two Liufu. Next, I can't care about you guys. Lin Yan instructed and charged up once again. Youwei, Vine Calamity, Lin Yan. Three people war together. The three people are each other's mortal enemies, but also extraordinary combat strength. Instantly turned to fight dust and smoke. Blood and gas rushing skyward. What a terrible fight. Liufu coldly sweated. Is this a hero-level fight? Good boy. To be able to force me to use one of my bottom cards, count yourself as having a few skills. Youwei's eyes were crazy with killing intent. Then he pulled out a blood plate from his pocket and crushed it. Chapter 55. Let me have the experience all to myself. Boom! The blood-colored token instantly exploded, and waves of blood-colored waves wanted to vent out in all directions, controlling all of the figures of Tang Disaster and Lin Yan. Die! Youwei shouted. His killing machine erupted, and the willow branches behind him transformed into life-sapping scythes, killing towards the two. Lin Yan laughed coldly, taking the uncontrol potion continuously, his body instantly breaking away from control, and the magic blade thousand blades transformed into a shield, blocking all of the incoming willows. Spare a moment and take close to 100,000 impact damage. Vine Plague was even more unlucky, being controlled for a full 10 seconds and knocked out for over 3 million points of damage. Asterisk. Vine Disaster heart panicked. Lin Yan, this little thief, although the level is low, but there are too many messy means. If he wears out, the first to die is definitely him. You think you're the only one with a card. He emptied his blue bar straight away and his body twisted up. The blood vines entwined around his body pierced into his body, and his entire body no longer had a human form, as the blood vines continued to grow on his body, twisting and entwining with each other. In the end, his entire body actually transformed into a 10-meter huge wooden dragon transformed from blood vines. Vine Plague's core skill, Wood's transformation dragon. Lin Yan's eyes stared. The Vine Scourge dragon roared, wrapping Youwei directly into it, and in conjunction with the life-sucking, it caused Youwei's armor to pop and his body to wither. Humph! Life extraction, poison sprout parasite. Youwei had long ago gathered a lot of information about the Vine Plague and knew how to restrain the other side. In the next moment, all sorts of poisonous buds grew on the body of the Vine Plague dragon, sprouting green poisonous pus that corrupted the wooden dragon's body. These poisonous buds linked to Youwei's body, surprisingly allowing a delicate balance to be struck between the loss and absorption of his armor. Buzz! With a single thought from Youwei, within 100 meters around him, willow trees broke buds and quickly grew into large mori trees. These willow branches were extremely long, transforming into countless ropes that tightly bound the dragon of the Vine Plague, one layer wrapped around the other. Willow Demon Succession Realm. Lin Yan's heart sank as the magic blade thousand blades transformed into a protective film, and then he threw out the many life-preserving cards he had seized after the death of the Mind Mage, now constantly resisting the erosion of the Willow Demon Successor Realm. Bang! 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 The many defense shields continued to shatter, but they were never completely breached. Humph! Little brat, there's a lot of fancy work. I'll clean you up later. Youwei's eyes were cold and silent. If he didn't offer a killer weapon, the Vine Plague should have gotten out of the trap. The grass is silent. His staff waved and he offered a surefire kill. Snort! Willow Demon Succession boundary within 100 meters immediately began to wither. The death aura filled the air. All the living beings that are contaminated with this death aura will die with these grasses and trees. Ho 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 ho! The Vine Plague dragon kept twisting and struggling, obviously suffering great pain. Even if Lin Yan had performed a perfect defense, under the infestation of the death aura, he was constantly dropping his armor, not to mention the Vine Plague that was now completely bound. Roar! Vine Plague eyes blood red, body above the generation of many thorns and wood thorns, pouring all his efforts to stir, and finally the body of the willow all break free broken. He slapped his tail on Willowguile, followed by a dragon swinging his head and slamming him into the sky. Old Ghost Willow Demon, I will kill you today. He executed air armor explosion and continuously bombarded the Willow Demon in the air for 8 times, sending the Willow Demon flying 100 meters into the air before his momentum was exhausted. Boom boom! The two men fell from a great height. The body of the Vine Plague dragon was covered in corrosion and ragged wounds, and all of its armor was shattered. Ryushi, on the other hand, was bathed in blood, and his chest armor was shattered and collapsed. Although their appearance was miserable, both of them were killing machines rushing to the sky, like two demonic dragons that were fighting to the death. Bah! Youwei touched the blood on his face. Is this your bottom card? You can go to hell. he raised his arm high, and it unexpectedly transformed into a sharp spear. Spear of heroes. Snort! He stabbed his spear into the dragon's eye of the vine-plagued dragon, which had already been severely injured and stiffened, bringing up a sheet of plasma. Almost. Lin Yan checked. Now the severely injured vine plague only had over 3 million blood left. If he didn't save it, he would have to face Lu Guwei alone. Boom! 9 thunder flash was cast, and he struck a fan on Vine Plague's head. The effect of the awakening fan is brutally simple. It awakens the spirit. This fan was equivalent to giving Fuji Plague a dose of stimulant, causing him to revitalize and regain his ability to fight. A good template determines the upper limit of the level of combat. There wasn't much of a gap between these two before, and just because Ryushi was a gold advancement, Vine Plague was basically being pressed and beaten. Lin Yan's desire for the Divine Providence template grew stronger. You control him for 3 seconds and I'll give him a heavy hit. Lin Yan bellowed. Straight away, he pulled out Now's crushing scroll and crushed it with one hand. Buzz! The terrifying spiritual attack rushed out, causing Lu Guwei to receive a huge shock and reveal a break. Roar! Now that he could only listen to Lin Yan if he wanted to live, the Vine Plague had no more hesitation and twined Willow Guwei under control. Lin Yan exploded with all his might, once again using all his potions and skills, pulling his output to the extreme. Your daughter has prepared 9 5th rank scrolls in order to kill you, so eat them first. He held the 5 scrolls down on Willow Guile's face. These scrolls were all secretly exchanged by Lu Fu with a 1,000-year-old Willow Heart. She had sensed the crisis long ago, and had secretly made countless preparations in order to kill her father. Boom 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 boom. The 5 major scrolls were connected to a wave of Lin Yan's output that was strong to the extreme, and Lu Guwei constantly suffered a huge impact. 120W. 133W. Huge damage value alerts kept popping up on his head. In just 3 seconds, Lin Yan directly hacked away all of Lu Guwei's armor value, and all of the equipment on his body shattered. Harpies! Lu Guwei was furious to the extreme. He had been hiding his clumsiness all his life, even advancing to Golden Hero without saying a word, and at this time, when he exploded with his full strength, he actually suffered such a great explosive loss. He was angry to the core. This undercard was meant to deal with my daughter's counterattack. Now it's for you to use. Willow Guwei took out a bottle of potion and gurgled it down. The entire person's size had skyrocketed several times, and the willow leaves were transformed into a metallic luster. Dangerous and sharp. Die for me. Lu Guwei went berserk. The muscles in his hands popped up and his veins burst out. He poured all his strength into a tear, and surprisingly, he tore the dragon of vine disaster that was entangling him. Hard from the center. Hands on the dragon. Holy crap. The fat man on the side of the room cringed as he watched. He had felt that after he linked Lin Yan and bound out 5 million total armor, he could already stand alone and traverse the divine lands, but seeing today's battle he realized how naive he was. A great shock to his obese mind. Pffffffffffffff. Lu Guwei bathed in dragon's blood, threw the dying vine plague on the ground, and stomped on it, caving in the vine plague's brain. Die! Lu Wei's eyes showed madness, and his huge foot pressed down again, about to completely result in the vine plague. Stop! Lin Yan's eyes were quick, and he instantly appeared in front of Vine Plague. Fuji Plague had joy in his eyes. Did he not have to die anymore? Lu Demon's heart sank, fearing that Lin Yan would come up with some more bizarre tactics. Her feet slowed down a beat. Let me have the experience all to myself. Lin Yan, with joy in his eyes, attack speed to the extreme, snatched a step ahead of the vine disaster of the wooden dragon head cut off. Chapter 56, 100 Ways to Kill Your Father. Buzz. The moment he killed the Vine Plague, a massive amount of experience beads gushed out and were collected by Lin Yan into his backpack. Afterwards, he collected all the equipment and treasures that the Vine Plague had exploded, and then left like the wind. What have you done? Lu Guwei was furious to the extreme. After ascending to hero, the experience value requirement for upgrading skyrocketed, and after killing the Vine Plague, he could clearly upgrade with it. But it turned out that this old 6th Yen D had gotten the jump on him. Lin Yan grinned. Cut the crap and hurry up and fulfill your promise. It's a gift if I don't break you into pieces. What more promises do you want? Willow Trick was so angry that the willows on her head stood upright. You gave me the task of bringing the head of the Vine Plague to you after killing it. Lin Yan threw the head of the Vine Plague to Lu Ji. Now that I've completed my mission, are you going to break your oath? I'll kill you. Willow Trick's eyes were red with anger. Liu Fu laughed out loud as he watched. Yendi was capable of disgusting people. I submit a mission and you turn out to be my enemy and refuse to deliver it. This is equivalent to breaking the heavenly oath. Oh. Lin Yan sneered. Put. Willow Guwei spat out a mouthful of old blood, and -3,000 prompts kept popping up from his head. How could he carry the treasure of the township around with him? Lin Yan grinned. According to the heavenly Tao rules of the divine soil, this kind of situation was considered Lu Guwei's violation of the oath and would bear the punishment. This punishment does not end until one is dead. or the other person fulfills the oath. Yendi, is this in your calculations too? The more Lu Fu looked at Lin Yan, the more adoring her eyes became. Next I only and need not engage you in battle. Pastor you, and in less than an hour you will be dead. Lin Yan said blandly. Cackle. Ha 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 ha. Lu Gue laughed out angrily. You don't think you're very smart, do you? With my strength, killing you is like killing an ant. It would still take 2 hours. He blasted out, his entire body transforming into a purple mist demonic shadow, and in his berserk state, his speed was nearly twice as fast as before, and Lin Yan could hardly reach it even if he executed the 9 lightning flashes, but this was not without a price. The berserking potion corrupted him and also had the negative effect of making him deduct 3,000 points of blood per second. Looks like you only have half an hour to live. Lin Yan skimmed his lips. Die for me. Lu Gue was completely enraged, and his attacks became more and more frantic. Even with Lin Yan's ability, he could basically achieve a perfect defense, but the impact damage of the golden hero in his berserk state was not to be underestimated. In just a minute of exchanges, his armor had been washed away by millions. Now do you still think you'll live to see the end? Lu Gue laughed maniacally, his eyes maniacal and terrifying. Lin Yan's face was calm, but his heart sank. Vine Plague was really ineffective, and was taken out just as it cooperated with itself to take out all of Willow Guile's armor. It's really bad to be a toolman, thanks to the fact that he saved him twice. The Golden Hero's battle power is too terrifying, using so many cards, utilizing so many advantages, and exhausting calculations. It's still hard to kill him. Lin Yan clenched his fists. Strength. Although his strength was proud of all the players today, he was still far from wanting to stir up the wind and clouds of the entire divine soil. He kept taking potions and flung out all of the Vine Plague treasures he had just seized, trying to stall for time at the expense of blowing them up. Snort! He searched for tricky angles and kept inflicting substantial damage on Ryu Gue, but the opponent's bloodstain was simply too thick, and even after a bloodbath, the end was not clear. Boss, I'll help you. Fatty roared and directly left behind the two Liufu. The boss is going to have an accident. Who cares if these 2 dragons are dead or not? He directly blocked in front of Lin Yan. I'll buy you some time. Boss, you output as much as you want. Duanda's eyes were firm as he held up the shield of thorns, constantly taking damage for Lin Yan. Good buddy. Lin Yan nodded, and the pressure was suddenly reduced. Damn. Lu Gue's eyes flickered. With Fatty joining him, his chances of winning were instantly reduced by 30%. Oomph. Everything is under my control. Despite the anger in his heart, Lu Gue remained calm. He looked at Lu Fu, a bloodthirsty smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Good daughter, after sucking you dry, there should be time for my father to be able to drag himself back to the base camp. Liu Fu's face turned white and she subconsciously wanted to escape, but with her speed, how could she compare to Willow Gue? Almost instantly, she was caught up as Willow Creep struck out with her staff, the willow wrapping Willow Fu and Anya all around her. Life extraction. Boss. The fat man panicked a little. If Lu Fu also died, this 10,000 years Willow Wood heart is afraid that it will really go down the drain. Lin Yan sneered and waved his hand. There's no rush. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Lu Fu has long been on the defensive against Lu Gue, and the patricide has been hidden for an unknown number of years, so he must have hidden a lot of means. How can it be just those scrolls? Even if Liu Fu didn't leave any tricks behind, we're not in a hurry. We have to retain some strength, or else we'll be the ones to die if we're also seriously injured after Lu Jiwei's death. Lin Yan coldly said, You're telling me that Liu Fu is an enemy too? The fat man was staggered. Do you think a woman like this, who has been a patricide since she was a child, can be a good person? Lin Yan grinned. Asterisk 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 up. I suddenly can't play the game. Duan spat. Playing this game, without 800 hard eyes, die without knowing how to die. These NPCs are all human beings, right? Yen Di save me. Liu Fu called out eagerly. Her blood level decreased rapidly, and when she saw that Lin Yan had no intention of rescuing her, her eyes gradually cooled down, and her face lost the color of panic. It really is not easy to deal with. She grinned and looked over at Willow Creep. Father, what do you think? How much do I look like you? Lu Gue's heart skipped a beat, secretly saying that it was not good. This daughter had followed her own stoic character, and now she was finally going to show her fangs. Please take it. Liu Fu directly laid out 3 mission submission requests. What? Lu Gue's eyes jumped and he roared in horror. Those 3 clans have agreed to support. You lied to me just for this moment to make me break my oath. Again, he came alone this time, with no way to honor his mission commitments, and now he's in a state of belligerent hostility with Liu Fu. Minus 15,000. The blood deduction prompt on his head suddenly changed from 6,000 per second to 15,000. It's not over yet. Liu Fu threw out a dozen more mission submission requests one after another. You've actually been deceiving me since more than 10 years ago. You've clearly accomplished all of these tasks, yet you've deceived me about failing. Willow Guile hissed. That was a real shot in the arm. Minus 50,000. His blood level cuts down as far as the eye can see, decreasing insanely. It's not over yet. Liufu gritted her teeth and spat out a ragdoll. Then with a clench of her silver teeth, she chewed the ragdoll right through. Put. Lu Guwei sprayed blood around his body, his eyes horrified to the extreme. Sinful animal. You even secretly put a concentric compulsion on me. Holy, this is ruthless. Fatty just shuddered at the thought of such a woman standing behind him. It's like a demonstration of 100 ways to commit patricide. Chapter 57. It's a pity I didn't go to the movie theater. Touché. Willow Guwei fell back a few steps. A concentric compulsion binds the hearts of the caster and the cursed, and by shattering the concentric compulsion, it can cause both parties to take a heavy hit and deduct blood at the same percentage as both parties. Damn! You don't want to live. Willow Guile exploded with anger. He had more than 10 million blood, and he had only lost more than 4 million by fighting Lin Yin to the death, but he had been taken out by his own daughter in just less than 10 seconds, and he had taken out 6 million. Lin Yin was also staggered. This girl is so mean. Normally he was just trying to kill the Gold Master full-ranked Ryu Guwei, and blood with armor would require at most 6 million damage to be enough, but with the scrolls she'd taken out before and after plus her backhand, the damage totaled at least 10 million. Whoever is missed by her will be skinned if not killed. Unfortunately, Ginger is still old and hot after all. Willow Creep is even older than her by 6, secretly upgrading to the gold hero rank. Lin Yen shook his head. Without the devoted help of himself and Fatty in the Vine Plague, even if Lu Fu was scheming, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill Lu Guwei. Die. Blood also dripped from the corners of Lu Fu's mouth as she looked miserably at Lin Yen. If you don't do something, I'll really die. Lin Yen narrowed his eyes. My armor is just starting to recover. You hold out for another 10 seconds and I'll be right there. You. Lu Fu gritted her teeth. You don't want the 10,000 years Willowwood heart. Lin Yen indifferently did not reply. At the end of the battle, the competition is who has more determination. Who knows who is hiding any more cards. The more we get to the end, the less careless we can be. My good girl, it looks like you're done with your cards. It's my turn. Lu Weiwei pulled out the bottom card from his arms for the third time. A wine pot. Lin Yen frowned and didn't act rashly. Who knew what medicine Lu Guwei was selling in his gourd? Lu Guwei looked around the circle and laughed morosely. With just a few of you stinky fish and shrimps, you still presume to kill a true golden hero. Childish. He threw the jug directly into his mouth, his sharp teeth crunching the jug, the blood wine inside gurgling down his throat. It's the skill effect doubling potion. Lin Yan's pupils shook as he drank low. That's some insight. Lu Guwei cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yan and grinned. You're very powerful, but it's a pity you chose the wrong opponent. He bellowed. A high-level skill doubling potion can triple the effect of the next skill he casts, but it cannot work on core skills. Willowwood is coming back to life. He bellowed. Hoo-hoo. The amount of blood grew crazily, and the Willow Tree rejuvenation skill, which could only restore 20% of the life value, suddenly had the effect of restoring 60%. Lu Guwei, who had originally dropped to just over 3 million blood, had his blood instantly recovered to over 10 million. Tremble. Despair. You ants. Willow Trick roared. Lin Yen frowned. This Lu Guwei really deserved to be called the king of stoicism. There were so many underhanded means. It was simply a small strong man that couldn't be killed. Good daughter, you're the best to kill. Why don't you exchange your life for your father first? Lu Guwei let out a grim smile and instantly struck out. Although his blood level had recovered to 10 million, he was up against a blood deduction debuff of 50,000 blood per second. The situation is not promising and must be resolved quickly. Inferno Emperor. Liufu cried out miserably. Her face was white, and she looked like she was going to die. Fatty was a bit anxious. He knew that the 10,000 years Willowwood heart was important to Lin Yen, and in case Liufu really died, then this operation would definitely go down the drain. Stay calm. Lin Yan's eyes were cold and unmoved. God's Earth being the real world. All these NPCs in high positions have literally climbed up the ladder by intelligence and strategy, and don't die that easily. Damn Yen D. Liufu offered a broken golden bell with a meaty pain. The golden bell rose against the wind, unexpectedly transforming into 3 meters in size, ancient and mottled, and covering Lu Fu in it. Humph. Good daughter. I didn't realize you were hiding so many goodies until I pushed you. Lu Guwei sneered. His body swept across the willow, furiously attacking the golden bell. Just in the first instant, his face changed drastically. Minus 194,300. Minus 215,789. A huge damage value emerged from his head. Full anti-injury magic treasure. Lu Guwei's eyes glazed over. How could a treasure of this grade be obtained by you? Thumbs up. The golden bell was shaking, already broken to the extreme, and was about to shatter completely. Oh, so it's a scrap. Willow Guile sighed in relief. This daughter is horrible and must be killed first with all her might. Otherwise, given time, there was no telling what horrible killing tricks she would whip up. Kill kill kill. Ryoshi's killing intent boiled over, and all sorts of damage was wildly output. After hitting close to 2 million damage, the golden bell popped completely. Lin Yan looked quite heartbroken. This golden bell, if he got it, maybe he can let Wang Blacksmith fix it. Holy, it's a shame that this girl isn't going to be a golden horse winner. Fatty shook his head at the side. I really thought she was out of stock. Who knew that she would turn her hand and pull out such a crushing magic treasure? The city set is deep. I want to go back to the countryside. Lin Yan nodded. He also wanted to take advantage of this experience to teach Fatty what was the way of survival in the Divine Earth. If he had really gone on just now and spelled out a serious injury to kill Lu Gui, in the end, Lu Fu would have directly sacrificed this magic treasure to kill him. He was only going to be countered. Die. After the golden bell shattered, Liu Fu was constantly attacked by Lu Gui, and her bloodline decreased rapidly. She was just a gold master, and after her special means were exhausted, only an ending of being killed awaited her. Do it! Lin Yan let out a low gulp as he used the 9 Thunderbolt Flash, rushing to fend off Lu Gui's attack a few seconds before Lu Fu was struck down. You're finally willing to come to my rescue. Liu Fu had anger in her eyes. Lin Yan grinned. I was also seriously injured just now. Now that my armor has just recovered a little bit, I immediately came to save you. Is it easy for me? I say, girl, we have to be grateful. Liu Fu rolled her eyes. You didn't even lose a single drop of blood. You kept dropping your armor, and you were seriously injured. Who believes that? Lin Yan was speechless. Yes, he didn't lose blood, but the moment he saw him lose blood, he was probably dead. Liu Fu let out a long sigh of relief, loosening the tight grip of a certain item in her hand, and then she glanced deeply at Anya next to her. Some of the cold sweat cleared from Anya's body and she nodded to Liev. If you want to hurt the boss, go through Master Fatty first. Although Fatty's combat skills weren't that high, at least he had learned from the blind monk and had the shield of thorns given by Lin Yan, and for a while, he also tangled and fought with Lu Gui. Is nothing more than a one-sided party getting punched in the face. Another minute or so and he'd be dead. Lin Yan drank lowly while frantically outputting. Together, he and Fatty's attacks definitely had a damage rate of over 150,000. Willow Guile also kept on top of the blood deduction buff, and it was obvious that she was not going to live long. Pissed off, Lu Gui's eyes were red and his killing intent tyrannized to the peak. Remember, it was you who forced me to do this. Old. You still have your ING cards. Duan de PTSD were guilty of spitting with his mouth full of expletives. There's another chapter in a few minutes. You can add me to the Tomato Fan group, which can be found on the homepage. Chapter 58, Go in peace, and be a good demon in your next life. He's not using his core skills yet. Watch out, Lin Yan reminded. A hero-level character's core skills were his deepest hidden cards. Got it. Fatty had inherited the mantle of the blind monk, so he naturally knew how perverse the core skills were, and his eyes were filled with seriousness at this time. Lin Yan knew that Fatty had misunderstood something. The 7 heroes of Aurora, when looking at the Long Xia Empire since its founding, could also be called the strongest group of heroes. Unusual gold hero core skills are no match for these guys. He didn't explain though. It was always good to be more cautious. Wood Spirit Incarnation. Lu Gui finally couldn't help himself and directly offered his core skills. Buzz. Another Willow Guile was instantly detached from his body. Only, this Willow Gui was obviously an energy body and was not solid. Incarnation type skills? Lin Yan's eyes stared. Incarnations can inherit half the value of the main body and do not inherit any negative buffs. Luckily it's not the nastiest split type core skill. He sighed in relief. If it's a split skill, not only does it inherit all of its own attributes, but its own split is not considered dead as long as one of them survives. Die. With Lu Gui plus the Lu Gui Incarnation, the rate of attacks suddenly increased, and the pressure suddenly skyrocketed. Lin Yan's eyes tightened. He still had his bottom card left to show, but if he showed his bottom now, there would be little chance of turning it around later. Lin Yan frowned and yelled lowly at Fatty. Did the blind monk give you anything good before we left? Use it quickly. Fatty spat. The bad old man is so poor that he doesn't have any treasures to give me at all. Just gave me a few small transfer talismans to use to escape. Why didn't you say so? Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he threw all the shift potion, divine walk potion, burst potion, blue potion, armor increasing potion, and defense doubling potion in his hand to Fatty. Hold that incarnation. Fatty was baffled. What do you mean? I don't dislike old men. Although he spat on his lips, he immediately carried out Lin Yan's order, ignoring the intense damage, and hugged the Willow Guile incarnation. Use the small shifting talisman. Incarnations are different from doppelgangers. When the main body dies, the incarnation automatically disappears. Lin Yan shouted lowly. You move it away and then immediately run for your life. Drag him for 2 minutes and it will all be over. There's no way to use the shifting talisman in a state of continuous injury. Fatty spat. Do you have any more controls you haven't used out? Lin Yan hurriedly looked at Lu Fu. If you hide anymore, we'll die together. Anyway, I can still be resurrected if I die, and you will truly return to heaven if you die. Liu Fu was reluctant, but eventually took out a yellow piece of sealed paper. This provides 5 seconds of control. It was supposed to be my last means of escape, so don't you dare let me down. Lin Yan grinned. Don't worry. Inside, I'm sputtering. I'll believe the hell out of you. You definitely still have oil to squeeze. After saying that, he imprinted the yellow sealing paper directly onto the wood spiritualized body. It's now. Activate the small shifting charm. Lin Yan shouted. Yes. Duanda's eyes were quick, and 3 seconds later, the small shifting talisman was inspired. He hugged Lu Gui's doppelganger and moved together to disappear. No. Lu Gui became even more frantic, and his entire body went insane. He was in a real hurry. After preparing so many means and being a golden hero, should he really be put to death by these few mole crickets? This is a killing game that has been planned for you for decades. You'd better go in style. Lin Yan let out a long whistle and frantically sparred with Lu Gui. Lu Fu only had 1 blood skin left, but if he was touched by Lu Gui again, his 10,000 years of willowwood heart would completely go down the drain. Die for me. Lu Gui was really using all his cards now. At the end of his mountain, mad to the extreme, Lin Yan's kills, combined with the debuff of 50,000 blood deductions per second, Willowgile's blood level decreased by leaps and bounds. Lin Yan's situation wasn't optimistic either. Now that there was only less than 800,000 armor left, it was really entering the final stage of desperation. The two frantically sparred with each other, and along the way, I don't know how many trees were knocked down, and the ground was lifted up by the aftermath of the engagement. No! Willowgile's mournful roar shook the entire dense forest. The battle, finally, is coming to an end. Lin Yan's eyes flinched as his killing machine erupted, slashing down to take the last 100,000 blood of Lu Gui. Buzz! Instead, Liu Fu appeared before him with Anya in tow. An instantaneous talisman? Lin Yan was startled. The instant transmission talisman could only move 100 meters instantly. The movement talisman was extremely precious. Only the highest level of the Dragon Summer Empire like the 7 Heroes of Aurora could get it. Or else with Lu Fu's character, she would have run away a long time ago. Trying to grab heads? Oh, Lin Yan sneered. He himself was a veteran of head snatching, so how could he be careless? He had already prevented Liu Fu from coming to grab heads. Get out! He kicked out. The palm of her foot swept across Liu Fu's face, kicking her right in the face. Her face twisted. In the next moment, he threw another punch at Anya's chest, flattening all his chest heaves and flinging him hard to the ground. Put! The two women sprayed blood from their mouths and looked at Lin Yan with disbelief. They really didn't expect that Lin Yan would still be so wary of them, and that his hands would be so vicious. Lu Gui, your destiny should have been to be a king, but I'm going to cut off your path to becoming a king. Lin Yan killed like a rainbow. I am not willing. Ungrateful. Willowgile's eyes were bloodshot. At the end of his life, the only thing left in his eyes was the light of a sword. Gollum. Heads rolled off and blood erupted. A generation of lords fell. A huge tidal wave of experience speed surged towards Lin Yan, and with a wave of his hand, he included all of the items exploded by Lu Gui in his backpack. Go in peace. Be a good demon in your next life. Lin Yan looked at Lu Gui's headless corpse. It stood there fixedly, unwilling to fall. Lu Fu looked at Lin Yan's back, killing intent raging under her eyes. However, Lin Yan had always just dropped his armor and had not seen any blood drop until now, making her incredibly jealous. If she hadn't, she would have done it a long time ago. Congratulations, Lord Patriarch. Anya, who had the good sense to step aside, went straight to her knees in celebration. Lin Yan skimmed his mouth. Lu Gui's body hadn't even cooled off yet. This couldn't wait to stand on her own feet. His companion hasn't returned yet. Should we take advantage of the opportunity? Anya took the opportunity to whisper in Lia's ear. Liu Fu's eyes twinkled. Now she's down to her last card, and the cost is too great for her to accept. Lin Yan is powerful like a bottomless pit. She can't get. Trying to kill me? Lin Yan looked at Liu Fu with a snicker. Yan D, you misunderstood. Just now we also just wanted to go and help you. You overreacted. The light flickered underneath Liu Fu's eyes as she fought frantically inside. To fight, or not to fight. Free gifts for the family. Zhou Yang has no money to sell pork on New Year's Eve. Weekly no prize quiz. Guess the princess's choice? Chapter 59, taking the marshal's head in the middle of an army? Hiya, that really wore out the fat master's legs. Fatty's voice came from the distance, causing Liu Fu, who had struggled countless times within her heart, to completely dismiss the thoughts in her mind. She sighed and made a wise choice. Now that the Bloodvine army is still ravaging the territory, she, as the new leader, must quell the scourge before she can convince the people. If she used all her cards cleanly here in Lingyan, the clan elders within the Willow Demon clan would definitely take advantage of the opportunity to mess things up, making it impossible for her to succeed in the throne. Yen Di, how about you and I make another deal? Liev said. Say it. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Smart people always get what they want. Hearing about the content of the deal would not be a loss. Let's make an alliance. You help me resolve the invasion of the Bloodvine clan, and in the future the Willow Demon clan will make one unconditional all-out military expedition for you. Liufu saw that Lin Yan was unmoved, and you'll also be able to obtain the status of guest elder of the Willow Demon clan, qualifying you to mobilize resources within your authority at any time and obtaining permanent access to the Willow Demon clan's teleportation array. Only then did Lin Yan grin. Yes, but there's one more thing. The benefits your father promised me. You have to honor them. Liufu blushed. The Willow Demon clan had a total of 3 10,000 years Willowwood hearts, all of which were the treasure of the clan, and it turned out that they had to give away 2 of them at once. It's not negotiable. Liev shook her head, her eyes cold. This was originally what your Willow Demon clan owed me. If you don't give it, I'll immediately join the Bloodvine clan and destroy your Willow Demon clan, and all 3 10,000-year-old Willowwood hearts will be mine. Lin Yan had fury in his eyes. With a Willow heart, you want to exchange me for killing your father and solving the 2 heroes of the Vine Plague? You're making good calculations. You're being forceful, Anya said angrily. Bull asterisk. Without my boss you'd have died long ago, and you still dare to blabber on here. Duwande couldn't look away. He must dislike Anya when she spoke. Anya was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently, bulging again where it had been kicked flat. Well, Yen Di has a point. Liev sighed. The situation was stronger than the people. In case Yen Di really joined the Bloodvine clan, the probability of the Willow Demon clan surviving was not high. Her dreams of being a queen were dashed. 2 is 2. Please move to kill the enemy now. Emperor Yen, she averred. There's no rush. Let's wait until I've recovered from all my injuries. Lin Yen and Fatty sat on their knees and chatted with each other. There was no hurry at all. Cackling, Liufu gritted her teeth. This Yen Di, what an old fart. It's just an adventurer. It's not like she's born into a whirlwind of power. So how come she's so greasy? What now? Princess? Anya said eagerly. Liufu smiled faintly. There is no rush. The Herald Tiger swallows the wolf. After the Bloodvine clan breaks and we return to the Willow Demon base camp, the initiative will be back in our hands. Time passes quickly. Lin Yan's armor had returned to full, and after carefully counting his harvest and clearing up all his thoughts, he was slowly looking at Fatty. Boss, are we going to do it? Why have we waited so long? Duanda was suffocating and had wanted to kill for a long time. These experience beads are enough to get you to the full 2nd rank first, so you can upgrade first. With a flick of his hand, Lin Yan flung the experience beads at Duanda. Buzz. As soon as Duandi upgraded, he turned on the team voice. Boss, you this. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Let the Bloodvine clan and the Willow Demon clan fight first, and then enter after both parties have been greatly injured. Otherwise, if we clear out the Bloodvine clan and the Willow Demon clan flips out, won't we have to go through a lot of trouble again? Holy, boss, you're awesome. You shouldn't be playing games. You should be the emperor. Duanda was beyond admiration. This brain of the boss, it turned too fast. Liufu was in a hurry. Every minute they dragged on, more of the Willow Demon clan would die. This Yen Di is clearly grinding away. If he doesn't make a move, we'll be routed. Anya was in a hurry. Forget about him. Let's go ahead and support the front line. Lu Fu knew Lin Yan's thoughts, but at the moment, she couldn't sink her teeth into it. After all, whether or not the Willow Demon clan could win did not have much of an effect on Lin Yan. Lin Yan glanced at Lu Fu about to make a move before he stretched and slowly got up. Oops, I was injured too severely just now, and I'm only recovering at this moment, so it seems like there's been some delay. Lu Fu was so angry that she wanted to spit out blood. Just now how good it was to see Lin Yan angry at Lu Gui. This moment how disgusting it was to be angry by Lin Yan. Alright, hurry up and follow us to the battlefield. Liufu didn't want to spend a second more with Lin Yan, only wanting to send this plague away in a hurry. Okay, Lin Yan grinned, and with a wave to Fatty, he and Liufu both supported the front line. In the purple mist battlefield, the shouts and killings shook the sky. Nearly 100,000 warriors of the 2 clans carried out a great duel at the edge of the purple mist woods, so loud that the battlefield could not be seen at a glance. Now that the battle was nearing its end, the scene was incredibly grueling. Blood dyed all the purple mist red. Red and green blood merged into rivers, and the ground was filled with densely packed corpses. The Willow Demon clan's defense line had completely collapsed, and the mutilated warriors fell to the ground, one by one, waiting to be slaughtered. The mournful screams and the bloodthirsty crows circling in the sky reflected the battlefield as if it were the end of days. All pull yourself together. The princess is here with the head of the Bloodvine clan chief. Anya bellowed, boosting her morale. Lu Fu raised the heads of the Bloodvine clan chief and his son both high in the air. The Vine Plague father and son were all executed. The Bloodvine clan should stop resisting. Surrender immediately or kill without pardon. The Bloodvine clan's warriors' livers trembled when they saw this scene. That's really the patriarch's head. The clan chief and the young clan chief are dead. No! These warriors were so jaded and grief-stricken that they had no will to fight for a while. The situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. Don't listen to her slanderous rumors of shaking the military's heart. The Willow Demon clan's battle line has collapsed. They're doggedly desperate. The marshal of the Bloodvine clan ascended to the heights and sounded the war drums to revitalize the army. Damn! Liu Fu gritted her teeth. The other party's marshal's ability to lead his troops in fight was indeed strong. Otherwise he wouldn't have forced the Willow Demon clan to be so miserable. When the battle comes to this point, whoever's military heart breaks down first loses. Lin Yan stood out and grinned. When I go and take that marshal's head, this war, too, will be over. What? Liu Fu's eyes widened. Yan Di is going to take the head of the enemy marshal in the midst of tens of thousands of chaotic troops. Lin Yan said no more, and with a single movement of the 9 thunderbolts flash, he killed through the entire battlefield like a thunderbolt. All the enemies along the way were slaughtered. Who is that? The marshal of the Bloodvine clan had obviously discovered Lin Yan as well. He was simply too strong. There is no one to beat in a million armies. Kill your people. Lin Yan unexpectedly had already ghostly killed his way to the pointing platform, and with a single slash, he chopped at the Vine marshal. Protect the marshal. The Bloodvine clan's Vine armor soldiers all surrounded the Vine marshal, fighting to the death to protect him. But after all, they were all just third-order elite warriors, and Lin Yan casually hacked a piece of them to death with a single slash. Fujimaru's eyes showed despair. This human's battle power was too terrifying to block. Countless struggles flashed through his mind, and the moment Lin Yan's long blade was at his side, he resolutely knelt directly to the ground. Please listen to me. Chapter 60. Young people should not be too angry. What else do you have to say at the end of your life? Lin Yan asked with a raised eyebrow. The Fuji marshal was sweating. Speaking urgently, you are a human, not of the Willow Demon clan, and do not have any deep hatred with my clan. Can it be right? Not bad. But I took the Willow Demon clan's mission, and you must retreat. Lin Yan said indifferently. Whether to kill the Bloodvine clan or not, it didn't matter to him at all. Completing the mission to take the benefits was enough. The Bloodvine clan is willing to retreat without reason, Fujimaru said firmly. He instantly analyzed the situation. Now that the Vine Plague father and son were both dead, but the Willow Demon clan only had the princess come out to hold the big picture, proving that the Willow Demon clan patriarch was most likely dead as well. And since the human in front of him had no deadly enmity with the Bloodvine clan, he could completely stabilize first. At this moment, the warring of the two races all came to a temporary standstill. Tens of thousands of people are watching this place with bated breath. The death of Marshal Fuji is a matter of how this battle ends. I'm perfectly capable of killing you, and then killing you all until you retreat in a river of blood. Lin Yan began to perform his traditional arts. Why do you think I'm going to let you guys retreat peacefully? The Vine Marshal's eyes rolled and he grinned. Understood. My clan is willing to offer the greatest treasure of the town clan, a 10,000-year-old bloodvine. It's only enough to spare your life, not enough for the bloodvines to retreat in peace. Lin Yan shook his head. Now that the initiative is completely in his hands, naturally he wants as many benefits as he can get. Fuji Shui clenched his teeth and thought to himself that this human was really not easy to deal with. Good. As long as you can make the Bloodvine clan retreat peacefully, the Bloodvine clan is willing to enshrine you as a guest elder, using the resources of your authority at will and allowing you to use the Bloodvine clan's teleportation array. The Vine Marshal scrutinized Lin Yan's expression, and finally gritted his teeth. The Bloodvine clan can still make one unconditional strike for you, with absolutely no reservations. Only then did Lin Yan's face slow down a little. This was basically the highest bargaining chip for the demon race to negotiate. Yes, and in the end you will have to sign a 1-year truce treaty, where you will not be allowed to attack each other within a year. Lin Yan added. Both the Willow Demon and Bloodvine clans could strike once for him. He didn't want to hiccup one of these two clans before he could use these two cards. Lose an undercard for nothing. I have no objections from my side. I just don't know if the princess of the Willow Demon clan will agree. Fujimaru woefully glanced at Liu Fu. Liu Fu's skin smile meet not smile. Nowadays the situation must be people strong. She cannot afford to offend the Yen Emperor. Only nodded. All depends on the Yen Emperor to make the decision. Yes. Lin Yan laughed out loud. Then let's swear by the heavens that there will be a truce between the two sides. Marshal Fuji stood up and took a long breath, and Liu Fu each swore an oath. That's right. There's nothing in this world that can't be resolved. So you two clans must live in harmony and not violate each other this year. Lin Yan grinned as he received the many treasures handed over by the Vine Marshal. Yen Di, farewell. The Fuji Marshal arched his hand at Lin Yan and did not say much, directly withdrawing his troops. While it may seem like he lost, he actually made a profit. The Vine Plague's father and son were both dead, and he, as the Bloodvine clan's most prestigious existence, had pulled in such a strong human guest elder. The next Bloodvine clan chief was bound to be him. Vine Marshal. The Bloodvines retreated, leaving behind countless corpses and a mess. Lin Yan, on the other hand, brought Fatty and Lu Fu back to the Willow Demon clan land. Willow Demon clan Great Hall. What? Your father is dead. It's a great sadness that the patriarch's funeral is a great sadness. Poof. Cough. Since Lu Guei is dead, the clan cannot be without a master for a day. I think we should elect the next clan leader. A few of the clan elders accepted it so quickly that they almost laughed out loud. Then I'll be the one to do it. I have the highest status in the clan and the highest seniority. There's no objection to being this clan leader, right? The Grand Elder stood out and asked with a smile. My father clearly said before he died in battle that he would pass it on to me. Liev frowned. What evidence do you have? Lu Guei died for no apparent reason. I think it might be you, the rebellious daughter, who killed her father and usurped the throne. The Great Elder climbed up the ladder carelessly, but accidentally guessed the truth. I'll testify. These two human guest elders can also testify. Anya stepped forward. Humph, these two are also foreign enemies. You all deserve to die for colluding with humans, murdering the old patriarch, and usurping the patriarch's position. The Grand Elder frowned inside. The rest of the elders were silent, smiling as they watched the two struggle. These two humans are plotting my Jin clan's greatest treasure. Their hearts are indeed punishable. The sixth elder, who had been silent all this time, spoke calmly. Sixth elder is right. Not bad. Sixth elder wise. The sixth elder is deeply righteous. We all support the sixth elder's words. In an instant, all the many elders who had been silent earlier rose and stood behind the sixth elder. Ha! The Grand Elder froze. Didn't we agree to support me? So you're all old six people. These elders all smiled and just stood behind the sixth elder, speaking their minds with their actions. Lin Yan caved in. A dog that bites doesn't bark. The one with the most power in the Willow Demon clan, and the one who hid it the deepest, was this sixth elder, truly the oldest six of a clan. Dwayne spat from the sidelines. Lu Gui's father and daughter, as well as this sixth elder, are all old s. In the mission you promised me before, I did come with a clause that you would keep me safe and sound until I get to the top. Lu Fu even looked at Lin Yan. If I don't get to the top, you still won't get Lu Muxin. Are you threatening me? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Dare not. Lu Fu forced down the fire in her chest. She knew Lin Yan's character well. In today's situation, without Lin Yan's help, it was impossible for her to sit on the matriarch's seat no matter what. She took a deep breath. Let's make a price for what is clear. Let's make a price. You have a bit too many enemies in the clan. To be honest, this matter it's not too good. Lin Yan grinned and didn't say anything straight. Half of all the items captured on this battlefield go to you. Lu Fu knew that Lin Yan was forcing her to cut her own flesh, and became even more distressed. That offer is only enough for me to kill this old dog. Lin Yan pointed at the Grand Elder. Who are you calling an old dog? The Grand Elder was in a state of rage. He was at least a silver master. How could he be lightly insulted? I say you are what you are. Who gave you the nerve to contradict that? Lin Yan's eyes were icy cold. Killing machines erupted, and he instantly struck out. He had to make everyone realize that at this moment, he was the big hand that decided the balance of the scales. The best way to do this is to show strong tactics. Don't know what's good for you. Let me teach you. Young man, don't be too arrogant. The Grand Elder struck out proudly with remarkable confidence. However, the words had not yet fallen. His body then collapsed in a pool of blood, his shattered body bursting into flames and staining the entire hall. The noisy Willow Demon clan hall, suddenly quiet as a pin. Everyone, give me a 5-star review. Thank you. Chapter 61, Controlling the Willow Demon Clan. Gollum. The many elders were terrified, and even the sixth elder who was sitting steadily frowned. The Great Elder's strength wasn't the strongest among the elders, but he was at least a full-ranked silver master. I can't believe he was killed in seconds so quickly. Little friend, as long as you support me as the clan leader and kill the Lu Fu rebels, I can promise to give you my clan's greatest treasure, the Willowwood Heart. The sixth elder said in a deep voice after thinking about it. But Liu Fu promised me too, so if you want me to help you, add one more in addition to what she asked for. Lin Yan said indifferently. Never. The Willow Demon clan elders were furious. Wouldn't that mean that all three of the Willow Demon clan's clan-supporting jewels would have to be given away? What's the difference between that and being exterminated? Yan Emperor, the sixth elder has a black heart and will never agree to what he promised. Please believe me, after this is accomplished, I will give you half of the Willow Demon clan's clan collection. All of it. Liu Fu also got anxious and threw out the final chips. Lin Yan did not answer and looked at the sixth elder with a smile. The sixth elder frowned, then let out a cold laugh. Yan Di, I advise you to look at the situation clearly. This is the Willow Demon Clan land. Are you going to fight against the entire Willow Demon Clan with the power of one person? Why not? Lin Yan bristled. You don't think you guys are strong, do you? With his strength nowadays, it was not impossible to slaughter the entire Willow Demon Clan if he spared no expense, but that's a big price to pay, and it's better to try to make peace. You, the sixth elder's eyes were gloomy. Fine, fine, if you don't listen to my good advice, then I'll have no choice but to execute you, a traitorous evil of a foreign race. He boasted that he had many cards, and with the power in his hands, he could even fight against Lu Guei. Using half of the Willow Demon Clan's heritage in exchange for Lin Yan to kill Lu Fu was too much of a loss. In his calculations, killing all of Lin Yan and Lu Fu should not use half of the Willow Demon Clan's reserves, so it was a cost-effective deal. Raise the formation, the sixth elder bellowed. The many elders also responded at once, and the Willow Demon Clan's great formation lit up with a roar, with terrifying energy fluctuations overflowing in all directions, threatening to kill the gods. Lin Yan's eyes went cold, then he looked at Lu Fu. You wouldn't have no prior preparations for this situation, would you? It was impossible for a woman who could pit even the king of stoicism, Lu Guei, against her to not be able to calculate this step. He didn't want to fight with the Willow Demon Clan. As a clanland, there must be a lot of underhanded means left behind, and it would be too troublesome to fight. Alas, nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Emperor Yan, Liu Fu held his forehead. It was good to work with smart people, but Yan Di seemed to be too smart for his own good. It was really headache-inducing. With a wave of her big hand, she directly took away the core control of the Willow Demon Clan's grand formation. Then she raised her willow eyebrows and snapped. Don't do it yet. Are you wavering and want to take advantage of the situation to turn against them? As soon as the words fell, the sound of a sharp blade stabbing flesh came out. The sixth elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned his head. Behind him, the most trusted third elder lowered his head and drew his poison long knife before kicking the already numb sixth elder. You. The sixth elder had been scheming for many years, but had never suspected the third elder, and at the moment his mind went blank. The third elder sighed. Old six, I'm sorry, go in peace. I'm also forced to. Snort. Lin Yan rushed forward with a roar, directly executing the sixth elder who was controlled by poison and unable to move. The sixth elder's head rolled off, his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe until his death that it was Lao San who betrayed him. Now, who else has any objections? Lin Yan asked indifferently. The elders of the Willow Demon Clan were leaderless at this time, so they could only all kneel down. We are willing to listen to the command of Lord Yan Di. Yes, it wasn't Liu Fu they were afraid of, but Lin Yan. Lu Fu's eyes were complicated. Now although it seemed that she had won in this power struggle, but in fact it was indeed a miserable victory. All of her power came from Yan Di, and it could be said that Yan Di would be the true patriarch of the Willow Demon Clan in the future. She's nothing more than an advocate. When I inherit the clan head position, I will be able to utilize the resources to level up quickly. Think about regaining your voice when you're strong enough. Liu Fu pushed down her inner unwillingness and accepted reality for the time being. Well, Lin Yan nodded, satisfied. This was almost the best he could achieve on this trip to the Willow Demon Clan. Fatty was stunned by Lin Yan's maneuvers from the side. Originally it was for a 10,000-year-old Willow heart, but in the end the boss took the Willow Demon tribe directly under his command. This is fantastic. The resigned Lu Fu no longer dared to raise any crooked thoughts and honestly went to the inventory to take out everything Lin Yan needed. The clan treasury of the Willow Demon Clan had literally belonged to Lin Yan alone. Run the Willow Demon Clan well, and I hope that the next time I come back, you'll have become a hero-level powerhouse. After Lin Yan got all the items, he instructed Lu Fu. The stronger the Willow Demon Clan was, the better it would be for him. This demon clan, in the future, was of great use. Naturally, Liu Fu will do her best. Lu Fu nodded and personally opened the teleportation channel for Lin Yan. The elders stood behind her respectfully, and the ordinary clansmen of the Willow Demon Clan stood adoringly and gratefully at the end. Lord Yan Di, take care, benefactor, come back to see us often. These simple clansmen didn't know what a power struggle was. In their eyes, it was Lin Yan who saved the entire Willow Demon Clan by saving the day. Otherwise, their families would have been destroyed under the iron hooves of the Bloodline clan. Calling Lin Yan a great benefactor was not in the least bit excessive. Lu Fu snorted coldly. Pariahs are pariahs, stupid and ignorant. Not only can't you see the truth, but you even worship so much an enemy who has the hatred of taking over your family. Lin Yan looked deeply at Lu Fu. He knew that Lu Fu was restless, but now he had to keep her to maintain the stability of the Willow Demon Clan. He doesn't have the time and energy to actually run a pack. Liu Fu, Be good. He patted Lu Fu's shoulder and disappeared into the teleportation formation with Fatty. Lu Fu was almost paralyzed with fear by Lin Yan's eyes, and only after confirming that Lin Yan had completely disappeared did she take a deep breath, feeling completely alive. Don't worry Yan Di, I won't let you down. The corners of her mouth curved, her eyes deep. Underworld village. The movement of the directional teleportation had long since alerted Qing Daozi. Yuan Tianrun brought Wang Blacksmith and the other senior members of the underworld village to guard in front of the teleportation channel, as if they were facing a great enemy. A power that could utilize a teleportation array would have at least one golden hero in their ancestry. Touché. In the next moment, Lin Yan stepped out of the teleportation channel with Fatty in tow. Yuan Tianrun was suddenly stunned. He didn't set out with a broken teleportation scroll. How did he come back and walk up the teleportation array channel? However, now is not the time to wonder about that. Blacksmith Wang hurriedly came up and asked with an incredibly nervous face. This trip, success or not? Chapter 62, Silly Girl's Peck. Fatty's Scream. With a flip of the fat man's hand, a 10,000-year-old willow heart appeared in his hand. Once Willowwood Heart left the Willow Demon Clan's treasure trove, its life force would continue to drain away, and its energy had to be preserved by Fatty's core skill. When they saw this object, Yuan Tianrun and the others took a long breath. I didn't think my little friend really did it. Qing Daozi understood the difficulty best and lamented. That was the Willow Demon Clan's town treasure. How could it be handed over so easily? The twists and turns of the process are difficult, and I'm afraid that only Lin Yan himself knows it in his heart. Old man Yuan, you almost screwed me over this time. You must give me a statement. Lin Yan was furious, splitting his head to first raise a wave of offense. What is the meaning of this statement? Yuan Tianrun was in a daze, completely unaware of what was going on. See for yourself. Lin Yan submitted the quest. When we set out, it clearly said that it was a silver 5th order quest, but halfway through it turned into a gold 5th order one. Ah this. Yuan Tianrun's pupils shrank, his heart in shock. The shocking thing was that in order to prevent any more mistakes in mid-quest upgrades, he had leveled this quest to the highest possible level. So how come it still turned out to be low? Doubtful that the quests of the golden 5th rank had at least one golden hero or 10 silver heroes appearing during their completion. And how did Lin Yan accomplish this? The corner of Lin Yan's mouth picked up, taking advantage of the opening in Yuan Tianrun's brain CPU being burned out to capitalize on his victory. In short, the favor you promised me before was definitely not enough. I'm risking my life this time. At the very least, 2 legendary weapons are necessary. These words directly scared Yuan Tianrun awake and shook his head repeatedly. 2 legendary weapons. How dare you ask for them? Old man Yuan, are you planning to renege on your debt? Lin Yan frowned. Ahem. No. 2 pieces of legendary equipment are pardonable. You can mention something else, and I'll do my best to compensate you. Yuan Tianrun coughed. Embarrassed. This kid has a real knack for PUA. You know he's knocking it out of the park, but you can't pick anything out yet. Then, feel free to give me 4 more skill upgrade books. Lin Yan opened his mouth and justified it. Yuan Tianrun stretched out 2 fingers. 2 books can't be more. It's so happily decided. Old man Yuan, you are so fair. Lin Yan grinned. In his expectations, it would be nice to ask for a copy. After all, skill upgrade books are very hard to get in the early stages. Meh. Yuan Tianrun knew that he had returned the price low, but he was not annoyed. After all, without Lin Yan, Lumo Xin would definitely not be able to get it back. And in the hearts of several of them, Wang Baoer's life was worth more than all the treasures. This is a piece of legendary equipment that was originally promised to you. Yuan Tianrun handed over the equipment and upgrade books to Lin Yan. Elder Yuan is refreshing. Lin Yan was immensely satisfied, and his address changed. I also have an eyebrow on the news of the remnants of the Book of Truth. It will be completely finalized by the evening, and we'll meet at the mayor's house at 10 o'clock tonight. Blind Monk said in a deep voice. Yes. Wang Blacksmith nodded repeatedly, itching to go up and embrace the blind monk. Then I'll go and cultivate first. Lin Yan stretched his back. His mouth said so, but his body was honest and came to the blacksmith store first to look for the silly girl. Lin Yan, you're back. Shen Youwei pounced at once. After hugging for a while, she reacted, her little face as red as an apple. Miss me that much? Lin Yan snickered and laughed. Geez, you've been gone for 2 days. How could you not want to? Shen Youwei scratched her little face, then clumsily began to change the topic. Hey, by the way, I've learned quite a lot of forging techniques from Uncle Blacksmith in the past 2 days. Here, this ring for you. Lin Yan took Shen Youwei's ring and tapped on the details. Is it a magic treasure that can provide 200,000 armor defense shields? Lin Yan was a bit surprised. Wang Blacksmith had been delving into the art of forging for decades, and was still a hero-level powerhouse, and the treasured earrings he had built for his daughter were only able to provide 1,000,000 armor. Shen Youwei had built a magic treasure that could provide 200,000 000 armor in only 2 days. What a genius at forging. I can't believe I didn't develop this godlike potential of hers in my last life. Nope. Lin Yan brainstormed the image of Shen Youwei swinging a sledgehammer to forge equipment. Ha! Or forget it. The images are too beautiful to imagine. What are you thinking? Shen Youwei flickered her big eyes and asked suspiciously. Ahem. Nothing. Lin Yan grinned. I brought you a present too. Oh. Really da? What is it? Shen Youwei was surprised. Lin Yan took out 9 arrows from his backpack. The Willow Demon clan's top-tier magic treasure, the Willow Demon arrow. Shen Youwei took it and probed the information, and her eyes lit up. All 9 of these arrows can come with an armor-breaking effect equal to the attack power. Arrow speed is still plus 10. The most important thing is that the 9 arrows are connected by the same breath, and they can automatically return after hitting the target. What a strong arrow! Lin Yan smiled slightly. The Willow Demon arrow was the top magic treasure of the Willow Demon clan. There were only 9 of them in total, and all of them had been moved out by him. Thank you, Lin Yan. Shen Youwei was so overwhelmed with emotion that she couldn't help but peck Lin Yan on the cheek. Lin Yan instantly felt refreshed, and the hard work of hooking up with the Willow Demon clan was all worthless in general. Just wanted to hug Shen Youwei in a smooth manner, but it turned out that the little girl had already shyly turned around and ran away. Lin Yan scratched his head, knowing that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he turned around and went to fuse his equipment. Boss, you wanted to see me? Fatty grinned. Obviously he had gleaned a lot of benefits from the blind monk this time as well. Looks like a good haul. Lin Yan snickered. It's all learned from you, boss. It's called near ink is black. Ah no, it's near Zhu is red. The fat man scratched his head and smiled. Since I've helped you so much, you won't disagree if I ask you for a small favor now, will you? Lin Yan grinned. Fatty felt a chill run through his body. This trip to the Willow Demon clan had given him a higher level of understanding of Lin Yan's belly. Don't laugh, boss. I feel like nothing good is going to happen when I see you smiling like that now. Don't worry, it's good. Lin Yan smiled slightly. As you know, releasing skills more often can increase skill proficiency, and if the proficiency is high enough, the skill can be started up, right? Fatty nodded cautiously. Then today you'll be my sandbag, and I'll hack and slash at you to help you bring up your defense skill proficiency. I've gone to great lengths for your growth. Lin Yan patted Fatty's shoulder in a serious manner. Surely nothing good can come of it. Fatty was speechless. Boss, you actually want to improve your attack skill, right? Lin Yan coughed. Really, son is big. Not good to coax. My Inferno Blade and Stacked Waves 3 Blades experience values are indeed almost full. We're helping each other out and benefiting each other. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Really? Fatty muttered. Why don't you cut young Vivian and reciprocate with her? Nonsense. You're the only one here with thick skin. Who else can block my blade? Cut the crap and start practicing. Lin Yan grinned and directly slashed towards the fat man's head. Chapter 63, Armor over 10 million. The treatment of a schoolmaster? Goo. Boss, you're hitting hard. The fat man was beaten up inside, but you can't beat it, so you have to carry it honestly. Buzz. Finally the star has risen. Lin Yan's heart fluttered. The experience of the Inferno Blade and the Stacked Waves Triple Blade was already at a critical mass, but every set that hit out was hundreds of thousands of points of damage. Other than Fatty, there really weren't many people who could withstand such an attack. Okay, that's enough special training for today. Lin Yan grinned. I'm going to cultivate. You cheer up too. 6. The fat man made a gesture to Lin Yan and then ran away in a grayish manner. Although his mouth muttered that he would never participate in such things in the future, his heart was looking forward to it. After all, fighting against Lin Yan, combat skills rose quickly. It's not too much to call it top-notch teaching. At least it's much better than your own master. Blind Monk. Skill Ascension Book. Use it. Lin Yan used the 2 Skill Ascension books on the Inferno Blade and the Stacked Waves Triple Blade. The higher the rank, the lower the success rate of ascension. So he wasn't going to take the risk of using the Ascension book to ascend the 9th Thunder Flash. The basic success rate for skill upgrades below 4 stars is 100%. With 3 stars going up to 4, the success rate plummets to 50%. Buzz. Skill Ascension successful. The cue came. Lin Yan checked the details of the 2 skills. Stacked Wave Triple Dagger, 3 stars. Swings 3 slashes in 1 second, increasing the damage of each slash by 50%, and doubling the attack speed for 1 minute after it has been cast. Special, must have a blast every 3 times it is cast. Mana consumption, 80, cooldown, 1 minute. Inferno Blade, 3 stars. Swings a flaming blade air with an attack range of 10 meters, which comes with flame damage equal to the attack value. After dealing effective damage, it can inflict 10,000 points of burn damage per second on the target. Mana consumption, 90, cooldown, 1 minute. The boosts are all great, and it's not a stretch to fight a hero-level enemy again. In terms of skill quality, Lin Yan rubbed his chin. It was that the number of skills was a bit low in comparison. It looks like we still have to go blackmail old man Yuan and the others before we can. Although the Willow Demon race also had skill books, they were either exclusive to the demon race or not very high in star level, which didn't help him much. Next, it's equipment fusion, Lin Yan said expectantly. This time, when he went to the Willow Demon clan, his equipment was extremely rewarding, and the seizures from the battlefield alone were enough for him to fuse for a period of time. This legendary equipment? Lin Yan took a closer look at the equipment Yuan Tianrun had sent out. Surprisingly, it's the upper body armor of the swordsman. In that case, I'm close to having the swordsman's equipment set. Lin Yan's heart moved. It is important to know that swordsman's sword has one feature: the more swordsman's set parts you collect, the higher the armor adsorption ratio. Fusion. The equipment continued to fuse in his hands until the moon was over. Time to go to the meeting. Lin Yan glanced at his attribute page. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Profession, warrior. Grade, 9. Life, 400. Armor, 1000 W. Attack, 15. 025. Armor break, 1. 000. Physical resistance, 1. 330. Normal resistance, 1. 325. Movement speed, 8. Attack speed, 2. 7. Mana, 400. Blood recovery speed, 0. 5%. Blood absorption, 0. 5%. Strike, 11%. Armor attachment, 1. 000. Equipment. Soft hedgehog armor, white, armor plus 570 W. Physical defense plus 500. Legal defense plus 500. Anti-damage plus 5000. Soft hedgehog pants, white, armor plus 350 W. Physical defense plus 500. Legal defense plus 500. Anti-damage plus 5000. Helmet of the swordsman, legendary, armor plus 100 W. Physical defense plus 118. Legal defense plus 118. Treading snow and wind boots, legend, armor plus 6666666. Physical defense plus 200. Legal defense plus 200. Movement speed plus 5. Magic sword 1000 blades, white, plus 150,000 attack, plus 10% blitz, plus 0. 5 attack speed. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect, infinite fusion equipment, 4th order. Skills. Stacked wave triple blade, 3 stars, inferno blade, 3 stars, 9 thunder flash, 3 stars, advanced scrying technique, 3 stars. Ability, not yet available. Treasure, seal of life and death. Cloak of water, cloak of invisibility. Fan of awakening heart. Armor is over 10 million. Physical defense and legal defense are also over 1,000. Lin Yan grinned as he counted his harvest this time. The strike rate has also finally broken 10. And the armor adsorption has reached 1,000. Combined with the 3% armor adsorption provided by the money blend phrase, I'm now recovering 500 armor points with every slash. And this fusion of the sword magnate upper body armor provides a particularly perverse phrase. Lin Yan tapped on the swordsman's self-healing entry. Swordsman's self-healing restores 1% of armor value per second. Combined with this trait, my armor recovery per second directly reaches 10 W+. Lin Yan's heart was pounding. Even if he faced a heroic powerhouse, he was no longer weak at all, recovering over 100,000 armor in a second. Even if you're heroic, your attack power is pretty much just at that level. If I go to the Willow Demon clan this time and have this configuration in panel, killing Willow Youwei won't have to waste so much effort at all. Lin Yan clenched his fist and felt a huge amount of power, which made him confident. With his combat experience, combined with this panel attribute, he was definitely considered number 1 in the Longxia Empire. Keeping this pace, how strong will I be in 3 years? Lin Yan was mesmerized. Gathering his thoughts, he arrived at the village chief's residence. Yuan Tianrun, Xing Daozi, and the others were waiting. Yo, you two are in. Lin Yan looked at Fatty Duande and his oldest brother Lin Feng with some surprise. Fatty came back fully leveled, having been gifted the 3rd order gold template by the blind monk, and had now reached level 31, advancing to elite professional. I'm now a personal disciple of my teacher, so of course I'm qualified to attend the meeting. Fatty was respectful in front of blind monk, not looking at all miserable as he spat at him. Well, Lin Feng just wanted to say something. Lin Yan then waved his hand. You don't need to speak. Of course he knew exactly what position Lin Feng held in Qing Daozi's heart. Just meeting Lin Feng's talent had almost given Qing Daozi a heart attack. After accepting his disciples, Lin Feng could be said to have been treated as a sweetheart by Qing Daozi, and any benefits and resources were poured into him furiously. Even if Lin Feng hadn't gone out to fight monsters, he was now a level 35 elite professional. This is what geniuses get exclusively. Lin Yan lamented. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. Qing Daozi spoke with a serious face. I've found the exact news of the Book of Truth * remnant pages, and in 3 days, it will be at the Black Iron City Trade Fair. being publicly auctioned off. P.S. Families, after reading this, click to generate power for love. Free gift. 5-star praise is too little. So far has not opened points. Point a little 5-star praise. Thank you. Chapter 64. One Blacksmith's Sad Wrath. Confidence of a School God? Black Iron City? Lin Yen frowned. Black Iron City was located at the junction of two empires, a neutral-free city, a zone of unregulated territory, and extremely chaotic. Many forces are mixed up in it, and a free trade is preached. It's the only place like this that could possibly shed the remnants of the Book of Truth. Qing Daozi nodded. Something like this heavy treasure, if it was found in the two major empires, it would have long since been monopolized by the royal relatives, and there was no way it would have the chance to fall into the hands of anyone else. As chaotic as Black Iron City is, this may be our last chance. Yuan Tianrun nodded his head as well. Now that we're tied up by Bauer in the altar, neither of us can leave. We still have to trouble little friend Yen Di to make a trip. Without saying a word, Lin Yen directly reached out. The corner of Yuan Tianrun's mouth twitched. Why are you kids so skillful? Stop nagging and pay. Saving Wang Bauer isn't something I do alone. Lin Yen straightened up. I'll do it. Wang Blacksmith was eager to save his daughter and gave his gold card directly to Lin Yen. There's 1,000,000 gold coins inside this gold card. You can spend it as you please, as long as it can save my daughter. I'm willing to spend it all. Lin Yen staggered. Wang Blacksmith was really rich, worthy of being a blacksmith. 1,000,000 gold coins in one shot, although it was possible that this was his entire savings. Sure enough, each of these old greasers is a stealthy rich man who must be squeezed hard. I also have 500,000 gold coins here. Blind Monk, as the trading market administrator, had collected a lot of player protection money during this time, even though he was poor before. 9 gold coins for one player, 90,000 gold coins for 10,000 players. I'm obsessed with practicing martial arts, and I haven't saved much money. This money is all I have saved. Take it all and spend it. Wu Baihua atmospherically took out a gold card with a limit of $300,000. Black Iron City is not like other places, where being able to buy items through auctions is just the beginning. Being able to successfully leave Black Iron City is what counts. Qing Daozi shook his head. There are anti-space shift prohibitions within the Black Iron City. It's hard as hell to get something and run away. Several people were silent. Indeed, money was the easiest trouble to solve in the Black Iron City, and the hardest part was whether or not the treasure could be taken out of the Black Iron City alive after it arrived. What to do then? The big thing is that the altar will not be guarded. I'll carry Bauer on my back and accompany Yen Di for a walk. I'll see who can stop me. Wang Hao. In Black Iron City, Wang Blacksmith's killing machine boiled over and his domineering aura leaked out. As a member of the strongest hero group in the Longxia Empire, he was qualified to say this. I may be old, but a mere Black Iron City doesn't have the ability to snatch things from me. For the sake of his daughter, Wang Blacksmith simply disregarded everything. Shut up, Yuan Tianrun frowned. Have you forgotten what the biggest resistance is that restricts us from leaving the village? Wang Blacksmith was speechless, his eyes containing endless killing intent as he looked towards the east. They had retired to their hometowns back in the day to rescue the princess from house arrest, and worked as village guards in the village of Underworld. However, the imperial family of the Longxia Empire was still scornful of them and strictly ordered them not to walk out of the Underworld village. Therefore, the biggest resistance for the Aurora heroes wasn't the truth cult at all, but the imperial family of the Longxia Empire. Once a few of us old things dare to step out of the Underworld village, what awaits us will be a bloodbath. In that case, all the forbearance and sacrifices we made back then would have been in vain. The blind monk's voice trembled, and although he was persuading Wang Taifeng, he still couldn't hold back the blazing fire inside. Damn! Wang Blacksmith roared, his eyes bloodshot. What about my daughter? It was so hard for me to retrieve her. My daughter must never die. If she dies, no matter what price I pay, I will bloodstain the Longxia royal family. Wang Hao, calm down for me. Yuan Tianrun droned. Although they were strong, they still had the heart to face the royal family of a powerful empire. But where there was a chance of victory, they wouldn't have chosen to be so regressive and tolerant back then, just when the atmosphere was dull and depressing. I did come up with a plan, but I just don't know if you agree with it. Yen Emperor. Qing Daozi looked at Lin Yen in a deep voice. Go ahead, Lin Yen said in a polite tone. This old brother was now wallowing in the sad indignation of the year, and it would be better for him to go along with the furry touch. In the next 3 days, I'll pass on my core skills to Lin Feng. You'll get the remnants of the Book of Truth, and Lin Feng will start casting spatial forbidden spells over the level. Qing Daozi wisped his beard. I'll meet you at the Underworld Village teleportation formation, which should be able to tear through the spatial prohibitions of Black Iron City. But there is one requirement, and that is, you have to survive a siege of at least 10 minutes. A little something. Lin Yen nodded. Thought it was a big deal. Although your mission is only to last 10 minutes, Perhaps the dangers you face are even more perilous than last time. Cheng Daozi honestly said, Black Iron City is not like the Willow Demon race. It is mixed with fish and dragons, and there is no telling what kind of ruthless characters are mixed in. Even if a few heroic powerhouses who want to kill and seize the treasure pop up in the auction venue, it's not surprising. Lin Yan grinned. Don't worry, as long as your side is reliable, there's no problem. After this wave of reinforcement, he wouldn't even frown even if he encountered an old 6-gold hero like Lu Guei again. Golden heroes that counted in both empires. Several of them couldn't just pop up at once in a small Black Iron City auction. Take me with you. I can last longer with my armor boost. Fatty volunteered. Could be. Lin Yan nodded. Master, it doesn't have to be 3 days. I've seen your core skills. I should be able to understand them if you perform them 3 more times. Lin Feng directly said. Sister Bauer's condition is getting worse. We can't delay it. We'll leave tonight. Qing Daozi froze at his words and shook his head with a smile. Apprentice, I know you're a genius, but this core skill of mine, I dare say it's the strongest amongst the heroic level mages in the entire Longxia Empire. Its power is no less than a forbidden spell. You may cast it as you wish. Master. Lin Feng's gaze was firm. Qing Daozi shook his head. This disciple of his, still too young. There's no way to know how high the mountain is or how deep it still goes. Good. Then Master will show you his hand. Qing Daozi nodded. It's normal for young people to be a little proud, but they should also abstain from pride. With a wave of his big hand, the space around his body collapsed and then extended. Eventually, it turned into a space bubble. My core skill for Dream Bubble. With a body of the hero rank, I can dabble in spatial spells and be unique in the world. Qing Daozi's face was overwhelmed with pride. Spatial spells that were far beyond the touch of a hero-level mage. However, he was superbly gifted and hardwired it, and when it was first cast, it shook the entire mage world. He kept casting, and it wasn't even 10 minutes. Lin Feng then nodded, and with a wave of his big hand, under the fluctuation of his mana, a small space bubble was derived from around him. Inside the village chief's hut, there was silence. Chapter 65, Old Village Chief. Clean model, mixed up Black Iron City. Ha! Qing Daozi's Taoist heart was unstable, and he almost had a space bubble riot. Luckily, Lin Yan was quick on his feet and slapped the waking fan on the back of Qing Daozi's head before he woke him up and collected the spatial bubble. I'll be damned. Qing Daozi circled around Lin Feng in disbelief. When he cast a space forbidden spell with his heroic body, he was named a wizard in the mage world that would be rare in 100 years. His own disciple, a level 35 elite professional, just looked at his core skills for a few moments and directly cast them. What would he have to be judged for? 1,000 years? No, it is the divine talent that is hard to come by even in 10,000 years. Originally I thought that even with your genius, it would take 3 days to learn my core skills. I didn't expect it. Qing Daozi fell into a demented murmur. Everyone in the entire room was dumbfounded except for Fatty, who didn't have a heart and liver pressed to understand what this meant, and Lin Yan, who wasn't surprised by this. Qing Daozi, I know you've taken in a genius, but this is going against the grain too much. This talent presses no sense. I see that in less than 3 years, he will be able to achieve the position of Dharma King. Yuan Tianren, Wang Hao, the blind monk, and Wu Baihua several sized up the two brothers Lin Yan and Lin Feng as if they were looking at monsters. The brothers. A 9th level explodes to kill a golden hero. A 3rd level realizes the space forbidden spell. One is more anticlimactic than the other. Simply outrageous. Yes. Qing Daozi gradually turned from unacceptable to ecstatic. Lin Feng's talent was even more outrageous than what he had brainstormed that day. Before even blowing powerful he did not dare to blow so big, but the result was realized by Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, in the future, I will have a Dharma King, or even a Dharma Saint's disciple. I'm destined to go down in history. Qing Daozi looked up to the sky and laughed. He had no wife or children in his life, all for the sake of pure spells and to climb to the highest peak of spells. Unfortunately, that battle broke his foundation, preventing him from further forging the bones of a king. However, Lao came to receive such a talented disciple. He was on the verge of tears of laughter as he saw in Lin Feng the hope that his lifelong wish could be realized. Well, all old men with injuries can't be too happy or sad. You keep it down. Don't break down laughing. Yuan Tianren was also happy for his old friend, but he was also afraid that he would die of laughter, and hurriedly smoothed out his breath for him. Now that it's ready to go this night. He changed the subject in a row. Lin Yan shook his head. I say, old man Yuan, aren't you forgetting something? Now that there was a solution and the atmosphere had turned, he resumed his hammering. Yuan Tianren slapped his head. Oops, look, this is so happy that I forgot about it for a while. He wheedled and pulled out a gold card from his pocket. Ahem, this is 20,000 gold coins. Lin Yan looked at him with a look of contempt. Old man Yuan, are you playing with me? A big village chief. So stingy? Yuan Tianrun's face darkened. Do you think maintaining such a large village doesn't cost money? Raising so many people a day to drink the northwest wind. We weren't even allowed to leave the village all these years. We relied on eating our old money. And it's good to have these 20,000 gold coins. Lin Yan was speechless. Yuan Tianrun, who was supposed to be the richest, is actually the poorest of the dawning heroes. It's simply a model clean and good village chief. Okay, the mission funding has been given. Where's the mission reward? Lin Yan asked. The money looks like a lot, but it actually runs out in one auction. After all, the Book of Truth isn't cheap. Moreover, even if he couldn't use them all, the cards would have to be returned, and at most he would use the money inside to buy some more of his favorite treasures. Ugh, that's just it. Yuan Tianrun breathlessly gave the quest information. Quest, retrieve the Book of Truth * remnants. Rating, Silver V. Requirement, bring back the remnants of the Book of Truth * within 3 days and deliver them to Venerable Saiduzi. Reward, legendary equipment, swordsman's lower body armor. Lin Yan grinned. I knew you still had legendary equipment. Next time do it dry. When he said that, he didn't drag his feet. Taking Lin Feng and Duwanda with him, he headed outside the underworld village. Black Iron City did not provide any spatial services. The internal space was sealed off, and there was no teleportation array, so if you wanted to go there, you could only walk there. Using this as an excuse, Lin Yan extorted hundreds more shifting talismans from Qing Daozi. Brother, isn't it a bit too extravagant to use a transfer talisman to catch up? Lin Feng scratched his head. I just found a reason to ask for these shifting talismans. I didn't say I was going to use them. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. Boss, it's still up to you to have a black heart. Dwayne gave a thumbs up. Itching to spar with me again? Lin Yan glanced over. Ahem. Boss is wise and quick thinking. Simply our moral model. Duwanda immediately got serious. Alright, hurry up. It will take at least 2 days to get to Black Iron City from here. Lin Yan smiled. The underworld village was originally located in the middle of the two empires of Longxia and Roland. It's not that far from Black Iron City. Such borderlands, where both empires are constantly testing the waters, are perennial warring conflicts, and are deserted. Quite a few roadblockers and stragglers along the way, but those who can go as bandits are not very strong. A cottage can have a few masters, even if it is a great bandit who shakes the party. In front of the Lin Yan trio, this amount of power was simply not enough. Although none of their levels seemed high, each of them was perverted. The thieves and bandits they encountered along the way were all easily wiped out by them, saving up quite a few experience beads. This law and order is also too chaotic. Walking all the way, letting the Fat Master directly rise to level 43. Dwayne was speechless. Yes, the Imperial Junction has always been a place of miserable warfare. Lin Feng had also killed to level 45. Lin Yan smiled faintly. It's not much. It's mainly because when we ran into roadblockers, we just straight up took people's lairs in a row. That's why we upgraded so quickly. It is estimated that the mountain strongholds and bandit dens along the way have been almost eliminated by us. We're kind of doing the people a favor. Lin Feng nodded his head. Killing bandits in the past 2 days had made him feel quite a bit like a warrior. Touché. The three of them entered the Black Iron City and went straight to the most luxurious inn. The best private rooms. 3 of them. Swipe your card. Lin Yan waved his hand. Very atmospheric. After all, it was not spending his money. Seeing a big customer, the waiter is also very attentive. Listen to busy serving. Wait. A lazy voice came. Lin Yan inwardly sank. Was it going to be some kind of vicious robbing VIP room session? He turned around and was seeing a handsome gentleman who was as plump as jade and held a rocking fan in his hand. Something wrong with you? Lin Yan asked with a frown. Seeing that Brother Tai is generous and atmospheric, I think he must have come from an extraordinary background, and Mr. Calendar has specially come to make friends. The handsome male arched his hand and laughed. Not interested. Lin Yan shook his head. Black Iron City was a mixed bag of fish and dragons. It was always right to be careful. To come to Black Iron City at this point in time, one must be running towards the auction. The handsome eunuch was confident. I have exclusive information about the auction here. I think brother will be interested before. Lin Yan's feet lurched as he looked at the handsome male. Make an offer. Chapter 66, 3 Top Powers, Remnants of the Book of Truth. Brother is really bold. The handsome gentleman shook his folding fan and extended a finger. 10,000 gold coins. Not a bad price to ask. Lin Yan frowned. If it's not worth the price, you'll suffer the consequences. Sure. The handsome male nodded. This is the list of items to be auctioned this time, as well as the various forces that have their eyes on these items. He walked over and lowered his tone. But looking at your aura, old brother, you must be running towards the finale lot this time, the remnants of the Book of Truth, right? Lin Yan coldly glanced at him without making a statement. The handsome male nodded. That would be correct. The Book of Truth deals with the legendary Divine Providence template. If you gather 3 of them, You can get the guidelines and get a divine gift template. Not to mention you, brother, even the royal families of the two empires are salivating. This kind of heavy treasure can appear in the auction. It's all because of the special nature of the Black Iron City. Hey, with just this bit of information, it's not worth 10,000 gold coins. Lin Yan naturally knew about the remnant pages of the Book of Truth. It was about the Divine Providence template. Even if there was no such thing as Wang Bauer, he would have come to Black Iron City. Naturally. So what if I told you who the powerful men who came to fight for the Book of Truth were, and the weaknesses of their intelligence? The handsome male grinned. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Deal. The handsome male nodded and grinned. There aren't many forces that are qualified to set their eyes on the Book of Truth, and if they don't even have a golden hero to back them up, they would never hit it. Those small fishes and small shrimps, brother, are not afraid. The only ones you should pay attention to are these three. Long Qianjian of the Long Xia Empire, Stana of the Roland Empire, and the Grand Protector of the Truth Sect. Lin Yan's pupils shrunk. These three have all come to Black Iron City. Long Wenjian is the Golden Forbidden Guard commander of the Long Xia Empire's imperial family, also known as the strongest person in the new generation of the Long Xia Empire, and has now stepped into the Golden Hero. Stana was the third princess of the Roland Empire. The day she was born she got the attention of the sea god, and now she was also a Golden Hero. And Long Qianjian was the absolute double wall in the two empires. As for the Grand Protector of the Truth Cult, he was an old and powerful person. He spent his early years traveling between the two empires and was extremely secretive. And it's been more than a decade since he advanced to Silver Hero, and now his rank is at least 80. Here's their specific information. The handsome male took out a secret letter. Pay in one hand, deliver in the other? Lin Yan nodded. For all three of them, in his previous life, he had only heard of their story backgrounds, but had not fought them, not aware of their intelligence weaknesses, especially the Great Protector of the Truth Cult. If it was really above level 80, it would completely exceed the probing range of the advanced scrying technique. It is very important to know the intelligence in advance. See you at the auction. Then, after selling the information, the handsome male didn't drag his feet and waved his hand before bidding farewell. Lin Yan went to sleep after studying a wave of information. Day 2. Lin Yan brought Lin Feng and Duan Di into the auction venue. This was the largest auction in Black Iron City, personally controlled by the Black Iron City's main family. To be able to maintain such a huge free and neutral city-state in the intersection zone of the two empires, the identity of the Black Iron family's origin could be imagined. In the Black Iron City, only the industries under the Black Iron family are protected by security and are never allowed to struggle. As long as one went out of the Black Iron family's property, no one would care even if they fought on the streets. It is like a landlord of the junction. It's outrageous that two major empires would allow such a city to exist. Dwayne staggered. Lin Yan smiled faintly. The reasons are known to him, not so much conspiracy theories or complex causes. It's only because of the Black Iron family that there is a king-rank powerhouse who has surpassed the heroes. The king's rank, a watershed. It was extremely difficult to advance, and there was basically no possibility of being able to challenge below the king rank by crossing over. Even the strongest group of heroes ever assembled, such as the 7 heroes of Aurora, who beheaded the zombie king Evil Chi against all odds, were celebrated as legends. Having a king-rank powerhouse was equivalent to a power possessing a nuclear weapon. No one would touch the mold of such a power. What luxury! Being in such a chaotic and barren place, a huge city rising out of the ground, opulent and auctioning huge towers. It's a dream come true. Lin Yan took out his gold card with millions of savings and sat directly in the VIP seat after checking his capital. On the VIP seat, Long Wenjian, Stana, and the Great Protector sat next to each other, their faces calm and steady, but all of their muscles were tense and their auras were secretly competing with each other to fight against each other. Lin Yan's arrival broke this silent confrontation. All three gazes looked over, clearly surprised. Being able to sit in the VIP seat meant having at least 1 million gold coins in credentials. Daring to bring millions of gold coins to Black Iron City. A bit interesting. Never seen him before. Also running for the remnants of the Book of Truth? The three of them sized up Lin Yan with different thoughts. Lin Yan didn't pay any attention to them and just sat peacefully at the chief. Buzz. The trio's tentative auras pressed in. Lin Yan frowned. His eyes turned cold, and his aura transformed into a strong wind around him, annihilating the three people's auras. It really isn't easy. The three didn't dare to underestimate Lin Yan anymore, and they stopped trying. Duanda and Lin Feng sat in the back row of the VIP seats, which was a fringe benefit for VIPs. The auction started soon after, while Lin Yan closed his eyes and rested his mind. The small fry in front of him were of little interest, and he wanted to make sure he could buy the remnants of the Book of Truth. As for the other treasures, let's see if there's a chance to grab some when we're out in a while. Lot after lot was auctioned off. They were all rare treasures outside, enough to see the gold content of this auction in Black Iron City. Next lot, the remnants of the Book of Truth. The beautiful auctioneer on the stage twisted her mature thin waist and raised her voice a few points. Arrived. Lin Yan opened his eyes and his expression became serious. Long Wenjian and the other three also straightened up, no longer lethargic. There is no need to introduce the great name of the remnants of the Book of Truth. It is a gift left by the three gods in the world. The beautiful auctioneer's vermilion lips flicked out, seductively moving. For every 3 of these pages collected, you will be able to receive a clue guide to a piece of God-given template. I'm sure the adults in the room can't wait. The auction will now begin. Reserve price, 1 million gold coins. Ooh. Even after hearing the great name of the remnants of the Book of Truth, the auction venue still erupted in shock. None of them had expected that the starting bid alone had reached such a terrifying level. Gollum. Many of them had bloodshot eyes. Such a top treasure. If it can be seized into the hands, then a lifetime of glory, wealth and prosperity, soaring to great heights. All need not be said. In Black Iron City, crime is not a crime. 1.5 million gold coins. Long asked to faintly call the price. The red-eyed patients with high desires in the field shriveled up when they saw Long Chi's figure. Even this one has come. It seems that this treasure is not destined for me. Who would be stupid enough to grab treasure from a golden hero? You know, it's not against the law for you to commit crimes in Black Iron City, but it's equally not against the law for people to kill you. Chapter 67. Spending money that isn't your own is a pleasure. 1,800,000. Stana on the sidelines raises her card. 2 million. The great protector of the truth religion followed close behind. As the bids were called, the discussion in the arena grew louder. Both were obviously shocked by the money attack. Lin Yan also sank his eyebrows. $2 million, equivalent to the purchasing power of $200 million in reality. These people really spend money without blinking. Be willing to throw away thousands of dollars for the possibility of a God-given template. It can be imagined that they do not feel any pain at all in spending money, and it is estimated that they usually do not scavenge the people's wealth. Soon, the price was shouted at $2,800,000. The three were getting more and more fired up. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. The 7 heroes of Aurora could all think of means to run away. These 3 had strong backgrounds, and once the remnant pages were in their hands, they were probably able to run away at once. Looks like you can't save money. He raised his hand directly to join the competition. On the way, Lin Feng gave Lin Yan Chang Daozi's gold card, which had a huge amount in it, and Lin Yan didn't feel any pain at all when he spent it. Although his family looked poor, Qing Daozi was an invisible rich man. He used to be the chief mage of the Longxia Empire. Casually crafting a high-level magic scroll could sell hundreds of thousands of gold coins. It could be said that the gold coins in the pockets of the other 6 Aurora heroes combined were far less than his alone. And your offer, sir? The delicate female auctioneer asked. I don't want to dilly-dally. Let's hammer it out. 5 million gold coins. Lin Yan opened his mouth to kill in seconds. The whole room was in an uproar. Who is this kid, with such a wild mouth? 5 million gold coins in one mouth. My ass, yeah. 2 big empires dare to refute the face. Awesome. Many people looked at Lin Yan, their eyes rolling. Long Wenjian and Stana represented the 2 empires, and no one dared to mess with them. The Great Protector had been famous for many years and was powerful, but this kid is young and nameless. Even if he kills and seizes the treasure, the forces behind him have no reason to raise the offense. Oomph. Stana's face darkened. When this strange youth had just appeared, she had felt that things had changed, but she really hadn't expected that Lin Yan would be so financially strong. Are you trying to steal the treasure from my Roland Empire? She questioned. Lin Yan smiled faintly. So what if it is? Treasures go to those who can afford them. If you don't have the money, get out yourself, and stop pretending in front of me. Good man. This little brother is tough. I like it that hard. Stana has the guts to dislike him. He really thinks he's dead. The meeting room whispers. I don't know which family little brother is after. Looking at your appearance, you should be from my Longxia Empire, right? The sword-browed starry-eyed Long Wenjian smiled. His chest was full of confidence. This remnant of the Book of Truth is required by the imperial family of the Longxia Empire. We, the Longxia Empire, have always emphasized loyalty to the king and the country, and we must love our country. What the royal family needs is what the country needs. As a member of my Longxia Empire, you should think more about the country and solve problems. Lin Yan coldly swept a glance at Long Wenjian and sneered. Get lost. Everyone froze. This kid, he's neither from the Longxia Empire nor the Roland Empire. That's a lot of courage. The Great Protector was watching from the sidelines. Although the Church of Truth was financially strong, it couldn't be compared to the 2 empires. And for the sake of a remnant page of the Book of Truth, taking out 2 to 3 million gold coins would be at the end of the line. The only way to go now is to watch the show and then wait for the opportunity to make a move to grab one. Long Wenjian's face instantly turned cold. There is no place in heaven that is not the king's land. Do you know what the consequences of talking to me like this are? Lin Yan smiled faintly. Oh, Then I would like to ask, is Black Iron City your royal land? Is the land of the Roland Empire your king's land? Long Wenjian was choked speechless. Shut up if you don't have any money, and if you give me these big hats again, I'll chop you with a knife, Lin Yan indifferently said. An auction. It's all about momentum. You have to convince people that your financial strength and bottom line is unmatched to make them lose the competition. Well, hello, Long Wenjian sneered. Other than the royal families of the two empires, no one has managed to teleport freely in Black Iron City. You dare to take the treasure from me. I'd like to see if you can walk out of Black Iron City alive. He was so angry that he directly stood up, waved his robe sleeve, and turned around. Hey, no money mouth is still stupid beggar. Say but then break defense and run away. Dwayne was on the verge of falling down laughing. Long Wenjian really wanted to go on a killing spree right now, but the Black Iron family was the emperor of the land in Black Iron City, and he couldn't afford the consequences of breaking each other's rules. You? I love telling the truth. The fat man was furious and continued to mend his ways. Humph. Long Wenjian's killing spirit boiled over. As long as you dare to step out of the auction, I will immediately take your heads for treason. Lin Yan looked at Long Chi's figure as he walked away angrily and let out a cold smile. The Empire's great double wall is this? This wall has no money to run. You wall, do you still want to sit here? Lin Yan asked Stana snidely. Humph. Wait for the ordination. Stana gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Yan. Boy, you've got a lot of nerve. The Great Protector gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. It's a pity that you're going to die by my hand in a little while. It's a pity. He smiled grimly and followed Stana out of the auction. All three powerhouses left the field one after another, and there was no more suspense. There was no longer an existence on the scene that could throw away millions of gold coins just for a single remnant page. Lin Yan logically took the remnants of the Book of Truth. After the auction ended, Lin Yan brought Fatty and Lin Feng to wander around the auction tower again. The auction is over and there is a trading session. Many people will bring their treasures and take advantage of this great auction to trade. This blitz fruit is good. I'll take it. An elixir that permanently increases physical defense? Bring it to you. Lin Yan went on a shopping spree. The gold card would have to be returned to Old Man Yuan and the others once they returned to the underworld village. Of course, I had to go on a spending spree while I was at it, just for the travel expenses for this business trip. That's a lot of shopping. Lin Yan went on a spending spree and felt very happy, but his bravado also shocked many people, and many people came over to take the initiative to befriend Lin Yan. It was assumed that he was the son of some great hidden family or a lucky protagonist with some kind of unbelievable opportunity. Ha ha, well said. Lin Yan naturally came and went, but if he wanted to make friends with him, then he had to show it first? Just like that, by knocking on the door. Lin Yan's own gold card has credited close to another 100,000 gold coins. Spending other people's money and earning your own interest. How cool is that? Almost. Lin Yan was satisfied, and after wreaking havoc on a few gold cards, he took Fatty and his brother out of the auction. As soon as he stepped out of the auction, a horrifying killing intent came overshadowing him, like Tarzan pressing down on him. Lin Yan didn't panic in the slightest, flinging out a bunch of defense scrolls that he had just spent a huge amount of money on, forming countless protective shields in front of the three of them. Lin Feng's hands weren't slow, immediately casting a spatial forbidden spell, wrapping the three people in it. Chapter 68 Tough Trio. Heroic Group Battle. Boom boom boom. All three people's attacks were extremely sharp and terrifying, and the defense shield kept shattering. 10 minutes is enough time to kill one person at most. Who? Lin Yan's eyes constantly shifted between the three. According to the intelligence, the Great Protector of the Truth Sect was the weakest and was likely to become an enemy of the underworld village war soon. By rights, the one who should be killed the most is this old piker. But, who made you carry a heavy weight? Lin Yan licked his lips and looked at Long Qiqian. Of these three, the one who was the most cost-effective for himself was instead Long Qiangjian. As long as I explode the dragon-marked sword, my attack power can go up another notch. Lin Yan's eyes were firm as he blasted and killed Long Wenjian. Snort! His sword was like a gale as it landed on the dragon-patterned sword. Hundreds of thousands of bursts of damage were dealt instantly. Long Wenjian's eyes condensed, and the dragon-patterned sword in his hand glowed. Good boy. Struggling at death? It's useless. The melee of several heroic-level battle power caused the streets to pop up and attracted countless spectators. Nice guy. Before we can make a move to grab it, these big guys can't help themselves. Looks like there's nothing left for us to do. Those who were hiding in the shadows and plotting against them were a bit disappointed. In their opinion, facing three top-tier powerhouses surrounding him, Lin Yan was bound to die. Die for me. Lin Yan's means came out in full force, pulling his output to the maximum. Various potions and skills work together to hit up to 1,000,000 outputs in a second. It's just cool to use skills after they've been started up. A flaming blade light rushed out of the sky, shocking all three of Long Qiqian's men away. So strong. Long Wenjian's eyes showed shock. He was the one who had faced Lin Yan's frenzied attack straight on, and felt Lin Yan's frightfulness the most profoundly. Its battle power was definitely at the golden hero level. Want to bite the bullet and kill me alone and force a 1-for-1? It's useless. Long Wenjian drank low. Lin Yan glanced at Long Wenjian's blood level. Chief of the Imperial Guards of Long Xia, Long Wenjian. Race, human, yellow. Profession, dragon swordsman. Grade, 70. Life, 1300 W. Armor, 900 W. Attack, 307,000. Physical resistance, 600. Legal resistance, 600. Equipment, dragon sword. Royal Sergeant's armor. Skills, cross sword chop. Dragon sword chi. Berserk sword technique. Core skills. Treasure. There's so little data to see. Luckily, I bought the intel ahead of time. Lin Yan was calm in his heart. In that wave just now, he cut down more than 2 million of the opponent's armor. Oomph. Long Wenjian laughed coldly. How dare you show off your skills with a little carving? Let's see my sword behead you treasonous traitor. With a wave of his large hand, a terrifying sword chi rushed out from his sword. Buzz. Like a sea wave of sword chi surging in, the ground of the street was plowed with deep scratches. Boom. 9 thunder flashes. Lin Yan instantly disappeared in place and appeared in front of Long Wenjian. Stacked waves 3 blades. The two battled against each other, with Stana and the Grand Protector joining the siege. The sword chi that was dodged swept against the auction tower, slashing out a terrifying crack that was 7 or 8 meters long. Long Wenjian, you're such an idiot. Damaging the Black Iron family's items gives them a reason to intervene in this siege. Stana let out a sharp pop. Long Wenjian frowned. He simply didn't expect Lin Yan to possess such an advanced stance that he was able to dodge the strike. Shield of Thorns. Fatty also saw Lin Yan's intentions and blocked behind him, raising his anti-damage shield. He eats all of Stana's and the Grand Protector's attacks. Now that Lin Yan's armor had broken 10 million, and his blood armor value was extremely high after he shared his armor, these two people simply couldn't break his armor for a while. This is so strong too. Feeling Fatty's terrifying return damage, the two were taken aback. Fatty's armor now skyrocketed, and so did the damage returned in proportion to his armor. Both men felt some little backlash shock. Boom! Lin Feng cast a spatial forbidden spell with one hand, and with the other hand he still had the strength left over to cast a precision grand spell, and with the forbidden staff gifted by Lin Yan, the damage was extremely terrifying. Where did these three guys suddenly appear? The three great powerhouses all frowned. The battle power of Lin Yan's trio had reached the silver hero level for the weakest of them. It was impossible for this kind of strong person to be silent in the Longxia Empire, and it turned out that 3 of them had popped up all at once, and all of them were so young. I can't believe I just thought about mugging these 3 guys. Many people felt chills running down their spines. They and death had just been separated by a single thought. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Under the entanglement, Long Wenjian's armor had been cut off entirely by Lin Yan. Yet he hadn't even finished breaking through the layer after layer of shields on his opponent's body. Lin Yan grinned. He hasn't fought a battle so rich. It's a total burnout hit. He then slammed all the many scrolls he had purchased. Boom 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 boom. A dozen or so high-level scrolls instantly blew a few million drops of blood out of Dragon Questioning Sword. You're pissing me off. Long Wenjian was furious. He also stopped thinking about the consequences and his eyes went bloodshot. If he didn't offer a killing move, he would die here. Dragon tattooed whistling killing sword. Energy surged around him, and a terrifying sonic attack emanated from the dragon-patterned sword as if it were a dragon's roar. Any onlookers who weren't far enough away were blown up and spat out blood and flew backwards. Bang! 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 The sound wave attack shattered all of Lin Yan's defense shield. Long Wenjian held a long sword and spat out a 3-foot green blade, sharp to the extreme, about to cut Lin Yan in half. It's a shame to run out of scrolls. Lin Yan revealed a look of regret. Then with a fling of his hand, he offered 2 earrings. The earrings buzzed and transformed into a defensive shield of 1,000,000 armor. Long Wenjian almost spat out blood from anger. This old six. Just how many underhanded backhanders does he have? Snort! The power of the dragon-tattooed whistling killing sword was truly terrifying. The top-tier treasure of 1,000,000 armor only managed to fend it off. Hoo-hoo! Long Wenjian's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Up to this point in the fight, he hadn't even knocked a drop off Lin Yan's armor yet. Ah! He roared out in sorrow and anger, never having fought such a stifling battle since he was born. If you can't beat it, you can't break the defense. You really can't do that with this wall. Lin Yan shook his head. The dragon-marked sword is really dusty in your hands. It's better to give it to me. Sword Hero's Will. Sword Spirit Manifestation. Buzz. The powerful sword Magnificent Void became one with Lin Yan, doubling his attack power and doubling the effect of his skills. With each slash, a terrifying blade chi streaked across. The 100 meters of the battlefield was completely turned into Forbidden Land, and even the Black Iron City guards who came to stop them knew better. Who dares to enter a restricted area where heroic figures are at war? Pure and simple death wish behavior. You made me. Long Wenjian's face twisted as he was hacked down to only 3 or 4 million blood left. Blood-stained dragon soul. He cast core skills. The amount of blood was immediately absorbed by the Dragonlance sword by half, and all the attributes around his body skyrocketed by 3 times. The surface of his body shattered and blood gushed out, transforming him into a blood-soaked dry corpse. Die. With an already 300,000 attack power, he was now able to deal over 1,000,000 points of damage with a random skill. Lin Yan was also humongous, sparring blood directly with Long Wenjian. Snort. Blade light and sword shadow. The sword and blade chi that flew out from the two men's sparring match all chopped up all the stores on both sides of the street and turned them into ruins. Blast fruit. Lin Yan obeyed the strike fruit that was bound to strike in his next 10 attacks. 120W. 35W. 119W. 36W. Terrifyingly high numbers of armor and blood deduction prompts emerged from the top of the two men's heads, and one's legs went weak at the sight of them. The final fight to the death was fast and furious, and could have been electrifying. It was over in 10 short seconds. Who won? Everyone's eyes were heavy as they looked at the center of the dusty and smoky engagement. There, only one figure remained standing. Chapter 69, Black Iron King? I'll make you lose your old face. Hoo-hoo. The gusty winds blow away the smoke. In the eyes of the crowd, the person standing held the dragon-marked sword in his hand, his body bathed in blood. Was the final bloodbath really won by Long Wenjian, worthy of being one of the absolute double walls? It's not like just anyone can pop up and kill them. Many know-it-alls nodded their heads rightfully, their tones sure. When the dust and smoke cleared completely, Lin Yan stood proudly with the magic blade thousand blades in one hand and the dragon sword in the other, clad in enemy blood, and at his feet, Long Wenjian had long since been reduced to a mess of flesh and mud, with only a head rolling down. Asterisk. Long Wenjian is dead. One of the imperial double walls was actually hacked to death in the street. Black Iron City stall. Many sensitive people, after being stunned, had great fear welling up in their hearts. Long Wenjian's status in the Longxia Empire was extremely high, and something happening to him in Black Iron City would definitely cause the Longxia Empire to be outraged. A bloody storm is near. This kid is really bold. How dare he really kill Long Qijin, Stana and the Grand Protector, who were tangling with Duande and Lin Feng. Froze. A golden hero, not even 10 minutes old, and he's been hacked to death alive. Even though the kid was using a kryptonite style of play, it would still be a serious event that would rock both empires. What? You two want to die too? Lin Yan grinned and looked towards Stana and the Grand Protector. Gollum. Now that Lin Yan had freed up his hands and was fighting 3 against 2, the two of them really didn't have much of a chance of winning. But for the sake of face, it's not like you can turn your head and run away. So for a while they all stopped and froze in place. Lin Yan sneered. Now that he had used quite a bit of the equipment he had just filled with kryptonite, and the dragon sword had arrived, he could not afford to fight with the Stana duo again. Besides, there wasn't enough time left to kill another one. Brother, the teleportation channel has been linked, so we can go once it stabilizes, Lin Feng reminded. Aha. Lin Yan nodded and didn't pay too much attention to Stana and the Grand Protector. Instead, his gaze looked scornfully in the direction of the Black Iron family. As expected, Long Wenjian just died. Rumbling sounds then came from the direction of the Black Iron family, and the originally clear sky seemed to be suppressed. Boom! The sound of breaking wind came, and a black shadow came from far away and stepped into the air. He wore black iron battle armor, his robe sleeves fluttered, and he held a halberd, as if he were a heavenly king. Sure enough, it startled the old thing to come. Lin Yan urged, "Hurry up, the big one is coming." More and more people noticed the figure stepping into the air, and all of them trembled in their legs. Black Iron King. Someone hissed out in disbelief. The Black Iron King, head of the Black Iron family, the founders of Black Iron City, a veritable king-rank powerhouse that could step into the air. Gollum, the Black Iron King who hasn't shown up for 10 years has actually shown up. The Longxia Empire's royal chief of guards died in the Black Iron City, and he definitely wants to take down the culprit to give the royal family an explanation. With a king-rank existence making a move, everything is out of suspense. The many strong people watching the scene scattered, hiding as far away as they could. The king's stage was a great class leap, not at all the same concept as the previous ascension. Every king is not to be disobeyed. Want to go? In the sky, the white-haired, black-armored, majestic old man sneered, with a large hand grasping downwards. A terrifying palm converged and took shape. I'll block. Fatty let out a low shout and rushed forward with his shield of thorns raised. Boom! The fat man's face turned white, and he immediately felt a force majeure, like a Tarzan pressing down on him. Now. What a goddamned numerical monster. A mouthful of blood spurted out of him. A huge 300W. came out of his head. Warrior. Fatty had already put up a fight, and the slap almost sent him straight back to the spring. Sure is awesome. Lin Yan looked at the black-armored old man in the sky. It was so terrifying even before releasing the king's domain. Once the other party exerted the realm of kingship, this slap would really kill Fatty. It seems that this Black Iron King is a king of all gold. Lin Feng's brain raced, his build speed accelerating crazily. Humph, the blood is quite thick. The Black Iron King slapped out another palm to break Lin Feng's spatial passage. Old thing, don't be too wild. Lin Yan chortled and directly offered his big card. Seal of Life and Death. Hundreds of Yin soldiers rushed out from the Seal of Life and Death. Although it was only a 1-cent treasure, the effect of using it was related to the summoner's own strength. The 100 Yin soldiers that Lin Yan summoned were all at the level of Yin generals. Each has over 100,000 blood. Under the terrifying palm, dozens of Yin soldiers burst into pieces one after another. But still, most of the Yin soldiers slashed towards the Black Iron King. This kind of void being, itself, could fly in the sky. Ha! The Black Iron King could no longer remain calm, staring dead on at the Seal of Life and Death in Lin Yan's hand, as if it was simply unbelievable. No, how can that be? The Black Iron King frowned. Dozens of Yin soldiers enveloped him, forcing him to use the realm of kingship. Buzz, the domain of kingship unfolded, and all the attributes of all the Yin soldiers dropped by half. Perish! The Black Iron King cast a ranged skill, and terrifying waves of energy shook out from his body, shattering dozens of Yin soldiers into slag altogether. Old thing, do you think you're invincible? Lin Yan dodged out from behind the Yin soldier and kicked the Black Iron King in the face. He then made a folding leap, utilizing a movement talisman, and retreated at a rapid pace. The Black Iron King was confused. The entire Black Iron City was silent, quiet enough to smell the needle. The Honorable Black Iron King, who had not been seen for 10 years. I can't believe I just came out and got kicked in the face. The black-armored old man was furious to the extreme, his whiskers fluttering about. Seek death. He roared furiously, and a devastating sonic shock was declared down like a wave. It's done. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Go! Lin Yan tugged the seriously injured Fatty, and Lin Feng plunged headlong into the spatial passage. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The moment they entered the passageway, a sea of sound waves fell, destroying every structure within a few hundred meters. The ground in the whole area was blown and caved in. Cackling, the Black Iron King clenched his fists. It was a strange shame for a king to make a move, and not only did he fail to keep a few juniors, but he was also kicked in the face. I will find you and make you beg for your life. With a flutter of his robe sleeve, he flew straight back to his house. Today, his old face has been disgraced. Buzz off! Lin Yan's trio leapt out of the spatial channel one after the other, a terrifying aura spewing out from within the channel. Yuan Tianrun had greeted him with a smile, but instantly his scalp went numb. It took a strike along with several Aurora heroes to quell the terrifying fluctuation. You guys are good. Who did this piss off again? I can't believe you're throwing such a big tantrum. Yuan Tianren breathlessly questioned to Lin Yan. Chapter 70, The Emptied Wang Blacksmith, the world's first blade. Hey, you have no idea how thrilling and exciting this one is. Fatty patted the dust on his body. Cannot wait to start bragging. Speaking is colorful. Not to go to the skit or losing talent. Yuan Tianren, a few listening to anxious. Said half a day but not to say the Book of Truth residual pages to hand yet. Let them scratch their hearts. It was only when they finally heard that the Black Iron King had made a move that they all couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really not easy for you all to survive that old man's strike. Yuan Tianren sneered. These guys are just too good at getting into trouble. Going to the Black Iron City once, not only killed the chief of guards of the Long Xia royal family, but also explosively kicked a king in the face. It's almost like it's going to flip. You guys are in big trouble this time. Yuan Tianren cried and laughed as he shook his head. Offend the Long Xia royal family and the Black Iron City, two forces at once. Think about it, his scalp numb. Who cares? That old fellow, the Black Iron King, wasn't a good bird in the first place, and is just cowering in Black Iron City to be king. No need to care about him. Blacksmith Wang waved his hand. As long as the remnants of the Book of Truth are brought back. Well, Qing Daozi nodded. Now that all the required treasures have been gathered, the awakening ceremony can begin. Lin Yan was also looking forward to it immensely. Wang Bauer is finally going to wake up, and the first God-given template he's been longing for will finally arrive. I'll get ready and start the awakening ceremony tonight. After Qing Daozi finished speaking, he stretched his hand with Lin Yan. What's that supposed to mean? Lin Yan played dumb. A gold card. You're not so black-hearted that you want to keep all our gold cards for yourself, are you? Qing Daozi said breathlessly. Ah, gold card ah. Lin Yan grinned and looked at Yuan Tianren. You pay the reward for this mission first, and I'll return your gold cards. Yuan Tianren was also speechless. We've been working together for such a long time. Don't we have this much trust? He then glanced at the mission and was instantly embarrassed. The Silver 5th Order quest issued to Lin Yan had actually been elevated to Bronze 6th Order. Inferno Emperor, you more or less carry a special buff on you. Why is it that every time you're given a quest, you manage to pull up the difficulty so much? Yuan Tianrun was already numb. He knew Lin Yan's temper, and without waiting for Lin Yan to knock on his door, he took the initiative to open his mouth. Say it, what compensation do you want? Lin Yan graciously shook his head. There is no need for any compensation. Yuan Tianrun couldn't believe it. You've changed sex, but just labor the blacksmith to repair a weapon for me. Lin Yan laughed. Okay, I'll take care of it. Wang Blacksmith agreed in one breath, but when he saw the eyes of the old village chief, he was shocked to realize whether he had fallen into the pit of Yin Di again. Old Wang, you're atmospheric. Lin Yan took out the dragon-marked sword. This sword has been covered in dust for a long time, and in the entire Longxia Empire, the only one who can fix it is you, old king. He doesn't mince words about blowing rainbow farts, because this matter is too important to him. Humph, that's true. I was the #1 forger in the Longxia Empire back then. Blacksmith Wang received the dragon sword with great confidence. 3 seconds later, he was petrified in place. Old Wang, waiting for your good news. Lin Yan took the opportunity to shove the gold card back into a few people's hands and slipped away after receiving the reward from Yuan Tianrun. After walking a long way out, he heard the pig-killing screams of several Aurora heroes. No, damn Yen Di, I'm going to kill you. Tell me, where's my money? Apart from the fact that Qing Daozi's small treasury was simply too thick for Lin Yan to spend, there are a few gold cards left, and basically every single one of them has been swiped to a miserable few thousand gold coins. That was the last conscience of Yenti. Damn little thief. Had I known he was so shameless, I wouldn't have settled the mission reward for him no matter what. Yuan Tianrun's heart aches. He won't be able to pay the wages of Underworld Village next month. Several people looked at Qing Daozi in unison. Hey, old Cheng, borrow some. Lin Yan held Shen Youwei's small hand. Walking on the road of the novice village, players are now either joining Truth or leaving the Under Village for the main city. Nowadays, the newbie village is mainly a quiet one. Only a few newly registered rookies are pouring in. Have you heard about it, Lin Yan? In today's morning report, the number of players who have registered for Divine Earth worldwide has surpassed 3 billion. Shen Youwei swiped the news with disbelief. Lin Yan nodded. With the exception of poor villages like Africa where computers were not even widespread, basically all humans in civilized societies had already registered. You've also broken through to the 3rd rank, elite professional? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Aha! Shen Youwei proudly puffed out her chest. Youwei is awesome, isn't she? Lin Yan nodded. It's quite, awesome. He passed the experience beat of beheading Long Wenjian to Shen Youwei. That's enough to get you up to the full 3rd rank, and you'd better have the blacksmith pass his core skills onto you in the next 2 days. Promise to finish the job. Shen Youwei gave a model salute. After shopping with Shen Youwei in the novice village and promoting a wave of affection, Lin Yan sent her back to the blacksmith store. He grinned. Old Wang, have the weapons been fixed yet? With a black line on his face, Wang Blacksmith took out the repaired dragon-marked sword, then threw it to Lin Yan. Don't hit on me again. I am literally out of every drop. He was truly hollowed out by Lin Yan. The gold cards have also bottomed out, and the weapons have all been given away. Now that he had been helped to repair a high-grade legendary weapon once more, he was now poor to the bone. Originally blacksmiths were supposed to make players money, but now they're being emptied by a player. I'm probably the wimpiest novice village blacksmith ever. Wang Hao lamented. Lin Yan monitored the situation, his eyes glowing, holding Wang Blacksmith's hand and thanking him again and again. Then in a peaceful nuclear atmosphere, he was blasted out of the smithy. Cheap. Lin Yan didn't care. After all, he had taken advantage of the blacksmith so much, it was normal for him to be a little angry. Find a spot where no one is. He began to fuse the equipment. Tap on the equipment properties of the Dragon Sword. Dragon Sword, Legendary, Level, 5th. Attack plus 40W. Attack speed plus 0.3. Blood drain plus 10%. Characteristics, Dragon Chant, active. Stimulates the spirit of the dragon within the weapon. Inflicts ranged sword chime damage. Blue consumption per second, 50 points. Dragon Tattoo, the user can awaken the Dragon Tattoo during battle. Agility plus 5. Broken armor, adds an additional 1W of damage to armor. Worthy of being the top weapon passed down from generation to generation by the imperial family of the Longxia Empire. It's really top. Lin Yan sked. I just don't know if Swordsman's Sword at its peak state is stronger or weaker than the Dragon Sword? He incorporated the dragon-marked sword into the Magic Blade 1000 Blades. All 3 features are inherited. The Breaker trait is merged with the Iron Sharpener trait. The Jedi Sword. He looked at the Magic Blade 1000 Blades in front of him with excitement. Magic Sword 1000 Blades, white, attack plus 55W, attack speed plus 0, 8, strike rate plus 10%, blood absorption plus 10%, agility plus 5. Characteristics, sharpening iron like clay plus, blowing hair off plus, 1000 blades, muddy blade, sword hero secret technique, sword hero battle spirit, dragon bard, dragon tattoo, 55W attack increase, 8 traits, plus many attributes, other than those king's weapons that are strong enough to subdue the country. This sword shall be the best in the world. Chapter 71, Truth Sect Leader Yuan Tiangang, The Battle of Destiny. Finally, there's an agility attribute, so I won't have to be so passive against the experts in the future. Lin Yan let out a long breath. And it's 5 o'clock as soon as it comes. Agility is the physical limit of what he can do in melee combat. And with agility plus 5, he can perform more unique techniques. With my swordsmanship, even if a hero encounters me, he can only be abused. Lin Yan was full of confidence. Unless you encounter a numerical monster like the Black Iron King, numerical crushing is unreasonable. Next, is the fusion of the swordsman legend equipment. Lin Yan looked at the sword hull lower body armor in his hand and was very emotional. Worthy of being the strongest existence in the strongest group of heroes, the undisputed strongest heroes since the founding of the Long Xia Empire. The equipment he got alone was 4 legends. That is to say, swordsman's entire body equipment is almost all legendary grade. Lin Yan lamented. Almost no one could put together a legendary equipment of the same rank, but the swordsman had done it, and this was the gold of the no. One hero of the Dragon Summer Empire. He fused swordsman's lower body armor, and his armor increased by over 1 million again. And its features are fused to provide a new feature. Last drop of blood, immunity to 1 lethal attack. Buzz. Lin Yan fused quite a few more lower body armor to soft hedgehog pants. He then opened his attribute panel. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Profession, warrior. Grade, 9. Life, 400. Armor, 1210W. Attack, 550025. Physical resistance, 1430. Mana resistance, 1425. Mana, 400. Move speed, 8. Attack speed, 3, agility, 5, blood recovery speed, 0, 5%, blood absorption, 10, 5%, strike, 21%, armor absorption, 2000, armor break, 11, 000, counter damage, 12, 000, equipment, hedgehog, white, soft hedgehog pants, white, swordsman's helmet, legendary, snowshoeing boots, legendary, magic sword 1000 blades, white. Ultimate artifact, unique, effect infinite fusion equipment, 4th order. Skills, stacked wave triple blade, 3 stars, inferno blade, 3 stars, 9 thunder flash, 3 stars, advanced scrying technique, 3 stars. Ability, not yet available. Treasure, seal of life and death, cloak of water, cloak of invisibility, fan of awakening heart, 500,000 attacks, more than 10 million armor, plus various traits and underpinnings, is enough. Lin Yan did some calculations and nodded. It's time to start the final scheming for the novice village. Night, Stygian village altar. Wang Baoer was lying in the center of the altar. Qing Daozi laid out all the treasures she needed by her side, by means of the divinity of the Book of Truth, the life force of the 10,000-year willow heart, the power of the cycle of life and death and the seal of birth and death is catalyzed. With the 9 turns of life and death, you will be able to completely remove her soul contract. Qing Daozi took the seal of life and death handed over by Lin Yan and surging spell power surged into it. The ceremony has officially begun. Wang Blacksmith, Yuan Tianren, Blind Monk and Wu Baihua were guarding the 4 directions, and the atmosphere was incomparably solemn and grave. Lin Yan brought Lin Feng, Fatty, Shen Youwei and Chu Qingxian to escort Qing Daozi. Truth will be here any minute to disrupt the ceremony, not to be taken lightly, Yuan Tianren reminded in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, the sound of breaking wind came, startling a flock of birds, and the sky was broken by the killing machine, the clouds scattering. So impatient. Yuan Tianren let out a furious laugh as a terrifying sword momentum rose behind him. With a palm swing, the sword chi swept through the entire neighborhood, and the truth cultists hidden under the cover of the night were all chopped to pieces. Gollum. Blood exploded. Hundreds of figures fell from the darkness, heads rolling. Ha, looks like you missed Kensho after he died. A grim voice came out. The black-robed masked man stood on the eaves, his eyes dripping with mockery. Even for his sake, you directly switched to the sword Dao. If you miss him so much, why don't you go and join him in hell? Obsessive stuff. Yuan Tianren snorted angrily. His body transformed into a sword chi, instantly killing the eaves of the house, using his finger as a sword, slashing down. Brother, you're getting old. The black-robed masked man flung his cape and drifted back like a bat. The whole house, all crumbled under Yuan Tianren's sword finger. These old matters will be settled later. Today is the day that Baoer's niece is freed from her curse. Do you have to make things worse? Yuan Tianren sternly questioned. Ho ho, Wang Baoer is the soul of the 7 heroes of Dawn. With your souls dead, you're just a bunch of losers. The black-robed masked man grinned. Do you think that I would watch her resurrect? Yuan Tianrun was furious, and his terrifying attack killed the black-robed man. It's all coming to an end. Let's battle it out today. The black-robed masked man stopped dodging and fought with Yuan Tianrun with his dual swords. Boom boom boom. The battle between the two great powerhouses was terrifying to the extreme, and wherever they passed, diamonds flew about and houses collapsed. And a couple other directions. Blacksmith Wang, Wu Baihua, and the blind monk also began to make their moves, each stopping one of Truth Sect's great enemies. The power between us was supposed to be balanced, and even in terms of cutting-edge combat power, we were a step behind. But if Qingdaozi can't spare a hand today, we'll have the advantage, and the underworld village is doomed to be wiped out. The black-robed man brayed and laughed. Do you think you can mess with my mind by saying that? Yuan Tianrun looked up to the sky and laughed. Not bad. I have switched to the sword Dao, but you and I were originally the same heavenly mechanic, so how could you not calculate that you're in big trouble tonight? The Great Tribulation? The black-robed man laughed coldly. I figured out the only variable. Isn't that player Yen D that you want to rely on? A dumbass who hadn't been descended long enough to battle was really not bad, but trying to rely on him to turn the tide tonight? I have to say, brother, you've gotten stupid. Stupid is what you are. Yuan Tianrun's eyes were cold. Tonight, it was a big game he had laid out for truth. Tonight, the cult of truth will be destroyed. Let your overthrow be a celebration of Baoer's awakening. Jia. Well, let's see us. Who can have the last laugh? Yuan Tianrun and the black-robed man were brothers and enemies. Both of them were extremely strong, killing until the dark clouds didn't dare to cover them, and killing until the gale stopped whimpering. The 4 directions of the battlefield and the underworld village were all incomparably chaotic, and the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The rookie players accepted the village guarding quest with a dumbfounded look on their faces, and when they saw the generous rewards, each of them thought that it was a welfare skyfall. But when it gets really big, you realize you're cannon fodder. The elite followers of the truth cult were able to cleave through a field of novice rookie players with a single slash. These players who kept resurrecting from the spring were resentful. Nima, what's with this game balance? I've just ING leveled up to 3, and I'm setting me up for countless dozens of leveled opponents to crusade against the newbie village. I'll you in the ass. The cries of the miserable players reached Lin Yan's ears, but he was in no mood to laugh. He looked at the black-clothed old man in front of him, his battle intent boiling. It's actually you. Oh, we're really meant to be. The black-clothed old man grinned, his smile as stiff as an old corpse. I really didn't expect that the Yen D that the sect master spoke of was you. This time, you can't escape. Chapter 72, The Difference Between a Son of Fortune and a Top Hangman. Yeah? Lin Yan looked at the old man in front of him and smiled morosely. I was puzzled when I didn't kill you last time, and this time it's you who will die. You really think you have hero-level combat power after killing Dragon Questioning Sword by relying on the Kryptonite battle method? The old man sneered and mocked. He was none other than the highest-ranked Grand Protector of the Truth Cult among the 3 heroic-level powerhouses at the Black Iron City auction that day. Killing a little silver hero like you was still incredibly easy. Lin Yan's killing intent was biting. Boss, let me help you. Fatty and Lin Feng all stepped forward. Shen Youwei drew her bow, and Chu Qingxian was building up her chi and blood, preparing to issue a martial artist stance. Lin Yan also took the time to make a Taiji fist set for Chu Qingxian, and the output was pulled full. Plus Fatty's armor-sharing skill. It could be said that nowadays, they all possessed the battle power of a hero's threshold, and could even crush bronze heroes. If you work well together, it may not be impossible to fight a battle against a high-level gold hero. The core squad is taking shape. Lin Yan felt relieved. The Great Protector frowned. Obviously, these young descendants behind Lin Yan were only level 30 or 40, but they caused him, a level 90 silver hero, to feel some pressure. Where does Underworld Village find all this outrageous? He muttered, a little abashed in his heart, and with a twinkle in his eye. He looked at Lin Yan. Kid, since you are so arrogant, do you dare to fight with me one-on-one? Yeah, Lin Yan nodded. The Great Protector sneered. After all, he was young and impetuous, and he could not recognize the agitation method. Lin Yan sneered and waved his hand at the fat guys. But it's the 5 of us, singling out one of you. Ha! The Great Protector was confused, his scalp instantly tingling. Yen Di's battle power alone made him feel pressured, and with 5 together, he definitely had no chance of winning. Fortunately, on the 4 directions of the Underworld Village battlefield, many experts had rushed through the encirclement net and killed the altar. When the Grand Protector saw the support arrive, his bottom line was immediately sufficient, and he laughed loudly. Compared to a group fight, our truth sect has never lost. After he said that, his figure spread out and he grabbed at Lin Yan like a falcon. Young Wei, you're in charge of remotely outputting the stragglers. Qing Shen, you'll handle any truth seekers that enter the range of the altar's cordon. Lin Yan began his tactical layout. Fatty, old brother, and I will kill this old man as fast as we can, then turn around and clear the battlefield. Yes, the core of the relationship of the five-man squad was Lin Yan, and at this moment, they naturally all listened to Lin Yan's dispatch. Snort! In Shen Youwei's hand, the willow demon arrow kept shooting out. The terrifying attack power came with armor penetration, and the truth cult stragglers couldn't withstand it at all, and were pierced through and through one after another. I'll add the gain. Shen Youwei cast the blacksmith's core skill, the 7 treasure glazed arrow. The blacksmith was a forger, and his favorite way to fight was to stack buffs, so Shen Youwei now switched to gain archer. You can bind your teammates with arrows to add beneficial buffs or shared buffs to your teammates. You can also mark enemies with negative buffs via arrows. My level is too low, so I can at most use the triple treasure arrow, which means I can make my teammates share 3 attributes with each other. Shen Youwei asked eagerly, what should I choose? Share my movement speed, your attack speed, and my agility. Lin Yan immediately said, yes. Shen Youwei's arrows were fired in quick succession, and everyone received attribute sharing. Holy, boss, you're so ridiculously agile. The fat man was confused. I can only do 50% attribute sharing right now, Shen Youwei reminded. I got a 2.5 increase in agility, which means, boss, your agility is at least at 5 points. The fat man sked. Normally, the agility attribute wouldn't be touched at all until the heroic rank, and Lin Yan is only at level 9. He has 5 points of agility. Simply inhuman. But, he's not the coolest. The one who was laughing the most right now was Lin Yan. Shen Youwei, as an archer, the free attribute points consumed by the attack speed increase were minimal, so Shen Youwei now had a full 5 points of attack speed. That means you can shoot 5 arrows a second. Lin Yan himself had 3 points of attack speed, and after adding the shared 2.5 points of attack speed, his attack speed hit 5.5 straight away. Keep in mind that his base attack is just 55W, even without using skills. At the very least, it can do 3 million points of damage in 1 second. What kind of horrible concept is that? A king stat monster like the Black Iron King would only do this much damage in 1 slap. Young Vivian, that's a really cool skill you have. Lin Yan gave her a thumbs up, and the Great Protector was tragic. Lin Yan's blade was so fast that it was a blur, faster than his level 90 silver hero attack speed. Where is this going to be justified? There's no defense at all. The Great Protector cried out in sorrow. Lin Yan's attack was so terrifying that even if he defended against it he would have to eat tens of thousands of impact damage. One that can't be defended against is 50W plus damage when slashed on the body. One more blast and it's millions of damage. His entire body, even with blood and armor, was only 9 million, and he was cut down by a third just after meeting. How could this be so outrageous? How could it be so outrageous? The Grand Protector's face was uglier than eating as he hissed. You actually hid so much strength that day. I get it. You're just trying to trap and kill me. You're so young, so deep. Lin Yan was laughed at by the Great Protector's stupidity. You're also worthy of asking me to hide my strength? The reality is, he really didn't have such a high output that day. Fatty and Linfeng were assisting Lin Yan in the battle on the left and right, but they increasingly felt that they had no presence. A single slash from Lin Yan did less than 100,000 damage, and the two of them together don't have 50,000. Brother Duan, do you think that the two of us here are a little bit of a chicken? Linfeng was devastated. He thinks he's sick enough as it is. Elite professionals alone had mastered high-level spells that were difficult to master even at the heroic level, and they even held top-level equipment and treasures in their hands. As a result, the fighting power is second to none by the brother. Lin Yan could see Lin Feng's frustration and smiled slightly inwardly. There is no way. This is the gap between the son of Qi and the top hanging. Old brother, you still slowly adapt. The Great Protector was furious. He had been famous for many years as he had traveled across the Jianghu. A level 90 silver great hero was actually being pressed by 3 youngsters, and they were even talking and laughing about it. Do you want to lose face? Alright, count yourself tough, but old me isn't that easy to pin down. The Great Protector shouted angrily and cast his core skill. Step on the snow. Buzz. The wind and snow condensed out of thin air under the feet of the Great Protector, and as soon as he stepped on it, his entire body was vaporized, and the damage from the attack was instantly halved. Touché. Stepping on the snowy path, his movement speed and agility skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the Lin Yan trio's encirclement, killing endlessly towards the Wang Baoer altar. No good. Lin Yan was shaken inwardly. The core skill of the Great Protector was actually a rare body technique class. Chapter 73 The Souls of the 7 Heroes of Aurora. Completely awakened. I have been famous for many years, relying on this core skill to intimidate many powerful people. The Great Protector was proud of himself to the point of saying, There are these body type core skills that come and go without a trace. As long as he didn't make a mistake and provoke the king, anyone who was targeted by him would have a headache. Die. He looked at Wang Bauer with cold eyes. At the heart of everything today, it's all about killing Wang Paiyi. As soon as he succeeded in his mission, everything would be over, and the fight between the Truth Sect and the Underworld Village would be won or lost. Boom boom boom. On the battlefield in the four directions, several people from Blacksmith Wang also noticed this scene, and they were all anxious in their hearts, itching to instantly move over to rescue them. However, the top powerhouses of the Truth Sect were not weak, and now that they were old and still carrying injuries, they could not get away for a while. Oh, brother, is that what you call a variable? It doesn't work either. Yuan Tiangang looked at Lin Yan and laughed and taunted to disrupt Yuan Tianrun's mind. When top experts dueled, just revealing a single break would be fatal. It's too early to talk about winning or losing. Yuan Tianrun's face was calm and unperturbed. I think you just won't die until you see the Yellow River. Yuan Tiandong's aura was even stronger, and his exchange with Yuan Tianrun became even more intense. Trying to stop me from taking the divine gift template? You already have a way to get killed. The killing chance in Lin Yan's eyes was potent to the extreme. 3 treasures to 1. Speed up. Shen Youwei's battle intuition was very strong, and she directly suspended the attribute sharing of the other 3, specializing in providing a single attribute to Lin Yan alone, movement speed gain. This directly doubled Lin Yan's movement speed. Shift increases abruptly from 8 to 16. Shatter. He crushed the shift potion, and shift was once again +2. Tread the wind. The snow treading and wind walking boots feature is activated, doubling your movement speed once again, reaching a staggering 36. Burn. He took out the return to 1 talisman treasure he had found at the auction and set it ablaze. Snort. He threw 10 more small transfer talismans into the fire, and they were eventually melted by the return to 1 rune treasure into a single directional transfer talisman. Song in the snow. The effect of the stance skill is doubled. 9 lightning flashes. Lin Yan moved. Originally, the limit distance of the 9 heavy thunder flash was 100 meters, but with Snow Zhengge's enhancement, it directly swept over a distance of 200 meters. Using the directional shift talisman again, he instantly crossed another 100 meters, instantly catching up to the Great Protector. The Grand Protector looked at Lin Yan, who had suddenly appeared behind him, as if he had seen a ghost. How is it possible? Old piker, you're rejoicing too soon. Lin Yan's bloodshot eyes. A whopping 36 points of movement speed makes him fast as lightning. Are you a demon? The Great Protector's scalp exploded. One had to know that he was a level 90 silver hero, casting his stance-type core skill, and his movement speed was barely 35. That kind of movement speed should have been unbeatable in the hero phase, but it was stiffly overpowered by a rank 9 munchkin. Die for me. In order to catch up with the Great Protector, he had almost played his bottom card. That is all money. Rumble. This blade of his was so fast that it cut thunder in the air. A slash with the fury of a painful loss of vast sums of money. Terrible to the point of being unbearable. Sword Soul Secret Skill. Skill effect doubled. Top quality Blitz Potion. Skill 100% Blitz. Lin Yan frantically flung out his bottom card. With each use of the same, the more terrifying the rage that was attached to this blade, the more terrifying it became. Stacked Waves 3 Blades. Inferno Blade. Folding Blade. Sword Hero Battle Spirit. Kill. The dark night sky echoed with the sound of knives like a thunderstorm. In just 3 seconds, Lin Yan had emptied all of his skills. 200W, 230W, 280W, 300W. This wave of explosive to the extreme output, just 4 slashes killed the Terrify to the extreme Great Protector in the air. The 2 slashes that followed spilled out in pure damage, chopping the body of the Great Protector into shreds of foam. An eerie silence fell over the scene for a moment. The besieging truthers didn't move, and several of the aura heroes looked stunned. Yuan Tiangang and a group of Truth Sect executives, but also directly into the numbness. Boss, you're awesome to the heavens. Fatty was the first to awaken from his stupor and exclaimed, the output, it's just blown up to the max, worthy of the name of Yen Di. Damn old ghost, finally dead. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yan received all the items that the Great Protector had exploded into his backpack and took a few deep breaths. Large beads of sweat flowed down from his forehead. Stone hard, a little overdraft. He was happy with his extreme output numbers. Originally, the basic attack was 500,000, and all skills basically inflicted 1.5 times the damage benefit of the attack, which was 750,000. The Sword and Soul Secret technique doubles the power of the skill to 1.5 million thresholds. The top Blitz Potion allows the skill to also have a Blitz effect, thus only hitting that shocking 3 million attack data. A set of continuous moves, all in one go, silky smooth and incomparable, decapitating a level 90 silver hero. Hey, Xing, what's wrong with you? Hurry up, it cost me a lot to kill him, and you'll have to make it up to me after this battle. Lin Yan looked towards Cheng Daozi, who had a numb face. Oh, I know. Saiduko stiffened and turned his neck, continuing to maneuver. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Tianrun's unrestrained laughter echoed. Tian gang. It seems that after so many years of switching to the sword Dao, my grasp of heavenly chances is still stronger than yours. How have you been practicing all these years? Cultivated to a dog. How calm his face was just now. How panicked his heart was. Now that the big picture was settled, the great protector of the truth sect was dead, and there was no one else who could stop Wang Bauer from being resurrected. Cackling, Yuan Tiangong's veins rippled on his forehead as he stared deathly at Lin Yan, his tone chilling. This is simply impossible. There were no loopholes in his calculations, but unfortunately, Lin Yan was too buggy. Who could believe that a level 9 could reverse chop a level 90? There is simply no god. The victory has been won or lost. My brother. Yuan Tianren's domineering palm pressed down, and the terrifying sword chi swept away everything along the way. No, I will never lose. Yuan Tiangong's eyes were bloodshot. Even if I lose, I won't lose at the hands of a traitor to the empire like you. Humph. Yuan Tianrun was about to make a final duel engagement with Yuan Tiangang, when he suddenly realized something, and his footsteps lurched as he looked in the direction of the altar. Buzz. On the altar, the power of life and death operated, and on Wang Bauer's forehead, black gas steamed, manifesting a blood-colored contract. In the end, that contract was worn out by the power of life and death, turning into ashes that floated. It worked. Cheng Daozi couldn't help but shout freely. Well, on the altar, the seductive yet innocent girl frowned, then slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils were clear and bright. She sat up, and the power of her mind, suppressed for years, turned into a storm and swept out with a roar. Terrible pressure enveloped the sky over the medieval village, announcing an indisputable fact. The souls of the 7 heroes of Aurora, completely awakened. Chapter 74, Yuan Tianrun, fight with me? You are still young. Withdraw. Feeling the mind pressure that filled the sky, Yuan Tiangong's face was gloomy, knowing that things were no longer possible and he could only give up. Pom. The Truth Sect siege immediately collapsed, frantically retreating towards the outside of the underworld village. He was chased all the way to the border of the underworld village before he managed to escape. It's almost over. Yuan Tianrun looked at Yuan Tiangong's disappearing form, flung his robe sleeve, and returned to the underworld village altar. Uncle Yuan. Wang Bauer had already returned to normal by now. Her breath collected. Bauer, how do you feel? Wang Blacksmith was so excited about his daughter being lost and found that he was trembling with excitement at the moment. After 2 more hours at most, it should be back to normal. Wang Bauer took a deep breath. When she had just awakened was the weakest time. That's why she forcefully released her pent-up mind power to scare away Yuan Tiangang. Otherwise, if the Truth Sect fights to the death, victory or defeat may not be a foregone conclusion. Good. Now that the great protector of the Truth Sect is dead and Bauer has been able to recover, the Truth Sect is completely inadequate to worry about. Wu Baihua said happily. Wang Bauer shook her head. We must hurry to smash the Truth Cult base. It's best to move now. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not too late to go when you've gotten better, is it? Blacksmith Wang hurriedly advised. He was very afraid that Wang Bauer would make any more mistakes. No, Wang Bauer explained. The Truth Cult has been preparing the creation called King's Golem. Before, they took the risk of stealing the zombie king's blood from the underworld village by trickery, and they were also preparing for the king's puppet. Yuan Tianren instantly remembered the matter of the stolen king's blood. His mind had been fully focused on saving Wang Bauer in the past few days, and he had neglected this matter. Good. The truth halls are roaring with machinery and seem to be building something terrible. Lin Yan said with certainty, if they really cause it, it will be terrifying. With his knowledge, he had naturally heard of the king's puppet, but according to the plot of The Last Life, the king's golem would not appear until much later. It's just as a newbie village destroyed, zombie king reborn, King Lu's true spirit revived, and the seal of life and death reappeared. This plot is just a backdrop setting. Once the truth cult succeeds, the king's puppet will possess the battle power of a false king, and it is not something we can resist. Wang Bauer shook her head. These years she was equivalent to undercover truth cult and knew too many secrets. What? False king battle power? Yuan Tianren all shuddered inwardly. Now that they were all old and suffering from old injuries, their battle power was less than a third of what it had been at their peak, and they were missing the strongest combatant in the form of Sword Hero. Trying to fight against the false king was no longer possible. As far as I know, to cast this kind of golem, you need the divinity of the remnants of the Book of Truth to serve as the center energy, right? Lin Yan was on fire inside. Nice. Wang Bauer wasn't a stupid person. Lin Yan was so powerful and still pressed not to ascend. He must be scheming for a divine gift template. The attraction of the remnants of the Book of Truth to him could be imagined. If we can get the remnants of the Truth Cult's page, and then the page of the Long Xia royal family, Just make it 3 pages and you can get the second Divine Providence template. Lin Yan was incredibly excited. Now that he was strong enough, the rest of the road was a straight path, and he would basically be invincible to the Long Xia Empire after leaving the novice village. At least the Divine Providence templates and the 2 major empires editions were easily accessible to him. When the time comes, it's just upgrading like a drink of water. Yes, although he had been refraining from leveling up for the sake of the Divine Providence template, it didn't mean that he didn't feel shabby about his measly level 9. In that case, you do have to beat the hell out of them. Blind Sam also spoke up. Yuan Tianran nodded. Originally tonight's layout was to counterattack immediately after Wang Bao awakened. However, Paul Wong was not in a good state after awakening, and out of concern, this choice was not made. It is estimated that the king's golem will be built by tomorrow at the latest. Wang Bao said eagerly, "Don't worry, Uncle Yuan, I'll recover more or less on the way. Let's set off quickly." "You're just fine. How can you be allowed to participate in battle?" Blacksmith Wang shook his head repeatedly. "I'm the only one who knows the truth cult like the back of my hand. You will suffer greatly if you go in blindly." Paul Wong argued his case, although Lin Yan wanted to say that he also knew the truth cult like the back of his hand, but thinking that since Wang Bao was willing to be a guide, he would save himself the trouble. That's probably just lazy people being lazy. Moreover, Big Brother Yuan still has to guard the altar, and the Long Xia royal family side is keeping a close eye on us. Therefore, even if tonight is a special duel, Big Brother Yuan is absolutely not allowed to leave the village. Saiduko was sober. In fact, there's another reason that the Aurora heroes know all too well. The truth cultist Yuan Tiangang is the brother of the old village chief. We can't really let them fight each other, can we? With many thoughts, Blacksmith Wang could only nod his head in agreement. Don't worry, Brother Yuan, we'll try our best to tie Tiangang back alive. We won't kill him until we have to. Wu Baihua patted her raging chest and assured, "There's no need. Don't let yourselves get hurt because of your concern for that sinful animal. If you need to kill him, kill him. I've long been disappointed in him, and I can't wait to kill him with my own hands," Yuan Tianren said in a cold voice. He then looked at Ling Yan. "Little friend Yan Di, I can't make a move tonight, so I'll have to ask you to make another move." Lin Yan just wanted to agree. "I know, you don't have to say much. As long as you smash the truth cult base, I'll give you the last piece of Big Brother sword hose equipment." Yuan Tianren stopped Lin Yan's words and sent him a quest in the meantime. Lin Yan was speechless. Before, he wanted to knock on the door, and old man Yuan was 100 times more reluctant. Tonight, because he wanted the remnants of the Book of Truth too much, he didn't even think about knocking on the door, but it turned out that he gave out his equipment voluntarily instead. But don't for nothing, he took the quest directly. It seems that one still has to be able to stay calm in order to gain unexpected benefits. Lin Yan inwardly began to summarize his success. Moreover, it's also important to establish a persona. As long as you're good at knocking on the door and knocking on the door, the other party will naturally give the benefit of the doubt once they get used to it. Then what are you waiting for? Get going, Lin Yan urged. Once the king's puppet was successfully refined, the Book of Truth would be completely fused with the puppet center, and it would be too late to repent then. Yes, depart at once. Several of the underworld village's top combatants, with a few of Lin Feng's disciples, and most of the underworld village's armed forces, set off together towards the truth religion. The players in the novice village also received a quest. Even though they were just trash, it was nice to fill up the numbers and get some momentum, also commonly known as the atmosphere crew, or cheerleaders. It wasn't until the large force disappeared from view that the old village chief realized that something was wrong. I always feel that something is wrong. Yes, why is this kid Yan Di so active tonight? Weighed down by the ambivalence that his brother might be killed tonight, his mind was just now reeling. It's a God-given template. Yuan Tianran understood, then smiled faintly and shook his head. It's just that he was supposed to be the heir I chose for Brother Sword Ho. The gear was meant to be a gift to him. Unfortunately, if he wasn't willing to worship his master, he would have to send him through a quest. Hey, haha, little brat, fight with old man? You're still young. He felt suddenly pleasant, and all the mixed feelings he had about his brother dissipated quite a bit. Walking at a brisk pace towards home. Chapter 75 Clueless Players. King's Golem. This is the truth cult base. Lin Yan pointed to the cave in front of him. That's a lot of hiding. Blacksmith Wang frowned and spat. Hidden in the mountains. The truth cult has dug a huge dungeon. There are 3 levels and 4 cards of truth and 3 layers of defense. Wang Bauer was just about to explain the truth cult's layout map clearly. It was then that he saw Blacksmith Wang transform into a blood red light and charge straight over. He had long hated this sinful place that had victimized his daughter for so many years, and now that he was finally able to take revenge with his own hands, of course he couldn't wait. All gain to me, Wang Blacksmith roared as many lights flashed on his body, and layer after layer of buffs erupted from within him. Boom boom boom. Many pieces of equipment were flung out by him and popped right on the defense shield. He then blasted his fist on the defense shield. Click, click, click. Instantly, the ground shook and the entire defense shield shattered. Along the defense shield, rolling boulders fell from the mountains all around and the earth cracked. Asterisk. That was fierce. Lin Yan marveled. This was the Aurora hero's full-strength stance under bursts of rage. He was somewhat grateful. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party didn't put up a fight at all the time he fought with Wang Blacksmith, he wouldn't have been able to go through so many moves with the other party. The outermost layer of the formation is only for detecting the enemy and has the weakest protective effect. Wang Bauer covered her forehead. Why was her old dad so impulsive? Buzz. The second layer of the defense formation was activated, and the terrifying energy converged into a giant sword of energy that chopped down furiously towards Blacksmith Wang. I'll help you. Wu Baihua flew up. As a Budokai, melee explosive damage is her strongest suit. Shatter me. Wu Baihua grabbed the blade of the giant sword. Then her body transformed into the most terrifying weapon. Every part of her body was a killing weapon. Boom 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 boom. In just a few seconds, she actually relied on her physical body to blast that energy giant sword alive. A female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Duanda watched in a daze. Humph. My master's nickname is Bullyflower. Chu Qingxian smiled proudly. Get out of the way. You too. The old man's forbidden spell is complete. Qing Daozi's big move had already been brewed, and his big hand pressed towards the formation. Move. Wu Baihua grabbed Wang Blacksmith and flashed away. Rumble. 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 The 10-feet-long flame dragon swept across the sky and crashed into the defense formation. Pom! The fire dragon exploded and the entire formation was destroyed. Terrifying pulses of energy emanated out, blowing people's clothes and robes fiercely. The entire mountain protected by the formation was set ablaze by the fiery flames from the fire dragon's dispersal, illuminating the dark morning sunlight as bright as day. Holy! This is the battle power of a novice village NPC. Naya! I'm playing a fake online game. Too damn handsome. I will become a super mage in the future. The players who came with to complete the mission were all confused. The scene was so big that it was completely beyond their perception at this stage. I think they were temporarily beefed up to get past the plot. It's so that we can see the special effects of the battle after a high level. I'll admit the game does have a little something that almost scared the piss out of me just now. A novice village NPC. I guess the level is not high. Let's just casually rise 2 more levels to have such a wild and cool battle special effects. Let's go for it. The players were abuzz with excitement and emotion from all of them. Kill the cult of truth and capture Yuan Tiangang alive. Qing Daozi bellowed. Charge with me. The 2 golden heroes, Wang Tiefling and Wu Baihua, opened the way and led the underworld village soldiers and players towards the truth cult's underground base. Along the way God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. Couldn't stop it at all. Let's go find the king's golem. After enjoying the big scene, Lin Yan said to the fat guys. Wang Bauer was still weak and swept the rear with the blind monk. Qing Daozi was the core output plus the chief commander of the battle, and the matter of destroying the king's puppet naturally fell on Lin Yan's shoulders. What a familiar smell. Lin Yan wrinkled his nose. The dungeon is filled with the putrid stench and the rotten smell of bad air. Last time he came he had to be careful and wear an invisibility cloak. This time, it is to kill and openly. Who dares to stand in his way? Snort! The team of 5 traveled through the dungeon, and along the way, they encountered a number of truthists and players who had joined the truth cult side. Unfortunately, the strength of these people was far too different from the 5-man squad. All of them were put down like cut wheat. The newbie players following Lin Yan were dumbfounded. Are these guys really players? How come they're so ridiculously strong? Novice village NPCs can be so strong. They probably played a month earlier than us and just ascended. We'll soon be this strong too. Really looking forward to it. Lin Yan smiled slightly as he heard the discussion in the player group. It seems that every group of players has their own know-it-all. That's Emperor Yan, the guy who was rated as arrogant obsolete by the online gaming know-it-all. The players who joined the truth cult were also confused. Game Know-It-All has posted before. It says that joining the truth cult is the correct way to play the game, and that staying in the underworld village is a dead end, and you won't be able to level up at all. But nowadays, not only Lin Yan, but the few old players around Lin Yan were also strong as hell. Is this what he calls a dead end? Grandma, a waterfall of third-order elite professionals, and they're all almost full-leveled. Are the benefits of staying in the late stage of the novice village so high? The only Yen emperor still stuck at the first rank, and his battle power is still so perverted. These players discussed indignantly, and they were all killed. There was no more discussion in the arena. After resurrection, they naturally saw the form. The underworld village army was too fierce, and going to support them after resurrection was nothing more than a meaningless death. So they either huddle at the spring and surrender on their knees, or they sneak away. Especially those labor players who had been electrocuted by the truth cult were frantically running out of the room at the moment. Thank you Yendi for liberating us. You'll be thanked when you get out. These players are crying out in pain. Lin Yan didn't sympathize with these players and even wanted to laugh. You can be electrocuted as a laborer for playing a game, and your IQ is no good. How can you expect them to repay you for this kind of stupidity? Die for me. An angry cry came. The top experts of the truth sect were all guarding the hall, and when they saw Lin Yan arrive at that moment, they all frantically struck out at him. I'll see who dares to hurt him. Blacksmith Wang and Wu Baihua rushed over and stopped these experts. You focus on destroying the king's golem. We're here. Qing Daozi bellowed. Good. Lin Yan nodded. His purpose was originally the remnants of the Book of Truth, and he naturally begged for someone from the experts of the truth cult to help him out. Phew! Flying to the center of the hall, he ripped off the huge blindfold, revealing a giant humanoid creation in it that stood over 10 meters tall. Found you, Lin Yan said excitedly. However, before he could laugh out loud, the dull gray eyes of this terrifying man-made giant unexpectedly brightened up. Boom! The king's golem's body moved immediately afterward, and with a slap, it pressed down towards Lin Yan. Chapter 76, The Cool Lin Yan, The Furious Yuan Tiangang. ********. Lin Yan was inwardly shocked. This king's puppet had already fused successfully. If that's true, it's dangerous. Although he was not afraid of the golden hero nowadays, he was also very self-aware that he could only run away in the face of the false king's battle power. Is this even Yuan Tiangong said within his set? Qing Daozi and Blind Monk all had stony faces. No, if the fusion had really succeeded a long time ago, he would have just directly released the king's puppet to swamp the underworld village. Why would he need to lure us here? Wang Bao's mind was delicate, and she reminded in succession. Nice. Lin Yan was also relieved inwardly, and in order to verify what was in his heart, he took the initiative to rush up and shake the giant hand of the king's puppet. Boom! The dungeon trembled. Lin Yan took several steps backward, but there was joy in his eyes. This king's golem's damage was merely over 700,000, far from a pseudo-king level battle, but even so, he couldn't read the king's golem's damage data because the level difference was too high. Gotta get the scrying true eye skill. Lin Yan's ability to kill enemies across levels was simply too strong nowadays. Killing to the point where even advanced probing techniques couldn't detect the enemy's data was feared to be the first person in the divine soil. Humph. Seeing that the intimidation ploy had failed, Yuan Tiangang sighed. Originally, he had only planned to slightly activate the king's puppet to scare away the experts of the underworld village, and wait until tomorrow, when the puppet would be able to turn into its full form and sweep away everything. Surely the biggest variable. Yuan Tiangang looked at Lin Yan, and the murderous intent in his eyes boiled even more. However, now that he was being attacked by Wu Baihua and Wang Blacksmith jointly, he couldn't spare his hands to deal with Lin Yan, so he could only keep cursing him inwardly. Darn it, my core skill is not a curse class. Boom! Lin Yan directly threw out a bunch of defensive magic treasures and scrolls as the king's puppet's attack shattered many defense shields. However, Lin Yan's attacks were faster than his, and the damage efficiency was calculated to be higher than that of the king's golem. 7 Treasure Glazed Arrow, Homo Sapiens Armor Sharing, Forbidden Spell, Wood Recovery, Fire Phoenix Battle Technique. Shen Youwei, Duan De, Lin Feng and Chu Qingxian all fought hard, using their respective core skills. These brats, how one is more outrageous than the other. Yuan Tiangang was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Yes, Lin Yan felt exhilarated. Shen Youwei's assist doubled his attack speed, and Fatty gave him several million more armor out of nowhere. Lin Feng's forbidden spell doubled the speed at which his armor recovered, and he even had the time to create spatial passages for him to dodge away from the heavy blows of the king's golem. Although Chu Qingxuan's Fire Phoenix battle technique could not provide him with a direct boost, it could provide a notable control effect. Even a creation as massive as the king's golem can hit the stalemate effect multiple times. All at once is equivalent to hanging 4 auxiliary plugins. It's so cool. Invincible. Lin Yan was killing to his heart's content. Various skills and frantic chopping blows continued to fall, and the king's golem's supposedly indestructible body was suddenly covered in scars. Fighting like this isn't an option. The king's golem's armor value is too high. Lin Yan could barely make out its stats after injuring it. It's hard to see exactly, but, king's golem, creation, grade, blood, armor, skills, characteristics, treasure, 9 digits behind the armor. That means that the rest of its armor has at least 100 million more. Lin Yan's scalp went numb. How long is this going to take to cut? The fatigue value of God Earth is a hidden attribute that is not displayed on the panel, but if you fight for too long, your status will decline accordingly, and you may even end up not being able to wield your sword. Hundreds of millions of armor. Even if the blade does 500,000 damage, it's still 200 slashes. Not to mention that the king's golem's means of protection were extremely varied and basically only 8 impact damage, and 1 out of 10 slashes would be good if it could deal effective damage. Boom boom boom. The king's golem made the king's trample, and his big foot fell, cracking the ground. Lin Yan dodged left and right, and the people of the underworld village looked over anxiously, fearing that Lin Yan's squad would suffer any losses. Little Feng, give me spatial channels to construct a platform at the chest of the king's golem. Lin Yan drank. Yes. Lin Feng's left hand turned into a circle and his right hand drew a square. Space channel. Iron armor generation. Snort. In the chest of the king's golem, the iron armor automatically derived and constructed a standing point. The spatial passageway manifested, and Lin Yan appeared directly on the iron armor platform. This fight is so comfortable. Lin Yan grinned. Although Lin Feng wasn't too high leveled and his damage wasn't too strong, he understood spells too well. Just being able to comprehend spells that dabbled in space at the current rank could be called the strongest aid. Die for me. Lin Yan let out a low roar and slashed violently at the king's golem's chest armor. Little brat, are you suffering from insanity? The chest armor of the king's golem is the thickest, defense is the highest. Yuan Tiangang deliberately made a mocking sound, but in reality, he was panicking internally. The damn brat seems to have found some more tricks. Oh, the more anxious the enemy is, the more it proves that I've chosen the right direction, isn't it? Seeing Yuan Tiangang's reaction, Lin Yan knew that his guess was right, grinned, and slashed the king's golem's chest armor even harder. Fatty, block the attack. Coming boss. Fatty was sent to the metal platform by Lin Feng with a space jump, using the shield of thorns to harden against the king's golem's chest-pounding attack. Bang bang bang. Fatty had a bitter face. Boss, this attack is too fierce. I may not be able to hold out for long. Don't worry, Lin Yan explained as he chopped. The weakness of the king's puppet lies in the center hub. This place is wrapped so tightly. It's definitely where the center hub is. The more heavily defended a place is, the more deadly it is for the enemy. Damn, how does he know so much about the king's golem? Yuan Tiangang gritted his teeth in disbelief. Not only was this kid's battle power heaven-defying, but he also seemed to know everything. It was simply bad luck to make enemies with him. Roar! Yuan Tiangang knew that if he didn't stop Lin Yan, everything would be lost. He directly ignited the fire in his chest and unleashed his core skill, the Big Dipper's true body. Outside of his body, countless astral chi dazzled and converged into a 3-meter-tall astral true body. Boom boom boom. The real body swings wildly, and the attack speed and knockback effects are terrifying to the extreme. Buzz. Even Wang Blacksmith and the melee Tyrannosaurus Rex Wu Baihua were blindsided for a moment and could only passively defend themselves as they were blasted 100 meters away. Die for me. Yuan Tiangang contained infinite rage as he slapped his palm down towards Lin Yan. This palm contained the Big Dipper's true chi, and the Heavenly Chance curse. It could be called his strongest palm nowadays. Lin Yan's killing spirit was so fierce that he turned around and shouted angrily. Come on, deadly battle. Who's afraid of who? Meh. Just as Yuan Tiangang was about to slap his palm on Lin Yan's chest, Lin Feng, who had long since received the internal news of Lin Yan's group, instantly constructed a spatial passage. Buzz. Lin Yan and Fatty instantly disappeared. Yuan Tiangang immediately blank brain. Lin Yan stood in front of the chest of the king's puppet. His palm is too fierce. Simply cannot collect the momentum. No. Rumble. This palm hit the king's puppet squarely in the chest. Endless shockwaves scattered, echoing throughout the dungeon. Trill follow E. Yang. Get the author's latest news yo. Chapter 77. It is not the crime of war that I have failed in my plan, but it is the fate of heaven. Click click click. As the dust and smoke cleared, the chest armor of the king's golem began to crumble and fall off in pieces. Everyone froze. The scene fell into an eerie silence. A lot of people wanted to laugh, but felt it wasn't a good time. The corners of Yuan Tiangong's mouth kept trembling, actually being treated like a monkey. The key was in front of so many people. Thanks old Yuan. Lin Yan waved from the side, laughing recklessly. I'll kill you. Yuan Tiangang exploded with anger and continued to kill Lin Yan. Enough. I see you really don't take me seriously. After Wu Baihua was shaken back, the female Tyrannosaurus attribute erupted and directly opened her core skill. Her body transformed into a fire phoenix and flew at Yuan Tiangang. Humph. Yuan Tiangang grunted angrily and had to give up on Lin Yan. Wu Baihua's melee ability was too terrifying, and now that the fire phoenix battle technique was on, he had to deal with it carefully. And me. The king's blacksmith holds a sledgehammer with 7 jewels set in it. These 7 gems were Wang Blacksmith's core skill, the 7 treasure glass manifestations, each of which added a strong buff to him, causing his battle power to soar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yuan Tiangang was under a lot of pressure. Facing the 2 Aurora heroes at full strength, it was simply difficult for him to sustainably fight against them. Space Channel. Lin Yan bellowed. In the next moment, with the help of Lin Feng's passage, he once again arrived at the king's golem's chest. Found you. His eyes brightened as he yanked out the remnants of the Book of Truth hidden in the king's golem hub. 2 remnant pages. To the hand. Boom! The king's golem lost its divinity and could no longer move, falling on its back with a loud crash. Smash a lot of innocent players. As the dust dispersed, Lin Yan held the magic sword Thousand Blades, stepping on the chest of the king's golem and looking around the room. The momentum is set. Who dares to resist? The domineering voice of questioning emboldened many truthers. The great protector is dead, and the king's puppet, which is regarded as the ultimate killing weapon, has also fallen. The end is indeed doomed. Gradually, many of the congregants began to lay down their arms and give up their resistance. Many other truthers broke down and ran wildly in all directions. Many truth players also took advantage of the chaos to flee. In the crowd, 2 gray-headed men and women turned their heads back, and it was none other than Duke Poison and Mu Qingwan. The 2 of them had been killed as minions for who knows how many times, and if they didn't hurry up and run, they were going to fall back to level 1 again. Damn, how can he be this strong? The Poison Duke gritted his teeth. His back was against the Great Guild, but he was now weaker than cannon fodder. Instead, Lin Yan has grown to the point where he can act as a pivotal presence in any major plot twist like this, or even a strong person who can fight with legendary figures and ultimate creations. Mu Qingwan's eyes flowed. She had to admit that she had looked away, and it was her mistake to not pay attention to Lin Yan from the start. Unfortunately, now that he has become such a glorious and shining powerhouse, even if I wanted to seduce him, I'm afraid it would be difficult to succeed. She regretted it immensely and said inwardly, it seems that she can only go to her mother for advice. With her skill in playing with men, she can definitely make Lin Yan fall in love with me again. The scene became more and more chaotic and the momentum tipped. Who dares to surrender? Yuan Tiangang fought until his hair was disheveled, roaring like thunder and fury. You're on your own. Stop screaming. Wang Bauer sneered and provided long-range support with Qing Daozi, a space archmage and a mind mage, both terrifyingly incomparable. Yuan Tiangang looked in shock and realized that several of the Truth Sect's top experts had already been disposed of by a few of the blind monks' combined efforts. The great power is gone. The momentum is gone. He looked at the chaotic dungeon, his eyes filled with sadness, and he could not help but cry out in anger. I failed in my plan. It is not a crime of war. It is indeed the fate of heaven. He was right in saying this. Lin Yan, who was the biggest variable, was just too buggy. Otherwise, with Yuan Tiangong's scheming, it could definitely be a great plan. Lin Yan doesn't deny this either, because, in the original timeline, the Cult of Truth managed to build the perfect king's puppet and used the mind puppet king poet to breach the underworld village from the inside. Yuan Tiangang himself broke down the altar and brought the zombie king, Evil Qi, back to life from his seal. The remnants of King Lu's soul also revived to fight one last battle for the living. After that battle, the seal of life and death came out completely, triggering the next Scourge episode. But now, everything has changed. Lin Yan whispered, to the afterlife. The blind monk mouthed the mantra of the past life, and the row was not at all on the same level as Fatty. The entire underground city was enveloped by the scriptures, with golden light emanating from it, truly as if the western world of ultimate bliss had descended. Suppress the seal. Qing Daozi also roared as the terrifying spatial power formed layer after layer of spatial cocoons. What are you going to do? Yuan Tiangang roared. Nico. The fire phoenix claw transformed by Wu Baihua captured Yuan Tiangang with one hand. Wang Blacksmith used all his arm strength to tackle his other arm. Mind attunement. Wang Bauer's hands changed, and the terrifying power of her mind turned into substance, harmonizing and coalescing these several forces. In the end, the power of the past life, the power of the mind, and the cocoon of space merged into one, transforming into a terrifying seal. Yuan Tiangang, who had his arms bound, could not resist this seal at all. Yuan Tiangang, would rather die than be captured. Yuan Tiangang wanted to blow himself up, but under the combined power of the 5 Aurora heroes, this struggle paled in comparison. Soon, he was completely subdued in the cocoon of space, unable to move a single bit. Fatty, Shen Youwei, Chu Qing, and Lin Feng all looked mesmerized. Although they have learned the core skills, they are still too young compared to the Aurora heroes proper. This kind of actual combat by strong people was equivalent to teaching by word and example, and they gained a great deal. Lin Yan also had a serious face. Although he wasn't afraid of normal golden heroes anymore, he would still have his scalp numb when facing an Aurora hero level powerhouse at full strength. You know, they don't even have a third of the battle power than they did at their peak. Even so, 5 Aurora heroes united could be powerful to this extent. Yuan Tiangang is already strong enough, but it's a pity that he met these 5 monsters. Lin Yan knew that he still had a long way to go. After all, the third page of the remnants of the Book of Truth will likely have to go to the hands of the Long Xia royal family to grab. His current strength is not enough. I got it. Lin Feng was the first to wake up from his epiphany. With a flip of his palm, a humble cocoon of space took shape in his hand. Even though he knew his oldest brother's potential, Lin Yan was still shocked. He also just pondered for more than 10 seconds. Old brother actually directly realized a space forbidden spell. If I hadn't been hungover, I'm afraid the main character in this life would have been my brother. Lin Yan cried and laughed as he shook his head. It's finally over. Cheng Daozi looked at Yuan Tiangang in the seal with emotion. After so many years, you have too many misunderstandings about your brother. If you knew the truth about everything, you'd regret it. Yuan Tiangang couldn't move his body, but his eyes were bloodshot, obviously not believing Cheng Daozi's words at all. Back to the village. After a night of great victories, Cheng Daozi was unrestrained. The stone that has been weighing on my heart for so many years is finally empty. Until the crowd withdrew from the dungeon, Cheng Daozi sent out many forbidden spells to completely destroy the dungeon. The sun had also finally risen completely. It just wasn't sunny. The sun was clearly in the sky, but it always felt gloomy. In the middle of the village of Hades, Yuan Tianren sat at the altar, holding the heavenly chance plate in his hand, opening his heavenly eyes and peering into the heavens. The face that was originally wearing a smile came to an abrupt end. Everyone send power for love. You can send 3 free gifts per day. Zhou Yang will try to update it. Chapter 78, The Man Behind the Scenes. Smoking Yuan Tianren in the pit. The star has just risen, while the dark star has fallen. The situation of light and darkness is becoming more and more anxious. Yuan Tianren frowned and murmured. It seems that things are far from as simple as I thought. Meanwhile, at the bottom of a tomb, the man with the mask and the handsome robe slowly awoke. In the blink of an eye, it actually looked exactly like Yuan Tiangang, only his eyes were green and evil and eerie to the extreme. Back then, I took advantage of my fraudulent death to pass the position to Yuan Tiangang, thus using him to fulfill a series of my purposes and plans. With a wave of his hand, the masked man revealed a ruin in the magical mirror in front of him. Looks like he failed. Godfather. 3 people wrapped in cloaks, their bodies stiff and rigid, came out of the darkness. Although Yuan Tiangang is a stubborn and stupid person, he is also first-rate in layout and planning. It's amazing that it's come to such a crushing defeat nowadays. The shogun sneered. But all this would have been in my reckoning. Whether he wins or loses, he's just a pawn to advance my plans. The sect leader stood up. Now that Wang Bauer has awakened, my king's seal must have loosened. The day of the duel will not be more than 3 days away. For this day, all my subordinates have been waiting for a long time. The 3 figures wrapped in their cloaks could not hide their excitement. Immediately open the King's Awakening program and awaken all the warriors in the underground palace. With a wave of his handsome robes, the Godfather removed his mask. We no longer have to endure this darkened tomb. The day my king returns will be the day we establish the earthly stiff kingdom. The only sunlight in the dungeon flashed across his face. It turned out to be a stiff green human face with dead hair. If Lin Yan was here, he would have recognized it at a glance. This was a 1,000-year-old hairy stiff that was even higher than the rank of a blood corpse. Commander-in-Chief is wise. The 3 stiff shadows claimed in unison. They then turned around and, with endless anticipation, began to chant the corpse scriptures. Capricorn Jia Jia, Nuan corpse. The sound of chanting was like a whisper in a nether nest, echoing throughout the underground palace. Pair after pair of greasy green eyes were awakened, and stiff white arms broke the ground. Densely packed zombie heads poked out eerily from the coffins of the underground palace. As far as the eye can see, the number is unknown. Death, at last, will come to the world. Underworld Village. The Underworld Village team returned from a great victory, and Yuan Tianren greeted them at the entrance of the village with a great deal of jubilation. Yuan Tianren's face was complicated. Finally asked, "That sinful animal, Brother Yuan, I'll live up to my promise." Cheng Daozi looked at Yuan Tianren's complicated expression and smiled faintly. With a flutter of his robe sleeve, he threw out the cocoon of space that sealed Yuan Tiangang. Hard work. Yuan Tianren had a mixture of sadness and joy in his eyes as he patted Cheng Daozi's shoulder deeply. All the top brass of the village of Hades came to the village chief's hut. The cocoon of space that sealed Yuan Tiangang was placed in the center, and the others sat around it in a circle. It's thanks to little friend Yen Di that it worked this time, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Blacksmith Wang lamented. That king's puppet is already close to its full form and can fight on its own, and it was only through the combined efforts of our apprentice and Yen Di that we were able to crush it. Lin Yan smiled faintly, his mouth unforgiving. Don't talk about these falsehoods. Give me something real. You're a real buzzkill. Yuan Tianren spat out. Then he seemed to have thought of something and asked hesitantly. So, the mission I gave you has been upgraded midway again. What did you expect? Lin Yan rolled his eyes. This time, Yuan Tianren gave a 5th order gold mission, but it turned out that he didn't expect the king's golem to be able to move, and the mission was directly upgraded to 6th order bronze again. Solid. You definitely have a special buff on you. Yuan Tianren had a hard time with it. Looks like you can't escape being hammered. Yandere the Old Six is a mission nemesis. What do you want this time? The remnants of the Book of Truth I brought back from the Black Iron City. Feel free to give me 10 or 8 more 3-star skill books. Lin Yan roamed the world. The truth religion has been destroyed, and it's the end of the line to reap benefits from Old Man Yuan. He can't live with his conscience if he doesn't take advantage of the last hard ripoff. Yuan Tianrun was exasperated and laughed, that remnant of the Book of Truth, which emptied the wallets of 6 of us before it was auctioned off. And you're just going to ask for it as soon as you open your mouth? There are also 3-star skill books. What do you think of cabbage? You're asking for 10 or 8 books with one mouth. I say, Old Man Yuan, you have to be conscientious as a human being. Lin Yan frowned. I almost died in your missions several times, all because you had problems rating the missions. If it wasn't for my exceptional strength, I would have died several times already. You have to give me compensation for this, right? Yuan Tianrun was so angry that his nostrils were filled with smoke, and if he didn't care about his face, he really wanted to violently beat up Lin Yan. You're a player. You only lose 1 level if you die once. If you really can't, I'll make up for it by giving you 1,000,000 experience beads, so you can always make up for this deficit, right? It's a deal. Lin Yan was afraid that Yuan Tianrun would back out and hurriedly tap the hammer. Yuan Tianrun was completely dumbfounded. The feelings you are here in the East and West? Put. Fatty was the first one who didn't break down and laughed outright. Lin Yan grinned. You can't go back on your word. 1,000,000 experience beads. Hurry up and hand them over. How tiring it was to brush experience. And in the future, when he was going to form a force, he would definitely need a huge amount of experience beads as a quest reward for the force. It's definitely a good idea to prepare ahead of time. Okay. Yuan Tianrun's scalp was numb. He should be careful in the future when he talked after the black belly brat. A little inattention and you can get ripped off at the bottom of the barrel. Okay. Take these sword heroes boots, the 3-star skill book, and the experience beads, and get the hell out of here. Lin Yan received the quest rewards, smiled faintly, and left with a few of Shen Youwei. Boss, you're absolutely brilliant. Pitting old Yuan to a say a no squeak. Duande gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. Lin Yan laughed, but then his face became serious. Don't be lax. When you go back, hurry up and cultivate. The real test is still ahead. Ah, there's a test? Didn't we all end the Church of Truth? Chu Qingxian couldn't understand. Yuan Tianrun promised me that after Wang Bao awakens, he will give me a divine gift template. Lin Yan's voice was calm, but as far as I know, that God-given template was used to suppress the Zombie King. If you want to get the Divine Providence template, you must open the seal and fight the Zombie King. What? Lin Feng shook his head. The reason why the old village head and the others have been guarding the underworld village, even fighting with the truth cult, is to guard the altar. They would never agree to open the altar and release the Zombie King. Hey, the time has come to fight or not to open it. It's out of his hands. Lin Yan was determined to win the Divine Providence template. And who says we have to stand with the old village chief and the others? Don't forget, we're just players. I would do his quests before when I needed legendary weapons. Now that I need the Divine Providence template, it's only natural that I can turn my guns around as well. He scanned a few people. Brother, I'll do whatever you say. Lin Feng nodded. I naturally listened to the boss. Dwayne didn't hesitate either. Shen Youwei grabbed Lin Yan's hand and made her feelings clear. Only Chu Qingxian was a bit torn. The real world of God's earth is too real for all experiences. She was also a person of nature, and it was indeed a bit difficult for her to betray Wu Baihua. But in the end, she looked at Lin Feng and nodded. Lin Yan smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction. Just now, he was just doing a team cohesion test. He didn't want to really do anything to the old village head and a few Aurora heroes. He still respected them inside. Don't worry, I'm naturally saying this because I'm sure this plan won't hurt your master or Old Man Yuan. Lin Yan continued. If I'm right, they should be interrogating Yuan Tiangang right now. After the information that Yuan Tiangang and Wang Bauer have converged, it will be impossible for them to not open the altar if they want to. If that's the case, that's great. The crowd dropped their hearts and smiles appeared on their faces. Be sure to hurry. I have a feeling that the altar will be opening soon. At that time, we'll all have to face a false king battle force at the very least. Lin Yan said in a deep voice. That will be a completely different battle from the past. I'll grab your main weapon upgrades. You guys also work on your core skills. That's the key to turning the battlefield around. Yes. Several of Shen Youwei's nodded solemnly and then left individually. Although the words are so, but that Book of Truth remnant page still has to find a chance to cheat to get it. Lin Yan searched for a fusion location while thinking about how to lay out a suitable, big 2600 word chapter. Begging for gifts. Chapter 79 Conspiracies and Masculine Conspiracies. Biography. Buzz. Village Chief's Hut. Paul Wong opens the mind link. What have you to say now? Yuan Tianrun frowned and asked his brother. You imperial hawks and dogs. Weaklings who work for the royal family. Yuan Tiangang shouted angrily. I have nothing to say to you. Just kill me. Yuan Tianren shook his head. You are too impulsive. For the Longxia royal family to be able to sit on such a large piece of territory, their strength is unfathomable. Wouldn't it be something we could have shaken at that time? So you'll grovel and sue for mercy? To be bullied? Yuan Tiangang sneered. I'd rather die than suffer this kind of humiliation, he said in a cold voice. In order to take revenge on the royal family, I have carefully constructed this plan. As long as we can release the zombie king, wouldn't it be great to have a dogfight with the Longxia royal family? You're so obsessed that you're willing to be a dog yourself. So why are you trying to stop me from getting revenge? Assholes. What about the living beings in the sky? Have you ever considered them? They deserve to be victims of this power struggle. To be dead bones on your path to vengeance? Yuan Tianqi was so angry that his veins popped up. What's more, even if you release the zombie king, do you think that you can weaken the power of the Longxia royal family? How childish you are. He hated it and pointed at his brother in anger. Those royals are so high and mighty that when things go wrong they will only fool others to top them, and fool the living people to sell their lives for them. You actually expect them to go into danger themselves? Against the zombie king? I'm telling you, even if all the celestial beings in this world die, they will definitely not go down. Do you think that all kings are as benevolent as the ancient King Lu? A series of drinking questions made Yuan Tiangang dumbfounded at that time, and only after a long time, did he coldly say in a low voice, then you're also a hawk of the royal family. A fact you can't argue with. Yuan Tianren was so infuriated that his lips trembled. You misunderstand your brother. Shang Daozi shook his head. The depth of Brother Yuan's layout is far beyond your imagination. You're nowhere near your brother. Ha! Far-reaching layout? It means cowering in the tiny underworld village for 20 years. Yuan Tiangang smiled disdainfully. You'll see that day, and you'll regret everything you've done before. The blind monk, who has always been a man of few words, made a rare outburst, and apparently couldn't stand to watch. Yuan Tianren waved his hand. Things have come to this, we can only speak with facts. Let's leave the future for now, and I'll ask you a few questions. What are the origins of the founding of the Church of Truth? Who was your former master? Yuan Tiangang gave an honest account. With Wang Bauer, a mind mage, in the room, even if he didn't say anything with his mouth, he couldn't hide the secrets in his mind. On the surface, the Cult of Truth is an organization established by the Rolan Empire to attack the Longxia Empire. Whatever we can do to harm the Longxia Empire, we will do. Yuan Tiangang bristled, including releasing the zombie king. But it's just a front. In fact, the original founders of the Truth Cult were actually a few of the zombie king's beloved generals. The 4 furry stiffs that got away in that battle. Yuan Tianren immediately reacted. Nice. Yuan Tiangang nodded. No wonder you truthers are all wrapped up so tight. It turned out to be those hairy stiffs trying not to reveal their zombie identities. Blacksmith Wang mocked. After I joined the Truth Cult, those hairy stiffs retreated into the background, citing fraudulent deaths. This final battle, no matter how much I called out to them, they never responded. Maybe it's already dead. Yuan Tiangang sighed. Otherwise, with those few extra warriors, it's not certain who will lose or win this time. Where are they now? Yuan Tianren asked eagerly. I don't know. Yuan Tiangang shook his head. But you haven't won yet. The zombie king put a secret spell on Wang Pei before he was sealed, and within the boundaries of the underworld village, all the power of death could be absorbed by the altar. Even if we can't break through the underworld village, when the power of death around us builds up to an extreme, the zombie king will be resurrected with the help of Wang Bauer, especially this time. Your attack on the Truth Cult has leveled the power of countless deaths. Anyway, whether I win or lose, in the layout of those guys, it's a push to resurrect the zombie king one. You know all this and you're still willing to be a pawn? Yuan Tianren frowned. Don't put words in my mouth. Just using each other. Yuan Tiangang let out a cold smile. In short, those few hairy stiffs seem to have an unimaginable bottom card in their hands. You guys better fend for yourselves. When he said that, he shut up and went silent. Yuan Tianren's face was gloomy. I didn't realize there was such a layer behind it. Is it true that there is no way to stop the resurrection of the zombie king no matter what? I'll check on Bauer first, the secret spell he was talking about. Shang Daozi struck out. This, after a long time, Shang Daozi's complexion changed greatly. So it is. Hidden so deep. What the hell is going on? Wang Blacksmith was the first to come up. The zombie king planted a cocoon of souls in Bauer's heart. It's also the root cause of Poe's mind breaking down and going crazy and wandering off. Shang Daozi's face was heavy. Now the soul cocoon is almost ripe. If we forcefully strip it away, Bauer will die. So what's the best way to take this thing off? Wang Blacksmith was in a hurry. Only the zombie king himself can remove it. Shang Daozi shook his head. And the more mature the soul cocoon is, when it returns to the zombie king's body, the more strength the zombie king will recover. if it drags on for another 3 years, as long as the zombie king can break through the seal and devour the soul cocoon, he will gain his peak battle power. What? The Aurora heroes blushed in unison. Conspiracy. Yang conspiracy and use. Good calculation. Good calculation. Yuan Tianren sighed sadly. Yuan Tiangang is in the light and Mao Zi is in the dark. The star has just risen, while the dark star has fallen. So this is the right solution to the heavenly mystery I have glimpsed today. He clenched his fists. It seems that there is only one option for today. Big brother Yuan, go ahead. Whether we live or die, we'll follow you. That's right. All I ask is that I can save Po. Wu Bai Hua, Wang Blacksmith and a few others all looked over. Make the first move. Yuan Tianren's voice was icy cold. While the soul cocoon is not fully matured, a few of us old guys can still move our arms and legs. Fight at last for the sake of the living. You mean, voluntarily released the zombie king. Several of the Aura heroes were wide-eyed. This time, bye. Yuan Tianren carried his hands behind his back. We sealed the evil chi back then, originally so that we could completely decimate it sometime in the future, to put an end to the corpse scourge forever. Well, that's really the best thing to do these days. Cheng Daozi nodded in confirmation. Asterisk. It. Kill the zombie king. One last splendid battle before life ends. Several Aurora heroes all stood up, their eyes burning with fire. Chapter 80, Sword Drawing. About to be expelled from the novice village? It's finally time to put together the swordsman's equipment. Lin Yan was in a good mood as he looked at the boots of the swordsman. When the swordsman 5-piece set is put together, it will also inspire an overall equipment trait. It made him look forward to it. Begin fusion. He fused the boots of snow and wind with the boots of the swordsman. Buzz. After a while, the 2 pieces of equipment finished fusing. Ha! Lin Yan looked at the fused boots. Sword and sorcery boots, white. Armor plus 166666. Physical defense plus 300. Legal defense plus 300. Movement speed plus 8. Characteristics, treading the wind, active, movement speed doubled. 40 points of blue consumption per second. Singing in the snow, the effect of the stance skill doubled. Cooldown, 3 minutes, avoiding the heavenly luo, wind and snow dual attribute attack dodge plus 10%. Holding the sword line, in the path of movement. The enemy unit receives 10% of the attack power of the sword chopping damage per second. Lasts for 10 seconds. Swordsman set additional characteristics. Have revenge will be avenged. Increase the limit of anti-injury. Every time you are attacked in the future, you can return the value of anti-injury attribute. Too strong. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Later displacements will come with sword/damage. And after putting together the swordsman set, the anti-injury attribute was epically enhanced. The previous counter damage, at most, return damage to the value of the enemy's attack. In other words, if my counterattack attribute is 1000 and the enemy attack is only 500, then up to 500 is returned. But now, whatever attack lands on me returns 1000 damage. Lin Yan grinned. This is now truly unbeatable, at least at this stage of the game. So what if tens of thousands of players surrounded him? His physical defense was upwards of 1000 points, so basically no one could break his defense at this stage, and he could only deal a little bit of force damage, but he was now getting 1% of his armor back automatically per second, which was close to 130,000 points. At the same time, all attacks that landed on him would take a whopping 15,000 points of counter damage. It could be said that even if 100,000 people surrounded him, they would all have to be counter-killed in a second, and he doesn't even lose a bit of armor. Too strong. Lin Yan grinned. After putting together the sword hero set, his strength could be said to have instantly increased by several chips. No wonder swordsman can be called the No.1 hero of Long Xia. This outfit alone is unbeatable. Next, time to get a new skill. I have so few. Lin Yan lamented. Although the equipment skills brought about by his current equipment characteristics were hard to match even the king's pat on the back, he had fewer skills. Lin Yan glanced at the skill book Yuan Tianren had given him. Sword drawing, 1 star. Asterisk. The old guy tricked me, didn't he? Sure enough, I still have to blast him hard for gold. Lin Yan saw the star rating and directly sprayed. However, when he saw the introduction of the sword drawing technique, his complexion instantly became serious, and then, his eyes released a potent luster. Skill effect, drawing the sword and slashing. The attack power is increased by 1%. Note, for every 100 times you draw your sword, you can increase your proficiency by 1 point, and when you use the skill, your power will be increased by 1% more. Draw your sword 10,000 times to perform a skill upgrade to a 4-star skill, a Tusai Chop. It's actually a growth skill. Holy, old Yuan, you're so generous. Lin Yan was moved beyond measure. This type of growing skill that gets stronger the more you practice is very hard to find. especially since growth only requires upgrades by low-threshold actions like drawing a sword. It's even rarer of rare. This sword drawing technique, even though it's only 1 star, is at least comparable in value to an unusual 7-star skill book. It could even become the core skill of a generation of legends. Lin Yan had a sharp eye and saw the potential of the sword drawing technique at a glance. Old Yuan, you're too good enough. Lin Yan flipped to the last page, and his face, which had been wearing a smile, stiffened. It's a message from Yuan Tianrun. Kid, when I gave you this skill book, it proves that you have fully inherited Brother Swordsman's equipment, suffered his gear and finished learning his core skills. Then it is considered to have inherited his mantle. You don't have the name of Master and Disciple, but you have the reality of Master and Disciple now. Big Brother Swordsman, as a generation of heavenly pride, cannot be without a legacy. You are the most suitable heir to him that I have seen in all these years. You are lonely and proud and will not want to be a teacher, so I have no choice but to pass on the mantle of Brother Sword Ho to you in this way. I hope that these equipment and skills can be carried forward again in your hands, shocking the world, so as not to degrade the prestige of my Sword Ho Big Brother. Yuan Tianrun, old boy, good calculation, so this is what you've been playing with all along. Lin Yan lamented a sentence. When you take the mantle, you must preach for others. Don't worry, I'll find a true disciple for Jian Hao in the future, and truly pass on Jian Hao's Tao. Lin Yan understood Yuan Tianrun's bitterness and secretly said inwardly, he had his own way from the beginning, doomed to not be able to really worship anyone. Gotta hurry up and keep fusing equipment. Lin Yan organized himself. It was estimated that Yuan Tianrun and the others had finished interrogating Yuan Tiangang by now. It's getting closer and closer to the time when the altar opens. Buzz. Light flickered on him. Various equipment was fused on the fly. As his proficiency in fusing equipment increased, the speed at which he fused equipment also became faster. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Lin Yan leisurely fused equipment in the novice village, and occasionally went out for a walk with Shen Youwei to take a break, living a life of leisure. But the atmosphere of the underworld village grew more and more somber and urgent. The player figures dwindled. Many of the players were persuaded to leave by the Aurora heroes, handing out road money to travel to the main city. The teleportation channel of the underworld village was also gradually closing, and players could rarely be seen descending again. There's a lot of rain in the mountains. Lin Yan looked at the gloomy black clouds in the sky. A battle that will soon be celebrated by the world and recorded in the history of the empire will soon begin. Mr. Yendi, the village chief invites you to come to the village chief's hut. The village guards respectfully said to Lin Yan. Well, young Vivian, come with me. Lin Yan took Shen Youwei's small hand and went to the village chief's hut. Several Aurora heroes were there along with Lin Feng, Duan De, and Chu Qing. Sit down, all of you. Yuan Tianrun smiled amiably. Lin Yan had foreknowledge of the topic Yuan Tianrun was going to talk about, so he wasn't curious. Yuan Tianrun went straight to the point. Tomorrow, we will open the underworld village altar and release the zombie king Evil Chi that we are holding captive. The scene was quiet. Yuan Tianrun froze. Aren't you little guys weird? He's selling the mystery for nothing, making it solemn. These guys are clearly not making waves. Oh, this is amazing. Fatty, being the king of cudgels, forced an awkward cudgel. Yeah, what you said, village chief, was so unexpected. We didn't expect it. 2 kind girls also spoke up. Yuan Tianren became even more embarrassed as he coughed. Anyway, I've officially issued the expulsion order. All players are to leave the Stygian village by tonight. What does this have to do with us? Fatty asked suspiciously. This expulsion order, of course, includes you. Yuan Tianren's voice was quiet and his tone was decisive and unquestionable. Chapter 81 Wildly melt 10,000 pieces of equipment. Dueling bells, including us. Why? Shen Youwei and Chu Qing both asked in succession. The time spent in the Undervillage had made them fond of the Aurora heroes, and they knew what releasing the Zombie King would mean to several Aurora heroes. The Zombie King was extremely terrifying, and at this time, it was possible to have an extra battle force. At this point in time, why kick them out? Several of the Aurora heroes looked at each other. Yuan Tianren said directly, then I'll be blunt. In a few days, if we lose the battle, the Underworld village will be destroyed with it. The rebirth springs of your Adventists will also be destroyed. If you die in the Underworld village by then, you will also die completely with the collapse of the spring. You must hurry to the main city to bind the springs in the main city to be safe. Lin Yan frowned. Total death in the God's Earth is the equivalent of a write-off. You cannot register again for 1 month, so you must leave today. Yuan Tianren looked towards Lin Yan. He knew that Lin Yan was the absolute dominant of the 5-man squad. Lin Yan frowned. You haven't given me the divine gift template you promised me. If a few of us oldies are still alive after this battle, even if you go to the ends of the earth, I will definitely find you and give you the divine providence template. Yuan Tianrun solemnly assured. Lin Yan shook his head. You, Yan Di, don't be impulsive. Do you want to get my disciple killed as well? Qing Daozi was the first to be unhappy. Lin Feng was in his opinion the future Dharma saint of the mage world, an existence he had been proud of all his life. How could he allow him to take risks? While they knew about the player being a descender, they didn't realize that death was just a pin for the player. After all, in the world of God's Earth, after death, you never see the character again. The NPCs of God's Earth naturally consider that to be permanent death. Lin Yan firmly shook his head. According to the plot, the underworld village was bound to be destroyed, and without his involvement in it, the underworld village was bound to lose. Even if the best that can happen is nothing more than the same death, he had to get his hands on the Divine Providence template, which was the key to reversing everything in the Starry Sky battlefield. The full rank, Divine Gift template, progresses to eventually become a true god. Only a true god could have the leverage to influence the battle of the 10,000 races on their own. Why are you so obsessed? Is it because you don't believe in our promise? Wang Blacksmith was in a hurry. Yuan Tianrun waved his hand. That's just it. Since they are willing to participate, it is the certainty of their destiny. Don't discuss this anymore, Brother Yuan. Wu Baihua was also eager to say something. I said, don't dwell on it, Yuan Tianrun said in a deep voice. After Swordsman's death, he was the leader of the 7 heroes, and since he spoke like this, the other few naturally had no choice but to choose to listen. Go back and get ready. The big battle will start tomorrow. Yuan Tianrun waved his hand. Then I'll see you at the altar tomorrow. Lin Yan stood up and led Shen Youwei's few people away. Do we really want to get them involved? After confirming that Lin Yan's people had gone far away, Blacksmith Wang asked eagerly. It was their destiny to kill the zombie king, but the Yan Di few, who were still young, had absolutely no need to get killed because of it. Of course not. Yuan Tianrun shook his head. Then why did? Just now. Wu Baihua was puzzled, then said indistinctly, Big Brother Yuan, what ventriloquist idea have you come up with again? Yuan Tianrun rolled his eyes. Because he has the most thoughts and can spy on the heavens. He has previously acted as the role of the belabored warlord in the 7 heroes. Right. Just tell me, Brother Yuan, how are we going to arrange? Tomorrow? Blacksmith Wang said repeatedly. Okay, tomorrow. After returning to his residence, Lin Yan went all out to start fusing his equipment. Didn't close his eyes all night. Until the morning sun rises in the east and shines through the night. He just let out a long breath. Took a look at his properties page. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Profession, warrior. Grade, 9. Life, 400. Armor, 2190W. Attack, 700025. Physical resistance, 2030. Mana resistance, 2025. Mana, 400. Move speed, 11. Attack speed, 3. 5. Agility, 5. Blood recovery speed, 0. 5%. Blood absorption, 15. 5%. Strike, 26%. Armor absorption, 8000. Armor break, 50. 000. Counter damage, 15. 000. Equipment, hedgehog, white. Soft hedgehog pants, white. Swordsman's helmet, legendary. Sword and sorcery boots, white. Magic sword 1000 blades, white. Ultimate artifact, unique. Effect infinite fusion equipment, 4th order. Skills. Stacked wave triple blade, 3 stars, inferno blade, 3 stars, 9 thunderbolts flash, 3 stars, advanced scrying technique, 3 stars, Batusai chop, 1 star. Ability, not yet available. Treasure, seal of life and death. Cloak of water, cloak of invisibility. Fan of awakening heart. The armor broke 20 million and the attack came to 700,000. A top tier golden hero is nothing more than that. Lin Yan grinned. Having fused so much equipment but no legendary lexicon, he fused all of these traits into the existing lexicon. For example, the poison armor trait is now able to reach 10,000 poison damage seconds. The sharpening iron trait also reaches 50,000 extra armor damage. Most importantly, it's the upgrade of the wire wrapping feature. The number of words used up to raise this trait is really high. Lin Yan lamented, but the rewards are immensely powerful. Entanglement Plus reduces enemy attack speed by 30% when attacked, and both my upper and lower body armor have that phrase. Lin Yan's eyes were like fire. If the enemy attacks the upper body armor as well as the lower body armor, there is a chance that the traits will stack. That is to say, they are cut by 60% of their attack speed when they meet. This is a natural disaster nemesis for shooters or bosses that eat high attack speed. How can you fight me when your attack speed is cut by 60% just after the fight? The combined battle power has more than doubled. He was unimpeded. The biggest achievement in the past few days was to give Shen Youwei several people's main weapons all a wave of big upgrades. Damage and word effects are not the same concept as before at all. The fusion progress bar of the 100,000 pieces of equipment at the 4th stage was directly filled by half of my brush. I'm afraid I fused what must be tens of thousands of pieces of equipment in the past few days, although it felt more or less like sweaty labor. The feeling of getting stronger at breakneck speed was truly fascinating. Dang! The bell in the center square of the underworld village rang. This is the rallying cry of Armageddon. After distributing the equipment to Shen Youwei and the others, Lin Yan arrived at the underworld village square. On the altar of the underworld village, Yuan Tianren's few people were already waiting here with gloomy faces. You're here. Yuan Tianren smiled. Only his smile looks. It is very stiff and contrary. Chapter 82, The 7 Heroes Calculations. Harry Stiff stopping the road. Come, mount the altar. In a moment Wang Bauer will use her mind power to open the seal. Yuan Tianren beckoned. Lin Yan frowned, feeling a little strange. Before, Yuan Tianren never called Bauer. How could he call her by her full name? Is it because of the seriousness of mind with the big battle coming up? He frowned as he joined several people on the altar. Yuan Tianren nodded to Cheng Daozi. Cheng Daozi began to mouth the incantation, and Wang Bauer's mind power began to drum. Buzz! The altar vibrated, emitting a dazzling, skyward light. No! Lin Yan's pupils shrunk as he looked at the space cover that shrouded down from the sky. What are you doing? As the words fell, the spatial cover had already shrouded down. Yuan Tianren's face was calm as he looked at Lin Yan's several people. This is a war of the olden days reserved for a few of us old-timers. You guys just stay out of it. Send them away. Yes. Cheng Daozi raised his hand. The spatial teleportation channel was constructed, and Lin Yan and the others were instantly absorbed into it. Several people looked at the closed spatial channel with reluctance in their eyes. They knew that this was probably the last time they would see Lin Yan and the others in this life. Old boys, are you ready for this? Yuan Tianren and Cheng Daozi exchanged glances with a few people. They had no intention of getting out of the underworld village alive again. Bauer must stay here because of the mind cocoon. In a moment, when evil Qi retrieves the mind cocoon, immediately teleport Bauer away. Yuan Tianren secretly transmitted his voice to Cheng Daozi. Cheng Daozi nodded, giving Yuan Tianren and Wang Blacksmith a look of peace of mind. Begin! A few people began chanting the actual opening spell. At this moment, the sky and the earth were dark, and the wind was blowing angrily, as if the evil spirits in the sky and the earth had all come out, and the 100,000 Yanluo were beating the same drum. Dang! Dang! Thud! Terrible heartbeat sounds came out. The earth trembled, and the altar of the underworld village began to shatter a little. In the space channel, Lin Yan's face was grim. Damn it! The course of history is hard to change as the 7 heroes battle the zombie king in the final battle. The residual soul of King Lu revived. Both sides died together, and the seal of life and death came out. It's the big storyline that's prescribed and seems to be unalterable as if it's predestined. What now? Xu Qingxian asked with some urgency. I should have known that predestination is hard to change. Lin Yan's eyes were firm, but the great Tao is 50 and the heaven diffracts 49, and there is a hint of variability in all things. The best thing to do today is to wait for or find out the slightest change. He clenched his fists. Yes, he's going to change this fixed plot. He's going against the grain. If he couldn't even do anything to reverse the end of the Plaguelands village, then how could the future fate of the earth, the fate of the Summer Kingdom, one's own fate, have been modified by him? Combine our efforts to blast the space wall. At least we can't be teleported out too far. His will was like a sword, and his booming sword chop illuminated the chaotic spatial passage like thunder. Sword drawing. Yes, Fatty and the few others also didn't want to see their master die in battle, and all of them were frantically bombarding the space wall at this moment. Click, click, the spatial walls began to shatter, but Cheng Daozi had obviously put in a great deal of effort, and before the teleportation ended, he was afraid that it would be difficult to break through. Fate, can it really not be broken? Lin Yan's eyes burned with endless flames. He doesn't believe it. To be born again in one life is to change all the misfortunes and remorse before. He is going to reverse this. Boom 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 boom. He was cold and sharp and furious, blasting at the walls of space with everything he had. Buzz. In the next instant, the spatial wall shattered and the passage disillusioned. We did it, Shen Youwei said in surprise. No. Lin Yan shook his head. With the progress they had made just now, if they wanted to break the spatial wall, it would take at least 10 seconds. The space wall was broken by someone from the outside. Prepare for battle, he immediately reminded. Just as he landed on the ground, hundreds of terrifying blades chopped at him head-on. Extermination trap. Humph. Lin Yan let out a cold snort, his sword dancing like the wind. 5 points of agility, 11 movement speed, and a drenching knife skill. All of these dense blades were surprisingly blocked by him. Not a trace of it fell on the crowd. Pop, pop, pop. The applause came. The border of the village of Hades. The black-robed masked man walked in a graceful manner, his eyes eerily green, and behind him, an endless death aura rose up, transforming into a fluttering, gigantic battle robe. Yuan Tian Gang, Duan De yelled out. No. Lin Yan shook his head as he frowned and opened his advanced detection technique. Jigong Mao Zi, Hong San. Race, Zombie. Profession, Demon Sword Warrior Ing. Grade, 90. Life, 22. W. Armor, 2. W. Attack, 6. Physical resistance. Legal resistance. Gear, Necrotic Cloak. Skull Ring Head Knife. Skills. Core Skills. Treasure. Is it a level 90 Harry Stiff? Lin Yan's battle spirit boiled over. It seems that you're the one who broke the spatial passage. The Harry Stiff is invulnerable to swords and spears, has a bronze skin and iron bones, and has a jumping ability close to that of a leap, even defying sunlight, and is out of the ordinary concept of undead creatures, enough to rival human gold heroes of the same level. Today, no one will walk out of the underworld village alive. Harry Stiff Henzo let out a hoarse and gloomy laugh. You're the culprit who messed up my layout. The strength is good. Then you're one of the few furry stiffs that escaped back then. Lin Yan sneered. How come you're the only one who came to kill me? Are the other few dead? To kill you, I alone am sufficient. Harry Stiffy vibrated his demon sword. They've all gone to witness the king's new birth. I may still have time to get there after I finish you off quickly, so don't waste my time. His body transformed into a black wind, and the demonic blade was tainted with green stiffness poison that spread along the black wind. Ranged poison technique. Lin Yan drank. Buzz. Fatty immediately chanted the mantra of the past life, adding a poison resistance buff to the crowd. Clang! Lin Yan's sword and the Harry Stiff's demonic sword clashed in the air, a terrifying counterattack shockwave sweeping through. Blade chi spread across the landscape, cutting through the endless grass and trees around them. Ha! Harry Stiffy was startled. This kid's attack power was actually a bit stronger than him? Go together and hurry up to settle it. Things are probably not going well over at Old Man Yuan's side. Lin Yan drank low. It occurred to him that this battle would be tough. But now it seemed that Old Man Yuan and the others would have to face at least 3 level 90 plus gold heroic Harry Stiffs in addition to the resurrected Stiff King. It's too tough. They are both old and extremely dark. Although each of them is a level 99 full level hero, their battle power is only comparable to a level 80 gold hero, unless they choose to bleed out and get back to the peak of their youth. This state won't last long. We must kill them back before they run out of gas. The long knife in Lin Yan's hand chopped even faster. Oomph. The Harry Stiff went crazy and directly threw out the sure kill demon blade battle technique. The attack speed was so fast that it was extreme. The demon blade was like a whirlwind, instantly chopping Lin Yan's whole body. In the next instant, the Harry Stiffness creeped in. His attack speed actually plummeted 60% the moment he slashed into Lin Yan's body. Chapter 83, Welcome my king back to the world. How is this possible? Harry Stiffy's brain was going down. He had been a zombie for hundreds of years since his birth, and had never seen such a scene. Nico! Chu Qingxian sacrificed the Fire Phoenix battle technique, transforming into a Fire Phoenix and slapping on the Harry Stiff's body, dealing over 200,000 points of damage. Boom! Fatty's shield of thorns toppled the slapped Harry Stiff back. Snort! In the process of the Harry Stiffs bouncing around, Shen Youwei's arrows were like rain, dense and constant, zapping the Harry Stiffs into hedgehogs. Suppress! Lin Feng clenched his big hand. A mountain of stone was carried by him and smashed down at the Harry Stiff's face. Taking advantage of the moment when the Harry Stiff was stunned, Lin Yan frantically output. With a wave of frantic attacks, the Harry Stiff was directly knocked down by nearly 10 million armor. Roar! The Harry Stiffs were furious and roared the mountains. Snort! The fluff on his body rose like crazy, eventually turning into countless sharp spikes as he rushed towards Lin Yan and the others. Snort, snort, snort! Lin Yan turned his magic blade Thousand Blades into a defensive shield and rushed towards the Harry Stiff against the rain of spikes. You have an empty rank, but your battle power seems to be far worse than a normal level 90 gold hero. He laughed out coldly and taunted. It seems that you weren't able to escape from that battle without paying a price. Killing you is enough. Mao Zi gritted his teeth and his face was green and black. The core of the 5-man squad was Lin Yan, and as long as he was taken care of, the others could be easily broken. The Harry Stiffs killed like crazy, and battled with Lin Yan's squad all over again. In the meantime, at the core of the underworld village, countless zombies crawled out of the ground. The miserable overcast wind was like a bone-scratching steel blade, and the sky was suffocating with black clouds. Thunder and lightning roared, and blood-colored rain fell in red streams. Several of Yuan Tianrun's faces were extremely ugly. Where did so many zombies come out? Although they had anticipated that those few Harry Stiffs would come to cause trouble, they hadn't expected that they would actually bring such a large wave of corpses. As far as the eye could see, it was so dense that it was impossible to count the number. The altar will soon shatter and the Stiff King will soon come out. Follow me and kill these few Harry Stiffs first. Yuan Tian roared. War! The Aurora heroes were all boiling with wariness. The last battle of this life shall be extremely splendid. they each lit their own blood, and their appearance was much younger. Rumble. Terrifying auras emanated from the 6 Yuan Tianren as the sense of oppression grew more and more terrifying. They are being restored to the glory of their peak years. Jia jia jia. It's just a struggle before death. The moment my king returns is the moment you perish. Without the swordsman, the 7 heroes of Aurora are just a joke. The 3 hairy stiffs' ghostly green eyes were bright, but they were zombies, unable to storm their blood, and were simply unable to regain their peak combat power. One could only rely on their insane will to forcefully resist the attack of Yuan Tianren's 6 heroes. Die for me. Yuan Tianren was furious. For the first time, he truly sacrificed a sword, and as he chopped down, the black clouds in the sky were stirred by the sword chi. The terrifying sword chi plowed through the earth, sharp to the point of being irresistible. Swordsman's Batu Sai Zantan technique. How is that possible? Several hairy stiffs remembered that day. The fear of being dominated by the sword host terrible sword intent. Snort! A sword fell, and a hairy stiff's head was instantly chopped off. Stiff blood splattered and poisoned the earth. Golem. The other 2 furry stiffs were stunned. Yuan Tianren seems to be overpowering. It's not even at all like the swordsman of the year. 10 years of grinding for 1 year. Besides this sword, I have 3 more. Yuan Tianren laughed freely, discarding the broken sword in his hand and taking out a sword once again. These 4 swords were originally reserved for the Zombie King. Since you few jumped out first, I will behead you first. Escape! The 2 hairy stiffs were so horrified that their skulls were about to explode, and they hurriedly urged the tidal wave of zombies around them to surge up, in order to exhaust the several Aurora heroes. Roar! Qing Daozi summoned the spell Fire Dragon, sweeping down thousands of zombies. The Fire Dragon was burned out, turned into dust and ash. Hoo! The Fire Dragon had just dissipated when a Fire Phoenix rushed out from the dust and smoke, illuminating the dome of the sky. Snort! The Fire Phoenix swept through the formation, and all of the many zombies that surrounded it were also crushed into mush. Die! Wang Blacksmith and the Blind Monk, one wielding a hammer and the other holding a staff, summoned endless thunderstorms to baptize the zombie horde. In the blink of an eye, thousands of zombies were swept away. Keep going! Wear them out! The 2 furry stiffs hissed shrilly. Their purpose was to try to deplete the 7 heroes' battle power before the Zombie King was reborn. These guys, they were truly terrifying. Even Wang Rebirth had to be afraid of them. Mind Shatter. Wang Bauer turned on the Mind Curse and remotely used her mind power to kill the soul of the hairy stiff, frantically decimating it. Snort! The soul fire in the eyes of the hairy stiffs was failing extremely fast. Not even a minute later, it was completely extinguished and withered and fell to the ground. What? The only remaining furry stiff couldn't believe it. Have you guys been hiding yourselves before? Even if Stormblood could get back to the top, it can't be this outrageous. Decades passed, and these Aurora heroes were trapped in the underworld village, suffering many trials and blows. Not only did he not fade, but at the time of the duel, he exploded into an even brighter light than he had been back then. What can an undead like you know? Yuan Tianren chided. In order to completely erase the Zombie King, they didn't know how many preparations they had secretly made over the years, and how many backstops they had left behind. Now is the time for these cards and calculations to finally see the light of day. This is a battle we've been waiting for. 2. If it weren't for Bauer being planted with the cocoon of the mind, we might not have been able to make up our minds for this final battle. That said, I have to thank you guys for allowing us to have this let-go endgame before we die. Several of the Aurora heroes were killing to the point of frenzy, each with their own means. The last light of life is declared to the fullest. Die! Just at the moment when Yuan Tianren's sword was about to decapitate the hairy stiff's head, between heaven and earth, the aura of the dead spirit vaporized. A horrible revival of will. Roar! A huge palm, reaching out from the altar breach, crushed down with a loud bang, finally willing to come out. Yuan Tianren's sword blade turned, and the terrifying sword intent chopped towards that giant palm. Snort! The sword chi streaked across the sky, cutting off the 3 fingers of that giant hand before rushing straight up into the sky and collapsing a black cloud. What a painful and wonderful memory. The eerie voice echoed around. The altar popped completely to pieces, and the massive body slowly rose from it. It stepped on the black clouds made of endless undead. He was clad in a tattered, blood-stained cloak that hunted and fluttered with the demonic wind. It had a pair of eyes like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and wherever it looked, all life withered away. Flying stiffs, Zombie King, Wicked Sheik, welcome my king, back to the world. The surrounding zombie hordes, like a tidal wave, bowed their heads and knelt down to celebrate the rebirth of their king. Chapter 84. The last battle of life needs to be extremely splendid. Wicked Sheik. The 6 Yuan Tianren looked at the Zombie King in a grave manner. As an existence that had wreaked havoc and set off a necrotic scourge on this great land 1,000 years ago, the Zombie King had gradually turned into a symbol. As long as the name of the Zombie King is spoken, It can make 10 miles and 8 villages close their homes and stop children from crying at night. Jia jia jia. After so many years of silence, this king has finally seen the light of day again. Wicked Sheik let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Yuan Tianren and the others. Just being reborn and seeing you stinky faces, it really puts one in an unpleasant mood. Boom! His large hand swept out with a roar, and a terrifying wave of black energy impacted. It swept the Yuan Tianren few people all flying backwards. Buzz! In the next moment, the zombie king appeared in front of Wang Bauer, and his hand claws vainly explored and grabbed a mind cocoon from her soul, then directly swallowed it. Rumble! Raging power, exploding from within its body. The wind and clouds of heaven and earth surged. Wild thunder roared within the black clouds, and blood-colored rainstorms rained down. Evil Chi's power continued to climb. His eyes were mesmerized, but he eventually revealed a look of pity. It hasn't fully matured, but it has recovered 80% of its peak strength. You guys couldn't even think that this king has left such a backhand. Right. Evil Chi grimly scanned the entire room, becoming even more clamorous. It seems that annoying bug swordsman is completely dead. Are you guys here to offer sacrifices to the king's rebirth? We've waited for this moment. Yuan Tianren saw that the hidden danger of Wang Bao's spiritual cocoon was removed, and finally had complete peace of mind. In the next moment, he waved his robe sleeve, pointed his long sword to the sky, and bellowed, "Line up and give the zombie king a burial." Yes, Space Mage Qing Daozi, here's to delivering one of the space blades. A terrifying spatial force manifested, and the skin of Qing Daozi's body was torn apart, blood flowing out. This spatial blade, which had been nurtured in his body for decades, had long been sharp and unrivaled, and was his deepest card. All the scrolls of the laws, all of them are revealed. As I think, kill the evil demons. Qing Daozi crushed a spatial scroll and many high-level magic scrolls flew out from it. It's all been carved out by him over the years, one stroke at a time. Buzz! The blade of space, which had been shuffled around for years, was also spat out. The wind turned into a 10-meter huge pitch-black rift and chopped towards the zombie king. Old maniac! Evil Chi's pupils shrunk. Storing the spatial blade within the body for shuffling required a great price. All the time, the pain of the space blade cutting through the internal organs will be endured. To persevere like this for decades, this kind of willpower is hard to see in the world. Pay for my big brother Swordho's life. Wang Blacksmith exploded with a roar. Within his body, all of the many buff inscriptions engraved on his bones burst into pieces. Blood sprayed out, and as a price, all the bones in his body were shattered. But in return, it was a super buff that was more than 10 times stronger than the normal effect. On his hammer, the color of 7 precious glazes flowed, and when the hammer pressed down, it was as if Mount Tai had crumbled. Each and every one of them don't want to die. The zombie king grinned coldly. Also, you guys were meant to die. Oomph. In the blind monk's eyes, black blood flowed out, and his mouth chanted the mantra of the past life. The power was overdrawn extremely quickly, and his body was starting to become transparent. This is the ultimate form of the mantra of the past life, the culture of human scripture. The price is that when the song is finished, the whole person will also be transformed into the sound of the Tao and dissipate in this world. Ignite my blood and transform my body into a phoenix. Wu Baihua's bones and blood truly began to burn. These blood flames truly transformed her into a blood phoenix, killing the zombie king. At this moment, the Aurora Heroes undercards that had been prepared for years were revealed in unison, and they were all fighting for their lives. They were going to fight with everything they had to decimate the zombie king at the very moment of his revival, regardless of death. All of you are a bunch of crazy people. The zombie king finally felt a huge pressure. These people had gone berserk in order to kill him. Boom 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 boom. Countless magic scrolls exploded in front of him. Block! The zombie king roared in anger and put his hands together in front of his chest, instantly summoning a huge ethereal skull that shielded it in his mouth. Boom boom boom. Magic scrolls exploded one after another, cracking the skulls apart. Just how many scrolls did you prepare? Wicked Sheik was speechless. This skeleton, a second awareness magic treasure that he had obtained in the Sin domain, was extremely rare, but at this moment, it was directly shattered by Qing Daozi's earthy battle method. Buzz! The space blade descended immediately after. Block for me. Black blood flowed from the 3 broken fingers of the evil Qi, transforming into an out-of-body avatar. Snort! The out-of-body incarnation was instantly chopped in two by the spatial blade, popping into a puddle of black blood. Put! The black blade was so fast that even evil Qi only had time to avoid the vital parts, but the small half of his body, from his shoulder to half of his ribs, was all chopped off by the pitch-black colored blade of space. Roar! Evil Qi raged to the extreme and roared at the mountains. The undead power around his body dyed the sky the color of blood. Damn Aura Heroes! With a wave of his big hand, he directly took the hairy stiff watching the battle from afar into his hands, and with a big mouth, he bit off the hairy stiff's head, then absorbed all of its soul power. That little half of his body actually grew slowly. It was just that the broken arm was constantly corroded by the black spatial cutting power, and it was impossible to recover for a while. Boom! The King Blacksmith's hammer, which carried the spell of the past life and many buffs, fell. Bang bang bang! The hammering was unceasing, like waves, one hammer raging more wildly than the other. The resentment and anger that had been pent up for so many years was vented to the fullest in this life-fighting hammer technique. Snort! The zombie king was hammered and spat out blood, his bloodshot eyes opening the domain of kingship. But even the domain of kingship actually failed to suppress the violent blood and broken bones Wang Blacksmith. The terrifyingly heavy hammer kept landing on the zombie king's chest, causing him to continuously spit out blood. The zombie king with only one arm left could only defend against more than half of the attacks. Each heavy hammer blow to the zombie king's chest dealt a massive amount of damage that far exceeded 1,000,000. Pong! The zombie king was hammered down from the air to the ground, and the earth was chafed and collapsed into a huge cratered body. I'll do it! The fire phoenix landed, bathed in blood fire, and descended from the sky. Boom! Terrifying flames rose from the deep pit and shot up into the sky. All the black clouds in the sky were burned and turned into flaming clouds. Father, uncle, Wang Bauer's tears kept flowing. She knew that this was all a life-for-life fight, and that the several uncles and Aunt Wu had no intention of walking out of this battlefield alive. She hates, after all these years of living with amnesia, insanity, and being controlled, there was no bottom line of being prepared to fight for your life. I could only watch my father and the others go to their deaths one by one. Her mind power grew more and more frenzied, and now all she could do was to give them a greater mind power boost, allowing them to deal even more peak damage, make the last battle of their lives extremely colorful. Chapter 85. Even if you die without a name, you will have no regrets, not for the emperor but for the people. Gollum. Yuan Tianren stepped on his sword and flew in the air, flying above the deep pit. The body that was young and strong because of the burning blood was now once again dried up. In each of his hands, he held a longsword dripping with heroic blood. The longsword emitted a shocking dragon roar, and the sword was sharp, splitting the fiery clouds in the sky and reaching heaven and earth. His eyes were like electricity, looking at the bottom of the deep pit buried by debris. The king's blood bursting and splattering zombie king Evil Chi, sword ho big brother, your spirit in heaven, help me to chop this sword together, he roared, and his dried up body, holding up a long sword that seemed to contain 100,000 thunderbolts, slashed down. Buzz, two sword chi, in the form of a cross chop, chopped down at extreme speed. Rumble, heaven and earth were encompassed by the sword's awnings. All the zombies stared at this scene in disbelief, the fear of the depths of their lives showing in their eyes. Rumble, the sword chi chopped down the earth, and the sword chop caused the earth to crack and cut out traces like across Great Rift Valley. The Rift Valley is 100 meters across and nearly 10 meters deep, and the dust and smoke are too much to see. Put. These last two swords seem to have taken away the last of Yuan Tianren's spiritual chi, causing his face to dry up to the extreme. He slowly landed on the edge of the Rift Valley, his face ashen, but his eyes bright as eagles. He stared at the bottom of the chasm. Did it work? Wicked Sheik, is it dead? The oil-exhausted Qingdaozi, the bone-cracked Wang Blacksmith, the body burning with blood fire Wu Bai Hua, the blind monk of the transparent scripture culture, also all came over. They stood at the edge of the Rift Valley, the wind blowing their sallow backs. Regardless of the outcome, we have finally realized our long-cherished dream. Yuan Tianren's face showed a relieved smile. Even in the 9 springs, when I see Big Brother Jianhao, I have an explanation. Well, Qingdaozi also nodded slowly. But Brother Yuan, is it really worth it, to put down our layout and revenge against the royal family? Wang Blacksmith clenched his fists unwillingly. Back then, Big Brother Jianhao didn't have to die at all. Yuan Tianren patted Wang Blacksmith's shoulder. Do you remember the desperate poem that Brother Swordsman wrote before the duel? Wang Blacksmith's body trembled. Even if I die without a name, I have no regrets. Not for the emperor but for the people. The blind monk recited in a low voice. No matter what, we have to fulfill Kensho's elder brother's legacy first. After the death of the zombie king, if we still have a chance to fight, then we'll kill the imperial capital together and drag that old emperor off his horse. Yuan Tianren squeezed Wang Blacksmith's shoulders. Yes, a few of them sprinkled in promises, but inwardly they knew that it was probably impossible. Even if they survived, they probably lost the battle. None of these undercurrents cast today are self-destructive. Thumbs up. Beneath the canyon's cracks, debris hummed. Several of the heroes had a look of gravity on their faces. Sure enough, a monster that a king who has been running around for thousands of years, a sage ruler like the ancient King Ru can only choose to seal is extremely difficult to kill. Yuan Tianren had anticipated this in his mind. He knew from peering into the heavens that the stars and dark stars of this battle had all fallen, and that it was a game of certain death. The only variable, Lin Yen, had also long since been sent out of the underworld village by his own hand. It won't change. It's long overdue. Yuan Tianrun let out a low sigh. Pong! Black demonic flames rose to the sky, and chaotic rocks crumbled. The tattered and blood-soaked zombie king slowly rose, and he was not in good shape. The 7 heroes' undercards were strong enough that even an unusual king would have been decimated long ago. You guys think that this king is that easy to kill? The evil Chi roared in a frenzy of rage. Roar! The zombies around them all regained their killing nature and roared to the sky. One by one, the zombies blew themselves up, turning into undead essence and flying towards the zombie king. The injuries on evil Chi's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Want to kill me? Don't even look at how much you weigh. Evil Chi laughed maniacally and evilly. I am synonymous with despair on earth. You will never be able to kill me. Yeah? Yuan Tianren no longer had the killing intent like a madman. Only frank determination remained. Qing Daozi and Wang Blacksmith, a few people, stood behind Yuan Tianren, their gazes equally bland and determined. The wind blew through their robes, sullen and sad. What do you want? Evil Chi felt bad, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. Wang Bauer seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes were like fountains of tears as she cried out in sorrow. Father, Uncle Yuan, you guys, even if I die without a name, I have no regrets. Not for the emperor but for the people. The Aurora heroes chanted in unison as their bodies all began to energize. Tyrannical energies streaking across the room as they opened the ritual of self-destruction. They looked around frankly at the tide of zombies coming in like a tidal wave. Bauer, take care of yourself and stay away from the court. Blacksmith Wang left his final instructions. Ha, you guys. Wicked Sheik panicked. It wanted to escape, but realized that the Rift Valley had been spatially sealed in advance. In his current state, it was simply impossible for him to break before a few people blew themselves up. Master, old man Yuan, why are you in such a hurry to die? Let's kill the zombie king. In the distance, there were a few loud roars. Yuan Tianran turned his head incredulously. Surprisingly, it was Lin Yen who had brought a few people back with Shen Youwei. Saiduko, what's wrong with you? Didn't you pat yourself on the back and guarantee that the spatial passage was fine? Wang Blacksmith was in a hurry. Normally, it's no problem. I'm even counting the few hairy stiffs that screwed up in the middle of it. Qing Daozi frowned. Unless their attack power far exceeds my expectations. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly cast a fixing spell to forcefully terminate the self-destruction rituals of several people. What no regrets in dying, always still afraid of death. The zombie king also took advantage of this opening to desperately struggle out of the space blockade, laughing madly. Just now he had truly felt the fear of death. Now that he was back from the dead, nothing could threaten him anymore. Old Chang, what are you doing? You don't really think that these kids can reverse the big picture, do you? Wang Blacksmith questioned. A great opportunity for nothing. Otherwise, before Qing Daozi could say anything, Yuan Tianren smiled and shook his head. Ha! Blacksmith Wang was dumbfounded. Big brother Yuan, how come even you have changed your words? The sky must not be revealed. Yuan Tianren pointed to the distance. Look behind little friend Yen Di and the others. What is it? The crowd fixed their eyes and their eyes trembled. Lin Yen had not only brought back the 4 Shen Youwei, fixed my eyes on it and it was clearly 1,000 soldiers. Dust and smoke clamor. The tide of the army killed into the zombie encirclement. Zombies like wheat, a piece of the fall. Lin Yen pointed his long sword, his eyes as bright as electricity. Willow Demon Clan, Blood Vine Clan, fight with me, brothers and sisters. Ignite to give the author a reward. Praise and recommendation trifecta. Jiu Yang thanks. Chapter 86, The Soul, The Return. Kill. The Blood Vine Clan's Grand Marshal and Willow Demon Clan Chief, Lu Fu, led the army to rush out from both sides of Lin Yen. Hundreds of thousands of troops from the two races were still arriving from the teleportation points, and for a while, dust flew and shouts of killing shook the sky. Thousands of troops swept through the zombie horde in front of them. The blood of the zombies and the blood of the warriors of both races were thrown on the spot. Lin Yen led the 4 of them, Shen Youwei, to the center of the battlefield. A bunch of mole crickets, and they still presumed to devour an elephant. Zombie King Evil Chi raised his voice to the sky, and the power of the undead transformed into a deathly shadow behind him. With a wave of his big hand, the death god's silhouette held a scythe and swept it towards the ground. Hold on. Yuan Tianren revitalized his spirit, his will to fight not failing, holding a sword in one hand and a Tianji disc in the other. He was the first to stand against the sweep of that scythe. Zombie King, your time to die has come. Several of Qing Daozi's also struck out in succession, wrestling with the scythe. At this moment, Lin Yen and the others also finally arrived. Bastard boy, what are you running back for? That's right, if you guys didn't come back, we would have finished off the zombie king just now. Yuan Tianren. Several people grinned, though the words were reproachful. The heart was full of pleasure. Naturally, there is a 10,000% certainty to kill this mongrel law. Otherwise, what do you think? Lin Yan pointed at the zombie king Evil Chi in the air, but with the slightest chance of failure. Who would come back to save you, old bones? You kid. Your mouth is still as bad as ever. Yuan Tianrun was speechless. He knew very well that Lin Yan was just joking. A king-ranked creature and a non-king-ranked creature. Those were two concepts. At least in the Long Xia Empire, no one dared to boast that they would definitely be able to kill a king-ranked creature, even if they, the strongest heroes of the Dragon Summer Empire, formed the Aurora Heroes. It's just a matter of trying your best to seal the king-ranked creatures. He's not at the peak of his strength nowadays, and he's been weakened to the extreme by your undercurrents. On top of that, he's empty-handed and bare-fisted right now, with no offensive weapon at all. Lin Yan analyzed. It can be said that the zombie king is now at his weakest moment ever. It's easy for me to kill him. And where did you get that stinker from? Zombie King Evil Chi frowned. He's got such a big mouth. Is this kid comparable to the swordsman of his day? That man was, indeed, one of the most feared men he had ever known. Buzz. The zombie king scoped out Lin Yan's level and immediately felt a strange shame. His crazy killing machine dyed the sky the color of blood. Level 9. 9th level. I'm actually being described as a casual opponent by a rank 9 stinker. Roar. He moved mountains and rivers with a roar of explosive fury, and the earth trembled and rubble flew about. Wicked Child waved his arms wildly. The death void behind him also kept waving his scythe to harvest lives. Lin Yan sneered and flipped his hand to take out an object. Miscellaneous hairs. Can you recognize this object? Ha! When the zombie king's blood-red pupils saw the object in Lin Yan's hand, his pupils instantly shrank and he exclaimed, Seal of life and death. Thousands of years ago, he was seduced by this object and set off a corpse disaster on the land of Lu to fight the king of Lu to the death. Repeatedly sealed. Repeated comebacks. It was this object that was on his mind. As a death spirit king, if he could master the seal of life and death, he would definitely be able to access the power of endless death and advance to the emperor rank. At that time, he would rejoin the Sin domain and fight to become the lord of a domain. GGGGGGG. The zombie king let out a loud laugh, as if he were insane. Good. God help me. Let a mole deliver this great treasure to me. I will rise up completely. His eyes flashed as he stared at Lin Yan and said coldly, Griffin, as long as you offer this treasure to me, after killing you, I will transform you into an undead spirit and be the king's protector general for all eternity. How about that? You deserve it. Lin Yan smiled coldly. Open your dog's eyes and take a good look. Today your time to die has come. I'm here to give you a funeral. The zombie king gazed at it, and his face instantly became gloomy. Second awakening. You have completed the second awakening of the seal of life and death. It had to admit that it was panicking a bit. Back then, King Lu sealed it with his second awareness's seal of life and death. However, soon after, he suppressed the waves of shock within him and laughed coldly. What? Do you think you're the King Lu from back then? I am no match for King Lu, but I can summon him back to fight for me. Lin Yan sneered. He had been killing his enemies, and by killing his enemies, he would be able to accumulate the power of life and death, which would be devoured by the seal of life and death to evolve. After killing the hairy stiff Henzo-san just now, the last sliver of the progress bar of the seal of life and death was also full. It directly completed the second awakening and evolved into a second awakening treasure. No, never. He's dead. He is completely dead. He will never be resurrected. The zombie king was like a cat with fried fur. His pupils panicked and swept in all directions. Stunned. If he had lived for 1,000 years, the person he was most afraid of was none other than King Lu. This person had left him with too terrible a psychological shadow, and that battle had caused him to recuperate painfully for nearly 1,000 years before he recovered. After a long time, King Lu did not appear. The zombie king only settled down a little and laughed madly. Jia. I knew you were lying to me. How could that guy come back to life? He is the king of men, and I am a zombie. Lin Yan counted the time and nodded. He took out the seal of life and death just to shock the evil Chi and stall for a while. The conditions required to summon the remnant soul of King Lu were extremely harsh. In his last life, all 7 heroes died in battle. The blood of the heroes spilled into the sky, and the village of Hades collapsed. It was only then that the remnants of that soul were completely awakened. And now that the 7 heroes hadn't blown themselves up as per the plot, he would need another means to summon them out. Buzz. The fluctuations in Lin Feng's body couldn't be hidden anymore, and the power of space constructed an altar above his head. The past life mantra that Fatty had meditated on also transformed into Sanskrit. Draping over the altar, Shen Youwei's body was flooded with precious light, and the color of the 7 precious glazes reflected the altar. Chu Qingxian ignited the phoenix flame and lit the altar. Thousands of years ago, King of Rendezvous, your long-cherished wish remains unfulfilled. Lin Yan placed the seal of life and death on the phoenix spire with a solemn gaze. Now the voice of the nations recites, may you return, kill the king of stiffs, and clear the world. The king of Lu has not yet died. Spirit, return. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled in unison. A light door from the altar above slowly cracked, so that the zombie king trembled. Familiar breath from the light door slowly appeared. No! Wicked Sheik went completely berserk. He must not let that figure descend. You little brat! Just now you were trying to delay the construction of the altar. You deserve to die. Damn you! Evil Chi's stiff blood boiled. I'll kill you first. The endless soul power turned into a storm vortex, and Wang Bao's mind power was like a small boat undulating in front of it, and it would be slapped over at any time. Not good. This is the core skill of Zombie King Evil Chi. It was with this move that he killed Big Brother Sword Ho back then. Yuan Tianren roared sadly. Several other heroes were also horrified and reminded Lin Yan to retreat quickly. None of them expected that Evil Chi, who was in such a declining state, would still be able to use his core skills. Too late. Griffin, along with this altar, shatter it for me. The Zombie King exploded with a roar. A huge sword of the underworld that was purely composed of soul power slashed down towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan smiled faintly, his figure not moving at all. Under the gusty winds, he faced the blow with candor. Chapter 87, For My Clan's Clan Honor. Yen Di, to the death. The terrifying giant sword of the soul came down with the momentum of cleaving heaven and earth. Lin Yan robes lie, frankly straight face, until the figure completely disappeared in that giant sword chopped out of the light through the sky. No! Yuan Tianren, Qing Daozi, and the others all roared sadly, old tears streaming down their faces. In their minds, they flashed with all the things that had happened since they had known Yan Di, thinking of that day, swordsman's face when he was so generous, with Lin Yan at the moment. It seemed to overlap. They tremble, they grieve, but there is nothing that can be done to change that. You don't deserve to die. It's us old-timers from the old days who should die. Wang Blacksmith cried bitterly and sobbed uncontrollably. Only Wang Bauer shook her head breathlessly. These old men, so ripped off. Buzz. The light of the soul dissipates. The gale stopped and Lin Yan's clothes returned to calm. He hadn't been damaged in the slightest, and the soul storm had even blown his clothes cleaner than a moment ago. Several old guys were dumbfounded at the scene. What's going on? This is a king's desperate move. Even the first hero of Long Xia, swordsman, fell under this move. Why are you acting like nothing happened? Even the zombie king Evil Chi was directly dumbfounded in midair. He even suspected that he had made a fake skill. Lin Yan smiled slightly. Have you guys forgotten that the helmet of a swordsman is immune to the first soul attack in battle? This. A couple of old men really forgot. After all, the swordsman's helmet has been missing for too long. Moreover, in that battle, swordsman fought from the beginning to the end, and had long since suffered many soul attacks, and the one chance of immunity had long since been used up. Asterisk. So you kid has already calculated everything. My nifty. Tears were for nothing. Fortunately, this is the blessing of sword hero's big brother's spirit in heaven. The Yuan Tianren few people reacted differently. Between the great joy and the great sadness, the old guys almost had a heart attack. Lin Yan grinned. He now had one word in his heart, and that was, too cool. Used a gear trait to trick the enemy out of a big move without injury. Who wouldn't be happy with that on anyone? The zombie king was furious. He was a king for a lifetime, but he was actually frequently teased by such an insignificant ant. But he knew he couldn't afford to delay. Once that door of light opened and King Lu reappeared in the world, he would be finished. Don't be afraid, kid. We'll protect you even if we put our lives on the line. The Yuan Tianren few were now looking at Lin Yan with light in their eyes. This is a real gem. Lin Yan cried and laughed as he waved his hand. You guys follow the method I gave you and construct another altar. With your high strength, the altar will take less time to construct. Yuan Tianren froze. And construct one? Why? Summon the legendary remnant soul of the first hero of the Dragon Summer Empire. Swordsman. Lin Yan's tone was firm. What? Yuan Tianren and the others felt their scalps tingling. Their pupils were shocked and shrunk together, and they exclaimed in unison in disbelief. Really? Lin Yan nodded. The will of the sword hero was once spilled on this battlefield, and died from a soul essential technique, so there must be a remnant of his soul. I inherited the equipment skill of the sword hero battle spirit, and when the summoning reaches the end and I use it, there's a great probability that I can summon it out. Good. Yuan Tianren and the others were excited to the extreme. Their biggest wish for so many years is to see brother Jianhao again. Raise the altar. Yuan Tianren bellowed. Yes. Qing Daozi forced out the last bit of his potential and used the power of space to construct an altar. The blind monk chants the Sutra of the Departed. The blacksmith Wang casts a glazed marigold, and Wu Baihua ignites the phoenix fire. Yuan Tianren read the eulogy. Heaven and earth. Indeed. have opened another door of light. Asterisk. Damn it! Zombie King Evil Chi was enraged to the extreme as he looked at Lin Yan. It's all because of you. You mole. You sinful animal. His killing intent boiled like the sea as he flew in to kill. Ha ha ha. I've long wanted to fight the king head on. Yuan village chief, you guys stay put and watch me fight alone. Lin Yan knew that there was definitely no way he could kill a king, especially a legendary king like the Zombie King. In its peak state, it was unknown how many times stronger than the stream of the Black Iron King, but he was just going to use the Zombie King as a whetstone to test his now extreme battle power. Boom! He waved his long sword and met the lunging Zombie King Evil Chi in the air. Buzz! Waves of energy from the counterattack tumbled out, lifting the Rift Valley and the earth. The gusts of wind are flailing. Lin Yan flew backwards from the blow, and a -150W prompt appeared above his head. That was still the impact damage he had taken after almost perfect defense, though in the realm of kingship, creatures below the king rank like him would receive a huge increase in damage. But that still shows the horrific damage of Zombie King Evil Chi. But if he had a king's soldier that couldn't block the strike, it would have taken half my life, Lin Yan muttered. But nowadays, with many prerequisites, he did have the capital to fight against the Zombie King. For now, at least, he wasn't going to lose any ground. The Zombie King fell into a stupor for the second time. He was actually blocked by a 9th level mole cricket, and even had his tricky slash to the vitals, creating a bludgeoning attack. 150W of damage was dealt. Yes, Yuan Tianrun clenched his fists in excitement. The first wave of the duel between Lin Yan and the Zombie King was surprisingly neck and neck, and did not lose out. In the distance, the two of them, Lu Fu and Tu Shuai, who were conquering in the tide of zombies, looked at this scene from afar, and their hearts were shocked beyond words. They only had to lead their entire clan to help in this war due to their contract with Lin Yan, but at this moment, their hearts faltered. All of the small thoughts were worn out under the power of this blade, and began to want to truly follow Lin Yan. After all, this was a terrifying powerhouse that could fight a legendary king head-on without losing the slightest bit of ground. His growth rate is simply too fast to comprehend. Liu Fu's shock deepened. When she and Lin Yan teamed up to kill her father, she was clearly able to send Lin Yan into a bloody battle and a close call against her father, who was at the beginning of the golden hero rank. But in the blink of an eye, the other party even had the ability to compete with a severely injured legendary king. She felt like a dream, and the little heart inside her was crushed by this strong knife. Give me all your strength to kill. For my Willow Demon Clan's clan Honorable Yendi, die fighting. Lu Fu bellowed, his body glowing with demonic light, no longer holding back and fighting to the death. Kill. The Vine Marshal also began to sell his life, leading the Blood Vine clan warriors to charge frantically. A legendary king? Nothing more than that. Lin Yan revived his sword, tilted his head back and looked proudly at Evil Chi, the battle intent in his eyes boiling like the sea. Peak battle. Feeling handsome brothers and sisters. Support Joyang. Free small gift brush. Chapter 88 Skill Final Slash. The Sword Hero's Remnant Soul returns. What are you so mad about? If it weren't for the fact that this king has no weapons and is still in such a state, would a mole like you even want to block me? Evil Chi was infuriated, his energy fluctuating wildly around him. He roared angrily, his palm grasping towards Lin Yan. War! Lin Yan laughed 3 times. His battle spirit was like a frenzy as he swung his sword face to face and engaged Evil Chi. Incredible! Yuan Tianrun stroked his beard, his eyes showing awe. I remember when we first met, this kid was still worrying about low-ranked legendary equipment, and had to be careful when completing a 3rd-ranked quest. It's only been less than a month, and he's already grown to a powerhouse that can fight head-on with the Zombie King. A few of the Aura heroes looked dumbfounded as well. Nima, did this kid hide his strength when he fought me in the first place? Wang Blacksmith muttered. If Lin Yan had this kind of battle power back then, he would have had to fight until he burned blood that night. Boom boom boom. The more the Zombie King fought, the more horrified he became. Lin Yan, on the other hand, became more and more furious the more he fought. The two exchanged blows in midair, and terrifying waves of energy impacted in all directions. Buzz. Lin Yan put up a fight. He wanted to see what kind of limits he could reach with his full strength. He didn't use precious blast potion or disposable secret treasures. After all, the Zombie King's blood was like an abyss, and he definitely couldn't cut through his opponent's blood. What he wanted to test was purely his own battle power. Damn, it's been less than a minute of fighting, and it's knocked over 10 million armor off me. The meta armor shields are shattered. It's about to trigger the armor returning trait. Lin Yan frowned. This was still based on the fact that he was now at 50,000 armor per second, plus a huge amount of armor regeneration from one slash. Sucking wildly while fighting results in all the armor dropping wildly. The Zombie King is indeed fierce, but the Zombie King wasn't doing well either. He had also been taken out by Lin Yan for more than 10 million armor, but his blood bar was too thick and he wasn't afraid to fight Lin Yan for blood at all. Is that the best you can do? Zombie King, show me what you're capable of as a legendary king, Lin Yan kept provoking. Hopefully the Zombie King will put more pressure on him. More pressure to squeeze out his maximum potential. Roar! Zombie King Evil Chi went crazy, and the stiff poison flowed around his body, transforming into venom armor and a venomous greatsword. Die for me! Stiff poison mad chopper. This chopping attack, once it was about to fall, was so dense as rain that it was impossible to dodge it, and each chop would cause at least 1,000,000 points of impact damage. There was no doubt that he would be killed under this terrible skill. Lin Yan's gaze was calm to the extreme. He's all about pushing himself to the brink of death. He's been too invincible all the way since his gear took shape. It's been a long time since anyone has been able to put the pressure on him to get hit. Only this kind of pressure can squeeze out his potential. Use it for me. Lin Yan precisely controlled every inch of muscle in his entire body to play an action that is simply impossible to play at this stage under 5 points of agility. Buzz. His consciousness entered into a special state, instantly analyzing the path of attack and point of force of the stiff poison frenzy chop. Break! Lin Yan let out a stern cry, and the magic blade 1,000 blades in his hand transformed into a tricky magic light, phantom-like stabbing at a dozen or so hairline points around the Zombie King's body. Buzz! This surefire skill had just shown its forward swing when it was cut off, disappearing into thin air. Skill final chop. Lin Yan's heart was clear and excited. He actually did it, relying on a strong and incomparable will, rich and incomparable combat experience. Hit a combat trick that required at least 10 points of agility to perform, pushing the limits of combat power at this stage. He flew back and looked at the dumbfounded Zombie King Evil Chi and grinned. The maneuver took everyone by surprise. The core battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The Zombie King silently looked at his hands. Where are my skills? Skills interrupted in midstream. It was his first experience in 1,000 years. He was so depressed right now he wanted to vomit blood. This feeling is like a double sport to the end of the line, soon to be the end of the time, was forcibly interrupted. Ah! The Zombie King roared with difficulty. Damn! He went berserk and was going to perform the obligatory kill. It is now. Old man Yuan, help me. Lin Yan glanced at the heroic altar. The door that belonged to Kensho had opened almost completely. Sword hero secret skill. 9 thunder flash. Sword drawing chop. Sword wielding line. Sword hero. Battle spirit. Lin Yan cast many skills in a single thought. His body transformed into sword light, and he charged towards the Zombie King without any hesitation. Good. I'm coming. Yuan Tianren had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and his body instantly transformed into sword light. Cast battling sword chopper and sword magnate battle spirit. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, seemed like two sword lights, splitting endless lightning in the air. Dead. Both Lin Yan and Yuan Tianren's killing chances were boiling to the extreme at the moment. This is. The Zombie King's pupils stood upside down, and his originally frenzied face froze. What did it see? The instant before Lin Yan and Yuan Tianren were about to chop into it, in the middle of the two, a sword soul was actually slowly born. That sword spirit. It is the first hero of Long Xia that once caused him to be sealed in the sealed land, the Sword Ho. The remnants of the swordsman awakened. At this moment, Lin Yan, the remnants of the swordsman's soul, and Yuan Tianren, fought side by side. 3 sword lights, through the sky and through the earth, simultaneously chopped down on top of the Zombie King's body. Boom! The earth shook, dust and smoke rose up, and the 3 sword-ons transformed into countless flashes of light, flickering in the dust and smoke. The shockwave instantly washed the dust and smoke away. The Zombie King's clothes were broken and stiff blood flowed. 3 swords plunged into its chest, causing it to spit broken green stiff blood and bone slag from its mouth. Those 3 swords, it was held in the hands of Lin Yan, Jian Hao, and Yuan Tianren respectively. Big brother swordsman, really returning for a battle. The moment they saw swordsman's face, several Aurora heroes couldn't hold it in, and their tears couldn't stop flowing. They missed the big brother too much. Brother Kensho, they roared sadly. The consciousness of the swordsman's remnant soul also gradually became clearer. From the pure obsession with decapitating the Zombie King when he first awakened, he recovered to clear eyes. It worked. Lin Yan also settled down inwardly and was very relieved. He fought the urge to satisfy several Aurora heroes to see swordsman one more time. A trance filled Kensho's eyes. He knew that he was a remnant of his soul resurrected. But how similar is this scene of resurrection to the scene before his death? This trance made him unable to distinguish between his memories and reality. However, when he saw Yuan Tianren's vicissitudes of face, his memory instantly sobered. Yes, it's been a long time coming, long time no see. Only a moment passed in Kensho's consciousness, but looking at the vicissitudes of the Aurora heroes' faces, the words were eventually spoken. This should be the final showdown, right? Jianhao looked at Yuan Tianren with relief. He inherited his swordsmanship almost completely. He looked at Lin Yan again and was even more incomparably fond of him. Looks like Yuan has found himself another top-notch heir. Don't look at me like that. I'm not your disciple. Lin Yan hastily defended himself. Is that so? The sword hero was a bit disappointed, but then he smiled sagely. No matter. My sword inheritance can be obtained by anyone who has a heart for the living. The fact that you can spare yourself and fight the zombie king says it all. Heir. Lin Yan nodded his head repeatedly. There's no need to spoil the old-timers' fun. You guys are still catching up in front of me, treating this king as if he doesn't exist. Ah, the zombie king was furious. All the anger that has been generated over the last 1,000 years is not as much as it is today in one day. It was a great joy to finally get out of the trap and be reborn. But now he was getting pissed off. It's really a loss of poker face and dignity as a legendary king. Boom! His chest exploded and his stiff blood boiled, blasted the 3 swords out. Lin Yan, Yuan Tianren, and Jian Hao flew back smoothly. Older brothers, sister 100 flowers, niece Bauer. Jian Hao swept through the crowd one by one, and was even more pleased to see a few Duanda. It seems that several of the siblings have found the heir of their choice. Brother Jian Hao, Wang Blacksmith was just about to open his mouth. Swordsman then waved his robe sleeve, his gaze like a sword, and looked at the zombie king. A hero has the lives of the people at heart. I don't have much time. Everything will be recounted after the zombie king is beheaded. After saying that, his entire body transformed into a heavenly sword, and with a single chop, the heavenly clouds shook. This is the overwhelming battle power that belongs to the first hero of Dragon Summer. Chapter 89, The Name of the Human King. Hellzine Heavenly Son. Humph, even if the 3 of you come together, do you think you can defeat me? The zombie king roared, looking like he wanted to fight. Between a shake of his body, he was actually directly about to flee. He wasn't afraid of Lin Yan, Yuan Tianren and swordsman joining forces, but he was also clear. After these 3 joined forces, it would be extremely difficult for him to win quickly. Once King Lu really did revive like swordsman as well, he was even in danger of falling today. Save the Green Mountains. Go first. That was the only thought left in his mind. Where to go? Lin Yan's trio surrounded him from 3 directions. The 4 great powerhouses battled together. Although the zombie king wanted to escape, he couldn't do it even if he wanted to break through the 3 experts at once. Damn humans! The zombie king was furious and ignited his zombie blood. Being forced to burn the king's blood by a few non-king ranked creatures, the zombie king felt endlessly humiliated. You all wait. The day this king reappears in a perfect state is the day you will be lynched to death. Wicked Key roars sadly. For a legendary king to be forced to this point, his face was completely trampled on. Boom boom boom. The 4 killed until their bodies were bathed in blood. Miserable to the extreme. Buzz. Within the door of light, King Lu's figure solidified more and more. The time left for the zombie king is running out. The zombie king completely let go of the king's blood and venom condensed. Bloodletting. He roared angrily, and the stiff blood around his body spurted out like a waterfall. The zombie king's king form can only be activated when only a third of his blood is left. He's bleeding himself dry. Roar. Finally, the king form was energized. Holy, this monster is advanced and has a second stage. Dwayne spat from the sidelines. Under the king's form, the blood poison armor is attached. On the zombie king's back, the wings made of skulls spread out. Its speed and power are nearly half of what they were before. It's no good. We can't stop it with just the 3 of us. Yuan Tianren drank low. Let's do it. After summoning the remnants of the swordsman's soul, Qing Daozi's few people also had their hands free. 5 square heaven ceiling formation. Qing Daozi displayed the formation diagram and stepped on the eastern core formation. I himself, Wang Blacksmith, Blind Monk, Wu Baihua, and Wang Bauer stood in the other 4 sides of the formation. Buzz. The 5 elements of power surged, instantly condensing into a defensive shield that enveloped the sky. Thud. The zombie king slammed headfirst into the defense shield, knocking his head back, but as a price, the 5 Aurora heroes all angrily sprayed a mouthful of blood. Keep on pestering. As long as King Lu's remnant soul comes back to life, the battle will be over. Lin Yan roared. Stick to the zombie king's face and output like crazy. Roar. The zombie king was trapped and frantically attacked the energy cover of the 5 square heaven ceiling formation. Qing Daozi, a few of them, sprayed blood frequently, his face pale to the extreme. Click, click, click. Can't you stop it? Lin Yan gritted his teeth. This zombie king, too, is too hard to kill. Shattered. Under the zombie king's heaven-defying strike, the energy shield of the 5 square heaven ceiling formation was finally shattered. The formation shattered. All 5 Aurora heroes crumpled to the ground. Just as Swordsman was preparing to burn his battle spirit and transform his body into a sword to stall the zombie king once again. Palm. The door of light burst open. The golden light shone in the heavens and earth, piercing through the blood-red black clouds in the sky. The figure of the human king slowly stepped out from the door. like a benevolent monarch who brings hope. Everyone bathed in that golden light felt warm and cozy. The zombie army, on the other hand, was screaming madly, and their combat status was cut down extremely. Aura of the King of Men, Lin Yen muttered. Only monarchs who hold orthodoxy and are recognized by the living can have such an aura hanging over them. Since ancient times, many dynasties and many monarchs had stood on this great land of Longxia, but those who can be honored as the King of Men are but a handful. Damn old thing, you're obviously completely dead. How can you still have remnants of your soul to retain when you feed your body to the treasure? The zombie king roared. King Lu held the seal of life and death in his hand and didn't pay any attention to the zombie king, but instead smiled faintly at Lin Yen. Little friend, entrusting the seal of life and death to you is the best choice I've ever made in my life. Lin Yen clasped his fist at King Lu. King Lu had given his body to the treasure for the sake of the living, even for the sake of the future generations to have a slight chance of turning the tide. Goes out of his way to turn himself into an NPC as a way to keep the remnants of his soul immortal. Such a human king deserved his admiration. Hey, old thing, you're deaf. I'm talking to you. The zombie king was upset. Instead of having a few words with his old rival first, he actually went to catch up with a nickel first. 1,000 years ago, I let the zombie king get away with it. Now let me have a chance to come back to this world and fulfill my unfinished wish. My king, thank you in advance. King Lu arched his hand at Lin Yen, still ignoring the zombie king. Pissed off, the zombie king let out a low roar and revealed his killing intent. Just a wisp of a remnant soul. You still want to turn the world upside down? Give me death. He blasted out and slapped his palm towards King Lu. If he was in his peak state, he might not be afraid of King Lu, but in today's state, if you want to escape, you can only be killed by constant consumption. The only option is to go head on hard. Boom! King Lu clashed with him in the air. Energy fluctuations of light and darkness occupied the two heavenly domes. Golden lightning and black lightning clashed in the clouds. Touché! King Lu and the zombie king were each sent flying. Damn! The strength of this remnant soul. Not low. King Lu, you left yourself not a small backhand the zombie king said eerily. Zombie King Evil Chi, you have plagued this land several times. Today, it is time for you to be buried. The seal of life and death in King Lu's hand flickered with light. Big talk. It's you guys who deserve to die. This king is destined to rule over hundreds of millions of territories and reign as an ancestor in the Sin domain. He also put up a fight. The domain of kingship and the king form were all open to the extreme, catalyzing all the power for the final assault. The gate of life and death. Open. King Lu raised the seal of life and death and directly burned the remnants of his soul. To strike is to exchange life for life. Buzz. On the seal of life and death of the second awareness, the two chi of life and death flowed, and within a range of 1,000 meters, all of them were transformed into a black and white world. The ghost door is open. One by one, the armor-clad ghost generals step through the ghost gate. These ghost generals are majestic and strong, riding on ghost horses with an unrivaled momentum that frightens those who see them. Densely packed columns of soldiers, led by ghost generals with horses stepping into the green sky, serious to the extreme will to kill rushed out, making it difficult to breathe. There's that scene again. Zombie King Evil Chi's pupils shrunk as he hissed. I will not be sealed again. This time it won't be sealing you, but killing you completely. King Lu stood high in the sky, his human king aura majestic. He took a big swing. Thousands of armies rushed out, and the killing intent condensed into substance, transforming into a bleak and gloomy wind. No one can kill me. The zombie king went crazy as he charged headlong into the underworld army and opened up for the kill. Snort! He was domineering to the extreme. All the ghost generals and pawns that came close to him were torn apart by his forcefulness. Ha 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 ha. No one can kill me. He kills to the point of frenzy, bathed in medieval blood. Body after body of underworld generals and soldiers fell from the dome of the sky, popping up and crumbling to the ground, transforming into the power of life and death and nourishing the earth. King Lu, it's just a mere remnant of a soul. Go to hell in peace. The more he yelled, the more his bottom fell out. So what if the seal of life and death? Even if the heavenly prince of hell himself descends, he won't be able to kill me. I am the supreme spirit of death. My destiny is mine and not God's. Having lost the conviction of certain victory, only hysterical madness remains. I don't know how many underworld generals were killed before the gruesome killing finally completely alarmed the Ghost Gate. Behind the Ghost Gate, a magnificent shadow that leads up to the underworld and down to hell appeared. He wore the crown of an emperor on his head and was seated high above his throne, looking down indifferently on everything in the world. With that, his eyes looked here, and his cold eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. The judge's pen in his hand flicked a little. The killing intent that was terrifying to the extreme transformed into a raging river of the underworld, rushing out from the Ghost Gate. In that instant, all the living beings in the surroundings had their scalps tingling. This kind of great power really makes it impossible to raise any resistance. The zombie king Evil Chi also showed horror in his eyes. A legendary king, Even in front of this raging river of the underworld, even the body cannot move the slightest bit. Palm. The river Styx swept through, slapping the hissing zombie king to pieces with a single strike. It was an instantaneous erasure in the truest sense of the word, not even a crumb left. All the living beings who saw that magnificent figure could not help but rise up with the intention of kneeling and worshipping. It was an ethereal feeling of endless lofty reverence. However, after Styx erased the zombie king, that terrifying figure slowly disappeared. The underworld general and the underworld soldier sounded the alarm. The door of life and death also slowly disappeared. Then, what kind of existence is that figure? Could he be the heavenly son of hell? 2 big chapters in a row begging for gifts. You must keep up with your catch-up reading. Check back every day for updates. It's a great support for Jiu Yang. Chapter 90, Beat King Whip. Divine Providence Template. Tianzi? The crowd was horrified. That's the supreme deity that is claimed to be in charge of hell. The seal of life and death is the ghost seal that he used to use, because of the favor of the king of Lu before he gave it to the ancient Lu as the town treasure. A deity that terrifying actually noticed us here and personally made a move to obliterate the zombie king. Yuan Tianren's forehead was covered in beads of sweat. He had seen a lot in his life, but even so, he had simply never seen an existence that could rival that figure by a long shot. The supreme deities all have divine senses, and even if they are hundreds of millions of miles away and in endless space, as long as they chant their true names and divine names, they can all be sensed. Lin Yan explained. Oh, so, the zombie king has gotten himself killed? If he hadn't shouted that even Tianzi couldn't help him, that being wouldn't have paid any attention to this place. Yuan Tianren couldn't tense up. Indeed, Lin Yan nodded, but this is only hastening his death. With so many soldiers and generals surrounding him, he is destined to not live long. Well, the remnants of the swordsman's soul also nodded slightly, looking towards where the zombie king disappeared with some emotion and complexity in his eyes. I have been fighting with it for 1,000 years, and now that this drama has come to an end, the living beings finally don't have to face the scourge of corpses anymore. King Lu also spoke, his voice tired. His body became more and more transparent and began to show signs of dissipation. It was supposed to burn the remnants of the soul, forcing the seal of life and death to erupt, and fighting with a life for a life. He's too consumed. I had wanted to see this great country again, but it seems there is no time for that. King Lu gave a spontaneous smile, but my long-cherished wish has been fulfilled, so I have no regrets. Lin Yan looked at this human king with sympathy. Luckily you don't have time, otherwise you'd blow up directly when you see the way the world looks now. Not all kings are as benevolent as King Lu. The current monarch of the Longxia Empire is a dictatorial tyrant, tyrannical and murderous, and the world has suffered for a long time. What's more, the Roland Empire next door covets the eastern land, and war breaks out frequently between the two countries, making the people's lives unbearable. The remnants of my soul will be extinguished, and in the future I will be completely transformed into a mindless keeper of the copy. King Lu turned his head and looked deeply at Lin Yan. I've never been wrong about people. Before I die, I'll give you all the world's orthodoxy. It's up to you as to how you apply it. If the kings of the world are immoral and the people suffer, they can be rebuked for this. Buzz, the light mass inside him floated out. A gold, iron and steel whip that emitted clear light fell into Lin Yan's hands. The steel whip was warm and cool to the touch, engraved with ancient inscriptions, heavy and simple, and the sharpness was restrained. Beat the king's whip. Lin Yan's heart shook. The seal of life and death and the whip of the beating king. These two magic treasures have been regarded as symbols of the world's orthodoxy since ancient times. Whoever gets it will get the world. But 1,000 years ago, with the disappearance of King Lu, these two magic treasures were also hidden in the river of history. Successive kings have struggled to find the two treasures in order to manifest their orthodoxy as kings of men. And now, these two treasures, both fell into his hands. To beat the king's whip, to beat the immoral and fainting king at the top, and to beat the woeful sycophants at the bottom. It can support the world's orthodoxy and save the people's lives. Yuan Tianren was also startled. It turns out that 1,000 years ago, these two treasures were taken to the grave by the king of Lu. No wonder you cannot find. Thank you, human king. Lin Yan solemnly clasped his fists. Obtaining the king beating whip was completely unexpected. Even he didn't know that King Lu was hiding such a sharp weapon. Well, King Lu nodded and smiled, his eyes calmly looking at this land he had guarded for 1,000 years. The remnants of his soul released and dispersed. Buzz. The seal of life and death was completely withdrawn, and the human king altar faded away. Several people lost their hold and all fell to the ground. Brother Kensho, a few of Wang Baoers came over. I am content to see you all well. Jian Hao looked at a few of his old brothers. This battle of yours has completely shattered your foundations, which is not necessarily a bad thing. If you don't break it, if you can take this opportunity to rebuild a life, it may not be unfeasible to ascend to the throne against all odds. Yuan Tianren shook his head. We are afraid that neither of us will live for more than a year as our souls and bodies are both failing. Jinhao looked at the somewhat depressed Yuan Tianrun and patted his shoulder. I know that exterminating the zombie king is only the first step of your plan. You need this merit. You need this name of orthodoxy. Only by taking advantage of the momentum of destroying the zombie king could the next step of the plan be taken. Don't debilitate your ambition before the great work is done. Yuan Tianrun perked up a bit. Don't worry, big brother Jinhao. We'll do our best. Ha ha ha, it's enough to have this heart. Jinhao laughed boldly as the remnants of his soul began to disintegrate and collapse on its own. As a big brother, I'll help you guys out one more time. Big brother, what are you doing? Yuan Tianrun was horrified. Qing Daozi and the others even wanted to step in to stabilize the remnant soul. Watch this. This is my last paycheck. The swordsman bellowed. The fire in our hearts must be set ablaze all over the world. Not to degrade the name of our Aurora. Boom! The remnants of the sword hero's soul completely disintegrated, turning into a ray of golden light that nourished everyone's soul. Lin Yan had also received this gift, and his spiritual power had been drastically improved. Agility went straight from 5 to 9. Yuan Tianrun and the others' soul decay illnesses also gradually weakened and were eventually stabilized, and they were even radiant with color. Qing Daozi and the others were stunned. I didn't expect Kensho to make this choice at the end of his life. Greetings to big brother Kensho. Yuan Tianrun roared to his knees and rushed to the sky. Greetings big brother Kensho. The Aurora hero's eyes flushed red as they shouted in unison. Lin Yan also looked at where swordsman had disappeared and silently saw him off. After a long time, Yuan Tianrun stood up. All pull yourself together. Our path has yet to be traveled. Don't let brother Jianhao down. Aha! Several of the Wang blacksmiths nodded their heads and wiped away the tears in their eyes. Little friend, now the zombie king is dead, and the altar is broken. Underworld village exists in name only. Yuan Tianrun smiled faintly. The news of the zombie king's fall is expected to spread throughout the world soon. There will be many powerful people coming to investigate. So come with me quickly and seize the time to inherit the Divine Providence template. Yes, Lin Yan couldn't hide his excitement. The God-given template he'd been longing for was finally going to be in his hands. Finally, I don't have to hold back at level 9 anymore. Several people walked over to the altar and looked down into the blackness of what seemed like a bottomless pit. Wang Bauer wrapped the crowd with the power of her mind and leapt downward. The bottom of the cave is pitch black. When Sheng Daozi raised his hand, many bright pearls were born in the void, illuminating the underground formation. This is the great formation that communicates the divinity of the God-given template. Without this divinity, back then, we still couldn't seal the zombie king. Wang Bauer used her mind power to communicate with the grand formation. They were only of the heroic order, and the only ones who could communicate divinity during this period were mind mages. That's why Paul Wong is known as the soul of the 7 heroes. Without her, it would have been impossible to seal the zombie king. Buzz. The array disc opened and unraveled. The array pattern brightened up, and the entire underground world trembled. A purple golden template appeared from the void. God-given templates. Lin Yan was excited and took it in his hands as soon as he could. At this moment, heaven and earth transmit a magnificent sound. Congratulations to player, Yan D. First pass through the hidden storyline of the Novice Village. Completion rating, SSS. Chapter 91, Harvest Explosion. Reverse Divine Providence Template. Must see. Congratulations to player, Yan D. First pass through the Novice Village hidden storyline. Completion rating, SSS. Hereby rewarded. 3-star skill book * 10. 5th order epic equipment * 2. 5th order fine equipment * 10. Free attribute points, 500. 5th order assorted potions, 1000. Silver advancement templates up to 5th order, 1000. Gold advancement templates up to 5th order, 100. Extra reward for S-grade evaluation, clan order, 1. SS level hidden reward, 1000 W experience bead. Skill evolution book * 3. SSS level strike reward, 5th order legendary equipment * thunder ring. We hope that players will be aware of this and continue to work hard to create their own legend in the world of God's Earth. Before the crowd could react, the magnificent sound of the bulletin sounded again. Congratulations to player, Yan D, for obtaining the divine gift template for the first time and completing the hidden achievement, Heir to the Gods. It is hereby rewarded. Rule-based magic treasure, blood avoidance ring. The sound of the magnificent notification spread throughout the world, and all who heard it were dumbfounded. Holy, the newbie village is still hiding such a big job. This reward? I'm ing stupid. Thousands of pieces of advanced moldings, Naya spaced out for wholesale. What kind of unbelievable achievement has he done? This reward is too much of an impact on the game's balance. Who else will be able to him in the future? The players were dumbfounded, envious and jealous, and the world was clamoring. Hey, just these rewards alone selling gold coins for more than $10 million. The president of the Green Dragon Guild sighed lowly. No wonder he wasn't willing to sign up for our guild in the first place. It turns out that Yen Di is hiding such a big trick. Indeed, he is a man of great deeds, and by no means a pool fish. It's not something we can take under our wing. We can only work with him in the future, not to be messed with. The president of the Flourishing Star Guild felt sorry for him. I said, how come I didn't see that handsome guy in the main city? So it turns out he's secretly doing great things in the novice village. The Vermilion Bird Guild's beautiful president's vermilion lips were slightly hooked, and her pretty eyes contained spring. Now he should always leave the novice village and come to the main city, right? I'd like to meet this man properly. A clan order? He's not going to establish a clan, is he? With the resources and fame he now held in his hands, it was expected that many experts would defect. It will even have an impact on our 9 guilds. Fear my ass. He's only one person no matter how strong he is, providing enough resources for a few dozen or 100 people at most. Destined to be just a small studio in size, it's impossible to have the ability to compete with our 9 guilds. Several other unions were discussing whether Lin Yan would establish a clan or not. They hadn't even gotten a clan order after hanging around until now. Establishing a clan was the only way to truly establish one's power in the divine soil, and there were many benefits. Let's hope Yen Di can sell us this clan order. Send him a message. Our Green Dragon Guild is willing to pay 100 million for the clan order. Oriental Guild. Lang Feng had just led the team to first pass the 3rd rank boss copy in the main city. Just as he came out, he heard the announcement and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Yen Di is really full of unpredictability. Report it to the top. The clan order is needed for our Eastern Guild as well. There's no need to report it. We've been given a direct order from above. Vice Captain Warwolf said. As long as Yen Di is willing to join the Eastern Guild, let him make whatever price he wants. As soon as he joins, he will be awarded the rank of Major. In addition, clan orders up to 1 billion do not need to be reported and are purchased directly. If necessary, tell the truth about the imminent coming of the Yandere God's Earth game. What? The top is actually willing to even loosely tell Yen Di the truth about the Divine Earth game. Lang Feng was incomparably shocked. This can be called the biggest secret of the summer country nowadays. Strictly guarded. No more than 100 people know. Even the $10 billion family, the Mu Group, could only detect a little wind. With so many bargaining chips, the next time I see him and negotiate with him, I guess he will definitely agree. Warwolf said. Or else he's just too unconscious. Lang Feng shook his head as he dealt with Lin Yan the most. In my opinion, may not. White Wolf Guild. The Poison Duke sneered. If he had seen this yesterday, he would have been hysterical. But today, he was calm. Because, the White Wolf Guild had gotten a King's Soldier yesterday, and it was still of legendary quality. Even if you are strong, in front of a legendary level King's Soldier, how many rounds can you withstand? Mr. Poison crossed his legs and got high. He's getting a lot of stuff and it's good. It's a pity that it's nothing more than working for my White Wolf Guild, and after beheading him, all of these things will be mine. This is the absolute advantage of a big guild. Well, Mu Qingwan nodded slightly, her eyes cold. According to intelligence gathered by analysts recruited by MU, the level cap of the novice village was level 9, and that Lin Yan was only strong because his equipment was so good and provided high armor. The King's Soldier comes with real injuries. He's dead this time. Moreover, his destruction of the Truth Cult has caused many players to be dissatisfied, so this time it's just right to gather those players and kill that kid together. The poisonous Duke grinned and fanned his rocking fan, truly looking like a great cleverness that strategized and had everything under control. Players had different attitudes in their minds regarding the announcement and Lin Yan, a time of dark clouds and mountain rain. The NPCs, on the other hand, couldn't sit still. Capotul, the Zombie King is dead. The 7 heroes of Aurora. Hello, you guys. Deep within the Dragon Summer Palace, the sound of angry laughter came from the depths of the palace, and the laughter shook the heavens. Prepare a decree at once. Declare the 7 heroes to enter the capital, and I will heavily reward them. Yes, Sin Domain. The Zombie King is dead? Jia, but it's good. The change has already appeared. As the world seeks dear, who will die? The show is on. The greatest variable divined by Old Man Sin has appeared, and it seems to be the Yen Emperor mentioned in this notice, having the layout disturbed by a mole. I wonder what kind of choice the Bone Emperor will make. Roland Empire, Black Iron City, Equilibrium, broken today. Everywhere powerful people opened their bloodthirsty eyes. They're dumbfounded to take part in this stormy situation opened with the pouring of king's blood. The bottom of the Hades village altar. Lin Yan didn't care to watch the pile of various types of rewards that appeared in his backpack. He just checked the Divine Providence template in his hand. His heart shaken. Siren, Eternal Warrior, Divine Template. Camp, Heaven. Divine Providence attributed to Sifu Jinjuan. Divine Gift 1, tenfold increase in all aspects of basic values. Divine Gift 2, a drop of Divine Blood, unlocks 1000 W blood cap. Divine Gift 3, Talent, growth increase blood cap by 100 points per attack, plus, Unique divine skill, instant resurrection, free resurrection within 1 kilometer after death. No conditions, no limitations, no cost. Unique divine favor, spring of life, a friendly party can bind a spring, with the same effect as a spring of resurrection, reviving teammates with a single thought. Eternal divine right, life dice, probability determination, successful determination, 1 strike, plus, note, Sishang Jinjuan, or the Holy Ancestors' divine spirit and higher path of the 9 heavens. Sishang Baoshang Tianzuan. He is responsible for the destiny, longevity and blessings of the earth. It is honored by the folk as, Zao Wang Wang, Zao Shen. Whoever receives this divine gift shall have eternal life. My God, the creation is bursting at the seams. Lin Yan's scalp tingled as he read the information on the divine providence template. He had thought that the hidden template in the novice village was a God-given template of an unusual lower deity. I didn't expect to open the true God, divine gift template right off the bat. God-given templates, the advanced templates that the gods have left on earth. Naturally, there are strengths and weaknesses. It was similar to drawing cards. This divine gift of the divine order was equivalent to drawing an SSR in 1 shot? It would be strange if he wasn't excited. Now it's hard for me to die. Lin Yan grinned. Use it immediately. He can't wait. With a template this topsy-turvy, the world would have to be shaken once word got out. It must be used up immediately. Buzz. The template transformed into a purple golden light that shone on Lin Yan's body, causing him to begin his metamorphosis. Families, is the divine providence template strong? After 90 chapters of padding, the tip of the iceberg of the world of God's earth is finally revealed. The storm clouds are coming, the big picture is changing, and a truly exciting story is about to begin. Joyoung continue to work hard. Everyone's gifts praise don't stop yo. Chapter 92 Rule-based magic treasure. Ignoring true injuries. Phew, the divine providence template takes longer to blend. Lin Yan fused at the bottom of the cave. Qing Daozi's few guarded him from the side. Yuan Tianren, on the other hand, went out to deal with the mess in the underworld village. The underworld village was in a state of devastation at the moment. There was brokenness and blood everywhere. The ambulance flakes. Fortunately, when the zombie king died, all these zombie armies that were in the same breath as him died with him. Otherwise I'm afraid it'll be another corpse disaster. Yuan Tianren lamented, but soon he felt bad about it. The clan leader of the Willow Demon clan, Lu Fu, and the clan leader of the Bloodvine clan, Fuji Shuai, didn't obey him at all, and claimed that they wanted to see Lin Yan. In the end, it was Duande who came out, and only then did the two of them bring their commanders to be quiet. Yuan Tianren was speechless. Had the name of Aurora Hero really gone out of fashion? The sense of oppression wasn't even as good as a little fatty. The remaining 800 of his own soldiers under the command of the 7 heroes of the underworld village converged. They had followed the 7 heroes in their quest from the beginning, and now they were basically dying. Now that the zombie king is dead, it's time for the brothers to be relieved of their armor, and I'll send enough money for the journey. Yuan Tianren looked at his old brothers. He knew that his next path was one of 10 deaths, and letting these brothers follow him was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. All of his family's money had been lost to Lin Yan. Looks like the money will have to be borrowed from Sidoko again. General Yuan, you don't have to say much. We'll follow you till death do us part. We will never leave. Yes, we have followed you and Marshal Swordhall since we joined the army, and with him dead, you are our Marshal Yuan. We'll be your soldiers till the day we die. The veterans were firm-eyed. They had followed the 7 heroes for decades and were like brothers. And to dissolve and leave in their old age? They wouldn't make that choice even if they were to die. Yuan Tianren helplessly let out a bitter smile. To tell the truth, after beheading the zombie king, the current Longxiao monarch will not be able to tolerate me. To follow me is to die 10 deaths. We, as fellow soldiers, share the same fate in life and death. We'll fight to the death. Live and die together. Fight to the death. The 800 veterans shouted in unison. Their armor was stained with blood, adding to the aura of solemnity and sadness. Yuan Tianren knew that it was impossible to forcibly disband the old brothers. He clenched his fists. With these 800 old brothers, he would not be able to fight for his life as soon as he entered the capital, and his heart changed from fighting for his life to longing for victory. Good. Brothers, follow me into the capital. The great Tao is 50 days old and 49. I don't believe that we don't have a single chance of winning. Yuan Tianren's mind shifted, and the luster in his eyes was rekindled. By order of Marshal Yuan, the 800 veterans were also all infected by Yuan Tianren's ambition, and their chi rose high. Gather all that is useful on the battlefield. Prepare yourself for this time. What comes next is the hard battle, Yuan Tianren said in a deep voice. An old steed in the stable. Our journey has just begun. The night is full of stars, the sky is cloudless, and the moon hangs high. It was a rare clear night sky, at the bottom of the deep pit of the underworld village's altar. A loud, refreshing laugh shook out. I'm a done deal. Boom. With that whistling sound, fiery red silhouettes flashed out from the deep pit. He was handsome and martial, and exuded a compelling divinity around him. Hoo-hoo! A long, surging breath of life rushed out from within his body. When people take a breath, they feel refreshed and live longer. Several figures followed out. Congratulations little friend Yen Di. It feels like your aura is extremely much stronger than before. There's also an indescribable divinity in his body, and even a few of us old guys feel the pressure. Sheng Dao's eat sked. The mere advancement of a professional is so appalling. Is the Divine Providence template really so terrifying? Lin Yan smiled. The Divine Providence template was left by the gods, and unlike any of the traditional advancement templates, there is no equivalence. It just depends on how much divinity one can handle. For example, Lin Yan, the various attributes were already perverted in order to trigger so many divine phrases in the template. If he was just an unusual 9th level warrior, he could trigger 2 tops. So that's how it is. No wonder it is said that as long as one obtains the Divine Providence template, it is a step to heaven. A carp crossing the dragon gate. Xing Daozi wisped his beard. Even if it requires the prerequisite of being strong in oneself, there is never a weak person who can obtain a divine template. And look at the rewards you get for passing. Lin Yan's mouth watered as he looked at the contents of his backpack. All of these rewards are extremely awesome. If it wasn't slightly inferior to the Divine Providence template, he would have wanted to organize his backpack first. The most powerful thing is this blood avoidance ring. Lin Yan took out the magic treasure and immediately bound it. Blood evasion ring, magic treasure. Formation, Tendo. Attribute, rule class. Unique effect, ignores the true damage trait. Naya. There's not a single weak weapon in the rules category. Lin Yan couldn't stop smiling. After the king rank, there would be more attacks with true injuries attached to them. Although he was now tens of millions of blood, he was going to spit blood if his 20 million armor was completely useless, folded for nothing for so long. However, with this blood avoidance ring, there was no longer any need to worry about the armor being ruined. It's a shame there's no way to bind it to the ultimate artifact, and there's a risk of dropping it on death. Lin Yan Versailles shook his head with emotion. Ouch! Look at my brain. I almost forgot. I bring my own spring water now. Unconditionally respawning in place isn't much different from equipment that can't be dropped. He looked beautifully at the only legendary equipment that was rewarded this time. Thunder Ring, Legendary, Level, 5th. Armor plus 499W. Unique active trait, Summon Thunder, within a range of 3 kilometers. Unconditionally summons a Thunderbolt. Damages total value of blood armor * 10%. Cooldown, 10 minutes. *******. Divine Punishment. Lin Yan couldn't get enough of the Thundercall ring and hurriedly bound him to the ultimate divine artifact. His current blood armor was worth 30 to 40 million. 10% was 3 to 4 million. In other words, within 3 kilometers at 10-minute intervals, he was able to unconditionally and uninterruptedly summon 4 million damaging thunderbolts. Invincible. He really couldn't think of anyone else under the king rank who could sanction him. Needless to say, he's drifting a bit right now. 3 skill evolution books? Use it. He's so rich these days, he's straight up swinging for the fences. Buzz off. A 3-star promotion to a 4-star has only a half chance of success. 2 books disliked and all failed. Sure enough, people have bad luck when they float. Lin Yan frowned. Dried me out. The 3rd skill book was disliked, and 9 Thunderbolt Flash was finally starred. 9 Thunderbolts of Lightning, 4 stars. A quick burst of 9 displacements, with a limit distance of 111 meters per displacement, and 5 levels of thunder damage to enemies in its path. Each displacement leaves behind a thunderous shadow, and at the end of the skill, the shadow explodes, dealing attack power * 10% explosion damage to enemies within 5 meters. Mana cost, 100. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Awesome. Lin Yan couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. 3 stars to 4 stars is too much of a boost. The extreme movement distance, from less than 100 meters, went straight to 999 meters. Chapter 93 Yen Emperor Sect. Purple gold panel. And the ranged damage has been increased. Lin Yan continued to organize his backpack. 10 3-star skill books. He divided them all except for the one that suited him. Those who can't really find the right person will be left behind, ready to sell them all for gear when the time comes. Buzz. He chose to study. 3-star skill, faking your way out of a fight. Once the skill is activated, the speed of armor recovery will increase tenfold for the next 3 seconds. Lin Yan sked. Even after reading the skill descriptions long ago, I still feel strong. He had now put together the swordsman set, which restored 1% of his armor every second through the swordsman's self-healing trait. Activating the skill, 3 seconds and 10 times, directly restores 30% of the armor value. Obviously not going the shield warrior route, but it's more than a meat shield. He shook his head. Obviously I didn't want to be so meaty. Next, all kinds of potions, stencils and such he put away. The equipment is also all fused. The last one is also a heavy treasure. Lin Yan looked at the clan order in his hand. He has read the private message. How many bids are there? Even the Oriental Guild's Lung Feng sent a message to himself to buy the clan order for 1 billion. But, Lin Yan grinned. You guys still don't understand what it means to be the first to establish a clan in the Divine Lands. A sect can establish a pope and spread the power of faith. The first clan to be established had a heavenly Dao bonus to its faith power absorption rate and was most likely to produce a faith god. The first sect of the divine soil in the previous life was several times more powerful than the sects that followed. Give me the direct establishment of the clan. $1 billion? $100 billion and he would never agree to an exchange. Please select a clan name. Lin Yan thought for a moment and cut straight to the chase. The Yendi sect. The greatest role of a clan is to absorb beliefs, and it is most effective when it is named after itself. Clan founders who didn't know this ended up with explosive losses. You have completed the hidden achievement, the first patriarch to start a clan. May I ask if you will notify the entire service? Yes. Lin Yan was unapologetic. He is all about starting a sect. He's all about broadening the group. Buzz. In the next moment, the grand sound of heaven and earth reappeared. Congratulations to player Yen D for completing the hidden achievement, the first founding father. Sect special buff bonus, faith absorption power is doubled. Faith conversion rate is doubled. Clan reputation plus 1W. Clan initial level plus 1. Experience beads asterisk 1000W. Silver advancement template asterisk 4000. Gold template asterisk 400 for up to 5th order. Clan standardized weapon set asterisk 1000. Drawings to be selected. Clan treasure trove opens. All types of potions plus 2000. Clan master privilege upgraded to level 2. We hope that players will be aware of this and continue to work hard to create their own legend in the world of God's Earth. This Yendi is into wholesaling? Why is the system announcement ringing non-stop? The players complained. On the other hand, the Green Dragon Guild president, Long Feng, and the others, fell into silence. He actually used the clan order directly. He is really bold. Wouldn't it be nice to trade it for money? Not to mention the benefits of the clan. Just these rewards given by the hidden achievement. To sell at this stage would be worth the price you set. Indeed. In Lin Yan's hands, he was now the only one who had a gold template for the entire rank under the king rank. If these templates came into the hands of a major power like the Eastern Guild or the Green Dragon Guild, they could easily brush out a bunch of top-tier powerhouses by sheer numbers. What a waste of time to give it to him. Duke Poison said indifferently. I was planning to wait for him to explode his equipment, but now I can only force him to give up his position as sect leader. Otherwise, use the king's soldier and kill him until he dies in the spring and can't get out. What to do? Yen D is a bit too insensitive. The war wolf frowned. Annoyed. As a citizen of my Xia country, you actually don't have any dedication at all. He must be made to turn the clan over to the state. The first clan can only be owned by the state. Lung Feng shook his head. Secret order no. One of the Elder Council, no one is allowed to interfere with the game process of God's Earth players in a realistic form, or be dealt with for treason. Humph. The war wolf bristled and had to put his inner thoughts down for the time being. Then I will also report this matter. As soon as an order is given from above, I'll immediately go and arrest them. Lang Feng frowned at War Wolf. Yen Di is also a part of my Xia kingdom, and his strength is the strength of the Xia kingdom. This dangerous idea of yours is not advisable. Oh, how can such an important thing be placed in the hands of others? It must be controlled by the state. Battle Wolf rhetoric. The state is in control? I think it's you who wants to be in control. Lang Feng cursed angrily. The justice in his chest made him not to vomit. He extremely hated people like War Wolf, to fulfill his own selfish desires in the name of patriotism. To put it bluntly, the clan order must be held in the hands of a specific person. As long as this person's heart is towards Xia, it is beneficial to the country. However, people like War Wolf always think of using the name of patriotism to morally kidnap everyone, and ultimately realize the selfish desire to control this clan by themselves. The most hateful and vicious people in the world. Traitors harm the country. War wolves steal the country. Whatever you say, I'll wait for orders from above. War Wolf waved his hand indifferently. Then I will also explain the situation to the top and refute your request. Long Feng's eyes were cold and sharp. He had been in contact with Lin Yan, and a strong person like that, if he treated him forcefully, he would be forcing him and Xia to go on the opposite side of the fence. Thieves like War Wolf love to play this kind of trick. Then let's compete to see which one of us has a hard backstage. Battle Wolf and Cold Front glared at each other icily, not retreating in the slightest. The next day dawned. Lin Yan completed all the fusions. Cool. Look at the panel. He looked at his accomplishments. The panel opens and is completely different from what it was long ago. At the moment, the panel takes on a purple gold texture and emits a dignified purple gold glow. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Identity, head of the Yendi sect. Occupation, Cedo, eternal warrior. Grade, 10. Life, 1001W. Armor, 3283W. Attack, 75W. Physical resistance, 2500. Mana resistance, 2500. Mana, 5000. Move speed, 12. Attack speed, 3. 5. Agility, 9. Blood recovery speed, 0. 5%. Blood absorption, 15. 5%. Strike, 26%. Armor absorption, 13. 000. Armor break, 5W. Counter damage, 2W. Equipment, hedgehog, white. Soft hedgehog pants, white. Swordsman's helmet, legendary. Sword and sorcery boots, white. Magic sword 1000 blades, white. Thunder ring, legendary. Ultimate artifact, unique. Effect infinite fusion equipment, 4th order. Skills. Stacked wave triple blade, 3 stars. Inferno blade, 3 stars. 9 thunderbolts flash, 4 stars. Advanced scrying, 3 stars. False disengagement, 3 stars. Battling chop, 1 star. Resurrection in place, divine providence. Ability, a drop of divine blood. Spring of life, talent, growth. Theocracy, dice of life. Treasure, seal of life and death. Cloak of water avoidance. Cloak of invisibility. Fan of awakening heart. Whip of the king. Ring of blood avoidance. Enhancement template, Ceto * warrior of eternal life, divine. Chapter 94, pulling the 7 heroes of Aurora into the fold? It's time for an upgrade. Lin Yan looked at the experience bead in his hand. Too much. Can't use it up. Can't use it up at all. Hoo. He quickly finished absorbing the experience beads and came directly to the highest level limit of a professional, level 29. Well, Lin Yan shook his head. The base value increase that the upgrade brought to him was completely negligible. The template's level increases are all based on base values. Even though the Divine Providence template had a 10-fold increase, it still seemed like a drop in the bucket in front of the powerful additional values he had accumulated. However, quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. If I can keep upgrading with the God's Gift template, it's a 10-fold exponential increase every time, and the base blood will all easily break 1 billion. It is necessary to collect all 3 remnants of the Book of Truth. Lin Yan pondered. How should I pit over the page he auctioned from Yuan Tianrun a few old guys? Before he could think about it, Yuan Tianrun walked over with a smile on his face. Little friend Yen Di, you are the first credit for being able to kill the zombie king this time. It's all because of you that a few of us old guys have survived. Lin Yan was just about to open his mouth. You don't have to open your mouth. I understand. Yuan Tianrun directly sent out the remnants of the Book of Truth. A few of us are old. And what God-given templates? What books of truth? Don't mean anything to us. The reason why I didn't send you the remnants of the page before the duel was because I was thinking that if we didn't manage to kill the zombie king, just use the remnants of the page divinity to tickle the Divine Providence template, and use the power of the fried template to exterminate the zombie king. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth twitched. This old guy, he's so mean. The Divine Providence template contained divine power, and if it was really blown up, the power of the outbreak would definitely be no less than a nuclear bomb in the real world. Thanks. Lin Yan took the remnants of the page. Old man Yuan is still very sophisticated. Now that you already possess 2 remnants of the Book of Truth, we will do our best to help you secure a 3rd one from the Longxia imperial family. The surprises given by Yuan Tianrun didn't stop there. Lin Yan was on guard. Old man, what are you trying to scheme on me again? He smelled the flavor of conspiracy deep within Yuan Tianrun's words. Ha, you kid, can't I just want to do something for you purely out of admiration? Yuan Tianrun laughed and cursed. Oh, you're a bad old man with too much heart. I wouldn't dare trust you. Lin Yan shook his head. But I do need the 3rd remnant page. A brother in arms. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Ha. Yuan Tianrun laughed freely and no longer hid it. His eyes suddenly deepened as he calmly said, this is not a mandatory requirement. If we don't bring down the current emperor by the time we die, I still ask you to execute him on my behalf. Lin Yan's pupils shrunk. Kill the emperor? Although he knew that the 7 heroes of Aurora and the imperial family of the Longxia Empire were in deep conflict, he didn't expect it to be as deep as this. Well, I have spent my whole life laying out a layout, and my ultimate goal is to behead the current martial emperor. Exterminating the zombie king is also just a link in the layout. However, it is the most important link. Yuan Tianrun had his hands behind his back, and underneath his calm words, endless killing opportunities lurked. Now that the zombie king is dead, it's time for us to let go. Don't worry, I'll help. Lin Yan nodded. Yuan Tianrun was a bit surprised. You unprofitable bastard. You would actually agree? Lin Yan grinned. Old man Yuan, you don't know if you don't go out of the underworld village. I've long been a first-class wanted criminal of the Longxia Empire. Yuan Tianrun tapped his head and thought. Lin Yan had killed Long Wenzhen, and had long been regarded as a thorn in the side of the Longxia royal family. However, Lin Yan didn't want to kill the Dragon Martial Emperor for more reasons than that, only that he now needed to give old man Yuan a reason to believe him. Yes, Yuan Tianrun's eyes lit up. With Lin Yan on board, their certainty of success was 1 point greater. Only, by offending the imperial family, the entire Dragon Summer Empire's lifesprings will all be closed to you. Yuan Tianrun murmured. You will face the predicament of dying permanently as long as you die within the Longxia Empire. The advantages of being an Adventist go out the window. Ha ha ha. Lin Yan couldn't hold it in and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Joke. He is now physically bound to the everlasting spring and can be resurrected any way he wants. A mere ban from the imperial family of the Longxia Empire was nothing. Why are you laughing? Little friend. Yuan Tianrun froze. Sacrificing one's life for the sake of righteousness is what my generation should do. For the sake of the living. For the sake of old man Yuan and your ideals, I'll lay down my life. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yan gave an impassioned speech that was incomparably bold, acting that would leave a movie star in the dust. This. Yuan Tianrun was shocked and moved beyond words. His eyes were a little moist. After all, he couldn't possibly have thought that Lin Yan was now in the state of having a life spring water bound to him at all times. Little friend, if you're like this, how can we repay you? Yuan Tianrun lamented and sighed deeply. What's this talk about repayment? Between us, it's a life and death friendship. We're comrades in arms. Lin Yan spoke righteously, then his eyes rolled back in his head. If you guys are really over it and have to repay, then join my clan. I'll give a few of you a pension. Ha! Yuan Tianrun was speechless. So it's waiting here. NPCs can also join a player's clan, but the clan leader has partial control over the joined NPCs. Usually it's a matter of defeating the NPC and forcing the other person to join the clan. After binding the clan, you can use the clan's sovereignty to make NPCs do hard labor. Oops, there are many benefits to joining the clan, such as we can talk within the team and discuss important matters. After all, the capital has ears through the walls, and you don't want your secrets to be heard by others, do you? And we can still consolidate our forces. Lin Yan began to flutter heaven and earth. These are the 7 heroes of the Aurora, the strongest group of heroes in the land of Dragon Summer. Once he was pulled into the sect to work for himself, then he was basically walking sideways in Longxia. Moreover, with their talent, casually cultivating and nurturing them, the possibility of them becoming superb in the future was very high. The clan had a few super powerful lodges sitting around. It was a pull to think about it. Little friend doesn't have to say anything. Yuan Tianrun shook his head. Lin Yan was stunned and somewhat disappointed. We'll just join. Yuan Tianrun smiled faintly. Lin Yan stumbled. Bad old man. Why are you talking in a big breath? It must be on purpose. Ha ha. Yuan Tianrun laughed happily. It was so hard to see Lin Yan suffer a defeat for once. He was very accomplished. Next up, a few other heroes. Join the Yen D sect? That's good. You saved our old brothers' lives anyway, so whatever you say is fine. Wang Blacksmith and Wu Baihua were straightforward and agreed straight away. May. The blind monk remained succinct. Cheng Daozi scratched his head. You'll have to make me a mage hall elder or I won't add it. Okay, whatever you want to be. Lin Yan is very talkative. Anyway, he's the only bare-bones commander in the clan now. So what if you're appointed as a supreme elder? Chapter 95, Silver Jiao sailing in the sky. Someone from the palace. I agree, but you're not allowed to force me to do something I don't want to do. Wang Bauer was incredibly vigilant. I'm a decent man. How could I force you to do it? Lin Yan coughed. Ha! Wang Bauer's ass was now vaguely sore. Lin Yan, the immodest one. The first thing he slapped after getting the awakening fan was her arse. Brother Lin Yan, what are you guys talking about? On the side, Youwei poked her head out. Oh, young Vivian. Lin Yan's face did not turn red, and he changed the topic in a silky smooth and incomparable manner. I'm talking about joining the sect. The few of you should also join in first, so things will be convenient when the time comes. Oh, nice drop. Youwei nodded her head repeatedly. Soon, Lin Feng, Duanda and Shu Qingxian had all completed their bindings as well. All of my old brothers in this battalion are also willing to join the Yen D sect. Yuan Tianrun waved his hand, and the 800 elite soldiers all lined up in formation with unrivaled might. They have been fighting with me for many years, and they are all rare and elite soldiers. Although it's old now, it's a force to be reckoned with. Yuan Tianrun looked at Lin Yan. With the collapse of the underworld village and the uncertainty of whether they would live or die after entering the capital, it was the best place for these old brothers to be handed over to Lin Yan. Good. Lin Yan naturally begged for it. Soldiers of 100 battles, all of them tough as nails in combat. The battle skills of the honed battle formation could kill players of the same level almost at will. In the blink of an eye, the clan has grown. Lin Yan lamented. The capacity limit of a level 2 clan is 10,000 people. To upgrade a level 3 clan, you have to achieve 1 W reputation points. 1W clan members. Reputation points he had satisfied. However, he was in no hurry to ascend the clan level. Soldiers were refined rather than numerous, and every single member of the clan that he wanted to recruit was absolutely reliable. He wanted to create the first clan of the Starry Sky 10,000. Tada! He opened the player forums, and sure enough, there were many people frantically at him, wanting to join the clan and even willing to spend a lot of money. Yendi, I'm a fan of yours. I'm an old admirer of yours. Quickly let me join your clan. I feel like I have worms crawling all over my body if you don't let me join your clan. Please. This male is willing to bid $1 million just to ask Emperor Yen to let me join your sect. The little woman's posture is still good. I don't know if you are the Yen Emperor. Think my clan takes in every cat and dog. Lin Yen shook his head and lost his smile. Are they worshipping themselves? It was clear that they were all craving those ascension templates and experience beads that he had gotten. Bitch, want to whore me out for nothing? No way. Lin Yen directly posted 1 million gold coins for a position, and those who have the ability to pay money took the bait. At once, the Divine Earth Circle was abuzz. The players are outraged, simply brainwashed by money worship. $100 million for your chance to get started? Why don't you go and grab it? Why don't you think of all the players? This Yen D person is too selfish. When we're all strong, that's the only way to win for the country. That is, selfish villain 1. No morals at all. It's a disgrace to the people of Xia. The pattern is too small. What's to stop me from whoring for nothing? Curse you for shortening your kunai. I'm a high school student. Can I enter the clan for free? At this stage, apart from the national team, no one could come up with 1 million gold coins. Even if there was, it was impossible to take it out just in exchange for a chance to join the sect. However, soon enough, Lin Yan's true fans and people with 3 views came out to confront each other. You white whoring monsters, get lost. Who is my Lin Yan to take you all for free? You've got a big pattern. How come you're still level 9 by now? Lin Yan scrolled through the comments, secretly and anonymously giving these people who had supported him kudos, and incidentally rewarding them with a few copper coins. Good point. Dislike them hard. Scroll through a half-dozen reviews. He came back to his senses, only to realize that Liu Fu and Tushu had been standing respectfully in front of him for who knows how long. You two have performed well this time. You guys take these experience beads back and use them to make all the warriors rise 3 levels in a row. Lin Yan flung out experience beads and experience potions. These are things he just has too much of. It simply doesn't run out. Might as well use it to reward the minions for their service. Thank you, Plan Father. Both Liu Fu and Fujimaru burst into laughter. You are too kind. Plan Honor. Originally working for you, we didn't even think of asking for a salary. Just to be by the side of a strong man like you and watch how you rise to power is a blessing. Lin Yan rolled his eyes. All of your abilities are not used in cultivation. All of them are used to cultivate ass-kissing, aren't they? Fugishage scratched his head awkwardly. Lu Fu, on the other hand, did not blush or skip a beat. What I said was all from the bottom of my heart. Please be clear about it. Plan Honor. Lin Yan inwardly gave Lu Fu a thumbs up. Worthy of being a strange woman who could shade even the stoic King Lu Gui to death. Her skin is really thick. After sending off the 2 clans, the smile on Lin Yan's face slowly tightened. It seems that their 2 clans have grown less suspicious under my influence. If the forces of the 2 clans could be merged together, there would be some articles to do. Lin Yan mused. Behind the Zombie King line, it involves the Sin domain. He has to do a good job of laying out in advance before. After all, that Bone Emperor of the Sin domain was a true continent-level boss. Well, all the aftermath is pretty much taken care of. It's time to go. Lin Yan was just about to depart with Shen Youwei and the others. In the distance of the underworld village, there was then an augur coming through the air. Silver Jiao Royal Sky. It looks like someone is coming from inside the palace. Yuan Tianrun frowned, then stretched. Obviously has calculated everything. On top of the silver augur stood 3 palace messengers. The man at the head, with his face coated in white powder and wearing a eunuch uniform, smiled without smiling as he arched his hand at Yuan Tianrun. Marshal Yuan, how have you been? I'm sorry for Eunuch Chen's concern. Yuan Tianrun's voice was cold. The Martial Emperor Lord has heard the sound of the world from your beheading of the Zombie King, and is overjoyed, and has a special decree to announce it. Eunuch Chen invited the imperial decree. Please accept the decree. Marshal Yuan. Yuan Tianrun stood in awe, without the slightest intention of kneeling. Marshal Yuan, what do you mean by this? To contradict the holy will. Eunuch Chen frowned inside. We add the name of Aurora, and we do not worship at the sight of the decree. Has Eunuch Chen forgotten? Yuan Tianrun sneered. Oh, a few of you have been away from the capital for too long. I had forgotten about this. Eunuch Chen glanced at Lin Yan and the others. What about these ones? You can try if you want to die. Lin Yan drew his long sword blandly. He hadn't fought against anyone since his ascension. Opening with augur blood seems like a good choice. Arrogant. Eunuch Shen was furious. Even descendants have to abide by the rules of the Dragon Xia imperial family. Kneel for me. One of the two iron-armored guards behind Eunuch Shen stared in disbelief. He's the traitor who killed Lord Long Wenjian. Eunuch Shen was delighted at his words and smiled grimly. He had originally come to trouble the 7 heroes of Aurora in obedience to the holy will. At this time, when he found an opportunity, he naturally had to climb up the pole. As for Lin Yan's threat, pressing his mind, he was now representing Dragon Martial Emperor, the current emperor of the Long Xia Empire. Who dares to hurt him? Special thanks to its Ghost Ghostao and the two Nalan Yus who like Shantae Fennel for their large rewards. Chapter 96. What did you say? I can't hear you. Where are the traitors going? The two guards roared, and with a single leap they landed from the silver jiao and chopped towards Lin Yan. Eunuch Shen didn't even look at Lin Yan. After all, the adventurers at this stage, except for those in the internal test, were at the highest level of elite professionals. It was simply impossible to withstand the attacks of the two elite royal guards. His gaze landed on Yuan Tianrun, but whenever he did anything against the law, he could be directly punished for the crime of treason. But Yuan Tianrun didn't move at all, just smiled faintly and locked eyes with Eunuch Shen. Eunuch Shen frowned. Did Yuan Tianrun think that a guy who had squeaked out a win over Long Wenjian by relying on his kryptonite battle technique could really stand up to two royal guards, or is he simply afraid to move? What Aurora heroes? Even their own comrades do not dare to go out to protect. No wonder that year the goat to sue for old age to return home. Eunuch Shen sneered with some disappointment, knowing that he probably wouldn't be able to catch the Aurora heroes today. Alright, quickly take this kid back to the heavenly prison for permanent imprisonment. Eunuch Shen turned his head. While NPCs do not have the ability to kill players outright, they do have incarceration privileges. Eunuch Shen just turned his head and his face went white, only to see a green and a red blade chi rushing up to the sky, directly toward his face. No good. Where are the two guards? Why don't you guys stop them? What are you doing? Eunuch Shen screamed. His knees weakened, and he knelt down on the silver auger, managing to dodge the two slashes. The blade flashed and the view returned to normal. One could only see in front of Lin Yan, in the two gullies that had been cleaved by the blade chi, the shattered corpses of two royal guards lay among them, blood bursting out in gruesome fashion. Eunuch Shen's mind went blank. Holy, 2 royal guards, killed in seconds. Eunuch Shen's brain went blank and his entire body froze. This battle power is also too outrageous. I'm afraid it's no weaker than a few Aurora heroes. If you're so strong, why did you use the kryptonite battle method when you killed the dragon-asking sword in the first place? Was it to hide your strength? He bellowed. Oh, it's pure money with no place to spend it. No? Lin Yan's eyes were icy cold as he started with another sword drawing technique. Holy! Eunuch Shen's voice trembled. I'm an imperial official. Killing me is equivalent to regicide. It has a completely different meaning than killing these two guards. Do you really want to be completely banished from this world? I'd kill a real emperor for a bit of fun, let alone a castrated dog like you. Lin Yan sneered. The blade light frantically chopped towards the silver scale. Escape! Eunuch Shen shouted and flew outside in his silver jiao. He himself is just a castrated dog. The reigning Emperor Lanwu was overly suspicious and was afraid of being assassinated at night, so he didn't allow the eunuchs around him to be too strong. So, he's not much of a fighter at all. This silver augur does have a heroic level of battle power, but, with the strength shown by that rebel, even a hero-level battle power wouldn't be able to withstand his heavenly blade energy. The silver augur is fast, with high reflexes and agility, dodging left and right, although he was hit by a few slashes, but at least he was about to fly out of the range of Lin Yan's blade chi attack. Sinful animal, just you wait. When I return to the capital and tell the emperor of your disobedience today, the only way you'll end up is to be killed until you can't get out of the spring. Eunuch Shen's face was vicious as he screamed. Buzz! The underworld village formation suddenly activated, and the silver jiao slammed headfirst into the spatial cover, unable to rush out at all. Yuan Tianrun, are you guys going to plot a rebellion? Eunuch Shen questioned in a violent rage. He was truly flustered. Qing Daozi pretended to look at the core of the underworld village formation. I'm sorry, Eunuch Shen, that big battle just now broke the core of the underworld village formation. I'm fixing it here. It's estimated that it will take 3 days and 3 nights to fix it, so just wait a bit. It's okay. Easy for you to say. Eunuch Shen was furious. How could it be okay? Yuan Tianrun, if you watched the traitor kill the king and did not stop him, you have already committed the crime of deceiving the king. I order you to take this traitor down. Eunuch Shen was in a hurry and roared at Yuan Tianrun, wanting to see them kill each other. Oops, the battle just now broke my ears. I can't hear at all. Yuan Tianrun deliberately spoke loudly. Put. Eunuch Shen was so anxious and angry that he literally spurted out a mouthful of blood. Old castrated dog. The fact that I didn't kill you myself is to give our patriarch a little experience to let go. Do you really think that we can let you leave alive today? The straightforward Wang blacksmith shouted angrily. They're supposed to be rebelling. So they're still afraid of a eunuch? Your patriarch. Good. It turns out that you've long been a nest of snakes and rats and rebels. It's just as well that these descendants are bold. But you dare to be so arrogant. Eunuch Shen slapped the silver jiao, causing it to rise to the highest altitude of the Grand Formation. Normal ground attacks don't even have the ability to attack this far away. When I get out of this trap, that's when you'll die without a burial place. Eunuch Shen screamed and kept taking out the treasures on his body to bombard the big formation, trying to escape. Brother Lin Yan, do you need my help? Shen Youwei held up her bow and arrow. Lin Yan smiled and shook his head. If it was before today he really couldn't take such a high target. But today? Ray, come on. With a lift of his finger, he pointed it at Eunuch Shen. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky and thunder landed with a bang. What? Eunuch Shen's eyes trembled, and he didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before his entire body was split into charcoal. Roar! The silver jiao screamed miserably and was injured badly, falling down from the air. Pom! It fell to the ground, dying, and Eunuch Shen's charred black body fell straight to pieces. Good baby! Yuan Tianwen looked at the lightning summoning ring on Lin Yan's hand and marveled. This attack distance, this damage value, this attack effect, it's so overbearing. Old man Yuan, you are accomplices. Are you planning to run away with me? Lin Yan asked with a snicker. This Eunuch Shen's few people were clearly encountered by bandits on the road and were killed by them. What does it have to do with us? Yuan Tianren picked up the imperial decree from the ground and skimmed his lips after opening it. Sure enough, it's summoning us to the capital to collect our reward. Hongmen banquet Qing Daozi murmured. Who cares what kind of feast it is? If you don't feel good about it, turn his table upside down. Wu Baihua was dominant. That's right. Several of the Wang blacksmiths nodded their heads. Yuan Tianren, on the other hand, looked at Lin Yan. You'll be entering the capital in a few days as well. I'm sure I can get the martial emperor to cancel the warrant on you. As for the main city, you guys don't have to worry. The lord of the main city and a few of the captains, all of whom are old men of ours, are completely trustworthy. Several of the best master rank advancement templates in the Longxia Empire are also in the main city, and they have prepared them for you. Take my credentials and go to the main city. After you've advanced to master, go into the capital to join us few. Chapter 97 Anti-NG Alliance. Descend upon the main city. Good. Lin Yan nodded. They were now comrades on a united front, and he certainly trusted Yuan Tianren. Right now, he was more concerned about this silver auger on the ground. Roar! The silver jiao was dying and looked at Lin Yan warily. As a fifth-ranked demonic beast, you should understand human language. Lin Yan stood in front of the silver jiao and said in a deep voice, I miss that it's not easy for you to cultivate, so I'll give you a chance to live. Become my Inferno Emperor Sect's in-programmed demonic beast, and you may have the chance to transform into a dragon in the future. The silver jiao's eyes flickered in thought. He was originally a demonic beast, and when he was captured he was meant to be ridden, and it didn't matter who exactly was riding him. However, after joining the clan started by the Adventists, they would receive some rule checks and balances and could not resist the orders of the patriarch. But it's better than dying today. Roar! He hung his head in agreement. Great! Lin Yan grinned and directly took out hundreds of bottles of high-grade blood-restoring potions, and after giving the silver jiao the initiation ceremony, he poured all the potions into its mouth. Howl! The silver jiao instantly came back to life with full blood, and a look of incredulity flashed in his eyes. The new owner is too posh. Even if it was a royal family, it was impossible to treat it a substitute demonic beast so well. Roar! It flashed a firm color in its eyes, and in the future, it must hold the new master's thigh tightly, and never let go of its claws. Then we'll split up. Yuan Tianren nodded to Qing Daozi. Qing Daozi understood and began to repair the underworld village altar. Lin Yan, on the other hand, led Shen Youwei and the others to step on top of the silver scaly dragon's head. Head to the main city. Roar! The silver auger is full of energy at this time. A auger whistle rose up in the air, turned into a silver light, flew toward the main city. Ah, so exciting. Is this what flying feels like? Both girls, Shen Youwei and Chu Qingxian, couldn't help but share their feelings in surprise. The silver auger leaps in the clouds, and in the twinkling of an eye it sweeps over mountains and rivers. The wind whistled around his ears, and his eyes were filled with ant-sized figures. It's a feeling that's intoxicating. You'll be able to fly by yourself after upgrading to the king rank. I'm really looking forward to it. Duanda was also enamored. Lin Feng blessed heart, a flash of light in his eyes. The wind spell was cast. The whirlwind held his body floating, and then actually flew up. Holy, Lin Feng, you're such a pervert. Do you have a hang-up called gnosis against all odds? I can comprehend just by looking at it? Duanda was envious and jealous, spitting madly. Ha ha, Luck, luck, luck. It's all just a little bit of ingenuity. Lin Feng scratched his head. Lin Yan watched a few of his teammates play around and smiled slightly. Started checking out the God's Earth forum. Quite a few people are talking in the forums about the hidden plot of the novice village. The online gaming know-it-all post has stormed back into the hot seat. Is Inferno strong or weak? One post takes you to the full picture. It was well known that Yen Di had been moving around the novice village and had remained at level 9. A while back it even took our upgraded mecha, the Church of Truth, by the scruff of the neck. Now he had instead risen directly to level 29 and completed the hidden quest. It could be speculated that the reason he was so strong should be because the novice village NPC had given him special quest props, and the props are limited to only level 9. Otherwise how could he have been pressing on with not upgrading? By now he should have gotten out of the novice village, and the prop that made him strong shouldn't be able to be used, and he now held the clan order in his hand, as well as many high-level advancement templates. There's an old saying in our country of Xia, which is called a man can't be held responsible for a crime. If he doesn't know better, he won't contribute these goodies. I suggest that all players join forces and keep killing him. It's always possible to beat his clan order out of him. When the time comes, we'll split the rewards he gets together. I know that some players are hesitant, fearing that he is really strong. I'm going to tell you all some great news. Yen Di is now a top wanted criminal in the Longxia Empire. If we team up to attack Yen Di, the city guards in the main city will also help us. You can't trust your own strength. Can you not trust the powerful city guards of the main city? What are you waiting for? Join our team quickly. At the bottom of the post, a lot of players went crazy. Some people were already forming an anti-Yen Di alliance, vowing to kill Yen Di at the entrance of the main city. Lin Yan's fans, on the other hand, went on a rampage, spraying gnolls for being immoral and downright heartless. Meh, Lin Yan sneered. Online game understanding brother was originally a netizen that the White Wolf Guild had paid to raise, so naturally he was in the same breath as Poison Duke. As for these seemingly stupid, incited players, in essence, their hearts were thinking of sharing the benefits of killing themselves equally. It is a choice made purely out of interest. Want to kill me? Ice coldness filled his eyes. The main city was extremely large, bringing together many players from the novice villages. This meant that he might face a siege of over 100,000 players when the time came. But so what? It's just pure stupidity that's stacking the anti-damage cap on me. Lin Yan grinned. Sometimes when he thought about it, the White Wolf Guild was really a blessing to him. Every time he tried to harm him, he actually offered help in disguise. He would like to gather so many players to cut himself together, but he really doesn't have that much rallying power. Thanks a lot. I'll pay you back 100-fold for all the help you've given me. Lin Yan's smile grew colder and colder. If my memory isn't off, it was at this point in time that the White Wolf Guild acquired that King Soldier. It's time to come to the door and collect your debt too. White Wolf Guild. Toxic Duke looked at the message sent by the online game know-it-all and laughed his ass off. Good. Looks like there are quite a few people who want to kill Lin Yan. That Lin Yan probably couldn't even imagine that old me owns a King Soldier. And it's also a legendary King Soldier that comes with real injuries. He kept tapping his fingers on the desktop, his face dry and red. Come on. I can't wait. The moment he lands in the main city is the moment he dies. Mu Qingwan nodded from the side and did not say anything. Although it was true that she wanted to rob Lin Yan's clan order, how was that as fragrant as finding Lin Yan as a boyfriend? No struggle at all to eat the biggest dividends. The Mu family was able to rise to become a $10 billion conglomerate, relying on all such tactics, and this was her family's family tradition. Main City Lord's Mansion. A few of the highest-ranking metropolitans and city lords of the main city were gathered together. Listen up. We've just received news that our youngest junior brother and sister will all be able to arrive at our Sword Pavilion City today. Entertaining several young brothers and sisters is the only thing our master has asked for all these years. All of you, be ready to meet them. Don't worry, big brother, leave it to us. A few of the metropolitans patted their chests and assured them. At the entrance of the main city, players gradually gathered, and the city guards also started up. And at this moment, far up in the sky, the silver auger flashed without between the clouds. The main city, finally. At the head of the silver auger, Lin Yan looked at the distant main city, his eyes full of anticipation. Please reward praise, like the book can also be recommended to your friends and classmates. Yo, Tomato Fan Group is also open. Welcome to Come In High. Chapter 98, Yendi. You're selling hangings, right? Hiss. Look at the sky. Auger. And it's a silver auger. Isn't that the exclusive mount of the Long Xiao royal family? The crowd wondered out loud and asked in succession. Someone from the royal family? Several of the capitals were on their way here, frowning in the same way. They were all believers under Yuan Tianlun's command, so naturally, they didn't have much goodwill towards the royal family. Roar! The sound of an auger roar was heard, and then landed in front of the Sword Pavilion City. After Lin Yan stepped down from the head of the auger, He waved his hand and collected the auger in the sect space. Ha! Inferno Emperor! Holy, how did he get here on an auger? Can you capture your own pet now with this version? How did you capture it? This is too racy. I want this kind of mount too. The players were subdued. Although there were mounts for sale in the main city, they were usually ordinary oxen and horses, and at best, they were first or second ranked battle pets. Combat is better than nothing, but it sells for a lot of money. So now players basically didn't have their own mounts yet, and once they saw that Lin Yan even had a Jialong, they were naturally incredibly red-eyed. Perhaps it's the clan protection beasts that are automatically sent after opening the clan order. Look at the aura of that silver scow just now. Its combat power is absolutely explosive. Several leading players from the anti-ND alliance stood out and looked at Lin Yan with greed and salivation in their eyes. YND, since you've already used up the clan order, don't be greedy. Now that we are all short of resources, we advise you to hand over all the benefits you got from passing the hidden quest voluntarily, or else, otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite. Netgame knowledge, as the initiator, was the logical choice to become the ally. At this moment, he stood out, Lupin fan and nostrils facing the sky and said proudly, "That's right. You mustn't be too self-serving. When you get a favor, you must share it. That's a basic virtue." A female mage in blue mage robes righteously said. Lin Yan glanced at her. "I see that your mother is not bad. Do you want to take it out for everyone to share?" "You, vulgar." The female mage's defense was broken by Lin Yan's dislike. "You beggar man. Disrespectful to women at first glance. I'm going to call on all female gamers to join me in a crusade against you. I can't beat you, but I'm going to cyberstorm you too." Lin Yan wasn't interested in seeing her defense-breaking face, and coldly looked at Brother No. "Just you call online gaming Brother No? The line is not changed. The name is not changed. It's exactly you little master me." The online gaming know-it-all puffed out his chest with pride. "Great." Lin Yan took a deep look at the online game know-it-all. He, Yan Emperor, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Can't you see that handing over these resources is public opinion? You dare to defy the general trend. Brother Online Game Understanding raised his hand. "Behind me, but there are tens of thousands of players standing. If you kill me, you'll lose your number. Non-payment of contributions." Boom! The angry thunder fell from the sky, and before Brother Knowles could even finish his sentence, he was split into charcoal by the angry thunder, and his body was turned into ash and drifted away. An awkward silence fell over the scene. Lin Yan spread his hands. "Look, if people do too much evil, they will just be condemned by heaven. God can't even look at it." The players' faces were in awe. Online Game Understander is the right-hand man of Toxic Duke, so naturally he got full support. Now they were all peak level 49 elite professionals, and as long as they went one step further and obtained the master template, they would be able to advance to the 4th rank. It's silver progression all the way, but blood plus armor, at least tens of thousands. I can't believe I was instantly struck by lightning. They had to suspect that this was heavenly punishment. After all, they would rather believe that it was God who couldn't stand to look at it and chop Knowles, the man, to death. Nor are they willing to believe that Lin Yan is now able to unleash a long-range attack with tens of thousands of drops of blood. Nonsense. I clearly saw it was that ring on your finger that lit up. The female mage screamed. "Oh, I see you have sharp eyes." Lin Yan sneered. "As a reward, send you back to the spring to take a bath." Boom. He used his finger as a sword and used the drawing sword technique. Buzz. The sword she rushed out with a bang, and across 100 meters, it directly split the female mage in half alive. Blood erupted and the scene was chilling. So strong. Isn't he a warrior? Without equipment, he attacked a target 100 meters away with his bare hands and killed the opponent with a single blow. The players' people were dumbfounded. We're playing the same game. On the city walls, the leaders of the Green Dragon Guild and Vermilion Bird Guild were watching. They wouldn't participate in robbing Lin Yan, but they wouldn't offer help either. After all, they wouldn't dare offend tens of thousands of players at once. The sea of men is just horrible. The big guilds can't carry it either. Yendi's fighting prowess is truly one of a kind. The leader of the Green Dragon Guild commented. "Awesome, handsome little brother of Yendi." The Vermilion Bird Guild beauty's beautiful eyes were glued to Lin Yan. "At least it's a gold master level battle power. I really don't know how he managed to do it at level 29 in his district. It's hard to believe that he has obtained some heaven-defying treasure." The president of the Flourishing Star Guild frowned. Yendi, don't be too arrogant. You think you can kill whoever you want just because you rely on a few powerful magic treasures. Not bad. I don't believe that with tens of thousands of us swarming around, you can still kill us all before you die. Several player leaders yelled. "It's just a bunch of ants. What's the point of swarming?" Lin Yan casually hooked his hand at the tidal wave of players in front of him. "Come on together. I'm in a hurry." "Yendi, you're too arrogant. Everyone together. Kill Yendi and seize the clan order. Seize the golden template. Go!" The eyes of many players were red. and the tens of thousands of people gathered into a great tide of momentum. Shouting and killing shook the 8 directions. Players came from all directions like a tidal wave. The ones next to Yen D, hurry up and get out of the way, or else I'll kill you all together. A few of the chiefs chortled. Yo, the fat master just happened to have saved up a bellyful of anger, and was looking for someone to vent it out. Duanda was furious at being shown the whole way by Lin Feng, and at this moment, he performed a spell of the past life mantra and shared 10 million levels of armor to everyone. He then held up the shield of thorns and a Tarzan. With just a boom, it smashed a dozen or so players who had rushed ahead. What? Several player leaders were wide-eyed. Before they could react, Shu Qingxian had transformed into a fire phoenix. Her fists and feet shot out, flames shooting out in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of players were reduced to a bloody mist. Whoosh! Youwei's 9 arrows were fired in succession, and the arrows pierced through the heart. Lin Feng summons a forbidden spell. An ice dragon descends, and with a single spit, it freezes to death. Holy, how can one be more perverted than the other? It's just as well that Yen D is powerful on his own. How come the people around him are just as enlightened? Yen D, you're ing selling hangups, aren't you? The players groaned. Lin Yen sneered and waved his hand. All stop, let me come alone. It was a great opportunity to stack counter damage and armor. How could he pass it up? Now these players were in his eyes. They were all righteous, rushing towards him with their armor and anti-damage values. Chapter 99 100 000 Players Siege. Soaring anti-injury cap. Yes. A few of Lin Feng stopped messing around with the show immediately. They get a few experience beads at best for killing, but it's not like they're lacking. Ha! Yen Emperor, you're too arrogant. The original players still had their heads in the sand. 5 such strong enemies were equivalent to 5 big bosses, and it was really hard to brush them. But Lin Yen was actually so pretentious that he wanted to single-handedly take on tens of thousands of them. Then don't blame them. Kill. The crowd didn't dare to touch a few more of Lin Feng's mold. Bypassing a few people and killing Lin Yen didn't move at all and looked at these people indifferently. Doesn't even draw his weapon. Pretending to such an extent, even Hades can't save you. Several player leaders felt strangely humiliated, and the weapons in their hands slashed at Lin Yen. Die. Their excited attacks chopped down on Lin Yen as if the clan order was close at hand. But the next moment, -1, -1, on Lin Yan's head, a little bit of damage emerged. Buzz. In the next second, the armor returned, and the armor was instantly back to full. -19,888, -19,979. The head of the player leader who had slashed Lin Yan's head, however, sprouted outrageous damage values. Holy, seriously, their brains are down. What's going on here? I don't believe it. This must be some special magic treasure resisting. Come on guys, chop hard for me. Several people are shouting. The brown man leader, who has already made 4 slashes, suddenly a mouthful of blood sprayed out, fell to the ground and died suddenly. For counter injury close to 80,000. Directly to his blood armor value together counter gone. In situ ascension. He must have some kind of anti-injury magic treasure over his body, and there's a limit to the number of attacks he can withstand. Everyone work hard and hack him to death. The online gaming know-it-all returned from the spring and ghosted loudly. Lin Yan sneered and glanced at him. Although this online game understand brother is annoying, but it does help him a lot. The players nodded their heads and frantically cleaved towards Lin Yan. A whopping 20,000 counter damage is outrageous. Most of the players nowadays were still professionals. There weren't many elite professionals, and the blood armor value added up to just over 10,000 at the top. Going up and chopping off a bit of Lin Yan's armor, he would directly have to vomit blood on the spot and ascend to heaven. Lin Yan stood calmly in the middle of the field, looking at these players who were selling their efforts to raise the anti-injury limit for him, feeling incredibly comfortable in his heart. Where can I find so many loyal and efficient armor brushers? It's almost as if they're trying harder than the great age of sail, those black crossbows that love fried chicken. Thumbs up. Under the siege of tens of thousands of players, Lin Yan's anti-injury limit increased crazily, rising to over 10,000 points in the blink of an eye. This represented tens of thousands of players who had been countered by his anti-injury counter-death. The corpses of players that had accumulated on the ground were piled up into mountains. Ugh, you guys use some energy. Why are you so weak? I'm falling asleep. Lin Yan yawned and made a show of stretching, teasing the players. Aha, I can't stand it anymore. Chop this pretender to death. I just don't believe it. You can really kill us all. I've called out to my friends. Everyone join me in shaking people. When hundreds of thousands of people come together to surround him, I don't believe he won't die. Yes, players are starting to shake people spontaneously. Lin Yan looked at the players who greeted everyone and shook people together with relief and gave them a thumbs up. But this action, in the eyes of the players, was an anticlimactic provocation, and they were all furious. Shake the man more vigorously. Resurrecting and rejoining the battlefield, several elite player leaders once again crowded into the battle circle, took advantage of the chaos to touch Lin Yan 3 times, then suddenly karma off. Am I remembering this wrong? He only had 20,000 counter damage before. The frenzied tide of hacking Yendi was in full swing. Quite a few passerby players have joined in to see if Inferno's counter damage is as outrageous as the forums make it out to be. There are also a lot of netizens and upvoters involved, and this is definitely the breakout video of the day, attracting top-tier traffic. Soon, the players who had surrounded Lin Yan surpassed 100,000. However, due to the volume collision, there were only thousands of people who could strike Lin Yan at the same time. Lin Yan looked anxious and personally instructed. You guys are too slow to attack efficiently like this. Can you have some sense of operation? Look at the way you guys are fighting this group battle. No wonder you haven't even painted the main city boss until now. Those melee ones outside lined up to make room for the shooters and mages. You guys are bunching up in such a messy huff and puff. It's too much of an impact on the efficiency of the shooters and mages' attacks. Have the meat shield at the front. Warriors output in the middle of the meat shield so that you can inflict more total melee attacks at the same time. And he guided it with care. The players were furious at first, but when they thought about it, Lin Yan's guidance was high on the list and did make sense. After figuring this out, they became even more enraged and began to frantically siege according to Lin Yan's suggested formation. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Although it's still a rabble, it's always a bit of a look. The rate at which he swiped counter damage managed to reach 2,000 per second, from 1,000 per second. The effect of the guidance was immediate. Damn, he scorns us so much, and we can't even do a thing to him. Why isn't he dead? Even if his physical defense is too high, at level 29, his blood armor value is just over 10,000. A little damage at a time, and he'd be dead by now. The more players play, the more outrageous it seems. Get out of the way, all of you, and let me do it. Several of the chiefs returned from their spring resurrections and stormed into the crowd. After 2 cuts, he left the battlefield peacefully. Nope, his anti-damage value is increasing. Someone shouted. The average player, with more than 10,000 blood, had died in a single slash from the start of the siege, so they didn't feel it at all. Only these elite professionals, with blood armor values of 40,000 or more, had a noticeable feeling. Right now, if they slashed Lin Yan once, they would be counter-dead. Lin Yan glanced at a few of them, like to tell the truth, huh? The lightning summoning ring fell with a loud bang, and several people were instantly blasted into black slag. He didn't want a siege stop. Nowadays, he's brushed up to 50,000 with his anti-injury cap. Go for it. Step up. Shen Youwei on the side understood Lin Yan's mind the most, and at the moment was acting as a cheerleader on the side. I can't stand it. The online gaming know-it-all stunk. Yendi, you don't move a muscle. Are you a turtle? I see that your magic treasure will break as soon as you move. Right, and you like to stay cooped up in the newbie village all the time and not come out. I see you're the kindergarten boss. 10,000 years of immovable shrunken heads. Lin Yan coldly looked at game-knowing brother. Since you want to die so badly, let's show you what despair is. Lin Yan drew his sword and his figure instantly disappeared. At the same moment, thunder descended from the 9 heavens, and the roaring sound spread in front of the sword pavilion city, killing intent like the sea. 9 lightning flashes. Hold the sword and walk. Chapter 100 Drumming. Cheering for Lord Yendi. Buzz. 9 thunderbolts struck down, and Lin Yan's figure instantly swept out hundreds of meters, killing in front of Brother Knowles. All the players in the path, after being paralyzed by the lightning strike, were all chopped into a bloody mist by the swordlight. In a blink of an eye, thousands of players were killed in seconds. The online gaming know-it-all was directly scared by this terrifying aura and crawled and crouched on the ground. Now, who's the shrinking violet? Lin Yan sneered as he looked down at him. Before Brother Knowles could finish his sentence, he was cut down by Lin Yan's sword. The resurrected understander stepped out of the spring with a dumbfounded look on his face and finished the second half of his sentence. I'll set you up with a monkey. The next moment, the crowd surged. Spring Plaza was noisy. Knowles looked at the crowd in front of him in shock. What's going on? Yendi is fuming. I don't know how many people I have to kill in one slash, and I'm dashing left and right in the crowd. We are all killed and reborn. The players on the sidelines were depressed. Most of them don't have a big guild behind them, and moving up a level is tough. Dying once is still a pretty big price for them to pay. In the Spring Plaza, the number of players who had been killed and respawned was increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Many are hesitant to go back to the siege or not. Boom! The huge fiery red blade light chopped down directly within the square, and hundreds of people were sent back just as they exited the spring. The players were dumbfounded. Holy, what the hell? The Inferno Emperor is chasing and killing his way into the city. Our ranks have collapsed. 100,000 troops were killed and crumbled by him alone in such a short period of time. Yes, he is now chasing after tens of thousands of our people by himself, and now he has hacked his way into the city, and is about to kill the springs. Players who were running for their lives reached the resurrection square and there was no way back. Squeezing together in a serious stampede, Knowles was instantly trampled to death by a mess of feet and sent back to the spring. My day. Knowles was dumbfounded to be reborn again. Lin Yan had been seen as a god descending from the heavens, exuding a terrifying blade aura around him, killing a bunch of players like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. When the head of the knife falls, there are countless heads rolling to the ground. Yet understands heart when cold. This was fundamentally not the same level of battle power as them. Aren't you going to kill me? Just this. Lin Yan bathed in blood and killed, questioning loudly. Armor and counter damage are climbing by leaps and bounds. Yan Di, your time to die has come. What are you still rampaging about? The online gaming know-it-all thought of something and became confident again. Brother Understanding, what brilliant idea have you come up with again? Hurry up and tell us, the players urged. The online gaming know-it-all sneered. Not to mention the fact that our young master hasn't pulled out his bottom card yet. You've already broken the rules of the game by committing murder in the main city now. Immediately the city guards will come out and put you to death. Right. Isn't the reason why we chose to kill Lin Yan at the city gates is because we're worried that the city guards won't allow fighting in the main city? Humph. I don't believe that you can still be stronger than the city guards that maintain law and order in the main city. The players yelled. Touché. The city guards really did come in a furious drive, with an iron-blooded aura and a neat formation. Boom. They stood outside the Spring Plaza in a roaring parade. Lord City Guard, it's this kid who's disturbing the law and order of the main city. We're helping you maintain law and order. You kill him quickly. The online gaming know-it-all even came up with a fawning smile. Humph. The city guard leader glanced at the online game Nowhere and slashed up, sending Nowhere back to the spring. The players paled. It is hard to believe that the city guards are trying to kill all the players present in the fight. Lord City Guard, we are wrongly accused. Yes, unjustly. In the next moment, a scene that made all the players' jaws drop appeared. I only saw the commander of the city guards waving a large flag. Line up and beat the drums. Cheer for Lord Yen Di. Knock, knock, knock. The next moment, the invigorating military drums boomed. The entire army was beating their drums in support of Lin Yan. What's this about my nifty? Yen Di is the real son of the chairman of the Divine Earth Company, right? How come the NPCs are helping him? They don't even care about the ban they set. Remember. In the novice village, that blind monk was harboring him too. Put. Many players were so angry that they vomited blood. I thought the city guards were here to enforce justice, but it turned out that they were here to beat the drums for Lin Yan. Is there any justice in this? Lin Yan had been afraid that these city guards wouldn't know any better and kill all the players. Then what's he stacking armor for? And what's he raising the counter damage cap for? In the distance, on the highest building of Sword Pavilion City, the Sword Pavilion, the city lord held up a golden bottle and drank with several other captains. Ha ha ha, painful, worthy of being the disciples of the old marshals, so powerful. It was just supposed to be a way to see how strong he was and then step in to help. I didn't expect him to give us such a huge surprise. Well, maybe Master asked them to come here because of the ghost plague thing too. The moment this speculation came out, several of the capital's faces changed. The city lord laughed loudly. Regardless of how he is, we will see the curtain fall properly after such a great show. That Yen Emperor obviously doesn't want us to interfere for the time being, so let's just let him make a big deal out of it. Good. It's just as well that we can enjoy this once-in-a-century meditative scene. A few of the Metropolitans felt relieved. As neutral NPCs, they were stronger than players, but they didn't dare to mess with players easily. After all, Adventists are immortal and get stronger all the time. If you really want to provoke a few life-threatening people to come for revenge every day, you can even annoy them to death. Yen Di has given us a bad breath of air. Kill well, kill him all. Several of the Metropolitans couldn't wait to go up and beat the drums for Lin Yan themselves. Resurrection Square. Lin Yan kept slashing away, eyes still constantly on the crystal. As soon as the online gaming know-it-all dares to resurrect, he'll slash his way up. In just 10 minutes, Brother Understanding dropped nearly 20 levels, straight down the ladder. I'm yet not playing. Understand is now resurrected and about to run, bent on escaping the main city, but Lin Yan had him in his sights, and he couldn't escape at all. Born to die. Show your head in seconds. No. Brother Knowles cried his eyes out. If he dropped 2 ranks in a row to become a whiteboard rank, his elite professional template would be shattered. That's what he's worked so hard to beg for. Please Lord Yen Di, you are my father. Please let me go. The online gaming know-it-all wailed as he watched his level continue to fall. Snort. In reply to him, another knife light. My lord, are we still not going to make a move? At the city's head, the butler asked repeatedly. Duke Poison fanned his rocking fan. I knew Yen D wasn't that easy to deal with. There's no rush. Let him kill for a while and we'll make our appearance in the form of the savior then. At that time, won't all the players be grateful to our White Wolf Guild? At that time, our White Wolf Guild's reputation will definitely be able to instantly return to the peak, and even overpower several other major guilds. Chapter 101, Are you not the ones who should be ashamed? Boom boom boom. Players were killed like dust in a frenzy. This side was blown up by the light of a sword, and that side was blown away by a punch. In Resurrection Square, the wailing was widespread. Mom, I regret it. I'll never hit Yendi again. I'm a dog if I participate in a siege in the future. The blue-robed female mage cried out in pain. I can't. If I keep this up I'm going to blow up my template. Run away. Gradually the players' wariness was broken and they began to flee. Humph. It's my lord's turn to appear. The poisonous duke waved his rocking fan. Follow me. The leader of the Green Dragon Guild frowned. This Yendi's battle power is too terrifying. One person is stronger than a large guild. Why is this poisonous duke still going up when he sees such a terrifying battle power? Is he looking for death? The Flourishing Star Guild leader couldn't see it either. Maybe there's some kind of undercard. The White Wolf Guild has been making a lot of moves lately, and it seems like they want to make some big moves. The Vermilion Bird Guild's beautiful woman's pretty eyes looked toward Lingyan, just in time. Let's see if little handsome Yen D can try out the White Wolf Guild's bottom card. All stop. Duke Poison strutted out into the field, waved his hand, and shouted. Unfortunately, the scene had been killed by Lin Yan to the point of incomparable chaos, and everyone was fleeing. Who would notice his cries when the cries of father and mother filled the surroundings? Bang bang bang. Even the Poison Duke himself was knocked off his feet and was so angry that his veins flared up. He raged. Yen D, take my sword. The Poison Duke was furious, and with a raise of his hand, he directly sacrificed the king's soldier. Rumble. The terrifying might immediately subdued the entire scene. A terrifying kingly pressure emanated from the king's soldier. Lin Yan looked over to the Poison Duke's side, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, he remembered correctly that the White Wolf Guild had obtained the king's soldier at this point in time and, moreover, it was still a legendary equipment. The players also quieted down and looked at the Poison Duke with inexplicable shock in their eyes. Is this his bottom card? It's actually a king's weapon. Of this grade, how was he able to catalyze it? Perhaps it is the very best of the king's weapons. Legendary weapons without equivalent rank requirements. Gollum. The bodies of the Green Dragon Guild's Grand Guild leaders all tensed up, feeling a tremendous amount of pressure. The White Wolf Guild had actually gotten their hands on this level of equipment. You know, there are still very few players who have advanced to the master rank. A king's soldier in one's hand was equivalent to invincibility at the current stage. Anyone you want to kill is a matter of a single slash. Above the sword pavilion, the city lords all frowned tightly. It's time for us to make our move. That's a king's soldier. I really don't know how that sassy-looking Adventist got it. A few of the metropolitans were in a hurry. They couldn't watch the Lin Yan few being bullied. There's no rush. After thinking about it, the city lord still shook his head to stop it. They can assist the old marshal in decapitating the zombie king. If they join forces against the enemy, a king's soldier should not be enough to keep them at bay. So let's observe a bit more. If he made a move to suppress the Poison Duke, then the king's soldier would still be the Poison Duke's. But if it was Lin Yan who killed the Poison Duke as a descender, the king's soldier could have dropped. Whether or not we can grasp this heaven-splitting riches depends on whether or not this Yen D has the ability to do so. The city lord's eyes were heavy. Even he, when facing the king's soldier, had to be afraid of it. Can Yen D really block it? Rumble. The king's soldier emanated a terrifying pressure in the sky. The poisonous duke fanned his feathered fan with a haughty expression. Yen D, hello again. Lin Yan glanced at him. Which one are you? I. The poisonous duke was choked and almost suffocated in one breath. His eyes bloodshot as he roared. How dare you forget about me? I am the White Wolf Guild's young president, the Poison Duke. Oh, the White Wolf Guild. Lin Yan nodded his head. Remembering my lord's reputation. Ha, the Poison Duke nodded divinely. All I remember is that your White Wolf Guild made a bet with me and lost a legendary weapon to me. I see this sword on your head is good. It should be a legendary weapon. Lin Yan reached out his hand. Bring it to pay off your debt. The Poison Duke stared. He had long forgotten about it. At first, Lin Yan had given the White Wolf Guild a bet to see if he could expel the White Wolf Guild from the novice village in one day. The White Wolf Guild just thought it was a joke and didn't take it to heart. At this moment, Lin Yan brought up the old matter again. He knew that he was at a disadvantage and hurriedly changed the topic. Oh, Emperor Yen, you're ruthless, slaughtering tons of players. You're practically a demon. Look at the red name on your head. It's exploding. It's just a matter of people killing people. Lin Yan said indifferently. Yo yo yo, you've got a word for it. The poisonous male is so angry that he clenches his teeth. How the culture is also killed by the explosion. In short, you're seriously weakening the overall battle power of Xia players. In the future when we fight a national war, if we lose, you'll be responsible. You don't realize how great the reward resources are that you get. Taking it out and dividing it up, people don't want it at all. Even when everyone has lowered themselves and is willing to join your clan, you still ask for 1,000,000 gold coins a position. You're out of your ing mind. You're insane. You selfish little man. Lin Yan looked at the poisoned duke blandly. For the sake of you sending me the king's soldier, then I'll be merciful and educate you properly. You, Duke Poison just wanted to retort that he wasn't here to deliver weapons. Lin Yan then stormed out. You what you? You the assholes of the country. Inferior pig dog thing. Due to Lin Yan's strength being too strong, the sound waves that came out of his violent shouts were blowing up the surrounding players. The poisoned duke, under the shelter of the king's soldier, all had his head shaken and buzzed, and his words were scared back into his stomach raw. You all stand on the moral high ground, binding others in the name of righteousness, but in reality you all just want to realize your own selfish desires. Lin Yan sneered. Look at what you all did. Let me just ask you stinkers one thing. Who are you guys compared to me? Who are the pillars of the Summer Kingdom? This one sentence dried all the players into silence. A bunch of stupid pigs. Tens of thousands of people together are not enough for me to kill alone. I had to kill 100,000 pigs for 3 days and 3 nights. But it's easy to kill you. It can be said that even if 100,000 of you were tied together in a national war, you wouldn't be as useful as a single finger of mine. The players lowered their heads in shame. They very much wanted to retort, but realized that everything Lin Yan said was true. Where do you all get the face to say that I have weakened the Xia Kingdom's national war fighting power? Aren't you the ones who should be ashamed? Lin Yan's questioning ran through the air and was deafening. Chapter 102. If my enemies are like mountains and seas, I will split the mountains and tread the seas to purge the country of its traitors. And you? Lin Yan looked indifferently at the poisoned duke. Me. The poisoned duke trembled inwardly. The might that Lin Yan was now attached to was so terrifying that he couldn't refute a single word. You're a dishonest, useless, retard who only digs into the walls of the building, breaks the foundation of the country, and plays moral abduction. Lin Yan bellowed. How is it that you have the face to talk about the righteousness of the family and the country? You. The poisonous duke pointed at Lin Yan and continuously shook his head. He was really being scolded and was completely dumbfounded. You guys, you're the assholes. It's you who are the scum of the Summerland. You are free to change what you say as long as it suits your interests. Lin Yan coldly scorned these players. If I hand something over just because you guys are forcing me to, how will those hard-working players who are not willing to escalate by blackmail and duplicity live with themselves? In time they will regret the act of getting stronger by their own efforts. Everyone thinks about getting rich by stealing opportunities and morally kidnapping others. The country is stank by you people. If you can cry, you can eat? I see you as a bunch of giant babies who have no shame and are only out for your own personal gain. Don't say 100,000 of you, even if it's 1,000,000, 10 million of you, nor is it possible to change my will. Even if people like you come like a mountain and a sea, I will split the mountain and tread the sea to purge the country of traitors. As he spoke, the killing intent in his eyes was thick to the extreme. In his last life, on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, bathing in blood to kill foreign enemies, even if he died, he had no regrets. But many of our comrades and soldiers have been killed by their own people. He didn't know how many similar sufferings he had suffered, and had long hated these people with a passion. This time when he returned, he just wanted to kill. Who cares how many people you have? Those who dare to distort black and white and reverse right and wrong, all die for me. Resurrection Square fell silent. The 100,000 players had some shamefully lowered their heads and silently bowed to Lin Yan before turning to leave. Some people are in a struggle. There were also people who had no sense of right and wrong at all, and at the words they heard, they just sneered and didn't take it to heart at all. Above the sword pavilion, several of the capitals had golden eyes when they heard the words, good, ouch, ha ha ha, I love him so much. Tell Sword Court to set out the wine. I'm going to drink 3 rounds of drinks with this little brother. The city lord also nodded his head. Clearly Lin Yan's words had struck their hearts. They spent their early years fighting with the 7 heroes of Aurora in the south. In the end, was it not because of the internal strife in the royal family that he ended up in his present miserable old age? They empathized with what Lin Yan said, and their silent hearts were beating frantically. It's been a while since I've been this hot. You're so coquettish. Duke Poison's old face was red with dislike, but he was thick-skinned and a dead pig. Whatever. You're a loner. What kind of clan are you starting? If you don't hand over the clan order, I'll suppress you to death today. If you can't hit it once, I'll kill you 10 times. There will always be a time when your clan order falls out. Meh. Lin Yan had anger in his chest that he would not be able to exhale, now that his breath was smooth in his chest and his thoughts were clear. When he looked at the poison duke again, he just smiled coldly and harshly. Do you think you have that ability? Big talk. The poison duke looked at the king's soldier above his head with respect. Know what this is? Dirtbag. This is the king's soldier. You have no idea how powerful it is. In a moment, I'll energize it, but whenever you're graced by an edge, you'll go up in smoke, he said proudly. Isn't it your armor that makes you so strong? Our analysts have analyzed your weaknesses. This king's soldier provides true injury. How about that? Scared now? Ha ha ha. The poisonous duke's veins rippled as he stared wide-eyed, wanting to see panic or fear on Lin Yan's face. Lin Yan smiled faintly. It seems that this is what you're relying on. Unfortunately, is useless to me. Ha! Duke Poison completely tensed up. What I dislike the most is your stinky face that is unperturbed in the face of anything. It's as if you expected everything. When you're killed by me at level 1 in a while, I'll see if you can still put on that dead fish face. He clenched his hand in a seal. The king's soldier immediately erupted into a terrifying swirl of sword chi. Buzz! Just the sound of the sword caused many players to vomit blood or even have their bodies burst into pieces when they couldn't withstand the pressure. What are you doing? Many players grumbled and chided. The king's soldier is just so powerful. I can't fully control it. A trace of the afterglow that emanates out is so terrifying, the poisonous duke bragged. And in fact, he did it on purpose, just to let everyone see the might of the king's soldier. Build momentum for the White Wolf Guild. Die! He slashed out with his sword, and on the king's sword, a 10-meter huge terrifying blade light condensed and slashed down towards Lin Yan. What a terrifying might! Can Yan Di block the attack of the king's soldier? On the city walls, the leaders of the Green Dragon Guild and other big guilds were in a heavy mood. They didn't think highly of Lin Yan. After all, if they were, they would never be able to resist the king's soldiers. Could it be that the White Wolf Guild is going to be a dominant force in the future? Vermilion Bird sighed softly, her beautiful eyes looking towards Lin Yan. Go for it, handsome brother. Oomph, a class act. Lin Yan smiled indifferently. The king's soldier that the White Wolf Guild had gotten was broken, and he didn't even put it in his eyes. Even the legendary King Zombie King Evil Chi he had killed, and he was still afraid of a broken king's soldier? He drew his sword with a roar. After drawing his sword 100 times, his sword drawing technique, which had been upgraded to all 2 stars, had increased his attack power by 30%. Rumble! In his demonic blade of 1,000 blades, he also cut out a super blade light that was a full 10 meters. 2 huge slashes of light exchanged blows in midair. The shockwaves that were transmitted swept across the surroundings, and the sturdy ground of the Resurrection Square began to crumble. Turn on the formation, the city guard yelled. In the next moment, the square formation opened, and it was only then that the terrifying shockwaves did not travel out of the square. This kind of king's soldier level duel, just the shockwave, spreading out, there was no telling how many people would be killed or injured. I don't know how many players were directly hit under this collision wave until their bodies dissolved. The 2 blade lights consumed each other, and in the end, surprisingly, no one took advantage. This terrifying scene made everyone's jaws drop. Gollum, Inferno Emperor, can fight the king's soldier head-on. It's too terrifying. A single person, who just advanced for the first time, resisted the king's soldier. On the city walls, Vermilion Bird, Green Dragon, and other great guild leaders were shocked beyond words. The king's soldier didn't even kill him. Could it be that he is truly invincible? The players looked dumbfounded. Inferno, invincible originally ready to strike at any time. The energy within the main body of the city also gradually calmed down, and then shook his head, deeply lamenting. Heroes come out of the youth. Chapter 103, Seizing the Soldiers. Abusive spring murder. Oomph. The poisonous duke's eyes were like poisonous scorpions as he confidently raised his hand. Sword come. Buzz. The king's soldier floating in the air emitted a buzzing sound, seemingly unwilling to approach the poison duke. Seeing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. The king's soldier probably already had some vague soldier's soul. Although it didn't have its own spiritual intelligence yet, it already had some likes and dislikes in character. A weak rookie like Duke Poison taking control of the king's soldier would naturally be subconsciously resisted by the king's soldier. Give it to me. The poison duke was so angry that the veins in his hands popped. Blood flowed and it took a huge cost to get the king's sword in his hand. One more battle. He rushed out with a roar, and the king's sword in his hand chopped down with a roar. The sword light flew. Lin Yan also launched his sword in return. Blade lights and sword shadows exchanged blows in midair, and the terrifying power reverberated, collapsing the entire square. Why aren't you dead yet? The poison duke frowned. He's playing with real injuries, even if Lin Yan's blood was thick, but according to his level, he couldn't carry a slash even if he used a gold template ascension. Ha! Lin Yan laughed coldly. I just want you to feel despair. I've had enough of playing with you, and you deserve to die. What? The poison duke was alarmed. Lin Yan's blade like crushed down with a roar. Stacked waves 3 blades. The 3 blades were like tidal waves, one stronger than the other, stretching and appalling. When the poison duke was faced with such a blade, he was instantly so frightened that his body went cold and he couldn't even fight back. Snort! The first slash slashed at the blade light emitted by the king's soldier. The second blade cut the king's soldier apart, leaving an opening. On the third blade, just the blade she landed on the poison duke, and the blade hadn't even grazed his body yet. The poison duke was then hacked and exploded into a mist of blood. Buzz! The king's soldier let out a buzz and seemed to have gained freedom as it flew out on its own the moment the poison duke died. Where to go? Lin Yan's gaze was delighted. I was expecting to have to kill poison duke many times to get the king's sword out, but I did not expect the king's sword to the poisonous male contempt reached its peak, directly run away on their own. He grabbed the hilt of the king's soldier with a big hand and directly gripped it. Boom! Inside the king's soldier, a terrifying fluctuation emanated, trying to break free from Lin Yan's control. Oomph! It's just a mere weapon. Should you also show off? A trace of anger flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Submit to me. Boom! His will rushed directly into the sword body, suppressing the sword soul of the king's soldier, which had just produced a fledgling form. To death. Woohoo! A whimpering sound surprisingly came from the king's sword. It was the mournful cry of the sword's soul, expressing complete submission. Oomph! That's more like it. Lin Yan looked at the king's sword in his hand. His mood quickened. Worth it. This siege stacked up an unknown amount of armor and a counter damage cap. But none of that was as important as this broken king's soldier. If I can repair this king's sword and fuse it again, my battle power can at least reach the false king level. A light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Combined with all of my undercards and my powerful combat skills, even if I face a true king, I still have the power to contend. The scene was completely silent. The players watched the scene in confusion. From the time the poison duke made the king's soldier to the time the king's soldier was seized by Lin Yan and suppressed in his hands, it was only a minute before and after. This is too invincible. The city walls. Good job, handsome brother. Jubilee grinned. Qinglong sighed in relief. It's good that Yan Di got it. As long as this weapon doesn't fall into the hands of the White Wolf Guild, it doesn't pose a substantial threat to us. Although Lin Yan was powerful, he wasn't their competitor. Good. I look good to me. Anyway, I look at Yan Di, but it's much smoother than that poisonous male. The Shen turtle strongman grinned. Without this undercard, the White Wolf Guild is expected to decline soon. These past few days, they've been too arrogant with their king's soldier undercard. No! From the spring, came the heartrending cries of the poisonous male. That's what the White Wolf Guild is counting on to rise. I can't believe it was just taken away from me. His dad would probably tear him alive. Alas! Mu Qingwan looked on from the sidelines and shook her head. The poison duke was just too stupid and foolish to be counted on. She looked at Lin Yan. Yan Di. I almost forgot. There's you. Lin Yan turned his head and grinned at him. Are you forgiving me? Seeing Lin Yan smile at him, Mu Qingwan felt that the sunlight was warming up. Of course I forgot to send you to Hades. Lin Yan's eyes were cold and sharp as he instantly put away his smile and slashed Mu Qingwan with a backhanded slash. Mu Qingwan was reborn in the spring and stood side by side with the poison duke in a haze. Very good. Lin Yan nodded. The two of you just stand together like this. Save yourselves the trouble. Yendi, what are you doing? The poison duke's face changed drastically. You're not thinking of entering the spring to kill me, are you? You bet. Lin Yan stepped into the spring. He is not bound to this spring, and when he enters it, he is judged to be an enemy unit and subject to life clipping. You're screwed. The poison duke's eyes were maniacal. The old man of the soil who guards the novice village every day. You don't even know the rules of the spring. 100W. 100W. The terrifying damage of the spring sprang up on Lin Yan's head. I don't get it? Lin Yan laughed out loud. It's just that this amount of damage is simply not enough. He swung his long sword. A knife cut the two men down again. I rely on. Is he a man or a ghost? Poison Duke was killed by abusive spring. Everyone looked frozen. The besieging players, the great guilds at the head of the city. Even the Sword Pavilion city lord was in a cold sweat, constantly wiping his cold sweat. That's a million rules-based damage per second. Even he won't last long. Lin, just resurrected, and before a single word is spoken, he's killed again. Inflammation. Snort. You. Snort. I. Snort. Asterisk. Snort. Just like that, Lin Yan carried the spring water hard and kept on abusing it. Duke Poison and Mu Qingwan were constantly being put to death. It plummeted all the way down to the first level. Don't kill it. Don't kill it. What a gold template. I went through all the trouble you got. It blew up. It blew up. The poisonous Duke fell to his knees, breaking down and crying. It was more heartbreaking than killing him. Blowing up the template and retraining it would take a lot more resources than normal cultivation. Lin Yan admired their wailing for a while. Yan Di, do you really not miss your old feelings at all? Mu Qingwan questioned. I have an old koan bar with you? Lin Yan was almost infuriated and laughed. You've managed to wear down my last bit of patience. The blade fell. No! Screaming, the two were completely exterminated and could not be revived for 12 hours. Chapter 104. Is there any law? Is there any law? Really? Was perfectly abused by the springs. The players looked dumbfounded. If there's one thing that's humiliating in online gaming, it's getting hit by an abusive spring. Then, to be killed by an abusive spring in God's earth until 12 hours of forced offline, to be called a perfect abusive spring, is the supreme ultimate shame. Those who abuse the springs are treated as legends and worshipped as great gods, and those who are abused by perfection springs will be nailed to a pillar of shame and ridiculed as a disgrace that can never be washed away. 100W. 100W. Lin Yan walked out of the spring blandly, his long sword shaking. Who else wants to kill me? Run! Where would the players dare to surround Lin Yan again? It was the perfect abuse of the fountain, and they didn't want to be set on a pillar of shame for the rest of their lives. Since you've come to surround me, it won't be that easy to leave. A trace of coldness flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as his body rushed out, continuously killing the fleeing players. Those who can't escape will have to go back into the spring to be reborn and escape out again. But after all, there was a huge rout of close to 100,000 players, and Lin Yan simply didn't have time to kill them all. In the end, the last batch of players were killed until they were forced to go offline, before the long knife in his hand was sheathed. Well, Lin Yan was satisfied. The kill was sound. The anti-damage cap stacked right up to 100,000. Armor has also increased by over 8 million points. The total value of blood armor has officially broken 50 million. What a pain in the ass. He looked at the king's soldier in his hand. The most important gain, or this king's soldier. However, this king's soldier is already broken. Wait until we reach the capital and look for a Wang blacksmith to repair it before fusing it. Otherwise it will be wasted. Lin Yan received the king's soldier into his backpack. The weapon's residual attack power was more than 1,000,000, stronger than the demon blade 1,000 blades. However, the above traits are the only one that can be used by ignoring rank, and all things considered, it's not as good as the magic blade 1,000 blades. Only when it's fixed and fused will I be able to get a huge boost in my combat power. Lin Yan's gaze burned. Knock, knock, knock. The city guard drums changed. A burly man, with several generals with strong auras, came from the middle of the separated city guards. Lord of the city. The city guards bellowed in unison and saluted respectfully. The city's head, Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird and other players were also driven off the walls. Surprisingly, it's Lord Sword Pavilion City. Qinglong was covered in sweat. Looking at the stout and extraordinary city lord, his heart shook. The lord of the main city was mysterious and incomparable, and from the time they entered the main city until now, they had never even seen the lord show his face. At best, they've only met a few of the capitals. And now, the city lord actually showed up with the Sword Pavilion city capitals. What a row this is. Some of the players who had far away and participated in the siege looked forward to it. This is the lord of the city. It must have been because Yen Di went too far, killing until the order of the main city collapsed, and only then did the city lord adults come out to calm things down. It's possible, for the crime Yen Di committed today, it's enough for him to be imprisoned for life and not be allowed to leave the prison. Hey, let him be arrogant. There's always someone who can rule him. These players watched with unbridled anticipation. Some Netflix has already started videotaping the video of Lin Yan just now chasing after 100,000 players and chopping them up had exploded. Right now, in the circle of Divine Earth players, the name of Yen Di was being held up to the heavens. I don't know how many young players have become fans of Yen Di. After all, the strong are inherently admirable. In particular, Lin Yan's deafening questioning was simply mind-blowing and exhilarating. For a while, I don't know how many people have been enamored by his upright three-dimensionality. If we can line up a picture of Yen Di getting his ass kicked in a few moments, that's an absolute blast of traffic points. I have a feeling I'm going to be on fire. These bloggers are watching closely from the sidelines with anticipation. Ha ha ha. What made the players' eyes fall out of their sockets in shock was that the city lord and a few of the capitals laughed out loud with bravado after entering the Resurrection Square. They walked quickly to Lin Yan and the others. Senior brother Su Qingji. Meet several senior brothers and sisters. Sword Pavilion City Lord Su Qingji greeted him. The crowd was confused. What's going on here? Several senior brothers and sisters. How do you greet us? Shen Youwei asked suspiciously. Shouldn't it be the senior brothers and sisters who greet their elders? Ha ha, a few senior brothers and sisters don't know anything. Su Qingji shook his head. We are only the named disciples of Yuan Shui and the others, while you are the true disciples of several masters. When it comes down to it, in the division, our seniority is inferior to a few senior brothers and sisters. We lick our faces and call ourselves senior brothers and sisters. It's already considered leaning on the old. So it is. Shen Youwei nodded, suddenly realizing, a few old brothers don't need to be so polite. We are all family. It's good to call ourselves brothers in the future. Dwayne scowled. Ha ha, yes. Su Qingji breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like the several senior siblings were all very nice to talk to. Since we're all brothers now, I wonder if there's anything good to eat in the Sword Pavilion. Fatty, I'm hungry. Get some attribute meals, I feel just fine. Duanda blinked his eyes in a harmless manner. Su Qingji couldn't laugh at once, the corners of his mouth twitching. How dare you open your mouth? So it's waiting here. Attribute meals can directly increase attributes, and the ingredients are extremely valuable. Even the 7 heroes of Aurora were heartbroken at one meal. It's considered New Year's Eve for the Longxia royal family to have a meal. However, this is after all the first request of the senior brother meeting. Su Qingji is not good to refuse, and gave a wink to the next duotone. I'll make arrangements at once. The capital understood and went back to the sword court to make arrangements. Gee, how embarrassing. Lin Yan looked at Fatty reproachfully. You gluttonous dead Fatty. In fact, he had inwardly given Fatty 100 thumbs up. Ahem. No trouble. Go, the banquet has been set up. Just waiting for a few senior brothers and sisters to be seated. Su Qingyi waved his hand. Yes. Lin Yan smiled and nodded. The group was escorted and opened by the city guards as they headed towards the sword pavilion. The players were all dumbfounded. Asterisk. What the hell? You just entered the main city and were invited to dinner by the city lord? What a great face you have. On what grounds? I'm going to file a complaint against God's Earth. It's simply double standard. Making a difference. Yen Di is really the bastard son of the chairman of the Divine Earth Company, isn't he? Where else would he have gotten this treatment? ING threw up. No wonder this guy is emboldened. It turns out that the city lords are all his relatives. Get out of the way. Let me explain. Snort. A few spitting players for getting in the way of the crowd. Killed in seconds by the city guards straight away. Naya. Not a word of explanation. Directly strikes. Is there any king's law? Is there any law at all? I deeply suspect that the city guards are helping Yen-Di to take revenge on us. I'm wronged. A ghostly wail came from the spring. Chapter 105. One night's cultivation is worth 10 years of hard work. Sword Pavilion. The tallest building in Jiangha City. I.e., the landscape and the restaurant. Consumption is extremely high. Lin Yan was invited to the highest floor of the Sword Pavilion, where he could have an unobstructed view of Sword Pavilion City from a high place. Well done. Several senior brothers and sisters. Your strength really impresses us. Emperor Yen, that rebuke of yours was beautiful. It really spoke from our hearts. Several of the metropolitans lamented. Once inside the tavern, they were their own people with the door closed, and they didn't have to maintain the majesty in face of the city lord or the capital as they did outside. Oh yeah, this is the master rank advancement gold template that master asked us to give you. Su Qingji sent out the gold template. The main city is the most important place on a normal player's growth path. Those that could be chosen as the main city were invariably the most prosperous and powerful cities in the empire. Aside from the capital, the biggest opportunities, the best copies, and the richest storylines are all in the main city. Normally, only by obtaining the most hidden chances, completing the most difficult copies, and fighting through the relevant hidden plots could you get your hands on these top-tier Grandmaster rank gold templates. But because of a few commands from Yuan Tianrun, Su Qingji used his authority as the lord of the main city to take out all of these best gold advancement templates directly. Ha ha, good brother. You're too good enough. The fat man's bright eyes glowed. The last thing the Yen-Di sect lacks is experience beads, so as long as you get the advancement template, your level will instantly rise to full A. Lin Yan also smiled slightly. It's good to have a background. The strength of the core squad has gained another huge wave of boosts. Buzz. Lin Feng several activated the golden template and began to advance. Rumble. The surging energy raged, causing their various values to grow wildly. It's worthy of being one of the best few gold templates in the main city, and it's a lot more powerful in terms of sound than the average gold template. Half an hour later, several of Fatty's advances were complete. Hoo-hoo! Lin Yan released a large number of experience beads. Let Xin Youwei and Lin Feng a few absorb it at will. The experience beads were as endless as the ocean, instantly encompassing the entire top floor of the Sword Pavilion. Gollum! Su Qingji was taken aback. Extravagant. Too extravagant. A few of the metropolitans were also envious beyond belief. After they advanced to heroes, each level up required a large number of experience beads, and Su Qingji's cultivation so far was only at the middle level of heroes. Levels 0 to 9 are blank slates. Levels 10 to 29 are for professionals. Levels 30 to 49 are for elite professionals. Levels 50 to 69 are masters. Levels 70 to 99 are heroic. Because the heroic order was the first class to have a 30-level level span, it was further divided into the beginning, middle, and high orders on a 10-level scale. The 7 heroes of Aurora, all level 99 peak heroes. Su Qingji, on the other hand, was a level 80 to 89 middle-ranked hero. Several of the capitals, on the other hand, are level 70 to 79 beginner heroes. Lin Yan could see the longing in the eyes of Chen Qingji's few, and smiled faintly. There's no need for you to be polite. Feel free to absorb the experience beads here. Ahem, a gentleman does not. Su Qingji was a bit thin-skinned and tried to shrug it off. Oh, never mind then. Lin Yan waved his hand. Su Qingji's head was full of questions. Ha ha, just kidding. Lin Yan skinned himself for a moment and laughed. Elder brother Su, you entertained us with an attribute meal and gave us such a precious golden advancement template. This bit of experience bead is just a little bit of feedback. You don't have to have any psychological pressure. Just suck it up. Yes. Su Qingji also did not dare to play any more 3 pushes and 3 human feelings, and hastily agreed to a mouthful. Start practicing. A few of the capitals also had a strong look of joy in their eyes as they began to frantically advance. Lin Yan looked at the several people frantically cultivating, and the corner of his mouth lifted. You're all busy cultivating, so I'll just laugh at this attribute meal myself. He raised his chopsticks and very nonchalantly began to eat furiously. Ding! Your blood draw has increased by 0.1%. Ding! Ding! Holy, I knew it. Duan did just now also felt strange. How the boss suddenly from the good. The original hit the idea of eating alone. Aha! Having eaten his fill of wine and rice, Lin Yan stretched his back. Although the experience beads rewarded by the will of the divine earthworld were all the highest grade experience beads, and one contained a massive amount of experience, it simply doesn't run out. Letting a few of Su Qingji's suck to level 99 wouldn't use up much. He's completely unfazed. However, this attribute meal was nothing more than an add-on. Lin Yan's scheming was not that simple. He looked at Fatty with a look that he thought he knew everything and smiled slightly. Older brother, you have a small pattern. Su Qingji's few, they are old man Yuan's disciples. According to Yuan Tianren's arrangement, they would definitely end up flipping off the Long Xiao royal family. Now give Su Qingji a few upgrades in advance. That's called prevention. What's more, their teachers have joined the Yin Di sect, so they naturally can't escape either. Jia. Lin Yan looked at Su Qingji's few people as if admiring a beautiful jade. Train them up. The Yin Di sect would then have a few more high-level hero fighters. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, the most important point, it concerns Lin Yan's overall layout. There are a lot of opportunities in Sword Palace City, but for him today, the vast majority of the so-called chances would just be a waste of his time if he bothered to look for them. There are only 2 chances that I must not miss. Lin Yan's eyes were deep. One is the king's soldier that was collected today, and the other requires information from Su Qingji to start the mission. Rumble. Several people kept wailing on the experience beads, and their levels were all soaring. Enough to go into the early hours of the next morning. The thunder in the ballroom only subsided. It's so cool, it's straight to full level. The fat man let out a strange cry. Lin Yan nodded. Everyone in the core squad had reached level 69 full master. Su Qingji and a few of the commanders were also full of smiles. The fatty few had stopped practicing, so they were naturally embarrassed to continue practicing. But even so, they had all grown by leaps and bounds. Su Qingji directly ascended to a level 91 high-level hero. Several of the capitals have also stepped into the realm of mid-ranking heroes. This night has saved me at least 10 years of hard work. Su Qingji exclaimed. It can be considered a great favor. NPC upgrade is much harder than players. It can be said that every player in the eyes of the NPC are open to cultivate the level of absolute genius. After the upgrade, we'll have more certainty in the face of the annual demon scourge. The only female metropole gave an excited wave of her fist. Well, mentioning the demonic scourge, frost also welled up on Su Qingji's face. This time, the demonic scourge must be completely wiped out. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. That chance he was looking for happened to be related to the demon scourge. He came to be interested. I wonder if the demonic scourge in your mouth is related to the Sin Domain Bone Emperor. Chapter 106, 30 million gold coins. Sword Pavilion Tiger Talisman. Little brother Yan Di, to think that he knows about the demon scourge? Su Qingji asked in surprise. Just a little bit. Lin Yan smiled faintly, but his heart was incomparably surprised, not expecting to trigger the mission's entry point so easily. Alas, the brilliant sky continent is vast, yet half of the land has been relegated to the Sin Domain. The rest of the land was divided between the 18 kingdoms and the 2 empires. The Sin Domain was supposed to be chaotic and inadequate, but alas, 1,000 years ago, a supreme heavenly pride came out of the Sin Domain, rising from the smallest of beginnings, naming himself the Bone Emperor, and nearly unifying the Sin Domain. Su Qingji sighed. The heart of the Bone Emperor is known to all. He wanted to annex the entire brilliant sky continent. 1,000 years ago, he began to lay out his plans. The zombie king Evil Chi was one of the important pieces he had laid. Now that Evil Chi has been completely executed, the Bone Emperor will definitely be furious and will soon make his next move. What a racy name. It's at least a world boss level big shot as soon as I hear it. If we kill him later, we might be able to explode some world-class weapon. Duwanda sputtered vaguely as he ate a chicken leg. Su Qingji gave Duwanda a breathless look and shook his head. The Bone Emperor has dominated the brilliant sky continent for 1,000 years, and his might is unshakable. How is it possible to be killed? Ahem. Anyway, my boss is invincible, Duwanda said indifferently. But what does this have to do with the Demon Scourge? The Demon Scourge is his second layout against the Longxia Empire? Su Qingji's face was serious. After the zombie king Evil Qi was seriously injured by King Lu and fled, the Bone Emperor threw a demonic egg from the Sin domain. The Devil's Egg traveled across half of the Huangtian continent, distantly unknown for thousands of miles, and finally landed on the fallen Demon Mountain north of Jiangha City. Good lord, if this Bone Emperor were to throw the discus, he'd be a world champion to say the least. Duwanda couldn't help but continue to spit. What's a discus throw? That doesn't matter. Su Qingji was almost led astray by the fat man, and now he wanted to gag the fat man. And then? Shen Youwei kindly picked up the conversation. The Mountain of the Falling Devil has since been transformed into a terrifying replica. Su Qingji exclaimed. Isn't it just a copy? It's not like the monsters inside can run out. And even more terrifying as long as they don't enter this demon falling mountain. They can't affect reality, right? Chu Qingxian asked suspiciously. Oh, that's the scariest thing about it. Su Qingji shook his head, his eyes containing the color of sadness and anger. The Devil's Egg cast by the Bone Emperor, which was transformed into a copy of the Falling Devil Mountain. It can connect to the outside world. What? Several of the fat guys were wide-eyed. Copy monsters can come out. What's the point of playing then? You should know that the reason why copies are called copies is that they can be swiped over and over again. There are monsters and bosses inside that can be revived indefinitely. Also, you don't lose levels after reviving. If the copy can be linked to the outside world, then these monsters, absolutely more terrifying than the players. It's really not easy for your Sword Pavilion city to still exist now, Duwanda lamented. Fortunately, that copy had to absorb the essence of heaven and earth most of the time to build up its strength. Only the moon of Demon Bane can be triggered. Su Qingji shook his head. But even if it's only for a month, facing a constant stream of high-level monsters that come to attack and only know how to slaughter, that's a nightmare for the neighborhood. 2. Living in Jiangha City is fine, but nearby towns and villages face bloodbaths every year. That's why the area around the Sword Pavilion looks so barren. Lin Feng nodded indistinctly. Haven't there been any thoughts of completely eradicating this copy? Su Qingji laughed miserably and shook his head. It's simply impossible. First of all, NPCs can't access the copy, even if one relied on special means to enter. Within the falling demon mountain, there were too many powerful demons, successive generations of Sword Pavilion city lords, but anyone who dared to raise the heart of the crusade, 9 times out of 10 would die in it. I have also disbelieved and led a crusade. If it wasn't for the protective spell given by Yuan Shui, I would have died in there as well. Even so, we have only explored less than 1/10 of the territory of the falling demon mountain. Besides, what happens even if you go to the very end? Su Qingji shook his head. We simply don't know how to completely eradicate the fallen demon mountain copies. Even though it is known that the key point is the magic egg, it has not been seen by anyone since it fell into the mountain. Even if the Sword Pavilion can't control it, but the royal family is in charge of the entire empire, there must be many powerful people. Don't they care? Chu Qingxian was filled with righteous indignation. We are Marshal Yuan's disciples and belong to the old school forces. How could the royal family help us? The female metropolitan sneered. Banned. Su Qingji immediately let out a deep cry. It was only then that the female commander shook her head and stopped talking. The old school. Then there must be a new school. The old and the new. On what basis is it divided? Duwanda's few people were all old players, so they naturally heard the point. But Su Qingji didn't want to say more, so there was no way for them to ask. The atmosphere fell into silence. What if I say that I have a way to completely solve the demonic scourge for the Sword Pavilion? Lin Yan suddenly spoke out. Ha! Su Qingji froze, then he hastily stood up, his eyes excited. Is this true? Naturally. Lin Yan nodded. If this is true, I shall worship. On behalf of all the surrounding dons and dons, Su Qingji was just about to pay his respects. Lin Yan then smiled and lifted his hand up. Although I have a little bit of a clue, I still need to borrow something from you in order to have a foolproof grasp. You may speak freely, as long as I can save the people under my rule. Even if it means taking my life, I won't even frown. Su Qingji's face was incredibly serious. Ahem, but it doesn't have to be so life and death. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. He was well aware of the strategy for the raiders of the fallen demon mountain, and at this moment, he was just striving to maximize the benefits. This event, needs some funding. He hadn't finished his sentence. Su Qingji directly said, half of the tax revenue of Jiangha City this year will all be used to fund you. Let me do the math. About 30 million gold coins, worthy of being one of the main cities of the Longxia Empire, even after suffering from the demonic scourge for so many years. It also keeps more than 60 million gold coins in taxes every year. Lin Yan was so ecstatic in his heart that he almost agreed offhandedly, but he still resisted and mused. Ahem, indeed. As a reward for slaying Falling Demon Mountain, 30 million gold coins is really too little. Su Qingji's old face reddened. In order to level Falling Demon Mountain, the Sword Pavilion had invested an unknown number of billions of gold coins from ancient times to the present without success. Cackling, he clenched his fists, and finally with firm eyes, he directly said, if you can really solve the demonic scourge completely in the end, I am willing to give the Sword Pavilion City Lord Order and the Sword Pavilion Tiger Talisman with both hands. The Sword Pavilion will be honored only by you in the future. As long as the order of the City Lord is not easy to master, your order is the highest order. Even if it's a holy decree, it can't be obeyed. Good, it's a deal. Lin Yan's hand slapped on Su Qingji's fist. That's what he was waiting for. Chapter 107, The Inner Big Brother Wind Will Smile. Opening the Falling Demon Mountain replica. Lin Yan turned around and was about to leave. Yandere-chan, what are you doing going? Su Qingji froze and asked repeatedly. Flatten Fallen Demon Mountain, Lin Yan directly said. Ah, such a hurry. At least discuss the countermeasures. Mobilize manpower and resources and think long and hard. Su Qingji felt his scalp go numb. The three words Falling Demon Mountain represented evil and terror, and successive generations of Sword Pavilion City Lords with their armies had failed to eliminate it. Lin Yan even said to go. The tone of voice is easy like killing chickens and slaughtering dogs. Don't worry, I'm sure. Lin Yan smiled faintly and waved his hand at a few of Shen Youwei's. Nowadays, the core squad was full of full master ranks except for him, and each of them had extraordinary combat strength, which was a great help to him. Holler! Fatty directly ejected and started. He had absolute trust in Lin Yan and didn't think much about it. Above the Sword Pavilion, Su Qingji and a few of the capitals looked at the distant back of Lin Yan's squad, their faces grave. City Lord, can they really succeed? The female metropole asked. Su Qingji shook his head. Although his battle prowess of killing 100,000 descendants in the Resurrection Square just now was powerful, but I'm afraid it will still be difficult to sweep away the mountain of falling demons. But they are Adventists after all, and they can be reborn even in death. They are, after all, the people Yuan Shui and the others chose. Perhaps, they can really create miracles too. Su Qingji's eyes were deep. The Bone Emperor of the Sin domain was so profound that the devil's egg he threw with his hand could penetrate several thousand miles. It was transformed into a copy of a demonic land that plagued a country for hundreds of years. If Yendi can really pull out two of the Bone Emperor's pawns one after another, perhaps he is the one foretold in the heavenly chance, as the son of heaven's destiny. Upon hearing the last four words, several metropolitans' breaths stuttered, deeply shocked. Let's not talk about the fallen demon mountain for now. Now that the struggle in the court is dark and uncertain, Master and his men have upset the balance by killing the zombie king, Evil Chi. For Emperor Wu to be so eager to issue an edict for Master and the others to return to the capital, there must be another plot. Perhaps the fight between the new faction and the old faction is about to be completely ignited. We need to make arrangements early. Well, I'll ask the above to allocate more funds to recruit new soldiers and expand our forces in the name of dealing with the demon scourge. Big change, it's coming. Su Qingji looked at the dark clouds accumulating in the distance with an indifferent expression. Roar! The silver auger takes to the air. Lin Yan stepped on the silver scaly head, checking out the player forums. Nowadays, the discussion about the divine soil on all the major platforms had almost all been screened by Lin Yan. Basically some hot videos with the word Yendi in the title. The number of messages under the video of him chasing after 100,000 players to blast cut is directly higher than the sky. Some of the players who had been cut infamously cursed Lin Yan in the comments section to vent their frustration. There are also people who are frantic to praise and call themselves die-hard Lin Yan fans. Ha! Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. He swiped the bounty post put out by the White Wolf Guild. Anyone who can kill themselves gets $100 million. He clicked on the post. I was expecting to see a bunch of players eyeballing it, but I didn't expect the comments to be clear and full of people calling the White Wolf Guild retarded. Yendi Nima is chasing after 100,000 people to cut them down, and you're still lulling others into going over to give him head. What are your intentions? I see that you and Yendi are in cahoots. There's an ulterior secret between you, or else why do you keep fooling everyone into seeking death? Lin Yan looked happy. However, when he turned to the second page, his eyes stared slightly. I didn't realize that the public players had produced such an expert. Funny, I'll take that bounty. Lin Yan looked at the ID of the message Wind Will Smile. It was a name he was all too familiar with. Xiao's number 1 on the Earth list had been deadlocked on the Earth list in his previous life, to the point that before he died in battle, he still exclaimed that the greatest unwillingness in this life was not entering the heavenly ranking sequence. No one below the heavenly ranking can beat anyone, and no one above the heavenly ranking can beat anyone. Lin Yan gripped the knife, the corner of his mouth lifting up a bad smile. Old friend, it's been a long time, but if you don't know better, then I'll just have to give you a big meet and greet. All of these internal players are in the game at least 6 months in advance. It is a national priority to train future strongmen. On the future world list, internal players accounted for at least 80%. These internal test players are basically the previous ashes of the online gaming circle, or the top players selected by special channels. Their game talent was extremely unbelievable, and each one of them could be called a monster. Let's not talk about letting them develop 6 months ahead of schedule, even if they start the game at the same time. In a few days, ordinary players will see them again and wonder if they're open. I don't know how far Win Club Laughter has developed at this point in time, so it's a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to touch base. Lin Yan replied directly under his comment, waiting for you to fight. At this time in his previous life, he was still in the bitter liver divine soil gold coins for tuition fees, and there was no way he would have the opportunity to be able to meet these legendary powerhouses of the inner test. Next moment, this comment heat exploded. Yen Di has answered the battle. The showdown of the century between the in-betweens and the open high rollers. Fight, fight, fight. Two great gods. Can you start a live stream before you start fighting? I'll go brush gifts for you too. My family is very poor, so I'll give you all my New Year's money this year. Pressing money? Are you still a kid? No rewarding underage. Oh, well, by the way, kid, how much money do you have for your New Year's Eve? Over $1 million I think. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Forget I said anything. The forum was on fire because of Lin Yan's reply, and at this moment, Lin Yan had long since turned off the forum and walked down the silver jiao. What a heavy demonic aura. Is this the falling demon mountain? It sure is eerie. Duwanda gulped as he looked at the falling demon mountain in front of him. On this large mountain, blood clouds drifted, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Before he even walked in, he smelled the smell of rotting corpses that washed over his nose. Come on, you think you're in Journey to the West? Lin Yan shook his head. This is the entrance to the duplicate. Follow me closely after entering. This was a 5th order copy, and if you wanted to break it out completely, you would have to choose Hell difficulty. The monsters that are brushed out will have very scary values. Got it. Duwanda's several people all had serious faces and nodded heavily. Well, after choosing the Hell difficulty, Lin Yan stepped into the copy. Boom! Just after entering the copy, they saw a terrifyingly huge eagle swooping towards them. Along the way, the sky-high trees that were thick enough for 3 people to hug were all easily broken by the giant eagle's wings. Look out! The fat man shouted. Too late to take the shield. Directly obese body slammed into the giant eagle. Boom! Dust and smoke rose in all directions, and the fat man grimaced as he was knocked a good distance away. On his head, a bright red -100W popped up. This is a nifty value that the gatekeeper monsters of the replica can hit. Chapter 10896. 7%. The counterattack begins. Probe. Lin Yan threw out his advanced detection skill. As he leveled up, all the data below the king rank could now be explored. Golden Blaze Green Scaled Eagle, Commander Asterisk Inferno. Level, 85. Blood, 6666W. Armor, 1999W. Attack power, 50W. Physical resistance, 1000. Legal resistance, 1000. Skills, Green Scale Spike. Flying Eagle Green Air Crack. Vajra Peck. 3000 Wind Blades. Cracking Gold Cry. Scale Cure. Flying Speed Dodge. Eagle Fighting Augur Technique. Abilities, Berserk. Fearless Toxin. Cleave Resistance. Holy, Fatty and the others were now masters at full level, and even without the advanced scrying technique they were able to see these data, and immediately blanched. An ordinary commander is this strong. That's a stat that totally hangs with a full gold hero. Ho ho ho! Many elite monsters and special elite monsters rushed up. As far as the eye could see, there were a large number of them. Their blood quantities were basically around 2000 W 5000 W, and they were densely swarming towards this place. In the distance, there were also a few terrifyingly strong commanders that had discovered the commotion here and were making great strides towards the area. What terrifying exploding apes, powerful scaly dragons, and bizarre fox demons. Each and every one of them was a strong existence with a blood armor value close to 100 million, or even more than 100 million. This kind of scene makes you feel desperate when you look at it. Is this a heroic level copy of hell? It's horrible. Chu Qingxian was staggered. There's no way this is going to pass. Fatty's fat brain was covered in sweat. There is a silver lining to everything, and since there is a problem, there will be a solution. Lin Feng's head was spinning frantically. Shen Youwei, on the other hand, stood firmly beside Lin Yan. waiting for his instructions. Don't be in a hurry to settle these monsters. Collect the fight and just try not to make the mistake of dropping your blood armor value. Lin Yan commanded with a calm gaze. Then won't the commotion of our engagement attract more and more monsters? Just one numerical monster, the golden blaze green scaled eagle, is enough to give us a headache? Fatty asked suspiciously. It's all about getting these monsters to gather. Lin Yan's voice was calm and firm. The monsters in Falling Demon Mountain were all evolved from the demon egg domain. It's only within the replica that you have such high stats, and once you're out of the replica field, the stats fall back to normal levels, and that, in turn, is the key to attacking a copy of Falling Demon Mountain. Normally, in order to attack a hell-ranked heroic replica, one would need at least one gold king to lead the team in order to do so. After all, the monsters within the replica are numerous and have outrageous values. Even if the 7 heroes of Aurora went in at their full strength, they were all in danger, not to mention the unusual hero level. So, in the last world, players developed the pull monster stream, gather a wave of monsters, then utilize the characteristics of the Falling Demon Mountain copy to keep the monsters' hatred and pull them outside the copy to fight. Lin Yan explained. Ah, if it was that simple, wouldn't those NPCs have been able to think of it long ago? Fatty was confused. This method is a bit evil, but it's actually pretty easy to think of. Well, the thought of pulling the monster out is simple, but what's crucial is still a numerical ratio. Lin Yan's face was serious. The ratio is 96.7%. As soon as the weight of monsters pulled exceeds 96.7%, the copy will automatically refresh and replenish the monsters in the copy, and until 96.7%, the deviled egg will keep slowly replenishing monsters. That is, only a perfect card of 96.7% for the pull monster ratio will be considered a normal break-in by the God's Earth rules. According to the copy law, after clearing out the monsters in the copy, you can face the devil's egg boss straight on. That number, I wonder how many player deaths it took to arrive at. Lin Yan shook his head. He remembered that there were probably hundreds of millions of times players that went forward to try to get that value. Luckily, players only lose levels when they die and can respawn. If it wasn't for this fourth heavenly tribulation attribute, Falling Demon Mountain would have been an impossible copy to raid before the appearance of gold kings among players. And there's no way the NPCs are going to sacrifice hundreds of millions of people to try out a copy that might not be solvable at all. You know, until this value is tried and tested, no one knows if this ratio exists or not. Perhaps the sacrifices that preceded it were all pointless. Remember the number of elite monsters, special elite monsters, commanders and special commanders that appear. Calculate the product of the corresponding ratios and subtract the rate of magic egg generation, until the calculated ratio reaches 96.7%. There is absolutely no room for error. Lin Yan shouted. This ratio speaks to 96.7% of the total number of monsters in the entire Falling Demon Mountain replica. For example, there are a total of 100 points for a copy of Falling Demon Mountain. Get 0.1 points for killing an elite monster. A commander monster gets 1 point. Magic eggs yield 0.1 points per minute. To pass the level, you have to keep calculating the total points for pulling out monsters and subtracting the points for the magic egg generating monsters, and eventually get a perfect card of 96.7 points. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Feng got the specific value of the specific gravity here from Lin Yan, and his brain worked it out at a rapid pace. Even with this ratio mastered, only the grand guilds can do it. After all, to fight while looking at the whole situation and also constantly calculating the ratio, at least call it a human brain computer. It took a couple of big guilds hiring a bunch of quick mathematicians to get it done before, and I don't know if old brother can hold it alone. Although Lin Yan had confidence in Lin Feng, he was still sweating for him. That's it, the monster count is about right. Pull them all out. Lin Yan turned his head and looked around at the tide of monsters that kept rushing in, leading the core squad towards the outside of the replica. Boom boom boom. The replica monsters have almost no intelligence, only the desire to kill outsiders. They rushed out of the Falling Demon Mountain, trampling all the primitive jungle at the foot of the mountain and collapsing it like waves of sea. Row after row of large trees were knocked down. Dust and smoke. Buzz. Lin Yan released his advanced scrying technique. Golden Blaze Green Scaled Eagle, Commander. Level, 85. Blood, 666W. Armor, 20W. Attack power, 8W. Physical resistance, 500. Legal resistance, 500. Skills, Green Scale Spike. Flying Eagle Green Air Crack. Vajra Peck. 3000 Wind Blades. Cracking Gold Cry. Scale Cure. Flying Speed Dodge. Eagle Fighting Augur Technique. Abilities, Berserk. Fearless Toxin. Cleave Resistance. Holy, that value isn't even cut in half anymore. It's straight from the leak route. Duan De exclaimed. This is more than a few dozen times less stressful. The replica monster broke out of the replica and was suppressed by the rules of the divine earth. Let's not talk about the additional gains attached to the replica. It's just that his main body will be subject to attribute suppression. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Otherwise, hundreds or thousands of completely unsuppressed high-level hero-level monsters rushed out of Falling Demon Mountain, not to mention one Su Qingji. Even if there were 100 Su Qingji, they wouldn't be able to defend Zhanga City. Now, it's our world. Lin Yan's eyes burned, and his long sword no longer hid its blade. He blasted out with his left hand's demonic blade 1,000 blades and his right hand's king's sword. Two huge sword lights rushed up into the sky. Counterattack. It's on. Chapter 109, Bone Emperor Sun. Bone Giant Tree. Buzz. Two sword lights chopped out. The golden blaze green scaled eagle let out an eagle cry, and the sound wave turned into a substantial tremor. Unfortunately, in front of these two sword lights, its suppressed sound wave was fragile and instantly shattered. 3,000 wind blades. It opened its feathers again and flapped wildly. Thumbs up. Countless wind blades formed, densely killing against the sword light. However, before they could touch the sword light, they were dissolved by the sword chi and sword light. Nico, the golden blaze green scaled eagle pulled up its height, wanting to go up against the sky to dodge the blade light. However, its speed was also suppressed, and two slashes of blade light cut through, directly severing its two wings. Hoo-hoo! Golden red blood spurted out, spilling like blood rain. The golden blaze green scaled eagle fell powerlessly. Lin Yan stepped directly on it, his long blade chopping down. Aren't you strong? Aren't you very capable of fighting? Thumbs up. As the shadow of the blade chopped through, the head of the golden blaze green scaled eagle was instantly chopped off, and a large amount of experience beads surged towards Lin Yan. In the other few directions, Fatty and the others also made a big show of protecting Lin Feng in his calculations. Blood rained down furiously as one after another numerical monsters that were vicious to the extreme and had horrifying panels in the hell copies died one after another under the swords. Snort! The berserk giant ape punched Lin Yan's Yuan armor shield, knocking it down by 100,000 armor points. However, Lin Yan summoned a divine thunderbolt with his backhand, directly splitting the giant ape's head. Click! He dropped down and dashed left and right between the various monsters. Now that his blood armor value had broken 50 million, the armor absorption of the attack combined with the swordsman's self-healing was basically able to kill the enemy without injury. The corpses of monsters continued to fall, and the blood of many powerful commanders stained the primordial jungle. Terrifying battle sounds spread out, and the entire large forest trembled slightly. Buzz. Somewhere in the forest, a spatial portal opened. The wind would smile as he carried the two decapitating blades on his back and walked out of them. And just as he did so, he was startled by the fluctuations of the great battle in the distance. What bad luck! How come we just came across a demonic beast riot? The wind will laugh and scratch his head, his heart shocked. This fluctuation, it is likely to be a king-rank demonic beast. How can it be that a king-rank monster has actually appeared near the main city? It's too superb for players at this stage. He frowned and rushed toward the location of the fluctuation. His speed was so fast that it was as if he had transformed into a wisp of wind. This was precisely the extreme speed that he later relied on to walk alone in the starry sky battlefield, able to fight and run. The only martial art under the sun is fast. With this shifting speed of mine, even if I meet a strong person at the top of the heavenly ranking, I'll still be able to retreat in one piece. King rank monsters, as long as they don't put the king's domain on my head, I can leave even if I say so. The wind would be beaming with smiles and confidence. But soon, he couldn't stop laughing. Before his eyes, primitive trees collapsed in pieces, and the traces of battle were incomparably tragic. One after another, demonic beasts with the aura of a top hero died miserably, crawling and crouching on the ground, their bodies covered with wounds from swords or arrows. My dripping mum is not a demonic beast riot. The wind would laugh his head off and open his mouth wide. Your grandma, it's the humans who are crusading against the fallen demon mountain replica. He reacted instantly, and his debonair smile slowly disappeared. Who the hell did this? He frowned. Could it be that Inferno Emperor? There's no way that the players at this stage are elite professionals at best. Even if he could chase after tens of thousands of people and cut them down, his battle power would still be at the gold high rank hero level. Any dead ferocious beast here is not weaker than this level. Could it be that some hidden king has come to crusade against fallen demon mountain? Or those monsters at the top of the heavenly ranking have also sneaked back? He shook his head, getting more and more alarmed the further in he went. The corpses of these exploding apes and pythons that appeared behind them all had a terrifying to the extreme aura remaining. If these overlord-like demons were still alive, he could only rush to escape when he saw them. Who the hell is that? Looks like I'll have to be more careful to avoid him. I only came back this time to behead that Yen Di and earn some fame. Wind would smile and mutter. He's very much in the limelight and very showy. Now that Lin Yan was so hot, Of course he thought of coming back to angrily brush his presence. It's just a pity that it doesn't seem to be very lucky. Let's hope that we don't run into this terrifying existence that is attacking the fallen demon mountain. The wind will smile as it cautiously moves forward, in front of the replica door. It's okay, brother, Lin Feng shouted. Lin Yan immediately withdrew his hand and stopped the sword attack in his hand. He bellowed, into the copy. Yes, Fatty and the others were covered in blood, and when they heard the order, they didn't hesitate at all and rushed into the falling demon mountain after Lin Yan. Nowadays, the copy monsters of the falling demon mountain were already very rare. They rushed into the mountains and couldn't meet more than a few monsters. Although every single value was high, it couldn't resist the perverted output of the core squad. And if they dared to show their heads, they basically died a violent death. One way to attack. The core squad arrived at the deepest part of falling demon mountain. It's the magic egg. It appeared. Shen Youwei reminded loudly. Lin Yan's gaze was fixed and his heart was on fire. This devil's egg. There's a great chance inside, because the real identity of this devil egg is the son of the Sin Domain Bone Emperor. The Bone Emperor carried out the layout of the falling demon mountain in order to train his son, who had not fully emerged from the world. Every year, during the blood moon, the demons that manifested from the devil's egg would go out to plunder the blood meal. After this full 1,000 years, the demonic egg will mature completely. In between, as soon as the emperor's son was born, he possessed a perfect body and directly advanced to Golden King. Look at the lines on this devil's egg. It will soon mature completely. Lin Yan's gaze also became fiery. Within the devil's egg, there was a birth gift that the Bone Emperor had prepared for the emperor's son. These gifts represented the high hopes of the Bone Emperor, and even the Bone Emperor's son wanted to overthrow the Long Xia Empire with them. In the previous life, the moment the players succeeded in their billion-man attack, the Bone Emperor's son descended into the world and swept through the 8 directions with the might of a king. All of Jiang'a City was in crisis. I'll fetch this devil's egg here. Dwayne reached out. No. Lin Yan stopped Duande. Rumble. In front of Duande, the terrifying blood-red python split down, striking a deep gully in the earth. Holy, what the? Dwayne was taken aback. He fixed his eyes on the giant tree in the sky behind the devil egg and it actually moved on its own. What smashed down wasn't any blood-red python at all either, but rather the branches of this giant tree in the sky. Gollum. On the body of the giant tree in the sky, a skeleton head kept emerging. It's a dense phobia to watch. Lin Yan's face was gloomy. This is the final hurdle we have to pass to get the devil's egg. Skeleton giant tree. Happy New Year, everyone. Zhou Yang wishes you all a happy family, a good study, and a lot of wealth. For the sake of Zhou Yang's hard work in the new year, let's have a reward. Praise and attention trifecta. Thanks to the family. Chapter 110, Unlucky Wins Will Laugh. Dice of Life. Is this the door to the replica? Looks like it's getting closer to the Inferno Emperor. Turn on the live stream. Don't let me just give him a second in the sparring match later, so I won't even have time to take a video. The wind would laugh as he tapped the live button, and with a grin at the corner of his mouth, he took a big step into the copy. Holy, the big man from the inner circle is on the air. The wind will laugh at Mr. Wind, the online gaming circle of the ashes of high-level players. 10 years ago, with the age of 16 years old, perennial stable in the National Online Gaming League top 10 throne. Just the prize money alone was so soft that he ended up starting his own online game company, and his fans call him Mr. Wind. Mr. Wind, you haven't been on the air for a while. The brothers miss you. I heard that you're going to kill Yen D this time. We're here to cheer you on. Yen D, that's the outrageous player who chased after 100,000 players by himself. Holy, it's something to see. Many passerby fans also flocked in because of the heat. The live broadcast instantly reached hundreds of thousands of people online, and the value was still rising like crazy. The 2 points of the Inferno and the first appearance of an internal player are just too much of a traffic magnet. Soon, he saw a few leaks. A 5-meter-tall exploding ape with 2 silver-backed gorillas killed towards Wind Club smile. Humph. Everyone watch work. Finish these gorillas in 10 seconds. The wind would laugh without a care in the world. There were at least a dozen or so dead outside of this exploding ape, and the silverback gorillas were even more numerous, so I'm guessing they weren't exactly high class. He followed the basic operation and detected the values of these monsters first. Holy, that value. Crazy. In the next moment, his eyes widened and his entire body was confused. The exploding ape in front of him had a blood armor value of 100 million alone, with an attack power of hundreds of thousands. It was almost as good as him, a top-tier gold hero, holding legendary equipment of the same rank, and the blood armor value was still several times higher than him. That's a shot in the ass. He felt pressurized and suddenly wanted to punch himself just now. Nothing to pretend. What a terrifying monster. Chief Wind actually said that it only takes 10 seconds to kill this kind of existence with a blood armor value of over 100 million. Oh my god, is this the terrifying strength of the internal players? It's simply not in the same dimension as us. That Yendi must be powerless to fight back, worthy of being our chief foe. The fans are still blowing up. The wind would smile at this moment, blushing like an apple, really wanting to give himself a few mouths. Grandma, you guys don't hold me up. In an instant, the giant ape killed, and with one punch, it blasted the somewhat distracted Wind Club laughing away, rooting upside down in the distant dirt. What's going on here? I guess Mr. Wind is teasing us. Humph, you guys don't understand. We, Chief Wind, fight, and that's all about letting the enemy make 3 moves first. So that's how it is. The internal test players are really different from the norm. The number of people in the live room skyrocketed. This program is so explosive in its effects. Wind would laugh as he struggled out, cold and sweaty, but he knew that there were more than a dozen terrifying giant apes like this lying outside the replica. This guy Jin who was raiding the copy is simply terrifying. If you see him, you must be respectful. He must have killed me as easy as killing a chicken. The wind would smile in his mind and get serious, transforming into a wind blade and fighting the exploding ape. While fighting and killing, he muttered in his heart, that Yendi must have entered the falling demon mountain as well. How did he, a current stage player, survive by entering such a hellish place? Or is it, he was inwardly horrified? Could it be that he has embraced the thighs of a Golden King rank powerhouse? His eyes twinkled. If that's the case, then I'll have to be careful. I don't know what this Golden King's temper is like. If I propose a fair duel with Yendi in a while, will it piss him off and slap me to death a few times? His brows were furrowed together. Bad luck, really bad luck. The internal players were all born in different locations, and the main city he went to was far away from Sword Pavilion City, so he didn't know the intelligence of the falling demon mountain at all. Forget it, just walk around and see. What happens when you see a bad situation and slip away and be done with it? With my worldly extreme speed, even if a Golden King strikes, I still have a chance to escape. Boom! It took a lot of effort. Bathed in blood, the Wind Club laughing finally killed the exploding ape, gasping for air and looking disdainfully. Ha ha ha, brother laughing, I'm really strong. To be able to kill such a monster, I should be the strongest hero below the king, right? Humph. I must kill my way into the heavenly ranking and trample all those inhuman monsters under my feet. He was ambitious. I was just about to make an impassioned speech when a horrible tremor came from the distance. The dome of the sky is shrouded in death. A giant tree of skeletons that covered the sky appeared from afar. It kept waving its branches as if it had gone berserk. Gollum! Wind would smile with cold sweat running down his forehead, his legs shaking as he looked at this scene in the distance. This skeleton giant tree, isn't it a little too scary? Mr. Wind, you pulled it off. 10 seconds to solve the monster. Killing it is so laborious. Hurry up and go kill this skeleton giant tree to prove yourself. Yes. Wind would laugh at these fan pop-ups, his nostrils smoldering with anger. You're all a bunch of ING black fans, aren't you? You want to see me make a fool of myself, don't you? He gulped. Although he cursed so in his heart, he still had to go on with a hard head. After all, the probability was that Yendi had already followed that strong man into the depths. This skeleton giant tree, I'm afraid it's by no means something I can fight against. I have to hide away. After that Gaijin powerhouse kills the skeleton giant tree, I'll make my move. Wind would smile as he made up his mind and groped in the direction of the skeleton giant tree. Skeleton giant tree battlefield. Lin Yan's core squad in the skeleton giant tree fought with the heavens and earth humming and dust and smoke rising in all directions. The dome of the sky was covered with terrifying killing machines. Blood clouds gathered, and skulls rained down from the sky, densely packed as if they were rain. This was all the blood of the skeleton giant tree. Roar! The skeleton giant tree went berserk, the 999 blood and bone branches on its body swinging crazily, frantically lashing out at Lin Yan and the others. Each branch carried damage that was terrifying to the extreme. Once you're drawn, it's a million points of buckling armor, to say the least. Buzz! Lin Feng performed spatial shifting and forcibly extracted the branches of the giant tree. Fatty held up his shield of thorns and wailed as he was whipped. Shu Shen transformed into a fire phoenix and worked in tandem with Shen Youwei to help Lin Yan clear the way. Escort me to the skeleton trunk. Lin Yan roared, a sword in his hand constantly slashing. All the branches that drew in were chopped away by his splendid to the extreme swords. After a difficult conquest, he finally arrived before the main trunk of the skeleton giant tree. Oh, whether it's a success or a failure. This is the moment. After Lin Yan's body, a deity's shadow appeared. Dice of life, determine life and death. With a big wave of his hand, the Sifu True Lord behind him cast the life dice in his hand. Chapter 111 300 million blood? 1 slash in a second. The wind that slips and kneels will laugh. Lin Yan's gaze was firm. Making a determination with life dice is a given. The skeleton giant tree's life value was too thick. The rate of return is again terribly high. If you want to slowly grind the skeleton giant tree to death, I'm afraid that it will take a day and a night to say the least. He can't stand it. It must be judged successful. Lin Yan's eyes were heavy. This kind of divine right skill could only be released once a day. And the judgment was unsuccessful having him fight. I've never gambled in my previous life. It's reasonable to say that after accumulating countless luck, it's heaven's destiny that I should succeed. His eyes burned at the 3 dice in the sky. A 6 on all 3 dice is considered a successful decision. The probability is 1 in 216. Thumbs up. The 3 dice spun at breakneck speeds and eventually landed slowly. 6, 6, 6. Ruling successful. Joy flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. I've made it. Boom. In the next moment, the 3 dice turned into dots of light and merged into his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within his body, endless power surged. Watch this. This cut. It's going to be awesome. Lin Yan's long blade chopped down. Buzz. At this moment, the rules of the heavenly Tao hummed. The divine right skill mobilized the laws of heaven and earth. And when it chopped, it carried its own divine majesty. All the blood clouds in the sky were torn apart by the aura of this blade. And the terrifying power of controlling life converged on this blade of his. The skeleton giant tree instantly felt the threat of death. Its branches flying wildly, killing like mad. This moment was like the sky falling apart. A tree that covers the sky against the power of the gods. The wind will smile also finally arrived at this moment. The live broadcast of the camera, aimed at this scene like the end of the world. I'm yet. The eyes are piercing. What a horrible scene. A lot of people sent out pop-ups with their eyes closed. Boom. Like a heavenly punishment. This blade landed on the skeleton giant tree torso. Skeleton giant tree's blood bar, which was up to hundreds of millions, went to 0 in an instant. This is the divine right skill. The world seems to be quiet for a moment. Pong! In the next instant, the skeleton giant tree burst into pieces from the inside, and a sea tide of countless skeletons spewed out in all directions, turning the entire fallen demon mountain into a sea of skeletons. Foam would smile as he looked at the figure, his body chilled through and through by this godlike slash. The millions of viewers in the live room were collectively dumbfounded. The huge -299997843 damage alert in the sky was just too outrageous and absurd. It made quite a few people directly roll their eyes and faint in fear. Am I dreaming? The wind would laugh at being given a vegetable laugh by itself. One slash dealt close to 300 million damage. So dreamy. This is a god strike. Who the hell is he? Wind would smile and murmur dully. Even the internal players, who had seen the group of monsters on the heavenly ranking that weren't anthropomorphic at all, still hadn't seen this kind of terrifying existence. Never even heard of anyone who can do 300 million unbelievable damage in one hit. The light faded completely. Lin Yan stood silently before the devil's egg, his back to the crowd. Feng would smile as he looked at his back, his heart surging. What kind of Yen D is this to kill? This one in front of me. I'm afraid he's a hidden saint. A single strike killed such a terrifying monster. As long as one could worship this great senior master, wouldn't it be easy to go up against the heavens and cut down all the heavenly rankings without an opponent? This kind of hidden saint. A little bit of resources casually spread out from the cracks of his fingers would be enough for him to soar. He was so excited that he was trembling, and he backhanded and closed the live stream directly. Put. He slid all the way to his knees, kneeling directly behind Lin Yan's butt. Senior, hidden sage, please accept me as your disciple. I wind up smiling and willing to follow you forever. No, even if you take me as your servant, the wind will smile is beyond willing. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. He had long sensed the presence of Windy Club laughing, but had never bothered with him. It wasn't until he rushed over that Lin Yan was ready to make his move. I thought there was going to be a big battle, but he just slid down on his knees behind his ass and asked to be his servant. This drama is too much of a reversal, but it was only an instant before he figured out why, and gave a belly laugh. Duanda and the others were like enemies and were about to come up to deal with Feng Weishao. Lin Yan waved his hand and did not turn around, trying his best to make his voice sound as old as possible. Oh, do you truly think so? Sure, of course. When Feng would smile and see that there was a show, his eyes brightened a few points and he nodded his head frantically. Junior Feng will smile and willingly follow sage seniors around. Even if it's just a servant, I have no regrets. Ha! Lin Yan could hardly strain a smile, but still pretended to be deep. Your strength is too low, and being a servant of the seed is not enough. Why don't you join my sect and start as a sweeper and handyman? Wind would smile and nod repeatedly, giggling out loud. This was a chance against the heavens that belonged exclusively to him. On the brilliant sky continent, even kings were top-tier combatants, and the most terrifying Bone Emperor was at the Emperor rank. Saints are simply unheard and unseen, titles that exist only in legends. An existence that truly turned his hand to the clouds and turned his hand to the rain, and could wipe out an ancient kingdom with a breath of air. Even the number one strongest person on the heavenly ranking could not obtain a single hair of a saint. For him to have the opportunity to enter an immortal sect started by a saint, even if he were to be a handyman, it would be a great chance against all odds to the extreme. developed, he muttered, his heart fluffing up. Already brainstormed the scene of his future slash, heaven and earth changing color, hitting several 100 million damage, being admired by countless people. Well, in that case, let's go ahead and sign the deed. Lin Yen casually threw down a contract. Yes, the wind would smile now that his mind was full of saintly opportunities, and the splendor of that overwhelming blade was constantly replaying in his mind. So where was there any sanity left to speak of? Swish swish swish, he signed the contract extremely quickly. Elder, I've joined. Only then did he notice the name of the sect on the deed, which was deliberately written very small, Yen-D sect. Sounds familiar. By the way, the public player he's coming to kill seems to be called Yen-D. What a coincidence. Just as he was internally muttering, the saint in front of me turned around. He raised his head in quick succession, ready to behold the saint's face. But, the moment he saw the saint's face, he was petrified in place. Lin Yen grinned, finally unable to hold in his laughter, and waved his hand at Feng Weishao. Yo, Sweeper's handyman Wind will laugh. Is it because Sovereign I'm so handsome that I've made you handsome? Worry, you big chow chow. Aren't you the Yen-D that I'm here to hunt? Wind would laugh and roll his eyes. His brain, which loves to pretend, could not tolerate such an embarrassing scene and fainted straight away. Joyoung wishes you all a happy and prosperous new year. Chapter 112, Sweeper Hallmaster? The Dark Lin Yen. Ha ha ha. Fatty and the others couldn't hold it together and let out a loud laugh. Hey, stop pretending and get up. Lin Yen kicked Windy would laugh. The wind would smile, still lying on the ground pretending to be dead, not taking any notice at all. No need to play dead. You're already famous. Fatty flashed his live feed. I turned on the live feed just after you slid to your knees there. Don't you like to pretend to be in the limelight? I'll satisfy you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The wind would smile tautly, opening his eyes and jumping up all of a sudden, pointing at the fat man and cursing angrily. You can really be damned. Fatty swept the live broadcast room. TSK, I didn't think I would have a day to be an Edison. The number of people in the live broadcast room is close to 1 million. Mr. Wind has pulled off. Yen-D, this wave is too belly. Poor Wind is always easily played by him in the palm of his hand. Gave me a good laugh, curled up in bed as a worm. Ha ha. This is great. Chief Foam has directly turned into a floor-sweeping servant. In the future, he will be the Yen-D sect sweeper. Sweeping monk refers to a reclusive powerhouse, the kind that is stronger than even the abbot. He's not worthy. Ha ha ha. The audience, all of whom are lezzies, are laughing like crazy at the moment. Only some high-level players frowned. Even if it was Yen-D who teased Wind will laugh, it was always Yen-D who dealt over 100 million damage to trick him. What's going on here? They all cared about that anticlimactic damage. If Lin Yen really had this kind of strength, it would be too terrifying. Cackling, Feng Huishou's eyes turned red with anger as he roared at Lin Yen. Hurry up and get rid of the contract for me. How dare you make me work as a floor-sweeping handyman? He said he was going to do it. Buzz, the rules of the Heavenly Tao were in operation, and just as he was about to do it, a -10W armor deduction prompt appeared on his head, and it was increasing as time went on. -20W, -40W, -80W. What's going on here? Foam would smile and hastily retracted his twin swords, his heart palpitating and cold sweat pouring out. That's an exponential blood deduction penalty. If he didn't stop, he'd have to spirit himself back to the spring in a few seconds. What have you done to me? The wind would laugh sharply. Lin Yen, on the other hand, sure took out the contract and pointed to the first article on it. You don't even read the contents when you sign a contract. The first rule is, you must not strike out at members within the sect, otherwise you will face the Heavenly Tao's punishment. Exponential deduction of blood. Oh, black. Grandma, your heart is really black. The wind would laugh and jump anxiously, knowing that the problem could not be solved by force. Who let him be so bent on worshipping the saints at the time that he was obsessed with signing this contract? Tell me, how can I break the contract and let me break away from the Yen-D sect? The wind would laugh and be depressed beyond belief, intending to break the bank. Article 9 in this deed states it. Lin Yen pointed, wanting to voluntarily withdraw from the Yen-D sect. There is a 100 million gold coins clan cultivation fee to be paid, 100 million gold coins for the spiritual loss of the patriarch, and 100 million gold coins of gratitude, as well as, never mind. Anyway, I'll be merciful and give you a discount. Just need you to give me 1 billion gold coins, and I'll release this contract. How about that? The wind would laugh at the head buzzing. As the main city of the Longxia Empire, Sword Pavilion City's tax revenue is only 60 million gold coins a year. You opened your mouth with 1 billion gold coins. Do you think I'm the god of wealth? You don't have money and you want to break the contract? What a pauper. Get off your ass and sweep the floor. Lin Yen instantly rolled his eyes and put away the contract, waving his hand in disgust. Despite the disgust on his face, he was genuinely happy inside. The wind would smile, indeed, mastering the extreme speed of the world, which would be of immense use later on. There was no shortage of combatants. It was this special talent that he needed. Binding Wind will smile to the Yen D sect was more cost-effective than fooling a few heaven-ranking powerhouses. Piss me off. Wind would laugh and scratch his head anxiously. In the end, though, he had to accept this reality, because he either has to accept the Yandere's sellout or delete his number and start over. He knows too well how precious the internal test number is, and he won't delete it even if he dies. Ahem, then you give me face. At least let me have a good title within the sect. Don't ask for high, just give me a random elder. Or even a hall master if you really can't give me a hall master. As you know, I'm not good at anything else but face. The wind would laugh at the humbler and humbler please. Oh, Lin Yan stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. The wind would smile with bright eyes, looking at Lin Yan expectantly. Then let's make you the sweeper hall master. Lin Yan gave a thumbs up to Wine Club smile. I'm yet. The wind will laugh at the killing intent again. Head suddenly appeared a -10W, -20W, -40W. Exhale, inhale. He calmed himself before the snap armor prompts on his head stopped, but not for a while. Really cannot afford to be angry. His head appeared again, knocking armor tips. Lin Yan didn't continue to pay attention to Windy Club's smile. He'll figure it out sooner or later. Wind would smile with a lot of potential and a good character. There were no major faults except for the fact that he liked to pretend and save face. Even on the starry sky battlefield, he was a true man who spilled his last drop of blood for the human race. That's why he's willing to charge. The wind will laugh. And you don't have to feel aggrieved. Soon you'll be glad you made the choice. Lin Yan glanced at him. The future Yen D sect will have gods gathered together and saints everywhere. You're not aggrieved to be a sweeper hall master. Although in Lin Yan's opinion, this was the truth from the heart. But in the wind will laugh. This is simply the ultimate mockery of the anticlimactic spiral flying. ******ing painting me a big picture. Aren't you? The wind will laugh at the top of your head. -10W, -20W. The audience in the live room was numb with laughter, and various gifs floated on the screen. Fatty's big mouth grinned. Holy, in this little while, the gifts have collected millions. Lin Yan shook his head indifferently. Millions in cash was a lot for him before, but now, it's really just a joy anymore. This time, when he swept away the falling demon mountain, Su Qingji would give away 30 million gold coins. If he wants to sell, that's $3 billion in cash. The Mu Group claimed tens of billions of assets, but in reality, the cash that could be taken out was only about $1 billion. It's not on the same level as him at all. Money is never an issue for those who can afford it. He was aware of this from the start, so he pressed on with those astronomical signing bonuses at the time. It's time to see the biggest takeaway of the trip. Lin Yan's gaze burned. Devil's egg. Inside is sealed the Bone Emperor's son, who has not yet fully emerged. Once the Bone Emperor's son emerges, it will set off countless bloody storms, destabilizing the 8 directions. Lin Yan slashed above the demonic egg. He naturally wouldn't watch the Bone Emperor's son come out. It was even going to take the creation left to it by the Bone Emperor. Snort! Duan De couldn't help but stagger as he looked at the $1 million armor deduction damage prompts on the devil's egg. This eggshell is really thick. Deep within the Sin domain, a pair of ancient eyes slowly opened. Terrifying killing chances flooded out, and the surrounding heaven and earth shook. Who destroyed my son's birth ceremony? Chapter 113, 3 Emperors. The Bone Emperor Dragon Seal arrived. Thumbs up. Lin Yan's sword was like a phantom. Do it together. As one of the strongest bosses in the brilliant Sky Continent, the Bone Emperor was unpredictable in his methods. It was too late. He had to get the chance to create something in the devil's egg. Yes. Lin Feng directly moved over a small mountain and smashed it down at the devil's egg. Asterisk. Watch it. Fatty gets rippled and almost smashes the stun effect. Boom boom boom. And so it goes. With rounds of bombing, the shell of the devil's egg finally began to crack. Joy flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Soon, click click click, an overwhelming squishing sound occurs in space. It eventually cracked out of the seam. It collapsed into a spatial vortex. Terrifying demonic chi cathartically spewed out from it, coloring the sky of fallen demon mountain purple. On the opposite side of space, a terrifying illusory demonic shadow stood. Bone Emperor. Lin Yan naturally remembered this big boss of the brilliant Sky Continent and recognized it at a glance. Gollum. Bone Emperor. Wind would laugh in fear and wanted to bolt right then and there. Don't worry, he's thousands and thousands of miles away from here. He can't do anything. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work and knock his shell in his face. Lin Yan cheered the crowd. He hadn't suffered a lot from the Bone Emperor before, and this time he would definitely want to ruthlessly retaliate back and knock its son to death in front of him. Boom boom boom. As the various attacks fell, the cracks on the devil's egg grew larger and larger, and some crystalline juice flowed out. Life essence. Lin Yan's eyes and hands were quick to collect every drop of this juice. Griffin. Stop! The Bone Emperor's voice came intermittently from the far side of space. Seeing that Lin Yan didn't pay any attention at all, the virtual shadow became even more furious. Unfortunately, the distance was just too far for his whip to reach, so he could only stare. In the end, the Bone Emperor took a risk and stuck his arm into the spatial channel. The spatial channel was about to explode as it was propped up by its arm and kept expanding. In the end, a terrifying spatial tunnel with a diameter of a full kilometer was formed on Falling Devil Mountain. A 1-kilometer huge bone palm silhouette peeked out from the tunnel. Lin Yan looked indifferently at the silhouette in the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already used his life dice for the day, he really wanted to give the Bone Emperor a shot. If he gets a shot in the arm, he'll be a real thug. Spike a continental level boss at this stage. Die! Terrifying wills came from the void, and large hands pressed down. At the same moment, the Longxia Empire's capital city, the Roland Empire's imperial city, Emperor Longwu and Emperor Roland woke up at the same time as they angrily looked towards Fallen Demon Mountain. Old thing, not honoring the agreement and forcibly tainting the territory of my human race. Give me a retreat. They opened up spatial passages and also each manifested an arm. The three palms of the hands were distantly facing each other in the sky above the Falling Devil Mountain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying energy fluctuations exploded, and the shockwaves shook the entirety of Fallen Devil Mountain apart, flying sand and stones as if a great earthquake had struck. No need to mind them. Let's continue. Lin Yan heckled, drank the attack speed potion, and put his best foot forward in his attack. Humph. This emperor is only trying to retrieve my son. If you two force your way any further, I won't blame this emperor for being merciless. The Bone Emperor roared. It was much more powerful than the two human emperors, but it was too far away from the Fallen Devil Mountain for its whip to reach, and the energy it could mobilize was limited. When you cast this devil's egg on the border between the two human races, you didn't ask for our opinion. Now that he's sucking on human blood food and will soon become a man of the cloth, you want to welcome him back. Oh, daydreaming. Get your claws back in the Sin domain. Both great race emperors were enraged and fought to the death. The three large palms exchanged blows in the air, striking the sky and shaking the clouds. Put! The eggshell is completely broken. Lin Yan frantically collected the egg liquid that flowed out. These were life juices. A single drop could prolong his life and make the living dead flesh and bones. It can be described as a great medicine on earth, capable of making the emperor mad. Do you really want to tear yourselves apart from the Sin domain? District human race, I think you guys are tired of living. The Bone Emperor was furious, and his arm unexpectedly solidified a few points more. The two manifested palms were repelled with a loud bang, grabbing towards Lin Yan. An arm that manifested from an unknown tens of thousands of miles away. And you want to take food from me? Bone Emperor, you are too arrogant. Lin Yan shouted angrily and instantly opened all his cards. Strike potion, skill strike potion, attack speed potion, scroll of body protection, meta armor shield. Many skills bottomed out. Beat the king's whip. With a sword in one hand and a whip in the other, he blasted toward the Bone Emperor's falling hand. Bang bang bang. The two forces shook hard together, and Lin Yan unexpectedly did not show the slightest sign of defeat. He even borrowed the power of the royal wind provided by Lin Feng and killed his way up to the sky dome. The Bone Emperor has fallen into a decadent state. In the sky, the palms of the two human emperors froze in midair, both apparently frozen. Roar! The Bone Emperor was furious. He was actually defeated by a mole cricket's attack. This is intolerable for it. He raged. A little bit of anger. The distance is really too far, and although he is a generation of heavenly pride, he doesn't have too many means to show. Snort! With a fierce determination, he probed his other palm into the spatial tunnel as well. The space tunnel became extremely unstable, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. With one hand dragging Lin Yan down, the other hand gave up the illusion and directly grabbed the devil's egg, retreating towards the space tunnel. Humph! The two human emperors calmed down and went to block the Bone Emperor's other arm. Rumble! Terrifying counterattacks continued to erupt in the sky, and the color of the sky was struck with light and darkness. The most important dragon seal, leave it for me. Lin Yan's eyes were cold and stern, and when the Bone Emperor's other hand was about to completely retract back into the spatial channel, he used up the only remaining directional shifting talisman. Buzz! He appeared underneath the demonic egg, his palm reaching through the broken opening of the demonic egg. Snort! He yanked the Bone Emperor's dragon seal out of the demonic egg hard and fast, and a look of ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Another critical top-tier mana has arrived. The Bone Emperor was so angry that he was trembling, but he could only minimize his losses, forcibly repelling the other two human emperor palms and retreating into the space passage. Want to go? It's not that easy. Lin Yan shouted. Help me. Lin Feng directly used his spatial power to forcefully prop open an opening in the spatial passage. Shen Youwei fired a series of 7 treasure-glazed arrows to buff Lin Yan. Duan De also meditated on the past life mantra, allowing Lin Yan's armor to stack. Shu Qingxian directly transformed into a fire phoenix and toppled Lin Yan up to the height of the spatial tunnel in the dome of the sky. Shatter me! Lin Yan bellowed out. The demonic blade thousand blades and the striking king's whip came out in unison, striking the most terrifying strike currently. Click click click. The space tunnel, which was already extremely unstable, was crushed by the last straw that broke the camel's back and popped completely. The devil's egg blended directly into the spatial turbulence and was nowhere to be found. Both of the Bone Emperor's hands, which had been strangled by the spatial turbulence, were shattered and stretched back from the passage. The Bone Emperor stared blankly at his two tattered arms for a long time. He actually lost his son, lost his magic treasure, and even almost lost both of his arms because of a mole cricket. Chapter 114 Righteous Father, please accept my child's obeisance. Damned griffins! The Bone Emperor looked coldly at the collapsing spatial channel in front of him. Although I can't descend in my true form right now, I'll be looking for you. Prepare to flee. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, as long as you're in this brilliant sky continent, there's no place for you. Just like that, within a day, 3 bounty orders came out from the deepest part of the Sin domain that had been calm for an unknown number of years. The first one is to offer a bounty for killing the murderer of Zombie King Wicked Chi, with a reward of 100 million gold coins, 1,000 free attribute points, 3-star skill book *10, 4-star skill book *1, and countless potions and elixirs. The second one, offering a reward for finding the lost Bone Emperor's son. As long as you find the devil's egg, you can get the Bone Emperor's royal blood in 100 million gold coins. The third one, offering a reward to the Adventist Yendi. Duration of the mission, indefinite. Mission requirement, keep killing Yendi until he is completely dead. Quest reward, for each kill, get 300 attribute points, 3000 W gold coins, 4-star skill book *1, Bone Emperor's blood *1, Dragon's blood *1, 5th rank epic equipment or 6th rank rare equipment *1. If you completely kill the Infernal Emperor, you will receive an additional 6th order legendary equipment *1. The 3 bounties shook the heavens and spread throughout the brilliant sky continent within a day. Everyone is boiling. I don't know how many heavenly ranking players were moved, and some of the hidden NPCs were hard to hold down. The third one, in particular, is simply shocking. This Yen Emperor, just what kind of character is he that he has driven the Bone Emperor crazy? This bounty is crazy. In the past, once the legendary Great King Soldier was released, it would definitely set off a national-level war, and the Bone Emperor directly threw it out to be used as a bounty reward. This Yen D is afraid that he has killed his son. Ha ha! Humans, demons, and beasts were all talking about it, and the brilliant sky continent was abuzz. So willing to give? Lin Yan raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. I'm all heartened. I just don't know if I can get stuck in a bug. He was tempted to let his oldest brother or Duwanda strike him down and then go cheat the reward, but he obviously didn't have the heart for it at this moment now, so he'd wait until afterward to experiment. The corners of his mouth grinned as he looked at the life juice and Bone Emperor dragon seal in his hands. Life juice is a great medicine for the living dead, and is of great use for future layouts. Even if the game descends into the present world, it can work miracles on the life juice, and it is something he must get in his plan. As for this dragon seal, it's even more important. Lin Yan looked at the Jasper dragon seal in his hand. If there were only 3 magic treasures he could take from the brilliant sky continent, the dragon seal would definitely be one of them. There was no other reason, simply because this was the dragon vein manifestation of the brilliant sky continent. Used in a big way, it can mobilize the dragon vein and subvert an entire continent. To a lesser extent, it can also steal a country's chi and achieve one person's sainthood. If you obtain this dragon seal, you have obtained the key to controlling the entire brilliant sky continent. Is this the same dragon seal that the brilliant heavenly human ancestor created with the brilliant heavenly dragon vein? In later times it was known as the Jade Seal of Transmission, carved with a candle dragon on the top and 8 characters on the bottom, by the order of heaven, both life and eternity. Feng would smile as he watched, his eyes straightening. I have to say, the Bone Emperor is so good to his son, not even out of the womb yet, and they've stuffed such an absolute treasure in the egg. Lin Yan glanced at Feng Huishao and laughed coldly. The Bone Emperor doesn't love anyone, and the Bone Emperor's son is nothing more than one of his pawns. It was born to take this dragon seal and steal the Dragon Xia Empire's national fortune, thus helping the Bone Emperor accomplish his ultimate grand plan. Holy, you knew that! The Wind would smile a glare. He was an internal player, having entered the game half a year earlier than Lin Yan, and none of the plots he was playing right now involved any information about the Bone Emperor. As a result, Lin Yan seemed to even know what the Bone Emperor's final layout was. Holy crap, the forum prophets are guessing so well. The Wind will laugh and slap his thigh. You really are the bastard son of the chairman of the Divine Soil Company, aren't you? You've read the script in advance. I'm yet. Lin Yan was inwardly speechless and rolled his eyes. Earth Sweeping Hall Master, Pay attention to the way you speak to this clan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Foam would smile so furiously that his head smoked and he was about to draw his sword. It started floating out of my head again. -10W. -20W. Good. The copy of the falling demon mountain has been swept away. It's time to go back. Lin Yan glanced at Feng Huishao. You go back and continue your plot as well. I'll look for you if I need you. Feeling like I'm just a tool man, huh? Feng would laugh in anger. But now that Lin Yan was so easily going to let him go, he couldn't be happier. Lin Yan smiled and shook his head. He didn't want to interfere with the growth of Wind Club's smile. After all, right now, he was still far from the future so-called world extreme speed. In case he followed him and missed the chance to obtain the extreme speed of the world, Lin Yan would have to regret it. However, after thinking about it, he still took out his many equipments and fused an overpowered weapon for Wind Club Smile. As his proficiency increased, he could basically do a one-thought fusion with low-level weapons, which meant that high-level equipment took time. Buzz, bring me your primary weapon. Lin Yan melted the dual swords that the wind would laugh at as well, and then threw the melted treasure back. Since you've all become the sweeping hall master of my Yen-D sect, this equipment is considered a meeting gift from this sect to you. Oh, the wind would smile and laugh as he clicked on the equipment introduction. Instantly dumbfounded, asterisk 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 asterisk. You melted my weapon into whiteboard equipment. I'll kill you. -10W. -20W. Lin Yan was speechless. Are your eyes bad? White and whiteboard are the same order. There was no need for him to even say it. The wind would smile and already see the attributes of the twin swords and his eyes went straight. This. He stuttered momentarily. How's this for a meet and greet? Lin Yan smiled faintly. Righteous Father is above. Please accept my child's bow. Feng would smile and instantly understand Lin Yan's terror. If he could make his equipment constantly stronger, then he could really rely on this main weapon to directly battle a god. This ability of Lin Yan, if it wasn't a saint, it was better than a saint. At this moment, he was truly convinced inwardly, and from now on, he would hug Lin Yan's thigh. You can't even kick him out of the clan if you want to. Lin Yan was speechless. You really are a mother with milk. Ha. You're a good judge of character. Sovereign. After the wind would smile and bind the main weapon, his face changed faster than turning over a book, instantly turning from an arrogant little brother to a brainless licking dog. It's really the anticipation of the equipment being able to get infinitely stronger that's so gluttonous. Lin Yan drew a pie, but this pie, he can really eat it. Sect rule. All secrets about the patriarch shall not be leaked before the patriarch's consent, or else the heavenly Tao will punish to complete death. Understand? Although Lin Yan knew that the wind would not be that stupid to laugh, he still reminded. Understood. Feng would smile and nod repeatedly, but whenever I say a word out, I will never be able to pretend a pussy again. This was a poisonous oath to him, more poisonous than a thunderbolt. Lin Yan waved his hand. Alright, go. Okay, there is something you say. Sweeping hall master at your beck and call. The wind will smile into a wisp and fly away happily. Well, now that falling demon mountain has been swept away, it's time to collect my 30 million gold coins. Lin Yan's gaze was expectant. 30 million gold coins. That's $3 billion. A Book of Truth residual page. In the Black Iron City auction, also only shot 5 million gold coins price. Chapter 115, 4th Evolution. Great Summer Dragon Sparrow. Roar. The silver auger took off into the air, and several people returned to the main city. Outside the main city, the gongs and drums were noisy, and the city guards greeted them with a 10-mile welcome. The row was as big as it could be. The entire Janga city was in an uproar. What's going on here today? How come it seems like the city lord's mansion is having a big day when our players are being killed? Follow up with. The players were puzzled, and they all followed the city guards to the outskirts of the city, and watched from behind the army. I guess there's some big shot coming. Maybe it's a hidden chance. Then we'll have to hold on for dear life. Maybe it's some beautiful princess coming. Whoever can soak it will be the Dragon Summer Empire's extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's son-in-law, and the golden template can be used at will. The gold template is not important. I just want to serve the princess. Players are talking and waiting. The silver auger fell, and the players fixed their eyes on it. When he saw Lin Yan walking down from the head of the auger with his squad, Su Qingji hurriedly greeted him with a few of his captains. The whole army beats the drums and sounds the gold. Holy, expecting for nothing. I thought it was a princess, but it turned out to be Yen-D. What has he done that's so shocking that it deserves such a big row to welcome him? I don't know. It seems to be related to the Bone Emperor of the Sin domain. I just saw the system hint of the Bone Emperor's 3 major bounties. The most powerful one was to kill Lin Yan. If you could kill him once, you would get 30 million gold coins and a bunch of super treasures. If we completely kill it, we can even get a perfect legendary Grade King soldier. Hiss. The players were all very excited. But unfortunately, Lin Yan was too hard to kill. They had just witnessed him chasing and cutting down 100,000 people. Just 30 million gold coins alone is equivalent to 3 billion in cash. So it's expected that some super duper will go crazy. This money is not something we have the ability to take. Just wait for the good show to start. Let's just open the table and eat melon. That's right. The players reassured themselves. Lin Yan is as strong as an interdimensional creature. The entire Jiang'a city, all players together, afraid that it is not enough to kill him. Lin Yan was greeted by Su Qingji all the way back to the sword pavilion. Yan Di's execution of the zombie king first, and then the leveling of the fallen devil mountain, are both great feats of virtue. Keizo is here to pay his respects. According to the previous agreement, the gold coins, the city lord's order, and the tiger talisman, will all be under your control, Yan Di. Su Qingji was fast and furious. The demonic scourge that stretched for hundreds of years and plagued the living world was completely resolved in his term. It can be said to be a blessing for all the people, and it's worth it to be the lord of the city. I'll take the money, but this tiger talisman and city lord's order are not necessary. Lin Yan waved his hand. What he was after was not a city or a place, and he didn't care whose hands Jiang'a city was in. What he wanted was to control the city lord of Sword Pavilion City, and it was enough that he was his subordinate. Su Qingji was a bit confused. I founded the Yan Di sect, and managing the affairs of the sect is already exhausting. There's really no desire to be a city lord. Lin Yan lamented. Su Qingji had lived in the officialdom for so many years, so naturally he instantly read the meaning of Lin Yan's words and laughed out loud indistinctly. I understand. As long as you don't mind, Emperor Yan, I, along with a few of my metropolitan brothers and sisters, are willing to join the Yan Emperor sect. It's enough to become an ordinary disciple and serve the sect. Yes, Lin Yan directly took the sect contract and signed it with a few of Su Qingji. The 7 heroes of Aurora all had a high vision, and the disciples they selected, although they weren't supreme monsters, they were certainly first-rate geniuses of the Long Xia Empire. Since you've joined my clan, you're my person. Lin Yan had always been generous and bold with his own people, and he directly threw out the ocean of experience beads. Elder Yuan sent word that Emperor Longwu has lifted the warrant on me and asked me to enter the capital tomorrow. Until noon tomorrow, you can all do your best to retreat and cultivate here. Thank you, Sovereign Lord. Su Qingji and the others were incredibly excited. This was definitely a superb chance for them. Taking advantage of this night, Lin Yan entered the Sword Pavilion main city's armory. Even the city lord was an ordinary disciple of his clan, and the weapons here were naturally at his disposal. His eyes brightened as he looked at the piles of equipment in front of him. Although Emperor Longwu did not get his country correctly, he is still very strong. This time to enter the capital is dangerous and unpredictable. You must try to make yourself stronger before entering the capital. Buzz. He sat on his knees as the core squad's 5 main weapons hovered in front of him. Soldiers come. With a wave of Lin Yan's big hand, the weapons in the weapon pavilion hummed and automatically converged towards the 5 main weapons, constantly fusing with them. Boom boom. 5 equipment emanating aura more and more strengthened horizontal, vaguely has the omen of evolving again. Finally, the 5 main weapons, after the fusion of the crazy flood of weapons, completely evolved. Sublimate me. Every time the main weapon metamorphosed, the strength increase it brought was tremendous. He had to go all out to make his main weapon metamorphosis extremely sublimated into its strongest state. The Seal of Life and Death. Dragon Seal. Provide the magic treasure Spirit Fire. Life Juice. Wash my sword. Lin Yan's cards were all out. All kinds of magic treasures, secret techniques, and scrolls were all used. Before, he was too poor to play any key role in the main weapon upgrade and had to look at his face. But this time it's different. He wants to be extremely sublimated. Rumble. The light flashed and the evolution was complete. Outside the window, the dawn morning sun, the knife-like flashes, actually racing over the sun's mane. Lin Yan scrutinized the long knife in his hand. The cumulative number of fusions of the main weapon exceeded 10,000, and together with his many underpinnings, he had finally completed his extreme sublimation in the 4th metamorphosis. He tapped on the weapon details. Daxia Dragon Sparrow, Gold, Attack plus 100 W, Attack Speed plus 2, Strike Rate plus 15%, Blood Sucking plus 15. Characteristics. Daxia Bloodline, Ancestor of the human race, repels all evils, all curses, cannot be added to the body. Soul of Dragon and Sparrow, active. Stimulates the ancient souls of the dragon and sparrow within the sword. Can fight alongside the wielder. Ancient Divine Blade Plus, comes with 10W armor penetration. See Dragon Dismantle Armor Plus, 1% probability of breaking epic quality equipment, 5% probability of breaking rare quality equipment, 50% probability of breaking fine quality equipment, 100% probability of breaking equipment of less than normal quality. 1,000 blades, can be broken down into shattered blades, which can fly at the user's will, or can be turned into a hole at any time. Note, consumes 2 mana points per second. Togetherness, armor absorption increases by 1% for each piece of armor equipment in the swordsman set. Now, 5%. Kensho secret skill, activates the power of the sword soul sealed in the sword of Kensho, doubling the damage dealt by the next attack. Sword hero battle spirit, summons the sword hero battle spirit. The battle spirit's existence time increases with level, and the battle power changes with the user's battle will. Dragon tattoo, user can awaken the dragon tattoo during combat, plus 5 agility. Invincible. Lin Yan's pupils were dilated. Daxia Dragon Sparrow, the legendary bronze divine weapon forged by Emperor Sincerity in the ancient times. 4th main weapon evolution. Handsome or not? If you like it, give me a good review and reward me for promoting the trifecta. Thank you, family. Chapter 116, wouldn't it be better for the country and the people to take your crown prince's head for reward? The first trait. It's pretty outrageous. All future curse effects will have no effect on me. Lin Yan couldn't get enough of the great summer dragon bird in his hands. This is the equivalent of drawing another rule-based phrase. Rape blast. Sharpening iron and blowing hair have all evolved into ancient divine blade and seeing dragon disarming armor. Armor penetration is directly increased to 100,000, and the weapon break effect becomes an equipment break effect. Lin Yan's heart was pounding. Before, he only had the probability to break someone's weapon, but now, he had the probability to break any equipment. What body wear or ring jewelry, all can be broken. This trait is simply unbeatable. Even epic equipment has a 1% chance of shattering in one hit. Lin Yan sked. This top-notch characteristic is truly horrifying. If the attributes of the great summer dragon sparrow were known, I'm afraid it would cause turmoil in the Huangtian continent. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Even the Bone Emperor would have to be madly heartbroken. All these words, they're horrible. Buzz. As he swung his long blade, the soul of the blade hummed with the sound of dragons and birds chirping in unison. Awesome. After playing with it for a while, he then turned his attention to the other 4 main weapons. The main weapon given to Shen Youwei and her younger brothers several times also entered the 10,000 mark and began its 4th evolution. Sublimate them all. Lin Yan used his many cards and began to forge the other 4 divine weapons. Rumble. With a roar, the 4 main weapons, all of them, were upgraded. 7 treasure glazed bow. Forbidden spell staff. The shield of the past life. Fire phoenix gloves. Well, Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction after checking the attributes of these main weapons. The battle power of the core squad was another level stronger. Even when facing a true king, one can still contend. Even put to death. Lin Yan looked at the sky. It was already noon, and came to the main city's teleportation altar. After sending a few main weapons to a few of Shen Youwei, then he saw Su Qingji's few people coming from the distance. Their breath was strong, incomparable to yesterday. This was due to the fact that he had just broken through and hadn't been able to hide his breath perfectly yet. Well, Lin Yan swept a glance. This day's cultivation in the ocean of experience orbs had hardened several of Su Qingji's all upgraded to level 99 peak heroes. Battle power has increased by a large margin. Patriarch, we know you've been looking for a scrying class skill. After much searching, we finally found a volume of 4-star skill books for the scrying skill. Fortunately, Su Qingji presented the scroll in his hand. Lin Yan's eyes showed joy. It was really a wishful thinking. He had gotten lucky in the past 2 days. He immediately used up the Eye of Scrying skill book. Eye of Detection, 4 stars. Skill effect, information of enemies within the 4th rank and 100 level gap can be probed. In addition to probing NPC and monster data, you can also probe player information, magic treasure information, and environmental information. Any item or even event that contains information has a probability of being broken. Phew, Lin Yan operated the Eye of Probing, and everything around him became different in his eyes. As if he could see through everything. This feeling of being in control of everything is really soothing. Fiddlesticks. Lin Yan smiled at Su Qingji. Patriarch has bestowed us with supreme opportunities. What is this bit of repayment? Su Qingji grinned. As long as you say the word, Jiangya City will absolutely follow. Go through fire and water. Yes. Lin Yan nodded. Su Qingji looked at the time with a serious gaze. Patriarch, the capital city is deep in water. We must act carefully. Understood. I always proceed with caution. Lin Yan laughed. The fat man on the side sniffed and rolled his eyes to the sky. Transmission commencing. Su Qingji bellowed. Buzz off. Light enveloped the area as Lin Yan's squad disappeared into Sword Pavilion City. Longxia Empire, the capital city. Didn't old man Yuan say he'd come to pick us up? How come you're late? Dwayne muttered. The atmosphere is not right here. Lin Yan's eyes were indifferent, and his hand had already touched the hilt of the great summer dragon sparrow, the teleportation array in the capital. The centerpiece of the entire Longxia Empire was surely packed with people, but today it was so cold. In the entire teleportation square, not many people could be seen, as if all these strangers were waiting for him. It was not right that these armorers were guarding this perverse teleportation square before the 7 heroes arrived. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. A shout came. Touché. The line of horses with their heads held high paraded into the teleportation plaza. These horses, all of which were great snow dragon riders that possessed the bloodline of augur dragons, came with frost attributes. Marching in formation is as chilling as facing a blizzard. In the teleportation square, wherever the great snow dragon riders passed by, the road surface was covered with cold ice, and the wind and snow whistled. The man at the head, with starry eyebrows and sword eyes, wearing a purple python robe, riding a white horse, and wearing a king's sword at his waist, was extraordinary. The Crown Prince is here. Why don't you kneel? Beside the Crown Prince, the Shen ice iron armored imperial servant droned. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. This was to give him a hard time. The person at the head was not unfamiliar to him. It was the current Crown Prince of the Longxia Empire, the only son of Emperor Longwu, Long Chengqian. Unbridled. These are the honored guests invited by Father Emperor, licensed to come up to the temple with their swords, and exempted from kneeling and bowing. The Crown Prince chortled and smiled as he rolled over and dismounted, coming before Lin Yan. Lin Yan's face was flat. The prince and Konoha, one sings the red face, the other the white. He naturally recognized such a simple charade at a glance. Are you the hero of Dragon Summer who killed the zombie king Wicked Chi and swept away the mountain of falling demons? The descendant Yan Di. I've heard a lot about you. Long Chengqian arched his hand enthusiastically, his smile overflowing. I'm just doing it to fulfill my mission. Not your hero of Longxia. Lin Yan frowned. These people in power, once they want to praise you and give you a high hat, then you have to idea. The probability is that it is a cudgel. Ha ha. Long Chengqian smiled, but a hint of displeasure appeared under his eyes. Why is this Yendi so oily and not up to speed? Because of your merits. Father specially exempted you from the crime of executing the head of the royal guards, Dragon asked. Long Chengqian bit out. As a hero of Dragon Summer handpicked by my father, Emperor Yan doesn't need to be modest anymore. Ha! Prince has any requirements, just state them. No need to beat around the bush. Lin Yan said indifferently. Long Chengqian's eyes increased in displeasure. This kid, oil and salt. Then I will speak plainly. Long Chengqian directly said, as you know, because of the matter of falling Demon Mountain, you have gone too far. The Bone Emperor has placed a bounty on you. So what? Is the prince going to take my head to collect a reward from the demons? Lin Yan sneered and looked at Long Chengqian. Long Chengqian smiled and the smile on his face completely closed. You are the hero of my Longxia Empire. You should be serving the country and the people. As a descender, being killed doesn't kill you completely. Therefore, I did come to you today to discuss this matter. You need to be killed by me 10 times. One is to alleviate the Bone Emperor's anger and reduce the war for the living beings. The second is to get a bounty to enhance our war power. The country will naturally not treat you badly, and you can have 1/10 of the reward you get. This is a good thing for the country and the people. I think Emperor Yan won't refuse it, right? This, too, is the meaning of my father, the current emperor, Emperor Longwu. Lin Yan grinned. I have a better idea. Oh, but there's no harm in saying so. The prince waved his hand. That is, if I take your crown prince's head to collect the reward, will it not be more for the country and the people? Killing opportunities erupted in Lin Yan's eyes as he directly drew out the great summer dragon sparrow and chopped towards Long Chengqian's neck. Chapter 117. Beat him up and he'll have to thank me for it. Bold, unbridled. The guards behind the crown prince all angrily rebuked and waved their swords in their hands, about to charge. Long Chengqian yelled, no one should come over. I've heard that Yan Di is a young hero, so I'll get a taste of it today. He drew the king's sword at his waist. The soul of the sword hummed, and it was actually a king's weapon as well. Buzz. The swords collided, and the king's sword in Long Chengqian's hand was unexpectedly chopped out of an opening in a single exchange of blows, and almost collapsed directly. Long Chengqian's face changed drastically. This is a rare quality king's soldier, almost decapitated in one shot. He thought Lin Yan would be strong, but he didn't think he would be this strong. Stronger is better. The stronger you are the better. Long Chengqian was pleasantly surprised and muttered in his heart, but his face maintained an angry expression. Clang! Lin Yan and Long Chengqian fought together. Which weapon is stronger or weaker all depends on who uses it. Long Chengqian as the crown prince, his fighting skills are the top of the Longxia Empire. Moreover, his own level was also a peak level 99 hero, holding the king's soldier, and surprisingly, he held off for several rounds without being killed by Lin Yan in seconds. Snort! After sparring for 10 rounds, the king's sword in Long Chengqian's hand directly broke. No good. A flash of shock flashed within him. Although the stronger you are the better. It's a bit too strong. In the next moment, he was kicked to the ground and beaten by Lin Yan. The blood armor value decreased crazily. Little friend Yan Di, what are you doing? Stop it. Yuan Tianrun's voice came from the distance. Wang Blacksmith and Wu Baihua combined their efforts and pulled Lin Yan away from Long Chengqian. At this moment, Long Chengqian's nose was bruised and swollen. His clothes were broken, and he had long since lost the valor of a moment ago. He was relieved to see the 7 heroes of Aurora arrive. Humph. It seems that Yan Di really isn't a hero of any kind. Not loyal to the king at the top and not loving the people at the bottom. Truly, I have misjudged. Long Chengqian waved his hand. That's all. Today is a real spoiler. This hall will leave first. As he turned around, he could no longer contain his inner excitement, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Back to the palace. Long Chengqian rolled over onto the great snow dragon rider, and with a wave of his hand, he left with his close guards. Yan Di, that's the crown prince of the dynasty, and this is the capital. You're really crazy. Yuan Tianrun shook his head. He knew that Lin Yan was full of vigor, but as soon as he entered the capital, he held down the crown prince and beat him violently on the ground. This vigor is really a little too unbelievable. Lin Yan looked at the distant crown prince and smiled coldly. Don't worry, all of this today is exactly the effect he wanted. Maybe he'll come and thank me tonight. Ha! Yuan Tianrun and the others were dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? You beat up the crown prince violently and he has to thank you? Duande couldn't even help but spit. He really couldn't get his head around it. Lin Yan didn't explain. In the plot setting, Long Chengqian is known as the prisoner dragon, and his persona is extremely intelligent and good at holding back. His performance today was completely out of character for his persona. Instead, it looks like a low IQ brainless villain. That just means, he's leading me on, with the ultimate goal of getting his ass kicked by me. Lin Yan pondered Long Chengqian's intentions. Moreover, he deliberately emphasized several times that this was the meaning of the Dragon Martial Emperor. What is he trying to do? Killing the zombie king, the Bone Emperor's bounty, and sweeping away the mountain of falling demons. The main plot had long since been changed by him. Everything the prince did today was a hidden plot that he hadn't seen in his previous life. Therefore, he couldn't fully fathom the crown prince's intentions for a while. Take a step forward. Lin Yan didn't care. With the cards and power he had accumulated now, even if the Dragon Martial Emperor himself made a move, he might not be able to retain him. He wasn't worried about things going beyond his control. Emperor Lanwu is temperamental, and after today's incident, I don't know if he'll change his mind. Yuan Tianrun was a bit worried. It was only after he argued his case in front of the temple that he was exempted from the wanted on Lin Yan. Could it be that the crown prince had been instructed by the emperor to purposely come looking for trouble just to have a reason to condemn Emperor Yan? Old man Yuan, what are you thinking? Lin Yan interrupted Yuan Tianrun's thoughts. You keep this pot of liquid. It can heal all the dark wounds and old illnesses in your bodies, restoring all of you to your peak condition when you were young. Life juice. Yuan Tianrun's eyes widened as he lowered his voice and asked, My little ancestor, where did you get this kind of heavy treasure? How dare you take it out in the street? If the Dragon Martial Emperor, he's known for a long time. I just have to use up the life juice before I see him. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth picked up a cold smile, but I took the life juice for myself in front of him. Holy, awesome. Even the most reticent blind monk couldn't help but lament. At that time, he blew up the Bone Emperor's spatial teleportation channel, disrupting the spatial laws of Fallen Demon Mountain. The passages of Emperor Langwu and Emperor Roland were stirred up as a result. Otherwise, these two shameless old guys would definitely snatch the life juice with themselves. Use it soon. Just use it in the street. Use it in front of everyone. Lin Yan smiled faintly. Otherwise, that old shameless one will definitely ask me for it later. Yuan Tianrun gave Lin Yan a thumbs up, understanding Lin Yan's thoughts. Not bad for you. Gollum, Xing Daozi, Blind Monk, and Wu Baihua were a few who were not ambiguous, and they were happy to do what they could to disgust Emperor Longwu. What's more, they needed the life juice so badly. Because of the battle with the zombie king Evil Chi when they were young, their roots were blown out. There was no inch of progress in cultivation for decades, and even the fighting power was greatly reduced. The life juice replenishes their roots and also brings them back to the peak of their youth. Relying on the accumulation of so many years, they were all certain that they would cross over to the king rank within a year. Lin Yan was also looking forward to it. By that time, the Yan Di sect would have several kings sitting in the town. Who wouldn't have their scalp tingling when they look at it? By the way, old man Yuan, didn't you say you were sure you could get your hands on the Royal Book of Truth's remnants? Lin Yan reached out to Yuan Tianrun. Where are my remnant pages? One more scrap of pages and he'd have a concrete clue to the next God-given template. Ah, this. Yuan Tianrun coughed. I'm taking you to see the Dragon Martial Emperor today just for this matter. While he loosely said he could give it, he had to see you once before he could finalize it. Have to see me? Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. This old fox doesn't have a good heart. Chapter 118, The Dragon Martial Emperor Who Broke Defense. Soon, Lin Yan followed a few of Yuan Tianrun into the Golden Palace. What a grandeur! It's worthy of being a palace. This gold brick and jade, just steal a piece of it, and I guess it can be sold for quite a lot of money. Duwanda was like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, looking back and forth, his mouth watering. It's really an itchy hand. A random decorative night pearl here could be worth 100,000 gold coins. Ha! Inside the Golden Palace, several core officials of the Longxia Empire stood aside and looked at Duwanda with disdain, almost laughing out loud. A country bumpkin just doesn't see things. Yuan Shuai, you're really down and out now. After so many years of not seeing each other, it's a shame to bring back a few dirtbag face saints. The treacherous old man wearing a red robe with a crane embroidered on his chest grinned. That's just it. I really don't know what ravine you got it from. The same man in red robes with a unicorn emblazoned on his chest, tall and obese as a tower, snorted. Yuan Tianrun looked coldly at the two. The treacherous old man, Shi Hui, was the prime minister of the dynasty and the head of the civil officials. The obese man, Lushan, was the governor of the dynasty and the head of the military officials. These two were the Wudi's most central confidants and the leaders of the new faction's forces, and were the Aurora hero's greatest enemies. Fatty was furious, but he was held down by Lin Yan. Do you two think we shouldn't be shocked? Lin Yan's eyes were calm as he faintly said, all I have heard and seen along the way is that the people have been displaced by war and massacred by demonic oppression. The people are miserable. But I did not expect that this golden palace is repaired so rich and luxurious, poor and extravagant. In such a time of war and poverty, it was still possible to raid so much of the people's wealth. How can such mastery not be amazing? You seek death. Governor Amruxan instantly broke his defenses and his face brushed red. You know who barks the loudest when a rock goes into the dog pen? Lin Yan asked indifferently. Who is it? Brozen's fists clenched in murderous rage. The dog that got smashed. Of course. Lin Yan smiled faintly, looking at Lushan with a distinct meaning. You called me a dog. I'll kill you. Umbrellas are made difficult from head to toe by the broken defense followed by yin and yang. The martial emperor has arrived. Just as Roxanne was about to make his move, Emperor Wu appeared. He glanced at the indisputable Qi Hui and Lushan with some displeasure in his eyes. Originally, he had let the two of them take the lead to thwart Lin Yan, but in the end, they had been humiliated in turn. Yan Di, you are eloquent and bold enough. Emperor Longwu sat down on the dragon chair. Are you the only one sitting? We're standing? Duwanda spat in exasperation. The Golden Palace fell silent. It's been that way since the beginning of time. Ha, Your Majesty. I see that this boy has a backbone. He should be taken down immediately. Lushan pointed at the fat man and said angrily, there is no harm in giving a seat. Dragon Martial Emperor was full of smiles, surprisingly not angry at all. Uriama froze, muttering inwardly, something's not right. His Majesty is usually so small-minded that all the officials secretly call him the cheap emperor. Why are you so generous today? A sex change. Touché. The eunuchs brought up the stools, and Lin Yan's few were not polite in the slightest and directly took their seats. Just as Qin Hui and Lushan were about to take their seats as well, Fatty said in a conspiratorial manner, either you're sitting down or you have a backbone? You two want to rebel. This. And Lushan immediately looked like a needle had been placed under his buttocks and ejected directly, gritting his teeth and looking at Duwanda. Eventually, he only cursed angrily. I'm not sitting down. Qi Hui, on the other hand, settled down peacefully, not affected by the fat man's eccentricity in the slightest, and was full of smiles. You didn't even sit down when the emperor told you to. Are you plotting a rebellion? Dwayne fills in. Ha! Russian was completely confused. You're not from the ravine? I have not learned 3 points of insight. The emperor's exclusive find fault and kill the head of the art. But you first learned a proficient. Alright, just sit down. Emperor Wu was displeased. This Lushan was nothing but loyal, practically good in every way. Just too stupid. But yes, a suspicious cheapskate like him can only trust the loyalty of stupid people. Hey, yes. Brozen grinned and sat down. The martial emperor didn't bother with Lushan anymore and looked directly at Lin Yan, smiling. You swept away the fallen demon mountain for the empire and helped me repel the Sin Domain Bone Emperor. That's really a great feat. I can give you an honorary seal of approval, so think about it for yourself first. Lin Yan was speechless. Great work. You just reward an honorary title is not willing to use their own head to think of a name. No wonder it is called the Stingy Emperor. You're so petty and stingy. If you don't die, who will? I was fully engaged in blocking the Bone Emperor at the time, and I didn't have the spare capacity to take care of your side. But I seem to have seen you remove some of the life juice from that demon egg. The smile on Emperor Longwu's face grew even wider. This juice, but it is made from the bones and blood of the dead Lebanese over the past few hundred years. They are the people of my Longxia Empire. They are made of bone and blood, so naturally they should belong to my Longxia Empire. Don't worry, we'll distribute this life juice fairly and make the most of it from the level of the national community. Lin Yan smiled. He said that why the Dragon Martial Emperor was so amiable today, so it turned out that he was hitting on the idea of life juice. He didn't bother to argue right and wrong with Dragon Martial Emperor, and directly waved his hand roughly. You mean those egg liquids? I thought they were quite tonic and drank them all. What? The smile on Emperor Longwu's face immediately disappeared. His forehead veins rose, and his whiskers and hair were all open, as if he were a dragon's fury. This face change is faster than a Peking opera face change. Dwayne spat. You gave it all to drink. Emperor Longwu was about to be infuriated. That was the great tonic elixir he had been waiting for centuries. He had long known about the demonic eggs of the falling demon mountain and had the ability to eradicate them. But why had he never done anything about it? Because he wanted the life juice too. Throughout history, which emperor did not want to live forever? As for the demonic plague? As for the countless lives that have to die every year? Those were just insignificant ants, and it was their honor to be transformed into precious medicine materials that would enhance their lifespan for the emperor. How dare you? Dragon Martial Emperor was about to go mad with anger, and deep in the bottom of his eyes, a senile killing intent emerged. Lin Yan indifferently relative. The Dragon Martial Emperor was clear about everything, and he didn't bother to fight anymore. If he wanted to tear his face off, he himself would not be afraid. Martial Emperor, Yuan Tianrun stood out. But you promised that you wouldn't do anything. As an emperor, you can't go back on your word. Dragon Martial Emperor looked at Yuan Tianrun. His killing intent in his eyes intensified, yet he was also more stoic. The old faction led by the 7 heroes of Aurora was also extremely powerful in the court, and he had to consider the implications of what he was doing. In the event that the old school completely tears itself apart, he's still going to be hurting. Father, my son is late. Long Chengqian sure appeared. The moment he saw Long Chengqian, Long Wudi seemed to have thought of something. The killing intent in his eyes all dispersed, and a smile returned to his face as he looked at Lin Yan. Oh, since it's something you got, use it, but then your merits are all accounted for, and the reward is naturally nothing. Chapter 119 Minotaur Conundrum, claiming the king's suit. Ha, Lin Yan smiled. Dragon Martial Emperor actually thought that he cared about an imaginary title that he needed to use his own brain to think up for himself. Changqian, what's with the injuries on your body? Dragon Martial Emperor frowned, asking with immense concern. Everyone in the court knew that Emperor Longwu had a narrow temperament, but the only one who cared for this son, even doted on him to the point of being somewhat perverted. But the crown prince was Emperor Longwu's only son, so it was understandable that he was so favored. Wrestled myself stuck on the walk, Long Chengqian explained. Everyone in the Golden Palace was speechless. You're a level 99 peak hero, the crown prince of the dynasty, and you're stuck all over the place from wrestling. Jokes don't go that far. Your Majesty, your Highness was beaten by a mountain village boy, the close guard beside the crown prince reported, and when he turned his head, he saw Lin Yan grinning at him. His body chilled as he pointed at Lin Yan repeatedly. Your Majesty, it's him. Emperor Longwu raised his eyebrows and looked deeply at Long Chengqian. Yan Di, how dare you assault the crown prince in the street? I think you are too arrogant. You must be imprisoned for life today. Lushan stormed out and sang for Emperor Longwu. He asked for a beating himself. What can I do? Isn't helping others a traditional virtue of Long Xia? Lin Yan questioned with a spread of his hands. Yes, father, originally I had good intentions. I wanted to talk to Emperor Yan about faking his death and let's go cheat the Bone Emperor's bounty. Long Chengqian shook his head. Now that I think about it, this request is indeed abrupt. It was my fault. I apologize to you. Inferno Emperor. He arched his hand and bowed to Lin Yan. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Just now Long Chengqian is not so said. Ha! Emperor Longwu sneered and looked at Lin Yan. Do you know the crime? What is my offense? Lin Yan said indifferently. You first killed my royal chief of guards, Long Qi, and then you suspiciously beheaded my personal eunuch. He himself has privately swallowed the imperial treasure life juice and assaulted the crown prince in the street. Emperor Longwu's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice chilling. Your sins are too numerous to list. Do you still need me to state it? Several core ministers in the field exchanged glances with each other, and Lushan even tilted his head in a deceptively triumphant manner. Yuan Tianren frowned and stood out. Your Majesty, you have personally absolved yourself of these offenses before. The only thing is the beating of the crown prince, which is also a problem for the crown prince in the first place, and it is really not a crime to talk about. If it is because your Majesty is unable to part with the promised pages of the Book of Truth, then we do not want them. Please, your Majesty, don't make any false accusations that would jeopardize the holy virtue. Lin Yan looked at Yuan Tianren with some surprise. Good lord, are you that tough, old man Yuan? No wonder Emperor Longwu wanted to get you killed and dared to dislike this cheapskate hard to his face in the Golden Palace. However, it's not good enough not to give the remnants of that Book of Truth. If you don't, it's time for me to start looting. Humph, it's my royal face he's damaging. What does it have to do with the remnants of the Book of Truth? Long Wudi was a bit short of breath when he spoke at the end. Lin Yan's gaze was dangerous as he looked towards Emperor Langu. Emperor Langu, I first killed the zombie king and leveled the fallen demon mountain for the greater good of the world. Is it possible that in your eyes, saving the lives of the people is not as important as damaging the face of the royal family? Ridiculous. Could it be that you are the son of heaven, and you still can't distinguish between right and wrong, black and white? Unbridled. Amrokusan slapped the table. Stupid pig. You sit down. Lin Yan shouted violently, his killing intent bursting out, and the great summer dragon sparrow at his waist chirped long and loud. Gollum. Lushan was already weak-minded, and at this moment, he was taken in by Lin Yan's aura. So surprisingly, he really didn't dare to speak out again for a while. Yen Di little friend. This statement is not true. Chancellor Qi Hui, who hadn't said anything, stood up with a treacherous and sinister smile. You don't understand. The logic of how this world operates is just like that. Even if 1 million or 10 million useless people were added together, what could they do? They are inherently meaningless. If sacrificing them could gain even 1 year of His Majesty's longevity alone, it would shelter the Long Xia Empire's national fortune for 1 more year. Life is never equal, is it? It's sheltering the lives of you dog officials for 1 more year, isn't it? Lin Yan didn't bother to put on an act and asked in a cold voice. This. Qi Hui smiled. It seems that little friend Yen Di doesn't agree with my theory. That doesn't matter. Since you feel it's unjust, His Majesty also feels angry. Then why don't I propose a solution that is guaranteed to satisfy both your majesty and you? Yen Di, have a fart. Lin Yan frowned. He needs the remnants of the Book of Truth. If he really tore his face off, it would be easy to face the Dragon Martial Emperor without suffering any losses. But it would be as hard as heaven if he wanted to snatch something from his hands. You, Emperor Yen, have solved 2 major heartaches for the Dragon Xia Empire in such a short period of time. But today, there is still a danger yet to be removed. Qi Hui's words fell. All eyes looked over. The ministers of the new faction guessed what Qi Hui was going to say about the proposal and looked at Lin Yan with a smile or a laugh. As we all know, the reason why my land of Longxia is flourishing is called the Dragon's Heirloom. It's because we occupy the core of the dragon vein of the brilliant sky continent. At the mention of the dragon vein, Lin Yan's heart stirred, but hatefully, it also aroused the covetousness of all our enemies. The Bone Emperor released the Bone Emperor's son to steal the power of the dragon vein. In turn, the Roland Empire in the west sent mythical creatures, the Minotaur Tanamanos, whom, come alive. Lin Yan was delighted in his heart. It's triggering another copy of what he wants. The Minotaur copy, at one point, was referred to by players as the copy that is absolutely impossible to pass. Even to the end of the system are prompted to pass the conditions, but still no player can get together to pass the necessary prerequisites. Because, the Minotaur copy, was the first copy to involve rule-based divinity. These hateful Westerners hid the Minotaur in the Dragon Pulse heart boundary, and now the Minotaur is bound to the Dragon Pulse heart. Kill the Minotaur, the heart of the dragon vein breaks, and the entire capital city of millions of people will be buried with it. If you don't kill the Minotaur, you have to send it 10,000 human blood meals every year. Otherwise, it will keep stealing the national fortune from the dragon vein. Dwayne staggered. Isn't this the deformed trolley puzzle? Will you choose to sacrifice the majority of the people in the capital, or the 10,000 that are sent in every year? This dilemma has plagued the Long Xia Empire for nearly 100 years. A treacherous smile appeared on Qi Hui's face. As long as you, Emperor Yen, can solve this trouble for the court, I believe that His Majesty will never pursue the sins on you again, and even, will reward you with the remnants of that Book of Truth. Hearing this, Emperor Langwu nodded his head and said, this is a very good proposal. Aiching, I was never guilty in the first place, and the remnants of the Book of Truth are the reward that should have been given to me. Lin Yan looked indifferently at the Dragon Martial Emperor. If I succeed in solving the Minotaur conundrum, in addition to the remnants of the Book of Truth, you will need to give me a king's suit. Chapter 120 Symbiosis and a Blow to the Heart. Mythical creatures on this. Hiss. This. When this statement was made, there was a sound of cool air being sucked out of the Golden Palace. Yuan Tianren, on the other hand, could hardly contain himself, so familiar with the operation. It's worthy of you. Yendi. Ha. Qi Hui also laughed out coldly. The Minotaur copy was simply impossible to beat. Even if a true king went in, he would have to drink hate, let alone Lin Yan, a level 29 professional. The guy who assisted the 7 heroes with the help of many means in order to defeat a bloodied king was just a guy who probably couldn't withstand a single blow from the Minotaur. Dragon Martial Emperor looked deeply at Lin Yan. You really dare to open your mouth. The king's suit. Even a true king might not be able to put together a king's set, and at the very least, it would have to be a legendary king like the zombie king Evil Chi in order to have the set. The Long Xia royal family naturally existed. but they could be counted on one hand. It could be said that a king's set was worth more than a city. The value was simply incalculable. Father, Long Qingxian stood out at this time and arched his hand. This Minotaur copy has been troubling us for hundreds of years. We all know very well that it's impossible for this copy to be cracked. Even if you promise him, so what? He'd never be able to do it anyway. Well, Dragon Martial Emperor nodded. This statement is reasonable. And Lu Shan even said, the Crown Prince is too right. Don't say that I look down on Yen Di. Even if 100,000 of him went in, there would never be a chance of passing. Dragon Martial Emperor made an internal calculation and spoke out. Okay, if you can pass the level, I'll give you a set of rare grade King's armor set. How about it? That's pretty stingy. Lin Yan spat inwardly. This is probably the most trashy set of King's set in the Longxia treasury, isn't it? Even knowing full well that he's 100% incapable of getting through, he can't be bothered to draw a bigger pie for him. The cheap emperor lives up to his name. It's a deal. Lin Yan reached out his hand. Release the mission. Ding. Dragon Martial Emperor directly threw out the mission. Mission, solve the Minotaur puzzle. Mission level, 6th order, God. Quest requirement, resolve the threat of Tanamanos in the heart of the dragon vein. Quest restriction, 7 days to complete, and you may not kill the Minotaur. Quest reward, Book of Truth Remnants *1. King rank rare armor set *1. Mission penalty, if unable to complete the mission. Instead, they need to volunteer to be killed 20 times by the Dragon Summer Empire to claim their reward from the Bone Emperor. And he was expelled from the Longxia Empire and was not allowed to set foot in the territory of the Longxia Empire again. Nima, you don't give any extra rewards, do you? At least it comes with 1 or 200 free attribute points as a prize. Lin Yan was furious. Now he's a crooked businessman meeting an iron rooster meeting his match. Yuan Tianrun could not hold back his laughter. Yen Di, you also have today. Buzz. Lin Yan chose to take it. The task is set. The contract is finalized. And neither party can renege, or else they will be punished by the heavenly Tao. Chi Hui's treacherous smile could no longer be held back as he laughed at Lin Yan. Young man, you're really brave. What a dare to take on any task. You think the Minotaur is the same as Falling Devil Mountain? Just monsters with more blood? This was a 6th order divine quest. I'll tell you responsibly, even if a peak state evil chi goes in, it's still 9 deaths to 1. Oh, yeah? Lin Yan doesn't think so, and the reason is simple. No one who was present knew more about Minotaur copies than he did. Oh, then I'll tell you the information I have now so that you can despair. Chi Hui raised his chin to Lu Shan. Umo Russian would get up and laugh openly. Then let me tell you, Tanamanos, the Minotaur, can bind the secret world and live with it. The first difficulty of the task is how to undo this symbiosis. Kill the Minotaur. The secret heart of the dragon vein shatters, and the quest fails. If you don't kill the Minotaur and can't find a solution to the symbiosis in 10 seconds, you will be killed and fail the mission. This, Fatty's face was ugly as he directly asked, have you not found a solution to the symbiosis until now? If we had found it, his wise and mighty Dragon Martial Emperor would have already gone to finish off the Minotaur. Why would we need you? Ruxin sneered. I don't think so. He hasn't bothered to clean up Falling Demon Mountain for hundreds of years. Maybe it's also waiting for the Minotaur to turn into some kind of blood and flesh treasure medicine before harvesting it, Fatty said in a conspiratorial manner. You fart. Lu Shan blew his beard and eyes out, ready to inflict even more despair on Lin Yan's men. The second difficulty is the Minotaur itself. He, a mythological creature, mastering the power of rules, and the power of the rules that he mastered was a blow to break the heart. The approximate effect is, as long as he swings his battle axe at his enemy, no matter how far away or in what form, as long as he is within the range of its symbiotic mystic realm, the attack is bound to hit his enemy in the heart. Attacks to the heart are bound to bludgeon, and the bludgeoning effect is 100 times greater. If the Minotaur's blood level is reduced to a little over half, it will enter a berserk state. The bludgeoning effect of the attack on the heart will become 1,000 times greater. Oh, the Minotaur's base attack value is not high, only 500,000, but with the berserk state plus the one-hit heartbreak rule, it can do 500 million damage with one axe. Even a legendary king would not be able to withstand it at all. It can be said to be a god in the way of killing a god or a Buddha in the way of killing a Buddha. How about that? Desperate. And Lu Shan's big, obese face showed a beaten expression, wanting to appreciate Lin Yan's fear and despair. But, none of it. Lin Yan's expression was relaxed and pleasant. Looks like the exact same information I remembered. Nima, are you deaf? I'm talking about 500 million damage in one hit. Lu Shan looked at Lin Yan incredulously. I see. You must have been scared silly. Giggling here. Yuan Tianrun and Cheng Daozi had several nervous faces. This information was also known to them, and the Minotaur could be much scarier than the Zombie King in his full strength. But out of absolute trust in Yen Di, they were able to hold their ground. You're revealing incomplete information. Yuan Tianrun spoke out. Because of the rule restriction, the Minotaur is unable to go out of the secret realm that it is symbiotic with. The secret realm was both its domain and its prison. Therefore, if you are not defeated, you can simply escape from the secret realm. It's still possible to critically injure or kill a Minotaur by constantly going in and out of the secret realm to get stuck with the Minotaur's blood recovery rate bug. In addition, because of the existence of the one-strike heartbreak divinity skill, it causes the Minotaur to only be able to launch attacks against the heart without any other means of attack. Humph. So what if he knows this? He can still change his destiny against the heavens. Ha! Umo Russian bristled in disdain. So what if we grind the Minotaur's blood level down by relying on the card bug? As long as he can't unravel the symbiotic relationship, won't he still not be able to complete the mission? Yuan Tianrun's face was ugly and he stopped speaking. That's it. Lin Yan grinned and turned around with a wave of his hand. Wait for my good news. I'll go back to sleep first. Get up in the morning and stop by the Dragonheart mystery for a walk to get this sorted out. Chapter 121 Dragonheart Secret Realm. Tanamonos. What? That's it. The crowd's brains were going down as they watched Lin Yan's departing back. How did he say that? Did he not listen to all those messages just now? Does he have a solution? It's impossible. What makes him able to solve the difficult problem that no one has been able to solve for so many years in the Dragon Summer Earth? Not bad. I guess now his bowels are green with remorse and he can only hold on to his head. Farewell. With an arch of his hand, Yuan Tianren followed Lin Yan out of the Golden Hall with the rest of the several Aurora heroes. Long Wu Emperor frowned at the departing Lin Yan, his fingers tapping on the armrest, his eyes deep without knowing what he was thinking. Night, Aurora Heroes Residence. This was the residence that Emperor Long Wu had set up for the 7 heroes of Aurora, and it was not small and imposing. It looks glorious, but it's just a place of surveillance. Yuan Tianrun and the others were required to report their whereabouts and could not move around the capital at will. Little friend Yen Di, are you really sure you can solve the Minotaur conundrum? Yuan Tianrun asked suspiciously. Sure, Lin Yan nodded. That's good. Yuan Tianrun put his heart down. He knew Lin Yan very well. Although this kid was a bit dark, he was very reliable in his work. He wouldn't take on this mission until he saw a rabbit, and he wouldn't take on this mission without certainty. What I'm more concerned about is, do you guys know Prince Long Chengshen? Lin Yan asked. Prince? Yuan Tianren pondered for a moment and shook his head. He lives deep in the palace and is highly favored. Not many people know much about him. Lin Yan nodded. Then how is the relationship between Princess Xiaqi, whom you defend, and him? Yuan Tianren's face turned serious. Although Princess Xiaqi is a princess in name, she is not actually the daughter of Emperor Long Wu. Therefore, Princess Xiaqi and Crown Prince Long Chengqian were intentionally split up, basically not letting the two of them meet. Oh, Lin Yan was a bit surprised. In his previous life, he didn't follow the plotline of the Dragon Summer Royale. He was basically taking the evil route after he left the novice village. Otherwise it wouldn't have escalated so quickly. Of course he wouldn't choose the last upgrade this time. It's too bitter and has unstable roots to become a true god. It comes down to the division of power in the court. Yuan Tianren took a sip of tea and glanced around at those palace eyes. There are some things I'm not comfortable speaking about right now. All you need to know is that those who support Princess Shaki are known as the old school. Those who supported Emperor Longwu were known as the new school. The crown prince is isolated, and if he has an ally, it is probably the empress alone. Lin Yan nodded. The struggle between the new faction and the old faction was the struggle between Xiaqi and Emperor Longwu. As for the crown prince, is a magical loner who doesn't seem to be involved in the power struggle. It seems that this princess's identity is not simple. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. If you want to break the Long Xia Empire, Princess Xiaqi is the key. However, his purpose was just to get the Divine Providence template, and the struggles of the Long Xia Empire had little to do with him for the time being. After dabbling in another meal, the crowd rested. Day 2. Lin Yan stretched his back. Lin Yan, do you really not need us to follow you? Shen Youwei asked. Yeah, this Minotaur sounds pretty scary. Are you any good, boss? Dwayne scowled. Don't worry, you'll be dragging your feet if you go, waiting to be killed by that old bull. Lin Yan hammered Duande away with a punch, then touched Shen Youwei's little head and laughed. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Aha. Shen Youwei nodded. The alabaster square in front of the palace. Lin Yan walked onto the teleportation array leading to the Dragonheart Mystic Realm and quickly disappeared. Humph, how many seconds do you think he can hold out? I guess half a minute. That's too much, isn't it? I'd say 10 seconds at the most. A few of the Enlushan and Chi Hui smiled wickedly at each other. Yuan Tianren's few people, on the other hand, looked at the teleportation array in a grave manner and did not say anything. The capital seemed calm, but in reality, he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were watching this place, all focusing on the outcome of Lin Yan's trip. Anyone with eyes can see that. This was another encounter between the forces of the old and new factions, and the outcome would likely change the general situation of the entire Longxia Empire. It's just a pity that the probability of this Yen D succeeding is really pitifully low. However, anyone who prided themselves on having a bit of eyesight did not favor Lin Yan. Buzz. Lin Yan looked at the spatial passage in front of him. Is this the heart of the dragon vein? He looked ecstatic. The so-called one was the life juice and the other was the dragon seal. As they risked great danger to sweep away the falling demon mountain, the dragon seal, which can steal the fortune of a nation. And this national fortune is hidden in the dragon vein, the minotaur and the national luck. I want them all. His eyes brightened as he clasped his large hand and walked directly into the secret passageway. It was pitch black all around. As he walked in, a blue flame lit up, illuminating the place in a ghostly blue. The whole space was like a huge dungeon. The walls and the ground were incredibly sturdy. Even if it was a million attack power, it wouldn't be able to destroy even a single bit of the secret realm. Spit. In the center of the dungeon, there was a huge figure. It was about 4 meters tall, with the upper half of its body being a cow and the lower half being a human, and its hooves actually had 5 fingers, holding a huge battle axe. Lin Yan released his probing eyes. Minotaur, Tanamanos, mythical creature. Grade, none. Note, rule class creature. Baseline attack value, 50W. Baseline blood value, 9999W. Armor value, 6666W. Unique divinity skill, 1 blow to break heart. Equipment, Heartbreaker Bullhead Axe. Moo. Doesn't seem like it's time to bring blood food to your cow grandpa. Did you send this little nub of yours to me as a snack? The Minotaur's nose spewed white breath and his voice was like thunder. Ha! Lin Yan said indifferently. I heard that you are a mythological creature, and I've specially come to take you in so that you can come and serve as a mountain protection beast for my sect. How's that? Come with me. Ho 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 ho. Tanamanos was so amused that he laughed maniacally, and the whole of the secret world trembled. It's been a long time since I've heard such a funny joke. It's such fun food. I can't even eat it. Lin Yan drew out the great summer dragon sparrow and said in a cold voice, if you're not willing, then I'll fight until you submit. Roar. The Minotaur looked at Lin Yan. Little dot. You're the one who asked for death. GGG. This axe of the ox master. But it's been a long time since I drank blood. He roared, and the heart-shattering ox-headed axe in his hand blasted out. From a long distance away, there was a terrifying force brewing and generating. Boom! The blade of the axe unexpectedly traveled through space and directly cleaved at the location of Lin Yan's heart. At this moment, the heart's secret realm shook. This strike came with an attack power of 50 million, which was enough to collapse a mountain peak when placed outside. Hoo hoo hoo. The gale is strong. Satisfied, the Minotaur walked over and pushed aside the smoke. That's a shame. I'd like to eat my food whole and alive every time, but none of the food could withstand my one blow, and it all shattered, leaving me with a meaty froth of oxen. Chapter 122, Absolute Physical Immunity. Mom, I'm scared. As the dust and smoke cleared, Lin Yan stood there intact, looking at the Minotaur with a smile on his face. What's going on? How is this possible? The Minotaur's pupils widened in shock. Even a legendary king would have to spit out blood and fly backwards after being hit by its move to break his heart in one blow. Why is this kid acting like nothing happened? Lin Yan patted his breastplate. I say, old ox, did you not eat? Oh indeed. You've been trapped in this dark underground without food for I don't know how long. Soft hedgehog armor trait, heart protection, 50% immunity to physical attacks on the vitals of the heart. Swordmaster helmet trait, heart of the swordmaster, 50% immunity to physical attacks in the vitals of the heart. Immunity to physical attacks on the heart, 100%. This is impossible. How can a mere mole cricket block my attack? Tanamanos was enraged, and the heartbreaking bullhead axe in his hand chopped down frantically. Boom boom boom. The ground shook and the entire secret realm trembled. Each strike contained up to 50 million heart-shattering attack power, and even a legendary king would have to turn pale at the sight of it. Lin Yan stood there blandly, yawning in boredom, huffing and puffing. After hundreds of blows, the Minotaur finally couldn't take it anymore and tiredly stuck his axe in the ground, huffing and puffing from his breath. Even if it was bursting with stamina, it couldn't top 100 big moves in a row. But alas, it has no flat A and only this one move works. Don't stop, keep doing it, hey. Cheer up, come on. Lin Yan put up his fists and began to encourage the Minotaur. Roar! The Minotaur exploded, his eyes bloodshot with anger. How the hell did you do that? Lin Yan grinned. Because I'm invincible. I'm already the only one in heaven and on earth, and seeing that you have so much divinity in you, my heart is filled with love and affection, so I want you to submit to be my mountain protection divine beast. He unleashed his natural skill again, movie star acting. The Minotaur's pupils trembled, then he shook his head frantically. You fart! There is no such thing as an invincible person in this world. Meh. Lin Yan crossed his arms and looked at it indifferently. Then go ahead and slash. Try to see if you can do any damage to me? Just try it. The Minotaur swung his giant axe and continued to start slashing furiously. The alabaster square. This is not to mention 10 seconds. 3 minutes have passed. How come he hasn't respawned in the spring yet? Could it be that he really lasted for several minutes in the Dragonheart mystic realm without dying? How is this possible? Several of the Yan Lushan and Shi Hui were grim-faced. Yuan Tianren and Qing Daozi, on the other hand, whisked their beards and wore smiles of unknown significance. Humph, guess it's stuck in a bug. Ruxin bristled in disdain. No, a player can't do a card bug. After all, the Minotaur's one-hit heartbreak basically kills people in a second. If you want to jam a bug, you have to be at least a group of players, constantly respawning, constantly teleporting, and wheeling around to grind. Shi Hui shook his head in a cold sweat. What the hell is going on here? Had he miscalculated? That kid has the terrifying power to defeat mythical creatures. Even if Emperor Longwu himself went there, he might not be able to say that he defeated the Minotaur. It's a dead end that will never be broken. No, I'm just scaring myself. Maybe it's just that brat who's making a pretense, and may not have entered the Dragonheart mystic realm by now. Shi Hui reassured himself. Boom! The Minotaur skimmed the axe right down to the ground, exhausted and sweating, the cow's tongue hanging out, the whole thing limp. No more fighting. You're awesome. It shook its bull's head. I admit, you are indeed powerful. Perhaps the strongest existence I have ever seen. But even if you're strong enough to even kill me in one blow, it doesn't matter. I can respawn indefinitely in the bound secret realm, and even if I do get killed, the secret realm collapses because of the symbiotic relationship. The Dragon Heart Mystery realm that I am in nowadays is bound to the dragon vein of the entire Dragon Xia Empire. Once it collapsed, hundreds of millions of living beings in the entire Long Xia Empire would die. Humph, don't you humans all talk about merit and luck? I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to indirectly slaughter so many living beings just because you want to capture me. After all, a powerful figure like you must be seeking to become a god to do so. No one may become a god under karma. It knew it was in an undefeated position and swung straight for the fences. Humph, the old ox can't beat you. Can't hide enough? You can do whatever you like in this secret world. The old bull doesn't care about you. How about we live in peace? Lin Yan grinned. First of all, I'm not a living being of this world, and I don't feel guilty about killing these people. Moo! The Minotaur's eyes widened and he began to get scared. It does know the concept of the Adventist. Besides, you're that sure. A playful look flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Can no one undo your symbiotic relationship? Poof, that's for sure. The Minotaur sneered. It was a mythological creature, and the mythological rules on its body were known only to itself, apart from the heavenly Tao. Absolute heartbreak is just something humans have died countless times experimenting with. But how to undo the secret symbiosis was something no one could even try to figure out. After all, if it died once, it would have to take countless people with it to the heavens. The weak can't kill him, and the strong are afraid of karma. So the method of dissolving the symbiotic relationship could not have been tried at all. It is, simply, invincible. Lin Yan nodded. Since you're so confident, I'll just have to give it a try. With one hand, he flashed out his king beating whip, and with the other, he drew out the great summer dragon sparrow. Gulp! What's that? The Minotaur stared at the king beating whip in Lin Yan's hand and roared in horror. It has an inexplicable fear of this magic treasure. It's been almost half an hour. Why isn't he dead? The longer it took, the more anxious a few of Chi Hui became. This kid is really an alien. Too perverse. Facing the Minotaur can survive for so long. In exchange for the Black Iron King, it is estimated that all of them would have hiccuped long ago. Inside the Golden Palace, Emperor Longwu looked at the alabaster square from afar, a dangerous luster flickering in his eyes. He also wanted to know what had happened in the Dragonheart Mystery Realm. So what if he does manage to defeat the Minotaur with his strange skills? Lushan snorted coldly. It's not like he can kill the Minotaur. Otherwise the mission still counts as a failure. I'd like to see how he's going to fix this. Nice. Thinking of this, Chi Hui and the others were relieved. If you can't solve the symbiotic relationship, no matter how strong you are, it's meaningless. Touché. Lin Yan held the king beating whip and the great summer dragon sparrow as he walked towards Tanamanos. A terrifying aura emanated from him. The Minotaur was scared and tried to fight back, but its proud skills couldn't even hit a little bit of forced knockout armor. This fear made it so that it didn't even have the courage to fight back. What are you going to do to old Kaomi? Before the Minotaur could finish his question, Lin Yan came over with a whip. Moo! Mommy, I'm so scared. Minotaur fainted in direct fear. Chapter 123, 500 million damage heartbreaking strike. The Minotaur submitted. Palm. This strike was directly on the Minotaur's horns. Moo! As if he had seen a ghost, the Minotaur ejected from the ground in a flash. His eyes filled with deep fear. He knows. He really knows. No. He must be testing me in a crooked way. Oof. The old cow is just smart enough to react too much just now. I'm going to pretend to be calm. The Tanamano's bull's eyes kept flickering. Then a cold laugh came out. Little dot. You're really stupid. The bullhorn is the most invincible and hardest part of my entire body. As long as it was in the secret realm, the bullhorn had a full 1,000,000 points of physical defense. I think you've really lost your mind to attack my bullhorn. Lin Yan almost laughed out loud. Have you heard that there is an old saying in Longxia? Those who know what's good for them. The Minotaur subconsciously answered. No, it's here and now. Lin Yan shouted angrily, his body leaping up, holding the great summer dragon sparrow, striking at the location of the bull's horn that the striking king's whip had struck earlier. Ka-ching! The bull's horn was actually shattered with a crack. Oh, no, no, no! The Minotaur was on fire. His whole body scurried up and howled frantically. You really know! You really know! How did you know? How did you know? It covered its bull's horns and ran wildly through the secret realm, fearing that Lin Yan would catch up. But Lin Yan's speed was simply too fast. Treading the wind, doubling speed. Song in the snow, doubles the effect of the stance. Under the 9 lightning flashes, the Minotaur's speed was as slow as a child babbling. Gollum! What terrifying speed! Looking at Lin Yan, who had instantly caught up across a kilometer, Tanamano's scalp tingled. It was on the verge of tears. What has he done? God sent him such a horrible pervert. Simply his nemesis. Not only did it know all of its cards and divine information, but its strength was even so terrifying. Let the old cow go. The old ox will never eat anyone again. The old cow is wrong. Tanamano's is on the verge of a breakdown. He was crushed by Lin Yan in almost every aspect, and it has no stance skills at all. Snort! Lin Yan didn't have any intention of stopping at all. One whip and one blade, continually striking the same spot, constantly inflicting crushing damage to the bull's horn. The gaping hole in the bullhorn is getting bigger and bigger. The Minotaur had no choice but to scramble to catch it with the rest of his body. As soon as its 2 bullhorns shattered, the link to the secret realm was broken. The symbiotic relationship is dissolved. Poof! Your attack power is only a little over 1,000,000 points. Isn't that terrifying? Tanamano's had to resort to mental triumph. What a cue-ball! Lin Yan was speechless. I was just afraid that I would give you a second kill in one slash, so I deliberately lowered my output. The Minotaur collapsed. Lin Yan was now no less than a god in his eyes, so he believed whatever Lin Yan said to bluff the bull. Moo moo moo. The Minotaur went crazy and ran wildly, or tried his best to meet Lin Yan's blows with other parts of his body. Finally, at some point, it triggered blood rage. Moo! Master Cow feels endless power now. Tanamano's didn't run away anymore. It was bursting with confidence. One power breaks all laws. I just don't believe that you can remain unharmed in the face of 1,000 times broken heart. He swung his giant axe and slashed forward. Blood rage, one strike heartbreaker. A terrifying damage of up to 500 million points landed on Lin Yan's chest. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying waves of energy escaped, and the entire secret realm was destabilized. 500 million damage. That's horrible. Outside, because of the fluctuation of the Dragonheart mystic realm, the entire capital city shook. An earthquake. Holy, no, it's that kid. What the is that kid doing? Is he going to kill the Minotaur and destroy the capital? Self-destructive. Naya, never let that happen. Go stop him. Shi Hui's face turned pale as he yelled. Lushan, go kill Yen Di and solve this crisis. Emperor Longwu's imperial decree was thrown out from the Golden Palace. Ha, me. Ruxin's eyes widened. If Lin Yan really had the ability to fight Tanamano's head-on, he would probably be able to fight the Dragon Martial Emperor head-on. What virtue could he possibly have to kill Lin Yan? But he couldn't help the Dragon Warrior Emperor's holy decree. After all, he was mainly a stupid and loyal persona. If he refused, he would definitely be seen through by Longwu Di, and he had been pretending this persona for so many years for nothing. He could only open the teleportation stiffly. Royal guards, all follow me down to the secret realm. The royal guards who had been snickering from afar. You're going to drag us along with you before you die, aren't you? We remember you, Lord Omurayama. Buzz. The figures of the Umbrosan and the royal guards disappeared. Dragonheart mystic realm. Dang. The Heartbreaker bullhead axe crashed to the ground, and the Minotaur's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees in fear with a plop. It's okay. Nothing at all. The Heartbreaker strike that dealt a whopping 500 million damage didn't even manage to deal any damage to Lin Yan. It was utterly desperate. What? Give up? Lin Yan smiled faintly as he looked at the Minotaur. In his previous life, there were really no players who could raid the Minotaur, pissing off the will of God's earth and eventually taking the initiative to release a detailed raid announcement. To dissolve the symbiotic relationship, you have to shatter the bull's horns of the Minotaur, and shattering the Minotaur's horns requires the aid of 2 items. One is a magic weapon or equipment that can break the field. One type of equipment or magic weapon with the shattering trait. The former could break the connection between the bull's horns and the secret realm, while the latter could shatter the bull's horns. and with the cooperation, the symbiotic relationship could be dissolved. The efficacy of the king beating whip was to disrupt the domain and break all laws with one whip. It could even shield a king's domain of kingship. The ancient divine blade trait of the great summer dragon sparrow was even more of a probability for all epic items to shatter. Fully meets both requirements. It could be said that he had long since gathered the three main attributes of the Raider Minotaur: absolute heart defense, beat king's whip, and Dasha dragon sparrow. Each is aimed at the Minotaur. It's desperate and it should be. Perhaps one really is its natural nemesis. Will you submit? Lin Yan asked silently. The old bull is willing. The Minotaur bent his head. It knew that if it fought any longer, it would only die. The dissolution of the symbiotic relationship was a foregone conclusion, and it couldn't do any harm to Lin Yan, so it could only wait to be hacked to death. Old cows are still afraid of death. Then, sign the contract. Lin Yan smiled black-heartedly and took out the Yen D sect as selling. Is the deed of entering the sect. Chapter 124, Desperate Escape from Urumqi. Signing the contract with the Minotaur. Buzz. The deed is in force. Lin Yan smiled and nodded as the plan passed. With the Minotaur, you can have him guard the gate after selecting the clan's address in the future. An axe for 500 million damage. Who dares to break in? It's just a pity that your ability needs to be bound to a spatial secret realm in order to be performed. After leaving the secret realm, your combat power is nothing more than a false king level. Lin Yan shook his head, somewhat helplessly. Moo. Tanamanos thought for a moment. If my bullhorn can completely evolve into a divine substance and my divine rules can be raised again, it will be able to directly bind to the main world, and my divine skills can be cast in the main world. Lin Yan nodded. But that's hard. He'll keep his eyes peeled for it, though, and if he does, he'll just let the bulls loose in future fights. He won't have to do it himself at all. It's time to get started on the biggest haul this time. Lin Yan grinned as he took out the dragon seal and began to draw on the endless dragon chi in the Dragonheart mystic realm. The Minotaur's eyes widened. Master, you're not in league with them. This sucks the national fortune of the Longxia Empire. Who told you I was with them? Lin Yan rolled his eyes. Dragon chi was the most magical substance in the brilliant sky continent, bar none. After the dragon seal absorbs the dragon chi, it can be awakened and possess endless power. Boom. Soon, Longxi had absorbed enough dragon chi to reach the second consciousness. Thumbs up. Until the last trace of dragon chi in the dragon heart mystic realm was sucked away, and dragon seal reached the perfection of the second awareness. Still a hair short, or you can just triple realize. Lin Yan frowned. The third awakening of a magic treasure would all be a qualitative leap. King Lu allowed the seal of life and death to temporarily triple awaken, and it just opened the gate to the underworld. It seems I'm still killing too little. Lin Yan looked at the seal of life and death. The seal of life and death only required killing to raise the awakening power, but it was still a bit short of the third awakening. You know, he had slashed and killed like crazy all the way, and he didn't know how much blood had been stained on his hands. It didn't even make the seal of life and death triple awakening, so it was clear how difficult it was to triple awaken. The harder it is good, the tougher it is, the greater the boost it will give me after the real awakening. Lin Yan looked forward to it, was thinking about who would be good to kill. Fluctuations came from the Dragonheart mystic realm. Ruxin walked in discreetly with his royal guards. Ruxin cowered at the very back, his obese body almost a ball, his eyes full of fear. Royal guards? Lin Yan grinned. These royal guards were generally of a very high rank. Many of them were master level, and the awakening points gained from killing them were extremely high. The old cow. Lin Yan patted the bull's head of Tanamanos. The Minotaur shivered and looked at Lin Yan. Put on a show with me. Lin Yan revealed a belly laugh. Boom! The ground of the Dragonheart mysterious realm shook as terrifying fluctuations of engagement came from it. Holy! Russian's face went white with fear. I can't believe they're still fighting. How long has it been fighting? This Yen D is actually terrifying to such an extent. To be able to fight a Minotaur with 50 million blood in one hit for so long. This strength, I'm afraid it's not lower than Dragon Martial Emperor. Rumble. Suddenly, a figure shot backwards towards him, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it turned out to be Lin Yan. Don't you come over here. Umurayama's eyes went wide with fear, because immediately following the knocked away Lin Yan in pursuit was the Minotaur Tanamanos. Boom! The people of the Longxia Empire don't keep their word and actually sent so many people to kill me. All of you give Master Nyo death. Tanamanos roared and chopped out with an axe. It was the heart of a royal guard that popped right out, and then a huge force spread out and shattered his body. Holy! Run! Ruxin had long been thinking of just coming in to see what was going on and running away when he saw the Minotaur. I chop! I chop! I chop! I chop! I chop! The Minotaur kept swinging his axe, killing with abandon. Lin Yan, on the other hand, was absorbing the power of killing. The Minotaur was now equivalent to his pet, so naturally he could share in the killing power. Soon, hundreds of royal guards were all turned into mincemeat. Ah! Ruxin is pissing himself that he's the only one left. Die. The Minotaur's eyes were red and he came down with an axe. Holy. Lushan hated Longwu Emperor at this moment. Had I known not to play the loyal dog persona? Something Longwu Emperor is really to the death pit him Block me. He directly threw out the substitute life magic treasure and threw it out directly. Rumble. Dharma treasure transformed into the appearance of Lushan. By this axe split the heart, and then popped into pieces. Ruxin was heartbroken. This magic treasure, it's equivalent to one of his lives. Dare to tease you, Master Nyo? Die. The Minotaur bellowed and slashed out another axe. Core skills. Tonamanos roared and cast his core skill. Out of body. Dodging another bullet for him. Boom. The Minotaur chops his third axe. Buzz. Ruxin finally ran to the edge of the secret realm and dove headfirst, but the axe still grazed his body. 3000 W. Outside the Dragon Heart mystery, Lushan covered his chest. His heart had been shattered and his life was in danger. He crawled to the altar and teleported back to the alabaster square. Umo-Rokusen, what's going on with you? The neocon ministers gathered around. Although Lushan was not a good person, as the first military official, he was superb in battle, even claiming to be the #1 person under the king today, second only to the swordsman of that year. How could he have ended up in such a state? Your Majesty, help me! And Lushan cried out in sorrow. Emperor Longwu frowned, and with some meaty pain, he took out a heart-mending grass and threw it out. What a loser, just going underground to poke around. I can't believe I let myself waste such a precious treasure medicine. Lushan hastily ate the heart tonic grass, only to hang his breath, not completely die. TSK, there are quite a lot of means to save one's life. Lin Yan snickered. He didn't really think about killing Lushan. Killing him would be a complete turnaround with Emperor Longwu. With that villainous heart of Emperor Longwu, it was likely that he would use this reason to refuse to give the remnants of the Book of Truth. Well, you stay here and follow my plan. You'll be of great use later on. Lin Yan waved his hand. Yes, the Minotaur nodded. Now that the Minotaur was his pet, if he wanted to summon him to battle, he could take the shortcut of clan summoning. As long as the distance wasn't too far, it could be summoned with a single thought. Buzz. Lin Yan appeared on the alabaster square and walked out blandly. Yan Di, how are you still alive? Ruxin was like seeing a ghost. You don't realize how scary it is until you fought a Minotaur. Lin Yan had fought with the Minotaur underground for so long, but he didn't die. It's so anticlimactic. The Minotaur conundrum has been solved by me, and here is the staying stone for proof. Lin Yan put out a leave-behind video. It's an image of him signing a mission contract with the Minotaur. In the future, the Minotaur would no longer ask the Dragon Summer Empire to provide blood food, nor would it absorb the dragon energy from the Dragon Heart Mystery Realm. All the people who saw the leave-behind felt like they had their heads drawn. Lushan, in particular, directly exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Chapter 125 Clue from Candle Dragon Divine Providence. Emperor Longwu was cuckolded? How the hell did that happen? The neocon ministers are feeling unbelievable. How could the Minotaur agree to this pact? Cackling. Lushan looked at Lin Yan, confused and scared. He had just been almost killed by a Minotaur, and this one in front of him actually made the Minotaur sign this kind of contract, solving the Longxia Empire's 100-year-old problem. Another legend has been created that was simply not possible. Even as an enemy, one had to admit that Lin Yan was terrifying. Dragon Martial Emperor, follow the contract and give me the remnants of the Book of Truth. Lin Yan reached out directly without half a word of nonsense. Yan Di really has the means. Emperor Longwu had a kind smile on his face, and with a flip of his hand, a remnant page appeared from his hand and floated out from the Golden Palace. Hoo-hoo! Lin Yan confirmed it and put it away. The heart was quite excited. 3 remnants of the Book of Truth. That came together. It's possible to get a clue to the next God-given template. Dragon Martial Emperor, you seem to have forgotten something. Lin Yan looked faintly at the Dragon Martial Emperor. Humph, I've already asked the prince to fetch the king's set, and he'll deliver the item to you tonight. This emperor is rich in the 4 seas and is not so rich that he can't keep his words just because of a rare set of king's equipment. After Emperor Longwu finished speaking, he whisked his sleeves away. He had wanted to use the Minotaur's hand to kill Lin Yan, but he ended up stealing a chicken without being able to do anything about it. He pressed on to fix the Minotaur, because sending 10,000 untouchables down to be blood food every year didn't seem to him to be pressing any losses. The last thing the Longxia Empire lacked was people. Sacrificing a point of useless civilians was not a loss at all in his mind, and was not worth as much as a piece of king's equipment. This congratulates Emperor Yan. Shi Hui and Lushan and the others also congratulated Lin Yan with smiles on their faces before leaving the stage resentfully. Shi Hui, in particular, looked deeply at Lin Yan, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. 7 Heroes Residence. Lin Yan took out 3 remnants of the Book of Truth. These 3 remnant pages, one from the Black Iron City auction, one from the Truth Cult, and one from the Long Xia Imperial family. Each one, hard one. Make sure you don't let me down. It has to be a template clue that is at least true god level. Lin Yan was incomparably looking forward to taking out all 3 residual pages of the Book of Truth. Buzz. The 3 remnants of the page were united into one complete page of the Book of Truth. The handwriting began to appear on the pages of the Book of Truth. Buzz. These were handwriting that Lin Yan did not recognize, but he was able to read the meaning of it. It looks like it should be an ancient dragon text. As he read, Lin Yan's pupils opened wider and wider, and his breathing became rapid. This is how Candle Cave opens. Lin Yan gulped in disbelief. According to the pages of the Book of Truth, if one could clear the Candle Dragon Cave copy, one would be able to obtain the divine gift template of the ancient Candle Dragon. Ancient Candle Dragon, also known as Candle Join, in the mountain and sea scriptures are all demon ancestor level existences, mastering the power of nature in space and time. He is the embodiment of nature. In the account of the Sermon on the Mount, he had the face of a man and the body of a serpent. It is reddish in color and has long vertical eyes. When it closes its eyes, the world becomes night. When it opens them, it becomes day. It doesn't eat, sleep or breathe. It can manipulate natural wind and rain, and it can illuminate the land of the shadowy mist, which is the Candle Dragon, one of the legendary ancestral dragons, the supreme god in the Chinese divine lineage. Even the heavenly emperors of the flood mythological period were afraid of it. Lin Yan couldn't believe the account in front of him. This isn't opening an SSR, this is drawing a plug-in. The supreme gods are outside of the 10,000 laws and don't care to take part in the battle of the 10,000 races. But I'm actually here. Seeing Candle Join's divine gift template, Lin Yan frowned. It gave him a whiff of something unusual. Or maybe I'm overthinking it. The supreme gods have always done whatever they wanted. It's probably just a matter of doing as they please. Lin Yan muttered. As long as he could obtain the Candle Dragon template, his strength would, inevitably, once again usher in a wave of counterintuitive growth. This stencil, I'm aiming for it. Lin Yan's gaze burned. However, to open the Candle Dragon Cave, the blood of a dragon's heir is required. Where to get the blood of this heir to the dragon? This is not a dragon's heir in the cultural sense. Rather, it's in the physical sense. It takes the bloodline offspring born from the mating of a true dragon and a human to be counted as the blood of a dragon man. He spoke this dilemma to Yuan Tianrun. Yuan Tianrun's eyes brightened. I really do know the answer to this question. Oh, Lin Yan raised his eyebrows. Princess Shaki. Yuan Tianrun's eyes were serious. She is the descendant of the true dragon heavenly son. Ha! Lin Yan's eyes widened. He's not the daughter of Dragon Martial Emperor. He was pretty sure that Long Wudi was purely human and had nothing to do with dragons. Yuan Tianrun shook his head. TSK. Lin Yan ventriloquized. No wonder Long Wudi didn't like Xia Qi and made things difficult for her. So her mom cuckolded Long Wudi. It's not what you think. Yuan Tianrun's hands were trembling, and when he thought about this matter, there was uncontrollable killing intent in his eyes. May I hear it? Lin Yan also corrected his color and asked. The matter is classified as off-limits. There are many eyes and ears here, and we are being watched. Yuan Tianrun sighed. No need to worry. A clear and graceful voice came. Ha! Yuan Tianrun's pupils shrunk. Xing Daozi's few people all turned their heads instantly, looking at the incoming woman with disbelief. Princess Xia Qi, aren't you under house arrest in a deep palace and not allowed to travel? Princess Shaki. Several of the heroes were thrilled and stirred. It's all thanks to Emperor Yan. Xia Qi smiled and looked over. If it wasn't for him solving the centuries-old problems of the Long Xia Empire one after another, I wouldn't have had the excuse to leave the deep palace. She was a princess of a dynasty, and it was natural for her to console the heroes of her country in the right name. Lin Yan sized up this Princess Xia Qi. She was all in damask and silk, elegant and unassuming, and really had a kind of big country nobility. But it was a pity that she had been confined to the deep palace for a long time, and her condition didn't look too good. Greetings to Emperor Yan. Xia Qi bowed to Lin Yan, her posture lowered. Meet Princess Shaki. Lin Yan cupped his fists and was not arrogant. There's nothing we can't talk about today that these ears out here can't detect here. Princess Shaki smiled slightly. Having been watched and probed for a long time, she had created her own secret method to isolate herself from probing. Yes, Lin Yan asked directly. I want to confirm, Princess Xia Qi, whether or not she's a dragon man bloodline. Princess Xia Qi nodded. My father is the great Xia Dragon Emperor, and my mother is a true dragon. I'm naturally of draconian blood, the Dragon Emperor of Daxia. Lin Yan frowned. This name, he was somewhat unfamiliar. P.S. Special thanks to Lazy Sleeping Duck for the big reward. Chapter 126 Long Xia Empire Secret Story. Atmospheric Princess Xia Qi. He was the previous monarch of the Dragon Summer Empire. Yuan Tianrun said in a deep voice. Ha! Lin Yan was a bit surprised. Wasn't Emperor Longwu the founding king of the Longxia Empire? Yuan Tianren shook his head. It is said that Emperor Longwu got the country incorrectly. Many years ago, the land of Longxia was in a state of war and internal and external chaos. The Dragon Emperor of Daxiao rises from mediocrity, faces crises head-on, fights in all directions, and is valiant for a lifetime. It eventually unified the land of Longxia and once again forged the backbone of the Longxia people. He was supposed to be the founding king of the Longxia Empire, but he was backstabbed by his brother, Emperor Longwu, and forced to steal the country. We old ministers wanted to fight to the death, but the only blood of the Dragon Emperor, Princess Shachi, was controlled in the hands of the Dragon Martial Emperor. When he ascended the throne, he had promised that he was only clearing the ruler's side, temporarily holding the throne, and when he died, he would still pass the throne to Princess Xiaoqi. Many things happened at that time. Eventually we and others had to compromise. From then on, the ministers of the Longxia Empire were divided into the new faction and the old faction. The new faction was the courtiers who embraced Emperor Longwu. The old school, on the other hand, is us, the old ministers who support Princess Shaki. Lin Yan nodded. So the Longxia Empire still had such a dusty past. It would be strange for a cheap bastard like Longwu Di to pass the position back to Xiaoqi. But power struggles are never about right and wrong, only about winning and losing. The old school lost the fight at the time, so it had to hold on to that fantasy as well, waiting for the flip-flop moment. Although we also know that he is unlikely to abdicate voluntarily, as long as he has made that promise. We can then use this as a reason to rally the people and bide our time. Even if we overthrow him at that time, it will still be in name only. Flames flickered in Yuan Tianren's eyes. They've waited too long for this day. Unfortunately, after he actually came to power, he constantly targeted the old school and imprisoned Princess Shaki. There was also gagging and word jail among the people. Now, not many people, basically, remember him stealing the country. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. Indeed, history is written by those who win. History books, experts, and news are all brainwashing tools for the emperor, and the truth is not allowed to be talked about. So it won't take long for the truth to be buried in the sands of history. Do you have any great plans for restoration today? Lin Yan asked. Yuan Tianren and Cheng Daozi looked at each other and nodded. Not bad. It's a pity that now that Emperor Longwu has been in charge of the country for so many years, his power has long been as strong as ever. Its strength is unfathomable, and the success of our plan cannot be surmised. Well, Lin Yan nodded. I can help you, Yan Di. I can lend you my true blood, but I need you to promise me one condition. Princess Shaki made a timely request. What? Lin Yan raised his eyebrows. There are a total of 9 main cities in the Longxia Empire, totaling 9 states, and we need to take control of at least 5 of them. Princess Xiaoqi said with a straight face. What the forces of the old school hold today are only the 2 main cities of the Sword Pavilion and the Heavenly Pivot. We need 3 more main cities. If you can help us take the 3 main cities, I can promise you that. Princess Shaki unfolded the contract. It contains their detailed plans. You will create a band of rebels and take the city in the name of the rebels. After taking down the 3 main cities, then change course and just switch to the old school banner? In this way, the 5 states of the 9 states are all in your hands, thus controlling most of the resources of the Dragon Summer Earth, and then set off the banner of setting things right and welcoming Princess Xiaoqi to the throne of the country. Lin Yan nodded. This move to steal the sky was interesting. Good. The deed stands. The Candle Dragon Divine Gift. He had to get it. And according to the records of the Book of Truth, the Candlewick Divine Gift is likely to be a twin Divine Gift template. As long as you get it, you can go up 2 steps in a row. Moreover, he also needed a lot of killing to make the Seal of Life and Death triple awakening. He had a strong feeling about it. As long as the Seal of Life and Death was 3 awakenings, he would receive endless benefits. And starting a national war is the most direct shortcut to gaining kill points. Ha! Yuan Tianren didn't even expect Lin Yan to agree so dryly. According to this kid's temperament, shouldn't he have asked for a little more free attribute points or something like that as an added bonus? But well, I think this is too big a task. We need to break it down into 3 phases to accomplish it. Every time you finish you have to give me a little feedback. Otherwise it's a little too boring. Lin Yan casually found a reason to start talking nonsense. Here it comes. Sure enough, here it comes. Cheng Daozi and Yuan Tianren looked at each other and sighed in relief. That's right. It would be wrong if Lin Yan didn't take advantage of the opportunity to knock him off. Get comfortable. Princess Xiaoqi quickly responded and smiled faintly. Good. For every large city that is raided, I'll give you 500 free attribute points, 1 king's epic equipment, and 10 skill books. There are also all kinds of treasures. Forget about the amount. The detailed list I will directly show you. You feel free to pick in it. No. Yuan Tianren screamed miserably. What's the point of letting this kid see meat? He chooses? The hell if he does. He'll take them all. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to speak. Lin Yan, on the other hand, nodded in satisfaction. This Princess Xiaqi and Emperor Longwu were rather two extremes. If Emperor Longwu was a petty emperor, when Princess Xiaqi came to power, she could probably rate an atmospheric female emperor. Princess Xiaqi is atmospheric. In that case I'll take this mission. Lin Yan looked at Princess Xiaqi's list of treasures and couldn't stop smiling. Worthy of being the queen of the dragon men, the royal princess. The family is just rich and plentiful. Quite a few of the treasures inside were ones he wanted. Princess Xiaqi nodded. It's good that Emperor Yan is satisfied. You can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. Since she had placed her treasure on Lin Yan, she would naturally go all out to pull it together. After all, this could be her only chance to turn her life around. Years of preparation and a clear conscience is at stake. This is a matter of character and objective fact. Just as a few people were talking about it, a chanting voice sounded. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Send the king's kit to come. This is. Greetings to all the heroes and seniors. Sister Xiaqi is also here. Long Chengqian changed his arrogance from when he first met. Warm as jade, humble and courteous, as if he was a different person. Yan Emperor, please forgive me. Yesterday I was also ordered by my father and had no choice but to test you. Long Chengqian arched his hand, his posture lowered. Lin Yan nodded. He knew that Long Chengqian had other plans. It wouldn't be as simple as he made it sound. But since you're here to give me a gift, age of Yuan. Several of Yuan Tianrun's faces all stiffened. Long Chengqian is the emperor's son. The future Longwu emperor will certainly pass the throne to the crown prince. It was reasonable to say that the crown prince and their old faction were the greatest enemies, and now that they saw Princess Xiaqi plotting with them, it reached the ears of Emperor Longwu. Don't worry, I'm only here to deliver the equipment tonight, and nothing I see, hear or talk about will fall on my father's ears. Long Chengqian smiled slightly and pointed out the worries of Yuan Tianrun and the others. Chapter 127 Immortal Golden Body. Fusing the king's set. This is the rare king's suit that father promised you. After Long Chengqian handed the suit over to Lin Yan, he exchanged pleasantries for a while longer, leaving behind a bunch of gifts that he personally wanted to give, and then left. This crown prince, he's really impenetrable. After Long Chengqian left, Yuan Tianrun frowned and said, the prince had never had much of a presence, and now that he was behaving in such a way that it was impossible to see his true purpose, it was really confusing. By all rights, the crown prince should be firmly in Emperor Longwu's faction. Yuan Tianrun analyzed. After all, Emperor Longwu will definitely pass the throne to him after his great death. He has no reason to plot against him. That's not necessarily true. Lin Yan shook his head. Could it be that little friend Yendi has some brilliant advice? Cheng Daozi came to be interested and asked. This person, Emperor Longwu, killed his brother and usurped the throne, and is petty-minded. Yet he favors the son of his so much. It's quite abnormal. Lin Yan shook his head. A stingy person treating his own son won't be any different. That a miserly man should be so giving to others only proves that this man to whom he is giving has something more precious in return than what he is giving. Emperor Longwu has designs on even the crown prince. Yuan Tianrun reacted. He's still human. A tiger's venom doesn't eat his son. Lin Yan sneered. It's hard to say. Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. In short, Long Chengqian probably sensed some of Emperor Longwu's intentions and was unwilling to be reduced to a pawn. That's why these manifestations make sense. Xing Daozi and the others nodded. In that case, it seems that the crown prince may not be a force that cannot be fought for. We've been considering him out before. Subconsciously assuming that he's one of the Dragon Martial Emperor's people is a bit too arbitrary. Try to make some contact with him. Princess Xiaqi nodded her head as well. Then he looked at Lin Yan. If you execute this plan, you can't reveal that you left the capital. Otherwise, Emperor Longwu could easily guess that the rebels are connected to us. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. You can make me do that? Princess Xiaqi nodded. I once obtained a great chance. A core skill inheritance called Immortal Golden Body. As long as you acquire the skill, you can mold a physical cultivator's golden body that is indistinguishable from your own. As long as you leave your immortal golden body in the capital, you can muddle through. Lin Yan's eyes brightened. Immortal Gold Body. This is one of the top core skills. It was also the first choice among the core skills he had ever considered. It was said that this immortal golden body, which was left behind by a immortal powerhouse who had risen to power in the ancient past, was rated as one of the strongest core skills in the ancient world. It's worth a lot more than an unusual God-given template, because, as long as one condenses the immortal golden body, it comes with several body-refining aptitudes: Dharma, heaven and earth, dripping blood and rebirth, and breaking the eye of delusion. The equivalent of birth comes with a divine gift template. Moreover, unlike avatars, bilocations could exist in heaven and earth for a long time, which was equivalent to truly possessing another body. It is also commonly known as driving a trumpet. You're giving me something so valuable straight away. Even if you think Princess Shaki is atmospheric, this is a bit too atmospheric. The atmosphere is a bit outrageous. Princess Xiaoqi smiled faintly. Since we're going to cooperate, then I naturally have to show sincerity. The cultivation requirements of the immortal golden body were extremely harsh. One must already possess the divine providence template and be no more than the third rank and no more than 30 years old to cultivate it. Suffice it to say, you're the only candidate I've come across that attaches to its criteria. Even if it stays in my hands, it won't be of much use, so it's better to use it to increase the strength of my allies, isn't it? Lin Yan nodded. Those who were able to get a divine providence template before the age of 30, during the period of an elite professional, were probably not many in the entire divine soil. That's a harsh condition indeed. Then I am flattered. Lin Yan received the immortal golden body skill book. After I cultivate immortal gold, I'll leave the capital and start planning. Lin Yan stood up and looked at blacksmith Wang. By the way, old Wang, this is a crippled king's soldier I obtained earlier. Will you see if you can fix it? Wang Hao received the king's sword and his eyes lit up. This is actually a legendary level king's sword? Where did you get it from? Lin Yan shook his head. He only knew that at that point in time, the White Wolf Guild had gotten the legendary king's soldier. Pressed to know how they acquired it. However, he only knew that later on, the White Wolf Guild was approached by the zombie king Evil Chi and slaughtered, and then that king's soldier disappeared. Perhaps that king's soldier was descended with the awakening of the zombie king Evil Chi. On their way to find the Evil Chi, they were cut off by the White Wolf Guild. Lin Yan smiled. That's just speculation. The exact facts, I'm afraid, will never be made clear. Even the Poison Duke was probably not sure who the original owner of this weapon was. Give me a few days. I have a way to fix it. Wang Blacksmith was very confident. He was the #1 blacksmith in the Long Xia Empire. If he couldn't fix it, I don't think anyone else will be able to. It's just that after it's fixed, it still needs a drop of the king's blood to activate it. At that time, this drop of king's blood will be all yours to find. In today's brilliant sky continent, a king was invincible without an emperor. There were only a few kings of the Black Iron King on the bright side, and the others were hidden as much as possible as the underpinnings of a great power. Therefore, the blood of a king is extremely rare. Okay, I'll figure it out. Lin Yan nodded. After the plan is finalized, Lin Yan then began to fuse the newly obtained Rare King set. This set, there are 4 pieces: upper body armor, lower body armor, boots and a lance. Don't look at just the rare level. That wasn't something that an ordinary king could get either. At least it was a gold king above the middle rank like the Black Iron King that would have the chance to put together a set. If it was the Silver King, then basically don't even think about it. All of the ascending kings, at least, require a full rank silver template to ascend. If one of the templates is not a silver template for the first few orders, they all have to blow up the template and retake it in order to advance to king. A silver king is the lowest level of king. There is no such thing as a bronze king. Buzz. After the fusion, the attributes explode. Armor alone skyrocketed by 30 million. Attacks skyrocketed close to 1 million. The boots, which are the centerpiece of the set, even increase his movement speed by 5 and agility by 1. This was the terrifying attribute of the king's set. A set of rare king's equipment can give me such a huge boost, so if I empty the Long Xia Empire's arsenal, wouldn't I be directly invincible? Lin Yan was incomparably looking forward to it. Chapter 128, The Yanlong Mountain Bandits. Lin Yan checked the attribute panel. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Identity, head of the Yendi sect. Occupation, Sito, eternal warrior. Grade, 29. Life, 1110W. Armor, 7283W. Attack, 200W. Physical resistance, 3000. Mana resistance, 3000. Mana, 5000. Move speed, 18. Attack speed, 4. 2. Agility, 10. Blood recovery speed, 1%. Blood absorption, 16%. Strike, 26%. Armor absorption, 24,000. Armor penetration, 10W. Counter damage, 1W. Equipment, Hedgehog, white. Soft hedgehog pants, white. Swordsman's helmet, legendary. Sword and sorcery boots, white. Dasha dragon sparrow, gold. Thunder ring, legendary. Ultimate artifact, unique. Effect, infinite fusion equipment, 4th order. Skills. Stacked waves and 3 blades, 3 stars, Inferno blade, 3 stars, 9 thunderbolts of lightning, 4 stars, Eye of detection, 4 stars, false disengagement of battle, 3 stars, sword drawing, 2 stars, reinstatement in place, divine gift, ability, a drop of divine blood, spring of life, talent, growth, theocracy, dice of life, treasure, seal of life and death, cloak of water avoidance, cloak of invisibility, fan of awakening heart, whip of the beating king, ring of blood avoidance, dragon seal. Enhancement template, Sito * warrior of eternal life, divine, gorgeous, incredibly gorgeous, Lin Yan sked. The blood armor value was now upwards of 80 million, and the attack power was 2 million. This panel, it's enough to abuse a Silver King. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth lifted. It's only been a little over a month since he was reborn, and he's already mixed up as a data monster. As long as I can kick the cheap emperor off the throne, according to Shaki's big hand, I might actually be allowed to go to the armory and let loose a handful of times. Lin Yan gulped. Thinking so, it strengthened his determination to kick Emperor Longwu off the throne. Lin Yan clicked Immortal Golden Body to learn it. Soon, dawn. Lin Yan looked at the man in front of him who looked exactly like himself and smiled slightly. I'm so handsome. This, then, is his Immortal Golden Body. Buzz. The experience beads were thrown out, and the Golden Body directly reached level 9. Buzz. The Immortal Golden Body upgraded without the slightest pause at all, and the self-contained physical cultivation divine endowment template within his body hummed, allowing him to advance automatically. Soon, the Immortal Golden Body came to the full level of level 29 professional. Well, even the levels are exactly the same. There's no risk of any exposure now. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction. Next, it's time to fuse the equipment. For each type of equipment, only one can be fused. If you wanted to fuse equipment for your doppelganger, you could no longer position him as a warrior. Bodywork. Lin Yan grinned. The normal way of thinking is that physical cultivation is used to build into warriors, fighters, and meat shields. However, Lin Yan had a different idea. That's assassin. Who says assassins are brittle? He's going to be the strongest assassin ever. Buzz. Soon, Lin Yan fused the assassin's main weapon to the Immortal Golden Body. As for the equipment on his body, he didn't have the time and energy to fuse it, just as a puppet to prove himself in the capital then. This was enough for now. You guys don't need to follow me, otherwise I'll be too passive to Old Man Yuan and the others after my identity is exposed. After Lin Yan instructed Shen Youwei and the others, he left. Buzz. He directly used the Great Movement Talisman and casually grabbed a passerby and got the information. This was the Xia Prefecture of the Dragon Summer 9 Prefectures, and the main city was Yanxia City. First, we'll go to the main force that the old school forces have laid down in Yanxia City. Inferno Dragon Mountain. There is a group of powerful bandits here, a great danger to the entire Yanxia City. Extremely powerful, known as the Yanlong Bandits. It is claimed to have a bandit population of 100,000 people. The 9 pawns, the weakest of which are all gold heroes. The city lord of Yanxia City was pressured to do nothing with the Yanlong Bandit Corps. After all, Emperor Longwu was extremely petty, and there was no way he would spend his own forces to help quell local banditry. This can be seen from the Falling Devil Mountain and the altar of the Underworld Village, whether it is to his own people or people from the old school. This Longwu emperor is the same stingy really don't know how such a person sat on the throne for so many years. Lin Yan shook his head, somewhat puzzled. Along the way, Lin Yan had also heard a lot of the people's discussions. The Yanlong bandits, who only rob the rich and give to the poor, hardly ever hit the poor. Even if there's the occasional thing like that, they all punish bandits who break the rules. The people living near the Yanlong mountain are happier than those living a little farther away from the main city. Even in the main city, one might still be oppressed and bullied by those damn corrupt officials and soldiers. In the vicinity of Yanlong mountain, however, this won't happen. That's right. If you ask me, I feel that these chiefs of the Yanlong mountain definitely have big plans in mind. Maybe they're plotting something. Do they dare to plot a rebellion? Rebellion is best. Finish off those dog officials in the main city who are mucking around. They are much better than those corrupt officials when they become officials. They're bandits. What's the difference between those who are officials and bandits? Established bandits. Listen to the chatter. Lin Yan smiled. He wore the concealment mask gifted by Princess Shaki, and his appearance and breath all changed. The Inferno Dragon Bandit Corps is the dark chess piece that the old school forces have planted in Xiaozhou, waiting to be activated at any time. However, according to the information given by Xia Qi, the Yanlong should only have 3 leaders who are her people, and the rest of the forces and members were all developed later. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. This time, to activate the dark chess, we have to solve some troubles. After all, a force has been developing outside for a long time. The hearts of the people are still united, and these newcomers, what are they thinking inside? That cannot be said. Chat, the income of this book has not been high. More than 100 a day really do not have the motivation to keep writing. It will be written at a super fast pace next, probably finished by the end of this month or early next month. 9 Suns has always been guaranteed in the aspect of guaranteeing the completion of the book. On reflection, this book is a plot stream that 9 Suns intends to break through and write, with the main attraction being the detailed data and plot story building. But apparently the mainstream readers of Tomatoes don't eat it up. There's not much of a future in writing plot flow at Tomato, so it's back to the old ways for the next book. Getting ready to get a book that is pure super duper awesome. This is the type of thing that eats up traffic and manuscript money. Finally, If you like this book, you can check out my old book, $3 Coke for the opening and $80 million supercars for the rebate. As well as, Doomsday, it makes sense for me to trade zombies for maids, right? Both can be seen on the author's page. Just click on my avatar. Finally, every day should release some settings, which were done before writing the book. It's also a reminder to myself not to even consider writing in any genre other than pure awesome until the platform winds change. Chapter 129, Who's a Traitor? Soon, he arrived at Yanlong Mountain. Stop! The bandit guarding the door was furious and droned. Lin Yan directly showed his cards. According to the orders given from above, when you see the order of the Yanlong, you should immediately take this lord to see the walled city lord. Humph. Yeah, this Inferno Dragon order. I think it's clearly a fake. At this moment, a burly man in black armor walked out. 6 chiefs. The guards on watch looked somewhat uncertain. You go back. The Yanlong Bandit Corps is the Yanlong Bandit Corps and has nothing to do with anyone. You want to take a Yanlong order that you don't know if it's real or fake. And you want to order our hard-earned foundation. How childish. The 6th chief was indifferent. Yeah, Lin Yan laughed. Since you don't want to complete the mission, then go to hell. He blasted out. And the great summer dragon sparrow was sheathed. The many bottom cards are all out. The moment he struck, it was the 9 lightning flashes, the song in the snow, and the stacked waves 3-blade combo. Humph. Seek death. The 6 chiefs' aura climbed. The power of a level 89 golden hero skyrocketed, and his halberd chopped out in a majestic manner. Boom boom boom. Lin Yan's sword chi filled the rainbow. The sword collided with the halberd, sending sand and rocks flying. The commotion of the engagement quickly attracted several other leaders of the Yanlong walled city. Only the great chief was slow to show up. What are you all looking at? The fruit stealer has appeared. All of you who don't want to be plucked from the fruit, come with me. Old 6 yelled. He felt a great deal of pressure. Lin Yan's attack was so terrifying that tens of millions of blood were taken out just after they met. Without knowing it, I thought I had met a false king. But upon closer inspection, he's only level 39. It's outrageous. Boom boom boom. We're here to help you. 2 other chiefs also rushed up. The oldest 4, the oldest 7. These 2, both of them, were level 90 or above golden heroes. Boom. Lin Yan sneered and looked around. Anyone else of you want to make a move? Go together, lest you won't have a chance in a while. Together. All 3 of old 6 were frightened by Lin Yan. This strength, it's horrible. All 3 of their golden heroes couldn't hold their own, so they had to summon their inner circle and the troops they could mobilize to join them. I'll see who dares to do it. The 2nd and 3rd were furious. When we established the Yanlong walled city, we made it clear that we were merely forces entrusted by a mysterious lord to establish. When you see the Inferno Dragon order, you have to obey the order of the bearer. They ordered their men to snipe the person who made a move on Lin Yan. The few remaining chiefs either wavered or made up their minds to wait and see. The entire Yanlong mountain was suddenly in chaos. 100,000 bandits shouted and killed to the heavens. The people around Yanlong mountain were scared to death, wondering why the righteous bandits, who had always been considered conscientious, had suddenly erupted into a huge disagreement today. The sound of killing rushed to the sky, and everyone was bathed in blood. Lin Yan's blade was fast to the extreme. In 1 second, you can chop 4 or 5 times. Every blade has at least 2 million attack power. Snort! The heads of old 4, old 6, and old 7 were all quickly decapitated. The restless Yanlong mountain was quiet. Wavering? Kill! Lin Yan knew. To fight Yanxia City with the class of Yanlong mountain, there must be internal unity without any traitors. Emperor Langu was even more petty. But the national strength of the Longxia Empire could not be underestimated. With something as risky as treason, the team is not well led with a bunch of 2-biters on the team. Boom boom boom. He was extremely decisive and struck out frantically. There was simply no one who could block him, and anyone who was targeted by him all perished quickly. One strong man after another fell. Lin Yan went on a killing spree. After a day and night of great cleansing, there are only 40,000 elite soldiers left in Yanlong Mountain. They have a firm gaze. All of them are warriors who are determined to fight against the Dragon Warrior Emperor. The 2nd and 3rd oldest looked at Lin Yan in a daze, somewhat incredulous. The person sent by the Princess Sama is actually this fierce. He, alone, had cut down at least 20,000 to 30,000 people this day. The rest, that's what they led the extermination of. Great! With such a strong person leading the team, why do we have to worry about not accomplishing great things? They were all loyal and wanted to kill Emperor Longwu. It's all fun at the moment. Where is your walled city lord? Lin Yan asked directly. This. The 2nd and 3rd looked at each other, a little confused. They are also confused. Finally, the boss finally stepped out with a smile and clasped his fists. Ha ha. Envoy, don't blame me. I was busy studying things. I didn't even know that you had come. I was just finishing up here when I realized you've cleared out all the rebels. It all saves me from having to do it. Call it to me next. Just cooperate with me in attacking Yanxia City. Lin Yan sneered. You hide on one side and see which side wins. So you help which side? Was my guess right? You're more hateful than those bandits when you're a member of the Xiaoqi. Yet you're so disloyal. Oh, don't be so bloody mean. The boss looked at the second and third. If you want to move me, then what do the second and third think? You are strong, but without the support of our large army, I don't think it will be easy for you to accomplish anything. What? Do you want to kill off the Yanlong village? It's not that it's unavoidable. Lin Yan grinned. He wants to make a big kill right now. Ahem. Boss, don't bring us in when you talk. You did do something wrong today. We are supposed to be the princess's people, and when the envoy comes, the Yanlong walled city is supposed to be taken over by the envoy, and what he says is what he says. There will be absolutely no disagreement between the two of us. Information that can be released at this time, Round 1, Class Settings, and corresponding blood and attack power settings. These are basic synthesized settings. The differences in each profession, the different stats floating around each level, are set according to this intermediate amount. Level 1, Apprentice Life 100, Attack 5, Extreme Attack Power, 30% gain per level. Level 9, 400, 28. Level 10, Professional, Bronze Progression doubled. Level 10, Bronze Template Professional 840. Silver Advancement Triple, 1260. Gold Advancement Quintuple, 2100. Divine Advancement Tenfold, 4200. Blood gains 15% per level, all in accordance with their respective base levels. Bronze +1, attacks affixed to 1/20th of blood, diminishing with template ascension. Level 29, Bronze, 3300, 150. Silver, 4620, 200. Gold, 7700, 310. Divine Providence, 15, 400, 410. Level 30, Elite Professional, Bronze Advancement doubled, 6600, 300. Silver Advancement Triple, 1, 4W, 500. Gold Advancement Quintuple, 3, 85W, 1000. Divine Advancement Tenfold, 15W, 3000. Blood gain 15% per level, all according to their respective base levels. Bronze +1 time. Grade 49. Bronze, 2, 7W, 1200. Silver, 5, 4W, 2000. Gold, 15W, 4000. Divine Gift, 57, 5W, 8000. Chapter 130 Golden Inferno Dragon Army. The second and the third oldest all said with their hands in a row. Aha! Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction and grinned at the boss. You heard it too? You two traitors. The boss is fuming. You're the traitor. Suffer death. Lin Yan shouted angrily and killed with his sword. Boom! The terrifying blade chi transformed by the Inferno blade chopped down, instantly severing the boss's weapon. What? I'm an epic weapon. Boss stared wide-eyed, feeling incredulous. Buzz. Lin Yan used the Batusai chop. The battling slash had already been upgraded to 2 stars with his proficiency, and with a few hundred more times, it would be upgraded to 3 stars. The light of the blade rose and the boss's armor was chopped to pieces. Die for me. Lin Yan landed a stacked wave triple slash, and up to 2 million damage prompts came out like waves, frantically bouncing off the boss's head. Dash 200W, dash 400W. Almost in the blink of an eye, the up to level 99 golden hero was decimated. The scene made everyone gulp as they watched. This envoy, he's just too fierce. From now on, the Yanlong Mountain Fortress is under my command. Who else has any objections? Lin Yan indifferently scanned the surroundings. Greetings, Chief. Many members bowed their heads. From now on, the Yanlong Bandit Corps has changed its name to the Yanlong Army, and we are no longer bandits. What we want is the whole world. Lin Yan looked in the direction of Yanxia City with a murderous gaze. Within 3 days, capture Yanxia main city. What? The members of the Inferno Dragon Bandit Corps were all a bit confused. Most of them didn't know the original intent of the Yanlong Bandit Corps' founding, and they were all developed in later. Now that he heard that Lin Yan was actually going to take the main city and even pull the emperor down, they were all appalled and shocked in their hearts. Some people felt hot, some people felt crazy, and some people felt a lot of fear. Listen to me, all of you. Those who don't want to participate, I'll pay for the trip home. Those who want to take part in this great endeavor, I will not be shortchanged. Now make your choice. In a minute, I want to see your decisions, Lin Yan said indifferently. After a minute, no objections appeared. After all, they've all fallen on hard times, so they must have no choice. They only had this one way to go, either to die or to overthrow the Longxia Empire. We're with you. That's right. Chief, give the order. You point east. We'll never go west. The Inferno Dragon Army all roared. Yes. Lin Yan nodded. Satisfied, he took a big swing. The banner of the Inferno Dragon Bandit Corps fell. Changing of the cord. The flag belonging to the Yanlong army was raised. All members of the Inferno Dragon army will receive enough experience beads. Enough for you to upgrade to the completion of this stage. This is my meet and greet gift to you. If your ascension templates aren't gold ranked, all of them blow up and retool themselves for me. I don't allow my men, who still practice with silver moldings. I want the whole army clear of gold stencils. If you don't have a gold stencil, find me to claim it. Lin Yan raised his arms. The whole army was abuzz. Everything Lin Yan said was too crazy. It's unbelievable. It was fantastic. All gold stencils, even the gold templates of the heroic order he offers. And there's no limit to the resources and experience. All of them will be directly promoted to the full level of this rank. Grandma, new chief, you are my regenerative parent. Whoever wants to touch you will step over my corpse first. The soldiers were frenzied to the core. Lin Yan crossed his arms and said, in the future, all of you, but those of you who have made military achievements, can approach me to exchange for experience beads and templates on a proportional basis, either experience beads or gold templates. As long as you have enough military service, I can give you everything you want. All you guys need to do is to follow me. I promise to make the Yanlong army an invincible army that will sweep across the Huangtian continent. Long live the chief. To live is the soul of the Yanlong. To die is the ghost of the Yanlong. We recognize only you in this life. The Inferno Dragon army roared. The second and third oldest looked at the uplifted military spirit and looked at Lin Yan, who had raised his arms, and muttered in their hearts, why does this guy feel more dangerous than the boss? He doesn't look like one of Princess Shaki's men. Sweeping across the Huangtian continent. Take a look at this statement. How ambitious he is. Really? Lin Yan directly waved his hand and scattered countless experience beads. Cultivate to your heart's content. You guys will be invincible in battle. He doesn't mince words. After all, his experience beads were almost inexhaustible. Princess Sharky was generous enough. He couldn't be stingy either. And since he was going to cooperate, he was going to give it his all. Destroying Emperor Lanwu was also his claim. Moreover, he wasn't practicing for Xiaoqi, the leader of the Yanlong army. Was him and only him. This is a power that is uniquely his. The future Yan Di sect's first army of protectors. Boom boom boom. Various breakthrough sounds and movements resounded throughout Yanlong Mountain. Tonight is destined to be a night of revelry. Day 2. The entire Inferno Dragon army had all been upgraded to at least elite professional third order perfection, which was level 49, and all clear gold moldings. This concept is extremely scary. 40,000 golden third order consummate, fighting spirit charged elite soldiers. Who wouldn't be emboldened by the sight of them? The way I see it, we could totally call the Golden Inferno Dragon army. It's too crazy. Looking at the entire brilliant sky continent, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find an army that consists of all gold template warriors. The second and third had been looking dumbfounded for the past 2 days. They had also received the experience beads provided by Lin Yan and had risen to level 99 golden heroes. And their combat power was no longer the same as yesterday. All of you, at my command, set out for Yensha. We'll do it all at once. Lin Yan stepped on the white scaly dragon and waved his sword to the east. March! March! The Yanlong army's battle intent was soaring. Its horrifying will to fight. That the Yanlong battle spirit was revealed in midair, causing people to look at it with fear and trepidation. Information that can be released at this time. Round 2, rank settings, and corresponding blood and attack power settings. These are basic synthesized settings. The differences in each profession, the different stats floating around each level, are set according to this intermediate amount. Watershed. Thereafter enter the data adjustment stage. This stage of the base multiplier +1. Note, template except blood. Other values are not in accordance with the multiplier increase. The professions, branches here begin to reveal the characteristics of the special value of a certain aspect of the value of the statement of the special numerical items. Level 50, Master Professional. Bronze Advancement Triple, 8. 1W, 3500. Silver Progression Quadruple, 21. 6W, 6000. Gold Advancement 6 times, 90W, 2W. Divine Advancement tenfold, 500W, 5W. Blood gain 10% per level, all according to their respective base level gain. God's Gift according to the gold 2 times the base plus and rounded up. Bronze plus 1 time, class 69. Bronze, 25W, 8000. Silver, 65W, 1, 5W. Gold, 261W, 5W. Divine Providence, 1000W, 15W. Level 70, Heroic. Bronze Advancement 2x, 50W, 1, 5W. Silver Advancement 3x, 195W, 4W. Gold Advancement 5x, 1305W, 20W. Divine Advancement 10x, 1e, 100w, 5% gain per level. According to their respective base level gain, God's Gift according to the gold 2 times the base plus and rounded. Bronze plus 1 time, class 99. Bronze, 100w, 3w. Silver, 500w, 7, 8w. Gold, 2550w, 39w. Divine Gift, 1, 5e, 138w. Chapter 131, The Battle of Broken Soul Valley. Holy, what's going on here? The Inferno Dragon Bandit Corps has come out in full force. Is this going to be some kind of big move? Now people are called the Inferno Dragon Army. Look at the direction they set off in. It's toward Yanxia main city. Gulp. It can't really be that I'm right, can it? They are going to rebel. The people around them were talking and getting excited. Looking at the terrifying aura of the Yanlong army, they were all in a boiling mood. The main city of hot summer. Yan Filong, the city lord of Yanxia main city, was eating and drinking with several other metropolitans. They are poor and extravagant. Since Emperor Langu stole the country, all the loyal and brave men have been pretty much framed. Those in power are all these corrupt officials. There is no care in the world to manage his territory, only to enjoy his own happiness. In the entire Dragon Summer, only the 2 main cities of Sword Pavilion and Heaven's Pivot managed by the old faction were still okay. But these 2 main cities were the 2 coolest border continents in the entire Longxia Empire. The people aspire to it, but living in other states is unlikely to kill them although they are exploited by corrupt officials. But if you go to the Sword Pavilion, you might die in the annual Demon Scourge. Finally, someone can't help it. A great power will rise. The old man observes the heavens at night. The Youwei star rises to the east and the Martial Emperor star descends. The sky will change. Look what I found in the belly of the fish. The Yanlong army has just set out. A group of people who have long been unable to stand the status quo of the Longxia Empire and some forces with ulterior motives began to release all kinds of rumors and nursery rhymes. The Yanlong army hadn't even marched to the bottom of Yanxia's main city yet. The whole of the summer state was then full of rumors and agitation. The people of the country drew food and pots of rice to welcome the king's division. You don't have to prepare any supplies yourself at all. You rely on the people to deliver them all the way. What? Rebellion? Yin Filong waved his hand, not caring at all. I don't know how many rebellions there are going to be every year. And nowadays with all this banditry, there's no need to pay attention to it at all. That's right. If it's a small bandit, the local officials and soldiers will eliminate it. If it's a big bandit, they'll have to come and share the benefits with us. A few of the capitals sneered as well. It's not. It's the Inferno Dragon Bandits. Ha! Yin Filong squared his shoulders. The Yen Dragon Bandits have rebelled. This was the largest bandit group in Xiaozhou, the existence they were most afraid of. Damn! Why are they still rebelling if we don't go after them? Had enough of the good life. Humph! What a laugh at my old man. A bunch of bandits are just a bunch of bandits. They are too lazy to care about them on weekdays. Who gave them the confidence that they can beat the official army? There are always people calling us bad, but no one has ever called us good. Order troops and fight the bandits. Several of the metropolitans bellowed. They all screamed for joy, but no one wants to hit the head. After all, they all knew that the Inferno Dragon Bandit Corps, which had 9 leaders, were all golden heroes. This is extremely terrifying combat. These few of them, the tutelary commanders, were nothing more than full-grade gold heroes. Together, they might not be able to tie with the 9 pawns, unless Yin Filong makes a move. Each of these newly sent main city lords was at the false king level of battle power, enough to suppress rebellions everywhere. Humph, I know what you guys mean, but I've gotten a secret report that a huge infighting took place in Yanlong Mountain Village 2 days ago. 9 walled city lords, only 2 left dead, and with an army of 100,000, only 40,000 remain. It has long been insufficient. Really? A few of the metropole's eyes lit up wide. There have been invitations to fight. Yanlong Shanjai is a big fat meat. If there were only 2 chieftains left, then they were confident that they would be able to eat the Yanlong cottage. The benefits afterward. The one who crushed the Inferno Dragon army will definitely take the lion's share. They were all like rats that had seen meat, their eyes glowing with a thieving light. Humph. Yin Filong gave this matter to his own brother. After all, it was a fat job. Watch out for the new commander of the Inferno Dragon. He calls himself the Inferno Dragon and his battle prowess is not bad. So what if it's no longer vulgar? I'm a full-grade gold hero, and in less than 3 minutes, I'll definitely cut him down. Yen Feihu smiled broadly and led his troops off. Soon, the Yen Dragon army and the counterinsurgency army led by Yen Feihu met in the Valley of Broken Souls. Holy, this nigga is a bandit. Yen Feihu saw the military souls of the Yanlong army floating in the sky from afar, and was so frightened that he almost fell off his auger horse. He looked back at the officers and soldiers he had brought out, fat and without the slightest will to fight. Not in terms of clothes, just in terms of grandeur. It seems like your side is the bandit. Right. What a drunk. Kill me. Yanfei, who was furious and directly commanded the soldiers behind him to charge up. He was responsible for observing from behind. Roar. The Yanlong military spirit raised the sky and roared. And the 40,000 Yanlong army was in perfect order. Lin Yan's last life on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. He had commanded millions of human armies in their conquests. And these tens of thousands of Yanlong armies were really easy and enjoyable to beat up on some stragglers who had no will to fight at all. It's easier than beating your grandchildren. Boom boom boom. 40,000 Yanlong soldiers each in their own way. With good coordination. All kinds of formation changes. Will rush up the officials, all strangled. They cut the officials and soldiers of the main city of Yanxia like wheat. And they fell down one by one. Snort. For a while. I don't know how many officers and soldiers wailed and died. But the event of an incense burner. The Yanlong army then harvested the lives of tens of thousands of officers and soldiers. Escape! The Yanxia officers and soldiers were all originally soldierly ruffians, and had little fighting spirit at all. All of them were pale with fear, and just 1/5 of them died before they were crushed by the rush, and all of them fled for their lives. The Broken Soul Valley War ended almost as if it had been a family affair, leaving behind the corpses of more than 20,000 officers and soldiers, and flags of equipment all over the ground. The Yanlong army, on the other hand, had not lost a single person, and only a few hundred were injured. This battle was a direct hit to the military prestige and soul. Information that can be released at this time, Round 3, rank settings, and corresponding blood and attack power settings. These are basic synthesized settings. The differences in each profession, the different stats floating around each level, are set according to this intermediate amount. Level 100, King, Watershed. Only all silver templates can advance. Not can blow up the template and retake it. Silver +1. Has a kingly domain suppression on creatures below the king's rank, and the attributes of creatures below the king's rank are lowered by a factor of 2. Silver 250W blood gain per rank. Other attributes according to the blood gain multiplier. Gold 5% blood gain per rank. Attributes by blood gain. Silver advancement 5x, 3000W, 40W. Gold advance 6x, 1, 5e, 220W. Divine advancement 10x, 15e, 1300W. Class 149. Silver, 1, 5e, 250W, Gold, 5e, 650W, Divine Gift, 45e, 3500W. The class settings are revealed to the king first, and the rest will begin next. Chapter 132, The Power to Swallow the World. You're Yanfei who? Lin Yan looked at the man in front of him with cold eyes. Nice. The man tilted his head and laughed coldly. You guys are really bold. So few people dare to rebel against disobedience. Do you know that my Longxia Empire has millions of troops? When the Imperial Army arrives, you dirtbags will fall apart in an instant. Hurry up and surrender to me, and you'll probably still be alive. Very good. Very spirited. Lin Yan had wanted to get some information out of Yanfei whose mouth, but looking at his retarded look of not being able to see the situation, I guess he couldn't ask anything useful. Snort. He directly sacrificed the great summer dragon sparrow. What are you going to do? Yanfei froze and looked at Lin Yan with disbelief. Take your dog's head and sacrifice it to the flag. How dare you? I'm the city lords. Don't. I can surrender. I. Snort. As his hand rose and fell, Yanfei whose head was thrown flying, blood spurting. The chief is invincible. The Yanlong army's momentum was great. They were originally oppressed by the world and had to fall into the grass. And seeing this once unattainable dog official's head fall to the ground, they were of course excited beyond measure. Soon after, the Yanlong army soldiers arrived at Yanxia's main city. Lin Yan was a bit puzzled. The main city of Yanxia was already under attack. The tide of people converging from all directions wrapped the main city. It seems that Emperor Longwu is indeed unpopular. People's minds have been changing for a long time, and now a war drum is sounding. Without waiting for us to do anything, these people can't help themselves. Lin Yan sneered. Kill. He pointed his long knife. The Inferno Dragon army began to think about attacking the main city. Lin Yan flew out and slashed at the main city protector formation defense shield. Palm. Upwards of 2 million points of attack were concentrated at one point. It made the defense shield fluctuate. You are the leader of the rebels? Yan Feilong questioned in a torrential voice. Lin Yan didn't even bother to speak and just kept attacking the defense shield. I don't know what to do. Yan Feilong let out a furious cry and rose up with a long body. If Lin Yan was allowed to continue attacking like this, sooner or later, the shield would shatter, and he had to step in to solve this great scourge of Lin Yan. Boom boom boom. The two of them exchanged blows in midair, and the Pseudo-King Extreme Battle Force erupted, pressing the entire battlefield with its aura. Gollum. Can the chief win? The victory or defeat of this war depends almost entirely on the chief's battle. and if he fails. The words were not finished. The mid-air Yan Fei Long was then decapitated by a slash. Everyone was confused. That was a lord of the main city with the battle power of a false king. Even if a king wanted to kill it, it would take a lot of effort. These two sentences were not even finished before they were decapitated. Lin Yan withdrew his sword and let out a long breath. I've been pretty lucky, throwing 6666 on both of my life dice. He ingested the corpse of Yan Fei Long and collected all the treasures it burst out. The core of the Yanxia main city formation? With a force, Lin Yan turned the core into his possession. Formation. Collect. Lin Yan changed his defense state into an attack state. Boom boom boom. Within the large formation, it was like a heavenly fire meteor, and under the fall, many of the officers and soldiers were burned to ashes. The gates of all four sides of the city wall were opened, and the Yanlong army and many insurgent troops swarmed in, quickly occupying the Yanlong main city completely. The officials and the wealthy households are free to plunder as they please, but the commoners are not to be touched a single bit. Otherwise, I don't care if you're from the Yanlong army or whatever, kill them all. Lin Yan's orders were passed down, and the order was forbidden. No one dared question his orders. False king-level powerhouse. 2 words of time and he was killed in seconds. Who would dare to mess with such a terrifying and bizarre existence? That was surprisingly smooth. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. From the time he set off to Xiazhou to the time he completely grasped the Longxia main city, it had only been 3 days in total. The matter of the main city of Xiazhou being captured was like a huge stone hitting the water, quickly spreading amongst the dynasties of the Longxia Empire. It caused a huge upheaval. For a while, the Longxia Empire mutinied in all directions. The court was simply too late to react. It's too fast. It's just too fast. From the start of the army to the capture of the main city, it actually took only 1 day. That was the Yanxia main city, one of the 9 main cities. This made the various people and forces smell a hint of change, feeling that the Longxia Empire was dying. How else could a major city fall in 1 day? Many people wanted to give it a try, only to be overthrown in just a few hours after they had just plotted a rebellion. It was only then that the crowd reacted to the fact that it wasn't the Longxia Empire that was weak, it was the Yanlong army that was too strong. After all, except for the 2 main cities of the old faction, each of them had at least a dozen golden heroes and a pseudo-king level city lord sitting in them. There are also at least 100,000 government soldiers. Such a forceful might was simply not something that could be shaken by an unusual force. It seems that hope is all in the Inferno Dragon army. I just don't know how ambitious the leader of this Inferno Dragon army is. If his goal was only to split the land and seal the king, now that he had already taken a state's land, it would be enough. Let's hope he has a big appetite. All of these forces muttered and kept thinking in their minds. And soon, Lin Yan gave his answer. On the 3rd day of the occupation of Yanhuang main city, the Yanlong army, which had expanded its armament and absorbed the underpinnings and resources of a state, numbered 60,000, and directly killed its way towards Silver Dragon State. The world shook. This Yanlong army's ambition seems to be more than just cracking the land and sealing the king. It has the tendency to swallow the world. It's just a matter of the gun hitting the head. The Longxia Empire has not yet run out of gas. They mainly have an advantage of being fast enough. Caught the court off guard. When the court reacted and 1 million troops descended, even if the Yanlong army was 10 times stronger, it wouldn't help. As long as Emperor Longwu is still alive, then it's impossible for the Longxia Empire to fall. Nowadays, the court and the 8 directions of the world are all discussing the matter of the Yanlong army. There are bullish ones, but most are still downbeat. After all, although Long Wudi's character is not good, no one has ever said that he is a dish. Information that can be released at this time. Equipment templates: blank, white, common, green, refined, blue, rare, yellow, epic, purple, legendary, orange, holy weapon, red, divine weapon, gold, red gold, blue gold, black gold, purple gold, origin, holy weapons start after king rank, and saints touch divine weapons after. Small monsters corresponding to bronze, very small probability of bursting ordinary clothes. Elite corresponds to silver, common suit, very small chance of fine. Chieftain corresponds to gold, fine, very small chance of being rare. Boss corresponds to God's choice, must explode rare, very small probability of epic. First kill must explode epic. Silver template, small probability of gold template. Hidden boss 10 times God choose, first kill plus single kill probability burst legend. Must burst epic, must explode gold template. Armor setting. First of all, in order to make an enemy deduct blood, you need to knock out all of its armor to do so. And trying to recover blood is a pain in the ass. Potions, rest points, slow self-recovery, skills that burn or delay. Armor, on the other hand, only needs to be taken out of combat to be quickly restored to full value. Chapter 133 The City of Omurayama. The capital. Above the courtroom, Emperor Longwu looked at the presented Zhangji. so angry that his face blackened, and he slammed the zhangji on top of the hall. The 100 officials were silenced. Yuan Tianrun and other officials of the old school, on the other hand, laughed coldly inwardly. Lin Yin boy is so fast, he muttered. Captured a main city so quickly, not even much of a pause to raid the second main city. Simply fantastic. Waste. Bunch of losers. Emperor Longwu was furious, giving them 100,000 troops and a city guard formation, only to lose the main city in one day. What's the use of having them? Lushan picked up the Jingji and scanned it, and his face did not look good. He was the first of the military officials, and Yan Filong of Yanxia main city was his recommended relative. Yan Filong now lost Xiaozhou in one day, and he could not be blamed. Ahem. Your Majesty, rest your anger. This Yanlong army was originally just a group of bandits. It's not enough to be feared at all. Just send some forbidden troops over there and it can be easily surrounded and annihilated. Ruxin said with a smile. Oh, yeah? Emperor Longwu waved his hand. Since Ai Chang wants to share my worries, then this matter will be resolved by you. I'll give you 10 days. I want to see the traitorous head of the leader of the Inferno Dragon army. Ha! Umurayama's face stiffened. Your grandma, Dragon Warrior Emperor. You don't talk about martial virtues. You're really good at finding people to take the blame for selling your life. What? You don't want to? As I recall, this Yan Filong seems to be your. Yuan Tianrun came out to squeeze. Ahem. I will. Lushan instantly agreed. I ask your majesty for 300,000 forbidden troops, and within 10 days, overthrow the Yanlong army. Granted. Emperor Longwu stood up and angrily waved his sleeve. Retreat from the court. When Ruxin arrived, the Silver Dragon main city had also been taken by Lin Yen. The speed was so fast that I was staggered to hear Ruxin. This, how is it possible? Russian muttered. I should have known better than to boast. But even if I don't brag about it, with that petty thieving nature of Dragon Martial Emperor, I guess he'll take the opportunity to knock me down a peg. He changed his stupid loyal face in the courtroom, and cunning flashed in his fat eyes. For a usurper like Emperor Longwu, those who could follow him were naturally no good, and Lushan had his own little plan in his stomach. Emperor Longwu also saw it in his eyes, but he had no one else to use, and had to use Lushan just. Alas, anyone with eyes can see how such a powerful force could suddenly appear in the folklore, even if there was, holding back until it was this powerful before exploding. It was definitely premeditated. Umurayama was as clear as a mirror inside. Humph, I guess behind this Yanlong army, it should be those remnants of the old faction that are supporting it. Princess Xiaoqi has been hibernating for so many years and is finally making her move. Moreover, once you do it, it's a thunderbolt. It's aspiring to win. He pondered, thinking about how to get the most out of the chaos ahead. Princess Xiaoqi has obtained the entire inheritance of the great Xiao Dragon Emperor, and although she has been suppressed, she has at least secretly grown to legendary king-level battle power today. With the old faction and Princess Xiaoqi behind me, there's no way I can hold off the Inferno Dragon army. Lushan saw it clearly. If you want to survive, you have to let the Yanlong army and the Forbidden army of the capital meet. It made Princess Shaki feel like she might win and finally had to jump out. When the twin kings, Princess Xiaoqi and Dragon Martial Emperor, are at war, that's the time for me to go and gamble on the future. Lushan sneered, already having a plan inside. Nowadays, Princess Xiaoqi and also Emperor Longwu's strength are a secret. If I don't reveal all their cards, then I'm bound to become a victim in this power game. Ruxin sneered. 50 miles outside the main city of Silver Dragon. Set up camp. Ruxin ordered. He rode on his own towards the main city of Silver Dragon. This marshal is going to negotiate. You and the others don't have to follow. Get ready for battle and wait for this marshal's order. He only left a backdrop. A trace of the king's power hidden to the extreme flowed in his eyes. If this marshal does not return at sunset, he will attack the city with all his might without delay. Yes, the Forbidden Army was ordered. Emperor Longwu's adjutant who stayed in the army to keep an eye on Lushan frowned. If they were negotiating, they should have sent emissaries. What kind of a person talks to the OC in person? Something's wrong, he pondered, but dared not follow. After all, the Yanlong chief was too terrifying. Within a week, he had consecutively broken 2 major cities and killed 2 false king battle force major city lords. He goes in there to deliver the food. I would be remiss if I didn't follow through. Follow it in, and your little life is at stake. After thinking about it, the adjutant nodded. In order to save his life, it was the best choice to conceal this matter. Lushan drove his horse to the bottom of the main city and bellowed. The head of the Longxia Empire's military officials, the governor of the 3 armies, Lushan, has come to negotiate with the Yanlong army's military lord. Soon the gates were wide open. Surprise flashed in Lushan's eyes before he smiled and nodded. Entering the main city, in the tent, there were only 2 of them, Luxan and Lin Yin. You're the Inferno Dragon Army Master? Lushan sized up Lin Yan. He had an intuition that he recognized the person in front of him. Just can't remember exactly who it is. Transfigured. And Rokuyama smiled slightly. You're one of Princess Shaki's people, aren't you? Don't know what you're talking about. Lin Yan faintly shook his head. With a sword, he can cut down a pseudo-king and take the name of Yanlong. Rokusen was confident. You're Lin Yan, aren't you? If you don't want to die, don't guess and state what you're here for. Lin Yan said indifferently. Lushan was only a pseudo-king level combatant on the surface, and he was almost killed by the Minotaur with 3 axes. Ha! Urayama nodded. Then I'll open up the sky, and I have no intention of making an enemy of Princess Shaki. I will feign a great defeat, but, in return, your next target of attack must be the capital. You think you're in a position to make a deal with me? Lin Yan asked indifferently. Naturally. Lushan nodded. Because, if you really want to fight me, the price you need to pay is far beyond your imagination. A terrifying kingly pressure emanated from his body. That is the realm of kingship that belongs to the true king. Intelligence that can be released at this time. Equipment value. First level, white plate equipment, 10 coins. Weapon plus 5. Armor plus 9. Green common, 1 to 3 gold coins. Weapon plus 10. Armor plus 20 to 30. Blue fine, 5 to 10 gold coins. Weapon plus 20. Armor plus 50 to 81 trait. Yellow rare, 30 to 80 gold coins. Weapon plus 40. Armor plus 100 to 201 trait. 1 attribute, blood absorption, etc. Purple epic, 200 gold coins. Weapon plus 80. Armor plus 300 to 503 words, traits. Attributes optional. Orange lore, 500 gold coins. Weapon plus 200. Armor plus 1005 words, traits. Attributes of your choice, or a single supercharged increase. Chapter 134 Battle of Silver Dragon City. Life and Death Seal Third Awareness. Ha! Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. Urayama really did hide his strength. The city lords of the main city all had false king strength, and for him, the number 1 martial official, to actually be just a false king as well, that was something that couldn't be said. Even if you are a king, you are not qualified to make conditions with me. Lin Yan said indifferently. Let your army get out of the way, or the Yen Dragon army will march on your bones towards the third main city. Umbra frowned. You seem a little too ungrateful. He had already displayed his kingly strength, but Lin Yan still didn't even have the slightest intention of compromising. You're looking for death. Umbrosen droned down. If Lin Yan didn't retreat, then there was bound to be a battle between them, or else there was no way for him to explain himself to Long Wudi. Only, he wouldn't fight for his life in this battle is all. I gave you the opportunity to cooperate and you were so unappreciative. Ha, then we can only fight. I'd like to see, with these people in your hands, how can you fight with my 300,000 strong army? With a wave of his hand, and Lushan left Silver Jiao City. Lin Yan sneered. He could probably guess what was going on in Lushan's mind. He split off to contact Princess Shaki. Already knew the information that the other Dark Line had already succeeded in its operation. Now, the main forces of the 2 main cities, the Sword Pavilion and the Heavenly Pivot, were on their way. It was just enough to create a belly-to-back attack on Lushan's army. Not to mention, for every main city he raided, Lin Yan plundered all the wealth and used the war to feed the war. Nowadays, those 40,000 Inferno Dragon army class at the very beginning, the proportion of master rank warriors was already quite a lot. He holds the progression template and vast experience. The war credit is nothing more than an excuse. The army under his command is increasing its combat power by leaps and bounds. After defeating the 2 main cities, the Yanlong army had now officially grown to 100,000 people. This is no ordinary army of 100,000 men. Instead, it is an all-gold template, elite to the core, with unprecedented cohesion of 100,000 iron troops. The Longxia Empire has 1,000,000 forbidden troops, together with the local soldiers from the 9 main cities. The total strength was something like 2 to 3 million soldiers, but in reality, the only ones who could fight were the 100,000 royal forbidden guards that belonged directly to Emperor Longwu, including the so-called 300,000 forbidden troops brought by Lushan. Lin Yan didn't put it in his eyes at all. He knew exactly what a strong army he had at his disposal. In front of Silver Jiao City, 300,000 forbidden troops took up positions and prepared to attack the city. The hills were filled with heads scurrying. The 300,000 strong army did have an extremely terrifying impact visually. Let's see how many days you can hold out. And Lushan responded passively to the battle, only intending to trap the Yanlong army and not to take the initiative to attack the city. But what he didn't expect was that the gates of Silver Jiao City were wide open. The 100,000 Yanlong army unexpectedly killed directly. Holy, Yen D is crazy. Ruxin's jaw dropped. 100,000 men, daring to charge a camp of 300,000 000. But soon, he realized where Lin Yan's bottom line was. Lin Yan's command of the army was a complete descending blow to Lushan. After all, on the battlefield of the starry sky, fighting against the 10,000 races, there was too much flowery work, learning the most advanced battle methods of the entire starry sky. The Longxia Empire is still the fighting mindset of a feudal dynasty, so naturally, it is struck down by the descending dimension. Not to mention, the overall quality of the Yanlong army was unknown how many times better than the Forbidden Army. Elite professionals, with any luck, could be centurions in the Forbidden Army, and most of them are still big-headed soldiers in the Inferno Dragon Army. Thumbs up. As soon as the two sides of the military formation touched, the Longxia Forbidden Army fell to the ground dead on one side. The sky-rushing killing aura and the power of the Bloodbane dyed the sky blood red. Lin Yan held the seal of life and death in his hand and summoned countless dead creatures, killing and harvesting the power of death at the same time. Life force can be provided by life juice, and death force is enough for those who die on this battlefield. He looked at the fluctuations of the seal of life and death. After this battle, the seal of life and death should be able to awaken for the third time. Golem. After Lushan had judged the situation well, it became clear that he couldn't win this battle at all. Yan Di really didn't brag. The Yanlong army's fighting strength is far beyond my imagination. It was worthy of being the ace in Princess Shaki's hand that had been hidden for so many years. Roar! Just between his thoughts, the sounds of killing came again from the rear of the battlefield. What's going on? The cities of Jianghe and Tianshu have rebelled. 100,000 rebels are attacking the rear of our army. The formation has been rushed and disorganized. The tide has turned. The adjutant's face was anxious. Oh, so it is. Ruxin laughed. With so many unfavorable factors coming together, it should be impossible to count him out of supervising the war anymore. What is the reason for the marshal's laughter? The deputy froze. I'm laughing at your deathbed. A ferocious light appeared in the eyes of Lushan, and his murderous intent exploded as he blasted his way towards the adjutant. Ruxin, are you going to plot against me too? I was sent here by Lord Wudi himself. How dare you strike at me? The adjutant was alarmed. It's you I'm killing, and Lushan stormed out. Let's just say you died in the middle of a chaotic battle, and Emperor Lanwu has nothing to say. The adjutant's face was bloodless. You're actually a king-rank powerhouse. In just a dozen rounds, the adjutant was slapped hard into a pulp by Lushan. Ha! Lushan sneered and summoned to his beloved. All 80,000 of my direct personal soldiers have not been broken, have they? Don't worry, Governor. It's all the sidekicks who are fighting to the death. Our own brothers are guarding the camp. There's no loss of life. The general on the sidelines laughed. Well, Old Me has been waiting for this day for a long time. And Lushan grinned. When two tigers fight, they are bound to end up losing. Let's save our strength and wait for them to snipe at each other. Then we'll take advantage of the situation. He had known that this day would come, and had long thought about what he was going to do. He would rout with 80,000 of his own troops, but in reality he would hide near the capital. As long as the battle for the imperial throne within the capital fell away, he then immediately led an army to serve the king. When Emperor Lanwu won, he fought to exterminate the rebels. When Princess Xia Qi won, he fought to restore the great Xia Dragon Emperor. If, after entering the capital, he finds that the victorious side is no longer in a position to fight, then he tears off his disguise completely. A fight for the throne. Who doesn't want to ascend to the great treasure when one lives a lifetime? Now that the opportunity is right in front of us, if we don't seize it properly, it's really a wasted life. Ruxin was excited beyond belief. He also had a dream of being an emperor. Soon, Lushan with his 80,000 troops broke out toward the outside and evacuated the battlefield. Lin Yan looked at the whole situation clearly, but it's lazy. All he had to accomplish was just to take the 3 main city quests and then go to Shaki for blood to open the Candle Dragon secret realm. The Battle of Silver Dragon City was without suspense, and Lushan ran away, and only 200,000 forbidden troops with little fighting spirit were on the back of the enemy, killed for a day and a night. The 200,000 strong forbidden army was almost completely annihilated. Surrender? Lin Yan did not recognize the surrender. Buzz. Lin Yan sacrificed the seal of life and death, and an endless killing aura converged in it. The third awakening of the seal of life and death has begun. Chapter 135 In Tianzi Divine Providence and Ho-Tu Divine Providence. Invincible. Boom. It was as if the gates of hell had opened. The third awakening of the seal of life and death could connect to the underworld. Did you build a stable channel so quickly? A questioning voice came. A great and endless deity figure appeared. Lin Yan was no stranger to him. It was none other than the heavenly son of hell. The passage between the hell and the earth has been interrupted for a long time. The hell beings can't enter the yang world. But now you've made the seal of life and death 3 awakenings and constructed a stable passage between the 2 worlds. Tianzi explained. I didn't realize that the backhand I had asked the Sifu Star Lord to keep on Earth in the first place had actually worked. Does the backhand mean the seal of life and death? Lin Yan asked. Nice. Tianzi nodded. There is also the divine gift template he left behind. Without this anchor point, even the seal of life and death would not be able to construct a passage. In the future, if my earthly beings want to go to the young world, they will have to use your power. But I won't take advantage of you for nothing. This ascension altar, consider it a toll for you. The Yin Heavenly Sun threw an altar across the distant endless void. Standing on the altar, one can perform a divine gift template ascension. Your Sifu True Lord template can evolve into my Yin Tianzi * Earth Lord template. And inside the altar is also sealed the divine gift template of the Supreme God who has mastered reincarnation, Lord Hutu. You can also inherit it directly if you are blessed. Lin Yan was confused. He knew that allowing the three consciousnesses of the seal of life and death would be of great benefit. But the benefits seem a little too scary. First of all, his first template, directly from the True God Divine Gift template, was upgraded to the Lord God template. Even the altar was sealed with the divine gift of the Queen Mother of the Earth, Empress Ho-Tu. That is the Supreme God who holds the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was an invincible existence on the same level as Candle Join. How is it that such supreme gods who are transcendent and outside of reincarnation causation and are not in the long river of time have revealed themselves one after another? Lin Yan was jittery inwardly, feeling a sense of urgency more and more. You're the one we're looking at. Go for it. After Yin Tianzi finished speaking, he withdrew his gaze. The great and lofty figure slowly disappeared. Lin Yan's heart surged as he stood on the altar. Buzz! The altar flickered with light, and the power of ascension disturbed heaven and earth. Lin Yan's first divine gift template shattered and sublimated into a main god divine gift template. Yin Tianzi * Lord of Hell, divine gift template. Formation, Hell. Divine gift attribution, Yin Tianzi. Divine gift 1, tenfold increase in all aspects of basic values. Divine providence 2, blood of the Son of Heaven, unlocks 100 million blood cap. Divine gift 3, talent, edict for each attack. The blood limit is increased by 1000 points, plus, unique divine skill, unlimited resurrection, after death. Resurrect anywhere within cognizant range for 1 year specified. Resurrection is unconditional, unlimited, and without cost. Unique divine grace, Yellow Springs, if you are in the Yellow Springs space, your friends can be bound to the springs, and the effect is equivalent to the resurrection springs, so you can resurrect your teammates at any location with a single thought. It can also bind the enemy in the Yellow Spring and nourish the power of the Yellow Spring. Eternal divine power, Judge's Brush, each attack, comes with a 1/10 probability of certain death. No time limit, no cooldown CD. Whether or not the attack has a Judge's Pen effect can also be determined by a single thought. Plus, note, the Yin Heavenly Son of the Earth, i.e., the great Emperor Qi Shang of Dongyue Heaven. He is the master of hell, the judge of life and death, and has 10 Yen Luo and 108 judges under his command, with jurisdiction over the 18 layers of hell. One of the 3 worlds is in his hands, and he lives with the heavens, the venerable sage Heavenly Father. Yet, Lin Yan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. At most, he had only been given a true god template in his previous life, and the Starry Sky battlefield simply did not allow deities above the true god level to participate. Don't even think about the main god template. As a result, in this life, his first template, he directly accepted the Lord God level template, worthy of the Lord God's divine gift. It's too over the top. It's too over the top. Lin Yan went crazy. Gollum, the main god template is so perverted. What about the Supreme God? He sensed the altar. Listen carefully to the divine thoughts of the Most High God, the blessing of Queen Hutu. Buzz, his gaze shook. Sensing it, he instantly chose to bind, fearing that the Supreme God template would slip away from his eyes. The 6 paths of reincarnation, Hotu Shenzu. Divine attribution, Mother Hotu. Divine gift 1, 100-fold increase in all aspects of basic values. Divine gift 2, thick earth blessing, increase dodge rate by 90%. Divine gift 3, talent, reincarnator exempt from all death penalties, and gain 10,000 free attribute points for each death. No CD. Unique divine skill, 6 paths of incarnation, illuminate 6 paths of incarnation, corresponding to the heavenly path, the Azura path, the human path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. All attributes of the 6 paths incarnation correspond to half of the main body, and can exist for a maximum of 24 hours, with no limit on distance from the main body. The only divine grace, the Book of Life and Death, the lives of those written in the Book of Life and Death can be lived and died in one thought. If you want it to be alive, no matter what form it is in, it can be saved even if it is completely dead. If you want it to die, no matter what form the being is in, you can inflict 999, 999, 999, 999, 999 points of damage on it once. as long as it is within view and ignores all rules. CD, 1 month, plus. Eternal Divine Power, 6 channels of reincarnation. You can construct your own reincarnation space, absorb merit and chi, and when your reincarnation comes to fruition, you can create your own small world with this as the foundation. Note, Empress Ho-Tu is honored as one of the 6 royal celestial emperors and is also known as Mother Earth. He resides in Youwei, creates the 6 paths of rebirth, and bears all karma. He is honored as the most ancient ancestor of China and the most revered god of the land. Nifty. Lin Yan was simply going crazy. Yin Tianzi's Lord God Divine Gift was already superb enough, and this one from Empress Ho-Tu, it was simply a great hanging against the heavens. Forget everything else, just this book of life and death. Just one look from him can cause $1 trillion of damage. Who the hell can carry that? Even if a hidden saint were to be written by him with a single stroke, he would probably have to hiccup instantly, but you can only use it once a month. If only I could use it as often as I wanted, I'd be straight up invincible. Lin Yan suddenly had a feeling of happiness at being adopted by the Empress of the Backlands. This time, the judge's pen and the book of life and death come together. The strength. You can't describe it as a surge anymore. Only unbeatable. Meh. Lin Yan shook his head. Before today, he would try to get stronger and carefully lay out his plans. After this moment, I don't eat beef. Death without punishment. 6 paths of separation. The judge's pen seal of life and death. The body is burdened with the yellow springs, and the body flows with the blood of the Son of Heaven. Who can kill me? Lin Yan had to admit it. He's a little bloated. Phew. He let out a long breath, still trying to compose himself. While it is certainly invincible at the moment, it would be more secure if we could get our hands on the Candle Dragon Divine Gift. Chapter 136, 4-star sect. Sword drawing and heavenly slashing technique. Buzz. The experience beads absorbed, and Lin Yan instantly reached level 49. Divine Earth will prompts followed. Congratulations on receiving the Lord God's divine gift for the first time. May I ask if you want to hide your nickname? Honorable Adventist, you have received the blessing of the Empress Ho-Tu. May I ask if you wish to announce this achievement for the ages? Lin Yan flung out his hand. Announce it. He didn't have to hide it. It didn't matter to him anymore. The Ho-Tu bestowal of blessings had already allowed him to fully gain the evolution of his life essence. And even if the subject in the present world died, it would not affect his original body in the divine earth world. If someone really did kill him in reality, then he could just exterminate them when the game came down in 3 years. As for my brother and the others, with the book of life and death in place, no matter what form of life, game data life or 3-dimensional universe material life, it's all resurrection at the first thought. There are no worries to speak of at all. Dear Adventist, Inferno Emperor, Gat, the system's announcement resounded throughout the entire service. You have gained 100,000 chi points. You can exchange them for the rewards you need on your own. The will of the divine soil directly opened up the reward pool to Lin Yan, an existence that the Supreme God was concerned about. A world would naturally take extra care of it as well. Lin Yan cried and laughed. He's never gotten this treatment before. Redeem me. He directly exchanged the supplies he needed. The clan's fame value, merit value, faith value, and fortune value were all skyrocketing as well, directly increasing to the amount that could be helicoptered to a 5-star clan. As long as the number of people joining the clan was sufficient, then the star ascension of the clan would be without any shackles to speak of. Give me a rise. Lin Yan didn't hesitate in the slightest. The 100,000 Yen long army under him took a collective oath and joined the Yen Emperor sect. In one day, the Yen D sect was promoted to a 4-star sect. If we can reach the 9-star sect, we will be able to chi create a god. Lin Yan's gaze burned. Older brother, Youwei, Fatty and the others, they can all directly become gods with the help of the clan's chi and complete the metamorphosis of their life essence. But now that he had received the supreme divine gift, his mindset had changed again. Perhaps, I have the power to make them all true gods, too maybe. Lin Yan pondered, but then shook his head. Not good. Just because he had received the supreme divine gift didn't mean that he didn't lack divine gift templates anymore. The true God can only be accomplished by full, God-giving template ascension. I can only wait until I become a god. Then I'll look for divine gift templates and let them blow up their rings and remodel. For the time being, the most I can do is to use special templates to let them upgrade. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. After the king rank, the Ascension has some more special templates, in addition to the silver and gold templates. These stencils are somewhere between gold, divine gifts, and are generally ghostly nature-derived creations. For example, the Fey Fire template, the Earth Spirit template, etc. All of them can master the power of nature with it, and the power is far more powerful than the golden template, but it's still far from the divine gift template as well. Buzz. He instructed the Yanlong army to master the 2 main cities of Silver Dragon and Yanxia. Since these 2 main cities were fought down by the Yanlong army, they naturally belonged to him. Plus, He had already substantially grasped the main city of the Sword Pavilion. Today, 1/3 of the Longxia Empire was held in his hands. Chief, then you. Several deputy chiefs were puzzled. I'm going to pacify the third main city, Lin Yan said indifferently. Ah, you're going to pacify a main city all by yourself. Lin Yan nodded. The doppelganger in the capital had already teleported the king's sword that had been repaired by Wang Blacksmith. Buzz. The flawless legendary king's sword caused Lin Yan's attack power to skyrocket by 6 million. It reached a terrifying 9 million. 1 or 200 million blood armor. Over 9 million attack power. 90% evasion. Even if Evil Chi saw it at his peak, he would have to be scornful. Not to mention a main city in the district. Soon, he arrived at the main city of Yuzhou, and the energy in his body transformed into wings of energy, allowing him to overlook the entire city. Who are you? On the city wall, the Yuzhou city lord shouted angrily. I am Emperor Yan, leader of the Yen Dragon Army. Surrender, or die. Choose one, Lin Yan said indifferently. He didn't care about revealing his identity or not anymore. Nowadays, with his strength, he didn't even care about hiding anymore. Those who were strong enough didn't care about any hiding or decoration. What? Slaying the evil Chi, leveling fallen demon mountain, and resolving the Minotaur's Inferno Emperor. The leader of the Inferno Dragon Army is actually the Inferno Emperor. The Yuzhou city lord was shocked. However, they naturally did not choose to surrender. After all, as powerful as Lin Yan was, he was only one person. According to the intelligence, although Yan Di was strong, he hadn't reached the king rank after all, and it was impossible to try to break through a main city by himself. Even a silver king or a gold king who had first entered the king rank basically couldn't do it alone to raid a main city. Meh. When Lin Yan's long blade fell, the heavens and earth trembled. The blade light with an attack power of up to 8 million seemed to possess the immense power to split mountains apart. It landed with a loud bang on Yuzhou City's city guard formation. Boom! The big formation instantly shook. Holy! The Yuzhou city lord was confused. This attack power. It was too heaven-defying. It was already a powerhouse among the gold kings. Lin Yan smiled coldly. Looks like it's not enough. He directly took out a bunch of skill upgrading books. What is he going to do? Did I blink my eyes? How does he have so many skill ascension books? The soldiers and civilians of Yuzhou City looked dumbfounded. Give me a rise. Lin Yan bellowed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The many skill ascension books burned in unison, and the star level of the sword drawing technique was constantly on the rise. Thousands of skill uplift books were consumed. Burned the star rating of sword drawing straight from 2 stars to 7. Draw the sword and cut the sky art. Lin Yan grinned. Let me see how strong this 7-star skill that shook the Huangtian continent can be. The topmost skill in the brilliant sky continent was only 6 stars. Those who can reach 7 stars are legends. It was only an astonishingly talented person like Sword Hero who relied on his own ingenuity and combined it with ancient texts to deduce this consummate 7-star skill. However, the deduction was imperfect, and the inheritance could only be upgraded from 1 star, relying on proficiency to continually experience the inherited sword intent before it could be raised all the way to 7 stars. The extreme of the sword drawing and heavenly slashing technique is 9 stars, but Sword Ho only pushed it up to 7 stars at the highest, and with the Sword Ho inheritance I received, I can't rely on the skill star rising book if I want to raise the stars again. Lin Yan shook his head. Still, it's enough. The 7 stars sword drawing and heavenly slashing technique, a sword slashing out, had only pure dominance, 10 times the increase in attack power. And, the damage inflicted carries the absolute true damage attribute, which cannot be counteracted by cancelling the true damage trait, unless it comes with the true wound counteracting rule of divinity rule. The hit is a true wound. Die, he slashed out, and heaven and earth lost their colors. It was a moment that truly shook the ground. The saber light covered the entire dome of the sky, and the absolute true injury saber light with a whopping 90 million attack power instantly struck the defense shield of the main city of Yuzhou until it collapsed. Intelligence that can be released at this time. Second order weapon setting. Green common, 30 to 50 gold coins weapon plus 40. Armor plus 200 to 300. Blue fine, 100 gold coins weapon plus 80. Armor plus 600 to 800. Yellow rare, 200 gold coins weapon plus 150. Armor plus 1000 to 1500, 1 trait. Purple epic, 500 gold coins weapon plus 300. Armor plus 3000 to 4000, 2 traits. Orange legend, 1500 gold coins weapon plus 600. Armor plus 8000, 10000, 3 traits. Chapter 137, Everlasting Compassion. Dragon's Cave. Golem. The Yuzhou city lord was confused, and his legs and feet went weak, directly kneeling on the ground. All resistance is futile in the face of absolute power. This Yan Di, powerful and too superb. It's not that I don't have enough battle spirit, it's really that the enemy is too strong. He let out a sad cry. Lin Yan directly threw down the deed of sale. allowing the Yuzhou city lord to enter the sweeping hall as a sweeping handyman. Now the wind will smile is not a bare-bones commander, having a false king-level handyman to make use of. I guess he was grinning from ear to ear. Buzz. He directly teleported back to the capital and found Shaki. I have fulfilled my part of our bargain. Lin Yan reached out. Give me your dragon's blood. Shaki froze. The news of the fall of the main city of Yuzhou has not even reached the capital. This, however, out of her trust in Lin Yan, she still paid Lin Yan her blood directly. The deed is done. Lin Yan grinned, took the blood vial, brought his immortal golden identity body, and flew towards the Candle Dragon mysterious realm. The news of the fall of the city of Yuzhou shook the world. Full city. Within a week, 3 major main cities were captured in a row. The 2 main cities rebelled. Of the 9 cities in the sky, 5 have gone to the rebels. Everyone felt a flavor that heaven and earth will be overturned and the great power will be completely transformed. Yan Di is actually Yan Di. Emperor Lanwu got the report and his anger shot up. Damn Lushan. I don't know where he escaped to. 1 by 2. They're all traitors. Rebel thieves. Traitors. He frowned. Summon Shaki to meet me. Your Majesty. Princess Shachi fought her way out of the deep palace and took those officials of the old faction away from the teleportation array. The eunuch warily said. What? Emperor Wu was so furious that his eyes almost glared out. Such a big thing. Why are you only saying it now? Princess Xiaoqi is too strong for anyone to block. From the time she stormed out to the time she teleported out of the capital, it wasn't more than an incense stick of time in total. Obviously well planned. The eunuch shivered. The old slave also just got the news. Die. Emperor Longwu was so angry that he broke his defenses, and his terrifying imperial aura covered the entire capital. The eunuch was instantly shocked until his body shattered and he died violently. Emperor Yan. Shaki. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. I've expected this day to come. It seems that my plans will have to be advanced as well. He got up and went straight to the prince's palace. In the Crown Prince Hall, Long Chengqian sat in front of the alchemy furnace and looked at the man in front of him bashfully. What? Going to eat me early, HM? You sense that I planted the longevity compulsion in your body. Emperor Longwu was a bit surprised. Ha! Long Chengqian grinned. Pops, you're looking at me as a little too stupid. Then why don't you run? Is it because you think you're capable of arm wrestling with your old man? Emperor Longwu snorted coldly. This is the only bloodline he has, and all he has ever wanted in his life is to live forever. A longevity compulsion must be planted by a biological bloodline. When you eat it, you can extend your life twice as long. Human emperors had a lifespan of 1500 years, and after consuming the longevity compass, they could reach a staggering 3000 years. With Dragon Martial Emperor's qualifications, he might not be unable to compete for a world of honor. Kings, emperors, venerables, saints, and gods. Human venerable beings live 3000 years, and saints live 10,000. As long as one becomes a god, even the lowest level of merit god can live the same life as the heavens, and as long as that world that provided the merit sheet does not perish, one can always live forever. As for certified true gods living and dying with the main universe, Emperor Longwu didn't think about it. A true god then possesses true immortal divinity, and can live and die with the chaotic universe. And if the universe does not break, his lifespan will not run out. It was not at all the same concept as third-rate gods such as merit gods and digit gods. The most powerful giants on the battlefield of the 10,000 races were the several true gods. They control the entire battlefield. And this battlefield of all races is just a game to dedicate to the masters of the universe. At least that was the information that Emperor Longwu knew. He stole everything from the son of the divine earthworld's Qi, the natural protagonist, the great summer dragon emperor. Know a lot of information. Even the Bone Emperor was completely unaware of the concept of universe, not to mention the battlefield of the 10,000 races. And above the legendary masters of the universe, there are even supreme gods, who transcend time, cause and effect, and live forever and ever. Even if the great universe is destroyed, they will not be destroyed. That, then, is the true existence that transcends everything. Knowing the truth of this universe, how could I be willing to be the emperor of a human empire, imprisoned in this tiny Huangtian continent? Emperor Longwu made an impassioned speech to the crown prince. Come, become a part of me, father, and I will take your flesh and blood and testify to eternity, take you out of the sin domain, even out of the divine earth world, to see this great universe. Oh, off! Long Chengqian sat in front of the medicinal cauldron. I've already bound my blood and flesh to the medicinal cauldron. As long as you dare to get close, I will crush the medicine cauldron and completely destroy my flesh and blood, and you will get nothing. He has no capital to resist. He had neither the old-school support of Xia Qi and the great Xia Dragon Emperor's legacy, nor did he have the insidiousness of Emperor Longwu and the dividends of the times. He had been imprisoned in the Deep Palace since he was a child, bred by Emperor Longwu as a future blood meal. All he could rely on was himself. The only thing he could use was such a tragic means of losing both sides. Tragic, but effective. Rebel son. Sins. Emperor Lanwu roared. He was deeply rebellious and his heart was tired. He only lost a life, while he, himself, lost the possibility of world domination. Emperor Longwu was so furious that he lifted the crown prince's palace off the ground, but he still didn't dare to really do anything to Long Chengxian. Humph. I'll take care of you after I take care of the rebellion. Emperor Longwu indifferently waved his robe sleeve. Long Chengxian ate this time to expose. He did not have the time and energy to crack this bureau. Otherwise, if he took the time to crack it, there is still a chance to break Long Chengxian's binding with the medicine cauldron. Candlewick mystery. Lin Yan sprinkled the dragon's blood on the cave boundary. The boundary dispersed and Lin Yan walked into it. Boom! The fire was hot. Here, flames shot out in all directions. Magma spewed out. Flaming augers flew around, and occasionally a few transformed young dragons could be seen. At the farthest distance, several terrifyingly huge dragon shadows flickered, and across an unknown distance, a terrifyingly extreme pressure was transmitted. That would be the true dragon. Chapter 138, Full Body Equipment 4th Evolution. Strength Surge. He probed the data of these monsters. TSK. Lin Yan sked. Luckily, he came after he first made the Life and Death Seal 3 awareness. Otherwise, before his strength to come in, that is to send death. Any random augur here has a blood count of several hundred million. These young dragons, at the very least, had a billion blood. Not to mention those true dragons in the distance, worthy of being a secret cave transformed by a drop of blood from the legendary supreme god Candle Youwei. It's truly terrifying. This was nothing more than the entrance to the Candle Dragon Cave, and the intensity of the monsters was the lowest. A drop of blood. Most of the power to generate the supreme god-giving template penetrated that some of the might to form the cave mystic realm. The power of the Most High God is truly profound and beyond comprehension. Lin Yan pondered, longing for the realm of the supreme god even more. Roar! Soon, the augur dragon discovered Lin Yan's presence and roared over to kill him. Lin Yan's gaze was firm as he fought with the scaly dragons that surrounded him. If it was before, he would have had an incomparable headache, but now that he had obtained 2 divine providence templates, he had long since become fearless. Boom boom boom. He frantically fought with the scaly dragons and soon killed all of them. He then walked towards the interior of the cave, and soon, even more powerful young dragons rushed around him. Candlewick's test? Come on. Lin Yan kept on killing. Nowadays, for every blade he swings, he adds 1,000 points of blood, 100 points of armor, a point of counter damage cap, and a point of armor absorption. The more you fight, the stronger you get. Bathed in dragon's blood, he passed the entrance test and arrived on the other side of the lava. There's actually a reward for passing the first stage? Lin Yan looked at the dragon bloodstone in his hand and his eyes were happy. After taking the dragon bloodstone, his blood limit would grow by 1 million for every dragon he killed. Does bathing in dragon blood make you stronger? Lin Yan looked at the terrifyingly many giant dragons in front of him. These, all of them, were true dragons with over 1 billion blood. The attacks were also horrifyingly powerful, almost all of them on the order of 10 million. Dozens of dragons surrounded him, and even though Lin Yan used all of his means, after holding out for a few minutes, he was still directly killed after killing a few true dragons. Yellow Springs Reborn. Lin Yan was instantly reborn. Possessing many powers, he was reborn without cost at the moment of death. No matter how terrifying the opponent was, it was just a trial tower for him to become stronger. Snort! He kept wrestling. One giant dragon after another was killed by him, and his blood cap was rising crazily. After killing all of the giant dragons on the other side of the lava, his blood cap skyrocketed by tens of millions of points. Go on. This crazy feeling of getting stronger is addictive. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Lin Yan had traveled all the way through the middle section of the cave, and he didn't know how many dragons he had killed. All that was known was that his blood cap, now, had reached 300 million. Well, Lin Yan looked at the immortal doppelganger beside him who was constantly fusing equipment. With the help of the clan's internal teleportation, a 4-star patriarch could mobilize weapons across space. Yuan Tianren and Shen Youwei were both constantly helping themselves to search for various weapons, and the immortal split was constantly fusing the equipment. His all-in-one outfit was getting stronger. Now his armor equipment had also begun its 4th evolution. The dragon blood divine essence obtained from the 2nd stage of the passage. Integrated for me. Extreme sublimation. The color of determination flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, not hiding it in the slightest. Desperately trying to sublimate the 4th evolution of the armor extremely well as well. First, the upper body armor is fused with the lower body armor to form a full suit of battle armor. Golden Dragon Scale Armor, Gold. Armor plus 300 million. Physical defense plus 10W. Legal defense plus 10W. Counter damage plus 20W. Characteristics. Thin as a cicada plus, agility plus 10. Dragon Scale Confusion plus, reduces enemy attack speed by 60%. Heart of Gold, 100% immunity to heart vital physical attacks. Ancient Dragon Scale, restores 50% armor when the armor value is less than 50%. Cooldown 10 minutes. Dragon's Tooth Evil Poison plus, armor comes with poison attribute. Enemy units within a range of 100 meters have a chance to be poisoned. Once poisoned, movement speed is reduced by 50% and blood quantity is deducted by 100 W points per second. Golden Meta Armor Shield, armor comes with a 50% total armor anti-damage shield, which can be activated again when out of combat. Holy Dragon Self-Healing, restores 3% of armor value per second. 3 Flowers, Helmet, Gold, armor plus 100 million. Physical defense plus 10 W. Legal defense plus 10 W. Characteristics. 3 Flowers Gathering, immune to all mental control skills, immune to all mental negative buffs. 5 Breaths of Life, active, restores 10% of armor to the entire body for every 1000 blue consumed. No CD. Immortal Blessing, luck value plus 10, doubles the probability of success for all probability-based skills and talents. Boots of the 9 Heavens, Gold, armor plus 100 million, physical defense plus 10 W, normal defense plus 10 W, movement speed plus 50, agility plus 10. Characteristics. Getaway, immune to all physical control effects. Transform Dragon, active, increases movement speed by 10 times. Consumes 400 points of blue per second. Song of the 9 Heavens, consumes 1,000 points of blue. Stance skill effect increased tenfold. No CD. Avoiding Skyrocket, minus 10% attribute effect of all attribute attacks. Walking with a sword, in the path of movement. Enemy units take 10% attack power sword / damage per second for 100 seconds. Swordsman set additional characteristics, have revenge will be avenged, increase the limit of anti-injury, every time you are attacked in the future. You can return the value of anti-injury attribute. It's simply a heaven-defying level of advancement. Lin Yan lamented. This is horrible. His combat power, again, had risen by several large levels. Looks like I'm a little short on blue. Lin Yan grinned as he looked at the millions of free attribute points in his hand. Conquering the middle section of the Candlewick Mystic Realm, he had been killed hundreds of times, and with the help of the Reincarnator trait, he had earned a full million free attribute points. Give me all of it on the blue. Lin Yan waved his hand. The blue volume skyrocketed by 1,000,000 points. Grandma, this template, it's over the top. Too much. Lin Yan waved his hand. ID, Yendi. Race, human, yellow. Identity, head of the Yendi sect. Occupation, Hotu Shenzu. Grade, 49. Life, 3E. Armor, 5E. Attack, 1000 W. Physical resistance, 40 W. Mana resistance, 40 W. Mana, 200 W. Move speed, 70. Attack speed, 4. 2. Agility, 40. Blood recovery speed, 1%. Blood drain, 16%. Strike, 26%. Armor absorption, 5 W. Armor penetration, 10 W. Counter damage, 20 W. Dodge, 90%. Equipment. Golden Dragon Scale Armor, Gold. 3 Flowers, Helmet, Gold. Boots of the 9 Heavens, Gold. Dasha Dragon Sparrow, Gold. Thunder Ring, Legendary. Ultimate Artifact, Unique. Effect Infinite Fusion Equipment, 4th Order. Skills. Stacked Waves 3 Blades, 3 stars. Inferno Blade, 3 stars. 9 Thunderbolts Flash, 4 stars. Eyes of Detection, 4 stars. False Disengagement of Battle, 3 stars. Sword Drawing and Cutting the Heavenly Skills, 7 stars. Abilities, Blood of the Son of Heaven. Yellow Springs Companion. 6 Paths of Incarnation. Talent, Edict. Reincarnator. Divine Power, Judge's Brush. Blessing of Hotu. Book of Life and Death. Reincarnation in 6 paths. Treasure, Seal of Life and Death. Cloak of Water Avoidance. Cloak of Invisibility. Fan of Wakefulness. Whip of the King. Ring of Blood Avoidance. Dragon Seal. Enhancement Template. Een Tianzi * Lord of the Earth. Divine Empowerment Template. 6 Paths of Reincarnation * Huda Shenzang. Bifurcation. Immortal Golden Body. Sect, Yendi Sect. 4 stars. Chapter 139. Conquest. The Day of the Dragon and Summer Duel. Purple and Gold Template. Lin Yan looked at the noble template in front of him and was satisfied. One must know that the divine light emitted by the ultimate divine artifact was a purple-gold color. It is the most honorable color. Continue the conquest of the back section of Candle Cave. Lin Yan's eyes brightened. It was getting closer and closer to the Candlewick Divine Providence. Last paragraph. It's a sea of lava. There was no place to land at all. And to get through, you had to fly the whole way. Although Lin Yan was also able to fly nowadays, he ultimately had to consume blue. This sea of magma is boundless. I don't know if it can hold up. Lin Yan glanced at his up to 2 million blue amount and smiled slightly. Hoo hoo. He sped across the sea of lava. The magma here, all of which were made by the candle dragon's flame. As long as it was stained, tens of millions of blood would be deducted, to say the least. Extremely scary. Roar! Many flaming golden dragons rose from the magma and killed towards Lin Yan. Buzz! The probing eye swept through, and cold sweat broke out on Lin Yan's forehead. These flaming golden dragons were much more terrifying than the mid-range adult dragons. The blood volume is at least tens of billions, and even a golden dragon leader with hundreds of billions of blood volume can be seen. The golden dragon. The dragon with the purest bloodline of the dragon race. Surprisingly, a golden dragon exists. Although it's only a branch of the flame lineage, it's still a bit too difficult to deal with. Lin Yan felt the pressure. This was the terror of the Candlewick Mystery Realm. Even after opening so many hangs one after another and constantly improving by leaps and bounds, there was simply no way to easily attack the Candle Dragon's secret realm on the way to raiding it, worthy of being visualized by a drop of the Supreme God's blood. Come on! Lin Yan's battle spirit boiled to the extreme as he killed towards the flaming golden dragons. Rumble! One person fought the group of dragons to the extreme, and the terrifying energy stirred up the magma ocean. Under the terrifying swarm of dragons surrounding him, Lin Yan died again and again. Even with close to 1 billion blood armor values, it was just a matter of the swarm of dragons besieging them for a few waves. Even if the Bone Emperor comes to break in, he is destined to end up with nothing but hate. If Lin Yan didn't have the two god-given skills of Reincarnator and Infinite Resurrection, he probably wouldn't have lasted even a minute before he was kicked out of the secret realm. Lin Yan revived over and over again. The difficulty of the back section soars. If you can't clear the level in one go, the level resets upon death. Luckily, though, his values got stronger the more he fought, and there were even tens of thousands of free attribute points that arrived after each death. All of his numerical values, they were climbing by leaps and bounds. From being killed in seconds when he showed his head at the beginning, he was able to hold his own in the swarm of dragons at the back. Several days of killing passed, and for the first time, he managed to kill a flame golden dragon. Just as he kept killing in the Candle Dragon mysterious realm, a month has passed in the outside world. During this month, the situation in the Huangtian continent changed drastically. Princess Shaki led the old faction forces to consolidate their power in the 5 main cities, and the new faction forces and the old faction forces attacked each other. Emperor Longwu personally led the 700,000 forbidden troops and 100,000 royal guards on the expedition. The main forces of both sides fought in Jangha City, killing until the darkness was gone and the mountains crumbled. So conquered for a month, blood dyed the land of Sword Pavilion City red, and a rushing aura of fury and death filled the skies of the entire Sword continent. Tragic and sad. I can't believe the battle isn't over yet. After so many years of pent-up hatred, when will the two sides' arch-enemies be able to settle their grudges? The people are eagerly awaiting it. While most people wanted Princess Shaki to win, the reality was often less than ideal. In the years since Emperor Longwu's reign, the people have been displaced, and no one is not looking forward to the return of the Dragon Emperor of Daxia. However, no one could counter the might of Dragon Martial Emperor. After the death of the Great Xia Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Martial Emperor was the only emperor-ranked powerhouse in the great land of Dragon Xia, above everyone else. Even though this national war has forced out many hidden kings, but the gaping chasm between a king and an emperor-ranked powerhouse was too great. Originally, Princess Xia Qi's forces had gained a huge advantage, with all 6 main cities in their hands, but since Emperor Longwu's imperial expedition, the situation has reversed. Yeah, not looking good. As soon as Emperor Longwu made his move, he instantly captured the 2 main cities, and the forces of the old school were defeated and retreating. Could it be that the Dragon Summer Earth is really going to be completely controlled by this petty gas emperor? There was a lot of talk and a lot of wailing. If we were to say which group is the happiest during this time, the players, of course. It's a national war. Tons of sparring missions, tons of rewards. The 2 major factions fought with all their reserves, and both were incredibly generous in their outbursts. Players take advantage of both sides of the Battle of Nations. Many players had taken advantage of this month's national war to directly become master-level powerhouses, and even the presidents of the 9 major guilds had advanced to the hero level, and were still golden heroes. It became an object that both powers value to draw in. However, the final situation of the battlefield still depended on the outcome of the duel between the top powerhouses. The killing of the army is just an appetizer. 3 days later, in front of Sword Pavilion City, it's the summit battle. The kings of the old and new factions will fight the final battle in front of Sword Pavilion City. Whether we win or lose, the odds are about to be decided. The king's rank was basically equivalent to a nuclear bomb for an unusual war. A random king could kill an unknown number of soldiers with a single palm. And there was also the realm of kingship, which could completely decide the winner of a battle. Dragon Martial Emperor will probably come down personally as well. Yuan Tianren frowned as his aura rushed around him. The 7 heroes of Aurora had been dormant for many years, and after taking the life juice to replenish their roots, they had all broken into the king rank one after another in the past few days. Yuan Tiangang also understood what Yuan Tianrun had been laying out all along and repented, returning from the Space Seal and joining in the crusade against Emperor Lanwu, together with a few of the reclusive Great Xia Dragon Emperor's old troops. The old school put together a total of 13 kings, and under Emperor Lanwu, he had 17 of them. Some centrist kings who didn't stand on either side, such as the Black Iron King, also came in secret. It all depends on the outcome of the duel in a few days, and perhaps some advantage can be taken. Lushan also arrived with a few of his inner circle and bided his time. Whether or not we can ascend to the great treasure all depends on the battle in 3 days. Intelligence that can be revealed at this time. Third order weapon setting. Green common, 150 gold coins weapon plus 200. Armor plus 1000. Blue fine, 300 gold coins weapon plus 400. Armor plus 3000. Yellow rare, 1000 gold coins weapon plus 900. Armor plus 8000, 1 trait. Purple epic, 3000 gold coins weapon plus 2000. Armor plus 2W, 2 traits. Orange lore, 1W gold weapon plus 4000. Armor plus 5W, 3 traits. Chapter 140, Candle Dragon Divine Providence. Twin Life Template. Roar. A mournful dragon roar echoed through the cave. The flaming golden dragon crashed into the magma, and the dragon's blood sprayed. The figure bathed in dragon's blood stepped out from the dragon's blood, and his aura was extremely terrifying. The entire person exuded a flavor of extreme danger, and even the true dragons around them had fear flashing in their eyes. This man, there was something too scary about him. Lin Yan vibrated his sword and shook the dragon's blood off of it as he looked around, frightening the many true dragons who didn't dare to approach. It's finally breaking through, he lamented. So many days of killing, dying I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of times. His blood armor value had reached 3 billion. The large number of free attribute points had also increased all of his stats by an extreme amount. Die. Lin Yan killed towards the last flaming golden dragon. Snort. The flame golden dragon's flames spewed over Lin Yan's body without causing any damage. The evasion rate of 90% was extremely terrifying. However, there were too many golden dragons that had surrounded Lin Yan before, and even with such a high evasion rate, he simply couldn't top it. After having the ability to kill only half of the golden dragons, it's very easy to follow. Snort. Lin Yan wrestled with the golden dragon. 10 seconds later, the wild blade slash, the flame golden dragon, which had 9 billion blood left, instantly returned to 0 blood and was killed in seconds. Phew. Lin Yan's body was instantly teleported to the finish line. After upgrading to the Yin Tian Z template, the trigger probability of a must kill has really skyrocketed, and the combat power is equivalent to being infinitely pulled up. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. God's Earth's data calculations are reasonable. The 1 in 10 chance is against someone with about the same strength as yourself. If the other person's class strength is going to overpower you by a lot, then the lucky value system disguises that probability and compresses it. Just now, he had slashed out hundreds of slashes before decapitating the flaming golden dragon. It's not easy. Lin Yan grinned. He looked at the rewards in the back section of the pass. Talent, immunity to flames. That's a gift bull. Lin Yan was satisfied. In the future, when they encountered a strong person with a flame attribute, they would simply ignore the opponent's attacks. If I come back to break into the Candle Dragon mysterious realm, then I'll be able to make it through without any injuries. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth quirked. But Candle Dragon, as the supreme god that mastered nature, the secret realm was certainly not that simple. If he was flame immune before he came, I guess by the time he came in, he would no longer be facing the flame dragons, and the reason why it was manifested in the form of flames was presumably because the attribute he was most suited to was the fire attribute. He looked at the end of the candle cave. A candle dragon statue stood. An endless sublime divine power lingered around it. Lin Yan walked over to the candle dragon statue and reached out to touch on top of it. Buzz! Terrifying divine power erupted out. Lin Yan seemed to have seen a horrifying scene. In the middle of the cosmic starry sky, an infinitely lofty and terrifying figure stood against the chaos above and the abyss below. It has a human head, and the sinuous serpent god doesn't know how many light years long it is. Just by seeing this figure, it seemed as if all the great avenues in spacetime were collapsed into ruins and desolation. The figure turned his head. Lin Yan's consciousness collapsed the moment he witnessed his true face. Candlewick's figure also transformed into rays of light, condensing into a divine gift template that was injected into his body. Buzz! Is it bound to the Candelabra template? Note, because the Candle Dragon template is too strong in divinity, it will be bound in the form of a double-born template, and after it is bound, it will be upgraded to 2 consecutive levels. Bind! Lin Yan didn't hesitate in the slightest and bound directly. Boom! The Candlewick and Candlewick twins templates are instantly bound. Buzz off! The experience beads were absorbed by him. and his level climbed by leaps and bounds, straight to level 99 full hero rank. Look at the contents of the template. Lin Yan was very satisfied as he felt the terrifying power constantly flowing through his body and opened the Candle Dragon panel. Natural Incarnation and Lord of Time and Space, Candlewick Divine Providence, Dual Life. Divine Attribution, Candlewick. Divine Gift 1, 100-fold increase in all aspects of basic values. Divine Gift 2, Candle Dragon's Eyes, see through all things. Discern all things. Divine Gift 3, Talent, Time Controller can rewind time to 10 seconds ago. Disrupt cause and effect. Modify time. CD, 10s. Unique Divine Skill, Lord of Nature, 90% immunity to all elements. Unique Divine Grace, Candle Dragon Divine Body, containing the bloodline of the Candle Dragon. One's lifespan is extended 10,000 times. The body can be transformed into a Candle Dragon. When the body is transformed into the Candle Dragon state, all values are increased by 10,000 times. Candle Dragon consumes 1,000 blue power per second. Plus, Eternal Divine Power, Shadow of Light and Light, casts a Dharma body outside of the river of time. And no matter in what sense it is killed, as long as the Dharma body remains intact, it is immortal. Note, Candle Dragon, along with Ancestral Dragon and Ing Dragon, are known as the three ancestors of the dragon race, and are the origin of the dragon race. He is the embodiment of nature and the controller of the space of time, which opens its eyes to the day and closes them to the underworld. He transcends the 3,000 paths and overrides all beings in the universe, which is why he is called the Infinite Exalted on Zhongshan. Golem. Lin Yan couldn't believe that a mere template made from a single drop of Candle Dragon's blood had forcibly allowed him, a heroic rank being, to forcibly grasp the power of time that only saints had the slightest possibility of touching. Totally unbelievable. What infinite greatness this is. A Dharma body outside the long river of time. As long as no one has the ability to break through the long river of time to exterminate the Dharma body, it is immortal. Lin Yan lamented. This concept is horrible. The Divine Providence template stats went wild after the ascension. His blood armor value was already high, but the surface stats simply didn't mean much anymore. After all, he would directly receive 10,000 times reinforcement once he was Candle Mageddonized. Now he physical defense are hundreds of thousands. After 10,000 times strengthened, physical defense reaches billions. Huang Tian Continent estimates that no one can break his defense pressed route. Is this what it feels like to be invincible? Yes. Lin Yan never expected it to go so smoothly. It had only been 2 or 3 months since he was reborn, and he had reached an achievement that he hadn't even achieved in his last life. With his various life-preserving divine techniques plus skills, it was impossible for him to be killed anymore. Nowadays, there were Dharma bodies beyond the long river of time, and unless one messed with those supreme gods, it was almost impossible to be obliterated anymore. It's time to leave. Lin Yan rubbed his chin, always feeling that he was still missing something. He felt it carefully. Then, his eyes lit up, and with a thought, the entire Candle Dragon mystic realm was bound to him. This secret realm is mine. Lin Yan smiled faintly, and the many true dragons within were already available for him to command as well. After all, these true dragons were all transformed from a single drop of blood, and as he had refined Candle Dragon's divine gift template, all of these evolved monsters would naturally listen to his commands. Hoo. Lin Yan tried and shook his head. It was just a pity that there was no way for these true dragons to be summoned to the outside world, and if they wanted them to participate in the battle, they would have to incorporate their enemies into the Candle Dragon Cave in order to do so. Chapter 141 Void Mirror Reflecting the Past. Return of the Great Xia Dragon Emperor. It's time to get out. Lin Yan's gaze flickered as determination flashed in his eyes. Long Xia Empire. Outside of Sword Pavilion City, Princess Xiaoqi of Dragon Summer stood on Sword Pavilion City with the 7 heroes of Aurora and the other 13 kings. The 18 kings of the new faction Long Xia Empire stood in the air. Long Wu Emperor, on the other hand, was sitting steadily in his army, blandly watching the scene. He had absolute strength and self-confidence, and he didn't even believe that Xiaoqi could really turn over anything. He was the only emperor of the Long Xia Empire, and that was the source of his confidence. The further back you go, the wider the gap between the orders becomes. The king wants to flip the emperor's game? Impossible. As for whether Princess Xiaoqi secretly developed into an emperor, that's even less likely. It was impossible for anyone to advance to emperor under his watch. Boom! Both sides went to war. The kings of the old and new factions fought together, and the two armies fought together. Princess Xiaoqi shouted angrily and directly killed towards Emperor Longwu. Quite bold. Coming straight at me. Dragon Martial Emperor raised his eyebrows and let out a cold smile. It seems like you want to end this war as soon as possible. I'll satisfy you. He directly stood up. The terrifying might of an emperor emanating out. Terrifying to the extreme. The sky dome all emitted bursts of thunder. In the entire brilliant sky continent, there were definitely no more than 2 hands of emperor rank powerhouses. On the bright side, It was even more so that there were only 3 people: the Bone Emperor, the Roland Emperor, and the Dragon Martial Emperor. The Emperor's might swept over thousands of miles. Xiaoqi directly threw out many undercards and blasted them at the Dragon Martial Emperor. Boom 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 boom. Dragon Martial Emperor's face sank slightly. It seems that the Great Summer Dragon Emperor has left a lot of good things for you. These things, even when he faced them, made his scalp feel numb. The Great Xia Dragon Emperor was also an emperor-rank powerhouse back then, and he was not weak, claiming that the only human powerhouse in the future of the brilliant sky continent that had a chance of catching up with the Bone Emperor. It was only a pity that he was counted by the Dragon Martial Emperor and ended up dying and falling. Gollum. Emperor Longwu was blown to pieces. Terrifying scrolls of magic treasures exploded in unison. The sky dome was blown apart. The earth popped into pieces, and an unknown number of soldiers died in the aftermath. The blood is running in rivers. Go to hell. Xia Qi directly ignited the Emperor's blood in his armor, and his strength climbed to an extreme. Originally, it was the peak strength of the Golden King, and with the help of many backhanders, her battle power, surprisingly, had also soared to the threshold of the Emperor. Boom boom boom. Xia Qi and the Dragon Martial Emperor blasted against each other, and the booms rumbled and shook the sky. Everyone was watching from Yantian, and everyone knew in their hearts that the winners and losers of today's battle would essentially still be the result of these 2 terrifyingly strong people from the Heavenly Vault battlefield. You can't. Even if your father left you so many things, you are doomed to certain death. Dragon Martial Emperor roared. You're getting old. You are dying. You even plotted to eat your own son alive. A villain like you, a shameless traitor to the core. What pride? Shaki sneered. Tit for tat. You're not even strong. You're just bad enough. Dragon Martial Emperor raised the sky and laughed. So what? Throughout history and across the 8 wastelands, in which world is it not the worst of the worst that has the last laugh? Without means, without ruthlessness, one can never be human. He grinned. I have neither the bloodline of a dragon man nor the talent of a bone emperor. Even more so, I don't have a peerless inheritance or heaven-defying luck. I rely on my own ruthlessness and sleight of hand. I deserve all of this that I got today. To kill 1 person is a criminal. To kill 10,000 is a lord. To kill 1,000,000 or 10 million is my Xia Emperor. Dragon Martial Emperor. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became, and his terrifying power surged, causing the sky dome to fluctuate. The more shameless a man is, the more candidly he can say these self-moving things. Xia Qi sneered. Your own son can conspire to eat. I really don't know what the hell is the point of living for people like you. The pursuit of immortality. The pursuit of invincibility. What can a frog in the bottom of a well like you know? Dragon Martial Emperor laughed. I've seen infinitely vast worlds. Your father saw it too, but he wasn't ruthless enough. So it's up to me to enjoy his fruit. It's time for me to take over for him with this opportunity and legacy. What is a son? I could have 10,000 if I could live forever. 100,000. What is there to lose by killing one? Ha ha ha. Emperor Longwu laughed maniacally as gloom filled the sky. Shaki frowned. There is no such thing as evil in this world. Whoever wins is good. Living in the most evil and hopeless world, people also still brainwash themselves and find reasons to convince themselves that they are living in a golden age. So there was no turning back for her today, only winning. Boom! She directly offered the silent void mirror. He actually left this treasure to you. Dragon Martial Emperor was shocked. I've been searching for so many years, and he's actually been in your hands all this time. How did you completely hide the aura of such a supreme treasure? Silence in the mirror of emptiness. The figure of the Great Summer Dragon Emperor appeared. Gollum. Damn it. Emperor Longwu was in a cold sweat. In his entire life, he had acted recklessly, and the only person he feared was the Great Summer Dragon Emperor, the son of the innate chi, because the other party was supposed to be the one to unify the brilliant sky continent, break the cage, and ascend to the top of the everlasting existence. Emperor Longwu was both weak-minded and fearful of the Great Summer Dragon Emperor. Ha ha ha, it's just a figure hidden in the mirror. It's hard to believe that I'm still afraid of a shadow of you. A hint of madness flashed in Dragon Martial Emperor's eyes. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. In the mirror, the figure of the Great Xia Dragon Emperor stepped out. He looked at Dragon Martial Emperor and smiled blandly. Very spontaneous, but if I still retain 1% of my strength at that time, would you dare to take a shot at me? You! Dragon Martial Emperor almost broke his defenses by a single question, and in his fury, his hair flew and the clouds were torn apart by his aura. The me of today is far more than 100 times better than I was back then. Dragon Martial Emperor roared furiously. Even if your real body comes back to life, you can't win against me, not to mention a shadow of you. Die for me. He made a direct move. All kinds of cards were offered up, and all of his innate magic treasures were struck out together, coming up to fight for his life. It was evident that he was scornful of the Great Summer Dragon Emperor. The Great Summer Dragon Emperor shook his head, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. Dragon Martial Emperor has indeed become much stronger. Boom! There was no imperial equipment, no weapons, and no magic treasures, with only a shadow reflecting the past descending. The Great Xia Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Martial Emperor hardened together. The wind and clouds moved in all directions, and the two fought from the sky to the 9 heavens, and then from the 9 heavens to the tops of the mountains, until the mountain collapsed. The Great Summer Dragon Emperor did not even show a hint of fatigue or vulnerability. I can't imagine how strong and spirited he was when he was at his peak. Dragon Emperor, Your Majesty! Yuan Tianrun and a group of ministers of the old faction burst into tears and roared out in sorrow. They could see it. The Great Summer Dragon Emperor. Very strong. Very strong. But, after all, he is only reflecting the past, descending a shadow. Just a time cannot take the Dragon Martial Emperor, as long as by the Dragon Martial Emperor to support through the reflection time, that the result, still has been doomed. Notes. Special thanks to Enderdream for the big reward. Chapter 142. The Sword Pavilion has been full of soldiers since ancient times, and today there is another edition of Hero's Blood. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. Dragon Martial Emperor laughed maniacally. He obviously realized this as well. The Great Summer Dragon Emperor looked serene, just in the middle of a great battle. He hadn't been unaware of this, but, as things stood, he could only try his best to fight. Rumble. The two emperors fought until the sky dome stirred, the clouds collapsed, and all sorts of energy fluctuations spread out, causing the earth to shake. As the swords clashed, it seemed that a dragon's soul rose up in the two of them, tearing each other apart. Boom boom boom. The two of them used all their means to kill to the end, and the thrills were endless. Various secret treasures and killing moves were in danger of making both parties perish. But again, the two are always able to make the best of a crisis. Damn! Emperor Longwu was dying of anger. Merely a reflection of the past void. No equipment spells, no weapons or information. But not only is he fully armed, he also has many underpinnings and accumulated cards. He even knew the moves of the Great Summer Dragon Emperor like the back of his hand. For that matter, he all but fell into a near decline and had to play defense. One had to admit that the Great Summer Dragon Emperor was too strong back then. If he hadn't had to fight for the sake of the celestial beings, and had killed with the Sin Domain Bone Emperor until he had almost shed his last drop of blood, he would never have had the chance to succeed in his sneak attack. Phew! The Great Summer Dragon Emperor frowned. His time was almost up. Longwu, you know the Bone Emperor's plan. Even if you sit on the throne of the Longxia Empire, when that day comes, how will you be able to live with yourself? Doesn't it end in death? When I sit on the imperial throne and get the eternal life compass, my strength will definitely be able to skyrocket by a wave. When the time comes, I will naturally go in search of the Bone Emperor. If I can steal your fruit, naturally I can steal his. Wasn't he going to sacrifice the living to break the cage of the brilliant sky continent? Then I'm going to kill him and make all of his layouts over these thousands of years into foreplay for me. It was me who broke the cage. The one who calls himself an ancestor can only be me. The one who goes to see that cosmic starry sky and transcends everything beyond must also be me. Dragon Martial Emperor's eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body fell into a state of madness. So that's what you hit on. The Great Xia Dragon Emperor nodded. Unexpectedly, you were considered the most honest war general under my command back then. I didn't realize that you were so ambitious. The Great Summer Dragon Emperor sighed, knowing that he had no ability to stop it. He is, after all, nothing more than a projected shadow of the past. He glanced at Xia Qi. My father can afford to do everything but owe you. I'm sorry, daughter. Xia Qi shook her head, her eyes slightly red. No, in my heart, father is a great hero who stands on top of the world. There is nothing to be owed. I only feel proud. The Great Summer Dragon Emperor smiled in relief as he prepared to cast his final forbidden technique. After this move, he wouldn't be able to fight again. Buzz! Terrifying power manifested in his remnants as his figure became weaker and weaker, but the energy on his fists became more and more astonishing. Golem! The Dragon Martial Emperor struck first and also used his most terrifying undercard to kill towards the Great Summer Dragon Emperor. Boom! The two extreme rays of light intertwined together, and the entire sky dome was filled with this light. Rumble! 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 Terrifying fluctuations spread out in all directions, and countless soldiers and strongmen were turned into robbing dust in the aftermath. Hoo! The wild sand filled the sky and took a long time to dissipate. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood of the emperor kept dripping down, falling from the dome of the sky. The earth was colored red. When a drop of imperial blood fell, the nature of the earth was changed, filled with vigorous killing intent and vibrant life. Hoo! Dragon Martial Emperor's chest was chopped out with a huge wound, and the wound had chopped through his body, almost splitting his entire body in half, apparently dying, but a maddening grin lingered on his face. What's going on? The crowd couldn't see the situation for a while. The only thing heard was a sigh from the high heavens. Sharky's gaze twitched, and an obscure fluctuation flashed under her eyes. The Great Summer Dragon Emperor's reflected body was already weak to the extreme, as if it would dissipate in the next second. Ha 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 ha, Dragon Martial Emperor laughed maniacally. See, the one who wins in the end is me. The one who laughs in the end is also me. Watch with your own eyes. I'll slaughter all your loyal subjects. Sit on the throne of Dragon Xia, kill the Bone Emperor against his will, and ask for the heavens. The Daxia Dragon Emperor knew that he was powerless to stop it, and it would be the end of the line if this strike didn't kill the Dragon Martial Emperor. All die for me. Long Wudi frantically killed the war generals of the old faction. With determination in her eyes, Princess Xia Qi directly burned the blood of the Dragon Man in her body and the Emperor's essence blood left to her by the Great Xia Dragon Emperor. Rumble. The two of them battled together. But Princess Xia Qi was clearly struggling to match Dragon Martial Emperor. It was only a matter of time before he was decapitated. The battlefield was in a slump. Yuan Tianren sighed. It seems that the general trend has become difficult to reverse. Then let's fight. We, the remnants of the old times, should have died in the dust of history long ago. It's been earned to live until this day. Yuan Tianren raised the sky and laughed. Come on, let's have one last battle. So what if I die? Die. And die splendidly. Let the world remember our names and backs forever. War. The kings and soldiers of the old faction roared wildly, and with the determination of certain death, they killed towards the new faction. The battlefield instantly turned into a meat grinder. Every second, an unknown number of people died, and even kings began to fall. It's fighting for your life to play. They were all fighting to kill a few more enemies before Princess Shimushi fell, and they were all frantically killing. Boom boom boom. Countless people spilled their blood, and the land that was only glowing red was already red in purple. Demonic to the extreme. Jiangya has had many wars since ancient times. Today another hero's blood is added. In the sky, Xia Qi's face grew paler and paler as she continuously coughed up blood. The silhouette of the Great Summer Dragon Emperor also entered the battle, and he would fight until the last moment before completely dissipating. It was a pity that his remaining power had been depleted, and the power he exerted today was insufficient. Boom boom boom. From the firmament to the ground, blood is thrown everywhere. Shouts and hisses filled heaven and earth. It's not working. Princess Xia Qi's chest was pierced, and her face paled to the extreme. One more hit and she was going to be shady. After you die, I will eat you up so that you and I can ascend to the peak of the world together, and go with me to see the magnificence of the cosmic stars. Ha ha ha. Long Wudi raised the sky with a long whistle and slashed his sword downwards, about to take Xia Qi's life. Snort! Xia Qi's body was cut off at the waist, and blood was thrown into the blue sky. The figure of the Great Summer Dragon Emperor had sorrow in his eyes and eventually slowly disappeared as well. No! Yuan Tianren and the others went crazy. Just as the Dragon Martial Emperor was about to make a move to settle Yuan Tianren and the others, a terrifying aura suddenly crushed in from the distance. He was like a true ancestral dragon approaching the world, like a supreme deity approaching. Chapter 143 Bone Emperor's Layout. Yen Emperor's Return. Boom! The figure in the distance was fast to the extreme. Almost in the blink of an eye, it arrived from the sky. The speed was so fast that it was beyond comprehension, seemingly like a great shift. Long Wudi's scalp went numb as he watched. This, he gulped, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Could it be that a hidden emperor was about to strike? He knew that beings above the level of emperor simply did not exist on the Brilliant Sky Continent, because the Brilliant Sky Continent was a cage, and within this cage, one could only ascend to emperor at the highest level. It was simply impossible to break through the extremes and claim to be an ancestor. Since the beginning of time, it was unknown how many amazing and talented people wanted to break the limits of emperors and step into the exalted realm. But in the end, without exception, they all failed. It wasn't until the Bone Emperor rose to prominence 1,000 years ago, and proposed a deranged plan that made breaking through the exalted realm a slight possibility. It was going to refine the celestial beings on the Brilliant Sky Continent, and help all the emperors of the world to break the boundary against the heavens and claim the title of ancestor. This proposal was supported by some of the hidden emperors and human emperors, but there were also emperors who opposed it. They fought a great war that concerned the life and death of the Huangtian continent that stretched over 1,000 years. This epic 1,000-year war was fought until mountains and rivers crumbled and billions of living beings were put to death. It wasn't until 100 years ago that the Great Summer Dragon Emperor rose to join the war. It was also in that year that the Great Summer Dragon Emperor fought to the point of exhaustion and hardened the Bone Emperor into dormancy. As a result, the Bone Emperor fell into a 100-year period of recuperation, not asking about external affairs at all, and no longer starting wars. Hundreds of years have washed away everything, and the Cthulhu has gradually been influenced by various factors, fading into oblivion of the history that was once there. The Great Summer Dragon Emperor's merits were erased by Emperor Longwu, and deliberately rewriting history, Almost no one today remembers the Bone Emperor's deranged plan, but that didn't mean that the Bone Emperor had given up on the plan. All in all, even the peak Dasha Dragon Emperor who beat the Bone Emperor into a deep sleep back then definitely didn't have this kind of extreme speed. Emperor Longwu sweated. That would be across space. If you want to touch my Yen D-Sex people, have you asked me? Lin Yen stood indifferently in the firmament, looking down on Dragon Martial Emperor and asking in a deep voice. Sovereign. Su Qingji's eyes lit up. Little friend Yen D. Yuan Tianren's eyes burned. This matter had nothing to do with Lin Yen originally, and it wasn't like there was any grudge between Emperor Longwu and him. He could be willing to show up for no other reason than they joined the Yen D sect. Chief, the sergeant of the Yanlong army roared, and the heart of the army was lifted. Inferno Emperor. The players were more than shocked. They are now taking advantage of this super-national war, only for a short period of time to keep doing everything they can. Even so, the strongest players were only at the beginning of the heroic rank, and Lin Yen was actually already able to step into the air and fly. King rank. No, I scoped it out and Lin Yen is now a peak level 99 hero. How heroes fly. The players were flabbergasted. The Poison Duke was even gnashing his teeth. Lin Yen, Shen Youwei, Lin Feng, Duande and Shu Qingxian all had bright eyes. Lin Yen had returned. Oh, it's you. Dragon Martial Emperor let out a cold laugh. He, this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. You're just a player. Did you come here to get killed? I know that you were the leader of the Inferno Dragon army before. Don't worry, I won't hold you accountable for your crimes. After all, that was just a deal between you and Xia Qi. Dragon Martial Emperor was also quite fearful of Lin Yen. The extreme speed displayed by Lin Yen just now had forced him to show weakness. Meh. Lin Yen waved his hand. You killed my people, so prepare to pay for your life. Dragon Martial Emperor frowned. You don't really think that you, a tiny hero, can do anything to me, do you? I only need one move to kill you. Lin Yen waved his hand. Time goes back in an instant. This time back, he can tamper with karma and fate. Everyone's memories didn't change, but in mid-air, there was imperial blood going up against the sky, and the broken bodies reorganized. The reflected vapors reappeared. A trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of both Xia Qi and the great Xia Dragon Emperor. Didn't they, all of them, completely fall away? This scene made everyone's scalp tingle as they watched. Dragon Martial Emperor's eyes twitched. What the hell kind of trick is this? They have clearly been decimated by me. They're not Adventists, so what makes them resurrectable? Whoever I want to die, dies. I'll let whoever I want live. You have a problem with that. Lin Yan looked coldly at the Dragon Martial Emperor. You're a bit too wild. Maybe you've gotten your hands on some supreme treasure and want to sing the empty city trick here. You're not bad at acting. Emperor Longwu frowned. You get out of here. He's not something we can deal with. And there's no possibility of reversing this battle today. Perhaps the one to stop the Bone Emperor in the future will be you. Sharky exclaimed. Lin Yan shook his head slightly. My friends, minions, and members of the clan are still here. No one can move them today. Ha! Dragon Martial Emperor let out a cold laugh. It seems like you're insistent on seeking death. Then I have no choice but to let you die. He roared angrily and killed towards Lin Yan. Rumble. The terrifying attack landed on Lin Yan. The vault of heaven shook. Many people closed their eyes. Shaki bit her lower lip even more tightly. But the next moment, Lin Yan's figure in the air didn't move at all. There was no impact at all. Ha! Emperor Longwu was all confused. Lin Yan didn't even defend, and it landed directly on his body. Keep in mind that his attack power is up to 50 to 60 million. A single strike can destroy a mountain. However, it failed to make Lin Yan move the slightest bit. Lin Yan sneered. He's 90% immune to all attributes. Even if 50 or 60 million attack power was counted, it was only a few million attack value, which was like scratching an itch for him with a blood armor value of several billion. What's more, the blow was directly dispensed with by a 90% dodge. It didn't do him any damage at all. No, that's not even possible. Long Wudi shook his head in disbelief. Above Lin Yan's head, there wasn't even a hint of buckling armor. In other words, he completely dodged it, or, his physical defense was higher than his attack power. You can't. Lin Yan shook his finger at the Dragon Martial Emperor and indifferently said, Emperor Longwu was going to be infuriated. That's just not possible. He frantically attacked Lin Yan, but with 90% evasion plus 10 points of luck added, he gave a wild blast, but magically did not cause any damage to Lin Yan. The sky was silent, and so was the battlefield. No one spoke. Breathing was inaudible. It was as if everyone choked and saw a scene of eternal shock. Lin Yan patted his chest. It seems like you're quite good at patting ash. Since you're tired of fighting, then it's my turn for this blow. Chapter 144, Killing Dragon Martial Emperor in Seconds. Destroying Bone Emperor City. What the hell are you? Emperor Longwu shook his head incredulously. Lin Yan's performance just now had completely surpassed his understanding. Die! Lin Yan blasted into the body of a candle dragon. The dragon's body crossed the sky, but the human head was in the form of Lin Yan. What is this? The legendary candle dragon. What on earth did Emperor Yen go through? He obtained the bloodline of the candle dragon. Everyone was confused, but the dragon martial emperor was not qualified to be confused at all. His hair was standing upside down in fear, and his entire body frantically turned around and fled towards the edge of the sky dome. After Lin Yan transformed, he seemed to have really turned into a candle dragon. That kind of terrifying aura, which warped the heavens and the earth, could not make anyone rise up in confrontation at all. Being transformed into a candle dragon, all values are increased by 10,000 times. Lin Yan's blood armor value was now large billions, increased 10,000 times, large billions of blood armor value, bringing about a sense of oppression. It has been no less than a saint. Dragon Martial Emperor could definitely only choose to frantically flee. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. What is this? The unstoppable Dragon Martial Emperor had fled without a fight. Ha! 8 terrifying auras rose from the 8 edges of the sky dome. Lin Yan's immortal bilocation occupied the southern celestial dome, while Lin Yan's main body occupied the eastern celestial dome. 6 incarnations, occupying the other 6 heavenly domes. You think I'm strong enough on my own? I'm sorry. Split up about the same as me. I have 7. Long Wu Di was completely confused. What's going on here? Gollum. Emperor Long Wu was filled with despair. He had been walking on thin ice all his life, and was ruthless to others and even more ruthless to himself. He was about to completely ascend to the top of the Dragon Summer Empire and begin a whole new stage of struggle in his life. It turned out to actually kill such a perverted descendant. The scene in front of him was completely incomprehensible to him. It's horrible. Rumble. Lin Yan indifferently walked up to him and blasted downward. It. I'll take my life as it comes. Dragon Martial Emperor was furious and roared furiously as he charged into the sky. Everyone was watching the fantastic scene. Next moment. The moment Dragon Martial Emperor made contact with that palm, his body exploded into pieces. The entire sky dome was silent. That's the end of it. What the hell is going on here? Dragon Martial Emperor died just like that. The Emperor-level powerhouse that has reigned over the Dragon Summerlands for 100 years. Dragon Martial Emperor was killed in seconds just like that. No one dared to believe their eyes. Boom! The 6 Dao incarnations and the immortal golden body were all hidden. Lin Yan transformed into his human form and stood indifferently in the void. In the candle dragon state, the power of one of his slaps was at the level of hundreds of billions. Even the Bone Emperor might not be able to take a slap. One move kills in seconds. There's nothing to talk about. Yendi, you. Shaki was terrified beyond belief. The Great Summer Dragon Emperor couldn't remain calm either. This was really beyond his knowledge. Lin Yan's existence wasn't even a savior anymore. It was simply like divine. He was bright-eyed. Nowadays, there seemed to be nothing that could be a good solution to the crisis in the brilliant sky continent if it wasn't the gods. He dissipated with peace of mind, knowing that the brilliant sky continent was safe. When such a terrifying existence descended, even if it was the Bone Emperor, there was only one way to bow down. Phew! Lin Yan landed down, and the 18 kings of the new faction seemed to want to say something else. He directly slapped out his palm and wiped them all out. This is the aura of absolute invincibility. Too strong. Simply invincible. Emperor Yen, the chief is invincible. The whole room erupted in cheers. The surrounding spectators who wanted to pick up the pieces also wanted to leave in disgrace. After all, who dared to stay longer in this situation today? It's too scary. The emperor all slapped him to death. Lushan had completely put away his ambitions to become emperor, and Emperor Yen was just a little too intimidating. Set up a feast to celebrate. Princess Shaki understood that at this moment, the big picture was already set. Once the 18 kings and Emperor Longwu died, almost all of the old school surrendered. Emperor Yen, I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to this celebration. Xiaqi's attitude towards Lin Yan was incomparably respectful. After all, everything Lin Yan had shown was powerful like a god now. Lin Yan nodded slightly. Let's do it 3 days later. I'll go and finish off the Bone Emperor first. Ha! Shaki froze. The Bone Emperor had already represented invincibility in the brilliant sky continent for nearly 1,000 years, with the exception of the previous Great Summer Dragon Emperor who was expected to compete with him for the most powerful prestige. For the rest of the time, the Bone Emperor was the absolute undisputed number 1. Yen Di actually said to go along and destroy it. However, thinking of Lin Yan's performance just now, Xia Qi also settled down inwardly. Lin Yan didn't stay long. The figure headed directly towards the Sin domain. Nowadays, his strength was not what it used to be, and the world in his eyes was completely different. Soon, he then came to the depths of the sinful domain. All the hidden emperors come out to meet me in the depths of the Sin domain, or when I go to meet you. That's when your heads will fall to the ground. Lin Yan's voice reverberated above the entire brilliant sky continent, as vast as the sound of the heavens. The Roland Emperors, the hidden emperors, were enraged, but their gazes were previously focused in front of Sword Pavilion City, knowing what was happening. At this moment, Lin Yan summoned them, and they had to head there with a stiff upper lip, deep in the Sin domain. In front of Bone Emperor City, Lin Yan directly shattered Bone Emperor City with a wave of his hand as he stood on top of its ruins. Frowning, the Bone Emperor did not appear. Emperor Roland and the 5 reclusive powerhouses of the brilliant sky continent arrived here soon after. Mr. Yendi, I don't know what you've come to see us about. The 6 emperors bowed their heads in a respectful manner. 100 years ago, the Bone Emperor wanted to blood sacrifice the brilliant sky continent to complete his own claiming ceremony. Which of you agreed and which of you objected? Lin Yan asked blandly. Several emperors didn't say anything. They couldn't test Lin Yan's intentions. Lin Yan looked towards Emperor Roland. He knew that although this human emperor represented the West, he had also fought alongside the Great Summer Dragon Emperor back then. Humans are such a species. Before there was no foreign enemy, there was more than civil strife. But after there was a common enemy, it was always possible to put aside preconceptions, shake hands and defend against foreign enemies. Although Emperor Roland coveted the territories of the East, he was choosing the camp against Emperor Bone. Aside from me and the Great Xia Dragon Emperor, only this hidden virtuous emperor is on the same side as the two of us, Emperor Roland said. Lin Yan nodded. With a wave of his hand, he directly obliterated the remaining 4 emperors. These 4 emperors only had time for their pupils to widen, and before they even had time to speak, they died tragically on the spot. Gollum! Both Emperor Roland and Emperor Hidden Sage gulped. This god of murder. Too terrifying. At this point, the players who had been mistakenly killed by Lin Yan's destruction of Bone Emperor City rushed out angrily. They were all Heaven and Earth list players from the internal test. The heavenly ranking players had basically all become king-ranked experts, while Wind Will Laugh, the heavenly ranking goalkeeper, was still a false king combatant. They looked at Lin Yan angrily. You're a player too. Why did you suddenly destroy Bone Emperor City? Chapter 145, Bone Clan Secret. Chaos Supreme God, Zhang Shen. If you have a problem with that, I'll send you back to the springs one more time. Lin Yan didn't bother to explain and just glanced at them coldly. You've got a bad conscience. You, the old foreign masters of the inner circle of players were outraged. They rushed up and were instantly killed by Lin Yan, but instead of being reborn in a spring, they were bound by Lin Yan in his own yellow spring. If you still want to keep your numbers, listen to me, Lin Yan said indifferently. Otherwise, when I remove your names within the yellow springs, you will be considered completely struck down. This, Baka Yalu. You, the ne'er-do-well wanted to say something else, but Lin Yan erased it with a thought. Now, no one dared to speak anymore. Yo, boss. The Wind would laugh as he recognized Lin Yan. Holy, boss, you're just too racy. I didn't realize you were really the Gaijin. Oh, my god. I'm so honored to be your sweeper. I don't even feel like I deserve it. The many experts on the heavenly ranking did not dare to act rashly. After all, Lin Yan was simply too terrifying. But the phoenix-tailed chicken head Wind Will Laugh, who had never been able to enter the heavenly ranking, was actually connected to this mysterious powerhouse. It's still unbelievable. Now the Wind Will Smile can really fly on the branch to become a phoenix. Well, Lin Yan swept his gaze over the ruins of Bone Emperor City and looked at Emperor Roland and Emperor Hidden Sage. I can't sense the Bone Emperor's aura. He doesn't seem to be in the city of the Bone Emperor. Emperor Rolandi pondered for a moment, tapped his head, and said in horror, he must have seen what happened in Janga City and was shocked. He's most likely advancing the plan of sacrificing Cthulhu, heading to the Cthulhu altar and going to start the sacrifice ceremony. As soon as the words fell, the entire brilliant sky continent trembled in unison. Billions of beings feel weak. The terrifying grand formation began to operate, and the dragon vein under the brilliant sky continent, which ran through the entire continent, began to be mobilized. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. It really was Rolandi's guess. He brought the two of them with him, and with a roll of his robe sleeves, he arrived at the Tsongsheng altar. The Bone Emperor looked at the arriving Lin Yan trio and grinned. You guys, you're late. It roared, and the entire world's infinite life force was sucked from the altar by him. The entire firmament was colored red. Blood clouds filled millions of miles. How is this possible? He actually mobilized the Cthulhu blood sacrifice in an instant, Rolandi exclaimed. Amidst the endless blood clouds, the Bone Emperor smiled coldly and contemptuously. Now that I'm already at the half-step exalted realm, as long as I blast open the cage boundary of the brilliant sky continent, I'll immediately be an exalted. We've been sealed in this continent for so many years. Don't you guys want to break out of this cage? Under this cage, even if you are as amazing as you are, You will only stop at the Emperor realm. Are you willing to live only a few short millennia and die? Why don't you guys support me? This path of mine is the only solution. It's the truth. It's the future. Lin Yan frowned and threw out a punch. The Bone Emperor flew down with a roar, displaying his Bone Emperor Dharma body. It was a skeleton figure that was 1,000 feet tall, standing on top of the sky with a shocking aura. Boom! The Bone Emperor Dharma body clashed with the Candle Dragon Dharma faces. Boom! In the next moment, the Bone Emperor's Dharma body directly shattered. Insanity flickered in the Bone Emperor's eyes. Our clan is the cage keeper of the Brilliant Sky Continent. If you dare to kill me, the Brilliant Sky Continent will still be nothing more than an extinction. Yeah, Lin Yan smiled coldly. He directly blasted out with a punch, and the Bone Emperor also frantically resisted, using all his means, but unfortunately, none of them could resist the landing of that punch. In the end, a divine decree even flew out of his head. Boom! The divine spirit Dharma decree blasted against the fist, the divinity shattered, and the Dharma decree shattered as well. However, Lin Yan's attack with this punch was unexpectedly stopped as well. Lin Yan was a bit surprised. You actually have a divine object. The legal decree shattered, and a shadow flickered out from within it. Apparently, it was also a person of the Bone Clan, but its body exuded divinity, so it should be a deity. God! Lin Yan frowned. Gods aren't allowed to participate in the affairs of the mortal world. Are you going to cross the line? The Bone Clan deity shook his head. There are a total of 9 dragon veins in the divine soil world, but the extraterrestrial evil gods invaded, and our native deities fought against them. The world has been plunged into endless war. The other 8 dragon veins are in jeopardy. Therefore, 10,000 years ago, our clan separated a piece of land from the primordial continent and named it the Brilliant Sky Continent, and he exerted great means to seal the 9th dragon vein in the Brilliant Sky Continent. In the end, we threw out this continent so that the extraterrestrial evil god would never be able to discover the 9th dragon vein, so that the divine earth world would never fall into the hands of the evil god. It can be said that the Brilliant Sky Continent is called a cage by you, but it is our boundary to protect you. Believe me, the world out there is much, much crueler than the world of God's earth. You won't want to come to the outside world. The Bone Clan deity shook his head. It is our own will to go to the outside world or not. Lin Yan shook his head. You have no right to decide. The Bone Clan deity nodded. Originally, we arranged for a few of our clansmen to create teleportation arrays in the Brilliant Sky Continent. As long as someone from the Brilliant Sky Continent reaches the Emperor rank, they will be secretly teleported to the Primordial Continent and you will not be imprisoned. But apparently the legacy is broken. The caretakers of this generation don't even know what a teleportation array to the Primal Continent is anymore. The Bone Clan deity looked at the Bone Emperor and shook his head. But he is a member of our Bone Clan after all. I can let you come to the Primordial Continent, but you need to spare him. Lin Yan shook his head. Impossible. His sins are too great. Sacrificing an entire continent of living beings just to make a breakthrough for yourself is just too ridiculous. The Bone Clan deity frowned. To think that this is actually the case, that is indeed an unforgivable sin. Ha! Having just seen his clan's deities manifest, the Bone Emperor was still overjoyed, thinking that he was saved, but his heart went cold at those words. I, the Bone Race, am a race created by the Supreme God of Chaos, Zhang Xian. The meaning of our clan's existence is to guard the Supreme God Zhang Xian's homeland, the Divine Earthworld. Ahem. The setting links to 2 older books, Online Evolution, From Skeletons to Abyssal Devils, and The Milkman's Lord's Diner. Whoosh if you're interested. You have broken the rules of the Guardian clan and must die. The Bone Clan deity stepped in and personally obliterated the Bone Emperor. Lin Yan was a little confused. He didn't expect things to go this way. You have a lot of potential. The Bone Race deity looked at Lin Yan. This is a teleportation array. You are welcome to come to the Primordial Continent to find me after you have resolved the matter of the Brilliant Sky Continent. I'll be waiting anytime. After leaving behind the teleportation array, he disappeared. What's going on here? The Brilliant Sky Continent is not a cage. Emperor Rolandi shook his head. There's no need to care about him. It's a good thing to be able to go to a wider heaven and earth nowadays. We don't have to be stuck in the Brilliant Sky Continent anymore in the future. To the Emperor, the Brilliant Sky Continent, which had a surface area the size of the earth, was simply too small. The Emperor could fly around the Brilliant Sky Continent in one day. Chapter 146 The Grand Finale. Then the 2 of us will leave first. See you on the Brilliant Sky Continent. Emperor Roland and Emperor Hidden Sage arched their hands. So fast. Not staying at all. Not thinking about settling down in the Huangtian continent. Lin Yan was a bit surprised. Ha ha, I've been unattached and hidden for 1,000 years. I've long been tired of looking at the red dust. I've dreamed of leaving the cage that is the Brilliant Sky Continent to see a bigger world, the Hidden Sage King said, and so it is with me. It would be good if you would explain it for me, otherwise let them guess away. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Roland paired up with Emperor Hidden Sage and directly disappeared from the teleportation array. Lin Yan shook his head. These two guys are still really unreliable, but he could understand. After all, after being stuck in this little puddle for thousands of years, they had gotten tired of it long ago and couldn't wait to get out. He walked into the Bone Emperor's cave. 2 God-given templates were searched. It seems like the Bone Emperor prepared this for himself. As long as he breaks through the cage and can use the Divine Providence template to advance after all the Exalted. Lin Yan used all of them in one thought. Boom! These 2 divine gift templates are the divine gifts of the main god, Jade Emperor, and the supreme god, Taishan Laojun. The bits are all extremely high. Lin Yan advanced to the Emperor stage after enchanting it. There was another extremely terrifying conceptual increase in strength. Chaos Supreme God Jiangxian? Never heard of it. Lin Yan rubbed his chin. He knew that there were 5 legendary supreme deities in the divine earthworld. God of Chaos, God of Order, God of Fate, God of Supreme Will, God of the Abyss. This Jiangxian should be the true name of the God of Chaos. It is said that it is from the skeleton clan, and when it was at its weakest, it was just the most ordinary white plate skeleton. The other 4 gods, on the other hand, were present at the birth of the divine earth. Only this Jiangxian is a supreme deity that has risen from the ordinary. Lin Yan pondered. After he returned to the Longxia Empire to attend a wave of celebratory banquets, he melted the strongest equipment for a few of fatties, and then he brought a few of fatties to the primal continent. Holy, what a big continent! Fatty's jaw dropped. The teleportation point was above the statue of the supreme god Jiangxian in the ancestral land of the Bone Clan in the primordial continent. This statue, alone, was more than 10,000 kilometers tall, and standing on the teleportation platform in front of its chest, one could see for an unknown number of thousands of miles away with their extreme eyes. But these tens of thousands of miles around were all just the range of the Bone Clan's ancestral land. The primordial continent was so large that it was unimaginable. Your realm has risen fast enough. The Bone Clan deity appeared and saw that Lin Yan had now reached the Emperor stage and was somewhat depressed. Lin Yan smiled faintly. It's alright. It was just a fluke. The Bone Clan deity nodded. Your battle power is already strong, but it's still not enough to be seen on the battlefield of a deity. If you want to guard the divine soil with the Bone Clan, you still have to accept the Bone Clan's supreme inheritance. He led Lin Yan to the Bone Clan Inheritance Hall. Lin Yan curiously walked in. The hall door of the Grand Hall closed, and within it, Jiangxian's statue flickered and lit up. Divine Providence Template. Lin Yan walked to the bottom of the statue and pressed his hand on top of it, feeling the power of the divine gift within the statue. Buzz! Terrifying energies converged and directly merged into the twin life template. Venerable Limit. Sage Limit. Just one step away from becoming a god. Lin Yan's eyes shook as he felt a trace of shock. His strength, again, had changed drastically. Lin Yan frowned. Now that he had leveled up to the level of his previous life, his abilities were even completely stronger than his previous life by an unknown number of times. But it seems to be more than 2 years before the game comes down. He was a little confused. If he was invincible now, what was he supposed to do for the past 2 years? Just wait. It's unlikely that one would want to become a god in a short period of time. The divine positions are divided into lower gods, middle gods, upper gods, true gods, main gods, and supreme gods. According to the comprehended divinity, the rank would be set directly after ascending to deity. For example, if one directly breaks through to an upper god after ascending to deity, then one would remain an upper god in the future, and it would be extremely difficult to ascend again. The highest limit of a deity's promotion ceremony is to become a true god. None of the main gods among the 10,000 races of the universe were cultivated from the late stage of true godhood. If I can ascend to true god within 2 years, there is hope that I can directly break through the rules of the divine earthworld and directly descend to the blue star. Lin Yan pondered. After a long time, the door to the temple opened wide. The Bone Clan deity looked at Lin Yan with some surprise. It feels like the energy contained within you can threaten me. It's really strange. Realize that the gods are beyond everything. It is simply not possible to be threatened by mortals, even if one was a saint, but had not become a god. Normally, one would never be able to threaten a deity. But then, now that Lin Yan hadn't even displayed his energy, it made him feel threatened, thus showing just how strong Lin Yan was. Lin Yan smiled faintly and didn't explain. Nowadays, you are strong enough to participate in the evil god battlefield. If you can repel the evil god and regain control of the heart of the world, then we can continue to expand the boundaries of our universe, the Bone Clan deity said. Cosmic borders. Lin Yan frowned. What does this mean? The Bone Clan deity smiled faintly. Since you were able to gain Jiangxian's supreme god's approval and obtain his divine gift template, then I will tell you everything. The Bone Clan deity's face turned serious. Space and time are boundless, and chaos is infinite. The largest unit of space we hold up is the great universe of chaos. Within the Great Chaos Universe, there are another 3,000 small universes. These 3,000 small universes coexisted in the Great Chaotic Universe, each with its own origin, each developing its own civilization within its own cosmic barriers. They also exist in completely different forms. There is the material universe, born because of the singularity Big Bang, composed entirely of matter. There are phantom dream universes that were born because of a dream of the Supreme Being, constructed entirely by the power of imagination. Similarly, there are spiritual universes composed entirely of spirit. There are abstract universes composed entirely of concepts. And we are the game universe supported entirely by data will, the bone race deity faintly said. So, every universe has its own origin? Lin Yan frowned. Then how did this game universe of ours, which is supported by the will of data, come into being? He knew very well that he was from the blue star of the material universe, but now his soul existed in the game universe. The Bone Clan deity smiled faintly. Our universe is an experiment by a supreme being. A supreme being? Lin Yan's eyes widened. That's right, that being's true name is Lin Yi, the controller of the chaotic great universe, and his realm is inscrutable. His position is endlessly honorable. The Bone Clan deity nodded. His realm can only be described as nothing. He was the supreme lord of the Great Chaos Universe, also known as Lin Wushang. Our game mini-universe is what he once randomly created when he was experimenting with creating a new mini-universe that was completely different. Our small universe of the game, which was originally just a realm world made up of the 3 realms of the supreme human realm abyss, doesn't deserve to be called a small universe at all. When the 3 realms plane was first born, there were only the 4 deities created by Lin Wushang. Jiang Shen, the first existence born in the 3 realms plane to become a deity on his own. He received the attention of Lin Wushang, and with his great wisdom, he created the path of cultivation for ascension in the game realm. Originally, the true god was the highest god position in the game realm. However, Jiang Shen continued to create cultivation methods, allowing the game realm to continuously ascend and evolve, eventually transforming into a small universe. The small universe has experienced destruction and rebirth, from the age of chaos, to the age of the flood, the age of the divine court, to the present age of civilization, and has now experienced endless years. In the flood era, the rules of the game mini-universe then allowed for the birth of supreme gods. The Hotu, divine gift that you use is the supreme god that was born in the flood era. The Vijayat Emperor, divine bestowal you used is a main god born from the Eastern Divine Court during the Divine Court era. Nowadays, this small universe of our game has roughly 35 supreme gods in total. Once you step into the supreme god realm, you can leave the game minor universe and head to the chaotic grand universe. Jiang Shen supreme god was the creator god of the game minor universe and the controller of the game minor universe. He is clearly different from the later born supreme god, so he is also honored as god of creation. After he had reached the supreme god extreme realm, he had left the small universe and traveled to the chaos great universe to look for the creator of the game small universe, Lin Wushang. And we, the Bone Clan, are the clan created by the god of creation, Jiang Shen, back in the day, and we were left behind to watch over his homeland, the divine earth plane. Lin Yan was somewhat shocked. These were the ultimate secrets that he hadn't even been exposed to in his previous life. 3,000 universes exist in the Great Chaos Universe, and each one wants a more powerful origin. Small universes need to invade other small universes if they want their origin to be stronger. We have linked the base of the material universe. It's a planet called Blue Star. After defeating the evil god, we'll pull Blue Star into our little gaming universe. Lin Yan's brain boomed. So that's what the game invasion was all about in the previous life. Blue Star was invaded by the game and essentially pulled into the game's mini-universe. Then the battle of the clans that he participated in back there was, essentially, the battle of the clans of the game mini-universe. So, knowing all this, what choice will you make? The bone deity smiled slightly. Would you want the game universe to pull Blue Star in? He knew that Lin Yan was a descender. Lin Yan pondered for a long time and nodded. Of course, he preferred the game universe to the now rotten Blue Star, which was brutal but ultimately had a path to advancement that was fair to the extreme for everyone. As long as you're willing to upgrade, you'll get stronger. Human nature can't go from evil and dirty to good, but the rules of the game won't. The data won't. There's a saying circulating in Blue Star that the only fair thing in the world is that everyone dies. Then the game universe has another absolutely fair thing added to it. Anyone can upgrade and get stronger. Moreover, this kind of upgrading and getting stronger is backed up by data that doesn't lie. And all the existences in the entire universe have to recognize it. It's not like in a previous life, where you learn things that you felt proud of that weren't universal at all. There is no standard measure for everything, so all sorts of injustices and perceptions arise from this. Well, that's essentially why we opened the descent window to Blue Star first. The Bone Clan deity laughed. Ha! Jiang Xin froze. The Divine Earth Company was started by us, the Bone Clan, in order for all the humans of the Blue Planet to enter the game world first and understand it. The Bone Deities opened up. Our rule invasion has a lot to do with the choices of the local intelligent beings. If the vast majority of Blue Star's humans are unwilling to be assimilated by then, pulling Blue Star into the game universe will probably fail. So it is. Lin Yen frowned. It seems that even in the last life, the vast majority of humans still, at heart, agree with the reality of being invaded by the rules of the game. No matter what their mouths say and what their interests have weighed, the desire for fair play will always be ingrained in people's genes. By the way, I'll tell you a secret. The god of creation, Jiang Shen, and you are also in the same identity. Oh, the Bone Clan deity smiled mysteriously. He was also a descendant of the material universe back then, but his body in the material world died, a pure soul penetration. Traveling to the world of God's earth, he became a blank slate skeleton. He began his rise from an ordinary skeleton and eventually became the creator god of the game's mini-universe. It is said that the planet he traveled to is called Earth. It's a beautiful planet like your blue planet, the Bone Clan deity confirmed. Well, Lin Yen nodded, somewhat shocked. Perhaps it's that same special status that made you and him legendary. The Bone Clan deity pointed at the evil god battlefield in the distance. Deities can't go down. They can only send their minions below saints to carry out the invasion. It's just a shame that they chose the wrong place. And the first anchor point selected was the absolute core of the game universe, the Divine Earth. So, these evil gods, are they from another small universe? Lin Yen was a bit surprised. It's pretty brutal between the little universes, crushing each other and devouring each other just to grow their own origin. Nice. The Bone Clan deity nodded. Lin Yen nodded. I understand. He set off with a bang and charged directly towards the right evil god battlefield. Nowadays, even true deities might not be his match, let alone these evil god minions. He fought across 10 million miles in a single day, crushing the evil god army with a stance that was strong to the extreme. Soon, a year passed. The anchor points of the evil god's small universe were shattered. Worthy of being out of the small universe of the god of creation, it really is deep, but we are not going to give up. Jia. On the other side of the spatial anchor point, the supreme evil god of the evil god mini-universe smiled coldly. After the evil god anchor point was shattered, the gaming mini-universe continues to expand. Lin Yan's figure dissipated. The moment Blue Star was encompassed by the game's small universe, the moment the game invaded, his soul and body were united, completing the ultimate ascension. Rumble. Amidst the collision and mingling of the two universes, he sensed the collision of some kind of supreme rules. An epiphany. In the next moment, he advanced to the true god that he had been longing for. Due to the presence of the true god, the flow of the Game Changer's invasion has changed a bit. Do you choose to be descended upon by the game world? All of Blue Star's humans are hearing this choice item at this moment. Many chose to agree, but the vested interests went berserk. But they're just some of the least part of this world. And the votes that chose fusion crushed right through the voting page. Soon, Blue Star is completely invaded by the game. The world changed instantly. Countless people began to provoke the rules of the day, and the world was plunged into a great reshuffle. As for the battlefield of the nations, Blue Star humans had Lin Yen, a true god, in their midst, so naturally not many races dared to mess with them. For the Blue Star humans, with Lin Yan's shelter, the starry sky battlefield was more like a testing ground, no longer so cruel. Billions of years passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yen finally relied on his comprehension of the rules to achieve Supreme God. Fatty, Shen Youwei, Lin Feng, and Chu Qing Shen were also brought to the Lord God level by him. In the moment of his attainment of the Most High, the will of the universe descended and transformed into a figure that was none other than the God of creation. Jiang Xian. It seems that we have another comrade in arms in the camp of the game universe. Jiang Xian's smile was affectionate, and with a single glance, he saw through everything about Lin Yan's past. It seems that our rise to power has been a similar experience. Come to the great universe of chaos, to the real world. Lin Yan nodded, and after leaving behind his cultivation tips, he stepped out of the game minor universe and stepped into the chaotic grand universe. The real world. Here I come. Concluded. Finished the words. There was a lot of setting up done before the book started, and as you should be able to tell from these last few chapters, there are a lot of new settings and ideas behind the scenes that are new to the online writing world. There's also a tie-in to my old book's protagonist, but sadly, the book's traffic is basically cut off, and without income the creator god, will have to starve to death first. It had to be hurriedly ended with this process. Jiang Xian, the god of chaos, and Lin Yi, the supreme being, are all protagonists of my old books. There is also an old book, The Opening of 3 Yuan of Cola, The Return of 80 Million Supercars, more than 2 million gods hero text. Super cool text, you can go to see if you like. I have a problem with writing books that have a lot of padding up front and the really good stuff comes later. On a platform like Tomato, this write-up is just asking for trouble. The next book is going to be written differently. I wish all the readers reading this a lot of success in their studies, their careers, and a lot of crunchy money. 9 Sons, thank you all for being there along the way. It's appreciated.